The frost-faced princess of the Xia family, dressed in a white dress, coldly demanded to annul our engagement. Once, as her devoted follower, I had given her everything. Now, reborn, I readily agreed. The onlookers reveled in my misfortune, unaware that I had bound myself to the term plunder system. Later, I encountered a dying captain from the Inferno squad. I had planned to scavenge after his death, but when discovered, I decided to fight for my life, smashing a steel pipe into his wound. I stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively reaching for the twin guns at my waist only to grasp at air. Then, a girl in a white dress gazed at me with icy detachment and said coldly, "Let's call off the engagement." Don't see me again. I focused my eyes. It was Xia Yunxi. Had I been reborn? And returned to the very day she wanted to break off our engagement? A surge of wild joy rushed through me. Xia Yunxi, seeing my silence, pressed on indifferently, "I've awakened an S-rank talent, Polar Frostflame. Our futures were never meant to intertwine." As she spoke, a pale flicker of icy flame danced at her fingertips. "Fine, let us end it," I replied hoarsely, turning to leave without another word. Behind me, Xia Yunxi and the gleeful crowd were left stunned. He actually agreed to annul the engagement with Xia Yunxi? Everyone knows he has been fawning over her for 5 years. What else could he do? Even as the young master of the MO family, his trash-tier talent is no match for Xia Yunxi. I ignored the whispers, my steps unwavering. The MO family's young master? Ha, I laughed bitterly. In this second life, there was no time to waste here. I had too much to do. I headed straight for the MO residence. Entering the gates, the security guards, the cleaning lady, even my second sister lounging on the sofa painting her nails, none spared me a glance. Outsiders assumed that as the returned young master, I lived in luxury, backed by endless resources. The reality was far from it. I scanned the room before slipping into the cramped, 5-year-old storage space beneath the stairs. Just a rickety single bed and a makeshift clothes rack. So much for wealth and privilege, I muttered, grabbing my only 2 outfits and the 1,000 yuan hidden under the pillow. Without looking back, I left. Later, I took a cab to the 5th district. I remembered on this day, an Inferno squad captain had been spat out by a spatial rift, killed by the city's defense system. Someone had scavenged an Inferno crystal and sold it for 100,000. I combed through the alleys until, under a crumbling eave, I spotted a towering figure drenched in blood. Just wait for the defense system to finish him off, I thought, hiding in the shadows, motionless. Suddenly, the figure sniffed the air, then grinned in my direction. Human! My back drenched in cold sweat. I'd been caught. I turned to flee, but he snarled, "Scram! A mere human dares approach nobility of the Inferno? Today, I'm feeling merciful. Run while you can." I paused. That was odd. The Inferno were infamous for their bloodlust. Why scare me off instead of killing me? Summoning courage, I crept closer and saw the massive wound piercing his chest. He was immobilized, on the verge of death. In a split-second decision, I grabbed a steel pipe from the debris and strode toward him. "Filthy human! What are you doing?" "Seeking death," he roared. Ignoring him, I swung the pipe, hammering his wound relentlessly. He howled in agony, mustering his last strength to lunge at me, hands clawing for my throat. I cursed my miscalculation, gasping for air as I kicked at his injury. Time blurred. When I came to, the lifeless Inferno creature lay beside me. A wry smile tugged at my lips. Lucky he bled out before finishing me, otherwise, my first day reborn would been my last. So much for the city's defense system. Useless garbage. I brushed off the dust, picked up the Inferno crystal, and left. The next day, in the bright classroom, I appeared dazed but was actually studying the 2 entries I obtained yesterday. Soul and Spirit Dual Birth S can master 2 branch specializations simultaneously, and Innate Divine Strength B doubles the strength attribute. This is invincible. Getting entries like this on the first day of binding the system, the future. My emotions surged. In this world, everyone awakens their talents at the age of 18, with talents divided into multiple tiers. 3 days after awakening, they undergo a class transition. Advancing to Tier 1 in any profession requires choosing a branch specialization, but I've never seen anyone master 2 branches at once. The appearance of Soul and Spirit Dual Birth completely shattered that notion. Yan Jipeng, sitting behind me, poked my back with his finger. "Bro, did you really agree to break off the engagement with Xia Yunxi yesterday?" I turned to look at my best friend since childhood and nodded faintly. "Yeah. That S impulsive, bro. That S Xia Yunxi. We're talking about the school belle of our #1 high. Countless guys are after her. I heard that after you agreed to break it off yesterday, the Zhao family kid was grinning from ear to ear. And Xia Yunxi awakened an S-tier talent. As long as nothing goes wrong, she'll definitely reach the pinnacle of Dragon Country in the future." You're giving that up now? That's just foolish. Isn't living off her success suite? I let out a bitter laugh. Yenzi, you don't understand. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is the only true path. Everything else is just fleeting. I've had enough of being a simp in my past life. This time, I just want to focus on improving my strength. 5 years ago, when I was first brought back to the Mo family, my father arranged an engagement with Xia Yunxi, the princess of the Xia family. Back then, having grown up in an orphanage, I knew nothing of love. I just wanted to stay by my family's side and feel their warmth. But the moment I saw Xia Yunxi at the engagement banquet, I was smitten. For the next 5 years, I poured everything into taking care of her. In the end, I wasted so much cultivation time on trivial matters that by the time Xia Yunxi became a Tier 6 professional, I hadn't even touched the threshold of Tier 4. When she joined the human army's assault on the Shadow Plane, I didn't even qualify to participate. After that, I never saw her again. Even though I later pushed myself to catch up, the final outcome and my injuries made me realize it was all just a dream. A school announcement interrupted my reminiscence. All students of Class 2, Grade 12, please proceed to the plaza in an orderly manner under the guidance of your homeroom teacher for class transition. Homeroom teacher Chen Yun stood at the podium, looking at our eager faces. Students, I know many of you are disheartened for not awakening high-tier talents. But talent isn't everything. After transitioning, once you unlock the profession system, you'll have infinite possibilities to improve yourselves. Besides, there have been cases where those with trash talents eventually became powerhouses of our human race. So, work hard, everyone. May you ride the winds and break the waves, fear nothing, and forge the backbone of our people. Yan Jipeng cut in, we know, teach. Of course, we pick a hidden class if we get one who'd be dumb enough to skip that and go for a basic class? You don't need to remind us of that. Shen Yun rolled his eyes helplessly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Class 1, Grade 12 next door. Holy crap! A hidden class? That Xia Yunxi in there now, right? As expected of our school's prodigy. Blazing Sun Sword Immortal. What kind of class is that? Sounds so badass. Judging by the name, it's probably fire-based, which pairs perfectly with Xia Yunxi's talent. Comparing yourself to others just makes you feel worse. Look at Xia Yunxi awakened an S-tier talent, and now she gets a hidden class too. With that setup, she is a shoe-in for Capital University this year. In the sky, the phantom of a massive flaming sword materialized, accompanied by dazzling phenomena. Countless fiery petals bloomed and scattered, transforming into golden light. Holy SHT! Is that a celestial phenomenon? Does Xia Yunxi have such a high compatibility with the Blazing Sun Sword Immortal profession? I knew Xia Yunxi had successfully advanced to become a Blazing Sun Sword Immortal. Mo Yingchen, it's your turn. Stop spacing out. Under Chen Yun's urging, I stepped into the class advancement temple. As I entered, a sacred and ancient aura washed over me. The interior was vast, with walls carved with lifelike reliefs of countless professionals. Standing on the central circular platform, I took a deep breath and declared, I request to draw my class. My voice echoed as the surrounding reliefs lit up. Blue light flowed like water, colliding back and forth unlike anything I remembered. The glow grew brighter until it condensed into 3 dazzling pillars of light before me, revealing 3 ethereal figures. One was a death demon hunter, cloaked in a dark red mantle, wielding a crossbow, exuding an aura of death. Another was an elemental master, robed in arcane attire, surrounded by swirling elements, commanding the forces of nature. The last was a blood rage berserker, gripping a massive axe, enveloped in a crimson mist, radiating overwhelming battle intent. This can't be. My eyes widened as the information of the 3 classes unfolded before me. Taking a deep breath, my gaze settled on the soul twin entry of the plunder system, lost in thought. Chapter 3, Giving Up the Hidden Profession, Switching to Necromancer. The three professions in front of them were completely different from the professions Ink Shadow Dust had drawn in his previous life. He remembered very clearly that the three professions he had drawn in his previous life were the three basic professions of gunner, warrior, and doctor. There was absolutely no hidden profession. But in this life, fate had given him a whole new option. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Xia Yunqi's heaven and earth vision when he had just transferred. At that time, he had merely watched with cold eyes. And now, his choices will determine the path of the future. The power of death? The mastery of the elements? Or the endless will to fight? Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes, and all the things from his last life came to mind. Those betrayals, those injuries, those unbearable memories. When he opened his eyes, his gaze had been firm. In this life, he was going to walk out on a different path. I choose. Ink Shadow Dust raised his head and shouted at the temple. Outside the Divine Hall, right after Mo Shadow Dust drew his occupation, the onlookers erupted into a gasp of surprise. Holy! Did you guys see that? The Divine Hall is as bright as the sun. This light is 10 times more dazzling than when Xia Yunqi transferred. What did Mo Shadow Dust draw here? It shouldn't be. Yan Jipeng stared at the temple with wide eyes, incredulously. What kind of ing luck has this gotten? The chatter grew louder and louder. Are you guys sure it's Ink Shadow Dust in there right now? This kid traitorous luck, right? 3 hidden professions drawn out at the same time? Wasted hidden occupation to this loser part-time wasted not to mention, on his garbagey level talent, to what hidden occupation is useless Death Hunter. This profession is too handsome. Elemental Controller is even stronger, I heard it can control all the elements. The Blood Rage Berserker is also fierce, the more he fights, the stronger he gets. This scene, it's too awesome, drawing 3 hidden professions at the same time, this hasn't even appeared in history. Xia Yunqi stood in the crowd, her cool face finally showing a hint of fluctuation. But it was only a hint. Hidden professions were just that, and so was she. And what she had awakened was an S-rank talent. It's just luck, so what if I drew 3 hidden professions? Talented trash, they're just ants after all. The crowd was still talking. Guess which profession Ink Shadow Dust will choose to transfer to? I guess Blood Rage Berserker, after all, brainless Mang, a man's romance. Don't you dare pull that, just that loser Mo Shadow Dust? Would pick Blood Fury Berserker? I reckon he'll pick Death Hunter. The crowd stared with bated breath at the 3 dazzling rays of light above the temple. Everyone knew that in a moment, other than the light that Mo Ingsuan had chosen, the other 2 would go out and reintegrate into the Divine Hall. Golden runes flowed across the surface of the Divine Hall, as if they were a swimming dragon. Murmurs rose and fell, but they came to an abrupt end in the next moment. The runes that flowed on the surface of the Divine Hall suddenly came to a standstill, as if time had frozen. But after only a moment's pause, the 3 rays of light extinguished at the same time and merged into the Divine Hall. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded, their brains going blank. What is this situation? The temple is malfunctioning? 3 rays of light all went out? Impossible, never heard of such a thing. In the crowd, a boy wearing glasses suddenly stared with wide eyes. Wait, I can think of a possibility. All eyes turned to him in unison. Unless Ink Shadow Dust gives up these 3 hidden professions. What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean, he chose the basic profession? Crazy, right? Letting go of 3 hidden professions? Right at this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds rolled over and lightning flashed. Countless skeleton silhouettes burrowed out of the ground, and the undead floated in the air. The aura of death enveloped the earth. This is a vision of heaven and earth? Impossible, Ink Shadow Dust didn't choose a hidden profession and chose the basic profession instead and got it right? He's highly compatible with this basic profession? What kind of divine character is this that can hold back from picking a hidden profession to pick a basic profession? Which basic profession did you guys say Mo Shadow Dust chose? This heaven and earth vision is so depressing, it's full of death. There are so many basic professions, even the darkness class has a bunch of them, where can I guess this? In the future, we really have to change our attitude towards Mo Shadow Dust, sooner or later, he will become a big brother's person, there is definitely no harm in making friends early. Everyone knew that since a heaven and earth vision had appeared, it meant that Mo Ingduan had chosen correctly. After all, hidden professions didn't necessarily mean invincibility, but the heaven and earth visions meant that as long as there were no accidents, Ink Shadow Dust would sooner or later become a giant of the human race. Suddenly, a shout came. Congratulations to young Master Zhao on his successful transfer to Great Dark Mage. The crowd followed the sound and saw that in the direction of the senior class, Zhao Hao was walking out of the shrine's shadow. As he appeared, the visions in the sky slowly dissipated. So that's how it is. A great intelligence came to a sudden realization. It's Zhao Hao's vision, not Mo Shadow Dust's. The second smart also chimed in at the right time. I told you, how could a trash who gave up his hidden profession trigger a heaven and earth vision? Third Smart continued to make up for it. Mocking laughter rose and fell. No one could explain why someone would let go of 3 hidden professions and instead choose a basic profession. Unless that person is a cutie. Ink Shadow Dust, this trash, really wasted 3 hidden professions. With that trash talent of his, it's a waste to give him a god-tier profession. Xia Yunxi frowned as she looked towards the sky, the hint of unease in her cool eyes completely dissipating. Wastes are wastes, hidden professions can be given up, your only chance to change your fate against the heavens you can't even grasp. She murmured softly. Xia Yunxi was no longer in the mood to stay here and turned to leave. Walking out of the shrine, he felt the jeering eyes of the crowd. Ink Shadow Dust simply didn't bother and found a corner to stand quietly. The system prompt bounced in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the host for switching to Necromancer. The system panel slowly unfolded in front of Mo Shadowdust's eyes, and his attribute information surfaced in the light blue light screen. Name, Mo Shadowdust. Profession, Necromancer. Word, Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Dual Life S. Rank, 0 rank 1 0.00%. Power, 2. Agility, 2. Physical Fitness, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike. Skeleton Summoning, summon skeleton warriors to fight for you. Damage Deepening, increases all damage taken by the target by 10% for 10 seconds. Bone Spike, shoots out sharp bone spikes from the ground, dealing physical damage. There was little HP MP, and all skills relied on mental power to catalyze them. How many skeletons could be summoned also depended on how much his spiritual power could afford. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Necromancer, controlling death and manipulating the undead. That was the power he wanted. The memories of his previous life told him that hidden professions might not necessarily be the strongest. It was the fit that was the key. And Necromancer, it was the profession that suited him best. Ridiculous. Ink Shadow Dust sneered. Let them laugh at it. The day he rises to power, the faces of these people will be wonderful. He had important things to experiment with now. In the square at this moment, many students who had just successfully transferred were experimenting with their newly acquired skills. The school didn't stop this behavior, after all, they were all basic skills that wouldn't cause any serious damage. Skeleton Summoning. Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes and gazed, his spiritual power spreading to the ground like silk threads. A ghostly green light surfaced underneath his feet, and the ground cracked open with a gap, from which white bone fragments surfaced and were quickly pieced together and combined. In just a few moments, a skeleton warrior holding a rusty sword stood upright in front of him, a bizarre light flickering in its ghostly green eye sockets. Ink Shadow Dust somewhat impatiently opened his word looting system. Endowed Skeleton Warrior Word Loot, born with divine power. A command in his mind was given to the system. Ink Shadow Dust's heart was full of anticipation. If the words could really empower the skeleton warrior that he had summoned, the necromancer that he had chosen would absolutely soar. There was a flash of light in the word looting system's word bank, an array of light that only Ink Shadow Dust could see traveled down his eyes and didn't enter the skeleton warrior's body. The skeleton warrior's skeleton grew larger with the naked eye, and the original skeleton that was only about 1.5 meters was already a head taller than even Ink Shadow Dust after the change. Visually estimated to be about 2 meters. It worked! Ink Shadow Dust was bursting with excitement. Looking at the obviously different skeleton in front of him, Ink Shadow Dust's mind moved and took the skeleton into the summoning space. Skeleton Warrior. Word, Born Divine. Rank, 0 Order 1. Power, 4. Agility, 2. Physical Fitness, 2. Spirit, 2. Strong. This attribute, it was already stronger than other melee basic professionals. Aside from having no skills, this skeleton warrior was now simply a template for a violent warrior. Moreover, the words should have doubled the skeleton warrior's original strength attribute. In the future, as the skeleton warrior's power gets higher and higher, the benefits enjoyed from doubling it will also get higher and higher. Sooner or later, far away from the same level of the melee profession. Not to mention the countless words that can be given to it later. Ink Shadow Dust became even more excited. The choice was right. Necromancer is the most suitable profession for him. Chapter 4 times have changed, my lord. Yan Jipeng suddenly walked behind Mo Ingsuan and fiercely tapped his shoulder. Dusty, what are you thinking about? Ink Shadow Dust was in a good mood right now, looking at the little fatty in front of him was extraordinarily smooth. Thinking about when I can step through the 10,000 realms and marry the goddess. Yan Jipeng was confused. No, brother, this transfer a job, how to turn crazy. Listen to yourself. You're only at level 1. Marrying a goddess? Did you let the 3 hidden professions stimulate you just now? Dusty, it's not that brother is uneasy with you, nor is he mocking you. Tell me, why exactly did you give up the hidden professions? Ink Shadow Dust smiled faintly. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, it was really rebirth plus system. How could this be explained? After explaining, he would be arrested and sliced up? Do you believe me? Believe. Yan Jipeng nodded his head quickly. Don't ask if you believe. Yan Jipeng. Of all his classmates, he was probably the one who knew Mo Ingsuan the best. Other than that, the IQ was definitely super high. Maintaining the first grade of the whole school year all year round is the best proof. Let's put it this way, except for matters involving Xia Yunqi and the Mo family, Mo Ingduan's handling of anything definitely qualifies as the 4 words of earthly sobriety. As for involving the… next topic. He, Yan Jipeng, didn't want to discuss cuties. Yan Jipeng suddenly thought of something and said to Mo Ingduan with a smug face. Guess what profession I switched to? Ingshade Dust nodded, I know, paladin. Yan Jipeng's mouth curled up, brother, you really are silently paying attention to me. You must have seen it outside the temple, right? A rare profession, old me is really lucky. Ink Shadow Dust silently rolled his eyes. He had just been so preoccupied with drumming up words to give to the skeleton that he didn't have the heart to care about Yan Jipeng. However, in his last life, he was a paladin, so Mo Shadow Dust naturally knew that. Speaking of Yan Jipeng, the profession he switched to was actually average, nothing to write home about. His talent, however, was something to talk about. Solitary Bee infuses a target with power, causing it to be healed when it launches an attack, but it also puts the target in a vulnerable state. This talent. How to put it, on the surface, it's a healing skill. But this vulnerability is really. The damage taken by those with the vulnerable status is increased by 100%. Little Fatty's last life was because of this talent that was subject to cold eyes and ridicule, causing him to forget about his talent himself throughout the early part of his career. He had been relying on the paladin specializing in the healing means of holy light to group. Until Yan Jipeng, this little genius, had a brainstorm one day and smashed his talent into a boss head during a monster tide attack. The defending human damage directly doubled, froze a round of outbursts to that boss seconds at that time. Then the little fat man's spring came, AB grade talent, directly let him become a national treasure. Being official directly to raise up. What boss rating not down, not enough output, small fat on. Ink Shadow Dust had an odd expression on his face as he considered whether or not to tell him about the alternative use of this talent in advance. After thinking about it, he decided not to, that dark time was also a training for him. Anyway, according to the normal trajectory, he would become a national treasure sooner or later. Cherish and cherish these days of self-reliance more. All students of the second senior class have completed their transfer, please leave in an orderly manner. An announcement interrupted Ink Shadow Dust's thoughts. I'm leaving first, Fatty, see you tomorrow. Good Lu brother, tomorrow the school organization under the novice copy, I take you. Yan Jipeng got to whoosh and left. Hey. Dusty in the end transferred what profession? I forgot to ask. Never mind, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The next day. Ink Shadow Dust stood at the entrance of the novice copy with some annoyance. Surprisingly, you lost sleep yesterday? I didn't realize that changing a job would give him insomnia from excitement. He just fell asleep at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Didn't get much sleep in total before the hotel room wake-up service got me up. Oh, Ink Shadow Dust took the money from selling the purgatory crystals and opened a room in the hotel's deluxe suite. Mo Shadow Dust looked at Yan Jipeng, who was also staring at his black eyes. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Mud, justice can be late, why can't I sleep 10 more minutes? Chang Yun walked over. Alright, today is your first time entering a copy, so I'll skip the cliches. The novice copies are not too difficult, they are mainly for you guys to familiarize yourselves with the skills of your new transitions, but I suggest that you guys make sure to bring at least one healer with you when you group up. After all, life only comes once. 3 entries per person, so form your own group. A bunch of young boys and girls began to form teams freely. Look guys, Class 1 Xia Yunqi chose to go solo. How confident. Look at Zhao Hao, who also caused a heaven and earth anomaly, isn't teaming up there? Zhao Hao heard the crowd talking about him. A wave of nausea ran through his heart. What the are you looking at me for? I'm a mage, I don't team up in the early stages, and I want to go solo? With that little bit of spiritual power, go in 2 skills to smash away, and then poke with a stick afterward? Yan Jipeng walked up to Mo Ingduan. Brother, let's form a team, counting you there are exactly 5 people. Ink Shadow Dust's heart warmed. He had been standing here for half a day, and not a single one had taken care of him. He didn't expect Yan Jipeng to really come over and team up with himself. If I remember correctly, in my last life today, he was also the one who organized himself. What's the point of bringing him, a loser? Let's just pull anyone who's better than him. Yeah, not only is he a waste, his brain isn't working well, leaving the 3 hidden professions unchosen and choosing a basic profession. If we team up with him, I'm afraid my IQ will be pulled down. Yan Jipeng heard the whining of a few of his teammates, embarrassment hung on his face, and just wanted to explain. No need, bro, I want to try soloing. After saying that, regardless of the shock of several people, he walked straight to the entrance of the replica and chose to enter. Hey! Another person chose to single brush. Ink Shadow Dust? He's a basic profession soloing my ass, looking for images here? I guess he'll have to run out in the dust in a while. Over here, Ink Shadow Dust, who had entered the copy, quickly released a large and two small skeletons that were in the summoning space. Well, the skeleton that was endowed with the divine power of the heavenly god Ink Shadow Dust had already named him Vigorous. Vigor and another ordinary skeleton stood beside Ink Shadow Dust, making him feel a sense of security. Necromancers weren't called the most suitable profession for solo brushing for nothing. You need minions to have minions, and you need meat shields to have meat shields. To output. Shadow Dust drew the two pistols he had gone to buy overnight yesterday from his back waist. Times have changed, our lord. A beginner mage, do you really think you have to rely on the skills you just learned to output? You won't be able to hold up two skills with your mental power, and you'll need to rest for a while before you can unleash them again. Isn't a gun much more convenient than that? It's not consumed and doesn't do much less damage than a primary spell. But it's only good in the early stages, when everyone levels up a bit later. Except for some special professions, it's definitely still more powerful for spells. Chapter 5. The first monster up here is an elite? Ink Shadow Dust observed the environment of the copy. Each newbie copy is randomly selected. I heard that they were all refined by human great powers who captured world fragments, specifically for the juniors who had just turned to practice. In front of them was a large mountain, and one could see that the trees were not very thick. Insects and birds were chirping incessantly. Mountain forests? Beastly monsters? Ink Shadow Dust commanded the ordinary skeletons to scout ahead. Dolly was by his side for protection. A burly boar suddenly sprang out of the bushes, its tusks glowing with a cold light, its scarlet eyes staring dead ahead at the ordinary skeletons. It let out a low roar and stomped the ground with all four hooves, raising a gust of dust. The boar came charging in at an astonishing speed, and the thin skeleton of an ordinary skeleton was simply unable to withstand it. With a loud bang, the ordinary skeleton was knocked out by the boar. Shadow Dust immediately raised his pistol and took aim, firing 3 shots in a row. The bullets hit the boar's body, penetrating deep into the flesh. The boar's skin and flesh were far beyond imagination. An elite monster? I percent at hashtag. Ink Shadow Dust began to wonder if he had chosen the wrong path. Come up to the first monster. I can't believe I ran into an elite monster. You know this is a newbie copy. The entire copy is estimated to be just one elite monster. Vigorously holding his sword, he quickly rushed forward, his bones and knuckles making a clicking sound. It swung its bone arm and slashed its sword at the boar's head. Good sword, let's get you a new blade when we have the right opportunity. Swords aren't really your kind of dexterity. The boar ate the pain and threw his head back to counterattack, but powerful skeleton was prepared and threw away his bone sword to grab the boar's tusks with both hands. By virtue of the innate divine power increase and the powerful force will be its death clamp. The boar struggled frantically, its front hooves digging into the ground, trying to break free. The skeleton's bone fingers were embedded into the boar's flesh like steel nails, and the boar did not move even though it struggled frantically. Shadow Dust seized the opportunity to aim his pistol at the boar's vitals and continuously pulled the trigger. Bullet after bullet hit the boar's body, blood splattered. The ordinary skeletons also took the opportunity to rush forward, their iron swords aiming at the boar's neck and slashing continuously. Under the rain of bullets and swordlight, the boar let out one last wail and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the opponent's word, thick skin and flesh. Thick skin C doesn't have much effect other than making you more resistant to being punched. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse it yourself. Name, Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Word, Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Dual Life S. Rank, 0. Rank 120.7%. Power, 2. Agility, 2. Physical Fitness, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike. An elite monster with a direct 20% increase in experience value. Not bad. Ink Shadow Dust walked forward and kicked the boar's corpse, and a flash of white light appeared in his eyes. Dropped equipment? Pig's Tusk Bone Knife White, Attack 2-3, Strength +1. Ink Shadow Dust slipped the pig tooth bone knife into Vigorous' hand, throwing away his original bone sword. It was much smoother this way. It's still practical to have a knife if you're only going to slash. Gives the skeleton warrior the skin and flesh word. Ink Shadow Dust gave a command, and the word looting system flashed with light. A faint layer of white light began to spread downwards from the skull of the skeletal warrior. Dense lines appeared on the surface of the bone, which then slowly expanded and deformed. The originally slender skeleton gradually became thick and solid, each bone thickened by 1/3. In the end, the skeleton warrior overall size is a full circle, standing there is more sturdy and majestic. Ink Dust nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you'll be called Iron Guard. Specialize in taking a beating in the team. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Phrase, Skin and Flesh. Rank, 0. Rank 1. Power, 3. Agility, 2. Physical Fitness, 3. Spirit, 2. Ink Shadow Dust is full of confidence. Go, continue. One person and two skeletons continued to look for monsters to hunt in the copy. Kill Gale Rabbit, gain 1% experience value. Kill Slime, gain 1% experience. The whole process behind it was much simpler, with Suemo Fong holding the gun by Ubu. The Iron Guard carries the monsters. Vigorous slashing. Ink Shadow Dust slowly advanced to the top of the hill. This kind of copy, there will be a guarding mini-boss at the exit, which is also considered to be an advance to give newbies a feel of the difficulty of raiding bosses. Upgrade successful, leveled up to 0 rank 2. Upgraded? Ink Shadow Dust didn't hesitate and directly added both of the attribute points gained from the upgrade to Spirit. Feeling his spiritual power for a moment. Summoning Skeleton. Ink Shadow Dust summoned another skeleton warrior. Preparation is complete. Confidently, he looked at the boss in front of him and prepared to start raiding. Ink Shadow Dust stood on the platform at the top of the mountain, gazing at the huge stone man in front of him that was nearly 3 meters tall. The stone man was covered in thick rock armor, holding a huge shield in his left hand, standing there quietly as if he was a statue. The eyes that were glowing with ghostly light, however, showed that it was a living thing. Iron Guard, go forward and test it. Mo Ingduan calmly ordered. Iron Guard rushed towards the stone man with his bone sword. Seeing this, the stone man directly raised his shield and swept it across the room, and Iron Guard barely managed to block with his sword, but he was still shaken back a few steps by the immense force. The Iron Guard's bones made an unbearable clicking sound. Power, attack from the side. Ordinary skeletons encircle from the other side. Ink Shadow Dust raised his gun and took aim, observing the battle. The 3 skeletons spread out, forming a triangle. Dolly was the first to attack, and the bone knife in his hand swung out a cold light to slash at the stone man's side abdomen. The stone man had to retract his shield to block, revealing an opening in his defense. Ink Shadow Dust seized the opportunity and fired several shots. The bullets hit the stone man, sparks flying everywhere, but only left shallow dents. The skin is too thick. Mo Shadow Dust frowned. The stone man suddenly stepped heavily on the ground, the earth trembled, and an earth-colored light rose from his feet, spreading throughout his body. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk as he realized that the dent he had made earlier was slowly healing. The ordinary skeleton was unsteady in its center of gravity and was slapped by the stone man with a shield, shattering most of its skeleton on the spot. The bones were scattered all over the place, but they were still tenaciously trying to get up. Seeing this, the Iron Guards immediately rushed forward to take their place, using their thick skin and flesh to bear the stone man's attacks. Dolly, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to hold his sword with both hands and ruthlessly slashed at the back of the stone man with the help of the divine power increase. With a click, a crack was finally made in the back of the stone man. However, the stone man once again stepped on the ground, and the crack began to slowly repair. Can't let it recover. Mo Shadow Dust immediately adjusted his firing angle, and the bullet hit the crack with precision, interrupting the stone man's recovery. The stone man's movements were slowed for a split second by the sustained hit. It's now! Ink Shadow Dust shouted. Iron Guard and Vigorous worked in silent coordination, one deadlocked on the stone man's shield, and the other swung his sword to pummel at the cracks. Although the ordinary skeletons were tattered and broken, they also desperately launched a charge, attacking non-stop with their bone swords. With the 3 skeletons holding them back, Ink Shadow Dust's bullets kept bombarding the cracks. The cracks gradually widened, and finally, with a boom, the back of the stone man crumbled into large chunks of rock. The stone man let out a low roar, violently turned around, the huge shield swept. Ordinary skeletons were hit head-on, their skeletons completely shattered. But its sacrifice created an opportunity for Vigor. Vigorously jumped up high, and the bone blade slashed at the stone man's head. The stone man raised his shield to block, but the Iron Guards held his legs. The stone man tried to step on the ground to recover, but found bone fragments from the common skeleton stuck in its joints. Ink Shadow Dust seized the last opportunity and fired several shots. The bullets accurately hit the cracks in the stone man's head, finally shattering it. The stone man that had lost its head fell to the ground with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. Mo Shadow Dust breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the remains of the ordinary skeleton on the ground with a complex expression. It was still not easy to brush alone. Just summoned the baby Ah. Just ga? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and looting the opponent's words, Shield Mastery, Earth Pulse. Chapter 6, How did I not know that I've switched to Gunslinger? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and looting the opponent's words, Shield Proficiency, Earth Pulse. Shield Mastery C. When using a shield, blocking ability is increased and the likelihood of being knocked back is reduced. Earth Pulse B. Constantly recovers from injuries when treading on the earth. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse it yourself. Ink Shadow Dust gazed at the rubble on the ground and gasped slightly. The afterglow of the battle had yet to dissipate, and the air was filled with the scent of smoke. He reached up and wiped the sweat from his forehead as his gaze fell on the remains of the common skeleton. Relieving his hands, which were numb from the recoil of the pistol. Raising his hand to gather necromantic energy, a ghostly light condensed in his palm. A new skeleton warrior rose from the ground, a ghostly blue flame flickering in its empty eye sockets. Ink Shadow Dust walked slowly towards the side of the portal. A wooden treasure chest slowly surfaced with the death of the guarding boss. This is the reward that must be given every time you pass a copy. He reached down and gently lifted the brass clasp, and the lid creaked slightly. Inside, a faint light shimmered, and a silver-white dagger lay silently on a red velvet lining. He picked up the dagger and scrutinized it carefully. The blade was sharp and thin, and the hilt was inlaid with a blue jewel. Iron Dagger, Attack 1-2, Agility +1. Ink Shadow Dust shook his head and put the dagger into the storage space. The attack power of the dagger was too low to be of much use to a skeleton warrior. Clean up the battlefield. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand. The three skeletons immediately sprang into action, searching through the ruins for trophies. Vigor used his bone knife to pluck away the rubble, while Iron Guard used his shield to push away the larger rocks. Suddenly, a green light came through the rubble. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. Iron Guard and Vigorous combined their efforts to move away the boulder, revealing a huge shield with an ancient shape. The surface of the shield was engraved with complex patterns, emitting a faint earth-colored light. Not a bad haul. Emo Shadow Dust picked up the giant shield and felt the power contained within. He opened the system interface and began to check the newly acquired words. Shield Proficiency and Earth Pulse, both good defense-type phrases. After thinking for a moment, Ink Shadow Dust decided to bestow both of these phrases on the Iron Guard. Emo Shadow Dust raised his hand and pressed it towards the Iron Guard's skeleton, and two earth-colored rays of light flowed out from his palm, slowly flowing along the bone lines like a stream. Ancient runes surfaced on the surface of the Iron Guard's skeleton, gradually merging with those rays. As the brightness of the runes grew stronger, the entire skeleton was enveloped by a thick layer of earth-colored halo, as if it had established some sort of strange connection with the earth. A moment later, the glow dissipated, leaving faint traces of the runes on the Iron Guard's skeleton. Ink Shadow Dust handed the giant shield to Iron Guard. This is for you as well. Iron Guard received the giant shield, and a strange light flashed in his empty eyes. Ink Shadow Dust opened the attribute panel and scrutinized Iron Guard's data changes. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Words: Thick Skin, Earth Wave, Shield Mastery. Equipped Weapon, Rock Shield Physique +1. Level, 0 Rank 2. Power, 4. Agility, 3. Physical Fitness, 6. Spirit, 3. This attribute. A hint of surprise flashed in Emo Shadow Dust's eyes. I'm afraid that there weren't many defense professionals of the same rank that could compare to the current Iron Guard. Emo Shadow Dust gently rubbed his chin as a glint flashed in his eyes. He turned around and looked around to make sure there was no missing loot. Come on, time to get out. The moment Ink Shadow Dust passed through the portal, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. A system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations on clearing the simple difficulty copy. Normal difficulty has been unlocked and can be selected when entering the copy. His figure solidified in the light and stood on the school square. The sun was still shining brightly, but the square was filled with a heavy aura of blood. Wailing sounds came from all around, and many students fell to the ground, carrying all kinds of wounds on their bodies. Some were covering their bloody arms, others were pressing on their abdominal wounds, and still others were sitting paralyzed on the ground with empty eyes. Emo Ingduan looked around, his eyes searching for Yin Jipeng's figure in the crowd. That team was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if they were still struggling in the copy or had already entered the copy again. The school gave each person 3 replicas today. This kind of novice copy, which is relatively low in difficulty, is only available at the school, and is considered to be a benefit given to novices by the Dragon Kingdom. Ink Shadow Dust did find Xia Yunqi's figure in the corner of the square. She was sitting cross-legged with her body covered in injuries, her eyes closed tightly, her chest rising and falling as she regulated her breathing to recover. Emo Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and noticed that there was something odd about the wounds on her body. Those wounds didn't look like they were caused by an ordinary weapon, but rather like they were burned by some kind of energy. While he was pondering, Xia Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes and her gaze shot towards Emo Ingsuan like electricity. Seeing that it was Emo Ingsuan who was observing her. Noticed that Emo Shadow Dust's body was clean and dry, not injured at all. Revealing a hint of ridicule, he closed his eyes and continued to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, a student discovered Emo Ingduan standing in the square unharmed. Isn't that Emo Shadow Dust? An exclamation broke the wailing in the square. The surrounding gazes turned to Emo Ingduan with surprise and disbelief. He's not soloing a copy? How did he come out so quickly? Passed the level? Zhao Hao stepped out from the crowd with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Pass? With him? Zhao Hao looked around, his voice rising. Everyone has experienced copy difficulty, and the group is fighting so hard. He reached out and pointed at Xia Yunqi. Look guys, even Xia Yunqi, who has S-rank talent plus a hidden profession, was injured like this after a successful solo brush. He's a basic profession, what makes him pass? Whispers resounded around them. Yeah, seeing as he's not hurt at all, he must be faking it. probably standing at the door not daring to move. Scared silly at the sight of the monster. Scoffs followed. Mo Shadowdust's expression was calm as he swept his gaze over the crowd, as if these taunts had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, someone noticed that he had 2 pistols on his back waist. So that's how it is, he switched to being a gunman. This sentence triggered a new round of discussion. This little cutie. Reading stupidly, right, only remembering that talents and professions should be matched? With that trash talent of his, he can only be paired with a gunner. The problem is, hidden professions aren't better than that? He let go of the hidden profession and had to go forcefully match the talent? Zhao Hao laughed out loud. Mo Shadowdust, you really aren't afraid to disgrace yourself. Mo Shadowdust remained silent, his gaze falling on Zhao Hao. There was a coldness in the calmness of those eyes, as piercing as ice. Zhao Hao's heart chilled at the look, and he forced down his discomfort. What? Don't dare to speak. What did you encounter in the copy? It's not like you're going to pee your pants at the weakest monster, is it? A burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm. Chapter 7, The Life and Death Stage. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm. He raised his eyes, his gaze icy cold as he scanned the crowd. It's just a novice copy, is it hard to brush it alone? This calm tone implied sarcasm, provoking more laughter. You punk, how dare you pretend to be here? I'm afraid you're just standing at the door scared out of your wits, aren't you? With that garbage talent of his, what kind of monster can he beat? I guess he knows that no one is willing to group him up, pretending to say that he brushes alone, what a shame. Didn't you see other young Master Zhao brushing in a group? Yeah, young Master Zhao is really steady, he triggered the heaven and earth anomaly when he changed jobs, and he's still steadily teaming up to brush the book. Scoffs rose and fell, echoing in the square. Mo Yingwan's expression was bland, and his gaze fell on Zhao Hao. You guys can really wash Zhao Hao, this trash. And heaven and earth visions, huh? Xia Yunqi also opened her eyes at this time and looked in Mo Yingwan's direction. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile, her eyes filled with contempt. Zhao Hao noticed Xia Yunqi's reaction and his heart stirred. He took big strides to walk in front of Mo Yingsuan, looking down from above. Ink Shadowdust, didn't you make yourself out to be very capable? You're all capable of soloing a copy. Since you're so powerful, when you return from the wilderness in 7 days, do you dare to go on the life and death stage with me? The square was instantly quiet when these words came out. Everyone's eyes were focused on these two. Ink Shadowdust was slightly stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Transmigrants experienced all sorts of killings all year round, naturally generating a lot of sorrows and grudges. The various rings were the place to resolve the sorrows. The life and death stage, moreover, was the ultimate place to settle grudges between transmigrants. Before going to the stage, you sign a contract of life and death, and your life and death are determined by your fate. Even if you get killed, you deserve it. No one would step onto the life and death stage easily. What? Don't dare. Zhao Hao revealed a sneering smile. Sure enough, he's a waste. A cold light flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Why don't you dare? These 4 words were so loud that they shook the hearts of the crowd. You're still a little smart, knowing to leave yourself 7 days of development time. Mo Shadowdust mockingly looked at Zhao Hao. A flash of surprise flashed through Zhao Hao's eyes, then he laughed maniacally. Good, very good. In 7 days, I'm going to show everyone what it means to have a gap in talent. Xia Yunqi suddenly stood up and coldly watched the scene. Her gaze lingered on Mo Yingsuan for a moment before she suddenly opened her mouth. We are all classmates, so going up to the life and death stage is not necessary. Mo Yingchen was surprised in his heart, this was something Xia Yunqi could say? Then he was relieved. The current Xia Yunqi was nothing more than a young girl who had just been transferred. It was far from reaching the point in her previous life where she viewed low-level professionals as ants. There was still a trace of affection left in his heart for Mo Shadowdust's care for so many years. Yunqi, you don't care, it's this punk who promised on his own. So many people heard it just now. Zhao Hao said in a hurry. It was so hard to find a chance to dispose of Mo Yingduan in an honorable manner, how could he let it go? Since we're going to be on the life and death stage, why don't we add a little more color? Mo Yingduan ignored Xia Yunqi and suddenly opened his mouth. Zhao Hao frowned slightly. What do you want? Just bet on a first-order skill book. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Zhao Hao's pupils shrank. A first-rank skill book? Naturally, he didn't have any, but how could this trash, Mo Shadowdust, win against himself? Go back and beg for father's words. Okay, so what if I win? Ink Shadowdust was silent for a moment. Do you want my life the most? If you win, you'll naturally get your wish. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Alright, a deal is a deal. Even if you're here with empty gloves, but your life, Zhao Hao, will take it. It's a deal. The two men's gazes met, as if invisible sparks were bursting through the air. The students in the plaza whispered. Mo Shadowdust is crazy, isn't he? Zhao Hao is a great dark mage and has an awakened staff. How can he win with a basic profession? Isn't this looking for death? Ink Shadow Dust ignored it and turned around to enter the copy again. His back was as straight as a pine, as if he had no regard for life and death. Zhao Hao looked at his back, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. 7 days later, I will make you regret your arrogance today. Xia Yunqi looked at this scene from afar, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. She suddenly felt as if this teenager, who had once cared for her so much, had changed a lot. His tone, as if, really not lying? Xia Yunqi shook her head violently. No way, how could he not be lying? It was impossible for him, a basic profession, to have soloed a copy. The chatter in the square dissipated. The sun was still bright, but it couldn't shine into some people's gloomy minds. Ink Shadow Dust stood within the copy, his fingers caressing the pistol on his waist. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. 7 days was certainly the time Zhao Hao had left for his own development, but how was it not his chance? 7 days? It's very long. Long enough for him to make Zhao Hao pay for today's ridicule. The most important thing now was to hurry up and finish brushing the 3 copies. Then go to the field to get that chance. 7 days later, the life and death stage will naturally reveal the outcome. The summoning technique was activated, and 3 skeletons burrowed out of the ground. Dolly wielded a pig-tusked bone blade, and Iron Guard carried a rocky shield on his back. Normal difficulty, it shouldn't be too hard. Ink Shadow Dust gripped his pistol tightly and followed the Iron Guard who was scouting in front of him, stepping into the dark and damp cave. The smell of decay hit his face, and the walls were crawling with moss. The stench unique to kobold lairs filled the air. Kobolds ah! A man's lifelong enemy. How many goddesses have been ruined at your hands? It's no burden to kill you. Footsteps startled the patrolling kobolds, and shrill howls resounded through the cavern. Power, Iron Guard, go! The 2 skeletons rushed towards the group of kobolds, their bone swords waving and their shields blocking. Ink Shadow Dust stood at the back, his pistol firing continuously. The bullets pierced through the kobold's skull and green blood splattered. A kobold sneaks in from the side and is blocked by the Iron Guards in time. Vigor seized the opportunity and slashed his bone knife across the kobold's throat. The cooperation is getting better and better. Ink Shadow Dust nodded in satisfaction and continued deeper into the cave. The sound of a bowstring vibrating came from ahead. Be careful, it's an elite monster. Ink Shadow Dust let out a bellow. Only to see a goblin archer standing tall on a raised stone pillar above the cave, his greenish-black fingers resting on the bowstring. In an instant, multiple arrows broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The Iron Guards immediately raised their rock shields and protected Mo Ingduan behind them. The arrows struck the shield surface with a dense crashing sound, and a few arrows even embedded themselves deeply into the shield. Dolly, on the other hand, took this opportunity and circled out from behind the rocks on the side, his pig-tusk bone blade glowing with a chilling light in the gloom. Ink Shadow Dust aimed several shots at the shooter's position, and the bullets intersected with a new round of incoming arrows in the air. The elite-level goblin archer displayed amazing agility, twisting his body like a loach and dodging most of the bullets. Just then, Vigor had already rushed to the shooter's side. With the added strength of his innate divine power, the bone blade swung with a whistling wind. The goblin archer had to retract his bow to deal with it, and the longbow collided with the bone knife, making a crisp collision sound. The Iron Guard saw this and rushed up as well, his shield proficiency allowing him to perfectly block the archer's counter arrows. The 2 skeleton warriors formed a pincer attack, forcing the archer to not be able to focus on his aim. Ink Shadow Dust seized the opportunity and fired the dual guns in his hands at point-blank range, the bullets accurately hitting the goblin archer's vitals. The elite monster was ultimately unable to defeat the 3-sided siege, and its body turned into a bit of fluorescent light that dissipated into the air. The goblin archer's body dissipated into fluorescence, and 2 rays of light coalesced in the air to form a word message. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and looting the opponent's words, Eagle Eyes, Long-Range Damage Enhancement. Chapter 8, The more you fight, the more courageous you become. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target, looting the opponent's words, Eagle Eyes, Long-Range Damage Enhancement. Chapter 8, The more you fight, the more courageous you become. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target, looting the opponent's words, Eagle Eyes, Long-Range Damage Enhancement. Eagle's Eye C enhances the accuracy of long-range attacks and reduces the probability of the target's evasion. Ranged Damage Enhancement C increases the damage of long-range weapons by 20%. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them yourself. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Not a bad phrase, just right for my twin guns. He closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the word bank, feeling the words gradually merge with himself. A warm current surged through his entire body, and he could clearly feel the killing power contained in the twin guns in his hands become stronger. There was also a goblin longbow lying on the ground. Keep it for now, it might be useful. All kinds of weapons were basically something he would have to collect in large quantities in the future. After all, skeleton warriors could equip weapons. It's a pity that skeletons can't wear other equipment, or else give each skeleton a whole set, and they wouldn't just take off? Moving on, the cave became more open. The three skeletons continued to harvest the lives of the kobolds. Ink Shadow Dust felt the experience rising. It's so refreshing. Getting experience without having to do it yourself, isn't that better than some crap shooter? A deafening roar echoed through the cavern, and rubble crashed down. The 2.5-meter tall kobold leader paced out of the shadows, a pair of blackened steel gloves on his muscular arms, making the ground tremble slightly with each step. Finally, a decent opponent. Excitement flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes as he quickly gestured to give tactical orders. The Iron Guard took the lead in charging, his rock shield smashing heavily into the chief's knee joint. The leader fell to one knee in pain, but quickly adjusted his posture and crossed his arms to block the successive bullets from Ink Shadow Dust. Vigorously seizing the opportunity of battle, he surged forward in a low stance, his bone knife drawing a harsh arc in the air. The kobold leader did not retreat but advanced, his fists swung out like a storm. Only to hear a click sound, a crack appeared in the sternum of Vigor, and the whole skeleton was blown away by a few meters. The effect of the attack is getting worse and worse. Ink Shadow Dust noticed that the chief's skin was gradually becoming tougher, and his movements were getting swifter and swifter. This was clearly some kind of talent that was making him stronger and stronger. The thought of plundering such a powerful and useful talent in a moment. Ink Shadow Dust was secretly excited. The double guns in his hands kept firing at point-blank range. Suddenly, the chief's eyes turned red and he raised his head to the sky. He leapt high into the air, and both of his fists blasted the ground carrying a terrifying force. Shockwaves spread like ripples, kicking up dust in the sky. The three were forced to retreat by this power. After releasing the skill, the goblin leader clearly showed a hint of fatigue and stood on the ground with a slight bow of his body. Vigorously, "This is the time, strike with all your might," Ink Shadow Dust shouted as he seized the moment. Vigorously gripping the bone blade, the innate divine power effect was in full effect, and the entire skeleton creaked. It rushed towards the leader like an arrow off the string, the pig-toothed bone blade aiming straight for the vitals. The Iron Guards tacitly cooperated, and their rock shields blocked the chief's arm that was trying to block. The moment the leader revealed a fatal flaw, Mo Ingsuan aimed at his temple and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the chief's skull, and this powerful opponent finally fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations on leveling up to 0 rank 3. Upgraded? As the goblin leader's corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud, a dark purple light slowly emerged from the corpse. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target, plundering the opponent's word. The more you fight, the more you are brave. B. Strength and agility increase by 10% per minute for the duration of the battle, stacking up to 5 times. Fighting Master C. Proficient in unarmed combat. When fighting unarmed without a weapon, damage is increased. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them yourself. Ink Shadow Dust looked at the more and more courage words in the system library with satisfaction. Not a bad phrase. Mo Shadow Dust said softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It's just right for Vigor to use. Fuse the words into Vigor. Ink Shadow Dust rubbed his hands together, finally coming to the words that Skeleton 3 could use. He now realized that it was no wonder that Necromancer was the basic profession. Skeletons that don't fuse words are really just cannon fodder. You may be able to play with the Undead Plague in the later stages, but until you get the numbers up in the early stages, it's really not much use. Ink Shadow Dust stretched out his right hand, and a ray of light emerged from his palm. The fighting darling word turned into a dark golden ray of light suspended in the air, and with a flick of his hand, the ray of light disappeared into the chest cavity of the last skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's skeleton glowed with a faint golden aura, his bones clicked, and the bone sword in his hand slowly melted and shrunk back into his bones. The bones of his hands clearly began to become thicker. Not bad, from now on. Let's call you Master Yi. After observing the changes in Master Yi, Ink Shadow Dust went up to check the equipment dropped by the goblin chief. After rummaging around for half a day, he couldn't find where the equipment was. 3 black lines appeared on Mo Shadow Dust's brain. No way, so backward? First time playing a normal level copy and the guard boss doesn't give me any equipment drops? Ink Shadow Dust sighed and walked towards the shimmering treasure chest at the end of the copy. He reached out and gently lifted the treasure chest, and a ghostly green light spilled out from within. A bone pendant with an ancient shape was lying quietly inside the box, and the pendant took on the shape of an irregular crescent moon. The surface was carved with intricate skull patterns, and a ghostly green gemstone was inlaid in the center. This is a Necromancer exclusive equipment? Ink Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk. As a reborn, he was well aware of the preciousness of exclusive equipment. He carefully cupped the pendant and felt the necromantic energy contained within. The bone lines on the surface of the pendant glowed with a faint green light the moment it touched him, as if responding to the arrival of its new owner. White bone pendant green, exclusive equipment for necromancers, gaining the passive skill skeleton enhancement. Good luck. The corner of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a rare smile. He put the pendant on his neck, and the cold touch spread along his skin. As the wearing was completed, a cold energy was instantly injected into his body. A faint green halo surfaced on the skeletons of the 3 skeletons at the same time, and their aura was obviously strengthened by a few points. Ink Shadow Dust opened the attribute panel to complete the upgrade and add points. Name: MO Shadow Dust. Profession: Necromancer. Phrase: Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Dual Life S, Eagle Eye C, Long Range Damage Enhancement C. Equipment: White Bone Pendant Green. Weapon: Type 92 Pistol 2. Level: 0 Rank 3. Power: 4. Agility: 4. Physical Fitness: 4. Spirit: 9. Skills: Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike, Skeleton Enhancement Equipment Skill. There's still one last copy left. Chapter 9, He Took So Much and You Didn't Even Realize It. Inside the Wraith Grassland copy. Ink Shadow Dust continued to push forward with the 4 skeleton warriors. The sunlight sprinkled on the verdant grass, and the breeze gently swayed the tips of the grass. Vigorously wielding his pigtooth bone blade, he cut an onrushing werewolf in 2 with a single slash. Ironguard held up his rock shield and steadily blocked the sharp claws of another werewolf. Master Yi swung out with both fists, and his bone knuckles clashed with the werewolf's skull with a crisp ringing sound. MO Shadow Dust stood at the back, firing his Type 92 pistol point blank, the bullets accurately hitting the vitals of each target. These werewolves are also too weak. Ink Shadow Dust shook his head. Monsters of this level posed no threat to them. Soon, advancing all the way into the depths of the copy, a huge-sized elite werewolf roared out. "That's you!" MO Shadow Dust's eyes stared as the bone spikes coalesced in his hands. Dolly and Master Yi rushed forward at the same time, one swinging his sword and the other throwing punches. The elite werewolf swung its sharp claws and forced the 2 skeletons back. The Iron Guard raised his shield and stepped forward, steadily blocking the werewolf's attack. The bone spikes in MO Shadow Dust's hands broke through the air and accurately stabbed into the werewolf's chest. Damage deepens. A dark red glow emerged from the werewolf's body. Vigor seized the opportunity and the pig toothbone knife slashed at the werewolf's neck. Master Yi threw an uppercut, causing the werewolf to stagger back. After a few rounds of coordination, the elite werewolf fell to the ground with a thud. Congratulations on killing the elite monster and obtaining the word, Little Luxie. Little Luxie, attacks have a very low probability of dealing a critical hit. Ink Shadow Dust continued to lead the group forward and soon reached the end of the copy. A giant wolf king was creeping in its lair and immediately stormed out when it saw the intruders. Go! The 3 skeletons struck out at the same time, cooperating to launch an attack. The Wolf King's strength was indeed strong, but under MO Shadow Dust's command, the skeletons attacked in a well-organized manner. Finally, after a round of fierce attacks, the Wolf King also fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing the boss and obtaining the phrase, Battle Rage C. Battle Roar C. Let out a roar that slightly increases the attack power of surrounding friendly troops. Use them all for vigor. Ink Shadow Dust injected the 2 words into vigorous. This novice copy was simply a benefit that the Dragon Kingdom had sent him. Each copy had an elite monster and a guardian boss for him to loot for words. Meanwhile, inside the MO family mansion, the door of the MO family slowly opened, and MO Bingning stepped in with her high heels and a long black dress. Big Miss is back. The housekeeper was the first to greet her and bent down respectfully. Quickly go prepare hot tea. Bring Missy's favorite rose tea. Clean up the parlor. A group of subordinates immediately got busy and prepared in an orderly manner. 2 rows of maids lined up neatly and slightly bowed. Welcome home, Mississippi. The butler personally held an umbrella for MO Bingning and carefully escorted her up the steps. The kitchen had already started to prepare her favorite snacks, and the gardener in the garden hurriedly trimmed her favorite roses. There were respectful smiles on everyone's faces and eyes full of awe and respect. This kind of greeting contrasted sharply with the coldness and detachment of MO Ingsuan when he returned home. Walking into the living room, his gaze fell on the MO family's second daughter, MO Euro. You're still in the mood to snack here? MO Euro leans lazily on the sofa, clutching a handful of chips in her hand. Big sister, just leave me alone, I've taken care of the company. On the contrary, it's you. Aren't you on the verge of entering the ranks of high-ranking professionals? What are you doing running home if you're not outside to catch up on your cultivation? MO Bingning frowned and walked to the window to look outside. Can I not come back for something as big as my little brother's awakening and transfer? Do you know what profession little brother ended up switching to? Seems like he awakened a trashy rank talent. As for the transfer, don't know, didn't ask. Didn't ask? You didn't ask about such a big thing? What do you do at home every day? My little brother grew up in an orphanage and lacked the love and care of his relatives. Why don't you care at all? And awakened an E-rank talent? It's impossible, huh? Even if he lacked cultivation materials since he was a child, he's been back for 5 years, practicing the family's secret method, plus the cultivation materials provided by the family. Even the worst talent shouldn't be E-rank. MO Euro skimmed her mouth. Then where would I know? It's still not that he himself is too wasteful. Simply wasting the family's resources. And big sister, you don't come back here to preach as soon as you come back. If you wanna care, you care yourself. What's the use of just talking? You were only a bit more enthusiastic in the days when he first came back. Have you said more than 10 sentences to him since then? Mo Bingning was dumbfounded by her sister's dislike. It was true that she hadn't cared much about Mo Ingsuan in a substantial way. But in her heart, she was the eldest daughter of the Mo family and a genius in cultivation. The most she should do was to work hard on her cultivation and strive for a greater voice for the family. As for taking care of her brother, isn't there someone else at home? The second and third sisters are at home. Mom and dad are home too. Not to mention all the maids. Where's little brother? Tell him to come see me. Mo Bingning said to Mo Euro. Not in the slightest did she notice that there was anything wrong with the matter of her letting Mo Ingsuan come to see her. It was as if Mo Shadowdust was just a servant of the Mo family who should be ready to meet his summons at any time. Who knows, that brat is out of his mind all day long. Mo Euro responded carelessly. Mo Bingning's frown deepened as she turned her head and asked the butler standing at the side to find Mo Ing Chen. The butler respectfully bent down and left, his footsteps briskly crossing the corridor and disappearing around the corner. Mo Bingning stood by the window, her eyes looking through the neatly trimmed rose bushes into the distance. Mo Euro was still lazily lying on the sofa, the sound of potato chips being chewed extraordinarily clear in the quiet living room. Time passed by minute, but the housekeeper was late in returning. Just as Mo Bingning frowned and was about to send someone to urge him, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. The butler ran back to the living room in a panic, followed by a terrified-looking maid. "Missy, it's not good." Fine beads of sweat oozed from the butler's forehead, and his voice trembled. "I've asked all the subordinates in the house, the young master hasn't returned home for 2 days. And the things in his room have all disappeared." Mo Bingning violently turned around, her gaze piercing the housekeeper like a knife. What? What are you guys doing? He took away so many things, and not one of you guys even noticed?" The butler lowered his head and didn't dare to squeak, rubbing his hands together incessantly. The maid on the side, however, could not help but mutter in a small voice, "Just his 2 clothes, a worn-out book bag can fit, where to find out?" Mo Bingning frowned, not understanding what she meant, and her gaze turned to the maid. "What did you say?" The maid trembled in fear and immediately lowered her head, not daring to make another sound. Chapter 10. Even my restroom is bigger than this one. Just at this moment, a servant's respectful voice came from outside the door. "Third Mrs. Back bought so many things? Let me help you carry it." The villa door slowly pushed open, and a strong perfume odor hit the face. Mo Schwerer stepped into the living room with her red-soled high-heeled shoes, followed by a male maid carrying a large bag. She was wearing a dark green suit of the latest model from Luyun Pavilion today, the delicately cut fabric outlining perfect curves. Hanging around her neck was a white gold necklace produced by Starlight Workshop, and the necklace pendant was a thumb-sized blue spirit stone that flowed with a mysterious glow under the light. On her wrist, she wore a limited edition wristwatch from Time Pavilion, with a dial cut from moonstone and a scale of ancient runes outlined in gold wire. Her earlobes were adorned with dream quartz teardrop earrings, which were set with a rare pink starstone in the center, framing her skin like jade. Each piece of jewelry was worth a lot of money, and this outfit alone was worth 10 years of an ordinary person's salary. "Put everything on the coffee table." Mo Schwerer casually pointed, and the maid immediately placed the 20 or so shopping bags in her hands neatly on the coffee table. The logos of the major luxury brands of the Luyun Pavilion, the Starlight Place, and the Time Pavilion shone in the light. "Big sister." Mo Schwerer's eyes lit up when she saw Mo Bingning, and she affectionately pounced over. Instead, Mo Bingning expressionlessly avoided her hug. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Mo Schwerer asked, tilting her head suspiciously as she sensed the eerie atmosphere in the room. The butler came to her ear and explained in a low voice. "That's it, huh?" Mercer bristled in disbelief. "Where can that kid run off to? Eating and drinking for nothing all day and wasting the family's resources. With his little cultivation, he won't survive for more than a few days outside before he has to come back and beg the family to support him." Mo Schwerer waved her hand and stepped on her high heels to walk upstairs. "You guys take your time to study, I'll go upstairs to take off my makeup first. I'm exhausted after shopping all day." Her voice faded away, leaving behind only a string of crisp high heels. Mo Bingning stood in place, her brows locked. Her gaze was cold as she turned to the housekeeper. "Lead the way to my little brother's room." The butler trembled and hurriedly bent down to answer. Mo Euro also gracefully stepped to follow, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. The butler led the two of them through the lavishly decorated front hall, but suddenly turned to a side compartment at the stairway. Mo Bingning frowned. "I asked you to take me to my little brother's room, what are you doing bringing me here?" The butler lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Mo Bingning's sharp gaze. The maid pulled out a rusty key from her pocket, her fingers shaking slightly. "Missy, this is the little young master's room." The key was inserted into the lock hole with a piercing friction sound. With a click sound, the old wooden door slowly opened. In front of me was a musty smell, mixed with the smell of dampness. Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted. What met her eyes was a narrow cubicle of less than 10 square meters. There was a rusty iron bed in the corner, with only a thin yellow quilt on the bed. Against the wall stood a crooked hanger, clean and dry, no clothes hanging. A dilapidated desk stood close to the wall, and there were 2 holes in the desktop that were cracked from too many years of use. Mo Bingning stepped into the room with her high heels, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, her delicate eyebrows knitting up slightly. This is his room? She reached out and brushed the desk. Even my bathroom is bigger than this. Mo Ro stood in the doorway, also stiffening. The young master of the Mo family was actually living in this kind of place? Mo Bingning turned around, her gaze shooting at the housekeeper like a knife. Explain. Cold sweat oozed from the butler's forehead and his voice trembled. When the young master first came back, the family had a big banquet for 3 days, and the rooms were all full. The master said to find a random place for him to stay first, and then arrange another room later. This residence is so many years. Mo Ro exclaimed in disbelief. But I've never heard him complain in all these years. Mo Bingning clenched her fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms. She remembered Mo Ingsuan's gentle smile every time she saw herself. Thinking of how he always stood silently in the corner, watching his family's back. So he lived in a place like this. Turns out he lives this kind of life. And she, as a sister, never cared. Find everything he has. Mo Bingning's voice was icy cold. The maid hurriedly opened the bedside drawer. Inside were only a few worn textbooks and a pencil that was almost used up. Other than that, there was nothing else. Mo Bingning picked up one of the textbooks and flipped through it. On the title page, the words Mo Ingduan were neatly written. The handwriting was clear and forceful, and was characterized by stubbornness. He doesn't even have a decent room. Mo Bingning's voice was hoarse. And yet none of us ever asked where he lived. Mo Bingning closed her textbook, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. Must find him back. Mo Bingning turned and left the cubicle in large strides. She didn't dare to look at the cramped space again. Afraid to face the naked truth. Turns out she'd always thought she cared. But it was ridiculously self-righteous. The butler and the maid looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. Mo Ro took one last look at this gloomy room and also turned around to follow Mo Bingning away. Her elegant pace also messed up the rhythm. Who would have thought? The youngest young master of the Mo family. Surprisingly, he's living at a snail's pace in such a corner that doesn't see the light of day. And all these years they've been sisters, but they haven't even asked about it? Mo Bingning returned to the center of the living room, her gaze falling on the stacked garment bags that Mo Schwer had just placed on the coffee table. Each one was worth a lot of money, and each one was carefully selected. But now it seemed that all these expensive clothes were so ridiculous. She suddenly reacted to what the maid had just said. How could little brother have too much clothing when even his room was in that state of disrepair? Mo Ro. Mo Bingning's voice was as cold as ice. Is this the way you take care of your brother? Mo Ro pursed her lips, a trace of uneasiness flashing in her eyes. How did I know it would be like this? She strained her neck, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. The family pays him on time every month, and he won't do it himself? Besides, haven't you been home a lot over the years? Why didn't you realize? Mo Bingning froze in place. Second sister was right. She is not the same. Every time she came home, she was just busy with her own cultivation. Never really cared about my brother's life. Mo Bingning slowly sat down on the sofa and rubbed her brow. The clothes on the coffee table stung her eyes. Put all these clothes away. She waved her hand. Send it to charity. Tell Muriel to buy less of these things in the future, she can barely fit in that closet. The maid rushed forward to clean up. Mo Bingning leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. The lean figure of her brother emerged in her mind. He always stood silently in the corner. Always facing everyone with a gentle smile. Never complains. Never complaining. The living room fell into dead silence. Chapter 11 Home? Which home? The living room fell into dead silence. No one spoke. Mo Bingning opened her eyes and looked at the gloomy sky outside. I don't know when it started to drizzle. The raindrops hit the glass with a slight rattle. After a while, the butler walked briskly into the parlor. Found it. The school is organizing a novice copy today, the young master must be at school. Mo Bingning directly stood up straight and walked outside. I'll go find him. She turned back and glanced at Mo Ro, who wanted to follow. You don't have to go, just reflect at home. After saying that, he opened the door of the villa. A push away the umbrella handed over by the butler. A dark purple light rose from his body, and all the raindrops falling from the sky were blocked out of the light. Not a single drop could come close to her clothing. Mo Ro rose up in the air and actually flew directly towards the direction of Mo Ing Chen's school. The rain made crystalline arcs in the air. Mo Bingning's figure pierced through the rain curtain and traveled in the direction of Su Bei No. 1 Middle School. The dark purple spiritual power shield blocked out the rain, which was particularly eye-catching under the gloomy sky. Her eyes were as cold as ice, but her heart was churning with emotions that were hard to quell. Subei First Middle School soon appeared in the field of vision. On the square in the center of the campus, a huge portal emitted a ghostly blue light. Hundreds of students surrounded the portal, whispering. Mo Bingning directly descended from the sky and landed in front of the teleportation gate. Her appearance instantly triggered the entire square. Oh my god, who is this? It's even flying over. I don't know who it is, but it must be a big shot. Flying would have to be a third-ranked professional to do it. There are only a handful of occupiers who can fly in Sobiai City. The dark purple spiritual power shield on that body, it can't be Shadow Warlock Mo Bingning, right? The Mo family's eldest miss? How did she come to our school, to look for Mo Shadowdust? The students' murmurs rose and fell. Mo Bingning's complexion was cold as her eyes searched the crowd for her brother's figure. Ms. Mo, what brings you here? A thick voice came from the sky. Principal Li Zuojian's body shone with a light golden color as he flew in from the direction of the office building. His speed was much slower than Mo Bingning's, but it still drew a lot of gasps from the students. Principal Li. Mo Bingning nodded slightly. I've come to look for my brother, Mo Ingduan. Li Zuojian's expression froze for a moment. Ink Shadow Dust student? Principal Li hurriedly looked at the teachers who were maintaining order in the square. Shen Yun walked over to the two. Ink Shadow Dust is now in the copy. Mo Bingning frowned slightly. When did you go in? About 20 minutes ago. A trace of doubt flashed in Li Zuojian's eyes as he listened to Chen Yun's explanation. Mo Ingduan had always kept a low profile at school and had never seen his family come to him. Today, Mo Bingning suddenly appeared, which really made him a bit surprised. Then I'll wait for him. Mo Bingning stepped aside and leaned under a large tree. The rain was blocked by the spiritual power shield, forming a strange barrier around her. The students didn't dare to approach, but only watched the legendary Shadow Warlock from afar. Li Zuojian didn't say much either and floated over to the teleportation portal to maintain order. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, the portal emitted a violent fluctuation. Someone is coming out. The students' attention was immediately drawn to them. A figure walked out of the portal. It was a scrawny teenager with two black pistols in his hands. The body was clean and spotless. It's Mo Shadowdust. Mo Bingning's pupils contracted violently. Gunman? The little brother actually switched to this basic profession? Ink Shadow Dust seemed to have noticed his sister's presence as well. He turned his head and his gaze met with Mo Bingning. The teenager's eyes were still gentle, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was not surprised by his sister's sudden appearance. Big sister. He greeted softly. Mo Bingning stared dead at the twin guns that were stuck in his back. Mo Ing Chen's flat words and casual stance were completely different from the image of the younger brother in his memory who always stood quietly in the corner but looked at himself with a burning gaze. When did you awaken the gunner profession? Mo Bingning's voice was a little bit shy. Yesterday. Mo Shadowdust casually touched the twin guns on his back. Didn't bother to explain his occupation. Everyone misunderstands his profession. It's pretty good too. You can never have too much of the undercard thing. Come home with me. In the end, Mo Bingning only uttered such a sentence. Mo Ing Chen raised his eyes to look at the dark clouds in the distance. The rain was still pouring down, hitting the ground and stirring up countless splashes. Home? Which home? A gentle smile curled his lips. If you're talking about that villa south of the city, I'm sorry, that's not my home. Mo Bingning's pupils shrunk slightly as she stared at this brother in front of her. His appearance was still clean and gentle, and his tone was still soft. But those words fell on her ears, but they were like cold ice piercing her bones. The surrounding students held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between the sibling duo. Little brother, how can you say that? Mo Bingning frowned, a hint of reproach in her tone. Even if we pay less attention to you, it's still your home. Home? Inkshade Dust let out a light laugh. A place that has never given me warmth, that has never cared whether I live or die, is worthy of being called home? He raised a hand to brush over the twin guns at his waist. 13 years ago, I grew up in an orphanage. When you guys found me, I thought I finally had a home. I tried so hard to fit in. That's me being proud that I have some such wonderful sisters. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Mo Bingning's face changed slightly. Rainwater flowed over the spiritual power shield around her, refracting a purple halo. What do you mean by that? A flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Since she was a child, she had always been the proud daughter of heaven. When had anyone dared to speak to her in such a tone? Where are you going to stay if you don't go home? Mo Bingning questioned in a cold voice. Over the years, the monthly living expenses given to you haven't decreased by a single cent. You live outside and spend the family's money as well. Is it possible to stay away from home for the rest of your life? Ink Shadow Dust suddenly laughed. That smile was filled with mockery. pay me monthly living expenses? He shook his head gently. Big sister, go back and ask whoever is in charge of this. In all these years, when have I ever received a penny from the family? Every cent I've spent, I've found a way to earn on my own. Mo Bingning froze. She suddenly remembered the shabby stairway cubicle where her brother lived. Damp and dank, without even the most basic furniture. Now it seems. She reluctantly continued her questioning. Then, what about the cultivation resources provided by the family? Her voice faded. Secret family law. She stopped herself before the words were finished. Why don't you say something? Mo Shadowdust's gaze was icy cold. Go on. Mo Bingning's heart trembled. The younger brother had awakened the lowest level E-grade talent. This kind of talent was simply a disgrace in the Mo family. But talent is something that before awakening can be enhanced through secret methods and cultivation resources. If no one even cares about the monthly living expenses, then the cultivation resources and family secret methods. He probably never got them at all either. She looked up at her brother. The teenager still wore a gentle smile. But that smile sent chills down her spine. She opened her mouth to speak. No need to explain. Tell those people at home that I, Mo Shadowdust, never owed them a single penny. In the future, please don't disturb my life again either. Ink Shadowdust turned around and left. Wait. Mo Bingning reached out and tried to pull her brother back. She reached out but lowered her hand feebly. Ink Shadowdust's back gradually blurred in the rain. Mo Bingning stood still for a long time. The rain hit the spiritual power shield. It made a small sound. Chapter 12, Wilderness Experiences. Ink Shadowdust, who had returned to the hotel, suddenly felt tasteless. Mo Bingning's sudden visit to the school to find him was something he hadn't expected. It never happened in his last life. And by the look on her face, it was clear that she had found something. Ink Shadowdust was suddenly a bit annoyed and couldn't help but shake his head. It didn't matter, whatever was found was fine. In this life, he would not be swayed by these things. He would never forget how he was once treated by these so-called loved ones. When he was 14 years old, Mo Bingning returned from cultivating in the wilderness. He knew that his big sister's favorite dish was sweet and sour spare ribs, and his weak body worked odd jobs for a month. Bought the ingredients and made the dish against the recipe. Waited at the entrance of the city gate building, braving the cold wind, just so I could eat it the first time my big sister returned to the city. But what she got in return was a cold, icy, "What are you doing here? The underlings can make these things. What are you thinking about all day if you don't focus your mind on cultivation and study?" At the age of 15, he went out with his classmates to play around. Passing by his family's Mo's group, he knew that it was his second sister who was in charge of this business group. He bragged about it to his friends, and was rewarded with a shower of envious looks. But he happened to run into Mo Euro coming out of the company and saw him at the door. But as if she didn't recognize him at all. The eyes were cold. Ignoring him outright. The classmates with envious expressions just now immediately transformed into ridicule. Your second sister doesn't even seem to recognize you. Ink Shadowdust stood up violently, forcibly interrupting his memories. This was all in the past tense. It's not likely to happen in the future either, having been relived and given the word looting system. In this life, he wouldn't be swayed by these childish feelings. He only had one goal, to upgrade and break through. He wanted to stand on top of the world. See how different the view from up there really is. It can make countless professionals swoon. Well, go to bed, get refreshed, and get out of town tomorrow. The morning sunlight is slightly exposed, and the sunlight spills over the fleet of buses in front of the first high school. Students boarded the bus one after another, each with a mixture of excitement and apprehension on their faces. Ink Shadowdust sat by the window, looking out the window at the buildings that flew past. The caravan drove towards the city gates, where the guarding troops had already been lined up and waiting. A uniformed chief of the guard strides up. Students of the first middle school, I am the head guard, Li Zhang. He swept his gaze over each young face. You are about to walk out of the city walls and embark on the path of true training. Remember, you not only represent the first middle school, but also the future of Subei City. Every battle in this wilderness will forge your souls. Every drop of sweat will water your future. There was a twinkle in the student's eyes. Ink Shadowdust silently watched all of this. In his last life, he had also listened to these words with anticipation. Unfortunately, in the end, he ended up in the adventure but just killed a few monsters in the safe area and returned in ashes following the large army. In this life, he was going to rewrite all of this. The head guard waved his hand. The gates opened. The thick city gates slowly rose. The winds of the wilderness lashed out. The buses fishtailed out of the gates. Shen Yun stood at the front of the bus. Students, these 7 days of experience are crucial. This is your final sprint before the national exam. It will determine whether or not you can get into your desired university. But remember, any promotion is based on being alive. Every year, students lose their lives in the experience. I don't want to see such a tragedy repeat itself on you. The students nodded their heads gravely. Ink Shadow Dust's fingers lightly tapped on the edge of the window. He knew that what Shen Yun said was the truth. In the last adventure, 3 students from their class alone had stayed in the wilderness forever. The caravan traveled for 2 hours. It finally arrived at the predetermined training area. It was an open wasteland. Broken walls were faintly visible in the distance. Those are the remains of the pre-apocalyptic period. Get out of the car and gather. Shen Yun ordered in a loud voice. The students came down in a line. The wind of the wilderness swept in with dust. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes. This was the place. The memory didn't show any errors. His eyes looked to the north. It should be that direction, the secret treasure of the necromancer that had been discovered and acquired only a year later in his last life. That necromancer was his next schoolmate. After obtaining this secret treasure, he soared into the sky. A few years later, during a monster wave, he led an endless number of undead to defend a city alone. It was like an undead apocalypse when he waved his hand. Let the world re-evaluate the profession of necromancer. Shen Yun continued to explain the precautions. Distribute a locator to each group. Press the red button in case of danger. We'll be there for immediate backup. Remember, don't leave the designated area. After 7 days, meet here on time. Mo Shadow Dust took the locator. He knew that it was useless. The signal in the wilderness was always unstable. By the time you're in real danger, the yellow flowers will be cold. Dismissed. Numerous students began to form teams freely, preparing to explore the wilderness. Mo Shadow Dust, alone, refused Yin Jipeng's invitation and headed north. This Mo Shadow Dust is really capable of pretending. He pretended to say he was soloing when he was in the novice copy, and now he's walking alone. Yeah, can the wilderness be the same as a copy? In a copy, if you don't want to fight monsters, at least you can stand still. In the wilderness, monsters can attack you even if you're standing still. If he wants to pretend, let's just pretend. Let's form our team. Maybe we won't see him again after this experience. Ink Shadow Dust didn't care about the broken mouths behind him. Walking to a position where no one could see him, he summoned 4 skeletons. His goal for this adventure was simple. First, to upgrade and try to level up to the limit of 0 rank 9. Second, obtain that secret treasure of the necromancer. When he first chose the necromancer, the existence of this secret treasure also played a large part in it. If only I could obtain a bearer in and directly advance to the first rank. However, he also knew that this idea was not very practical. The professionals in this world were not infinitely upgradable, with 9 levels per rank. After ascending to the 9th level, they would have to find a suitable bearer to integrate into themselves in order to advance. Depending on the strength of the bearer, the promotion will result in different enhancements, and the attributes gained when upgrading again after promotion will also be different. It was heard that those who promoted with S-class bearers could even gain 8 or 9 times the attribute boost. Not to mention all those extra attribute points per level in the future over those promoted with junk bearers. And I heard that advanced bearers also have different special abilities. Let's talk about it later. Right now, I'm penniless. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 13, Ordinary Skeletons are Cannon Fodder. The sun was setting in the west, and dark red light spilled over the ruins of the crumbling city. Ink Shadow Dust stared at the corpse of the dog-headed captain that had fallen to the ground. Scarlet blood soaked the parched earth. A system prompt surfaced in his mind. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's word, Gluttony D. Gluttony D, better digestion of energy and food during eating, very small chance of increasing attributes. Please go to the thesaurus to fuse them together. Mo Shadow Dust frowned. The patriarch of the dog-headed clan from memory possessed an S-rank overeating talent. With this talent, that patriarch devoured all sorts of high-energy foods on a daily basis, allowing the basic attributes to rise to a terrifying level. Later, when the human race attacked the orc realm, that clan leader caused the human race great trouble. In the end, for great powers of the same level were mobilized to surround and kill him. But now the plundered words were surprisingly only D rank. Could it be that words can still be upgraded? Mo Shadow Dust shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. Upgrading or not was a matter for later. Let's get the words fused first. Naturally, Ink Shadow Dust fused it himself. After all, it's not like skeletons can eat. Dolly and Iron Guard vigilantly guarded around Ink Shadow Dust. Master Yi and the other 2 skeletons were scattered around on guard. Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes and began to fuse the words. A warm current flowed through his body. Fusion complete. Opening his eyes, Ink Shadow Dust felt the changes within his body. There didn't seem to be any special feeling. But that's normal. How effective can a D-rated phrase be? Looking up at the sky. The dark red sunset was about to sink completely into the horizon. The night in the wilderness was unusually dangerous. Find a place to rest first. Ink Shadow Dust looked around. There was a dilapidated building not far away. It looks fairly intact. headed there with the 4 skeletons. The rotting wooden door was gently pushed open. Dust drifted through the air. The furniture in the house had long since rotted. Only some of the metalwork was left barely holding its shape. Inkshade Dust had the skeletons guard the doorway. He himself found a fairly clean corner and sat down. Reflecting on the day's harvest. Killed quite a few normal monsters. Leveled up to rank 0, level 4. It's just a shame that elite monsters are encountered too rarely. Only looted 1D rank word. But it's understandable. The monsters in the wilderness are dropped through the otherworldly rift. It's not as centralized as it is in the replicas. It looks like you'll have to think of other ways to improve quickly and loot words. The night was deepening. Moonlight pours in through the broken windows. Ink Shadow Dust took out dry food from his backpack. Taking a bite, it tasted like chewing wax. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Since there was a gluttony phrase, isn't it time to try the effect? Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes, feeling the chewing process carefully. It really doesn't seem to be the same as before. The energy contained in the food is really absorbed more fully, though the effect is very weak. But at least it proves that the phrase isn't completely useless. After eating the dry food, Mo Shadow Dust leaned against the corner, starting to think about the next plan. Follow the route from memory. That secret treasure of the necromancer. It should be just over 20 kilometers to the north. But it's dark now. It's better to wait for the dawn to catch up. Just then, Vigor suddenly issued a warning. Ink Shadow Dust was immediately alerted. Standing up from the corner, holding a pistol in each hand. What's the situation? Daly faced the door. Something seemed to be moving in the darkness. Under the moonlight, a huge figure slowly approached. It was a giant lizard. It was over 3 meters long. The scales glowed coldly in the moonlight. Elite level. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. A lizard monster of this size was at least elite level. Another opportunity to loot words. Fighting at night is bad for you though. Should I force the issue? Just as Mo Shadow Dust hesitated, the lizard had already discovered them. The scarlet eyes stared at Mo Shadow Dust in death. It seems there's no choice. Ink Shadow Dust raised his pistol. Vigor, draw fire from the front. Master Yi, find a chance to get in close. Iron Guard, cover Master Yi. The 4 skeletons acted quickly, vigorously waving their pig-toothed bone knives. Charged directly at the lizard. The lizard opened its bloody mouth. Sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. A bite towards Vigor. Vigor raised his sword to block. Metal clashed with teeth. Sparks fly in all directions. Ink Shadow Dust seized the opportunity. Several shots were fired at the lizard's eyes. The eagle eye phrase comes into play. Bullets hit with precision. The lizard let out a hiss of pain, frantically flinging its head. The thick tail swept across. Iron Guard raised his shield, blocking in front of Master Yi. Bang! A huge force sent the Iron Guard flying, but it created an opportunity for Master Yi. Master Yi bullied his way to the top. A heavy punch blasted the lizard's jaw. Lizard's head snapped up, vigorously seizing the moment. The pig's tooth bone knife in his hand slashed down fiercely. Roar! The lizard let out a mournful scream. Blood spurted out. But this level of damage wasn't enough to be fatal. Instead, it galvanized its ferocity. The huge body twisted madly, throwing the skeletons off. Opened the bloody mouth, pouncing towards Mo Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust did not panic. The pistol in his hand was aimed steadily. Bone spike. Sharp bone spikes stabbed out from the ground. The lizard's abdomen was pierced. The movement stalled. Damage deepens. A dark red glow enveloped the lizard's body. It's now. Ink Shadow Dust continuously pulled the trigger at the lizard's eyes. The bullets were augmented by eagle eye and long-range damage enhancement. Precise hits to the vitals. The lizard's body slowly collapsed. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and looting the opponent's word, Night Vision C. Night Vision C, clearer vision in dark environments. Ink Shadow Dust revealed a smile. This phrase was only C rank though, but it's useful for night combat. Nice haul. Fusion words. Speaking of which, Ink Shadow Dust kind of wondered if his luck had been used up by being reborn. This had killed 2 elite monsters and not a single piece of equipment had dropped? Lay your sleeping bag on the wooden floor in the corner. Inkshade Dust let out a long breath. As for building a fire to keep warm? This is the wilderness. All kinds of textbooks contain tragedies where fires in the wilderness attracted monsters and led to tragedy. Ink Shadow Dust, as a schoolmaster, naturally wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. After the battle with the lizard just now, the night was already deep. Moonlight poured into the house through the broken windows. That battle just now had consumed a lot of physical strength. His body was slightly sore, but his spirit was unusually exhilarated. Several skeletons stood scattered in various corners of the house on guard. Vigor gripped his pig-toothed bone knife and stood by the door. Iron Guard had his back against the wall, his rock shield across his body. Master Yi crouched by the window, ready to strike at any time. The other two skeletons were placed outside the house by Mo Shadow Dust. In case they were really attacked, they would draw fire first. No words had been given, and it didn't hurt to die. Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Chapter 14. Unscrupulous media pit me again? Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Suddenly, a thought flashed by. He snapped his eyes open and slapped his forehead. How could I have been so stupid? The habit of being a gunfighter in a previous life clouded judgment. Now that he himself had been converted to a necromancer. These skeletons didn't need to rest at all. Before in the city there were no monsters to kill. Now this is the wilderness. The wilderness is full of monsters. Isn't this a good opportunity to brush up your experience? Thinking of this, Ink Shadow Dust immediately sat up. Dolly, Master Yi, you guys take the ordinary skeletons out to hunt. Keep the range within a 5-kilometer radius. Come back and report immediately when you encounter monsters of elite level or higher. The two skeletons led the order and left. The Iron Guard stays behind to protect me. Iron Guard stood silently with his shield in place. Ink Shadow Dust reclined. The sound of the skeleton's departing footsteps came to his ears. 8 hours later, Ink Shadow Dust slowly awoke and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The sleeping bag underneath him was rudimentary, but a dreamless night allowed him to rest quite well. The Iron Guard remained in his shield end position, motionless, guarding the wall. It had been undisturbed all last night. This meant that the skeletons had not encountered any monsters above the elite level. This was also normal. After all, they had cleared out quite a few monsters yesterday during the day as they pushed their way across. Especially in the vicinity of this abandoned house, they also took out that fierce elite lizard. According to his experience in his previous life, monsters had some sort of tacit territorial division between them, and multiple powerful creatures tended not to appear in one area at the same time. He pulled out his water bottle and took a drink of water, surveying this temporary shelter through the morning light. What? Why did you sleep for so long, you ask? Man, what a wonderful thing it is to sleep. Ink Shadow Dust didn't have many hobbies, and sleeping was definitely one of them. And it is scientifically proven that young people should ensure 8 hours of sleep every day. Ink Shadow Dust said this piece of knowledge he learned super solidly. You say this is a high martial world, sleeping and wasting cultivation world? I can't even sleep, what's the point of practicing? What's the point of life? Ink Shadow Dust surveyed the surroundings. The skeletons had all returned, only one ordinary skeleton was missing. It should have been killed in battle while hunting. Ink Shadow Dust indifferently resummoned. Skeleton Warrior well, consumables. Checked the attribute panel and found a 30% increase in experience. So cool. Do you understand? How many lazy than the dream ah? Ink Shadow Dust packed up his simple traveling clothes and planned to move on. He was already a bit impatient. The misty sky was wrapped in a slight chill. The skeletons followed in formation, treading the trail blazed by last night's patrol. Sporadic small monsters occasionally scurried out of the grass along the path, all of which were easily disposed of by Vigor and Master Yi. The terrain ahead gradually became wet and muddy. Mo Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain. From memory, this area should be near the destination. The scent of decay wafted through the air. A tattered skeleton was scattered in the mud, half hidden under the weeds. The skeletons vigilantly put up their weapons, ready for the unexpected. Ink Shadow Dust's footsteps slowed down as he carefully searched for possible clues. Suddenly, a sharp hiss cut through the silence. 3 rotting zombies crawled out of the mud puddle. Settle it. Mo Shadow Dust calmly waved his hand. Dolly and Master Yi rushed forward and quickly tangled with the zombies. Iron Guard held up his shield and blocked in front of Mo Ingwan. The battle was over in just a few minutes. However, Ink Shadow Dust noticed that these zombies were tougher than the monsters they had encountered before. Interesting. He hooked the corners of his mouth and moved on. The deeper he went, the more undead creatures he encountered. Carrion corpses, skeletons, and constantly emerged from all directions. Each one was more ferocious than an unusual monster. There was even a ghost floating around. Ink Shadow Dust was secretly happy in his heart. This just showed that he was looking in the right direction. The news reports from his previous life mentioned that this swamp had seen an unusual phenomenon of a large number of undead gathering. It caused quite a stir at the time. But by the time the officials sent someone to investigate, the visions had disappeared. Only one lucky adventurer claimed to have acquired some sort of treasure. The details are sketchy. Ink Shadow Dust believed that this was no coincidence. He continued to lead the search and finally found the target in a more open clearing. It was a grayish-black boundary stone half a man high. The surface was covered with mysterious patterns and emitted a faint energy fluctuation. This is it. Ink Shadow Dust cursed in his heart as he looked at the boundary stone in front of him. Unscrupulous media. This is the second time he's been punked. The last time was the Purgatory Squad leader. Don't you guys in the media check the veracity of your stories before you report them? Luckily, it looks like the secret treasure thing should be true. Otherwise, Ink Shadow Dust would really be thankful. The reports of the previous life did not mention the existence of boundary stones. Obviously, either the media had simplified the process of obtaining the secret treasure for the sake of eyeballs, or the lucky adventurer withheld crucial information. What is the point of obtaining the secret treasure directly? It is obvious that the secret realm was opened through the boundary stone. Mo Shadow Dust cursed and went forward to scrutinize the boundary stone. The lines on the surface were faintly glowing with a shimmering light, as if they were waiting for some sort of trigger. He closed his eyes and slowly injected his spiritual energy into the boundary stone. A slight vibration came. The lines on the surface of the boundary stone suddenly lit up with a piercing light. A tiny tearing sound came from the air. A translucent curtain of light slowly unfolded in front of the boundary stone. The portal. Ink Shadow Dust's heart raced. But he knew time was short. With his current mental power, he could only maintain the portal for a few minutes at most. Moreover, the secret realms opened by boundary stones were often disposable. Missing this opportunity and trying to enter again was nearly impossible. He took a deep breath and put all the skeletons into the summoning space. Without hesitation, he stepped into the light screen. A sensation of heavenly rotation came. When his vision was clear again, there was a different scene in front of him. The dark and lightless underground passage stretched deep into the depths. There was not a single source of light. Luckily, I plundered the ability to see at night yesterday. Otherwise, you'd have to light a torch. There was a faint scent of death in the air. This place was indeed very suitable for necromancers. Ink Shadow Dust summoned his minions and explored deeper. Right at the moment Mo Shadow Dust opened the portal, an abnormal spatial fluctuation swept through the swamp. Not far away, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak snapped its head up, its sharp gaze piercing through the shadows. The scent of the secret realm. Interesting. Shadowcrack's dry voice was permeated with a bit of excitement. As a Shadow Realm Imperial clan, he was exceptionally sensitive to spatial fluctuations. According to the Shadow Realm's tradition, all geniuses of the Shadow Realm were required to enter the human realm for training after reaching adulthood. This is because the creatures of the Shadow Realm are proficient in various assassination, concealment, and shadow-type abilities. Experienced Shadow Realm geniuses have always been a nightmare for the character's new generation. I don't know how many human prides have been hunted down by them before they could rise to prominence. Shadow Rift's figure instantly disappeared from its original spot, and the next moment appeared in the shadow of a dead tree 10 meters away. His movement trajectory was bizarre, and every time he flashed, he landed precisely in the thickest part of the shadows. This was precisely the Shadow Realm Imperial clan's famous natural ability Shadow Shuttle. Tree shadows, rocks, bushes. Shadow Split jumped back and forth between various shadows, as silent as a ghost. Each weaving brought him closer to his target, and at the same time allowed him to clearly perceive the source of that spatial fluctuation. When he finally arrived near the boundary stone, he could only see a translucent curtain of light trembling slightly. Mo Shadow Dust's figure had long since disappeared into it. Fine cracks began to appear on the edges of the light curtain, and the energy fluctuations became more and more unstable. Time is running out. Shadowfrack quickly assessed the situation. He was well aware that this was a sign that the temporary portal was about to collapse. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow Rift's figure merged into the shadows and passed through the shaky curtain of light at the last moment. The moment space warped, the portal collapsed with a bang, and all traces of it disappeared into the darkness of the swamp. Chapter 15, Assassination in the Shadow Realm. Ink Shadow Dust stepped into the dark cave, his footsteps echoing in the empty environment. The air around them was cold and bone-chilling, and the aura of death grew stronger. Suddenly, a subtle vibration came from the ground. A bony arm stabbed out of the dirt with a rotting aura. There's a monster to kill. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. Vigorously wielding the pig-toothed bone blade, he rushed forward, the blade slicing through the air. The 5 minions rushed forward in a flurry of output at the skeleton that had just stood up. As the battle began, the entire passageway seemed to come to life. More skeletons crawled out of the ground, their empty sockets glowing a ghostly green. Kill! Mo Shadow Dust barked in order. The powerful bone blade swung like the wind, each strike containing amazing power. The more you fight, the more courageous you become, words activate, and the power continues to climb. Ink Shadow Dust stood at the back, and the Type 92 pistol kept firing. The bullets traced a line of fire in the darkness, accurately hitting the enemy's vitals. The word effects of Eagle Eye and Ranged Damage Enhancement stacked perfectly. Wave after wave of skeletons came pouring in as if it was never ending. But this was just what Mo Shadow Dust wanted. The passageway was so narrow that at most, it could only allow 2 skeletons to rush in front of him at the same time, and the iron guards stood in front, holding shields, blocking the incoming path tightly. The more Ink Shadow Dust killed, the more excited he became. This place, the holy land of leveling. With every skeleton killed, the experience value was steadily increasing. Time flew by and the battle lasted for several hours. Ink Shadow Dust's level had come to rank 0, level 5. Finally, the last skeleton fell. The passageway returned to peace. Ink Shadow Dust moved his muscles and revealed an unfulfilled smile. Just a little more would be great, this half a day down, it's almost level 6. This really is the perfect place to practice leveling. After cleaning up the battlefield, he received the few pieces of trash white clothing that had dropped into his storage space. Ink Shadow Dust carefully stepped out of the cave, and his eyes opened up. A circular stone square with a diameter of about 50 meters came into view, and the ground was covered with mottled gray stone slabs, with the edges of each slab covered in fine cracks. In the center of the square stood a broken stone pillar, which was covered with bizarre black vines. 6 pitch-black cave passages were connected around it, each of them identical to the cave that Imo Shadow Dust had just passed through. The faint sound of bones rubbing together came faintly from within each cave, as if more skeletons would crawl out of the darkness at any moment. For a moment, Ink Shadow Dust really wanted to turn back and clean out the monsters in each cave one by one. It was really too good off. But it's still business. Levels can go up anytime. Imo Shadow Dust slowly paced towards the center of the square, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The passageway directly in front of him caught his attention. Unlike the other dull and lightless caves, the walls on both sides of this passage were densely carved with mysterious runes. Each rune emitted a faint fluorescent light that flickered in the darkness. A trace of strange spatial fluctuations quietly rippled around Imo Shadow Dust's heart tightened as he instinctively felt danger approaching. Suddenly, a dagger with a cold flashing light stabbed out from his shadow. Behind the dagger was a dark shadow, as if emerging from nothingness. There are others here? Imo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk. The body instinctively dodged to the side, but it was too late. Just in the nick of time, the closest vigorous moved. The soul flames in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets danced violently, and his bone blade swung like the wind. Snort! The sharp pig-tooth bone blade cut through the air with an ear-piercing whistling sound. The corner of Shadow Fracture's mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer. A mere skeleton, how dare you stop me? He intended to carry the blow hard and go straight for Mo Ingduan's vitals. The bone blade slashed at Shadowcracker's shoulder, making a dull impact sound. The words of innate divine strength and the more you fight stacked up, erupting with astonishing power. Shadow Fracture's face suddenly changed. The force of this blade was far beyond his imagination, as if a small mountain had smashed into his body. Sharp pain came, and he hastily cast his racial ability. The figure instantly vaporized and dissipated into a wisp of darkness. What a strong skeleton! Shadow Rift's voice echoed in the darkness. He ducked deeper into the shadows and rethought his countermeasures. Imo Shadow Dust gripped his twin spears tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings like electricity. The Iron Guards immediately raised their shields in front of him, and the other skeletons also formed a defensive formation. Come out! Ink Shadow Dust shouted in a deep voice. What responded to him was deathly silence. The shimmering light of the runes bounced off the walls, casting eerie shadows. Each shadow could harbor an enemy. Shadowcrack's voice sounded again, with a hint of teasing. Interesting, I didn't expect to meet a somewhat competent necromancer here. However, do you think these skeletons can protect you? Imo Shadow Dust sneered, to kill me, you're not even close. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Shadow Rift's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows on the left. The dagger in his hand glowed with a cold light, aiming straight for Imo Shadow Dust's throat. Master Yi instantly struck, his bone fist whistling. Shadow Fracture's figure shifted and disappeared again as a dark shadow. In the next moment, he assaulted from the right side. A powerful sweep of the bone blade forced back the attack. So on and so forth, Shadow Split weaved through the shadows, constantly looking for opportunities. Each strike was blocked by the skeleton's joining forces. Ink Shadow Dust stood in the center, his Type 92 pistol ready to fire. The eagle eyes, phrase activated, locking onto the location of Shadow Rift every time he showed up. It was just that the other party was too fast and always disappeared before he could pull the trigger. A bit of skill. Shadowcrack's voice was permeated with a hint of appreciation. However, you won't be able to stop it for long. Before the words fell, he suddenly descended from the sky. The dagger tore through the air and went straight for the top of Imo Shadow Dust's head. Bang! Ink Shadow Dust was prepared and fired his pistol upwards. The bullet traced a streak of fire in the darkness. Shadowfrack had to break off his attack and dodge out of the way. But this time, his movements were slightly wretched. What, don't dare to fight head-on? Imo Shadow Dust taunted. Shadowcrack's cold laugh echoed in the darkness. You think I'm afraid of you? I'm just sapping your strength. I don't believe that you can defend yourself every time. Imo Shadow Dust's heart sank. The other party was right, a stalemate like this would be extremely unfavorable to him. It must be a quick battle. Forcefully stabilizing his mind, he paid close attention to every single movement around him. The soul flames in the eye sockets of the 5 skeletal warriors burned violently. Come on, let me see how strong the Shadow Realm geniuses are. Shadow Rift's voice carried a hint of surprise. You recognize me? The exchange of body shapes and realities coupled with the unique Shadow Shuttle. If I still can't recognize you, all these years of reading would have been in vain. Mo Shadow Dust sneered. Since you know my identity, you should understand that you don't have a chance of winning. You human race are destined to be nothing more than prey for the great Shadow race. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. What a big talker. Mo Shadow Dust suddenly raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the ground. Bang bang bang. The bullets hit the ground with a splash of fire. The glow of the runes was mirrored by the fire, and the shadows were washed away. Shadowcrack's hiding place was instantly exposed. Found you. Dolly and Master Yi struck out at the same time. Bone knives and bone fists came in a clinch. Shadow Fracture had to show up to fight. Sparks flew as the dagger collided with the bone blade. Master Yi's fist followed closely behind. Shadow Fracture twisted his body and managed to avoid it. But Ink Shadow Dust's bullets had been waiting for a long time. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the cavern. A splash of blood rose from Shadowcrack's chest. Damn! He staggered back, his form once again vaporizing. But this time, his speed was significantly slower. Mo Shadow Dust revealed a cold smile. A Shadow Realm genius is nothing more than that. This time, the taunt received no response. After waiting for another half a day, Shadow Fracture didn't show up again either. This was obviously planning to find another time to sneak attack again. Ink Shadow Dust had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the runic passage. Chapter 16 Necromancer Exclusive Training Ground? One could only continue to walk towards the passageway. After all, there were only 7 days left in this adventure, and the secret treasure was close at hand. He didn't want to give up either of these two. Then there was only one option left, to top Shadow Rift's sneak attack and seize the secret treasure. And this so-called Shadow Realm genius. He had also learned it just now, but it was nothing more than that. Ancient runes on the walls on both sides glowed with an eerie blue light. Ink Shadow Dust chose to keep Dolly close to his left side this time, with his bone sword on standby and the other 3 skeletons on guard at the front and back. The low roar of a zombie was faintly heard from the front. Ink Shadow Dust raised his hands, aiming his twin guns at the depths of the passage. By the light of the runes, he saw several zombies staggering along, chunks of rotting flesh peeling away from their bones. All of the skeletons except Vigor went straight for the zombies and began to attack. Ink Shadow Dust shot point blank while thinking about the battle with Shadow Fracture just now. Undead creatures were indeed the assassin's nemesis, especially an elite skeleton endowed with words like vigor. It was tireless, had no fear, and more importantly, had incredibly fast reaction speeds. Just a moment ago, when Shadow Fracture made his first surprise attack, the other party's dagger was clearly approaching his throat. Even he was too late to dodge. However, as if Vigor had predicted the trajectory of the attack in advance, the pig-tooth bone blade instantly swept out horizontally, forcing Shadow Fracture to interrupt his attack. This kind of almost instinctive battle reaction made even Mo Shadow Dust secretly feel shocked. If I had vigorously slowed down by half a second at that time. Mo Shadow Dust touched his neck and could still feel the chill of the dagger as it cut through the air. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Vigor saving the day, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to carry the first strike of that Shadow Realm creature just now. The crisis in the passageway was far more than just zombies. Ink Shadow Dust soon discovered the runic traps hidden on the floor tiles. There's a problem ahead. He signaled the skeletal warrior to stop. The runes on the ground flashed brightly and ominously red. Iron Guard walked at the front with his rock shield raised, and just as he stepped on that floor tile, the runes immediately lit up with a piercing red light. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, and the Iron Guard raised his shield just in time as the flames impacted on the shield surface with a deafening roar. Ink Shadow Dust noticed that the Iron Guard skeleton was burned red, but its leathery skin and thick word bar allowed it to carry it hard. When the pillar of fire dissipated, the Iron Guard's bones were all burned red, and some places even showed signs of melting. However, the dark yellow runes on his body flickered, and the power of the Earth Pulse rapidly repaired its injuries. On the next journey, they encountered poison gas traps, steel spike traps, and falling stone traps. Ink Shadow Dust's way of dealing with the traps was very simple. Ordinary skeleton warriors go up and send death triggers. Die and recruit again. Iron Guard hard when you don't have enough mental strength. When you can't carry it anymore, you stand still and rest for a while, and the Earth Pulse recovers from your injuries. These traps were a big help. Ink Shadow Dust looked at the tip of the experience value rising crazily, revealing a satisfied smile. For every trap that was triggered, the system surprisingly gave a sizable experience value reward. This made Ink Shadow Dust a bit puzzled. Experience value, didn't it only grow by absorbing energy? Killing monsters is the most common way to absorb energy. But now triggering the trap. How come the experience goes up too? Enjoy if you can't figure it out. In just a short time, he had risen to level 6, and his experience bar was still climbing rapidly. This passage full of traps was a deadly threat to other professions. To him, a necromancer, it became an excellent place to practice. Keep moving. Ink Shadow Dust ordered, be careful on guard. A trace of uneasiness flooded Ink Shadow Dust's heart. Along the way, he was alert to the directions where Shadow Rift might appear, the shadows of the passageway, the ceiling above his head, or any dead end. But Shadowcrack never appeared. Knowing what he knew about assassins, the more silent they were, the more dangerous they were. Shadow Rift was bound to be watching his every move in the shadows, looking for the deadliest breaking point. Emo Shadowcracker's gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, his eagle eyes allowing him to catch the slightest movement. He could even see the dust floating in the shadows, but he just couldn't find any trace of Shadowcrack. This made him even more convinced that his opponent was waiting for a perfect opportunity. The next time it appears, it will definitely be a thunderous strike. Emo Shadowdust subconsciously touched the neck that had been slashed by the dagger earlier, or it seemed as if a piercing chill still lingered. Gesturing to Vigor and Iron Guard to lean closer, he made sure that he would not be exposed to any dead ends. This oppressive weight was even more suffocating than a head-to-head confrontation. He knew very well that when Shadow Split reappeared, it would definitely be a one-strike kill. The end of the passage opened up, and an ancient stone altar stood in the center. The altar was octagonal in shape, with arcane runes carved around it, and a magic book with a ghostly blue glow was placed in the center. The surrounding open space was littered with piles of white skeletons, scattered horizontally and vertically. The smell of decay filled the air, shrouding the area with a layer of death. Emo Shadowdust cautiously approached, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Iron Guard and Dolly guarded his left and right sides respectively, in case Shadowcrack suddenly sneaked in. He reached out and picked up the magic book, and a cold, deadly energy flowed into his body along his fingertips. Undead Affinity Ritual. Emo Shadowdust flipped open the yellowed pages of the book, his eyes quickly scanning over the ancient text. As he read deeper, his eyes grew brighter. This was a ritual that would allow necromancers to establish a deeper connection with the undead world. By simply sacrificing the skeleton on the altar, the power of the necromantic realm can be channeled into the caster, thus lowering the consumption of spiritual energy to sustain the undead. This is exactly what I need. The corner of Emo Shadowdust's mouth curled into a smile. Ink Shadowdust now felt more and more that the entire secret realm was a trial ground for necromancers. From the cave skeletons at the beginning, to the experience of traps at the passageway, to the current necromancy affinity ritual. There's even a secret necromancer treasure later on. It feels like this place is specifically designed to give newbie necromancers a quick boost in their abilities. Ink Shadowdust told the skeleton warriors to do it, concentrating all the surrounding skeletons on the altar. As for him, of course he had to rest. Of course he had to defend himself against Shadowcrack's attack. As required by the ritual in the spellbook, the skeletons collided with each other with a crisp clicking sound, forming an eerie circular array around the empty altar. When the last skeleton was placed in place, Ink Shadowdust slowly stood in the center of the altar. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began chanting the ancient language of the dead. The ghostly blue spellbook gave off a strange light, and the pile of skeletons began to tremble slightly. The ceremony had officially begun. A coldness that penetrated deep into the soul swept through his body, and Emo Shadowdust gritted his teeth to withstand the force. The moment the ritual was completed, he felt his connection with the skeleton babies grow closer than ever before. The spiritual power required to summon the undead is directly halved. Ink Shadowdust clenched his fists, feeling the power filling his body. This means the number of undead I can control at the same time can be doubled. Ink Shadowdust didn't move and didn't immediately replenish the number of summons. He wanted to give Shadowfrack a surprise. Chapter 17, Make him kneel in front of the family shrine and apologize. In the spacious living room of the Mo family villa, a conversation was going on at the moment. Everyone on the sofa, however, looked heavy and tense. Ink Shadowdust's three sisters, Ink Bingning, Ink Uro and Ink Schwer, had different facial expressions. Mo Bingning's coldness and condescension was especially obvious at this moment. She raised her head slightly, her gaze like a knife, as if she was scrutinizing everyone. Mo Uro, on the other hand, slightly skimmed her lips, her fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the sofa, revealing a hint of impatience. On the other hand, Mo Schwer fiddled with her long hair with her fingers from time to time, not caring about the reason why Mo Bingning suddenly gathered everyone together this time. Mo Kuei sat in the very center, his expression indifferent, his hands folded on his knees, looking extremely majestic. Stepmother Yuruyan, on the other hand, sat on the side with a smile on her face, but a hint of heart in her eyes. From time to time, she stole glances at Mo Kuei, looking extremely pleased with herself. All the main members of the Mo family, except for Mo Ingxuan's half-brother Mo Ingfeng who was attending university, all the others had unexpectedly arrived. Mo Kuei said slowly with displeasure in his tone. Bing Ning, what exactly is so urgent? Your mother and I are out on vacation, why is it so urgent that we have to come back? Mo Bing Ning's gaze was slightly downcast, her fingers gently rubbing the edge of the teacup, a hint of suppression in her voice. The younger brother is gone, he won't come back. What? Mo Kuei stood up violently, his face instantly became ugly. What happened to Fenger? Where did he go? Yuruyan immediately held Mo Kuei's hand with a concerned expression. Husband, don't get excited. It's not shadow wind. Mo Bingning coldly glanced at Yuruyan and said word for word, it's shadow dust, your youngest son. Mo Kuei's expression instantly slackened and he sat back down on the sofa again, waving his hand impatiently. Oh, that asshole what's wrong with him again, he can really cause trouble in the house. Yuruyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, making a show of saying, don't say that how do you say it's also our Mo family's child, Bing Ning? What's going on, tell me. The Mo family had a total of 5 children, the 3 daughters and Mo Ingduan were born to Mo Kuei and his original wife. Back then, the Mo family had a turmoil that affected the entire Subei city, and Mo Ingdust's real mother died in that turmoil. The newborn Mo Ingchen was also lost at that time. Then it was Mo Kuei's lover at the time, Yuruyan, who rose to power and brought back Mo Ingfeng, the son of Mo Kuei and Yuruyan. Mo Bingning ignored Yuruyan, aiming to look straight at her father. Her voice was cold but with a few points of suppression. Father, over the years, have you ever been to Shadow Dust's room? Why would I go to that brat's room? Mo Kuei leaned on the sofa and impatiently knocked on the armrest. Mo Bingning put down his teacup, his eyes sharp. Does father know that little brother he has been living in the miscellaneous compartment under the stairs in the back hall? Sundries. What? Ma Kuei frowned, clearly not understanding what his eldest daughter meant by that. It's the small compartment under the stairs where the servants keep their brooms. Mo Bingning said word for word. Mo Kuei sat up straight violently. Ridiculous. Who let him live in a place like that? What does a housekeeper do? Yuruyan's face flashed a trace of unnatural, hastily rounded off the situation. Boys, where to live is not to live. The conditions are not good enough, but it's also a good training for him. Mo Bingning coldly interrupted. This is your attitude? No wonder the shadow dust will. Bingning. Mo Kuei snapped. What's your attitude? Mo Bingning, however, did not stop talking. Grinding? How does Mo Ingfeng not need to be honed? Ever since I was a child, how come everything has to be the best? The rooms are the best, the food is the best, and the cultivation resources are also the best? Mo Kuei slammed the table. Enough, can that punk Mo Shadow Dust be compared to Little Wind? Don't think I don't know that he awakened an E-rank trash talent. It's simply a waste of the family's resources for so many years. In fact, as the head of the Mo family, Mo Kuei's intelligence was naturally not low. When he heard Yuruyan say this, he already roughly understood what was going on in his heart. But he didn't want to pick a fight here. In front of the child, he still chose to maintain the dignity of Yuruyan's main mother. Moreover, Mo Ingfeng was a renowned genius, and last year, he was admitted to the highest academic institution in the Dragon Kingdom, Jingwu University. To him, it really didn't matter how Mo Ingfeng was. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that an official had discovered Mo Shadow Dust's blood relationship with the Mo family. It was also covered by the media in a big way. He hadn't even searched much for that little son of his in all those years, except to make a show of it at first. Mo Bingning's knuckles turned white as she pressed the teacup in front of her. Father, I went to the school to look for my little brother, and he said that he hasn't received a single ounce of resources at all over the years. The living room fell into an eerie silence. Mo Kuei frowned and looked sideways at Yuruyan. The smile on Yuruyan's face froze, and then she returned to that soft look. Hubby, I'm also doing this for the good of our family little Feng. Her slender jade hand stroked over the broken hair in front of her forehead, her eyes flowing. Anyway, Dusty hasn't used any family resources since he was in the orphanage before, and has a bad foundation. I was just thinking, why don't we just focus all the resources on Little Wind? Yuruyan's tone was soft, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. As you can see from the results, how outstanding Little Wind is. Mo Bingning stood up violently, and the teacup was shaken by her with a crisp ringing sound. Resources are not given. What about the family secret method? What about the monthly pocket money? None of these have been given either? Yuruyan's face finally became a bit untenable. These small things, how can I remember? Her voice began to fizzle. Mo Euro, who had been silent for a long time on the side, couldn't help herself. She also didn't expect Mo Ingchen to be at home for so many years, but he didn't receive a single ounce of family funding? Look at this look. Did Yuruyan do this? This can't be done. Today Yuruyan dared to lay hands on Mo Ingsuan, tomorrow she might lay hands on her, Mo Euro. She elegantly sat on the leather sofa, her fingers tapping on the armrest with a single click. Aunt Smoke, you're too biased, aren't you? Mo Euro's red lips slightly hooked, her tone carrying a few points of mockery. And to actually be able to talk about this kind of thing with such a straight face? Yu-Ro admires that. Yuruyan's face instantly turned ugly. Seeing the several people's swords drawn, Mo Kuei hurriedly put on a stern face and took out the authority of the Mo family's head. Alright, this ends here. He sat up straight and assumed a posture that was not to be trifled with. Didn't that kid say he wouldn't come back? He's got a lot of guts. Is he trying to cut ties with the family? Mo Kuei sneered. Good, I'll see how long he can last. When he can't hold out, let him kneel in front of the gate of the family ancestral hall and apologize. Saying this, Mo Kue gave Urian a meaningful glance. After admitting your mistake, you are still a family, and the resources that should be given must still be given. Urian hurriedly nodded in agreement, but a hint of smugness flashed under her eyes. Anyway, this waste of a man, Mo Chen, had already awakened his E-rank talent and was definitely wasted in this life. There was no longer any threat to his own son. Resources or not, what's the point of giving it to him? Mo Bingning clenched her fists and turned around to leave the living room in big strides. She realized that this kind of scene is not meaningful at all. In this family, no one had ever really cared about Mo Ingduan's death or life. Even she, the older sister, didn't realize that her brother was living in that kind of place until now. Thinking of this, Mo Bingning's heart welled up an unspeakable guilt. Admit your mistake? Or do you kneel at the entrance of the ancestral hall to admit your mistake? She thought of Mo Ingsuan's determined attitude 2 days ago. A trace of uneasiness rose in her heart. Chapter 18 Soul Rage. Mo Shadowdust's end, after several days of advancing, finally stood at the end of the secret realm. Looking at the golden glow on the high platform. And below the high platform, a hellhound of huge size was staring at him with a deadly stare. An unspeakably complex emotion surged in his chest. After so many days, the entire secret realm seemed to have piles and piles of little monsters. But somehow froze without seeing a single elite monster, not a single word looted. Now it's finally here. Scarlet eyes glittered with bloodlust in the darkness, and saliva dripped from between sharp fangs. Thick, heavy chains bounded in front of the high platform, and whenever it tried to pounce on Mo Ingsuan, the chains made their piercing clashing sounds. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and carefully felt the soul fluctuations of the hellhound. Luckily it hasn't reached the first rank. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, finally waiting for a prey worth plundering. Beside him, Dali and Iron Guard and Master Yi were already in battle stance. The other 5 ordinary skeleton warriors also gripped their weapons, ready to strike. That's right, after so many days of killing monsters, along with the high density of small monsters in the secret realm, Ink Shadow Dust was already 0 rank 9. It was now explicitly summoning a total of 8 skeletons. There were also 8 skeletons hidden in the summoning space. It was reserved for Shadowcrack, the assassin who was hiding his head. To be honest, even Mo Shadow Dust himself didn't expect to upgrade so quickly. One should know that in previous years when they returned to the school to take the big exam after 7 days of practicing, a grade of 7 or 8 would have been excellent. A level 9 would be a rarity. Class 1? That's basically the top few ranked absolute prides in each province. It's just missing a bearer. Let's see if we can buy a better bearer to use for advancement after our return trip. As soon as he thought of the bearer item, Mo Shadowdust was a bit helpless. Time is too tight. None of the bearers he knew from memory that he could get were able to arrive in so many days. It could only come later. For the first rank, just find a random advancement that's as good as possible for now. There's a word looting system in place anyway. Ink Shadow Dust took a deep breath, and the white bone pendant in his hand flickered with a ghostly light. Up! With a command, the legion of skeletons surged towards Cerberus. The Iron Guard rushed to the forefront, rock shields protecting the vitals. Dali followed closely behind, his pig-toothed bone blade flashing with a cold light. Master Yi nimbly attacked around the side, his bone fist poised to strike. The hellhound let out a deafening howl as it looked up to the sky. Blazing hellfire erupted from its mouth, melting an ordinary skeleton in an instant. The remaining skeleton warriors were unmoved and continued to charge. The Iron Guard raised his shield to harden against the flames, and the surface of his shield was burned red. Dali used the Iron Guard's cover and leapt up. The pig-tooth bone blade slashed fiercely at the hellhound's head. The hellhound quickly retreated and swept its sharp claws across the room, slapping a skeleton to pieces. Master Yi took the opportunity to bully his way up, and his bone fists rained down on the hellhound. Bang bang bang! Dull striking sounds resounded through the secret realm. The Cerberus hissed in pain and flung its body to try to get away from Master Yi. Ink Shadow Dust stood at a distance, his Type 92 pistol firing continuously. The bullets accurately hit the hellhound's vitals with the word enhancement. However, the fur of this first-order monster was exceptionally tough, and the bullets could only leave shallow marks on the surface. Damage deepened. Ink Shadow Dust let out a low shout and released the skill. A dark red light enveloped the hellhound's entire body. A red light flashed in Dali's eyes, and the battle rage skill was activated. The surrounding skeleton warrior's attack was suddenly a few points stronger. The Cerberus was surrounded and retreating, but its counterattacks were also exceptionally ferocious. Sharp claws swept across, and 2 more ordinary skeletons were reduced to pieces. Blazing hellfire kept spewing out, roasting the air into distortion. Mo Shadowdust's face was grave as he could feel the raging power contained within the hellhound. If he let it explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. It has to be done quickly. Bone spike. Mo Shadowdust's hands formed a seal, and countless sharp bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. The bone spikes pierced through the hellhound's limbs, pinning it firmly in place. Vigor seized the opportunity and the pig tooth bone knife slashed fiercely at the hellhound's neck. Master Yi and the remaining skeleton warriors also swarmed up. The hellhound let out a hiss of pain, and his whole body suddenly lit up with a blazing flame. The blazing temperature twisted and distorted the surrounding air. The last two ordinary skeletons turned into ashes in the heat. However, Dali, Iron Guard and Master Yi were still deadlocked around the hellhound. Bone knives, fists, and shields constantly attacked the hellhound. A hint of determination flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes as the Type 92 pistol kept point-blank shooting at the hellhound's vitals. Under the effect of deepening damage, each bullet brought the hellhound great pain. Finally, with a mournful howl, the hellhound collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the hellhound. Looting words: Hellfire B, Soul Rage A. Hellfire B, attacks with Hellfire burns. Soul Berserk A. When turned on, attacks increase by 100% and each attack draws on the opponent's soul power to recover from injuries. Duration: 10 minutes. Please go to the lexicon to fuse it yourself. Ink Shadow Dust took a long breath and looked at his 3 ace henchmen. Although he had lost 5 ordinary skeletons, it had been worth it to loot 2 powerful words. More importantly, he still had 8 unexposed skeletons hidden in the secret realm. It was enough to deal with the dangers that he might encounter afterward. Not to mention, Ink Shadow Dust found a trace of blue light underneath the hellhound. Exploding equipment. It's still blue quality. Inferno Short Blade Bluo attack speed is increased by 20%, and the attack comes with a slight Inferno flame burn. Put away the equipment. After conferring the words to Vigor, Ink Shadow Dust's gaze fell on the golden glow on the high platform. The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth curled into a smile. Secret treasure, I'm coming. Just then, Shadow Fracture, who had been waiting in the dark for many days, finally couldn't help himself when he saw that there were only 3 special skeletons left in Ink Shadow Dust and all the others were dead. A black shadow suddenly swept through the darkness. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly shrunk, instinctively leaping backwards. The increase in level allowed him to barely react to Shadowcrack's movements. Put! The sharp dagger cut through the air, grazing the hem of his coat. Finally! The corner of Shadow Fracture's mouth hooked into a cold smile. There are only 3 skeletons left, I'll see if you can stop me this time. Before the words fell, Shadow Rift's figure had already blended into the shadows. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes turned cold, and the Type 92 pistol was instantly raised. Bang bang bang! The bullets accurately hit the spot where Shadow Rift had just stood. But only an illusory residual shadow remained there. Shadows weaving. Ink Shadow Dust immediately dodged to the left. A cold light swept past his neck. Shadow Fracture's attack once again fell short, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Good reaction. His voice echoed through space, making it difficult to judge orientation. Chapter 19 Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline. Stay alert. Mo Shadow Dust ordered Dali, Iron Guard, and Master Yi to form a defensive formation. Shadowcrack's laughter echoed grimly in the darkness. Just these 3 skeletons want to stop me? They can't even catch my shadow. Before the words fell, a black shadow sprang out from underneath Vigor's feet like a viper, the sharp dagger aiming straight for the vitals. The Iron Guard reacted quickly, his rock shield blocking out horizontally. There was a crunching sound of clank, and Shadow Split's figure disappeared into the shadows once again amidst the spatter of sparks. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, powerful, soul berserk. Bleeding red light suddenly erupted around Dali's body, and the pig's tooth bone blade was entwined with berserk soul power, the entire skeleton humming. Shadow Fracture hid in the shadows and let out a surprised voice, "What the hell?" In the next instant, Vigor violently turned around and his bone blade slashed into the void with a whistling that tore through the air. With a poof sound, a deep wound opened up in Shadow Fracture's chest, and Hellfire burned on Shadow Fracture's wound along with Vigor's attack. Shadow Split's form was forced to appear. Impossible. How could a mere skeleton warrior have such strength, and what the hell kind of abilities are these? Shadow Fracture was incredulous. Mo Shadow Dust sneered, "You think that's all there is?" He snapped his fingers. Boom! 8 hidden skeleton warriors suddenly appeared from the summoning space, instantly surrounding Shadow Fracture in the center. The skeletons held weapons, their gazes flickering with ghostly blue flames, forming a perfect encirclement. What? There are actually so many hiding. Shadow Rift's face changed drastically, and his figure once again tried to vanish into the shadows. But this time, Vigor's perception in his berserk state had already locked onto the Hellfire aura that was burning on his body. The pig-tooth bone blade slashed like a crack to every shadow where Shadow Fracture was hiding. The other skeleton warriors were also continuously compressing his space of movement, blocking all retreat paths as they wielded their weapons. Finally, after an untimely dodge, Vigorous bone blade slashed heavily on Shadow Fracture's shoulder. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the secret realm. Shadow Fracture's face was as pale as paper, and madness flashed in his eyes. "Damn it, monsters! You monsters!" A blinding light suddenly erupted from his body. "Let's die together." A huge explosion rang out in the secret realm. The 8 ordinary skeletons in Master Yi, who couldn't dodge in time, were reduced to pieces in the explosion, and Shadow Split's figure dissipated. Congratulations to the host for killing Shadow Fracture, the pride of the Shadow Realm's royal family, and plundering the words First Blade Strike B, Shadow Shuttle A, and Transformation of Reality into Void B. First Blade Strike B, the first attack when undetected will always strike. Shadow Shuttle A, use mental energy to shuttle within the shadows at will. Note, the body must be in an illusory state when shuttling, and cannot be shuttled by entities. Reality Transformation B, consumes mental energy to transform the body between reality and illusion. Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline S, gain the Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline inheritance. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. So cool? 1S, 1A, 2BS? Is that how they ship? It's worthy of being a heavenly pride that was chosen to enter the human race for training in the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Realm. Emo Shadowdust looked at the dead Master Yi again, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. But despite the heavy losses, it was worth it to obtain these powerful words. The talent of the Shadow Realm's royal family was still terrifying. Emo Shadowdust looked at the words. First Blade Strike should be a talent awakened by Shadowcrack himself. In addition, Shadow Shuttle and Transformation of Reality and Void are both talents that the Shadow Realm royal family was born with. The Void Real Transformation allowed the Shadow race to turn their bodies into nothingness and dodge attacks. Paired with Shadow Shuttle, it gains another super high level of locomotion. Luckily, everyone is low level right now, and there's not enough mental power to go around. This is if it grows up. But now those talents are mine. It was this S-ranked Shadow Realm royal bloodline that meant something that Ink Shadowdust hadn't yet figured out. Let's go and take a look at that secret treasure. Ink Shadowdust was filled with excitement as he stepped towards the high platform. Golden light pulsed in Mo Shadowdust's palm, exuding a hauntingly dark aura. The air in the secret realm stagnated, and even breathing became heavy. Mo Shadowdust's fingertips trembled slightly, and an anciently shaped amulet slowly emerged between the flashes of light in his palm. The surface of the amulet was engraved with mysterious death lines, and the pattern of a skeleton and a scythe came to life. Ink Shadowdust's pupils contracted violently as a system beep sounded in his head. Death Talisman Gold, a secret treasure, effective when placed in storage space after use. Possessor can choose to learn any skill across one of his/her own levels. This is simply. Mo Shadowdust was breathing heavily, trembling with excitement. That necromancer in his previous life had risen to prominence with his own power, so it was by this. Any profession obtaining this secret treasure meant a qualitative change in strength. But to a necromancer, it was simply a divine weapon. What does a cross-level skill mean? It meant that he could learn first-rank skills now. A first-order necromancer's summon creatures were not on the same level as zero-order at all. Ha ha ha. Mo Shadowdust laughed up to the sky, his laughter echoing in the empty secret realm. Dolly and Ironguard stood quietly, waiting for their master's orders. Whether to use the Death Talisman? Use it. Ink Shadowdust didn't hesitate, and the golden talisman instantly turned into bits of light and disappeared into his body. An arcane power flowed through his entire body, as if it had opened up some sort of confinement. You may choose a first-order skill to learn. Ink Shadowdust took a deep breath and began to browse the list of first-rank skills. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon the Ghost. White Bone Armor. Corpse Explosion. Summoning Zombies. Blood Control. Summon the Spectre. Ink Shadowdust looked at the words contributed by the Shadow Rift he had just gotten. Without hesitation, he made his choice. A huge wave of knowledge flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. The esoteric knowledge of the summoning formations and control methods of the ghosts was instantly seared into the depths of his memory. Mo Shadowdust immediately began casting spells, his fingertips quickly sketching out complicated necromantic spell formations in the air. Dark purple magic threads traveled in the void, gradually weaving into a hexagram-shaped summoning formation. Thick death energy coalesced in the center of the spell formation, flowing slowly like ink. Wandering souls from the underworld, heed my call. Mo Shadowdust chanted an incantation in a low voice, and the summoning array blossomed with an ethereal blue light. The death energy surged violently, gradually condensing into a translucent illusory figure. The apparition's form resembled a human and not a human, with the upper half of its body maintaining its human form, while the lower half of its body transformed into an ethereal mist. A cold blue flame flickered in its eyes, and a chilly deathly aura surrounded its body. Master. An ethereal mental fluctuation was transmitted into Ink Shadowdust's brain, carrying a chill from the underworld. Chapter 20, Ghost, Phantom Thorn. Aside from the Shadow Realm's royal bloodline, which he hadn't figured out how it worked for the time being, Ink Shadowdust bestowed the several phrases he had just gotten from Shadow Rift on the Phantom Soul. It also gave it the dagger that the Hellhound had popped out. Spectre, Phantom Thorn. Level, 1 rank 1. Words, Reality Transformation B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B. Weapon, Hellblade Blue. Power, 66. Agility, 72. Physical Fitness, 66. Mental, 72. The spirit floated in the air, its translucent body constantly twisting and contorting, displaying unique abilities. Voiding, beings born void may not be limited by physical terrain. Scream unleashes a soul scream that affects surrounding enemies and has a chance to put them in a state of fear. First Blade Strike B, the first attack while undetected will always strike hard. Shadow Shuttle A, consumes mental energy to shuttle within the shadows at will. Note, the body must be in an illusory state when shuttling, and cannot be shuttled by entities. Reality Transformation B, consume mental energy to transform your body between reality and reality at will. Strong. These words are more appropriate on a specter than on a Shadow Realm creature. Shadow Realm creatures are solid, relying on the reality shift to change into a virtual body each time, and can dodge attacks and make shadowy passages. However, it takes spiritual energy to maintain the void real transformation So don't look at the previous shadow splits seemingly ethereal, roaming through the sky. In reality the mental pressure was great. After all, each time, one had to first turn on the virtual reality transformation, and then maintain the state of virtual reality transformation for Shadow Shuttle. Now his own specter didn't have this trouble. The normal state was that of a vaporous being, and normal physical attacks were difficult to harm it. All that was needed was to enter the physical state the moment it attacked. Not to mention being able to use Shadow Shuttle at any time. Mo Shadow Dust nodded his head in satisfaction and swept his gaze over Vigorous and Iron Guard. Although these two skeleton warriors also had word enchantments, they were completely and utterly not on the same level as a first-ranked specter. Let's just say that the 6x increase in base attributes across the ranks was not something they could compare to. However, they had their own value. Dolly has the Soul Berserker ability, and Iron Guard is an excellent defensive warrior. Moreover, sooner or later, they would slowly become stronger as they improved. It's just a pity that Master Yi. Let's go, it's time to get out of here. Mo Shadow Dust turned around and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Ink Shadow Dust had just taken 2 steps, but suddenly stopped. Those runes that covered the entire secret realm were still emitting a ghostly blue light, and the energy was still continuously surging in the direction of the high platform. Something's not right. Ink Shadow Dust frowned as he gazed at the runes on the ground. From the entrance of the cave to here, the runes were spread in every corner, leading to the top of the high platform. At first he thought that these runes were feeding the secret treasure on the platform. But now that the secret treasure had been taken away, the rune energy was still flowing. Too wrong. Mo Ingsuan walked slowly around the platform, his eyes carefully searching every detail. Finally, his eyes locked onto the raised platform where the secret treasure was taken. Dolly. Ink Shadow Dust gestured towards the skeleton warrior. Dolly immediately rushed forward, and the bone knife in his hand slashed down violently. Ka-ching! A crack appeared on the surface of the bulge. A twinkle flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. Indeed. Iron Guard, Phantom Thorn, go together. The 3 men immediately launched an attack. Iron Guard smashed with his shield, Phantom Stinger stabbed with his dagger, and Dolly wielded his bone sword. The cracks kept widening and spreading like a spider web. Rumble! The entire high platform suddenly shook violently. Mo Ingsuan stumbled before he could stabilize himself. Ka-ching! Ka-chow! More cracks spread at an alarming rate. Not good. Mo Shadow Dust's face suddenly changed. There was no time to evacuate, and the platform collapsed. Ink Shadow Dust and the 2 skeleton warriors instantly fell into the abyss. Only Phantom Thorn levitated in the air with his vaporized body and swooped down immediately after him. With the wind howling in his ears, Mo Ing Chen tried to stay awake during the descent. It was pitch black, with no idea where it led. Plop! Several sounds of falling water rang out almost simultaneously. Mo Shadow Dust felt the chill instantly penetrate his entire body, and the cold, bone-piercing water surrounded him from all sides. In the darkness, he desperately swam upwards, his lungs gradually starting to burn like unbearable. After a few seconds, he finally broke the surface, gasping for air. The crisp sound of bones clashing came from the shore, and Vigor and Iron Guard had already climbed onto the shore. The Phantom Thorn floated in mid-air, emitting a ghostly blue light that illuminated the dim surroundings. Phew! Luckily it's water. Ink Shadow Dust swam to the shore, his heart palpitating. If there was hard ground below, this fall was afraid that his life would be lost directly. He stood up, wrung out the moisture from his clothes, and looked up and around. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. The sight in front of him shocked him beyond words. A huge altar stood in the center of the underground space, its body cast from some kind of black metal. The surface of the altar was covered with complicated runes, and each line was emitting a strange dark red light. Countless energy threads converged from all directions, densely covering the entire dome like blood vessels. All the energy eventually flowed towards the blood pool at the center of the altar. Within the blood pool, a huge heart was beating rhythmically. Thud, thud, thud. A low heartbeat echoed through the empty underground space. The dense runes on the surface of the heart flashed brightly as it beat, releasing a palpitating pressure. Unknown level item detected, Heart of the Grim Reaper, advised to leave immediately. The system's beep sounded in Ink Shadow Dust's head. Unknown level item detected, Heart of Death, recommend leaving immediately. Unknown level item detected, Death's Heart, advised to leave immediately. Prompted 3 times in a row, the system was unprecedentedly cautious. Death's Heart. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes. The name reminded him of the legendary Angel's Heart, the Holy Light Cleric's treasure of the Holy Light clergy. Every generation of Holy Sons would try to incorporate the Angel's Heart into their bodies. The one who succeeds is the next pope, until death when the Angel Heart is automatically stripped away. Ink Shadow Dust stared at the heart in the blood pool with a burning gaze. If we can use it as a bearer. A crazy thought surfaced in his mind. He walked slowly towards the altar, followed by the skeletal warriors behind him. Suddenly, the ground around the altar cracked, and a dozen or so skeletal warriors crawled out of the ground. They were holding long swords, with ghostly green flames burning in their eyes as they stared at Mo Shadow Dust and his party in death. Guardians? Sneered Ink Shadow Dust. Vigor, Iron Guard, Phantom Spike, clear them out. The 3 henchmen immediately rushed towards the enemy. The bone blade in Vigor's hand swung like the wind, each strike easily cleaving the opponent. The Iron Guard raised his shield in front of him, blocking the attacks for his companions. The Phantom Thorns, on the other hand, weaved through the enemy, their daggers wordlessly harvesting life. Ink Shadow Dust, on the other hand, took the opportunity to continue approaching the altar. Chapter 21 Heart of the God of Death. The sound of the heartbeat in the blood pool grew louder and louder, as if it were a thunderous roar that bombarded Mo Ingchuan's eardrums. As the distance shortened, a powerful pressure enveloped his entire body. Mo Shadow Dust only felt chills all over his body, and every step was exceptionally difficult. But he still gritted his teeth and insisted, moving forward bit by bit. Finally, he came to the edge of the blood pool. Under close observation, the runes on the surface of the Heart of Death became clearer. Those runes formed a complete formation, constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. This should be the source of the energy convergence of the entire secret realm. Mo Shadow Dust carefully observed the direction of the runes. Suddenly, the beating frequency of the Death's Heart increased. A powerful pressure came from it. Ink Shadow Dust stumbled and almost fell into the blood pool. Ink Shadow Dust strongly endured the pressure, and each step caused his bones to clack. The veins on his arms bulged out and cold sweat slid down like rain. The beating of the Death's Heart became more and more violent, and the deafening sound of his heartbeat almost tore his eardrums. He clenched his teeth and stretched out his trembling right hand. The moment his fingertips touched the Heart of Death, an indescribable chill instantly invaded his entire body. Mo Ingchuan felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave, and every cell was being frozen. And yet, his consciousness was clearer than ever before. Advance. He made a command with his mind. Usable bearer detected, Death's Heart, is it fused? The system's beep sounded in his head. Confirmed. Ink Shadow Dust did not hesitate. Warning, the Heart of Death is an item of unknown grade, the danger of advancing as a bearer is extremely high, do you confirm? What a lot of nonsense, at a time like this you're still asking. Mo Shadow Dust cursed. His body could barely support him anymore, so he could only hurry to complete the fusion while he could. Confirm. With the second confirmation, the system light suddenly bloomed. The runes on the surface of the Death God's heart flashed, and the entire heart faded away in the light. The blood in the blood pool lost its source of energy and gushed out wildly like a runaway wild horse. Countless amounts of blood swept towards Mo Shadow Dust. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to even breathe. Just at the moment when the blood was about to engulf him, the word looting system erupted with a dazzling light. A translucent aperture enveloped Ink Shadow Dust. The endless blood was blocked out, yet it still wrapped around the aperture relentlessly. Gradually, it formed a blood-colored cocoon. Ink Shadow Dust felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. It was as if there were countless knives in his body cutting every inch of flesh and blood. The intense pain caused him to resist letting out an agonizing hiss. But soon, he didn't even have the strength to scream. Consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Vigor and the other skeleton warriors who were fighting in the distance suddenly stopped moving. They sensed that their master's state was not right and wanted to rush over to save him. But the enemy didn't give them that chance. A dozen guard skeletons came after them with swords raised. Vigorously raising his bone sword, he fiercely met them. The Iron Guard followed close behind, rock shields blocking the enemy's attacks. Phantom Thorn, on the other hand, transformed into a shadow, weaving back and forth through the enemy formation. 3 skeleton warriors blocked the path leading to the altar to death. Just then, the entire underground space suddenly shook violently. A huge crack split open in the void. Losing the source of energy that was the Death God's heart, the entire secret realm began to collapse. The cracks grew wider and wider, and the darkness of nothingness spread from it. Everything was being swallowed up. In the next moment, a huge suction force swept Ink Shadow Dust and his skeletal warriors into the void. When the secret realm completely disappeared, Ink Shadow Dust lay on the ground at the entrance to the secret realm, not moving a muscle. The blood that encapsulated Ink's shadow dust also completely disappeared. The circle of light around him flickered for a moment and disappeared with it. Only Vigor and Iron Guard were left silently guarding his side. Phantom Thorn, on the other hand, hid in the shadows not far away to keep watch. Night gradually covered the land. But Mo's shadow dust still didn't show any signs of waking up. Only his faintly heaving chest proved that he was still alive. Deep within the necromancy realm, a giant white bone hall loomed. The high walls made of countless dead bones exuded a ghostly green phosphorus flame. An eerie aura spread through the great hall. An old voice suddenly resounded through the great hall. The heart of death disappeared? Before the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept through. A black-robed witch demon rushed in from outside the temple. The aura of death lingered around him, and his powerful pressure caused the air to freeze. If a character was present to test the strength of the witch demon, he would be surprised to find that it was actually a peak powerhouse at the top of the 8th rank. "My lord, you're awake?" The witch demon knelt respectfully. In the void, the old voice sounded once again, "I feel the disappearance of the death god's heart." The witch demon's body shook as he looked up incredulously. "This is never possible. The heart of death is a holy relic of my realm, and has been constantly traveling through all walks of life along with my necromantic spirit realm's testing grounds, absorbing energy from all walks of life," he said, paused, and then continued. "And it's guarded by the endless blood sea. Anyone who takes the heart of death will instantly be crushed to pieces by the pressure of the endless blood sea. Even if it's you, my lord, who is a noble 9th rank, you won't be able to take the death god's heart from the trial ground." The witch demon's voice was filled with confusion. "In which realm is the proving ground most recently located?" The pale voice pursued. "The human realm, my lord. I teamed up with the other lords to scout it not long ago. The energy is about to be perfected, and it was scheduled to be picked up and returned during the Heaven's Pride trials 2 years from now," the witch demon replied carefully. Dead silence fell in the great hall. A moment later, a terrifying mental fluctuation erupted. The fluctuation penetrated the boundary barriers and reached the human realm. The trial field shattered. An angry roar resounded through the great hall. "The human race, it must be the human race that used some means to take away the holy relics of our realm." Before the words fell, a figure appeared from the void. It was a skeleton as white as jade, with a breath so powerful that it was suffocating. "Necromancy realm, all alert! If the human race does not return the holy relic," the ghostly fire blazed in the skeleton's eyes, "then let them taste the taste of the undead heavenly tribulation." With a flash of his figure, the skeleton instantly appeared at the edge of the realm. He raised his hand and slashed at the void. The space shattered like a mirror. Without sparing the consumption of massive amounts of energy, several space jumps were made one after another. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance and arrived at the border of the human realm. The ghostly green aura of death surrounded him. Each step left permanent cracks in the void. The terrifying pressure of a 9th-ranked powerhouse caused the void to tremble. The moment the skeleton crossed the border, the human realm's ancestral land erupted with shocking swordlight. The swordlight broke through the clouds and tore through the sky, illuminating the entire realm. A figure came with a sword, instantly traveling 10,000 miles. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain clothes, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was surrounded by a lingering sword aura, and every pore of his body exuded an astonishing sharpness. The sword intent was so strong that it induced a resonance in the heavens and earth. The guardian of the human race, the 9th-ranked sword immortal Gao Yang. Chapter 22 Promotion. Guests from the necrotic spirit realm, why are you trespassing on the human realm's boundaries? Gao Yang stood in the air, his voice bland with inviolable majesty. The skeleton king's eyes flickered with ghostly fire, and the aura of death filled the air. "Human sword immortal, hand over the heart of death and I will retreat immediately." "Heart of the god of death?" Gao Yang frowned slightly. "I don't know what you're talking about." The skeleton king's deathly aura churned and his voice was eerie and piercing. "Playing dumb? The heart of death is a holy relic of my realm, and it suddenly disappeared in the human realm just now. It must have been seized by your human race by some means." Gao Yang stood with his arms folded, his sword aura spreading out. "Joke, why would my human race need to covet the holy relics of his realm? If we really want to take it, we'll do it in a dignified manner. Trespassing the boundary today for no reason, if you don't quickly retreat, don't blame me for being unsympathetic." The skeleton king let out a sardonic laugh. "If you don't hand over the holy relic, then let the army of the undead trample the human realm." Before the words left his mouth, the dead aura surged and transformed into a sky full of skeletons. A cold aura flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. "Seek death." He raised his hand and pointed, and the sword light skyrocketed. In an instant, countless sword chi crisscrossed the room. The skeleton army instantly crumbled into pieces. The skeleton king looked grave, not expecting Gao Yang to break his divine ability with a single strike. "Worthy of being a human sword immortal. But if we don't hand over the holy relic today, my necrotic spirit realm will never stop." Gao Yang took one step, and his sword chi transformed into a dragon. I'll say it one last time, get out of here right now. Otherwise, let you see, this sword of mine. In the end, there is much profit. Space trembled under the sword chi, as if it would collapse at any moment. The Skeleton King couldn't help but take half a step back when he felt the terrifying sharpness. He was well aware of the Sword Immortal's terrifying power, and once he struck out with all his might, even space could be chopped apart. I'll spare you guys for now today. If you don't return the holy relics as soon as possible, the necromantic spirit realm's armies will definitely step on the human realm. The Skeleton King left behind harsh words and turned around to vanish into the void. Gao Yang watched him leave with a frown on his face. The Heart of Death had suddenly disappeared and the Bone King had come to his door. There had to be something strange about this. He turned to look deeper into the human realm, seemingly pondering something. The light flickered and returned to the ancestral land of the human race. An order came out. The entire clan is on alert for a full-scale invasion of the Necronomicon. The wilderness near the city of Succumvit. Ink Shadow Dust lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. The piercing sunlight made him subconsciously raise his hand to cover it. Iron Guard and Power immediately noticed his awakening through soul fluctuations and quickly surrounded him. Phew! Ink Shadow Dust let out a long breath and looked at the two skeletons guarding his side. Dolly's body was covered in battle marks, and there were multiple cracks on his bones. There wasn't a single scratch on Iron Guard's body, so it was thought that it had all been repaired through Earth Wave. There were quite a few monster corpses scattered on the ground. At a glance, they were trying to attack their unconscious selves and were killed by vigorous Iron Guard as well as Phantom Thorn and the three of them joining forces. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. Ink Shadow Dust propped himself up on the ground and sat up, his head still a little dizzy. He mentally swept his surroundings, and Phantom Thorn was wandering in the shadows in the distance. Thanks to you guys. Ink Shadow Dust whispered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. Just then, a system beep sounded. Congratulations to the Transfigurator for being promoted to the first rank. Please choose your specialization. Detailed information on multiple branches floated before Ink Shadow Dust's eyes. Summoner specialization, Death specialization, Curse specialization, Whitebone specialization, Blood specialization. These are all directions that have been taken and proven to be feasible by previous generations, and are engraved by the world rules within the transfer system. Ink Shadow Dust fell into deep thought. He possessed the Divine Soul Dual Life phrase, which allowed him to be proficient in both branches at the same time. This was an extremely rare advantage. Summoning specialization is a must. Ink Shadow Dust said darkly. His skeleton army had taken shape. Dolly, Iron Guard, and Phantom Thorn all showed amazing potential. If they can continue to strengthen their summoning abilities, the future is promising. What's the second pick? Ink Shadow Dust's gaze moved back and forth between Death specialization and Whitebone specialization. Death specialization specialized in melee combat, a direction that used the power of death to attach itself and strengthen itself. Whitebone specialists, on the other hand, are more like traditional mages, relying on Whitebone magic for output and defense. That's it. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes glazed over as he made his choice. I choose Summoning Specialization and Whitebone Specialization. Selection successful. Please select first level skill. Ink Shade Dust was a little nervous. The most crucial place came. In this world, what is the most restrictive thing about a professional? This question, ask 100 people and 99 will answer, skill bar. Everyone gains 3 skills when they first succeed in a transfer. After advancing 1 rank, they will gain 2 first rank skill bits, and 0 rank skill bits will become 4. After advancing to second rank, you will gain 2 second rank skill bits, first rank skill bits will increase to 4, and 0 rank skill bits will increase to 8. And so on. As for skills, I'm sorry, the transfer system will only provide skills every time you just advance, and after the skill bits are expanded, if you want to learn skills, you'll have to find your own skill books to learn them. That's why there's been a lot of debate within the major colleges and universities about the matching of skills. Now Ink Shadow Dust can specialize in 2 branches at the same time though. But if the skill bits didn't increase, it would be embarrassing. Please choose 2 each of Summoning Specialization and Whitebone Specialization skills. Bullseye. Sure enough, the S-rank Divine Soul Duel wasn't that simple, to the point where even the skill bar had become 2 specializations to be used individually. Ink Shadow Dust swept the skill bar. It's a pity that the number of .0 rank skill bars showed 4, and it wasn't doubled like the first rank skills. Focused on the skills provided by the system. There wasn't really much to choose from, there weren't many skills provided by the system, they were all basic models. The really super strong or even perverted skills basically need to rely on skill books or inheritance stones to obtain. Summoning Specialization chooses Summon Spectre, Summon Skeleton Archer. Whitebone Specialization chooses Whitebone Armor and Bone Spear. Successful selection. The system finally went quiet. It was only since awakening that Ink Shadow Dust finally had the time to look at his attribute bar. In the end, using an item like the Death God's Heart, which even the system couldn't determine the grade of, as a bearer to advance. How much will it improve? Name, Mo Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. First rank bearer, Necromancer's Heart Red. Word, Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Twin S, Eagle Eye C, Long Range Damage Enhancement C, Gluttony D, Night Vision C. Equipment, White Bone Pendant Green, Amulet of Death Gold. Level, First Order, First Level. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Physical Fitness, 100. Spirit, 270. Rank 0 skills, Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike, Skeleton Enhancement Equipment Skill. Level 1 skill, Skeleton Archer Summoning, Ghost Summoning, White Bone Armor, Bone Spear. Heart of Death Red, the greatest treasure of the necromantic realm, currently in a state of self-sealing, gradually unsealed as the possessor's strength rises. Existing abilities, Spirit Enlightenment, Soul Domination. Spirit Enlightenment, passive skill that automatically opens the spirit of the undead creature summoned by the possessor, making the undead creature more intelligent and with the possibility of comprehending skills. Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures to enhance itself, lasts for 30 minutes. Note, summoned creatures that have had their souls absorbed will enter a dormant state and cannot be summoned again until 24 hours later. Chapter 23 Who Doesn't Submit? Phantom Thorn teaches you to be human. 10.10x base attribute increase? It's going to take off. Ink Shadow Dust had mingled for 10 years in his last life, and what he had learned was not small. However, he had never heard of a transmogrifier who could obtain a 10x increase in attributes when advancing. The strongest known increase was the Holy Light Cleric's Angelic Heart progression could gain a 9x increase. Then there was the ancient royal family or the heirs of the major top clans who could get an 8x increase. Normal people. For example, in Ink Shadow Dust's last life, the increase gained from advancing was basically 5 times. Not to mention that the 2 skills currently provided by Death's Heart were all divine skills. Enlightenment gave his summons more possibilities. Soul Domination, though unused, is a killer skill at first glance. Ink Shadow Dust pulled up Phantom Thorn's attributes again. Phantom Soul, Phantom Thorn. Level, 1 rank 1. Words, Reality Transformation B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B. Weapon, Inferno Blade Blue, attack speed increased by 20%, attack has a slight Inferno Flame burn attached to it. Power, 66. Agility, 72. Physical Fitness, 66. Mental, 72. Skills, Voiding, Screaming. TSK, TIS. The Phantom Thorn attribute that he had felt was strong before was now not even on the same level when compared to himself. One of his own spiritual attributes alone was close to catching up with the sum of the illusory Thorn attribute. Ink Shadow Dust had also discovered the drawbacks of the Necromancer's summons after the past few days of fiddling around. Most notably, there were no free attribute points to add for upgrading. When a transmogrifier was at rank 0, each time they upgraded, all of their attributes grew by 1 point each, and then they would gain 2 free attribute points. It is not until after the first rank that they will automatically grow depending on the bearer. Every time a summon object is upgraded, however, it only receives 1 point of growth in each of its full attributes, and there is no such thing as a free attribute point. It doesn't seem like a lot, just 2 points per level. But you have to realize that when a transmuter advances, their attributes are increased by multiples. With 2 attribute points per level, 1 rank would be 18 points. Even at the lowest 5-fold increase, there was still a difference of 90 attribute points. Although the skeletons that had undergone a word increase were now stronger than the average basic professions when pulled out individually, and not even weaker than the rare professions. But to say that compared to the hidden professions, stop it, we're necromancers, what's the point of taking a baby and comparing it to someone else who's a transmogrifier? What's wrong with a group fight? Could it be that necromancers can really only win by sheer numbers? Hey! No clue. Crap. The big test. Mo Shadow Dust hurriedly took out the locator from his storage space. This thing, the locator function is really not too good, but the time on it is still very accurate. It can be used as a portable electronic watch. The blue light screen lit up, displaying the time information. Fortunately, the 7th day, in time. Mo Shadow Dust breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Back to the assembly. Ink Shadow Dust took the lead and walked at the front. Now he didn't need any iron guards to scout the way. Joking aside, with his current attributes, a monster that could directly second him would definitely not survive even if their entire team went together. Simply put, a little floating. Walked 2 steps, but found that both the skeleton and the phantom thorns that had gone through enlightenment to open up their spiritual minds were indeed a bit different. For example, Iron Guard was now accelerating, wanting to rush in front of Ink Shadow Dust and do his duty as a shield warrior. But this phantom spike made him a bit confused. He weaved in and out of the shadows behind the group, his gaze constantly fixed in the direction of Ink Shadow Dust. In his eyes. How can I put it? It seems to be filled with longing. A chill ran through Ink Shadow Dust's posterior. Marred, this enlightened spirit ghost wouldn't have any special fetishes. Just as he was rambling, he even made the decision that he must take the phantom thorn back into the summoning space when he slept in the future. A mental fluctuation came from the phantom thorn's side. Shadow. Blood. Shadow? Blood? What do you mean? Ink Shadow Dust suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was a light in his eyes. The Shadow Realm's royal bloodline. Ink Shadow Dust hesitated for a moment. After all, this was the second S-rank phrase he had obtained since his rebirth. He had already felt the effects of the Divine Soul duo. It was definitely strong, invincible, and could subvert the existence of the entire cultivation system. Now this Shadow Realm Imperial bloodline, he thought that it wouldn't be as weak. But this Phantom Thorn is looking at himself so eagerly. Finally Ink Shadow Dust was coerced by the Phantom Thorn's hungry gaze and chilled posterior. Giving this S-rank phrase to Phantom Thorn. Ink Shadow Dust stretched out his hand, and a cloud of dark energy surfaced in his palm. The Phantom Thorn trembled as it approached, unconsciously being deeply attracted by the power. When the energy touched the Phantom Thorn's torso, a burst of black light instantly enveloped it. The Phantom Thorn's soul began to change, becoming more slender and elegant. A purple ethereal fire lit up in its eye sockets, and a hidden darkness surrounded its body. Ink Shadow Dust felt a powerful aura emerge from the Phantom Thorn's body, as if it had opened up some kind of power that had been imprisoned for a long time. Ink Shadow Dust hurriedly opened Phantom Thorn's attribute bar to check the changes. Phantom Soul, Phantom Thorn. Level, 1 Rank 1. Words, Transformation of Reality B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B, Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline S. Weapon, Hellblade Blue. Power, 88. Agility, 232. Physical Fitness, 88. Spirit, 152. Skills, Voiding, Screaming. This is... Ink Shadow Dust's gaze condensed. He didn't expect that with a simple word bestowed down, Phantom Thorn's attribute points had gotten such a big boost. He somewhat understood what this bloodline meant. This is a direct change of physique for the Phantom Thorn. The Phantom Stinger's current attributes should be completely boosted according to the attributes of the Shadow Realm's royal creatures. High base attributes, 8x progression increase. Now Ink Shadow Dust was going to retract the statement that necromancers could only be swarmed just now. Who's not convinced? Come on. Stand out. Even the hidden professions count. Phantom Thorn teaches you to be a man. S-ranked words, they really are all heaven-defying existences. In a great mood, Mo Shadow Dust took the 3 minions and dashed towards the meeting place. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to make it. What would have happened if I had chosen my own Shadow Realm royal bloodline? Reset attributes? An 8-fold increase in attributes according to the Shadow Realm royal family's increase? Or continue to follow your own 10x increase? Can't figure it out. Chapter 24 Your mouths, they are so cheap. The wind of the wilderness whistled by, swirling up dust and obscuring the sky. Ink Shadow Dust gasped for air as his feet kept running forward. Behind him, 2 skeletons and a ghost followed closely behind. Vigor wielded a pig-tusked bone blade, Iron Guard carried a rocky shield, and Phantom Thorn held a hellish short blade in his hand. None of the normal skeletons were summoned. Agility is too low to keep up with Ink Shadow Dust's speed. Ink Shadow Dust was anxious in his heart, and there wasn't much time left. He knew that if he missed the final gathering time, what awaited him would be an endless wilderness, full of unknown dangers. In the distance, a patch of tents could be seen faintly. That was where the meeting place was. A glimmer of hope flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes, and the pace of his feet quickened by a few points. Inside the gathering place, Chinyan kept looking at his watch with a frown on his face. His gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, hoping to see the figures of the students who hadn't returned. But there was nothing but barren wilderness. 5 more minutes. Chen Yun whispered to himself with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Just at this moment, a figure walked quickly. It was the head of the rescue team organized by the school, with a grave expression on his face. Teacher Chen, the situation is not too optimistic. The voice of the person in charge was low. A total of 4 people from your class didn't come back, and 3 of them have been confirmed dead. Chen Yun's heart shook and his face instantly turned pale. Only this Mo Ingduan, the locator, has been without signal. The person in charge continued, what to do, you decide yourself as the class teacher. Chen Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He turned around to face the class, his voice slightly trembling. Class, the situation is a bit special. Ink Shadow Dust hasn't returned yet, so let's wait a little longer. As soon as his words fell, a hush fell over the class. What's the point of waiting for him? It's just a loser. That's right, letting the hidden profession go unchanged and choosing a trash profession, he deserves it. Teacher, we can't delay the safety of the whole class because of one person. Mocking voices rose and fell, filled with disdain for Mo Ingduan. Yan Jipeng couldn't listen anymore and stood up violently. Do you people have any conscience? Mo Ingduan is also our classmate. There was anger in his voice. If it was you guys who were left behind, what would you think? However, Yan Jipeng's words did not receive much response. Most of the students were still clamoring to leave immediately. Time ticked by as the surrounding classes left one after another. The empty gathering place looked more and more cold and dangerous. The students were becoming more and more agitated. Teacher, we really can't wait any longer. Yes, the surrounding classes have all pretty much left, if we don't leave, in case we run into any danger. Chen-yun looked at his watch, struggling in his mind. Wait for another half an hour, if Emo Shadowdust isn't here yet, we'll leave. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, but it also revealed determination. Half an hour quickly passed, and Emo Ingduan still didn't appear. The last waiting class also left, leaving only Chen-yun and his students. Teacher, it's time. Someone reminded. Chen-yun sighed deeply, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. Alright, let's go. He waved for the driver to start the vehicle, his heart filled with guilt. The vehicle started slowly. The tires rustled over the gravel road. Some of the students in the car chatted, some looked out the window and stared. Yan Jipeng leaned against the car window somewhat disheartened, his eyes aimlessly scanning the desolate wilderness scene. Emoing dust, after all, did not appear. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. On the distant horizon, a blurry silhouette was approaching at a rapid pace, and that silhouette seemed to be followed by three strange figures. He rubbed his eyes and fixed them again, but those three figures disappeared, leaving only one figure running wildly. Could it be that my eyes are blurred? Yan Jipeng muttered. As the distance drew closer, the silhouette of the figure became clearer and clearer. Yan Jipeng stood up violently and shouted excitedly, "Stop the car! Quickly stop the car! It's Mo Shadowdust!" The driver was startled by this sudden shout and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The modified bus let out a shrill scuffling sound and slowly came to a stop. Everyone looked in the direction Yan Jipeng pointed. Only to see a figure was darting in, dust tumbling under his feet. The figure was getting closer and closer, and finally, everyone could see his face. It was none other than Mo Shadowdust. Mo Shadowdust's face was covered in dust, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His chest was heaving violently, and he had obviously run a long distance. Nonetheless, his eyes remained resolute, and there was even a hint of a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. When Mo Shadowdust finally ran to the school bus, he propped his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Yan Jipeng hurriedly opened the door of the bus and shouted excitedly, "Mo Ingsuan, you finally caught up." "Sorry, I'm late." Mo Shadowdust whispered at Chen-yun with an apology in his voice. Chen-yun sighed in relief as he looked at Mo Ingduan, who had gotten into the car, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. "Finally, back It's okay, it's good to have you back." Mo Shadowdust raised his head, his deep eyes sweeping over everyone in the car. He slowly straightened up and adjusted his breathing before saying in a calm voice, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." There was no difference in his tone from when he had just spoken to Chen-yun, but the students in the car felt an indescribable sense of oppression. They couldn't help but silence their voices, and some even felt a hint of shivering. Only when they thought of Mo Ingsuan's previous performance of being wasteful all the time did they suppress the discomfort in their hearts. Pretending to be some kind of expert. A waste. The waste is finally here. It's because of you that we've waited here for so much longer. Do you realize how many people you have delayed? Mocking and scolding voices rose and fell, and Mo Shadowdust lowered his head, not bothering. Yan Jipeng couldn't help himself and shouted, "That's enough of you guys. It's already not easy for Mo Shadowdust to come back, and you guys still want to talk about him like this?" Mo Shadowdust raised his head, a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the students around him. "I know I've held everyone up, and I apologize. But your mouths. It's just so." After finishing a sentence, Mo Shadowdust even directly pulled out a pistol and fired 3 shots at Chen-lei, who had screamed the most fiercely just now. Chen-lei did not expect Mo Shadowdust to dare to make a move here. Completely failed to react. When he heard the gunshot finish, he touched his body incredulously. No injuries? He stood up and looked back to see 1 shot to the top of his head and 2 to the sides of both his ears. 3 bullet holes stood out on the backrest of the seat he was sitting on. Each bullet hole was less than 1 centimeter from his head. If any one of these 3 shots is a little crooked. Chapter 25 tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, on the stage of life and death, I'll be waiting for you. Chen-yun's face was cloudy as he walked quickly to Mo Ingduan's side. "What are you doing?" Chen-yun lowered his voice to question. Mo Shadowdust had already put away his pistol and leisurely sat back in his seat. His movements were elegant and calm, as if the thrilling scene just now was nothing more than an illusion. Mo Ingduan raised his eyes, his gaze as calm as water. Education. The short answer left Chen-yun momentarily speechless. He looked around, and the carriage was silent. Everyone held their breath for fear of being the next target. Chen-lei sat paralyzed in his seat, his face as white as paper. The 3 bullet holes opened their bloody mouths hideously around his ears, as if they would devour him at any moment. Chen-yun took a deep breath and forced down his anger. "Do you realize what you're doing? This is playing with the lives of your classmates." The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. "A joke? What they just said to me is the real joke. Chen Yun was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to retort. Indeed, those snarky words just now were far more hurtful than a few bullets. He sighed and turned to face the other students. You guys are also too much. It's already not easy for Ink Shadow Dust to come back, how can you all treat your classmates like this? We are all of the same human race, we should have been united, what are you guys doing now? Being extremely sarcastic and looking down on your fellow classmates? Showing contempt for others shows you're a cowboy? Have all your years of study gone into the stomach of a dog? As the words fell, there was silence in the carriage. Chen Yun looked with satisfaction at his classmates who did not dare to say anything. Again, he turned his gaze to Mo Yingduan. Shadow Dust, it's true that it's not right for your classmates to treat you like this, but you can't just shoot at your classmates? You should be aiming at the monsters, the foreigners, not your classmates. Mo Yingduan listened to Chen Yun's sermon and was somewhat unable to hold back. This old class was good everywhere, and the person was also very responsible. It's just that sometimes always trying to appear even-handed. Dealing with classroom conflicts, often hitting each other regardless of their color. Their mouths, too, should be aimed at the monsters, the Fae, not me. This time it's just a warning, if there's a next time, I'll shoot straight for the head. I'm not sure if I'll be sanctioned afterward, but what's clear to me is that no one of my classmates seems to be able to survive for the time being if they're shot in the head by me. After Ink Shadow Dust finished speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, clearly not wanting to say anything else. Chen Yun looked at the strong Mo Yingchen, shook his head helplessly and returned to his seat. The entire carriage was unusually quiet, with only the sound of the modified bus engine running. Everyone was immersed in the harsh words that Mo Yingxuan had just released. Shen Lei couldn't help but shiver. He had a premonition. If he opened his mouth to taunt Mo Shadow Dust again, Mo Shadow Dust's bullet would really hit his head. Mo Shadow Dust's consciousness sank into his body, and a virtual interface unfolded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 2, the Death Talisman is reset, please select the second rank skill you wish to inscribe. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. That's right. The cross-stage summon ghost that he had originally used as a base card didn't even last a day before Ink Shadow Dust was promoted to first stage. Now, it was time to choose a new second rank skill. Ink Shadow Dust carefully browsed through the list of skills. Definitely choose the summoning class. The two options of summoning zombies and summoning skeleton mages made him hesitate. Zombies, with their powerful flesh and terrifying regenerative abilities, made excellent fighters. The skeleton mage, on the other hand, can provide him with long-range magical support for added tactical flexibility. These two skills, if he could only choose one when he upgraded to rank 2, Ink Shadow Dust would definitely choose skeleton mage. After all, zombie melee creatures, he really wasn't lacking. However, the situation was different now, he was summoning a summon across the ranks. Then a zombie that relied on flesh to do damage was significantly better than a skeleton mage that didn't have much range and was only good at bursts. Weighing the options, Ink Shadow Dust finally chose to summon the zombie. Second rank skill, Summon Zombie has been engraved successfully. The system beep sounded in his head, and the corners of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly. Although it was inconvenient to summon it in the car right now, he couldn't wait to try out this new skill. The bus slowly pulled up to the entrance of the city, and the moment the doors opened, the clamor poured in like a tidal wave. Mo Shadow Dust stepped out of the bus, and what met his eyes was a bustling scene. Countless parents anxiously crowded at the city gates, stretching their necks to look for their children. Some were cheering, some were in tears. A mother held her son, who had just gotten off the bus, tightly, stroking the abrasions on his face as tears came to her eyes. It's okay, it's okay. She choked back a sob and repeated. Not far away, a boy covered his arm and bawled in his father's arms. Dad, I never want to go to a place like that again. Ink Shadow Dust silently watched all of this, a trace of bitterness flooding his heart. He looked around, his gaze skimming over faces of joy or worry. Sure enough, just like in his last life when he returned, none of them were here for him. Mo Shadow Dust pulled the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating manner. Regardless of whether it was in a previous life or in this life, there were some things that would never change. He took a deep breath and forced himself to withdraw his gaze. As he was about to leave, a voice filled with scorn suddenly came from behind him. Ink Shadow Dust. It was Zhao Hao. Mo Shadow Dust turned around and saw Zhao Hao standing there condescendingly. Don't forget the life and death stage tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with contempt. Mo Shadow Dust nodded calmly. I know. He turned to leave, memories of his last life coming to mind. Zhao Hao, the so-called genius who relied on his family's resources. During the 7 days of wilderness training, he didn't leave the camp at all. Just relying on the cultivation resources that the Zhao family had put together with the strength of their clan, he sat in the camp and absorbed them frantically for the entire 7 days. Right now, he should already be at rank 0, level 9. When he returned tonight, the Zhao family must have already prepared his bearer for him as well. Mo Ingduan still clearly remembered that the day after Zhao Hao returned from his previous life's training, he entered the campus as a first rank and shocked countless students and teachers. The media swarmed around and interviewed him frantically. The entire Subei city was discussing the fact that their city had produced such a heavenly pride. The Zhao family borrowed the fame achieved by Zhao Hao and frantically pulled in sponsorships to amass wealth. However, the truth a few months later was like a heavy hammer that hit everyone's head hard. Zhao Hao had directly lost his life during a college outing adventure because of his cowardice and fear, coupled with the fact that his combat experience was almost equal to zero. To make matters worse, he also dragged the classmate he was teaming up with at the time to be seriously injured. That classmate was also a young master from an unknown city, so naturally he refused to let it go. He directly told his family about it. The family got the media to break the story. Later, Zhao Hao was raked over the coals for the truth that all of his cultivation levels were all piled up by cultivation resources. The internet was in an uproar, and there was a lot of vocal criticism. The default rule in this world is that you can't pile up levels all on resources. After all, the world wasn't peaceful, and there were countless foreign enemies watching. The human race needed transmigrators who could go into battle, not flowers in a greenhouse. That's why no matter how big the clan was, giving cultivation resources was also restrained. At the very least, there wouldn't be a situation like Zhao Hao, who had no combat experience at all and relied solely on resources. Chapter 26 Second Order Zombie. In this life, I see that you don't even want to live well in the last few months. Have to come and mess with me? Imo Shadowdust recalled the incident with Zhao Hao back then while walking on his feet to the equipment market in Subei City. He needed to clean up all the trash equipment he had obtained in the wilderness and secret realms, as well as see if there was any suitable new equipment. The door to the equipment market was close by, bustling with people. Various cries of selling and selling were heard, and the scent of metal and leather filled the air. Ink Shadowdust ignored the many stallholders who had set up their stalls. He directly stepped into an imposing store. Wan Batsai. This store was very powerful, and there were branches of them in almost every city in the human dragon kingdom. There was no need to be afraid of being pitched when trading here. He walked straight to the counter, ignoring the curious gazes cast by the customers around him. I want to sell some equipment and materials. Mo Shadowdust's tone was flat. The clerk behind the counter smiled and nodded, skillfully taking out the appraisal instrument. Ink Shadowdust took out materials such as the furs of wilderness monsters, bone powder from the secret realm, and ghoul teeth from his storage space. There were also a few pieces of white-quality equipment that were nothing more than trash in the eyes of the shopkeeper. The clerk quickly appraised them and quoted a price, 520,000 federal coins. Do you think it's okay? Mo Shadowdust nodded slightly. This price was within his expectations. Although it was a bit lower than selling it at his own stall, it saved time and effort. It's just so easy for combat professionals to make money, as long as they're willing to take risks. 7 days, hundreds of thousands of dollars easily. But it's a lot of money to spend. The money arrived, and Ink Shadowdust began to browse the store's merchandise. His eyes lingered in the weapons section. The 92 pistol no longer suited the current him. The mental power had increased dramatically, and the spell damage far exceeded that of the pistol. But a backup weapon is still a good idea, just in case. Guest, may I make a recommendation for you? A young clerk approached. Ink Shadowdust glanced at him and said indifferently, show me the pistols in your store, something with more power. The clerk's eyes lit up and he immediately took out several pistols of different shapes. This is our store's newest arrival, the Thunder Fury, a modified version of the Desert Eagle. Mo Shadowdust scrutinized each gun, his fingers brushing over the body. The cold metallic touch came from him. As a 10-year-old gunman in his previous life, he naturally knew the power of each pistol well. In the end, he selected 2 modified Desert Eagles. These 2 are good, I'll take them. Mo Shadowdust said succinctly. Since it was just a normal pistol, not a magic item, although it had been modified, it wasn't that expensive. 100,000 would be enough to take these 2. The clerk wrapped them up happily and asked again, does the customer need any other weapons? Any weapons that can augment magic? Yes, take a look at this staff. The shopkeeper dutifully recommended it. Ink Shadowdust shook his head, don't want the staff. As for why don't want the staff? The question. Still, times have changed. These days, except for staffs with extremely good attributes, or the kind of purebred staking turret mages who would choose a staff as their main weapon. For the other professions, they would hardly ever choose a staff. The development of enchanting and inlay crafting has allowed all kinds of weapons to be augmented for magic. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as you can prepare the materials, a high-level enchanter could even enchant 2 pistols to give you a magically enhanced effect. It also doesn't affect the normal pistol shooting function. Doesn't that smell better than some mace? Of course, this only applies to lower levels. If you do have a high-level extreme staff, the purple and gold kind, then forget I said anything. It's better than a low-grade weapon to knock someone out with. Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze over the weapons on the rack and was suddenly attracted to a tang sword. The blade was slender and emitted a faint green glow. He reached out and gripped the hilt of the blade, and a strange power surged into his body. This blade. Emo Shadow Dust whispered softly to himself. Seeing this, the shopkeeper immediately introduced it. Good eye. This is a green quality tang sword. The blade is exceptionally sharp, and the material has been given a special treatment to make it more suitable for chopping. The blade is also enchanted with enhancement runes, which can increase the power of magical attacks by 5%. Ink Shadow Dust gently waved it, and the blade sliced through the air, emitting a slight buzz. This is it. Ink Shadow Dust decided decisively. The clerk smiled and settled the price for him. The 2 modified Desert Eagles cost $100,000, while the Tang Blade cost $300,000. Ink Shadow Dust paid without hesitation and carried the Tang Blade behind his back. The experience of his last life had taught him that weapons must be carried with him. Danger often came unexpectedly, and storage space was not always reliable. Muscle memory is the fastest response. After settling the bill, Ink Shadow Dust strides out of Wan Bao Zhai and returns to the hotel. Emo Shadow Dust pushed open the door of the hotel room and placed the Tang sword and pistol on the table. He looked around to make sure the room was safe before slowly closing his eyes. Mental energy surged like a tidal wave, probing for the scent of death. A scent of decay filled the air. The ground began to tremble, as if something was about to break through. Ink Shadow Dust opened his eyes, and a strange light flickered in his pupils. He stretched out his hand, palm up, as if he was greeting something. A summoning spell formed on the ground. A rotting hand extends from the spell, then an arm. Whole body. A zombie covered in iron stood in front of Ink Shadow Dust. A ghostly blue flame flickered in its empty eye sockets. Emo Shadow Dust sized up this zombie that had just been summoned from the underworld, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Not bad, it's stronger than I thought, he muttered. The zombie let out a low growl, as if responding to his master's appreciation. Ink Shadow Dust checked the zombie's attributes and a stream of information flooded into his mind. Zombie. Level 2 Order 1. Power 816. Agility 588. Physical fitness 816. Spirit 588. Skills: Steel Bones, Corpse Poison, Blood Sucking. Steel Bones, passive skill, Zombie's defense is strong. Corpse Poison, normal attacks will come with Corpse Poison. Blood Sucking, when biting on a creature with blood, you can absorb the blood to recover from your injuries, and at the same time, there is a certain chance to permanently enhance your own attributes. This property. This intensity. It's worthy of the second order. Let's just say that the Death Talisman is invincible. It allowed Ink Shadow Dust, a tiny necromancer who was new to rank 1, to directly possess the combat power of rank 2. Chapter 27, First Rank Xiao Hao, Dazzling and Explosive. In the past few days, Xia Yunqi had experienced too many inner ups and downs. The awakening of her S-class talent should have made her ecstatic, but it was complicated by a single decision. She still remembered the day she proposed to Mo Ingsuan to break off the engagement. Let's break off our engagement. Her voice was cold and abnormal. Ink Shadow Dust's reaction, however, was out of her expectation. He just nodded calmly, good. Just like that, a simple word that seemed to sever the years of bond between them. Xia Yunqi froze in place, at a loss for words. She had thought that Mo Ingduan would be as pestering as usual, but he was so dry. This contrast caused a trace of strange emotions to flood her heart. Originally, she thought that Mo Ingsuan was merely pretending. But in the following days, Mo Ingsuan actually never came to find her again. In the past, that inseparable figure suddenly disappeared, making Xia Yunqi feel an inexplicable emptiness. She began to unconsciously recall bits and pieces of the past. The back of Mo Shadow Dust holding the umbrella for her, the figure of preparing breakfast for her. These details that she had once taken for granted were now stirring ripples in her heart. Xia Yunqi attempted to dispel these tumultuous thoughts through cultivation. She told herself that it was just the discomfort of having her habits broken. But why? There was always a voice in the back of her mind questioning, was it really just that? The day of the training came, and Xia Yunqi chose to act alone. She wanted to prove that she could not rely on anyone. However, reality hit her in the head. Preparing her supplies, she realized she was ignorant of many details. In the past, Mo Shadow Dust would always arrange everything properly. Food, medicine, equipment. Every single thing was considered in every way. Only now did she realize how much thought was actually behind those seemingly simple things. Xia Yunqi bit her lip and forced herself to hold back the sourness in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she would actually miss that person that she had once seen as a liability so much. The experience had been harder than expected. Whenever she encountered a predicament, she would unconsciously turn back as if Mo Ingsuan would appear behind her at any moment. Just like for so many years. But when I looked back, there was only the sound of the cold wind around me. Although she was clear that with Mo Shadow Dust's talent, even if he did appear, he wouldn't be able to help himself. However, this sense of loneliness allowed her to truly appreciate the significance of Mo Shadow Dust's existence for the first time. Finally, the adventure is over. Xia Yunxi returned to the city gates earlier than expected. The family had long been waiting here, their faces beaming with pride. Jinxi, worthy of being the proud daughter of our Xia family. S-class talent, she's bound to have a great future. These words of praise echoed in her ears, but they made her feel a hint of discomfort. She looked around and saw the hugs, tears, and genuine caring between other ordinary families. That heartfelt joy was in stark contrast to what she felt. Xia Yunxi suddenly realized that her family cared more about her talent and future than she herself. This realization caused a wave of bitterness to flood her heart. She mechanically dealt with her family's pleasantries, but her eyes unconsciously searched the crowd for that familiar figure. Mo Shadow Dust hadn't returned yet. This discovery caused an inexplicable anxiety to well up in her heart. She should have gone straight home with her family, but instead she ghosted and stayed at the gates of the city. Time passed by minute, and Xia Yunxi's heartbeat accelerated with every figure that entered the city. Finally, she saw that familiar figure. Ink Shadow Dust walked in, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Xia Yunxi held her breath, waiting for his gaze to fall on her. However, Mo Ingsuan's eyes only faintly skimmed over her, as if she was just a stranger. This feeling of being ignored caused a stabbing pain to flood Xia Yunxi's heart. She opened her mouth to call out to him, but realized that she had lost the courage to speak. Mo Shadow Dust left straight away, his back gradually disappearing into the crowd. Xia Yunxi stood in place, her heart mixed. She didn't understand why she cared so much, why she felt so lost. This complexity drove her and made her decide to go to the life and death stage. Even if it was just to watch from afar, it was good. She knew that Ink Shadow Dust would definitely appear there. He had always been true to his word. Xia Yunxi kept reassuring herself that she was destined to go to the capital to attend the top school. With Mo Ingsuan's talent, at most, he could only rely on the Mo family's connections to find a trash institution around the city of Subei to attend. In the future, the two of them will not be in the same world after all. Cherish the present. It's good to see more. After all, after college, you may never see each other again. The morning sun was slightly exposed, and the area around the Life and Death Terrace in Subei City was already crowded. Students are flocking to the stage, vying for the best seats to watch the game. The air was filled with a mixture of tension and excitement. In the distance, Xia Yunxi sat cross-legged, her cool gaze sweeping over the clamoring crowd. Zhao Hao had begun to pervasively publicize this matter in the school ever since that day when Mo Ingsuan agreed to go on the Life and Death stage. He was afraid that Mo Ingchen would back out and not come. Now almost no one in the entire senior class knows about today's appointment. Students whispered and speculated about the exciting showdown that was about to take place. Do you guys think that Punk will dare to come? Who knows, but even if he comes, what can he do? He'll just be abused by Zhao Hao. Abuse is definitely going to be abused. Ion can also abuse that Punk Ink Shadow Dust. The question is whether Zhao Hao will really kill him. I don't think so. How to say that Mo Ingwan is also the young master of the Mo family. Zhao Hao should not give the Mo family any face at all. Discussions rose and fell, rippling through the crowd like ripples. The clock hand pointed to 7:30, and Zhao Hao walked out of the crowd with his head held high. Every step stirred up ripples. Zhao Hao leaped up and landed steadily in the center of the life and death stage. He stood proudly, the awakening staff in his hand emitting an eerie blue light. The mighty pressure of the first stage was deliberately and recklessly unleashed by him, sweeping across the entire arena, causing these students who were only at the 0th stage to shudder. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with arrogance and confidence, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Mo Ingduan, do you still dare to come? His voice was like thunder. The onlookers were in an uproar, their shock overflowing. Heavens! Zhao Hao actually broke through to the first rank. This is too strong, isn't it? A heavenly pride has actually appeared among us. This. Simply too big to use, that punk, big Mo Shadow Dust, still using the first rank? This time Mo Shadow Dust is miserable, and I don't know how to beg Zhao Hao to spare his life. Exclamations and comments rose and fell, sweeping across the entire arena like a wave. Even the always calm Xia Yunxi couldn't help but be a little surprised. With her eyes locked onto Zhao Hao, she really couldn't figure out how it was possible for Zhao Hao to advance to the first rank so quickly. Zhao Hao felt the awe cast in all directions and became even more complacent. He raised his staff and a blue light shot up into the sky. Xia Yunxi in the distance skimmed her lips. Zhao Hao's behavior didn't serve any purpose other than wasting spiritual energy and looking cooler. But after determining that Zhao Hao had indeed advanced to the first stage, Xia Yunxi began to worry for Mo Ingduan in her heart. Chapter 28 Missy, the young master is going to go on the life and death stage with someone. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in an elaborate suit hurriedly passed by the vicinity of the life and death platform. He frowned as he surveyed the students swarming around, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, a cool voice came from him. Butler, Missouri. The middle-aged man turned around at the sound of the voice, only to see a young girl with outstanding temperament walking quickly. Miss Xia? Butler, Missouri nodded slightly. Why are you here? Xia Yunxi's expression was grave as she quickly informed Butler, Missouri of what had happened. Butler Mo's face suddenly changed, his voice trembling. What? MOing. Young Master Mo is going to go on the life and death stage with the young master of the Zhao family? And the young master of the Zhao family is already at the first rank? His hands clenched involuntarily, his knuckles turning white. Butler Missouri took a deep breath and forced down the panic in his heart. Many thanks for informing Miss Xia, I will go back and report. After saying that, he turned around and left at a brisk pace, his footsteps so hurried that he almost stumbled. Xia Yunqi looked at Butler Mo's faraway back, her heart slightly relieved. She secretly thought to herself, if the Mo family knew about this, they must be able to help Mo Ingsuan. However, she looked at Butler Mo's hurried pace as he left, yet she was a bit puzzled. Wasn't there a phone? Do you have to rush back to report? However, at this moment, Butler Mo's heart was a different world. He was driving furiously while cursing in his mind. Damn Xia Yunqi, minding your own business. That little punk MOing one is dead as dead can be. What did he have to tell me about this life and death platform thing for? It's also my bad luck that I had to go near that life and death platform today. Butler Mo's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white from excessive force. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Now that I know about this, if I didn't report it to the family, and in the end, something really happened to that punk ink Shadow Dust, the board will definitely be hitting me. In front of the Mo family's gate, the butler rushed to the doorway out of breath. His forehead was oozing with cold sweat, and he was panting heavily with his hands propped on his knees. Just in time, a tall figure walked out of the door. Eldest Miss. The butler hurriedly straightened up. Mo Bingning frowned as she looked at the wretched butler. What's the matter panicking like this? The butler wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned in sharply. Eldest Miss, something big has happened, the young master he's going to go on the life and death stage with the young master of the Zhao family. Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly shrunk. The life and death stage? Are you sure? Her voice rose steeply. The butler nodded repeatedly. And Zhao Hao has already broken through to the first rank, this. What can we do about this? Mo Bingning's brows knitted tightly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Little brother how dare he agree to the life and death stage? Her fingers unconsciously gripped her sleeves. The housekeeper carefully observed Mo Bingning's expression. Missy, should this matter be? Mo Bingning raised her hand to interrupt him. I'll go tell father, you go ahead and get busy. The butler bowed as if he had been pardoned. Yes, then my subordinate will leave first. The butler hid in the corner, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally, I've reported the matter, Missy let me go, what happened after that has nothing to do with me. Mo Bingning quickly walked towards Mo Kuei's study. Inside the study, Mo Kuei was looking at the documents of the family industry report. Father. Mo Bingning gently knocked on the door. Come in. Mo Bingning pushed the door in and saw her father looking intently at the documents in his hands. What is it? Mo Kuei asked without looking up. Little brother wants to go on the life and death stage with Zhao Hao. With a pop sound, the pen in Mo Kuei's hand slammed heavily on the desktop. What did you say? He jerked his head up. Mo Bingning repeated herself and added, and Zhao Hao has already broken through to the first rank. Mo Kuei stood up in a hectic manner, and the desk was shaken by the impact. That asshole. He paced back and forth in his study, his face horribly grim. Who does he think he is? Daring to be a rival to the first-ranked Zhao Hao Shang? He's disgracing me. It's also a disgrace to the Mo family. A loser doesn't stay at home, but goes out to go on a life and death stage with someone? Is he trying to disgrace the Mo family? And isn't it even more humiliating now that someone else, Zhao Hao, is already at the first rank? Directly becoming a stepping stone to someone else's fame. Mo Bingning stood aside and hesitated for a moment. Father, why don't we find a way to stop this duel? MOK turned around violently. Are you crazy? His voice was thunderous. No one can force someone to go to the life and death stage, this must have been agreed to by that asshole himself. We, the Mo clan, still have a face to live up to, how can we interfere with the life and death stage? Mo Bingning bit her lower lip. But Zhao Hao on the life and death stage is able to directly kill Shadow Dust. Mo Kuei's footsteps lurched. This asshole kid, dead is dead. Before the words fell, he seemed to realize something. How can I say that he is also a member of our Mo family? Mo Kuei took a deep breath. Zhao Hao shouldn't kill him, you go to the life and death stage now. Wait for their duel to end and bring that asshole back. If he's not seriously injured, let him kneel in front of the shrine for me and reflect. Mo Bingning pursed her lips, a trace of intolerance flashing in her eyes. Yes, father. She turned and left the study, her steps hurried. Mo Bingning walked down the long corridor, recalling her father's words. A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Ever since she was a child, Shadow Dust had been like a transparent person at home. Even now, in a time of life and death, his father still doesn't care. She quickened her pace and sped in the direction of the life and death platform. The time has reached 8 o'clock, and Ink Shadow Dust is unsurprisingly accidental. Late. Isn't that a load of crap? If you're dueling at 8 o'clock, you have to get up at 7 o'clock and start washing up. It's not like there's a class. Who's a good person who gets up after 7 a.m.? It's not like there's an emergency anyway. Let Zhao Hao wait. Zhao Hao stood proudly on the life and death stage, his eyes scanning the surrounding crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Looks like that punk doesn't dare to come. Zhao Hao's voice was filled with sarcasm. The surrounding students chimed in with laughter. Young Zhao is right, how dare that loser Moingduan come? That's right, a trash who awakened an E-rank talent, he might not even be at 0 rank 3 right now, and he still dares to duel with the 1-ranked Heaven's Pride, Young Zhao? I guess, it's not that he didn't come, it's that after he came and heard that Zhao Xiao had already reached rank 1, he was so scared that he pissed his pants and went home to change them, right? Zhao Hao listened to these flattering words and became even more pleased in his heart. He raised his hand and signaled the crowd to be quiet. Everyone, I, Zhao Hao, am true to my word. Since that punk doesn't dare to come, then this duel is considered a win for me. Although I've never been on the life and death stage, but all of you give me a testimony, from now on, the life of that trash Mo Shadow Dust will be mine. Chapter 29, Dead Spirit Resurrection. Xia Yunxi was cross-legged at the edge of the crowd, a complicated expression on her face. There was both celebration and contempt. Ink Shadow Dust not coming made her heart breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, even if he came, he couldn't possibly be a match for first-rank Xiao Hao, and would only be abused unilaterally, and would probably lose his life. But in his heart, he was also a bit contemptuous. You can't even do what you promised? There was a sudden commotion and whispers from the crowd. The gazes of the crowd turned in unison to the entrance of the life and death stage. One could only see a slender figure slowly walking over, his pace leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. As he walked, he unabashedly yawned, revealing a weary look. The person who came was none other than Mo Shadow Dust. A black power suit, the fabric looked light but sturdy, clinging to his slender figure. A Desert Eagle pistol was holstered on each side of his back. The gun handles glowed with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, revealing a biting murderous aura. Mo Shadow Dust slung a black as ink tang sword behind his back. It was vaguely glowing with an ethereal green color. The blade's body was domineering and cold, radiating a biting killing aura, as if it was ready to unsheath and drink blood at any time. As he approached, the surrounding crowd unconsciously backed away to the sides, making way for him. Some had surprised expressions on their faces, obviously not expecting him to actually come. Some showed gloating expressions, as if they had already foreseen the fiasco he was about to face. Ink Shadow Dust was oblivious to the reactions around him. His eyes stared straight at Zhao Hao, who was standing on the life and death stage, and the cold smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced. He slowly walked up the steps, and his entire aura instantly became stern. The surrounding chatter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ink Shadow Dust. Zhao Hao's face instantly clouded over, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Mo Shadow Dust, you're finally here. Zhao Hao coldly stared at Mo Ingduan. Putting on airs, a gunman still carrying a broken knife, you don't think that carrying an extra knife will increase your ability in melee combat, do you? Mo Shadow Dust lazily raised his head and glanced at Zhao Hao. Oh, so you were waiting for me? Sorry, I overslept. Ink Shadow Dust's tone had a hint of flirtation in it. These words made Zhao Hao's face even more ugly. The surrounding students also began to whisper. This Mo Shadow Dust is too crazy, isn't he? That's right, who does he think he is? But Zhao Xiao has already broken through to the first rank, and he still dares to be so arrogant? Mo Shadow Dust turned a deaf ear and slowly walked up to the life and death stage. Turning to face Xiao Hao. Okay, I'm coming. Aren't you going to duel me? Then let's begin. Mo Shadow Dust's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. He walked quickly to the referee and pointed at Mo Ingduan. Senior, this Mo Shadow Dust, he's the one who dueled with me today. The referee nodded and walked to the center of the life and death stage, looking deeply at the shadows at Mo Shadow Dust's feet. Since both sides have arrived, the duel will now begin. The rules are simple, life and death are determined by heaven. You may use any means until the victorious side determines the end. Wait. Ink Shadow Dust's voice suddenly came out, interrupting the referee who was just about to raise his shield. Young Master Zhao, I'm afraid you haven't forgotten that our life and death stage has a bet. Where's my first rank skill book? Zhao Hao pulled out a skill book from his storage space and threw it at Mo Ingduan. There's no first rank skill book, only this 0 rank one, but the value of this book should definitely be known by Mo de Daiba. Unusual second or even third rank skills aren't worth as much as it is. Ink Shadow Dust took the skill book and took a look. Reanimation of the dead, 0 rank skill, can transform corpses into dead summoners. Strength depends on the corpse's strength before death. Note, cannot be used on corpses whose level was higher than your own in life. Surprisingly, it was the necromancer's rare skill Necrotic Resurrection. Zhao Hao was right. This skill book was indeed precious, and it could be said that a large part of the reason why necromancers could be called a natural disaster was in this book. This skill is different from the necromancer's summoning number. As long as there are enough corpses, it has no limit on the number. But likewise, the summons it revives cannot enter the summoning space. It was that this book was so rare that many necromancers had entered the higher ranks and still couldn't find this skill. What? Ink Shadow Dust, you punk aren't satisfied? Satisfied, start. Ink Shadow Dust threw the skill book to the referee fondly. Nonsense, of course I'm satisfied. This Xiaohao must not know that Ink Shadow Dust is actually a necromancer to take out such a precious skill book. He was now too afraid that Zhao Hao would back out. With a wave of the referee's hands, an energy shield rose around the life and death stage. From this moment onwards, until the victor was decided and the end was announced, it was impossible for the people on the life and death stage to leave. On the stage of life and death, Mo Yingduan and Zhao Hao stood opposite each other. The air was filled with an aura of swords being drawn. Mo Shadow Dust stretched lazily, as if he had just woken up from his sleep. He slowly drew out the twin spears at his waist and gently tossed them in his palm. The cold touch of metal sobered him instantly. Zhao Hao snorted coldly, and the awakening staff in his hand glowed with an eerie black light. A waste is a waste. Want to fight me with 2 guns? The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. Young Master Zhao, you can be careful with your words. You're afraid that you don't know that there's an occupation in this world called gunner, which is one of the most numerous occupations in the world. You're going to offend all the gunmen in the world with this one sentence. I don't care, I just don't know, those powerful high-level gunmen, can they stand your insults off? Before the words fell, Mo Shadow Dust's figure had disappeared like a ghost. In the next instant, 2 deafening gunshots suddenly exploded. Zhao Hao's pupils suddenly shrunk as he instinctively swung his staff to block. The sound of metal clashing resounded crisply, and sparks splashed everywhere. The bullet was deflected by the staff and grazed Zhao Hao's ear. The burning airflow scraped his cheeks. Zhao Hao was shocked in his heart, not realizing that Mo Yingduan's shot was so precise. He let out a low roar, and black mist surrounded his body. Retardation technique. An invisible force field spread out with Zhao Hao at the center. Mo Yingduan felt that his limbs suddenly became heavy, and his movements slowed down by a few points. However, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his body, he actually made an incredible cartwheel in this sluggish state. The muzzle of the gun drew 2 graceful arcs in the air, and bullets poured out like rain. Chapter 30 Gunfighting Techniques. Gunfighting technique, gunfighter profession, gunfighter specialization, first rank core skill, and the building block of the entire gunfighter line of specialization. Ink Shadow Dust. Although this life is not a gunfighter profession, there is no skill bonus, but these movements and skills after 10 years of use has long been engraved in the Ink Shadow Dust muscle memory. Zhao Hao hastily swung his staff to block, but a few bullets still grazed his sleeves. Blood slowly flowed down his arm. The audience on stage let out a gasp. They looked at the battle on the field in disbelief. Is this still that trash Mo Shadow Dust? His marksmanship is also too powerful. How could young Zhao be forced to this point? Discussions rose and fell, and there was no lack of marveling in the crowd. Chen Yun stood in the crowd, his gaze fixed on Mo Yingduan on the field like a torch. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter as a trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. This is gunfighting technique? Chen Yun muttered, his voice filled with shock. Some of the students standing beside Chen Yun heard his mutterings. Gunfighting technique? It's that short to medium range combat skill that combines long range and melee combat and is known for its splendor? The core skill of the entire gunfighting art system? Impossible. Shadow Dust, he's only at rank 0, how could he possibly master such a profound skill? But these magnificent techniques and movements, one cannot be so smooth and natural without going through thousands of refinements. On the field, Zhao Hao wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, anger burning in his eyes. Darkness bomb. Several balls of energy as black as ink appeared out of thin air and whistled towards Mo Shadow Dust. A trace of contempt flashed in Ink Shadow Dust's eyes. His figure weaved in and out of the dark bombs as if he was dancing an elegant waltz. Every turn, every leap, just the right amount of time to avoid the attack. At the same time, the Desert Eagle kept roaring in his hands. The bullets collided with the dark bullets and exploded in the air. Gorgeous sparks illuminated the entire life and death stage. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Mo Yingduan to be so difficult to deal with. Obviously, he was only using a gun, but he made all of his magic attacks fall short. He gripped his staff tightly and rushed towards Ink Shadow Dust. The staff drew a black trajectory in the air and slashed down towards Mo Shadow Dust head-on. He was not at all surprised by Zhao Hao's behavior of using the staff as a stick to come up and hit himself. If others didn't know, could he, as a reborn person, not know? The specialization that Zhao Hao chose at rank 1 in his last life was Demon Monk. The branch of Demon Monk originally relied on the dark element to stimulate the physical body to go in the melee combat school. Together with the awakening staff material abnormality, when the stick is used. You don't say, it's perfect. What's more, the skills that demon monks specialize in to strengthen their physical bodies can be released with the awakened staff that is being used as a stick, and the effect can still be increased. As for why Zhao Hao hadn't been using first-rank demon monk skills against himself? Who knows? Maybe. I'm not worthy? Ink Shadow Dust hemmed and hawed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, shortened his stance, and grazed against the staff. At the same time, the desert eagle in his left hand was pressed against Zhao Hao's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Hao was knocked back 2 steps. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Ink Shadow Dust stood in place, the muzzle of his gun still smoking. His eyes were still lethargic, as if what he had just done was just a casual act. It's a pity. Young Master Zhao's equipment is really good. This inner armor of yours, it must be at least blue quality. The audience under the stage was already too shocked to speak. They stared in disbelief at what was in front of them. That Mo Shadow Dust, who was once ridiculed as a waste, had suppressed the first-ranked Heaven's Pride Zhao Hao while using a gun. This simply overturned their cognition. Shen Yun's face became extremely grave. His gaze swept back and forth over Mo Yingduan as if he wanted to see through this mysterious student. Gunfighting art. And it's such a pure gunfighting technique. Shen Yun muttered, his voice filled with incredulity. Could it be that he has also broken through to the first rank? No, that's not right. Even if he's at the first rank, it's impossible for him to master this kind of profound skill in such a short period of time. But looking at his skillful movements, how can you tell that he has experienced 1,000 uses to reach this point? Shen Yun's mind was filled with doubts. Zhao Hao's chest was churning with anger, like an enraged beast. His face was twisted with anger, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. This was all supposed to be his stage, his carefully planned entrance. He should have been like a towering monarch, casually crushing this waste of ink shadow dust. But reality slapped him hard in the face. The bullet penetrated his carefully prepared defenses and shook his internal organs. The blood in his mouth carried a rusty taste, reminding him of the humiliation he had just suffered. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, his nails sinking deep into his palms. He couldn't accept this result. Ink Shadow Dust's calm face became hateful in his eyes. That lazy look, that contemptuous smile, all made Zhao Hao want to tear him apart. You trash, how dare you resist? Zhao Hao roared in his heart. Isn't it good to be abused obediently? Why do you want to ruin my plan? His ego was dripping blood and his pride was being trampled hard. Mo Shadow Dust, aren't you a gunman? Zhao Hao spoke coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his voice and a sly glint in his eyes. Aren't you good at this? Ink Shadow Dust raised an eyebrow and didn't answer. He quietly looked at Zhao Hao, as if waiting for the other party's next move. Zhao Hao's smile grew colder and colder. Then try my blindness technique. His voice suddenly drew up with a hint of madness. I'd like to see how you can still aim when you can't see out of your eyes. Before the words fell, a black light shot out from Zhao Hao's fingertips. That light was like a poisonous snake that quickly wrapped around Mo Yingduan's eyes. The audience under the stage immediately boiled over. They were mingling and talking. This is the end of Mo Shadow Dust. I told you how Zhao Xiao wasn't in a hurry at all. So he's here waiting for Mo Shadow Dust. A blindness technique, no matter how powerful Mo Yingduan's technique is, not being able to see can't take Zhao Xiao. Some people gloated, while others lamented inside. But everyone agreed that the battle had been settled. Ink Shadow Dust, however, only blinked lightly. The blindness technique was not new to him. As a gunman, he knew all too well how terrifying this skill could be. It was the nightmare of all gunners, capable of turning the most accurate shooter into a helpless blind man. Ink Shadow Dust could feel a wave of magic flickering over his body. However, his vision remained clear, and everything around him did not change in the slightest. Blindness technique requires the user's mental power to be higher than the opponent's. Otherwise it does not take effect. Chapter 31 Dark Surplus. The corners of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. This Zhao Hao seems to have misunderstood something? He laughed in his heart, really think I'm still rank 0? Use the blindness technique on me? Mo Shadow Dust had absolute confidence in his spiritual power. As a necromancer who had advanced and gained a 10x increase in attributes, he didn't believe that someone of the same level could outperform him in terms of spiritual power. However, Mo Shadow Dust naturally had no obligation to give Zhao Hao an explanation. He just silently raised his muzzle, his body flashing, maintaining the same magnificent and precise shooting stance as before. Bang! 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 The sound of gunshots once again rang out on the stage of life and death. The bullets flew towards Zhao Hao with precision as if they had eyes. Incredulity was written all over Zhao Hao's face. His eyes were rounded and his mouth was slightly open with an expression of having seen a ghost. How? Zhao Hao muttered, how can he still see? The audience under the stage was also in an uproar. They looked at each other with shock and doubt in their eyes. Could it be that Mo Shadow Dust's spiritual power is even higher than Zhao Xiao's? How is this possible? Young Zhao is a first-rank heavenly pride. Could it be that we're looking at it wrong? The blindness technique didn't take effect? Just as the crowd was puzzled, a spectator who thought he was smart suddenly spoke up. I know. It must be the equipment. His voice was full of confidence, as if he had uncovered some great secret. Ink Shadow Dust must have equipment on him that is immune to the blindness technique. This explanation was immediately recognized by the crowd. They nodded their heads as realization dawned on them. So it is. This Mo Ingduan's luck is too good to have this kind of rare equipment. But soon, the mocking voice rang out again. Ink Shadow Dust waste is waste. Young Zhao seems to be at a disadvantage right now, but it's just because he was caught off guard. Zhao Xiao doesn't even bother using first rank skills. Yeah, Young Zhao is just playing a cat and mouse game. When Young Zhao gets serious, will Mo Ingduan still be a handful? The audience spoke as if they had already seen Mo Shadow Dust's defeat. However, the battle on the life and death stage was far from over. Mo Shadow Dust's gunfire was still ringing out, each shot was incredibly accurate. Zhao Hao dodged woefully, the expression on his face becoming more and more gloomy. Bullets kept hitting Zhao Hao's body, making dull crashing sounds. The blue suit on Zhao Hao's body flickered with a faint light, cancelling out most of the damage. His face was as gloomy as water, anger burning in his eyes. Relying on the full set of blue clothes provided by the family on his body kept him from sustaining any serious injuries. These equipment were carefully prepared by his family in order to make him invincible in this battle. The reason why he hadn't been able to use his first rank skills was because of this battle, which his family intended to publicize afterward. Let all of Subei know that the Zhao family had produced a heavenly pride. After all, if a first-ranked Heaven's Pride dealt with a zero-ranked waste and had to use a high-ranked spell, wouldn't it be a laughing matter to spread the word? But now, he was forced into a desperate situation. Those bullets couldn't really hurt him, but each one made him lose face. Asshole. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. You forced me. He roared up to the sky, and the dark energy in his body instantly exploded. A layer of pitch-black, ink-like veil appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his entire body. Ink Shadow Dust gave a dark cry. Finally it's here, Dark Surplus, the core skill of the Demon Monk specialization. Narrowing his eyes, the gun in his hand remained steady. From the moment he ascended the platform of life and death, he expected this moment. The audience under the stage was in an uproar. What kind of skill is this? What a powerful dark aura. Chen Yun stood in the crowd and explained in a deep voice, this is the Demon Monk specialization skill of the hidden profession Great Darkness Mage Darkness Surplus. His gaze swept back and forth between the two on stage. Mo Shadow Dust doesn't stand a chance. If Zhao Hao chooses to specialize in law, Mo Shadow Dust might still have a chance of survival with his gun advantage. But the Demon Monk branch is different. This is the career direction that is proficient in physical body and melee combat. Without mentioning anything else, the defense of the Dark Surplus is not something that the two pistols in the hands of Mo Shadow Dust can break through. The battle situation instantly reversed. Zhao Hao was clad in a dark robe and rushed towards Mo Ingduan like a demon god. With every step that fell, the ground trembled. Ink Shadow Dust kept retreating, the twin spears in his hands still roaring. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the dark surcoat, stirring up ripples, but none of them were able to break through the thin veil of energy. Zhao Hao smiled fiercely as he approached, the pleasure of revenge flashing in his eyes. Where else can you run now? Ink Shadow Dust didn't answer, just continued to shoot and dodge. His movements were graceful and agile, as if he was dancing a dance of death. But everyone could see that he was in a desperate situation. There were murmurs from the stage. Sure enough, a rank 0 is a rank 0. No matter how powerful the shot is, it's useless. This is the difference between a heavenly pride and a waste. Zhao Hao's attack became more and more intense. The staff in his hand was wrapped in dark energy as he continuously swung at Mo Shadow Dust, each strike leaving behind residual shadows in the air. Everyone thought that although Ink Shadow Dust was still able to dodge in time now, it was impossible for him to keep dodging. You think you're strong? Zhao Hao taunted as he attacked. It's just struggling with some small wits. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be truly strong. Mo Shadow Dust remained silent, but his eyes grew colder and colder. This kind of look made Zhao Hao inexplicably panic. That was not the look that someone who was about to lose should have. That's the gaze of a hunter watching his prey. But Zhao Hao quickly shook off this feeling. He had the upper hand now, so what was there to worry about? It's over. Zhao Hao clenched his staff with both hands, and dark energy boiled and churned inside him. The power of dark energy stimulation instantly ran through his entire body, and every nerve ending was forcefully activated by the dark power. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his muscle fibers swelled under the dark energy stimulation. Blood vessels bulged and slithered like snakes on the surface of his skin. At this moment, he felt unprecedented power. Speed, reaction, strength, all physical qualities were pushed to the limit. A flash of madness flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. He wanted to use this fatal strike to completely end this farce. The staff drew a black trajectory in the air, pointing straight at Mo Ingduan's head. This strike contained all of his power, as if it would instantly pierce through everything. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk, and he clearly captured the undisguised killing intent in Zhao Hao's eyes. This was the ferocious light that truly wanted to put him to death. Time seemed to freeze in this instant. If this strike hit, no rank 0 transmuter would be able to escape death. Chapter 32, you all seem to have misunderstood something. The audience under the stage held their breath, their eyes at rank 0 could no longer even keep up with Zhao Hao's speed after the surge. They only saw a flash of dark light on Zhao Hao's body. In the next moment, the staff had cut through the air, heading straight for Mo Ingduan's face with a haunting whistling sound. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The Tang sword behind his back was instantly sheathed in a flash of cold light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded on the life and death stage. The mace collided with the Tang sword, sparks flying everywhere. Zhao Hao's fatal strike was blocked by Mo Ingduan with incredible speed. The staff was only 10 centimeters away from Mo Shadowdust's head, but it could no longer advance an inch. The stage was in an uproar. Chen Yun stood in the crowd, his face grave. As one of the few people on stage who could see the movements of the two, he naturally saw the lethality of Zhao Hao's strike. It was too late to think about how exactly Mo Shadowdust had blocked Zhao Hao's surefire strike. Chen Yun, who was concerned about his student, hurriedly shouted, "Zhao Hao! You and Shadowdust are both students of the same rank, there's no need to kill." But his voice drowned in the noisy crowd. Neither of the two men on stage heard the warning. Their gazes intertwined, one filled with killing intent, the other cold as ice. "You want to kill me?" Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold. "So what if I kill you? This is the life and death stage. Even if I kill you, I don't have to take any responsibility. Don't think I don't know that the Mo family doesn't care about you at all, and I don't have to worry about any retaliation from the Mo family if I kill you." Mo Shadowdust slowly inserted the Tang blade held in both hands back into the sheath at his back, the blade touching the sheath with a crisp sound. A cold light flickered. His eyes gazed at Zhao Hao indifferently, as if he was looking down on a mole cricket. This kind of look caused Zhao Hao's heart to churn with anger, yet a hint of uneasiness emerged vaguely. The air on the life and death stage was stagnant, and the audience held their breath, waiting for the next moment of change. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm. It was indeed time for this farce to end. He was already tired of playing, and this trash Zhao Hao couldn't give him any surprises at all. His combat talent was 0, and his combat experience was blank. It would only rampage with its first rank attributes and basic demon monk skills. Uninteresting to the extreme. Mo Shadowdust slowly raised his right hand and aimed his palm at Zhao Hao. This sudden movement made everyone freeze. Zhao Hao stared vigilantly at Mo Ingsuan's palm, not daring to act rashly. The audience under the stage looked at each other in dismay and murmured, "He's putting his weapons away, what does that mean? It's not possible that he wants to admit defeat, is it? It's possible, after all, the difference in strength is there. But didn't he just block Zhao Hao's surefire strike?" Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze across the crowd on the stage, his voice calm but containing unquestionable power. "Here, I want to clarify two things." The entire room instantly fell silent. "First, you all seem to have misunderstood something all along. I've never been much of a gunfighter, and I've never told anyone that I am. Converted to a necromancer." As the words fell, he flicked his palm. A skeleton warrior appeared out of thin air on the life and death stage, the eerie white bones glowing in the sunlight. The stage instantly exploded. "What? A necromancer? Ink Shadowdust is a necromancer? What a joke! Since when did necromancers play with guns so skillfully? Then what's with those magnificent gunfighting techniques he had before?" Zhao Hao let out a cold smile and forced down the surprise in his heart. "So what if you're a necromancer? Just like a gunman, it's just one of the most basic professions. Do you just want to block me with this rank 0 trash skeleton?" A hint of playfulness flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. "This brings me to the second thing I have to say. The first order, in fact, isn't that hard to promote. I happen to be of the first rank as well." As the words fell, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him. The unique aura of a first-ranked professional instantly enveloped the entire field. The audience was in an uproar. "No way! Ink Shadowdust is actually rank 1 as well? Isn't he only an E-rank talent? How is that possible? When did this loser become so strong?" Shocked murmurs rose and fell. Everyone was unable to accept this fact. That trash that they had mocked and ridiculed countless times. That trash who had awakened the most basic E-rank talent. Surprisingly, it was so much more powerful than them. Zhao Hao's face was horribly gloomy. He stared at Mo Ingduan with a deadly stare, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. "So what if you're rank 1? In front of absolute strength, everything is vanity." Mo Shadowdust gently shook his head. "Don't you understand? From the beginning, you had no chance of winning. Because..." His eyes snapped to sharpness. "You don't deserve to be my opponent at all." Before the words left his mouth, he waved his hand again. The skeleton warrior violently charged towards Zhao Hao. The eerie white bones glowed in the sunlight, and the empty eye sockets flashed with eerie red aura. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth and gripped the staff in his hand. Seek death. He roared as dark energy coalesced at the tip of his staff. The skeleton warrior charged, and the white and cold bone sword pointed straight at Zhao Hao's throat. Zhao Hao swung his staff to block it, and the sound of metal clashing resounded crisply. He stepped back and swept his staff across, directly shattering the skeleton warrior's sternum. Zhao Hao looked up at Mo Ingduan and was about to open his mouth to sneer. Instead, Mo Shadowdust spoke up first, with a few hints of playfulness in his voice. Young Master Zhao is so strong, breaking my skeleton warrior in a few hits. Then I'll summon 2 more for young Master Zhao to practice on. Before the words fell, 2 figures floated around Zhao Hao. If you're still that relaxed, I'll summon 4 more for you. Mo Ingduan's voice was suddenly icy cold, causing Zhao Hao to shiver. If 4 doesn't work, then 8, and if 8 doesn't work, then 16. I'd like to see how long young Master Zhao can hold out. Zhao Hao's eyes were gloomy, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The skeleton warriors attacked again, their bone swords flashing with cold light. He waved his staff and dark energy erupted. A skeleton warrior was continuously shattered, and new skeleton warriors were constantly added. 2, 4, 8. A steady stream of skeleton warriors surrounded Zhao Hao. Ink Shadow Dust stood in the distance and couldn't help but yawn. This Zhao Hao was really trashy, right? Against him, there was no need to even summon a skeleton archer or a specter, just the most basic skeleton warrior would be enough. Not to mention having vigorous phantom thorns and the rest of them make a move. He didn't even know the most basic common sense of fighting a necromancer. Didn't know to attack the necromancer proper directly? What's the point of fighting with the skeletons? Don't you know that necromancers can keep summoning skeletons? Chapter 33 Young Master Zhao, you're full of crap. If Zhao Hao knew what Mo Ingsuan was thinking, he would have cursed his mouth. He really thinks that he, Zhao Hao, is a little cutie. What? Don't you have any common sense? But now he's facing a different situation. It wasn't like he hadn't seen first-rank necromancers before, and it wasn't like there weren't any in his family. The basic occupation of the necromancer is simply impossible to be his opponent, not to mention, on his open shadow stimulation burst, regardless of the necromancer summoner, straight to the necromancer body, will be able to kill the necromancer directly in seconds. After all, let their skills are in the summons, the main body in addition to slightly higher attributes, then 0 rank is not much stronger. But this Ink Shadow Dust opposite himself is not the same It wasn't like the 2 of them hadn't fought just now. Ink Shadow Dustin did not summon the skeleton, only rely on the body to fight with their own, they do not open the shadow stimulation cannot touch his corner. Even with shadow stimulus on, he was still blocked from a surefire attack. He was riding a tiger now, and if he didn't attack Ink Shadow Dust, sooner or later he would be dragged to his death by a steady stream of skeletons. Attack Ink Shadow Dust. Can't hit Damn. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, waving his staff to smash a skeleton warrior. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. What, is young Master Zhao tired? Do you want to take a rest? Zhao Hao's forehead was bruised. Mo Ingduan, don't be too arrogant. Fight head-on if you're capable. Mo Shadowdust gently shook his head. Why should I fight you head-on? Are you worthy? The 3 simple words were like a heavy hammer hitting Zhao Hao's heart. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Shadow stimulus. Dark energy exploded within his body, Zhao Hao's muscles gnarled and his breath soared. He rushed towards Mo Shadowdust regardless. However, just after running 2 steps, he was stopped in his path by the skeleton warrior. Get the hell out of my way! Zhao Hao roared and waved his staff. However, the skeleton warriors came forward and continued to flow. For every one that was shattered, a new one was added. Shadow Stim has a limited time. A hint of despair rose in Zhao Hao's heart. He finally realized that he had fallen into Mo Ingsuan's trap from the very beginning. This wasn't a fair fight at all. Rather, it was a one-sided abuse. Ink Shadow Dust was slowly torturing him like a cat playing with a mouse. You no longer have a chance of winning. Ink Shadow Dust's voice came out. Zhao Hao's eyes were red. Impossible. He swung his staff frantically, smashing a skeletal warrior. But soon, the time for shadow stimulation ran out. Zhao Hao was panting, his sweat soaked through his clothes. And the skeleton warriors still went forward. It's over. Ink Shadow Dust spoke softly. Skeleton warriors swarmed up. Zhao Hao was no longer able to resist. The iron sword cut through the air, leaving scars on his body. Blood stained the life and death stage. Zhao Hao couldn't hold on any longer. I admit defeat. 3 words spat out from Zhao Hao's mouth, as if they were heavy hammers hitting the nerves of the students under the stage. The heavily pride Zhao Hao of the first rank. Zhao Hao of the Grade A Awakening Object Staff. Zhao Hao of the hidden profession Great Dark Mage Transformation. Defeated by Mo Shadow Dust? The entire room was awfully quiet. Everyone was digesting the fact. Xia Yunqi's gaze towards Mo Ingsuan also flashed with a divine light. He turned out to have never given up his cultivation, and he didn't come to me these days in order to catch up with me? He did it, he turned out to be able to be this good? Now he is also first order. Then he should be going to the university in the capital as well. Does this mean there's still hope for us? A hint of expectation rose in Xia Yunqi's heart still. It was fortunate that these were only her inner activities, otherwise Mo Ingsuan would have had her jaw drop to the ground in shock from this wonderful inner drama. Goddamn, following in your footsteps. God ing follows you and has hope. Give old man climb Climb as far as you can. The referee on the stage who was listening to Zhao Hao's admission of defeat turned his gaze to Mo Ingduan. The winner and loser had been decided, but there was still a need for Mo Ingsuan, as the victor, to make a decision before he could unlock the energy shield. Who needs you to admit defeat? Mo Shadowdust's words were like they were coming out of hell. Zhao Hao replied while fending off the attacks of the skeletons. He wasn't completely powerless to fight again. It was just that he understood that even if he fought for his life, he wouldn't be able to escape being dragged to the end of the mountain by the Ink Shadow Dust skeleton. If this wasn't a life and death stage, the big deal was that he would just explode and leave. But that layer of energy shroud, covering him to death, there was no hope of escaping. Mo Shadow Dust. You'd better figure it out. I'm a member of the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family will definitely retaliate against you and will definitely take your life. Mo Shadowdust stood up from his chair and pulled his fingers out of his ears. Right. The previous battle was too boring, so Ink Shadowdust took a chair from his backpack and sat down to watch Zhao Hao and the skeleton fight. Young Master Zhao, you're really full of nonsense. Ink Shadowdust hadn't finished his words. When Zhao Hao saw the indifferent demeanor of Mo Shadowdust who was talking, despair and panic surged like a tidal wave inside. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and his whole body was covered in black chi as he forcefully turned on the shadow stimulation once again. Zhao Hao gripped the awakening staff tightly, and his figure stormed up, sweeping away the skeletal warriors surrounding him and charging towards Mo Shadowdust. Right at this moment, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from the shadow underneath Mo Shadowdust's feet, and an illusory figure burrowed out noiselessly. Illusory thorn. It held the short blade of hell and its figure flashed like a ghost. The blade cut through the air, leaving a line of blood at Zhao Hao's neck. Blood splattered out, staining the floor of the life and death stage. Zhao Hao's eyes widened as the awakening staff in his hand fell out of his hand. He covered his throat with both hands futilely as blood continued to seep out from between his fingers. His body shook a few times and fell heavily to the ground. The awakening staff dissipated into bits of blue light in the air. The son of the Zhao family, Zhao Hao, died. People who are about to die still don't know so much nonsense and don't know how to save their energy. The second half of Mo Shadowdust's sentence was slowly spat out. Zhao Hao's corpse dissolved into bits of light and dissipated, and 3 rays of light that no one could see slowly floated towards Mo Ingduan. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the other party's words, annoying, drunkard, dude. Dislikably, easier to be targeted when attacked. Wine and food stamina consumption increases by 50%, hunger level decreases at a faster rate. Playboy cultivation speed decreased by 30%, will to fight weakened. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them yourself. Ink Shadowdust's brain buzzed as he looked at the 3 negative words. He had guessed that the awakenings of physical types might not be plundered by the words. But how could he not have guessed that 3 such words could be plundered from this waste? What was the use of this crap? Make you feel bad about yourself? Chapter 34, You have to trust the master, this thing really suits you. Suddenly, Mo Shadowdust's eyes lit up. Wait. This one's a pain in the ass. This thing, a passive taunt skill? Once again, I made sure to check the description of the pissed off word. Ink Shadowdust smiled bitterly and bestowed the words on the Iron Guard. Iron Guard. It's not that the master wants to harm you. You have to trust the master, the stuff really suits you. The referee went up to confirm the death of Zhao Hao. The bet between the 2 necrotic resurrection was handed over to Mo Shadowdust. Opened the energy shield. Life and death have been decided. Ink Shadowdust stood on the stage, holding the necrotic resurrection skill book in his right hand. Black energy flowed out from his fingertips, turning into wisps of dark shadows that wrapped the book. The skill book slowly dissolved into points of light in the air, and a wave of arcane knowledge flooded into his mind. Mo Shadowdust's palm aimed at Zhao Hao's corpse, hanging in the air, black energy flowing from his fingertips. Resurrection of the dead. The energy was like invisible threads that gradually wrapped around Zhao Hao's body. A strange scent filled the air, as if it was a whisper from the abyss, causing one to shudder. Zhao Hao's torso began to tremble, and his skin flushed with a layer of gray. The knuckles made a tiny clicking sound, as if ancient gears were slowly turning. His eyes slowly opened, his pupils flickering with a light that did not belong to the living. Zhao Hao's limbs began to move, his movements stiff and mechanical. With a few times of acclimatization, the movements gradually became smooth. Mo Ingduan subconsciously wanted to call out Zhao Hao's attribute bar. It wasn't like other summons that could be viewed at any time. Zhao Hao. There is no attribute bar. Nothing? Emo Shadow Dust muttered. This was not good news. No attribute bar means you can't give words. But that thought was tossed to the back of his mind as soon as he turned his head. So many summons were waiting for words. Resurrection of. If you can't give it, you can't give it. Emo Shadow Dust looked at Zhao Hao. Smiling, Zhao Hao, who had played smart with himself and used the necromancer skill as a bet. In the end, he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Even the corpse, which was manipulated by Emo Shadow Dust, was not allowed to live in peace. Emo Shadow Dust slowly walked down the ring, his black power suit gently swinging, his footsteps extraordinarily clear in the dead silent square. The dense crowd under the stage automatically separated like a tidal wave. No one dared to look directly into his ice-cold eyes. The bloody killing scene just now, combined with his indifferent look at this moment, made everyone involuntarily back away, making a straight pathway for him. Leave my young master's body behind. A roar erupted from the back of the crowd, shaking the air. A dozen or so Zhao family guards dressed in black broke through the crowd and rushed over, gripping their weapons. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Su Emofeng's eyes. The rules on the life and death stage: life and death are determined by heaven, the winner can dispose of the loser at will. He reached out and pointed at the corpse on the ground, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This corpse now belongs to me, I can do whatever I want with it. Whether you want to chop it up and feed it to the dogs or make it into a puppet, your Zhao family has no right to interfere. A flash of panic flashed through the eyes of the Zhao family guards, and their faces instantly turned pale. The stench of blood was still in the air. They watched as their young master collapsed on the stage of life and death. The genius that the Zhao family had poured all their resources into cultivating had fallen just like that. The original step that was planned to start by stepping on Su Emofeng at the life and death stage was completely shattered in the first step. Cold sweat seeped out of the guards' palms, which were cold and piercing to the bone. The rules on the stage of life and death could not be violated, and they could not intervene. However, the Zhao family head's furious roar was already echoing in his mind. They could even imagine those bloodshot eyes. The sound of heavy breathing was extraordinarily clear in the still air. No one dared to open their mouths to explain the cruel result. The Zhao family head, Zhao Hao's father, was afraid that he wouldn't even listen to their explanations. In the silence, an old voice cut through the air. What are you afraid of? Behind the guards, an old man with white hair walked in stride. His black robe was windless, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The family head is on his way, all of you. The old man's voice was as sharp as a blade. We must take him down before the family head arrives. His palm slapped heavily on the shoulder of the guard beside him. A bunch of losers, the Zhao family raised you for nothing. The old man's roar resounded all around. All of you are of first-rank strength. How dare you be intimidated by a brat? A depressing odor filled the air. The guards gripped the weapons in their hands. The white-haired old man gave an order. Resolve flashed in the eyes of the guards. With the sound of iron armor rubbing together, a dozen black shadows broke through the air. The cold wind was wrapped in killing intent, and the blades refracted icy cold aura in the sunlight. Emo Ingduan stood still, his gaze like a knife. The aura around him suddenly condensed. Icy cold killing intent seeped out from his bones. The corners of Emo Shadow Dust's lips rose slightly, and with a flip of his hands, 2 desert eagles appeared in his palm. The metal gun bodies glowed with a cold light under the sunlight, their muzzles pointing straight ahead. The moment the trigger was pulled, fire erupted. The ear-shattering sound of gunfire echoed on the stage of life and death. Bullets tore through the air, leaving a silver trajectory. The shoulders of the 2 guards who rushed at the front exploded in blood. The powerful impact caused their figures to lurch. But this injury obviously couldn't affect them and didn't stop them. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the rest of the guards, and their feet became even faster. Emo Shadow Dust lifted his wrist, and Zhao Hao's corpse rushed out from behind him. Zhao Hao slammed his fist into the chest of the nearest guard. The guard was just about to counterattack, but his pupils suddenly shrunk, recognizing the identity of the corpse. The weapon in his hand froze in mid-air. Zhao Hao's fists bombarded the guard's vital points without mercy. I don't know if it was the fact that he was already dead that caused Zhao Hao to have no more fear. After death, Zhao Hao's battle spirit was high, and his fists went straight for his life. The guards faced the body of the young lord and moved hesitantly. Zhao Hao's attack became more and more powerful, each strike containing a deadly killing chance. The movements of the guards were getting slower and slower. Every punch from Zhao Hao's corpse hit the vitals. He's no longer the young master, why are you still hesitating? A guard's roar cut through the air. The guard beside him flashed viciousness in his eyes and whispered, Young master, I'm offended. With a flash of cold light, the long knife directly chopped off Zhao Hao's calf. Emo Shadow Dust's brows tightened as the pressure increased steeply. This Zhao Hao's corpse's combat power was too weak, both were equally of the first rank, and couldn't even receive a single move against a serious guard. He pointed his toes on the ground, and his figure retreated sharply. His hands arced through the air, and the skeleton archer and the specter appeared out of thin air. The skeleton archer's arrows broke through the air. The ghost's mournful screams shook the air. It was immediately followed by a large number of skeletal warrior figures emerging. Chapter 35. The first rank can be called Heaven's Pride, so what is Mo-Ingd-1 going to be called? The guards' momentum was indeed blocked, but they still maintained the rhythm of their charge. There was an icy killing intent in their eyes, and their pace was neatly organized. Ink Shadow Dust's heartbeat accelerated by a few points. The news of the Zhao family head's imminent arrival echoed in his mind. The rules of the life and death stage were sacrosanct. But a father who has lost his beloved son, who knows what madness he might do? There was only one life to live, and he didn't want to take that chance. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils contracted, killing intent surging through his chest. A quick battle and leaving as soon as possible was the best option. Summon the zombies. Ink Shadow Dust's voice was low and powerful. The air began to distort around him, forming a huge shadow. As the zombie slowly formed, an oppressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire venue. The zombie's body was as tall as an iron tower, and its muscles were as hard as cast iron. The bloody mouth was open, emitting a deep roar that echoed in every corner. Its eyes were empty and filled with killing intent, without a single fluctuation of emotion. The guards' hearts couldn't help but tighten, their footsteps unconsciously slowing down. Despite the white-haired old man's roar ringing in their ears, the guards could only move forward stiffly. But when the zombie took a step forward, all resistance seemed so powerless. Each punch carried the power of wind and thunder, easily sending the guards flying. The attacks were continuous like a tidal wave, and the guards were thrown like straws. The brutal scene soon left only wailing and blood. The white-haired old man's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had thought that he could subdue Mo-Ingd-1 with his many men, but he had never thought that Mo-Ingd-1 possessed such a powerful summoned beast. Mo Shadow Dust stood quietly at the side, a cold light flickering in his eyes. This is a necromancer? One person against a dozen guards, Mo Shadow Dust is too strong. That zombie is simply a battlefield reaper. The guards couldn't even get close before they were sent flying. With this kind of strength, it's no wonder they dared to accept the life and death challenge. Looks like Zhao Hao is taking his own life. This zombie is clearly a rank 2 summon. How on earth did Mo Shadow Dust summon it? With this zombie, I'm afraid that Mo Shadow Dust's strength has already exceeded the first rank. A senior, before graduation, has already reached the second rank? The crowd was dumbfounded and marveled in their hearts. A mere first-rank strength at the great examination could become a Heaven's Pride. Nowadays, Mo Shadow Dust's battle strength spanned across to the second rank. What is this called? A demon? There was silence in the arena, all eyes focused on him alone. Every student in the room had waves rippling through their hearts. In their line of sight, Mo-Ingd-1's figure seemed unattainable. The aura was powerful and intimidating. Butler Zhao's figure was like an arrow that had left the string, directly rushing towards Mo-Ingd-1. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he had already crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk slightly as he felt a powerful sense of oppression come over him. This was the strength of a second-order powerhouse. The zombie blocked in front of Mo-Ingd-1, his huge body was like a bronze wall. Butler Zhao blasted out a fist, and the air made a sharp whistling sound. The zombie similarly swung his iron fist, and the two forces collided in mid-air. Air waves swept around, and the dust on the ground was lifted up layer after layer. The zombie's body swayed slightly, but Butler Zhao did not move at all. A mere zombie, how dare you stop me? A trace of contempt flashed in Butler Zhao's eyes as his figure flashed and appeared on the side of the zombie. His fists fell like rain, and each strike contained a shocking amount of power. Although the zombie had steel bones, it still looked inadequate in front of a second-order powerhouse. Mo Shadow Dust frowned and immediately ordered the skeleton archers and specters to attack. The arrows broke through the air and the ghosts whistled shrilly, forming an airtight attack net. Butler Zhao had to be distracted to deal with it, and his movements were slightly slowed down. The zombie seized the opportunity and smashed his huge fist into Butler Zhao's chest. Butler Zhao dodged sideways, but was still grazed on a corner and staggered back 2 steps. What a match! The killing intent in Butler Zhao's eyes became even more intense, and his entire aura steeply rose. His speed increased once again, and his fist shadows overlapped, forcing the zombie back and forth. Seeing this, Ink Shadow Dust immediately commanded the skeleton warriors to surround them. Dozens of skeleton warriors brandished their weapons and surrounded Butler Zhao from all sides. Butler Zhao snorted coldly, and amazing power erupted between his fists and feet. The skeleton warriors were shattered one by one, white bone fragments splattering everywhere. But a steady stream of skeleton warriors filled in, as if it was never ending. The zombies took advantage of the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and the fists attached to the necrotic poison kept bombarding. Although Butler Zhao was powerful, he gradually felt overwhelmed. The arrows of the skeleton archers and the attacks of the ghosts were even more exhausting for him. Damn! This kid's summons are too well coordinated. Butler Zhao hated it in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fighting alone he could easily defeat any of the summons. However, facing the siege of so many summons, he could only get tired of defending. Ink Shadow Dust stood in the distance, coldly watching all of this. So what if it's the second rank? As long as one maintains this battle of attrition, victory will eventually be theirs. Mo Shadow Dust. Zhao Qianquan's roar exploded from high above. The pressure of a third-ranked powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire field. The air froze and the ground trembled. Zhao Qianquan, the Zhao family head, finally appeared. Mo Shadow Dust raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth raised in a sneer. This battle really wasn't over yet. First it was the Zhao family underlings. Then Butler Zhao. And now a lord of the Zhao family. You're here to play the old man's game with me? Do you really think he's a weakling? That he can be taken advantage of? Battle intent surged in his chest. Killing machines coalesced in the pupils. Since the Zhao family wants to play Wheel War, then we'll play with them to the end. So what if it's the third order? Ink Shadow Dust's fingers brushed against his heart. There it carried the fluctuations of the death god's heart. The power of soul domination surged at the heart. It was his last card. It was also his strongest killing move. As his thoughts coalesced, he was ready to fight Zhao Qianquan to the death. The Zhao family master himself is personally taking action against a senior who hasn't even taken the big exam. I'm afraid that if word gets out, it'll make people laugh. Mo Bingning's voice resounded clearly in the air, cold and with disdain. Her gaze was like a knife, pushing straight at Zhao Qianquan as if she wanted to split him in two. You think we have no one in the Mo family? Dare to attack my brother in plain sight? Zhao Qianquan's face was gloomy and his angry voice shook the surroundings like thunder. It was he, Mo Shadow Dust, who killed my son first. On the stage of life and death, the rules are what your Zhao family should know. What's the matter? Family Master Zhao is getting old and has forgotten even that. Do you need me to go over it for you? Mo Bingning's words were like cold blades, piercing straight into Zhao Qianquan's heart. Chapter 36, Third Order Only, not actually that strong. Zhao Qianquan was dumbfounded, his indignation surging in his chest, making it difficult to speak for himself. I saw it with my own eyes. It was clearly Zhao Hao who wanted to put my family's Mo Shadow Dust to death, and only then did Shadow Dust have no choice but to fight back. Mo Bingning continued to press the issue, her voice like a cold wind piercing the bones. Could it be that your Zhao family can act arbitrarily, only allowing the state officials to set fires, but not allowing the people to light the lamps? Her tone grew tougher and tougher, showing no mercy. Or do you think that in this Subei city, you think that your Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand and act arbitrarily? Mo Bingning's eyes were like frost, full of provocation and disdain. Do you want me to go up to this life and death stage with the Zhao family master and compete? The surrounding atmosphere instantly froze, and a tense atmosphere filled the air, as if even time had stopped for it. Zhao Qianquan's gaze swept back and forth between Mo Bingning and Mo Yingduan. In the distance, the attic of the guardhouse stood in the morning light. The experts of the garrison who had learned the news released their spiritual energy. An invisible oppressive force surged from that direction, so heavy that it was suffocating. This force pressed straight onto Zhao Qianquan. His shoulders sank slightly. His chest rose and fell a few times. It was indeed his Zhao family that had broken the rules today. And by the looks of it, there was no chance of killing Mo Shadow Dust. It would be better to make other plans. I can leave. Zhao Qianquan's voice was dry. His eyes fell on Zhao Hao on the ground. But I'm taking my son's body. Zhao Hao prostrated himself on the ground with one leg, his fingers scratching out a trail on the ground. The corners of Zhao Qianquan's eyes were wrinkled, and his face was emaciated by 10 years. Mo Bingning turned her head, and her icy gaze was directed at Mo Yingduan. Mo Shadow Dust lifted his right hand expressionlessly. He flicked his wrist. The necrotic resurrection skill was instantly lifted. A strand of black gas was withdrawn from Zhao Hao's body. Zhao Hao's body instantly lost all vitality. His torso fell heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Zhao family crowd carried Zhao Hao's body and slowly left. A pathos filled the air. Mo Yingchen looked sideways at Mo Bingning, his eyes penetrating a few points of detachment. Come home with me. Mo Bingning's tone was firm. One of her purposes today was to bring Mo Yingxuan back to the Mo family. I remember I already told you that it's not my home. Mo Yingduan's voice was flat. Mo Bingning's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her voice carrying a few points of helplessness. You don't even call out big sister? Mo Yingchen was silent, his gaze looking into the distance. How can I say that I saved you? Why are you so impulsive and have to kill Zhao Hao? Mo Bingning's voice steeply raised. Luckily I came. If I didn't come, do you know what would have happened? Zhao Qianquan is a third-ranked professional, a single slap would have killed you. Do you understand what you're doing? Mo Bingning's words distracted Mo Yingduan. She was always like this, pointing her finger at others and bossing them around just because of favors. Indeed, Mo Shadow Dust thanked her for coming today. It saved him a lot of trouble. But by no means did it mean that Mo Shadow Dust could tolerate her accusing herself here at will. Mo Bingning, whether it's now or in the future, has really always been so self-centered. When Mo Bingning saw that he was silent, he thought that Mo Yingchen was afraid, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but raise slightly. You know you're scared, right? Even now, you are not absolutely safe. Zhao Qiankuan could take your life at any time. Go home, only home can protect you. I can protect myself. Ink Shadow Dust's tone was resolute. Don't be angry, it was us who neglected you all these years. Mo Bingning's tone softened. But is now the time for you to fool around? A third-ranked professional is not something you can deal with. If anything happens to you, where is the face of the Mo clan? An unintentional remark pierced Mo Wing Chen's heart, breaking his last line of defense. Well. He no longer hesitated, turned around and directly left, his fingers lightly caressing his chest. The voice came out leisurely. It's just the third rank, it's actually not that strong. Mo Bingning had wanted to forcefully take him home. But Mo Ingsuan's words, his tone was sure and calm. She actually had a few moments of trust in his strength. In a moment of daze, Mo Ingsuan's figure had already disappeared around the corner. She sighed and turned around to embark on the road home. Mo Bingning stood in the center of the Mo family hall, her gaze sweeping over Mo Kue and Mo Euro. Little brother is already at the first rank. Mo Euro's eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened, shock written all over her face. Mo Kue raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. So fast? Mo Euro's voice trembled a little. Mo Bingning nodded her head, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Not only that, his strength has already reached the ordinary second rank level. How can you see that? Mo Kue's fingers lightly knocked on the armrest of the seat. I saw it with my own eyes today. He fought against the Zhao family's second-ranked butler and did not lose. Mo Bingning's eyes flickered. If Zhao Qiankuan hadn't appeared, I'm afraid that sooner or later, Butler Zhao would have been consumed to death by little brother. I think that our Mo family shouldn't let go of any genius. With strength like junior brothers, he's fully capable of becoming the Mo family's signature of this generation. The priority now is that we should have little brother return to the Mo clan as soon as possible. The hall fell into a short silence. Sunlight poured through the window panes, outlining dappled light and shadow on the floor. The light in Mo Kue's eyes flickered, and he suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Good. Worthy of being my Mo Kue's son. He stood up and paced back and forth. Last year there was Mo Foam, and this year there is Mo Dust. It looks like my Mo family will be able to shine again this year in the great examination. Mo Bingning frowned slightly, but little brother has not yet returned home. But it's just a child playing with his temper. Mo Kue waved his hand in disbelief. When the grand exam is over, I will personally go find him. Exempting him from the ancestral hall punishment of kneeling, can he still not give this face to my father? Mo Bingning still wanted to speak. But Mo Kue waved his big hand. There's no need to say anymore, just do it. When the big exam is over, I'll go pick him up. After saying that, Mo Kue left with great strides in a spirited manner. Mo Bingning looked at her father's distant back and couldn't help but think of Mo Ingsuan's cold and detached eyes. She murmured softly, will it really be that simple? Turning her head to look at Mo Euro, she also stepped away. The sunlight gradually dipped in the west, and only Mo Euro was left alone in the hall. Her slender fingers gently rubbed the edge of the teacup. The figure of Ink Shadow Dust emerged in her mind. A glint of essence flashed in Mo Euro's eyes. The whole family had to say who knew Mo Ingduan the most. It would definitely be him. How could that stubborn little brother go home so easily just because he was exempted from punishment? In that case, this might be the opportunity she's been waiting for. The corner of Mo Euro's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The water in the teacup rippled slightly. The sunlight cast deep shadows in her eyes. Chapter 37, Ask for a Belt, Ask for a Lay. The big senior high school exam, the written exam room. Mo Ingduan sat in the classroom, the tip of his pen rustling across the test paper. The sunlight poured through the window onto the test paper, reflecting the paper with a faint golden glow. The Doghead's pack structure is organized in clans, each led by a chieftain. The tip of his pen wrote quickly. The weakness of the Dogheads lies in their sensitivity to light and their low intelligence, making them easy to trap. The handwriting was neat and strong. When encountering a Shadow Realm creature attack, the first thing to do is to identify its level and type. Secondly, pay attention to the characteristics of Shadow Realm creatures to avoid being pulled into the Shadow Realm. The only sound left in the classroom was the subtle sound of a pen tip rubbing against paper. Mo Shadowdust's eyes quickly swept over the test paper, checking every detail. He gently put down his pen, and the corner of his mouth curved into a confident arc. Standing up, he handed the test paper to the invigilator. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet classroom. This knowledge was a piece of cake for him. After all, before his awakening, he was the best student in the academy. Herculean schoolmaster. Get it? Mo Shadowdust looked to the blackboard at the front of the classroom. Unfortunately, the written test score only accounted for 30% of the total score. He tapped his fingers on the desktop, and his eyes were filled with a bit of regret. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be easy for him to get the top prize in the province. The sunlight passed through the window pane, casting dappled shadows on his face. He stood up and moved his muscles. The heart of death throbbed slightly in his chest. 180 skeleton warriors hunkered down and stood by. 2 skeleton archers with arrows on the string. 2 ghosts roam in the shadows. All of these summons would be an aid to his exams. He recalled the content of the great exam in his last life. The images in his memory were as clear as yesterday. If the content is the same. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. There's a heavenly chance in this. Thousands of candidates gathered in the center of the examination hall. Everyone's face was written with gravity. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. Mo Shadowdust stood in the crowd, his icy gaze looking straight ahead. A loud noise pierced the sky. A bright pillar of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Several silhouettes slowly rose from the light pillar, their powerful pressure suffocating. Mo Shadowdust gazed at those few strong figures from the human ancestral land, secretly calculating the level of their strength in his heart. This scene was transmitted to each candidate's eyes through the power of the laws of heaven and earth. A loud voice resounded through the clouds, praying for the human race. May the laws of heaven and earth grant the examination questions and add to the battle power of our race. Before the words fell, dark clouds covered the sky. The thick clouds swirled and formed a huge vortex. Invisible pressure descended from the sky, weighing down the crowd's legs. The heart of death throbbed in Mo Shadowdust's chest, and the summoned skeleton warriors were dumbfounded. A huge illusory boundary stone emerged from the clouds. In the center of the boundary stone, the light of the portal shone. Every candidate felt the connection to the portal and could enter it with just a thought. The combat subject of the grand exam never changed, it was always secret raiders. This was the fairest way of assessment. Every profession can find room to play in it. The laws of heaven and earth will judge everyone fairly. Healers can save lives. Warriors can charge into battle. Even life professions can shine. Ink Shadowdust recalled the feat of a few architects who teamed up to enter the secret realm a few years later. They used their architectural skills to transform the secret realm. Live to turn the brush copy into a thrilling game of tower defense. An exam that went on for more than 20 days. The monsters wailed in their bombardment. In the end, several architects collectively took the crown of scholar. Ink Shadowdust closed his eyes as his mental power penetrated the portal and explored the unknown secret realm. This was something that all candidates could do. Get information about what's going on in the secret world before you enter. Mo Shadowdust's consciousness wandered through the eerie mists, searching for the top of that mountain range. The mists were like thick curtains, shrouding the entire scene, with only sporadic light filtering through the clouds. His consciousness landed on a Gothic castle, its spires piercing the sky like swords. The castle's black stone walls had witnessed the storms of countless histories, and were now in a state of devastation. The gate was closed tightly, and the runes on it emitted an eerie glow, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, Mo Shadowdust opened his eyes and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His heartbeat accelerated, and this scene was exactly the same as what he remembered. The vampire castle, the scene of the great examination in this life, hadn't changed in any way due to his rebirth. Ink Shadowdust took a step towards the portal. A familiar voice came from behind him. Dusty, begging to be brought, begging to be laid. Yan Jipeng dragged his wheelchair and slid over. Mo Shadowdust stopped his steps and turned to look at this detrimental friend he hadn't seen in a few days. Great expert, you are now a legend in our first middle school. My father has long seen that you are extraordinary. Take me as an old father. Yan Jipeng grinned. Let's go. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth lifted up in an arc. The secret realm scoring rules were fair and impartial, and bringing someone in wouldn't affect one's score. Instead, Yan Jipeng could use this opportunity to obtain a higher score. My son is really filial. Yan Jipeng's eyes lit up. My father has also prepared a surprise for you. Mo Engdan looked at this beaten smiling face and a warm current surged inside. The jokes from his teenage years resurfaced, making him feel inexplicably at ease. But that coziness shattered instantly. Yan Jipeng beckoned and a silhouette walked out from the corner. Xia Yunxi. Chilliness instantly enveloped Mo Engsuan's entire body. He coldly glared at Yan Jipeng. Yan Jipeng, however, did not care about Mo Engsuan's icy stare. He jumped up from his wheelchair and wrapped his arms around Mo Engsuan's neck. Brother, this is for your own good. Yan Jipeng lowered his voice. She couldn't look up to you before, but now that you're so strong, what's the better time if you don't take advantage of the opportunity to take her down? Our 5 years of hard work can't be wasted. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth twitched. This detrimental friend actually thought that he had become stronger in order to please Xia Yunxi. Xia Yunxi raised her chin slightly, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. She coughed gently and said in a casual manner, Little Yan asked me to bring him, and I considered that bringing someone for the big exam wouldn't affect the grading anyway, so I reluctantly brought him. Her gaze lingered on Mo Engsuan for a moment and continued, It's fine if you come along too. Xia Yunxi's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and thin beads of sweat seeped from her palms. She silently prayed in her heart that Mo Engsuan would definitely be able to understand her. She had already said her words so bluntly, it was impossible for Mo Ingsuan to remain unmoved. She tried to remain calm and waited for Mo Ingsuan's response. The corners of Xia Yunqi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. She believed that Mo Ingsuan would definitely agree. Chapter 38. He's just trying to get my attention. Ink Shadow Dust stood in front of the portal, his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. Cold light flashed across his deep eyes, and the gaze that swept towards Xia Yunqi was cold to the bone. He turned slightly sideways, his shoulder line taut. No. 2 words came out of his thin lips, his voice low and calm. These words of rejection pierced through the air and straight into Xia Yunqi's eardrums. The smug look on Xia Yunqi's face instantly solidified. Her fingers curled up unconsciously, her fingertips turning white. Icy cold sweat seeped out of her palms and slid down her wrists. Her pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of panic flashed under her eyes. A suffocating feeling of oppression surged in her chest. Her lips trembled softly at the corners, trying to say something but unable to make a sound. Dismay, resentment, and anger tumbled through her mind. These complex emotions intertwined, almost drowning her. What did you say? Xia Yunqi's voice trembled slightly in the air. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the corner of her coat. Ink Shadow Dust slowly turned his head. His pitch-black pupils were filled with a coldness. The icy gaze swept over Xia Yunqi. The air froze for an instant. His pursed lips were lined with determination. There was no need for any explanation. Xia Yunqi, however, refused to stop there. She raised her chin, trying to make her tone seem calm and condescending. Why are you so petty for a big man? Isn't it just that I didn't personally tell you about the group? Stop it. If you're not satisfied and think that I don't value you enough, then it's always fine if I re-invite you to form a team now. She spoke a little faster, as if she was hiding her inner turmoil. What, in person or not? Are we talking about the same thing? Did I not make myself clear? The word no is clear. There's no ambiguity. In the last life, how did not find this IQ of Xia Yunqi still have problems? Mo Ingsuan's gaze was cold and piercing, sweeping across Xia Yunqi's face. His voice was so calm that it didn't carry a trace of temperature. I don't want to go in with you. Xia Yunqi's mind instantly went blank. Impossible. The shrill voice echoed in the empty field. Bits and pieces of the past 5 years flashed through her mind. The figure of the teenager who always followed her faded. The warm coffee he handed her. The figure of him shielding her from the rain. The ever so gentle gaze in his eyes. These images shattered into pieces at this moment. Xia Yunqi bit her lower lip in death until she tasted blood. He's playing a lustful trick. She convinced herself mentally. This must be his new trick. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, squeezing out a raw smile. The smile on her lips didn't reach her eyes, and there was a hint of unnatural lightness in her voice. What's with the temper tantrum? Mo Ingduan's pupils contracted, his gaze sharp as a knife. The icy cold line of sight swept across Xia Yunqi's face, leaving behind a chill. He turned around and walked towards the portal, his leather boots colliding with the ground with a crisp sound. The upright body cast a long shadow in the light. Xia Yunqi's fingertips clutched the hem of her skirt, the silk fabric crumpling in her palm. Her nails sank deep into her palm, sending a stabbing pain through her. The blood faded from her face and a flush came back. Ink Shadow Dust. She clenched her teeth, her voice squeezing out from the depths of her throat. The trembling tones echoed in the empty hall. Ink Shadow Dust's footsteps were still steady and strong, his pace not hesitating. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his eyes wide. He reached up and scratched the short hair at the back of his head, the strands sticking to his palm. Dusty, that's a bit too much to give. He lowered his voice. He stared at Mo Shadow Dust's back as his thoughts drifted to the past. Over the past 5 years, images of Mo Ingsuan being obedient to Xia Yunqi surfaced in his mind. The entire school knew that Xia Yunqi was the goddess in his heart. But at this moment, Mo Ingsuan's attitude was chillingly cold. Yan Jipeng's wheelchair wheels turned, making a subtle friction sound. He caught up with Mo Ingduan, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Dusty, aren't you being too serious? Although that girl Xia Yunqi is a bit arrogant, she's not a bad person. Mo Ingduan's leather boots paused on the marble floor. He turned around, his eyes sharp. My time is precious and I don't want to waste it on meaningless people and things. Each word was cold and piercing. Yan Jipeng's smile froze on his face. He touched the tip of his nose and let out a light sigh. Fine, whatever. He gave up on persuasion. Xia Yunqi stood in place, staring at the flickering blue light of the portal. Her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. Mo Ingsuan, you will regret this. Anger burned in the bottom of her heart. An inexplicable sourness surged to the heart. The gentle teenager in his memory disappeared. In its place was a cold and unfamiliar back. Her pride was dripping blood. Complex emotions churned in her chest. Xia Yunqi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The sound of deep breathing echoed in the silent hall. He was just trying to get my attention. The words of self-compassion paled. I'm not going to fall for his tricks. She lifted her chin, forcing her composure. Less than 10 seconds. Light flashed, and Mo Shadow Dust and Yen Jipeng's figures re-solidified in front of the teleportation portal. The temperature in the hall seemed to plummet a few points. Xia Yunqi's heartbeat accelerated, and her fingertips unconsciously loosened the hem of her skirt. She was secretly glad that she hadn't lost her temper just now, and the corner of her lips curled up into a smug arc. As expected, I guessed correctly, he, Mo Ingsuan, is playing the retreat for progress routine with me. He didn't take the move himself, so he came back to admit defeat. Mo Shadow Dust took a steady step, the sound of leather boots colliding with the marble floor echoing in the empty hall. Yen Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his fingers tapping on the armrests, making a slight rhythmic sound. Xia Yunqi lifted her chin, with a bit of arrogance in her gaze. Mo Ingchuan stood beside her with his tang sword on his back, his stance as upright as a pine. A hint of awkwardness filled the air. Yen Jipeng cleared his throat and broke the silence. Classmate Xia Yunqi, join us. The corner of Xia Yunqi's mouth rose slightly, a hint of smugness flashing under her eyes. Since you guys are sincerely inviting, let's reluctantly agree. She pretended to be reserved. Mo Ingchen's eyes were deep and expressionless. The three of them stepped into the portal again, and blue light engulfed them. A cool rush of information about the rules flooded into their minds. For this secret exploration, a minimum of 3 people should form a team. Xia Yunqi's pupils plummeted, and the smile on her face instantly froze. She turned her head violently, her gaze stabbing at Mo Ingsuan like a knife. So I'm just here to make up the numbers? The voice was so cold that it froze. Mo Shadow Dust's brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of chagrin flashed in his eyes. He had unexpectedly forgotten the rule requirements from his last life. Yen Jipeng scratched the back of his head as the wheelchair wheeled around. Well. Many hands make light work, isn't that good? Okay, stop talking, get ready to fight, we're already in the secret realm. Chapter 39, these 2 summons of yours are so strong? Before the 3 of them was a gloomy forest shrouded in mist. The trees were tall, with dense branches and leaves that covered the sky. Mist filled the trees like a heavy curtain. A curving, twisting path wound its way forward. On both sides of the path, weeds were overgrown and the uneven ground was faintly visible. In the distance, the outline of a hilltop castle looms. There was a dampness in the air. Dewdrops on the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. The dirt underfoot smelled faintly of decay. Mo Shadow Dust carried the tang sword on his back and stood at the front of the group. His eyes were cold and his gaze was like a torch. Yen Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his fingers gently tapping the armrests. Xia Yunqi stood aside, the corner of her lips slightly raised, the sword in her hand still sheathed. A hint of vigilance flashed under her eyes. Mo Ingsuan sized up Xia Yunqi with a sideways glance, his eyes sharp. Darkly nodding his head, Xia Yunqi's arrogance was arrogant, but this fighting quality was absolutely nothing to write home about. She held her sword in a standardized posture, and her pace was steady and powerful. The tip of the sword was slightly raised, the sword chi was dazzling, and the extremely cold ice flame could be vaguely seen flowing through the body of the sword. The aura of the blazing sun sword immortal was unreservedly released from her. And if Mo Shadow Dust hadn't sensed it wrongly, this girl, she should already be at the first rank as well. Mo Shadow Dust turned his head to look at Yen Jipeng, his brows furrowed. The sound of the wheelchair running over the dirt distracted him. Why do you have to sit in this thing if you're able-bodied? Yen Jipeng's eyes lit up and his fingers flew to press on the armrests of the wheelchair. The wheelchair instantly morphed, and mechanical arms stretched out around it. Tracks extend from underneath the wheels and cover the ground. Look, it's a multi-purpose off-road wheelchair. The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth twitched, it's too slow. I'm a nurse, just hide behind it. Yen Jipeng leaned back in his chair leisurely. Comfort is most important. Ink Shadow Dust slapped a palm on his forehead and sighed helplessly. Never mind, with him in front to open the way, there was no need to worry about this fellow's safety. Mo Shadow Dust swept his gaze across the gloomy woods. This time was the big test. How you performed would affect the grading, and now was not the time to hide your strength. He decided to bring out his full strength this time in the secret realm, except for soul domination and white bone specialization, which were not easy to explain. Slowly, he raised his right hand. An invisible necromantic fluctuation instantly spread. There was a loud boom. 2 skeletal figures instantly coalesced in front of the 3. Dolly was as tall as 2 meters, and the pig tusk bone blade in his hand glowed with a cold light. Iron Guard had a sturdy build and a rock shield in his hand, like a moving fortress. As for Phantom Thorn, he had been hiding in his shadow at all times. Xia Yunqi looked at Vigor and Iron Guard, surprise flashing in her eyes. These 2 summons of yours are surprisingly so strong? The corners of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth rose imperceptibly. It's not over yet. He raised his hand again. 2 skeleton archers, a specter and a second-order zombie, and 180 neatly arranged skeleton warriors appeared instantly. Yen Jipeng whistled. With this lineup, who dares to mess with it? A weird wind blew through the forest. The leaves rustled as if whispering. In the darkness, countless pairs of green eyes quietly opened. The battle was about to begin. The thick canopy of trees obscured the moonlight. Ink Shadow Dust stood at the front of the group, each step steady and strong. Dolly and Iron Guard were on either side, their bones rubbing together with a subtle clicking sound. Xia Yunqi's sword blade glowed coldly in the darkness, and his sharp eyes swept around. The rollers of the wheelchair crushed through the dead leaves, and Yan Jipeng folded his hands in his lap with a relaxed look. The cold wind passed through the forest, and the leaves rustled. A sharp whistling sound cut through the silence, piercing everyone's eardrums. The dark swarm of bats swooped down from overhead, their wings flapping to bring up gusts of fishy wind. A hint of coldness flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes, and his right hand was lightly raised. The two skeleton archers immediately took their positions, their bowstrings tensing to emit a humming sound. The arrows broke through the air and drew graceful arcs in the air. Xia Yunqi flicked her wrist, and the tip of her sword drew a silver arc. Extreme cold ice flames roared out, and tiny ice crystals formed in the air. The bat swarm was instantly frozen, and the ice cube smashed on the ground with a crisp cracking sound. Mo Shadowdust nodded silently, admiring Xia Yunqi's stance. The sound of wolves howling came from the deep forest, low and threatening. 3 giant wolves lunged out of the shadows, their sharp claws glinting in the moonlight. Mo Shadowdust ordered in a deep voice, his voice clear and strong. The Iron Guards raised their shields forward, their rocky shields exuding a heavy aura. Vigorously gripping the bone blade, hellfire pulsed on the blade. The werewolf slammed into the shield with a dull thud. The powerful blade slashed through the werewolf's fur, and hellfire instantly ignited. The werewolf in the center lunged at Ink Shadow Dust, its fangs gruesome. A cold light came across the sky as Xia Yunqi blocked in front of Mo Ingduan. The extreme cold ice flame forced the werewolf back, and a chill filled the air. "You focus on command." Her voice was cold and firm. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at the werewolf's throat with a cold light. Ink Shadow Dust froze for a moment, then nodded slightly. He began to concentrate on commanding the skeleton army. The 180 skeleton warriors lined up in a square formation, protecting the entire group in the center. Yan Jipeng sat on a wheelchair, releasing healing spells from time to time. "You guys continue, I'll milk." The battle intensified. Xia Yunqi tangled with the werewolf as his sword flashed. The extreme cold ice flame continuously eroded the werewolf's body. Vigor got braver and braver as his power continued to climb. The Iron Guard stood firm, his shield blocking impact after impact. Mo Shadowdust's eyes stared and suddenly raised his hand. Bone spike. Sharp bone spikes stabbed out from the ground. The werewolf couldn't dodge and was impaled through the leg. Xia Yunqi seized the opportunity and his sword flashed. The werewolf's head flew high. The other 2 werewolves saw this and let out angry growls. Vigorously turning on Soul Berserk, their attacks became even more ferocious. The Iron Guard restored his strength with the help of the Earth Pulse, and his defense was dripping with energy. The battle gradually subsided. 3 werewolves fell in a pool of blood. Most of the vampire bats were dead or wounded, and the rest scurried away. Xia Yunqi sheathed her sword and let out a long breath. "These monsters, they're stronger than expected." Mo Shadowdust gazed at Xia Yunqi's slightly whitened face, a trace of worry welling up in his heart. The difficulty of the Great Examination Mysteries would be dynamically adjusted with the strength of the participants. Their team had 2 first-order powerhouses, and the enemies they encountered were naturally trickier than ordinary candidates. The strength of those 3 first-rank wolves just now was the best proof. Accordingly, the rating they received would be higher. This design makes sense after all, the big test is a selection exercise. If a first-order powerhouse was allowed to enter the zero-order mystic realm and go on a killing spree, it would not be able to reflect the true strength at all. Mo Shadowdust was about to open his mouth to explain when his pupils suddenly shrunk. "Be careful." A low warning voice cut through the silence. A pitch-black shadow swooped in from behind Xia Yunqi. Chapter 40, Vampire Hunter. Mo Shadowdust flicked his wrist, and the sharp whistling sound of the tang blade coming out of its sheath rang out. With a flash of cold light, the black shadow snapped with a sound. On the ground lay a blood-sucking bat that had been chopped in 2, its dark red blood seeping into the dirt. Xia Yunqi turned around, her eyes flickering with a strange light under the moonlight. "Thank you." There was a hint of warmth in the cool voice. Mo Shadowdust took the tang blade back into its sheath and gently shook his head. The power of dead spirit resurrection surged, and the 3 werewolf corpses reared up. "Let's move on." He calmly gave the order. The party set off on their journey once more, their footsteps echoing through the silent forest. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, thoughtfully surveying the 2 figures in front of him. The dense woods gradually thinned out, revealing more open space. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient castle loomed in the moonlight, exuding a mysterious aura. Moonlight poured over the massive stone and brick facade of the vampire castle. The 3 stood in front of the heavy oak gates. The iron door ring was crawling with mottled patina. A toothsome creak echoed in the stillness of the night. The heavy door slowly opened inward. The smell of rotting wood mixed with the faint odor of blood hit the room. Xia Yunqi raised her foot and stepped towards the door, but her wrist was pulled by a hand. Mo Ingsuan's slender fingers tightly clasped her slender wrist. He shook his head, his eyes signaling her to look to the side. A lone watchtower stood in the moonlight. Go there first. His voice was low and firm. Memories flashed through his mind. There was a secret passageway hidden beneath that watchtower. The passageway leads to a weapons vault deep within the castle. Thick runic gates completely isolate the armory from the interior of the castle. Countless candidates missed this place as an unopened area, until after the secret realm solidified into a normal copy. A few professionals who were obsessed with opening the map accidentally discovered the secret, as well as the chilling. In the armory nightmare. This nightmare was the target of ink shadow dust today. Inside the watchtower, it was cavernous and secluded. The walls were covered with thick moss, as if they were traces of age. Moonlight filtered through the narrow arrow holes, and flecks of silver light danced across the floor. Mo Shadowdust's gaze was like a scanner, meticulously inspecting each stone tile. His fingertips lightly touched a raised stone. Here. The voice was categorical. Xia Yunqi and Yan Jipeng moved closer, their eyes focusing on a stone brick engraved with runes. Mo Shadowdust's palm covered the rune, and his spiritual energy was injected like a fine stream. The rune emitted an ethereal blue light, and the ground slowly cracked with a roar, revealing the steps. Watch your step. He spoke in a calm tone and stepped onto the steps. The air was cold and wet, and the stone steps were thick with dust. At the end of the passage, torches burned quietly, interlacing light and shadow. The middle-aged man stood in the center, his gaze like a knife sweeping over the three. Young men, are you here to crusade against the vampire count? Ink shadow dust was silent, and the tang blade was slowly sheathed. The blade's cold light flashed, cutting through the dark night. Xia Yunqi frowned slightly. Mo Ingduan? At Mo Shadowdust's command, the skeleton warriors instantly all rushed up. Yan Jipeng, use solitary throw on the vampire hunter. Mo Shadowdust suddenly spoke. Ha? Isn't that what you use on friendly forces? Yan Jipeng froze. He subconsciously checked the description of the talent, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It doesn't really say that it can only be used against friendly forces. Yan Jipeng raised his hand to release his talent, and a golden light enveloped the vampire hunter like holy fire. Solitary throw increases the target's ability to recover from wounds with each attack, but at the same time gains a vulnerable state, doubling all wounds taken. Instantly, the hunter's aura became berserk, and a dark red glow wrapped around his entire body like blood, sending shivers down his spine. Seek death. The hunter roared, his eyes scarlet. The long sword in his hand suddenly swung, the blade cutting a cold aura in the air, stabbing straight at Mo Ingduan. In that instant, his speed was as fast as lightning, almost transforming into a blurry residual shadow. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk slightly, his footsteps staggered, and his body slid backward like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the hunter did not stop. The long sword in his hand was waved one after another, and the sword chi swept towards Mo Ingchen like a raging wind and rain. Each strike was breathtakingly fast, and each chop carried a sharp whistle that tore through the air. The figure of Phantom Stinger quietly emerged behind the hunter. The short blade of hell flickered with ghostly blue flames and drew a graceful arc, aiming straight for the back of the hunter's heart. However, as if the hunter had eyes behind his back, his body twisted strangely, and his long sword returned to defense at an incredible angle. Clang! The short blade collided with the long sword, and the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the hall, sparks splattering in all directions. Seeing this, Xia Yunqi's figure flashed, and the long sword in her hand erupted with a piercing cold light, the temperature plummeting as the extremely cold ice flame wrapped around the sword. Her sword light poured out like flowing water, her movements flowing like a dance, but her sword blade was as harsh as a knife. The hunter's movements were slightly stalled, a thin layer of frost had formed on his arm, and the coldness spread along his blood veins, causing his movements to be slightly slow. The hunter let out a cold snort and violently stomped the ground, the stone tiles under his feet instantly cracked. His figure was like an arrow off the string, instantly sprinting in front of Xia Yunqi, his longsword sweeping horizontally, his sword chi crushing down like a torrent. Xia Yunqi's pupil shrunk slightly, her figure retreated sharply, her sword blade slicing out a cold light, colliding head-on with the hunter's sword chi, erupting in a deafening roar. Right at this moment, the zombie's huge body rushed out from the shadows, carrying a devastating force to pounce on the hunter. The hunter's long sword swept across, sword energy like a rainbow, ruthlessly chopping on the zombie's chest. The zombie did not dodge, letting the sword energy cut deep wounds in his body. Black corpse blood seeped out from the wounds. However, its movements did not diminish at all, and its sharp claws covered in corpse poison viciously grabbed at the hunter's chest. The hunter retreated several steps in a row, and the leather armor on his chest was torn, revealing a wound that seeped blood. His face changed slightly, and he looked down at his wound, his brows furrowed. Corpse poison. As the corpse poison kicked in, his movements became noticeably sluggish. However, the moment the hunter's movements were slowed, his eyes suddenly became even more scarlet, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. He let out a roar to the sky, and his entire body entered a brief berserk state, his attack speed and damage instantly skyrocketing. His longsword swung like a gale, his sword chi crisscrossing across, forcing Xia Yunxi and the zombie to momentarily struggle to get close. Berserk state. Imo Shadowdust's gaze condensed as he whispered, "Phantom Thorn, strike." Phantom Thorn's figure merged into the shadows once again, and its shadow shuttle ability allowed it to appear behind the hunter like a ghost. At the same time, Phantom Thorn's short blade was raised high, hellish flames burned on the blade, stabbing at the hunter's back with a destructive aura. Chapter 41, Out of Purple? The hunter sensed the killing intent behind him and turned violently, his long sword stabbing at the Phantom Thorns with a lightning speed. However, the illusory Thorn's figure was so weak that it instantly turned into nothingness, and the hunter's long sword stabbed empty. In the next second, Phantom Thorn's figure appeared on the other side of the hunter, and the short blade accurately stabbed into the side of the hunter's waist, and blood spurted out. The hunter roared, and his long sword swept violently at Phantom Thorn, but Phantom Thorn once again vaporized, easily avoiding the attack. The hunter's movements grew slower and slower, the erosion of the necrotic poison and the loss of blood caused his stamina to drop rapidly. Xia Yunxi seized the opportunity, the long sword in her hand erupted into an even more piercing cold light, the extreme cold ice flame spreading along the blade, turning into an ice-blue sword she slashing at the hunter. The hunter attempted to block, but his movements had already slowed down by a beat, and the sword chi accurately struck his left arm, the cold chi instantly invaded his body, and his left arm was completely frozen. The zombie let out a low roar and pounced on the hunter again, its sharp claws grabbing hard at his chest. This time, the hunter was no longer able to fight, and the sharp claws penetrated his chest, bringing up a piece of blood and flesh. The hunter retreated several steps in a row, the wound on his chest dripping with blood, his face as pale as paper. These wounds. How could they be so serious? The hunter gasped for air, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He thought of the natural skill Yan Jipeng had used on him at the beginning of the battle. It seems to understand something. The body shook and eventually fell helplessly to its knees. Phantom Stinger seized the last chance, and the short blade stabbed out again, this time, accurately into the hunter's back. The hunter's body trembled violently, and his pupils began to lax. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, and in the end, he only spat out a sentence, "Why?" Imo Shadowdust gazed at him coldly, not answering, only an icy gaze to send off this powerful enemy. With the moment the hunter collapsed, Ink Shadowdust felt the system's beep ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's words. A little luck. See, attacks have a very low probability of inflicting a critical hit. Ruthless hunting. When the target's life value is below a certain percentage, the attack has a probability of causing a sure kill effect. Vengeful Rage. B. Every time you successfully deflect an enemy attack, your rage accumulates and increases your strength and constitution. Please go to the thesaurus to fuse them together. 3 rays of light that only he could see emerged from the hunter's body, transforming into 3 crystalline word cores suspended in the air. With a movement of his mind, the 3 cores merged into his palm. Closing his eyes, he quietly felt the power of the 3 word cores pulsing in his palm. A ray of blood-colored light rose from his palm. It was the word core of Ruthless Hunt. The bloody light pierced through Phantom Thorn's illusory body, sending ripples through him. Scarlet red lines surfaced on the surface of the hell short blade, emitting a palpitating chill. Dark red light flowed around the iron guard, which was the word core of Vengeful Rage. Flame-like patterns traveled across the surface of the iron guard's bones and then disappeared. The last of the small lucky word cores emitted a faint glow. Ink Shadowdust glanced at the identical words already on vigor and decided to put them aside for now. There were more important things to deal with at the moment. The hunter's blood spread across the ground, and the air was heavy with the smell of blood. The battle ended quite a bit faster than expected. Yan Jipeng's talent played a key role. But the narrow passage did limit the play of the summoner. Most of the skeleton warriors can only charge to their deaths in the opening, and can't even get in behind them. In the end, they relied on Zombie, Phantom Thorn and Xia Yunxi to complete the kills. Xia Yunxi gazed at the hunter's corpse on the ground, a hint of shock flashing through her eyes. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of her sword, recalling the battle scene just now. The strength of those 2 special skeleton warriors was only at the first rank level, but they worked well together. What really alarmed her was the performance of that spectral assassin. The phantom-like figure weaved in and out of the shadows, each strike precise and deadly. That kind of agility and lethality had already surpassed the limits of first-order creatures. Even more chilling was the tall zombie. The strength and defense of a second-rank summoner in itself, combined with the talent of steel and iron, was simply a moving wall. There was also. Xia Yunxi's gaze swept towards the skeletal archers and ghosts standing behind the several people. As well as skeleton warriors that were being constantly replenished and summoned by Mo Shadowdust. It wasn't that Xia Yunxi hadn't seen Mo Ingsuan's battles on the stage of life and death. But she had thought that her strength was not inferior to his. Blazing Sun Sword Immortal's hidden profession, combined with Extreme Cold Ice Flame's S-rank talent, was enough to make her proud of her class. She even had the confidence to challenge second-rank powerhouses alone. But the battle before her eyes completely shattered her pride. Phantom Thorn's shadow shuttle was defenseless. The tall zombie was like a brick wall. And Mo Shadow Dust just stood there, commanding this army of undead. Xia Yunqi gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles whitening. She clearly realized that her current self was far from being his match. Under the moonlight, Mo Ing Chen's back appeared particularly lonely. Xia Yunqi gazed at the figure, countless questions welling up in her heart. This man, just how did he do it? In just a few days, he had even metamorphosed into something powerful. Xia Yunqi went up to the vampire hunter's corpse and touched it. Dark Knight Pursuit Blue, leather armor, dropped by Vampire Hunter Rider, agility plus 15, endurance plus 12, shadow resistance plus 20, dodge plus 5%. Vampire Slaughterblade Purple, long sword, dropped by Rider the Vampire Hunter, strength plus 20, attack speed plus 10%. When hitting an enemy, restores 5% of its own life value. Damage to vampire type enemies is increased by 30%. Ink Shadow Dust stared at the equipment on the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This came out purple? Xia Yunqi, this is truly the chosen one. Occupation is hidden. Talents are the best. Even the ing touching of equipment is of higher quality than what others touch out. The purple quality longsword emitted a faint cold light. Xia Yunqi turned around, her gaze lingering on Mo Ingsuan's face for a moment. These equipment, how do you plan to distribute them? Her voice was soft. Sight swept aside. Yan Jipeng was paralyzed in his wheelchair, yawning non-stop with a drowsy look. For this lazy fatty, she directly chose to ignore it. Mo Shadow Dust pondered for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping his thighs. The vampire slaughtering blade goes to you, and I'll take the dark pursuit. He turned his head to Yan Jipeng. I'll compensate you when the next time a suitable equipment for you pops up. Yan Jipeng lazily waved his hand without raising his eyelids. Mo Shadow Dust directly equipped the leather armor. Well, hidden appearance was selected. These outfits, one way or another, are ugly. Chapter 42, Devil Sword Descends, Soul-Devouring Blood Blade. Turning around, he stepped towards the stone wall at the end of the passage. The sound of the soles of his boots scraping against the ground echoed in the empty grotto. Moonlight spilled through the cracks at the top, dappled light streaming across the floor. A cross-shaped groove was clearly carved into the surface of the stone wall. He pushed the cross into the groove and it fit tightly. The sound of the mechanism activating was crisp and sharp. The stone wall splits, revealing a deep, dark space. A chilly and piercing aura came over the surface. Ink Shadow Dust condensed the ghostly green soul fire in his palm. The firelight illuminated the chilling scene. Inside the circular armory, hundreds of weapons were arranged according to arcane spell formations. Most of the weapons had shattered, and rusty broken swords were scattered all over the place. Dried-up corpses lay sprawled across the ground, blood lost. The corpses of vampires, humans, and fae were stacked in interlocking piles. Dark red bloodstains spread across the floor, pointing towards the center of the arsenal. A long, blood-colored blade was suspended in midair. The blade's body was deep red, as if it was cast in solidified blood. The sharpness of the blade was biting, emanating a palpitating chill. This is... Xia Yunqi sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, showing a rare serious expression. What a bizarre evil weapon. System prompt, the only hidden space has been found. Violent item fluctuations have been detected in this space. Please choose carefully. Yan Jipeng froze and looked up at Mo Ingduan. Dusty, did you hear that? A system prompt? The system would even give this kind of hint? Aha! Ink Shadow Dust was also a bit cautious. The last time a system prompt appeared was when he encountered the Death God's heart. Zombie and Phantom Stinger guarded Ink Shadow Dust warily. Dolly and Iron Guard gripped their weapons and stood ready to fire. Ink Shadow Dust cautiously moved forward, examining the bodies on the ground. The level of decomposition showed that they had been there for years. Bizarrely, the bodies always remained intact. Xia Yunqi suddenly voiced a warning. The scent of blood filled the air. The blood-colored longsword trembled, and the lines bloomed with light. The blood marks on the ground then lit up, outlining a complete spell formation. Scarlet light filled the entire arsenal. Powerful suction force erupted from the long blade. The corpse trembled violently. In the dried veins, the remaining blood turned into blood mist and surged towards the long knife. With a ding, the long knife fell to the ground. This caused Mo Ingduan to let out a sigh of relief. Dog news, luckily I didn't get screwed this time. Signaled Xia Yunqi and Yan Jipeng to wait in place. Mo Shadow Dust went up to check. Soul-Devouring Blood Blade Red, Magic Blade. Attributes, none. Soul Extraction, each time this weapon is used to successfully kill an enemy, 1% of the enemy's total attributes will be absorbed to permanently enhance the user. Curse of Blood, the owner of this weapon will be sucked by this weapon all the time until death. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. This soul-devouring blood blade was exactly the treasure he was looking for. It was also the greatest opportunity in this secret realm. In his last life, this demonic blade only appeared in the world after half a year. Its sharpness attracted countless people who craved power. The smell of blood lingers and is chilling. Even if they knew that they would eventually be sucked into dry corpses, there were still people who went forward. Those with mediocre talent were willing to pay with their lives for the slightest chance to become stronger. Ink Shadow Dust remembered clearly that the curse of this blade was extremely terrifying. It sucked life at a constant rate. Regardless of strength, it can suck the blood from a person's entire body in 7 days. On the bright red blade, it was as if countless dead souls could still be seen struggling. In the end, it was the officials who sent out 1,000 of their elite to strongly suppress it. The magic sword was sealed in the deepest part of the official treasury. The curtain finally came down on the catastrophe that had swept through the human race. Later on, some great powers traced back the history and found that the story of the vampire castle was something that had really happened in history. The vampire hunter's wife was hunted. In order to take revenge, he got the way to make a magic sword from an ancient text. He had secretly prepared it outside the vampire castle for more than 10 years. But in the end, the count found out and killed the magical blade before it could take shape, and it was a lost cause. When the laws of heaven and earth of the human race captured the fragments of the long river of history, they brought them into the secret realm along with the magic blade that was about to take shape. A week before his death, Mo Shadowdust heard that several scholars were studying the program of using the magic sword. They found that it was possible to circumvent the curse as long as the user had no blood. This was precisely the reason why Ink Shadowdust desperately wanted to obtain the demon blade. His skeleton summoner were born without blood. Ink Shadowdust's eyes flashed a cold aura. He raised his hand to vigorously gesture. Go, bring that knife. Phantom green flames leapt from Vigor's eye sockets, and his heavy bones creaked. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, nervously clutching the armrests. Dusty, be careful. Xia Yunxi gripped her long sword tightly, and cold light flowed through the blade. Strongly taking a steady pace, his bone claws slowly probed the blood-colored longsword. Blood light instantly erupted. The scarlet light was like a snake's letter, wrapping around Vigorous' bones. The magic sword trembled, and an ear-piercing buzz echoed through the grotto. The light traveled inside Vigor, searching for traces of blood. The buzzing sound rose steeply, and the demonic blade struggled violently. Vigorously motionless, his bone claws clasped the hilt of the blade in death. Blood and light erupted at the contact, splattering all around. In the middle of the day, the demonic blade gradually calmed down. The blood light converged and the buzzing disappeared. Vigorously, he turned around, holding the blade steady at the end. Inkshade Dust moved closer to observe. The blade was still blood red, but it no longer emitted an evil aura. A system prompt rang in his ears. Soul-devouring blood blade has recognized its owner, binding skeleton warrior, Vigor. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips curved up. Yan Jipeng, paralyzed in his wheelchair, scared me to death. Xia Yunxi sheathed her sword. This sword is too evil. Mo Shadowdust nodded. It will suck the user's blood. He deliberately concealed the truth of the sucking attribute. In this life, he would nip that havoc in the bud. But my skeleton warrior has no blood and is naturally immune to the curse. Yan Jipeng came to a realization, so that's how it is. This kind of evil weapon should still be treated with caution. Dolly gazed down at the demonic blade, feeling the power contained within. A look of satisfaction flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. With the soul-devouring blood blade, Vigor would gain a qualitative leap. Each kill gains the enemy's attributes. And the skeleton body, which perfectly circumvents the curse of blood. At this moment, countless parents and teachers were crowding around outside the examination center. All of them were eagerly waiting, expecting their familiar names to appear on the grading chart next to the illusory boundary stone. Suddenly, a fluctuation flashed through the leaderboard, and 3 names unexpectedly rushed directly onto the leaderboard of the Highland Province. First place, Mo Shadowdust, rating 400. Second place, Xia Yunxi, rating 370. 11th place, Yan Jipeng with a rating of 320. The crowd outside the exam room was boisterous. Anxious parents crowded in front of the illusory boundary stones. Teachers stare intently at the leaderboard. The surface of the illusory boundary stones rippled. 3 names suddenly jumped onto the Highland Province leaderboard. Chapter 43. Their homeroom teacher is going to wake up laughing. Ink Shadowdust? 400 points? A teacher exclaimed. It's only been in for a short while, this score. What have they done? Another teacher clenched his fists. Xia Yunxi scored 370 points, worthy of being the daughter of the Xia family. The crowd resounded with admiration. Yan Jipeng also made it into the top 11. It's amazing that these 3 kids are all from the same school. Their homeroom teacher is going to wake up laughing. The youngest son of the Murray family who was retrieved. Someone frowned. I heard he grew up in an orphanage. Gifted this only went in for a little while just took 400 points, this is a record-breaking score. The Mo family has picked up a treasure. Murmurs rose and fell. Inside the secret. Ink Shadowdust knelt on one knee and pressed his palm against the hunter's cold corpse. Necromantic energy gushed out from his palm, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. He withdrew his hand, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. A second-order corpse is beyond my current capabilities. Xia Yunxi gripped the long sword at her waist and vigilantly scanned the shadowy corners around her. Yan Jipeng pushed his wheelchair closer to Mo Yingduan. Let's go, Dusty, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Mo Yingdust nodded. The moonlight passed through the broken-colored windows, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. The three of them re-entered in front of the main gate of the old castle. The thick gate was carved with intricate patterns. The door was still open, but it was impossible to see what was going on inside. As they stepped through the door, the click of the mechanism activating came from behind them. The gate closed with a bang, completely shutting out the light from the outside world. This was the reason why Mo Yingxuan had not allowed Xia Yunxi to enter before. In front of the three of them was a castle hall, and the damp and chilly air hit their faces. The dome was high and carved with intricate Gothic designs. 12 crystal chandeliers hung in mid-air, flickering with dim candlelight. The thick red carpet stretched to the end of the hall, embroidered with dark golden patterns. On either side, marble pillars stood in an array, each decorated with entwined vines. The roar of the doors closing echoed through the empty hall. The 10 or so vampire servants roaming the hall emerged from the shadows, their scarlet eyes staring deathly in the direction of the door. The smell of rotting blood filled the air. Sharp fangs glistened with the cold light. They let out ear-piercing hisses and frantically lunged at the three. Sharp claws slashed out chilling auras in the air. The hissing of the vampire servants echoed in the empty hall, shrill and piercing. Mo Shadowdust gripped the Tang sword in his hand tightly, the blade glowing coldly in the moonlight. Dolly, Iron Guard, front row defense. He ordered in a deep voice. Phantom Stinger, go test the strength of these vampire servants. The two skeletal warriors rushed to the forefront with heavy steps. Phantom Thorn's figure was like a wisp of black smoke, looming in the shadows. The long sword in Xia Yunxi's hand emitted a light blue light, and the extremely cold ice flame wrapped around the sword, overflowing with cold air. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his palm shining with holy light, warm and bright. Dusty, these vampire servants are quite numerous. Yan Jipeng's tone carried worry. Mo Shadowdust was expressionless as he raised his hand and summoned 2 skeleton archers. Shoot! A brief order was given. The bone arrows broke through the air, bringing up a sharp whistling sound. Phantom Stinger held the short blade of hell, weaving in and out of the enemy group, hitting the key points with each strike. Dolly and Iron Guard stood shoulder to shoulder, their soul-devouring blood blades and rocky shields forming a solid line of defense. The vampire minions pounced, their sharp claws making ear-splitting sounds on the shields. The Iron Guards did not move, their shields steadily blocking the attack. Vigorously swinging his bone knife across the room, the sharp blade tore through the enemy's flesh and blood. Xia Yunxi's sword was powerful, and extreme cold ice flames swept across the battlefield. The 3 vampire servants were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, which then shattered. Yan Jipeng's holy light flickered continuously, the warm healing power enveloping his teammates. The 3 werewolves that Mo Shadowdust had revived earlier joined the battlefield, their sharp claws tearing through the enemies. The zombies let out a deafening roar and charged into the enemy line. Strong arms easily tore through the vampire servant's body, splattering blood everywhere. The pace of the battle was smooth and everything was under control. As time went on, however, more and more vampire minions emerged from the shadows. These monsters can't be killed. Xia Yunxi frowned. Her sword chi had already decimated dozens of enemies, but she still couldn't stop the enemies from reinforcing. Dusty, the enemies are refreshing. Yan Jipeng sensed the abnormality. Mo Shadowdust's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, and all the room doors were tightly closed. His eyes finally landed on the stone platform in the center of the hall. Yunxi, try going to that stone platform. Xia Yunxi nodded and quickly walked to the stone platform. The moment she stood on the stone platform, the sound of the mechanism activating sounded. With a click, the door at the end of the hall slowly opened. The door is open! Yan Jipeng exclaimed. Someone needs to stand on the stone platform to open the door. Essence flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Xia Yunxi was just about to leave the stone platform when the door to the room immediately closed heavily. Someone must stand on it all the time. Mo Yingduan spoke in a calm tone. The 3 men's gazes met, their respective minds surging. I'll do it. Mo Shadowdust took the initiative to volunteer. But concern flashed in Xia Yunxi's eyes. My summons are enough to protect me, you guys go open the door. Mo Shadowdust's tone was firm. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Mo Shadowdust stood on the stone platform and the door to the room opened again. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng immediately rushed towards the door. Countless vampire servants frantically pounced. Vigorously, Iron Guard, protect them. The 2 skeleton warriors followed closely behind, their weapons brandished. Phantom Thorn's figure weaved through the shadows, his sharp blade reaping life. Zombies and werewolves make their way ahead, tearing apart enemies that stand in their way. Skeleton archers' bone arrows keep shooting to provide fire support for the team. Ink Shadowdust stood on the stone platform and calmly commanded, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng finally arrived at the door. Yan Jipeng pushed the door hard, and the doorway didn't budge. Damn, it's too heavy. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder. Xia Yunxi stepped forward to help, and the two of them worked together to push open a gap. Dusty, come quickly! Yan Jipeng shouted. Mo Shadow Dust leapt down onto the stone platform. The door to the thick room immediately began to slowly close. Power, Iron Guard, hold the door. Two skeletal warriors rushed forward and jammed their weapons against the doorway. Vampire servants swarmed the door, their sharp claws glinting with cold light. Xia Yunxi's sword chi continuously cut down the approaching enemies. Yan Jipeng's holy light art continuously healed and maintained the team's status. Ink Shadow Dust quickly ran towards the door. Behind him, the pursuers pressed on, their sharp claws tearing through the air. The figure of Phantom Stinger always escorted the side, cutting down the approaching enemies. Zombies and werewolves blocked at the back, buying him time. The skeleton archer's bone arrows keep firing, suppressing the enemy attack. Ink Shadow Dust finally rushed to the door. Go in! He droned in a deep voice. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng quickly drilled into the door. Mo Yingduan followed closely behind. Dali and Iron Guard withdrew their weapons at the same time. The door to the thick room closed with a heavy thud. Chapter 44, I don't believe any shield will hold up to our fierce blasts. An angry hiss came from the vampire servant outside the door. The trio leaned against the wall to catch their breath. Finally, we've passed. Yan Jipeng wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. How did you discover the stone platform mechanism? Xia Yunxi looked at Mo Yingduan. That location is too special, it's worth a try. Mo Yingduan's tone was flat. Ink Shadow Dust scanned the surrounding summons. A dark cry of pity. In the battle just now, he had transformed dozens of vampire corpses with his necrotic rejuvenation technique. Those newborn vampire servants weren't weak, each of them was at the early first rank level. Unfortunately, in the end, they were all blocked by the thick room door. The three werewolves suffered heavy losses in the battle. Sharp claws and teeth tore through a number of enemies. But in the end, there was only one left still breathing heavily. Its fur was stained with mottled blood. The trio walked through the dark corridor and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The musty smell of decay hit their faces, and countless bookshelves stood like giants, sticking straight up to the ceiling. The candles on the walls flickered and cast airy shadows. A chill seeped up from the floor, sending shivers down the spine. Yan Jipeng scrunched his neck and rubbed his arms to dispel the cold. Xia Yunxi vigilantly gripped her longsword tightly, her gaze sweeping over every corner like a hawk. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes lingered on the ground runes with a slight frown. Bang! A thick ancient book fell from a high place. Xia Yunxi instinctively dodged backward, and the ancient book automatically flipped open in midair, a blue magic beam shooting out. Mo Shadow Dust was quick on his feet and pulled Xia Yunxi's wrist to yank her behind him. The beam hit the ground, and smoke rose from the charred crater. The bookshelf trembled violently, and more ancient books broke free of their bonds and flew. Yan Jipeng's voice trembled, these books are alive. Mo Shadow Dust calmly ordered, Dali, Iron Guard, front row defense. Phantom Thorn, hold back. The skeleton warriors raised their swords to charge, and the Iron Guard raised their shields high to block the flying magic. Xia Yunxi's longsword danced, extremely cold ice flames wrapped around the sword, and the sword she swept across, freezing and shattering the flying books. Sharp hissing cut through the air as a black swarm of bats swooped down from the ceiling. Phantom Stinger instantly vaporized, his figure flashing in the shadows, the short blades of hell flashing coldly in succession. The bats fell one after another, turning into ashes. Legions of skeletons raised their swords in formation, and the archer's bone arrows broke through the air, shooting through more flying ancient books. The ground! Xia Yunxi suddenly realized that the ground runes were illuminated with a strange light, and the three of them leapt backward away. Pillars of fire rose to the sky, and waves of scorching heat pounded their faces. Yan Jipeng gritted his teeth, damn trap. More runes lit up one after another, flickering. Mo Shadow Dust guided in a deep voice, follow my footsteps. The three of them carefully avoided the traps. A dark shadow suddenly flashed out from behind the bookshelf, and the vampire mage raised his staff. Shadow magic bullets whizzed by, and the zombie instantly lunged forward, its sharp claws ripping through the mage's chest. More mages emerged from the shadows, magical rays intertwining into a web. Disperse! Ink Shadow Dust barked in order. Vigorously turning on Soul Berserk, the soul-devouring blood blade cleaved through the magic shield. Iron Guard raised his shield to resist, building up the power of his fury. Phantom Thorn weaved through the shadows, his short blade piercing the mage's vitals with precision. Xia Yunxi's extremely cold sword chi roared like a dragon, freezing a mage. The skeleton legion scattered and surrounded, heading straight for the skeleton mages, pressing forward at every step. Yan Jipeng. Lying peacefully, rowing joyfully. The battle lasts for a long 10 minutes, the last mage falls, and silence reigns over the book depository. The ground was strewn with broken pages and mage corpses. Yan Jipeng wiped away the sweat on his forehead, it's finally over. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed within the book depository, the air condensed into ice, and the piercing coldness penetrated right into the bone marrow. The figure of the black-robed woman emerged from the void, her pitch-black vestments fluttering erratically in the still air. The moonlight shone on her pale skin, giving off a bizarre silver-white luster, and her blood-red eyes flashed with brutality and madness. It's a vampire witch. Xia Yunshi's right hand gripped the hilt of her sword, and the extreme cold ice flame instantly covered the sword, condensing a crystalline frost. The witch waved her staff, and dark purple curse magic drew twisted trajectories in the air, heading straight for the three of them. Ink Shadow Dust's fingers formed seals rapidly, and the runic bone armor coalesced in front of his body to form a shield, with mysterious runes flickering on the white bones. The cursed magic impacted on the bone armor with a sound like glass shattering, cracks spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Yunshi gazed at the white bone armor in front of Mo Ingsuan, her brows locked and her puzzlement hard to hide. Mo Shadow Dust was clearly a summoning specialist. What was this white bone system magic all about? But the current situation didn't give her time to think more. The witch's staff tapped the ground, blood light flashed, and 3 blood demon puppets appeared in front of her, and the thick smell of blood filled the entire space. The sharp blades in the hands of the puppets glowed coldly under the moonlight, and their bodies made of blood and flesh squirmed continuously. Vigorously, Iron Guard, block them! Mo Shadow Dust ordered in a deep voice. Vigor charged forward with the soul-devouring blood blade in hand, and Iron Guard followed closely behind, his rock shield blocking in front of him. Phantom Stinger's figure weaved between the shadows, the short blade of hell slashing through the golem's joints with precision. Xia Yunshi's extremely cold sword chi and Ink Shadow Dust bone spear shot in unison, but were blocked by the witch's suddenly unfurled magic shield. The powerful soul-devouring blood blades kept slashing at the puppet's body, and the inferno flames seared the flesh and blood, making nuisance noises. The Iron Guard rock shield helped Vigor block the golem's attacks, and every time he managed to parry it, the power of the rage flame increased, and the surface of the shield glowed with red light. Phantom spikes weaved back and forth through the shadows, the short blades of hell constantly leaving deep, bone-deep wounds in the golem's vitals. Skeleton archers' arrows rained down, and the skeleton army went forward and back, constantly impacting the witch's defense line. But all the attacks that landed on the witch were stopped by a translucent shield. Damn it, there's even a magic shield. Yan Jipeng's voice rang out as he gritted his teeth. It's fine, keep bombing. I don't believe that any shield can hold up to such indiscriminate bombardment from us. Mo Shadow Dust said indifferently. The zombie rushed forward, and its sharp claws kept attacking at the witch's shield. The shield was shaken to the point that it kept flickering. As they kept attacking, the surface of the witch's shield dulled, and dense cracks spread across the entire surface. It's now! A brilliant light flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. Gather fire! Give me a wave to kill her! Xia Yunshi's extremely cold sword chi whistled out, ice crystals forming in the air as the temperature plummeted to freezing point. Yan Jipeng's desperate talent enveloped the witch, and the power of Mo Ingduan and Xia Yunshi's attacks instantly skyrocketed. The moment the shield shattered, all the attacks hit the witch's body with precision. With a mournful scream, the witch slowly dissipated into a black mist. The 3 blood demon puppets collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into blood and water and spreading on the ground. Mo Shadow Dust reached out and grabbed the mist, his palm glowing blood red. A system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 45, Who Can Outlast Us? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's word, Forbidden Knowledge. Forbidden Knowledge B. Listening to Forbidden Knowledge from time to time increases your magic power by 20%. Special Fetish E. Female Gender, Female Preference. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them yourself. What the hell? Ink Shadow Dust quickly chose to give himself Forbidden Knowledge word fusion. Inside the book depository after the battle, blood and water slowly spread on the ground. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and scorching. Moonlight spilled through the window pane, illuminating the tired figures of the 3. Yan Jipeng sat paralyzed in his wheelchair, panting heavily, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. This battle was really tough. Did you guys see it just now? I even stood up from my wheelchair. He wiped the sweat from his face. Xia Yunshi put away her long sword, her icy blue eyes gazing at Mo Ingduan. The location of those runes, how did you know? Her tone was tinged with probing. Mo Shadow Dust straightened his black power suit, his face calm. Good luck, guessed correctly. He replied lightly. Xia Yunshi frowned slightly, her gaze lingering for a moment at the location on his body where the white bone armor had just surfaced. She wanted to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Mo Shadow Dust slowly stood up, the dust staining his black power suit glittering in the moonlight. His slender fingers gently brushed over his robes, and the dust fell in a flurry. Open your gear when you've rested enough. His voice remained calm. Yan Jipeng's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to raise his hand. Let me do it. His excited voice echoed within the book depository. Between flashes of light, 2 pieces of equipment floated into the air. Witch's Robe Green, Spirit +5, Endurance +3, Spell Strike Chance +1%. Blood Spell Skin Care Green, Healing Effect increased by 5%, Spirit +7. Ink shadow dust's brows furrowed, and the veins on his forehead throbbed vaguely. He raised his hand and the two pieces of equipment crossed a parabola and fell into Yen Jipeng's arms. Nice driving, don't do it next time. Yen Jipeng hugged his equipment, and the corners of his mouth were also slightly twitching. Ow. Got it. What's the point? He recalled the purple and blue dual-colored equipment that Xia Yunqi had opened earlier, and his heart grew more and more uneven. One would have thought that it was the equipment from this secret realm that came out with just a high grade. Why did it become too green once it came to you? This secret realm is too double standard. He muttered in a low voice. The huge difference in equipment quality soured his heart. A short silence fell within the book depository. At this time, the horn of the battle within the secret territory of the various examination centers in Highland Province had already blown. Candidates are waving sweat and blood, fighting hard for their dreams. Inside the examination center of Qingping City, the staff in the hands of the black-robed mage shone with a ghostly blue light. The huge flaming demonic wolf coalesced and took shape in front of him, the blazing temperature causing the surrounding air to distort. Playing steadily, there will definitely be a place for me in the top 10. The black-robed mage's gaze was firm. In the examination center of Linjiang City, the red-clothed woman's dual swords in her hands drew graceful arcs. The sharp blades of the swords tore through the air, emitting a sharp cracking sound. The vampire bat's body split in two in the sword light and dissipated into bits of black mist. This is it? The woman in red shook off the blood on her sword with disdain in her eyes. Deep within the secret realm of the provincial capital, Gaoan City's examination center, three imposing figures stood side by side. The flames dancing on the fiery red battle armor illuminated the corpse of the final boss, the vampire count. The runes on the silver-white vestments loomed in the spatial fluctuations. The runic armor under the black cloak emitted a faint metallic luster. We are the fastest team to clear the level without any suspense. The female mage's tone was calm and confident. The three of us teaming up, how can we possibly have an enemy in the Highland Province? The flame warrior shouldered his greatsword with an open smile. Don't you think so? Stifler? His gaze went to the rune knight. The rune knight was silent as he turned and stepped toward the exit. The blue equipment and treasure chests on the ground were like nothing in their eyes. The three figures disappeared into the light of the secret exit. The square outside the secret realm was crowded with people. The sons and daughters of the great families of the world were well dressed and stood on both sides of the square, clearly separated from the families of the ordinary candidates. A huge light curtain hovered in the center of the square, emitting a soft blue light. The numbers on the scoring leaderboards constantly pulsed, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Suddenly, the leaderboard flashed violently. Three names instantly jumped to the top of the list. Ling Wei, 732 points. Shouting erupted from the crowd. Fan Yanlai, 731 points. There was another commotion. Zhong Yimou, 730 points. The murmurs rose and fell. The numbers on the light screen glowed, reflecting on everyone's faces. Over 700 points? This is too much. The ace players of the provincial capital's first high school, I've long heard of them. With three people teaming up, the other candidates don't stand a chance. The first place is secure now. Yeah, it really doesn't leave any chance for others. The crowd murmured. Some were envious, some were jealous, and more were in awe. The numbers on the light screen became more and more dazzling. The secret realm portal bloomed with dazzling blue light. The three figures of Ling Wei, Fan Yanlai, and Zhong Yimou stepped out from the light. Shouting erupted from the square, shaking everyone's eardrums. It's out, it's out. The red-robed disciples of the Flame sect quickly stepped forward. The silver-robed mages of the Huanyu Holy Land looked respectful. The black-robed heirs of the Zhong clan stood silent and solemn. Words of praise rose and fell, echoing in the square. Worthy of being an heir to the Holy Land. Too strong. Zhong Yimou isn't bad either, even though the Zhong clan can't compare to the Huanyu Sacred Ground or the Flame sect. But Zhong Mo's strength really isn't bad at all. As long as Zhong Yimou can grow up, he's definitely going to take the Zhong family to the next level. Zhong Mo's face was expressionless and his black cloak was windless. Van Yanlai stood tall, the flames on his fiery red battle armor leaping. The school teacher stood in the distance with caution in his gaze. The backgrounds of these three people were either Holy Lands or big families, one he couldn't afford to offend. Only when the compliments died down did the teacher carefully approach the three. It is recommended that you rest in the plaza for a few moments first. The teacher lowered her voice. According to the feedback from the candidates, the secret process isn't long, the exam won't take long to finish, it's more prudent to wait for the final results before leaving. Van Yanlai snorted coldly. We have the fastest clearance. The others have either given up or are still inking away in the secret realm. The score will never surpass us. But Ling Wei had already turned around and walked towards the rest area of the Huanyu Holy Land. Zhong Yimou returned to the Zhong clan's camp without a sound. Van Yanlai casually shrugged his shoulders and also returned to sit cross-legged among the disciples of the Flame sect. Chapter 46 Siege of the Undead, the End of the Vampire Counts. At this time the three of them, Ink Shadow Dust, had also arrived at the top of the castle. The stone steps at the top of the ancient castle were already broken. Mo Shadow Dust was the first to step onto the last step. Xia Yunxi followed closely behind, her long sword glowing with a cold aura under the moonlight. Yan Jipeng took a deep breath and slowly stood up from his wheelchair. On the opposite terrace, a tall figure stood silently. The vampire count's black cloak hunted in the night wind. Scarlet eyes flashed eerily in the darkness. The strong smell of blood filled the air. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth curled up into a smile. "Let's go, this is the last battle." His voice echoed in the empty hall. On the top floor of the ancient castle, moonlight spilled through the broken skylight. The count's eyes glittered scarlet in the darkness. The scent of blood spread from him, so thick it was sickening. What a sumptuous meal. He stuck out his tongue and licked over his sharp fangs. A glint of coldness flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. He flicked his wrist up, and the sound of bones clashing rose and fell. More than 100 skeletal warriors rose from the ground, arranging themselves into a neat square formation. 2 skeleton archers quickly climbed up the broken stone pillars and took aim with their arrows. The resurrected vampire mages spread out and stood, their magic coalescing in their palms. Vigorously gripping the soul-devouring blood blade, they guarded the left side of Ink Shadow Dust. Ironguard raised his rock shield and stood firmly on his right side. The zombies dragged their heavy steps behind them, and the green corpse poison dripped down on the ground with a corrosive snorting sound. The figure of Phantom Stinger flickered between the moonlight and the shadows, the short blade of hell glowing with cold light. The count scanned the reanimated vampire mages and servants and let out a sneer, "Betrayers. Death will end their suffering." Ink Shadow Dust spoke in a calm tone. The earl's eyes burned with rage and his fangs were exposed. "In that case, let you experience true death for yourselves." His voice echoed in the ancient castle. Before the words fell, the count's figure instantly disappeared. With a flash of black shadow, the vampire count instantly moved to the center of the skeleton square. Dark energy swept in all directions with him as the center. A dozen or so skeletons turned into white bone fragments under the impact of the energy and drifted into the air. Mo Shadowdust's cold voice cut through the night sky, "Go." Over 100 skeletons raised their weapons and charged in a swarm. The archers opened their bows and arrows, and the arrows carried a strong wind straight to their targets. The vampire mage's shadow magic condensed into a black ball of light in the air. The count's figure loomed in the group of skeletons, and the sound of sharp claws cutting through bones was crisp and piercing. Broken bone fragments splattered everywhere, and the fallen skeletons piled up into small mountains. The corner of the earl's mouth lifted into a contemptuous arc, unconscionable. A cold light flashed in the moonlight. Xia Yunxi's long sword was wrapped in an extremely cold ice flame, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the earl's heart. The count's body swayed to avoid it. Xia Yunxi, however, suddenly let go of the long sword in her hand, which turned strangely in the air. Imperial Sword Art. The long sword pursued more than just under Xia Yunxi's control of the Imperial Sword Art. The earl dodged 3 times in a row, and his shoulder was still grazed by the sword chi. The cold spread along the wound, and ice crystals grew rapidly on his shoulder. A hint of surprise flashed in the count's eyes, a bit interesting. He fiercely opened his arms, his cloak moving without wind. Swarms of bats poured out of the gaps in the cloak, their shrill cries piercing his eardrums. The figure of Phantom Thorn suddenly emerged from the shadows. The hell short blade glowed an eerie green in the moonlight. The sharp blade tore through flesh and blood, leaving deep, bone-deep scars on the count's chest. The first blade struck violently. The count let out an earth-shattering roar, "Damn it!" Scarlet energy coalesced around him to form a shield. Phantom Thorn's second strike was bounced off by the blood shield with a sound like a metal clash. The count turned to counterattack, but he saw 2 figures flanking him from the left and right. Dolly was holding a soul-devouring blood blade, and Ironguard was holding a rock shield. The count had to retreat backwards to dodge. The zombie seized the opportunity to attack from a dead angle. The sharp nails went straight for the count's throat. The count raised his arm in haste to block it, and the necrotic poison seeped into his bloodstream. He frowned, "It's a bit of a problem." In the next instant, his body transformed into a thick black mist. Countless tentacles extended out from the black fog. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, he cut off every tentacle that came close. The Ironguard rock shield blocked continuously, anger building up in his chest. Xia Yunxi's extremely cold sword chi pierced through the black mist, rampaging through it. The Phantom Thorns traveled between the shadows, looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The necrotic poison released by the zombies filled the air, corroding the count's vitality. Yan Jipeng stood at the edge of the battlefield, ready to heal. Desperate! Yan Jipeng's roar cut through the night sky. Holy light instantly enveloped the vampire count, and golden light flowed around him. Ink Shadow Dust's voice was like cold ice, "It's time to end it." Dark red points of light flickered on the earl's body, marking the mark of deepening damage. Hundreds of skeleton warriors quickly arrayed themselves, densely surrounding the earl in the center. Extremely cold sword chi cut through the air, leaving streaks of frost on the black mist. The figure of Phantom Stinger weaved through the shadows, the fire of the infernal short blade flickering erratically. Blood-red flames ignited in Dolly's eye sockets, and the soul-devouring blood blade swung out of the shadows. Golden light erupted from Iron Guard, and the rock shield smashed into the black mist. The zombie's sharp claws glowed with an ethereal green light, each strike carrying a deadly toxin. The Count let out a deafening roar, the sound waves kicking up waves of air. The black mist exploded, revealing his bruised and battered true form. A crazy light flashed in his scarlet eyes. "All of you, die." His voice was filled with killing intent. Blood-colored threads burst out from his fingertips, as dense as a spider web. Skeleton warriors turned into powder under the silk threads, and bone powder fluttered about. The bodies of the vampire mages and servants were cut by the filaments and turned into ashes that floated away. The vampire Count's eyes glowed with a scarlet luster, and the evil power of seduction surged out like a tidal wave. The air was filled with a cold, deathly aura. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng's eyes instantly became dull. Mo Yingduan took an arrow step forward. His large hand tightly clasped Xia Yunxi's wrist and pulled her behind him. Vigorously raising the soul-devouring blood blade, he blocked in front of Yan Jipeng. The vampire Count let out a sharp hiss that shook one's eardrums. His figure transformed into a bolt of black lightning, pouncing straight at Ink Shadow Dust. Sharp claws tore through the air, pointing straight at the vitals of Mo Shadow Dust's heart. The heavy footsteps of the Iron Guard sounded, and the rock shield steadily held the sharp claws. Metal collided with the sharp claws, erupting into ear-splitting friction. The figure of Phantom Thorn loomed in the shadows. The short blade of hell accurately stabbed into the back of the Count's heart, splattering blood. The soul-devouring blood blade in Dolly's hand drew a blood-colored arc. The zombie's fangs glowed with a ghostly light, biting fiercely at the Count's neck. A circle of purple-black energy ripples erupted around the vampire Count. The air shook violently, emitting a low rumble. Chapter 47 Blood Demon Transformation. The Iron Guard's huge body was sent flying and smashed heavily against the wall. Dolly and the zombie staggered back, cutting deep grooves in the ground. Phantom Thorn's body instantly vaporized and turned into a wisp of green smoke. The Count's body began to expand, his bones emitting toothsome clicking sounds. His skin became pitch black, and the surface was covered with hideous lines. Huge bat wings ripped through his clothes, obscuring the moonlight above his head. Sharp claws extended to a meter long, fangs dripping corrosive venom. Mo Shadowdust's eyes were stern, and in a deep voice, he reminded the crowd to remain vigilant. The transformed Earl's body was huge, making the ground tremble with every step. His sharp claws flashed with cold, chilling light, and his speed was so fast that only shadows remained. The Iron Guard's rock shield was slapped away by him, and along with it, the Iron Guard instantly lost his combat power. Vigorously waving his soul-devouring blood blade, but he couldn't even touch the corner of the Count's coat. Phantom Thorn's figure weaved in and out of the shadows, but he couldn't find any breaks. The zombie's sharp claws slashed through the Count's skin without leaving even a white mark. Xia Yunxi awoke, the long sword in her hand erupting with piercing coldness. The extremely cold sword chi tore through the air, but dissipated into nothingness as it approached the Earl. Cold sweat seeped out of Yan Jipeng's forehead, and his voice trembled a little. "Can't break the defense, ah." Ink Shadow Dust, however, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a hint of essence flashed in his eyes. "Everything is in the plan," he said in a low voice. The Count was too large for his own good, and his movements were beginning to become awkward. His movements gradually stiffened, and the surface of his skin blushed a blue-purple color. Corpse poison spread within him, corroding every inch of flesh and blood. The zombie's second-order toxin finally worked. The Count's speed plummeted and his movements were noticeably sluggish. Mo Shadowdust's eyes flashed, combined attack. The surface of Dolly's body ignited a blazing inferno. The firelight reflected on the soul-devouring blood blade and emitted a buzzing sound. The Iron Guards roared and charged, their shields glowing with golden light. The short blades of the phantom spikes glowed with a ghostly cold aura. The venom dripping from the zombie fangs corroded the ground. The long sword in Xia Yunxi's hand was wrapped around an extremely cold ice flame. Mo Shadowdust's gaze was like lightning, end him. The crowd's attacks poured down like a torrential downpour. The Count's huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash. He let out an unwilling hiss, his voice fading. Vigorously, his hand rose up and the sharp blade penetrated the Count's heart. The soul-devouring blood blade devoured the Count's power and injected it into vigor. Moonlight spilled onto the broken stone steps of the ancient castle. Ink Shadow Dust's black power suit hunted. "It's over." Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and looting the opponent's words, Dark Affinity, Innate Sensitivity, Karma Entanglement. Night Affinity A, when night falls, all attributes increase by 50%. Born Sensitive C, agility increased by 50%. Karma E, bad luck due to years of killing. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse it yourself. He closed his eyes slightly, ignoring the karmic entanglements, and integrated all of the other two words into himself. Yan Jipeng's eyes were dead set on the corpse on the ground, somewhat eager to try. His outstretched hand paused in mid-air, remembering his unlucky luck, and retracted again. He turned his head to look at Xia Yunqi with anticipation in his eyes. Senior schoolgirl Xia, please start your performance. The corners of Xia Yunqi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of pleasure flashed in her eyes. Since she was a child, she had long been accustomed to the title of schoolflower. But at this moment, being addressed in this way in front of Mo Ingsuan, a hint of complacency fluttered in her heart. She gracefully stepped forward, her slender fingers gently touching the vampire count's cold corpse. 2 items surfaced. Noble Trenchcoat Blue, plus 15 endurance, plus 8 spirit, 10% chance of weekly recovering spirit when attacked. Blood Demon Transformation, special skill, can be learned by undead creatures, agility reduced by 50% after use, all remaining attributes increased by 200%, duration 10 minutes. Ink Shadow Dust's pupils contracted violently. He looked at this scene incredulously. Was this Xia Yunqi sure she wasn't the illegitimate daughter of the god of luck? The skill book was open just like that? Or the vampire count's most powerful transformation skill? But this undead creature requires. This skill is obviously not for the human race. Unless one waits until after the high level to remodel the bloodline. Yan Jipeng and Xia Yunqi's gazes focused on Mo Ingduan, waiting for his decision. Without realizing it, he had become the backbone of this temporary team. Yan Jipeng has nothing to say, except for that special talent, he is a jerk. Instead, the arrogant girl who wants to be first in everything is also waiting for his decision at this moment. This is the change brought by strength. A trace of emotion surged in Mo Shadowdust's heart. In his memory, the Xia Yunqi who had never listened to him, at this moment even showed a side that he had never seen before. Give it all to Yan Zi, we gained a lot before, he only got 2 green suits. Mo Ingduan turned his head to look at Xia Yunqi. Xia Yunqi gently nodded, her slender fingers fiddling with her hair. Yan Jipeng rubbed his palms, his voice with a smile. I want the equipment, the skill book to lead you. This kind of skill book to sell, high-level professionals rush to want. There are a lot of people who have transformed their immortal bloodline, so they might be able to sell it at a sky-high price. Mo Shadow Dust gazed at this childhood friend, and his heart warmed. Pure friendship between teenagers, not mixed with any interests. This kind of precious skill book, if in the future of the guild explosion, will not break the head? The Blood Demon Transformation skill book was lying quietly in his palm. Ink Shadow Dust frowned slightly, this skill was useless to him. He wasn't going to turn himself into an undead creature. It would be too bad to sell it. If only summons could learn skills. An aura flashed through his mind. He quickly opened the attribute bar. His eyes locked onto the incidental skills of the Death's Heart. Spirit Enlightenment, passive skill that automatically opens the spirit of the undead creature summoned by the possessor, making the undead creature more intelligent and having the possibility of comprehending skills. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes flashed. Come here. He beckoned to the zombie. The zombie walked to him with heavy steps. He handed over the skill book. The ghostly blue soul fire danced in the zombie's empty eyes. An invisible fluctuation spread from the soul fire. The surface of the skill book glowed with a shimmering light. Dots of fluorescence floated in the air. The skill book disappeared into thin air. It's still good? It's worthy of being an item that the system can't even determine the grade. The power of the Heart of Death was far beyond his imagination. From now on, you'll be called Blood Demon. Zombie, Blood Demon. Level 2 Order 1. Skills, Steel Bone, Corpse Poison, Blood Sucking, Blood Demon Transformation. Attributes, Sleight. Learnable skill bits, 1-1. Can only learn 1? Or can you only learn 1 at this stage? Yan Jipeng is still immersed in the joy of the new equipment, a moment to hide and a moment to reveal, playing. Chapter 48 Master Mo has taught his son well, can you give him a few pointers? Xia Yunqi, however, noticed Mo Ingsuan's movements. Her pupils contracted violently. Her throat went dry. She stared at the zombie figure dead in the face. Summoner. Learning skills? Plus the white bone system spell he unintentionally used earlier. She forced herself to resist the thought of opening her mouth to inquire and chose to remain silent. Just a deep look at this former fiancé. After a bit of packing, the 3 of them walked over to the portal. Find the various exclusive secret settlement treasure chests. Ink Shadow Dust reached out and brushed his hand across the cold lines on the surface of the treasure chest. This thing would have to be all about personal luck. Open. With a click, the treasure chest opened. The silver light overflowed from the box, illuminating the faces of the 3 of them. A delicate ring lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Ring of the Undead Blue, 15% chance that the next time the same skill will not consume mental energy after each use of a necromancer skill. Not bad. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Turning his head, he saw that both of them had also taken out the rewards from the treasure chest. The 3 of them smiled at each other and turned around to step inside the portal. A blue light wrapped them. There was a ripple in the air, and the 3 figures then disappeared. Koan Examination Center. At the moment when the 3 of Ink Shadow Dust killed the vampire count, the light on the leaderboard flashed 3 names directly surfaced at the top. Lingwei, Fan Yen, and Lai Zhong Mo were surpassed. First place, Mo Shadow Dust, rating 997 points. Second place, Xia Yunxi, score 956. Third place, Yen Jipeng, rating 890 points. A gasp erupted from the people who had been nervously watching outside the exam room. Mo Wingsuan? Xia Yunxi? Yen Jipeng? Who are these three people? Never heard of these names. The students pulled out their communicators to look up the information. Gaoan can't find out anything about them at all. Impossible, how can someone surpass Lingwei? Not only Lingwei, can't you see that Lingwei, Fan Yen, Lai and Zhongmo all three fell down? These three seem to be on the same team. That's not right, they're slower than Lingwei and their raters, what makes their rating so much higher? The students' murmurs echoed in the examination room. Shock was written on everyone's face. Questioning gazes were cast on the three names shining on the leaderboard. Van Yen Lai fiercely stood up and took large steps towards the leaderboard. He tilted his head and gazed at the names flashing on the light screen, his pupils contracting dramatically. Both fists clenched at his side, his nails sinking deep into the flesh of his palms. Impossible. Impossible. His voice was hoarse and low. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks and dampened his collar. The light of the leaderboard reflected on his twisted face, stinging his eyes. We clearly did the best and the fastest. Tempestuousness churned in his chest, nearly bursting through his throat. He turned around and his line of sight bumped into Zhong Mo and Lingwei. The two were equally frozen in place, their faces as pale as paper. The title of the strongest three people in Gaoan echoed in their ears. They didn't know how much they had endured for this big test. The pressure of the family, the expectations of the sect, all pressed on their shoulders. The three strongest people forming a temporary team would have been discussed by others. But for the sake of the top three in the province, they gave it up. The three were clearly perfectly prepared. But now, they were defeated by three strangers they had never met. An unknown nobodies from an unknown school? Van Yen Lai's teeth clenched. Principal Zhang, I suspect there's a problem here. I'm applying for the school to request the release of the secret realm images of these people from the human ancestral land. Van Yen Lai suddenly turned around, his eyes locked on the principal. Principal Zhang frowned slightly, his gaze resting on him. They were the number one ranked school in the provincial capital city, and they did have the authority to apply for the candidate's secret image. However, such applications were usually used for research. Now this request, if submitted, would be tantamount to questioning the justice of the ancestral land of the human race. The square was filled with murmurs from the onlookers. Van Yen Lai's excitement infected the people around him. Principal Zhang pondered, his gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd. He weighed the pros and cons and said softly, I will discuss this with the school's senior management. The square of the examination center of number 1 middle school in Succumbit was crowded with people. Students gathered in twos and threes for a lively discussion. Parents' conversations echoed in the air. Master Mo, your offspring is really something. A Li family head came striding over. Mo Engfeng took first place in the city last year, and this year Mo Engduan is going to be the best in the province. Another person from a big family had a smile on his face. The Mo family has taught their children well. I wonder if we can get together sometime and give us a few pointers? The Zhang family had also rubbed his hands and came forward. Mo Kuei raised his chin, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. His eyes glittered with complacency, and his chest was slightly lifted. The compliments around him put him in a good mood, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Mo Kuei had already begun to calculate in his heart, when Mo Ingchen came out, he must bring him to show his face in front of the great families of the world, and show him off properly. Coming out. A cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. Xia Yunxi walked out of the teleportation portal first, followed closely by the two beside her. Mo Shadowdust and Yen Jipeng showed up together. The clamor outside came like a tidal wave, and the three of them gave a slight lurch. Mo Ingchuan and Xia Yunxi quickly regained their composure, their faces unchanged. Yen Jipeng, however, couldn't help but turn back, his gaze falling on the leaderboard. The third place in the province was clearly him. In surprise, uncontrollable excitement surfaced on his face. He sat in his wheelchair, straightened his back, and put on an understated look. A few pleasantries were exchanged with the teacher who welcomed him, his tone smooth. Trying to maintain a bemused expression, he headed in the direction of his parents. The joy in his heart could no longer be suppressed as he approached his parents. He jerked up from his wheelchair and laughed. Arms spread wide and he embraced his parents tightly in his arms. Yen mother hugged her son, tears came to her eyes. Third in the province. My son has excelled. Her voice trembled with excitement. Quickly tell mom, how did you do it? Yen Jipeng opened his mouth, his throat tightening. His gaze wandered. Images from the secret realm flashed through his mind. He was sitting in a wheelchair, paddling behind Mo Shadowdust. Throughout the secret realm, a total of 3 lone strokes were spared. Other than that, he just really didn't seem to do anything. Oh, no. He even pushed the door. The corners of his mouth twitched and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. He really couldn't say anything about this kind of laying down the fact that he had one. The main point is that no one will believe it. 3 skills, third in the province? This is also too pretentious. Yen Jipeng subconsciously turned his head, his gaze cast to Mo Ingsuan's back. Chapter 49, Advising the Emperor. On Mo Shadowdust's side, Mo Kuei, Mo Bingning, and a few family heads of the lineages had already walked together in front of him. Why is he here? He didn't show up for my big exam in my last life. Ink Shadowdust looked at his own father in front of him. All the things from his last life unconsciously surfaced before his eyes. Ink Shadowdust somewhat unnaturally twitched the corners of his mouth. Dusty, not bad. You're good. Didn't disgrace our Mo family. Worthy of being a descendant of my Mo family. Worthy of my Mo family's cultivation. Mo Kuei came up and opened his boast. Oh. Cultivation? What did you train me for? Oh, no. It's still cultivated. No 5 years of cubicle life. No more of your contempt. After being reborn in this life he, Mo Ing Chen, would not have had such a strong determination to break away from the family. Indeed, the Mo family had still contributed. At the very least, it honed his mind. Mo Bingning stood behind Mo Kuei with her eyes downcast. When she heard Mo Kuei's words, her brows furrowed slightly and a trace of embarrassment surfaced on her face. However, in her heart, maintaining the prestige of the family was the most important thing at this moment. So she did not utter a rebuttal. Little Dust, come home with my father to celebrate. Mo Kuei had a loving smile on his face. He stepped forward and slowly raised his palm, about to pat Mo Ingwan's shoulder. However, Mo Ing Chen's body slightly sidestepped and dodged Mo Kuei's hand. Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted as an ominous thought surged to her heart. Going home? Mo Ing Chen's voice was cold and piercing. Mo family master, if you have a bad memory, I can remind you once more. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. I spoke to Miss Mo Bingning explicitly. Your place is not my home. He turned his head to look at Mo Bingning. Eldest Miss Mo is also here, so you might as well confirm it again. Mo Shadowdust's words fell, and the air instantly froze into ice. There's a story? A low murmur rang through the crowd. The sharp gazes of the family heads of several large clans pierced towards Mo Kuei's father and son, a probing light flickering in their eyes. Mo Kuei's hand froze in midair, his pale fingertips trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was churning in his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept over the teasing expressions of the surrounding family lords. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud, his voice particularly piercing in the silent air. This kid, Shadowdust, took the #1 exam in the province. He's so excited that he can't even think straight when he talks. Several family heads narrowed their eyes, with meaningful smiles hanging at the corners of their mouths. They knew in their hearts that there must be a hidden agenda. But in the way of the status and power of the Mo family, no one was willing to offend Mo Kuei over such a trivial matter. So they all agreed and laughed dryly. Embarrassed laughter echoed through the air. Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly, annoyed in his heart. The battle in the secret realm had consumed too much of his energy, and at the moment, he had no desire to participate in this unnecessary argument. He coldly glanced at Mo Kuei with disdain in his tone. Please get out of the way. I don't have the heart to be here with you playing hello me good everyone good house. He sidestepped, avoiding MOK, and headed for the edge of the square. Behind him came MOK's angry roar, his voice piercing and shrill. Mo Shadowdust. Do you know who you're talking to? I am your father, your real father. You have the bloodline of the Mo family flowing through you. Without the help of the Mo family, how could you be where you are today? How dare you talk to me like that? Great treason. High treason. Mo Kuei's tone was harsh, and his words were like knives, piercing straight through Mo Ingwan's heart. He raised his hand, wanting to slap Mo Ingsuan in the face. Mo Shadowdust looked at that hand, no waves in his eyes. He stood still, waiting for that slap to fall. He was waiting for Mo Kuei to personally sever the last trace of his connection with the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Kuei, it was only the 3rd rank. Is that strong? It's been a long time since he, Mo Shadowdust, got soul domination. There had never been a chance to use it. He wouldn't mind trying out the strength of this skill on Merkweed. But the slap didn't fall after all. A few family heads stepped forward and pulled Mo Kuei back. Mo family master, why be angry? There are so many people here, letting the juniors see the joke. This is all your family affairs, just go back and deal with it slowly, this big court. Mo Kuei's hand helplessly lowered, his gaze was like a knife as he stared tightly at Mo Ing Chen's figure. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Mo family bloodline? The grace of cultivation? His voice was cold and piercing. I have accomplished all by myself, step by step. His eyes swept over Mo Bingning, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Your Mo family, you have never given me half a helping hand. Presumptuous. Your MO family is so strong, why don't you train that MO foam that you're afraid of melting in your mouths to be number one in the province? And you still dare to talk big with me here. That's all there is to say, I don't have time to chat with you guys here. Before the words left his mouth, he turned and took a step. MOK's hand went to the corner of his coat. MO Shadowdust's eyes turned and looked towards the center of the square. Principally, I'm a candidate, so the school should have the obligation to ensure the safety of the candidates. I need to rest, please help me block these idle people. Lee Boyu was watching with great interest when he was suddenly named. He rubbed his brow. A sigh echoed through the silent square. All family heads, please wait at the periphery. Do not disturb the students. To Lee Boyu, these family feuds meant nothing. Ink Shadowdust was his student, and he even took the first place test in the province. That's enough. As for what about the Mo and Lee families, did they have anything to do with him? Humph. Mo Kue was shaking with anger and left with a flutter of his sleeve. Mo Bingning looked in the direction of Mo Ingduan with a complicated expression and also followed Mo Kue's footsteps to leave. No one noticed that in the shadows at the edge of the square, Mo Euro had been paying attention to this farce. Seeing Mo Kue being exasperated by Mo Shadowdust, a look of I wasn't expecting it appeared on her face. In the square, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled down, coloring the ground red. In the crowd, exclamations of surprise suddenly rang out, breaking the evening's tranquility. Mo Ingduan's name was shouted out loudly, as if it was a heavy hammer that shook everyone's eardrums. It's over. Ink Shadowdust holds on to first place. Oh my god, the top 3 in the province this year are all from our Subei First Middle School. Mo Shadowdust walked to the center, narrowing his eyes slightly as his gaze fell on the list in the distance. It clearly showed his name at number 1. The glory of the Plateau province was firmly in his hands at the moment. He exhaled gently, feeling the tension that filled the air gradually dissipate. The sounds around him faded into a blur, and it seemed as if everything was cheering for his victory. The top 3 positions were tightly occupied by the 3 of them. The score of the 4th place was a far cry from them. It was clear in his mind that the difference should be from the hidden map. The secrets of the vampire hunter and the magic blade added at least 2% to him. Chapter 50 The 10,000 Clan Struggle. The ancestral land of the human race loomed large, with its ancient and atmospheric complex standing in the clouds. Sandalwood incense curled up in the grand hall, and a white-haired old man sat in the center. His eyes were tightly closed, and his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. The sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility of the hall. A young man walked in quickly, his forehead already oozing fine beads of sweat. Elder He, the results of the grand examination have come out. The young man's voice carried a few moments of hesitation. He Lao's voice was low and powerful. Say something straight, what's the hesitation? Gaoan No. 1 Middle School has requested to see the secret images of the top 3 in Highland Province. He Lao frowned, his voice rising steeply. Highland Province? He let out a cold laugh. No wonder the talent in Highland Province has withered over the years. You come to question the fairness of the exams when the students you taught can't get into the top 3? How can they be allowed to question a secret realm randomly selected by the rules of heaven and earth? Beads of sweat rolled down the young man's forehead as he asked in a small voice, then, images are going to be published? Elder He slapped his palm on the armrest, causing the tea to clink. Announcement my ass. Not only will it not be announced, but an announcement will be made immediately in the name of the ancestral land of the human race. Just say that the ratings of the top 3 in the Highland Province are absolutely impartial. Let those who are lucky in thinking of crooked ways reflect on themselves. The young man nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. Wait. He Lao's voice suddenly softened. Who is the first place winner in Highland Province? The young man turned over the information in his hand. Mo Shadowdust. A hint of color flashed in He Lao's eyes. Mo Ingduan? Interesting kid. Go go go. The young man bowed again and then withdrew, his footsteps fading away. The hall returned to silence, leaving only sandalwood incense lingering. The human ancestral land's summoning stone flickered with an ethereal blue light as a message penetrated through the layers of space to reach the Highland Province. The supreme governor of the Highland Province, War Nankai, stood in front of the window, the summoning stone in his hand emitting a chilling aura. Zhang Jian, the principal of the first middle school in Gaoan City, stood behind him with his head lowered, cold sweat dampening his collar. The big exam had just ended, and he hadn't even walked out of the exam room, but was directly brought here by the guards. Zhang Jian. War Nankai's voice was like ice. You don't have a lot of guts. He turned around, his gaze sharp. Dare you question the justice of the human race's ancestral land? Every word carried oppression. The knots in Zhang Jian's throat rolled up and down, but he couldn't make a sound. Speak. Aren't you quite capable? War Nankai stepped closer. Even dare to question the great examination. He sneered. What are you pretending to be mute about now? The voice was filled with sarcasm. Zhang Jian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The strongest 3 people in our school. Flame sect Fan Yanlai. Huan Yu Holy Land Ling Wei. Zhong Mo of the Zhong family. The three of them teamed up only to be robbed of the top 3 places. 3 joined forces to pressure to view images. Before his words fell, War Nankai violently waved his arm. The sound of space shattering rang out. A mere casual wave of the hand had actually triggered a spatial crack. However, War Nankai did not move at all, allowing the spatial cracks to cut continuously on his arm. But it couldn't even hurt his clothes in the slightest. A holy land or family is that terrifying? Disdain flashed in War Nankai's eyes. Get lost and go to the grassroots to reflect. He waved his hand. You don't deserve to sit in the principal's chair. Ink Shadow Dust sat in the mahogany chair in the principal's office. The sunlight spilled over his shoulders through the glass window. Lee Sakai's voice echoed in his ears. He frowned slightly and tapped his fingers on the armrest. So, the top 2 from each province are going to participate in this 10,000 races competition? Li Zhujiang shook his head and tapped his finger on the desktop. It's not just that, to be precise, there are spots for holy places, sects, and top families. You will fight against the 10,000 clans in the land of trials and make a name for the human race. Mo Shadowdust coldly swept a glance at him. Not going. He got up and headed for the door. He had a bad stomach and couldn't eat the big pie the leader had drawn. It's not like he's some hot-blooded teenager anymore who can be lulled into wailing by a few words. If you ask him to go into battle to fight the foreigners, he will go straight to the battlefield without saying a word. But this what 10,000 races to fight? He hadn't even heard of it in his last life. Possibly his level was too low to be exposed to this level. But being reborn in a new life, the system was in his hands. There's no need to take that risk. Steady as she goes is the way to go. The pride of the 10,000 races gathered in the land of trials. What kind of bloody fight will it be? What he needed now was steady improvement. This dangerous thing. It's unnecessary. It's really not necessary. Li Zhujiang stood behind Mo Ingduan, a glint of appreciation flashing in his dark eyes. This teenager's mind surprised him. In the past years, too many talented students had fallen due to hubris. Ink Shadow Dust was different, powerful while maintaining a clear head. This was the true posture of a heavenly pride. A dead genius was of no use to the human race. The land of 10,000 tribes trials contains countless opportunities. Spiritual pills that increase attributes, spiritual treasures that raise skill levels, and even resurrection stones that allow for rebirth after death. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up as he circled along the inside of the wall at the entrance of the headmaster's room, drawing an arc to sit across from Li Zhujiang. Fine. Li Zhujiang looked at Mo Ingduan and became more and more satisfied with him. How come I didn't realize that there was such a character among my students before? Cautious but not timid, aggressive but not reckless. A real talent is finally coming out of Sobiai No. 1 Middle School. The 10,000 races trial ground opens once every 10 years, and the terrain is different every time it opens. But one thing has remained unchanged: there is a tower of trials right in the center of the trial ground, and everyone can challenge it an unlimited number of times, receiving rewards based on the number of floors. Of course, it's not mandatory to challenge it, because every time the land of trials opens, there will be a large amount of treasures and spirit medicines waiting to be discovered inside, and many powerful legacies will also be revealed. Since it only opens once every 10 years, and the requirement to enter the land of trials is that one cannot be more than 18 years old, every time the land of trials opens, geniuses from all clans fight for the entry quota. Mo Shadowdust nodded thoughtfully. Li Zhujiang couldn't help but flirt with Mo Ingduan as he looked at his mature appearance. You're sure you don't want to go, right? Then I'll apply for an application with the top and see if I can give the spot to the 3rd place. Mo Shadowdust hurriedly said, Principal Li, what are you talking about? That was just a joke just now. Who am I? Ink Shadow Dust. Who is Mo Shadowdust? A student of the first high school of Subei City. Who is Mo Shadowdust from Surbiton No. 1 Middle School? A human teenager. On behalf of Subei No. 1 Middle School, I will fight against all races and fight for the glory of the human race, 10,000 deaths. Chapter 51, Splitting Light and Transforming Shadows. Li Zhujiang laughed out loud and patted Mo Ingduan's shoulder. Well, 10,000 deaths not so much, just don't disgrace our Subei No. 1 Middle School. Mo Ingduan was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, that. Principal Li, you said not to bring shame to Subei First Middle School? Our Subei First Middle School. Someone has also participated in the 10,000 clans competition before? In the 10,000 clans, there's still someone who knows about Subei No. 1 Middle School? Li Zhujiang's head was filled with black lines. Roll, hurry up, the boundary-piercing flying boat that's heading to the land of the 10,000 clans trial will come to pick you up in 7 days, just come to the school on time then. Mo Shadowdust walked out of the principal's office with a pleasant expression and headed straight to the wilderness. He didn't want to waste any time. He'd wasted enough of it in his last life. This life was bound not to be a repeat. 6 days later, the sun set in the west, the sky was dyed a blood red, and the city of Subei was shrouded in an orange-red twilight. In the distance, Mo Shadow Dust's figure appeared at the end of his vision. He was dressed in a black power suit, carrying a tang sword on his back, and was walking towards the city. The power suit clung to his body, outlining the lines of his lean muscles, which were covered with subtle scratches, marks left by fierce battles. Mo Shadow Dust's steps were steady and powerful, the gravel under his feet making a slight cracking sound. He didn't go deep into the wilderness, but instead hunted monsters around the city in preparation for the upcoming 10,000 clans contest. These 6 days of killing, coupled with the experience in the Great Examination Mystic Realm, caused his level to rise to rank 1, level 3. After rising to the first rank, the rate of experience gain slowed down significantly. In the future, the speed will be slower and slower for the second and third orders, and even higher. Unless he could kill a strong enemy by crossing the ranks. Or hunt foreigners. In 6 days, the harvest was small, with only a few low-level words in addition to experience points. 2 of those phrases are worth mentioning. Splitting light into shadows. Every long-range attack automatically triggers a shadow, which has 5% of the power of the body's attack. Stored power punch. Stand still and store up power, and throw a punch with up to 10x increase in power. A punch of stored power sounds tantalizingly close to a 10-fold increase. A skeleton warrior was chosen as the test subject. Results. To get a 10-fold increase, you need to store power for 20 minutes. No wonder it's only a D rank phrase. The enemy won't give you 20 minutes when fighting in an instant. It's not long gone. Or they've already killed you. Mo Shadow Dust named this skeleton warrior Master Hua. To carry on Master Ye's legacy. Then treasure it in the summoning space to avoid falling again. Splitting light and transforming shadow, on the other hand, surprised Ink Shadow Dust abnormally, and even opened through this phrase to discover a new function of his golden finger. 3 phrases with the same name could actually be upgraded. The split light transformation lexicon was obtained from a beast called the Night Lord. At that time, there were quite a few Night Lord's beasts in that forest, and Ink Shadow Dust didn't realize that all of these things were elite level. After discovering the rules for word upgrades, Ink Shadow Dust lived to lead an army of skeletons to slaughter all the Night Lord beasts in the entire forest. Harvest? The vigorous basic attributes of the magic sword in hand had now comprehensively crushed Ink Shadow Dust, a pervert with a 10-fold advancement increase. It even exceeded it by a lot. And then there's splitting light into shadows. Each long-range attack automatically triggers 2 shadows, which have 50% of the power of the body's attack. 2. That's right, Ink Shadow Dust had cobbled together 2 A-rank light-splitting shadow words. One for himself and one for the skeleton archer. Ink Shadow Dust has personally tested it. Spell attacks also count as long-range attacks. It was already dark in the city of Succumbit. The huge crystal chandelier bloomed with a soft light, illuminating the entire hotel lobby. Ink Shadow Dust returned to the hotel after dealing with the harvest from these days in the wilderness. Just as he stepped into the front door of the hotel, the front desk attendant greeted him and informed him that there was a lady waiting in the lobby for a long time. Ink Shadow Dust sniffed and his gaze went to the lobby lounge area. He saw that familiar figure at a glance, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. Mo Euro? What is she doing here looking for me? A trace of doubt flooded Mo Shadow Dust's heart. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, this second sister was the most indifferent to him and could even be described as a stranger. Perhaps it was also because she was in charge of the Mo family's business and was too busy working all day to care about him, a waste of time. In any case, in Mo Ing Chen's memory, he had never seen Mo Euro show a single smile to him. Just as he was pondering, Mo Euro, who was sitting in the hall, also noticed his appearance. She slowly got up and a smile blossomed on her face, a smile that was like a carefully carved mask. Standard yet false, even 8 teeth could be clearly seen neatly lined up. Little brother, you're back. Mo Euro's voice was soft and sweet, breaking the silence of the hall. Second sister, I've been waiting for you for a few days. She walked towards Mo Ing Chen in a graceful manner. Her steps were light and elegant, the professional suit on her body emphasized her competent temperament. You're working too hard here. As soon as the big exams were over you went straight to the wilderness to practice. No wonder you were able to take the #1 exam in the province. Mo Euro walked up to Mo Ing Chen and said with concern, only that tone carried a hint of imperceptible detachment. Mo Ing Chen skimmed his mouth, his gaze swept over her, and asked in a cold tone, how did you know that I live here? The smile on Mo Euro's face did not diminish at all, as if she was not affected by Mo Ing Suan's cold attitude. She said rightfully, I'm your second sister, what's wrong with caring about my brother's residence? Mo Ing Duan sneered in his heart. Worthy of being the queen of the business world, this ability to open one's eyes and tell lies was really pure. She didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed because she had never cared about herself before. Instead, she showed this false concern so naturally. Shadow Dust, you took the first place in the province this time, of course second sister had to prepare a gift for you. Mo Euro said, taking out a skill book from her exquisite handbag and handing it to Mo Ing Duan. Mo Shadow Dust took the skill book and his gaze fell on the cover. Soul Burning, first-rank necromancer skill that allows a summon object to gain more power for a short period of time at the cost of burning its soul. It's a pity that you never came back and went straight to the wilderness. Second sister, I had to wait here for a few days. Mo's voice gradually lowered, and a trace of resignation unexpectedly appeared on her face. A layer of water mist also rose in those originally shrewd eyes, as if they had really suffered a great deal of grievances. Shadow Dust rolled his eyes, and with a casual toss, he threw the skill book back to Euro. Chapter 52. I can't trust a man who treats his family with indifference. Good skills, but if I want something, I'll get it myself. I don't need you to deliver it. Moreover, I really can't afford to consume the gift of the second Miss Mo clan. What exactly is your business? If you don't say it, then please return. Euro could feel Moing Chen's detachment, and if he didn't explain his intentions, I was afraid that he would really turn around and leave. Letting out a bitter smile, once upon a time, she had never looked at this younger brother in the eye, and now, he was also disdainful of herself. I want to cooperate with you. Euro took a deep breath and stated her purpose. When Chuan heard this, his footsteps slightly lurched and he turned around, his eyes staring sharply at her. Cooperation? Euro met his gaze, her tone firm. That's right. I'll put up the resources to help you acquire equipment, skill books, cultivation resources, any supplies you need, I can provide. I can also be your spokesperson and help you with all the mundane chores in the world. Euro paused and continued. And what you need to do is simply to make a statement in front of the public, recognize me as your partner, and show your talent. The corner of Shadowdust's mouth hooked up into a mocking arc, his eyes playfully sizing up Euro. I seem to have noticed just now that you said you as my spokesperson, not the Mo family? Euro's face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and asked back, what difference does it make? There's a big difference. Shadowdust took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between the two. He looked condescendingly at Euro, a hint of oppression in his tone. In the event that you break away from the Mo family and set up a new company on your own, then won't I become a partner with your new company? Euro completely froze, her eyes widened as she looked at Ingsuan incredulously. She didn't think that her mind would be seen through by him at a glance. Chen let out a cold smile. How could he not know Euro's intentions? In his last life, when he was still a waste, the person that Euro had found to cooperate with should have been Xia Yunxi. Euro would pay resources to help Xia Yunxi with worldly affairs. Xia Yunxi, just like what Euro said now, openly declared that her partner was Euro. What a genius Xia Yunxi was. Even without her own help, she had achieved a stunning 4th place in the province in her last life. After that, Xia Yunxi was even more unstoppable, constantly refreshing many records of the human race, and was known as the leader of the younger generation. As for Euro, who was Xia Yunxi's spokesperson, it was equivalent to exchanging resources for a huge advertising effect. After Euro accumulated enough capital, she would not hesitate to leave the Mo family and set up her own business empire. In her last life, Euro's new company was a sensation in Subei City, even overpowering the family businesses of all the great families. Only, later on, after Xia Yunxi became a high-ranking professional and entered the shadow world, she gradually faded out of the world's view and seemed to have some conflicts with Euro. Euro's company was seized by the other families and jointly suppressed, eventually going bankrupt. Ingduan interrupted his memories, his voice cold. Forget it, I'm not interested, go find someone else, Xia Yunxi is good. His expression was indifferent, unable to see any emotional fluctuations. Euro's proposal, in his opinion, was just another utilization. The experience of his last life made him realize that this second sister, with only interests in her eyes, never really cared about him. Ingduan continued, for someone who treats his family with indifference, I can't believe it. The line of sight fell on Euro's delicate face, and in those phoenix eyes, there was nothing else but scheming. A secular spokesperson, he did need one, but it would never be Euro. He already had someone in mind, a brother who proved with his life in his last life that he was worth trusting, only, that person was now far away in Kyoto. Thinking of the upcoming reunion, Chen's heart rippled with a wave of excitement and anticipation that had been missing for a long time. Little brother, are you really not considering it? This proposal of second sisters is only beneficial to you, there is no harm. Euro was undeterred as she stepped forward with a hint of anxiety in her tone. She tried to maintain the smile on her face and tried to convince Ingsuan. But Ingduan just then had already turned around and left. Head did not return, arm raised, over the head, waved his hand at Euro. The meaning of rejection is self-evident. The back was resolute, without the slightest lingering. This world, it's really marvelous. Reincarnated in a new life, he realized that the people he desperately tried to please in his last life each had their own calculations. And he, for one, will never make the same mistake again. Euro looked in the direction he left, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy one. The sky turned fish belly white, and the mist enveloped the Succumbent Institute. Shadowdust brought his belongings with him as he slowly walked into the administrative building of the Sukbei Academy. The windows on both sides of the administrative building's corridor were tightly closed, and the corridor was empty, making it extraordinarily quiet. The door to the principal's office was hidden, and Ingduan gently knocked on the door. Come in. A thick voice came out from inside the room. Mo Yingduan pushed the door in and saw Xia Yunqi standing by the window at a glance. Xia Yunqi was holding a long sword. Dressed in a white power suit, her body was erect, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look valiant. She quietly looked out the window, and when she heard the sound, she turned around, her cool gaze landing on Mo Yingduan. Li Zuojiang sat behind his desk, raised his eyes to look at Mo Yingduan, and nodded, coming. Aha! Mo Yingduan answered, and his gaze also turned to Xia Yunqi. Although her face was bland, a hint of excitement could still be seen in her eyes, as if something was attracting her. Representing the human race, the 10,000 realms contend. The charm of these words could indeed make it hard for hot-blooded teenage girls to resist, even the cool Xia Yunqi was no exception. Li Zuojiang got up and walked to the two. Let's go, it's almost time. The three left the principal's office, crossed the playground, and walked along a winding path towards the back of the mountain. Both sides of the path were filled with all kinds of trees with lush foliage, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. In the open space at the back of the mountain, a huge green stone slab was laid flat on the ground, and the surrounding lawn was neatly trimmed. Li Zuojiang pointed at the lapis lazuli plate. Just wait here, it should be here soon. After saying that, he stepped aside and stood with his arms folded, his eyes gazing into the distance. The words just fell. The sky in the distance was like a calm lake that had a boulder thrown at it, causing layers of ripples. Space distorted, emitting toothsome friction sounds that grew louder and louder. With a loud bang, like a mirror shattering, a dark crack appeared in the air and rapidly expanded. The spatial debris at the edge of the crack flew in all directions and dissipated into the air. Chapter 53. The seat you're sitting in now is mine. The cracks grew larger and larger, eventually forming a huge hollow, deep and dark, as if connecting to an unknown world. A huge flying boat slowly sailed out of the hollow. The flying boat was greenish-black in color, and its hull was covered with complex runes that flickered with a ghostly blue light. A giant bird with spread wings was carved on the bow of the boat, lifelike, as if it would rise up to the sky at any moment. On the side of the flying boat, there were rows and rows of huge propellers, spraying light blue energy streams, propelling the flying boat forward smoothly. Boundary-penetrating flying boat, the unique transportation tool of the human race, capable of shuttling through space, freely traveling between different realms. Mo Shadowdust looked at this scene, his eyes moved slightly, and in his heart, he said, it seems that this place of trial is really not within the boundaries of the human race. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad as to use this kind of boundary-piercing flying boat to transport people. Mo Yingchen, Xia Yunqi? A cool voice came from the flying boat, echoing up through the empty space. Precisely. Mo Yingduan and Xia Yunqi answered at the same time, their voices crisp and strong. As soon as the words fell, a soft but irresistible force lifted the two from the bottom up. Mo Shadowdust only felt a lightness in his body, and then slowly floated upwards. The sense of weightlessness disappeared in an instant, and his feet landed steadily on the deck of the flying boat. Mo Yingdust stood still, his eyes slightly condensed, and in his heart, he secretly marveled, good fine spiritual power manipulation. He raised his eyes to survey the woman in front of him. This is a woman with a dusty temperament, and age does not seem to have left too many traces on her face, only adding a few points of mature flavor. She was wearing a long dress with flowing clouds and water sleeves, the hem of which was embroidered with delicate lotus flower decorations, swaying gently with the breeze. Her long black hair was pulled back into a simple bun with a white jade hairpin inserted diagonally, and a few strands of her hair fell over her shoulders, making it even more ethereal. Her skin was fair and delicate, as if emitting a faint luster. Her eyebrows were clear, her eyes were deep, her nose was straight, and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, with a hint of a smile if any. The whole person exudes a kind of light and dusty temperament, just like a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire. The woman opened her mouth, her voice was clear and cold, yet with a hint of gentleness. I am the leader this time, my name is Ruoyan, from the ancestral land. We still have to go to the gathering point to pick up the people from the various sects and holy lands, so you guys find a place to rest on your own. And Ruoyan raised her plain white and slender right hand and gently waved it. On the surface of the huge boundary-piercing flying boat, those originally dull runes, at this moment, as if they had been injected with life, abruptly lit up. Emitting a ghostly blue light, the light became more and more prevalent, and finally connected into a piece, wrapping the entire flying boat. The space around the flying boat began to distort and a ripple appeared. The ripples became denser and denser, finally forming a huge vortex. The center of the vortex was pitch black and bottomless, as if it was connected to another unknown world. The flying boat slowly accelerated, its bow slightly raised, and headed towards the center of the vortex. The moment the boat came into contact with the vortex, it let out a low rumble, and the surrounding space shook with it. In the next moment, the entirety of the flying boat disappeared into the vortex and vanished, leaving behind only a constantly rotating black void. The hole was also gradually shrinking, and eventually disappeared completely. As if nothing had happened, the space once again regained its calm. Ink Shadowdust found a spot on the huge deck against the edge and sat down on his knees. Xia Yunqi stood in place, thought about it, and actually also sat not far from Mo Yingsuan. Mo Ingchen frowned slightly, his eyes that had just closed open to look at Xia Yunxi, then closed his eyes again to rest. There was no telling what he would have to face on the road ahead. Preserving his energy was especially important. In the endless void, a huge flying boat was like an arrow off the string, traveling through the twisted space. In less than 10 minutes, the flying boat shook violently. The surrounding space peeled away like pieces of broken mirror, and the flying boat reappeared under an azure sky. On the ground, 6 young figures looked a little agitated. They looked up from time to time as if they were waiting for something. And Ruoyun stood at the bow of the boat, her veiled hand lightly waving once again. The flying boat's circumference once again lit up with a ghostly blue light, which enveloped the 6 people on the ground and pulled them above the deck. Mo Ingduan's cold gaze swept over the 6 newcomers. They were either excited, nervous, or curious, but none of these had anything to do with him. He turned his head to Ruoyun and asked in a flat tone, "Are we going to receive all the participants of the human race in the trials and head to the place of the trials together?" And Ruoyun glanced at him, her tone still clear and cold. "This flying boat of mine is only responsible for picking up trialists from the Highland province, and there will be special people in charge of the other provinces. Now that everyone has arrived, we will depart immediately. Find yourselves a place to rest. It will take about 2 days to arrive at the place of trial." Hearing that only people from the Highland province needed to be picked up, Mo Shadowdust sighed in relief. If he had to pick up people from all the provinces, how much time would be wasted? It would be better to give up and go down to find a place to practice before it was too late. Ink Shadowdust closed his eyes and prepared to study his lexicon. Yet there was always someone interrupting his thoughts. A tall, red-haired man walked towards him in large strides, first glancing at Xia Yunxi beside Mo Ingduan before fixing his eyes on Mo Ingduan. The red-haired man's tone was unkind. "You're Mo Shadowdust?" Mo Shadowdust helplessly opened his eyes, his heart filled with doubt. He really didn't understand why after he was reborn, the attitudes of everyone around him towards him had changed drastically. In his last life, he had always been a loner in school, and almost no one was willing to take the initiative to talk to him. But in this life he didn't want to talk, but the people around him came to annoy him one by one. Mo Bingning came, Mo Euro came, and Xia Yunxi also came. Now people who didn't even know each other were taking the initiative to come and talk to him. He frowned, looking the red-haired man in front of him up and down, and didn't answer right away. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the red-haired man continued to say to himself, "If you don't say anything, then I'll take that as your default. My name is Fan Yenlai." Van Yenlai raised his finger and pointed to the seat underneath Mo Ingsuan, his tone strong. "Do you know that the seat you're sitting in right now is mine?" Mo Ingchen only felt a wave of boredom. Why are all these people so full of crap? Really lazy to take care of this kind of people. Yes, you're right about everything, okay? If you can't mess with him, you can't hide from him? I'll give you a chance. If you bother me again, I'll let Vigor chop you to death. So with a sigh, he stood up and moved to the side to make way for his original position. Here, give it back. Mo Ingsuan's actions caused Xia Yunxi, who had been maintaining a cool demeanor, to no longer be able to tense up. She burst out laughing, breaking the dull atmosphere on the deck. Chapter 54, What are you barking at? You. I'm not talking about the seat, but your spot to the 10,000 clans competition. The spot was originally mine, understand? Mo Shadowdust understood. This is to find trouble. Couldn't help but buckle his ears and stop being polite. What are you barking at? Snapping his fingers he continued, by the way, you were saying, what's your name again? Van Yenlai's anger surged. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an Enruoyon sitting right in the middle of the plywood, he might have been unable to hold back from taking out his own greatsword and slashing it Mo Ingwan's body. Fan. Yen. Lai. He gritted his teeth and said word for word. Mo Shadowdust lowered his head as if he was in deep thought. I don't recognize it. Don't I remember that the 4th place is called Lingwei? Which one are you? Fan Yenlai was really about to hold back. This Mo Ingchen was just too infuriating. It's not like we can do anything about it on this flying boat. Lousy fifth, you remember, when we get to the trial land, I want you to look good. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would be so angry with Mo Ingwan that he would directly take action. Then he was thrown off the flying boat by Enruoxuan. Only the 5th you blah 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 ah. Behind him came Mo Ingsuan's belated voice. Van Yenlai forcibly clenched his back teeth, enduring the anger. The Murray family of Succumbit. The large mansion was currently enveloped by an invisible depression. The servants in the courtyard, who were usually busy, were now all silent, and even their breathing was much lighter. Over the past few days, there have been several servants because of the slightest indiscretion offended the master of the house, Mo Kue. Light was dismissed, heavy. Thinking of that unlucky person who was thrown directly into the river by the family head because he contradicted a few words. The crowd was even more frightened, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. Clang! Once again, the ear-piercing sound of porcelain breaking came from the main hall, which was particularly abrupt in the silent mansion. The 2 maids who were holding brooms and carefully sweeping the floor subconsciously shrunk their necks at the sound. One of the younger ones couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, how many times has this happened today? Even if your family has a lot of money, you can't withstand such a fall, right? Alas, what is the reason for this? The other maid, who was a bit older and usually quite shrewd, was currently looking sad. She lowered her voice and said in a mysterious manner, "You even don't know yet? It's because the young master Young master? The young maid was at a loss. I heard that the young master took the first place in the province's big exam this time. The head of the family personally went to pick him up, and as a result, being driven back by the young master. Ah? The young maid opened her mouth wide in shock, unable to close it for a long time. The maids themselves hadn't even realized that the original boy they were talking about had somehow turned into the young master at some point. Inside the main hall of the Mo family, Imokue had an iron face and his chest was heaving violently. Obviously his anger had not subsided. Porcelain shards were scattered on the ground, and a faint odor of blood filled the air. It was left behind by the shards that had accidentally cut his palms under his extreme anger. For the past 2 days, he had been in this state of rage. He really couldn't figure out how that youngest son, who was silent at home and always nodded and bowed when he saw him, dared to disobey him so much. Could it be that his wings have hardened and he dares to disregard him as his father? Just then, a rush of footsteps came from upstairs. Urian's figure appeared at the entrance of the stairs, and with an undisguised joy on her face, she jogged all the way down. Imokue, who was originally sitting there with a gloomy face, as well as Imo Schwer, who was carefully accompanying her at the side, saw her in this state, and her face revealed a look of surprise. "Master, Schwer, good news. Shadow Wind has returned." Urian's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, a sign of excitement to the extreme. Shadow Wind? Imokue's originally gloomy face was instantly clouded over, and even brought with it a hint of ecstasy. How did he come back? Isn't he attending Kyoto University? Urian smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits as she quickly walked to Imokue's side and said in a light tone. Shadow Wind said that he took on an adventure mission this time and happened to be passing through Subei City, so he thought of coming back to see us. Good. Good. Imokue said 2 good words in a row, showing how excited he was at the moment. Where is Shadow Wind now? When will you arrive home? He couldn't wait to meet the son who made him proud. In contrast, the one who had disgraced him, Mo Shadowdust. Oh, the start is smoother, just obliterated into the crowd genius much more. Since childhood, he is a waste, how to compare with his own little wind? The words did not fall, a spiritual fluctuation suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the entire Mo family compound. Imokue, Urian, and Imo Schwer looked up at the same time. They only saw a young man with a straight posture, stretching a pair of illusory light wings made of energy behind his back, slowly descending. The light wings emitted a faint glow, reflecting the young man's handsome face and adding a sense of holiness. The young man landed on the ground, and the light wings dissipated with him. He walked slowly to Imokue, with a confident smile on his face, and said in a loud voice, "Father, I'm back." Imokue was overjoyed and greeted him with a few steps, patting Imoingfeng's shoulder with force and praising him. Good. 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 It's good to be back. Good to be back. He looked Imoingfeng up and down, only to feel that this son was more mature and stable, as well as stronger than when he left home a few months ago. This made him feel immensely gratified and proud. With a Chilan child like Shadow Wind in the Imo clan, why would they worry about not being able to rise to the next level? As for that Imo Shadowdust, a trace of disgust flashed through Imokue's eyes. He had already decided to completely leave that rebellious son behind. Imokue's gaze landed on Imoingfeng's back. Although that pair of light wings had dissipated, the residual energy fluctuations were still clearly recognizable. His throat rolled, his voice slightly trembling. Little Wind, that light wing behind you. Could it be that you have broken through the 3rd stage? Shock and disbelief was written all over Imokue's face. After all, the 3rd rank was a huge threshold for professionals. Before his son left for Kyoto a year ago, he had only just entered the 1st rank. Imoingfeng's lips curved up in an arc with a bit of arrogance. Father, who said that only the 3rd rank can fly? His tone was light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. That's just an unusual professional being short-sighted. Kyoto University has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many secret methods that allow one to master the ability to fly in advance. By a fluke, my son has acquired one of them. An undisguised smugness surfaced on his face, and it was a confidence that stemmed from his own strength. When Imokue heard this, he was first stunned, then a deafening laughter erupted. He laughed so hard that tears came out of the corners of his eyes. Ha! Good! 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 It's my father who's the lone voice. Chapter 55. Recently there are more and more jumping clowns. My son is indeed a heavenly genius. The joy on Imokue's face was overflowing, as if he was a dozen years younger. Quickly enter the house and rest. Tonight, we, father and son, will have a few good drinks to celebrate you. Okay, father. Imoingfeng agreed, but his eyes glanced at the wink passed by his mother, Urian. He understood and followed without moving. Urian carefully closed the door to her room and turned to face her son, eyes filled with undisguised excitement and pride. In just 1 year's time, his son had actually cultivated to the peak of the second stage. This kind of talent was simply appalling. She lowered her voice and asked eagerly, Shadow Wind, have you heard about that little bastard Imoing-chun? Shadow Wind smiled disdainfully, a hint of contempt in his tone. I've heard about it, isn't it just a fluke test to be number one in the province? So what? His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. How many geniuses can there be in this district of a province? Kyoto is the place where geniuses from all over the country converge, a mere number one in the province is nothing here. This year, among the defeated players under me, the number one in the province is unknown. His tone was filled with a sense of arrogance that looked down on the crowd. Yurian nodded her head repeatedly, a smile piling up on her face. Yes, my son is outstanding, mother knows you can't look at him. However, that brat has been in the ascendancy lately, I'm worried that he will threaten your position in the Mo family. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes, the sudden rise of Mo Ingsuan made her feel a hint of uneasiness. Mo Ingfone let out a disdainful snort as if he had heard a great joke. Mother, you've lived in the Mo family for a long time, your eyesight is ultimately a bit narrower. Do you know that the Mo family today is as small as dust in my eyes? There was a hint of disdain in his tone. But you're right, mother. What belongs to me, even if I discard it as if it were my own, it's not his turn to get his hands on it. His eyes suddenly became stern, and an unquestionable dominance permeated his tone. When Mo Ingduan comes to Kyoto, I'll make him realize that his pitiful accomplishments are nothing more than a poor performance by a jumping clown in front of me. I'll let him know that everything he's proud of is nothing more than a child's childish game like playing house and wine in my eyes. I will let him clearly realize that in front of me, he will always be nothing more than a worthless piece of trash. Mo Ingfun's voice was not loud, but his words were resounding, transmitting a palpitating chill. As Yurian listened, an inexplicable pleasure welled up in her heart and it was as if she had already seen how Mo Ingchen was as humble as an ant in front of her own son. With her son's talent and strength, Mo Ingchen was destined to only become a stepping stone under his feet. The boundary-piercing flying boat cut through the heavy boundaries and eventually vanished out of the void. Mo Shadowdust stood on the deck and gazed at the majestic canyon ahead, towering into the clouds as if it were a giant pillar in the sky. And Ruoxuan's voice rang in his ears, the canyon below is the periphery of the 10,000 Races Heaven's Pride Trial Stadium, and it is also the Trial Stadium's initial gift to you. He paused and continued, in the canyon, there are alchemy creatures all over the place, kill them to obtain energy cores. Absorb the energy cores, and they can be converted into experience value. And Ruoxuan sold a secret, the corner of his mouth hooked up a mysterious art, the richness of the experience value will be left for you to experience on your own. Perhaps it was the relaxed pleasure of being about to complete his mission, he rarely showed a few moments of teasing. Remember, you only have 7 days. After 7 days, everyone must arrive at the center of the canyon. At that time, the teleportation gate to the interior of the trial field will open. The portal continues to open for 1 day, so don't miss it. And Ruoxuan's tone was solemn, alright, go, and wish the human race eternal prosperity. A soft power wrapped around Mo Ingduan and the others, slowly sending them to the ground. The barbaric aura swept in like a wave. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon towered into the clouds and were so deep that it was even more shocking than looking down from the flying boat. Mo Shadowdust stood in the corner, his deep eyes sweeping over the surroundings, taking in the sight of the disciples of the various sects and holy lands discussing team exploration. A fragrant breeze drifted by, and Xia Yunqi walked beside him, her cool voice resounding, this time, I'm prepared to act alone. Mo Ingchuan raised his eyebrows slightly and did not make a sound. What is this? Telling? Invite? He didn't send any group requests. What's the point of talking to me when you're going it alone? Xia Yunqi saw that Mo Ingsuan didn't say anything and directly turned to leave, her back was permeated with stubbornness. She was not convinced in her heart. On what basis, in just a few days, Mo Ingsuan's strength had skyrocketed and surpassed hers. Her talent was top-notch, and her occupation was even top-notch. Top of the line since she was a kid. Now she was being pushed head and shoulders over by Mo Shadowdust, which was hard for her to accept. The 10,000 Clans Heaven's Pride trial was her chance to prove herself. She was going to reclaim the glory that belonged to her and leave Mo Ingduan far behind. After Xia Yunqi left, Mo Ingsuan also prepared to move. Yo, kid, no one is teaming up? Van Yen Lai walked over with a sneering tone. Mo Ingchen raised his eyes and glanced at him coldly, remaining silent. Van Yen Lai let out a loud laugh. I've heard that the alchemy creatures here are not strong, so you should be careful not to die too early. I'll see you in the center of the canyon. In his heart, he was secretly calculating, when the time comes, I'll find an opportunity to let you taste the flavor of my flame-burning body. How dare you scold me? The crowd dispersed, and Mo Ingduan was the only one still standing in place. He pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. The jumping jacks were really coming out of the woodwork lately. Does he really think he's a weakling to be pinched? Or do they all think he has a good temper and can be humiliated at will? Oh, what a face for you all. Pick a direction at random and step into the canyon. A cold and damp breath hit his face, as if countless tiny ice needles were stabbing into his skin. The wind whistled in his ears, like the cries of ghosts and wolves, intermittently interspersed with strange sounds, like the murmur of some unknown creature. Under the feet of rotting leaves loose, every step is like plunging into the swamp, emitting a pungent rotten smell, stimulating the nasal cavity. Inexplicable uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if he was locked tightly by the evil gaze lurking in the darkness. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes narrowed slightly, and his death's heart pulsed slightly. A mental fluctuation spread out from him, and the air around him seemed to freeze for a few moments. He was keenly aware that this canyon was not as calm as it appeared to be, and a dangerous aura was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. The entire canyon, it seems, is alive? The corner of M.O. Shadowdust's mouth hooked up a cold arc, and there was not the slightest fear in his eyes, instead, a surge of excitement. Chapter 56, My Human Race Can't Even Enter the Door? In the center of the canyon, a faint smell of blood filled the air. Many of the heavenly pride of the provinces that arrived early had already arrived here. At this moment, the crowd of the human race was all blue in the face, hanging their heads like frosted eggplants. They were gathered around the entrance of a passageway that shimmered with a faint light, and deep within the passageway was the trial teleportation portal that would open in 7 days. However, a tall figure blocked the entrance like a ghost, blocking all paths forward. The figure was surrounded by black gas, and it was impossible to see his exact face. There were only 2 points of scarlet light flickering in the darkness, like a gaze from hell, causing one to shudder. The newly arrived human teenager Su-won approached with quick steps, but was so shocked by the oppressive atmosphere that he stopped in his tracks. He pulled a little fat man beside him, his tone tinged with suspicion. Brothers, what's going on here? What are all gathered here for? The little fat man sighed with a bitter face and pointed his finger at the ghostly figure in front of him. The door is blocked, the mighty ghost clan is bullying people too much. Su-won followed his pointing finger and frowned. Blocked? What does that mean? The mighty ghost clan sent a fellow named Ghost Spectre to guard the teleportation gate, not allowing anyone to pass through, and letting out the word that those who come close will die. Little Fatty's tone was filled with indignation. Su-won was startled in his heart. What? What is the strength of this Ghost Spectre? No one in my human race can defeat it? Little Fatty shook his head helplessly and pointed to the youngster who was pale and constantly coughing up blood on the side. Just now, 2 Holy Land experts have already gone up to challenge, and both of them are at the first rank advanced level. As a result, one escaped back and retrieved a life, and the other was directly killed by Ghost Spectre. Little Fatty lowered his voice and spoke in a grave tone. By the looks of it, this Ghost Spectre has at least second-order battle power. Su-won sucked in a breath of cold air. Second-order combat power? How can this be? Could it be that my human race can't even enter the trial field? Little Fatty clenched his fists angrily. How can that be? It's not that there are no second-ranked combatants among my human race's heavenly pride, there are even some here right now. He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. It's just that the fierce ghost race has no entity, and their unique illusory body allows the Ghost Spectre to be immune to physical attacks. And that second-ranked expert we have here is partial to relying on physical damage output. Little Fatty patted Su-won's shoulder and comforted him. But don't worry brother, someone has already gone to notify the other second-order big brother. I've heard that big brother is a spiritual numinous master, with spiritual power attached to flying daggers for attacks. He can definitely restrain Ghost Spectre. Su-won nodded with some confusion. Just then, a commotion came from the crowd. Someone shouted loudly, Chen Jianqing. He's finally here. Another voice picked up, with excitement and anticipation in its tone. I've heard that Jianqing Chen is already a first-ranked top-level spirit numinous master, and with his strength fully erupted, he's strong enough to power through the second-ranked. That's right, I'm from Central Plains Province, next to the city where Jianqing Chen is. I heard that he even competed with a second-ranked expert from his family before he came to the trial grounds. The surrounding people were instantly aroused with curiosity and pursued. What was the result? The man from the Central Plains province lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. I heard that, their family's second-ranked guard took the initiative to admit defeat, saying that with Chen Jianqing's strength, the average beginning second-ranked professional is no match at all. A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. Really? So powerful. This is great, we can finally wipe the slate clean and teach that Ghost Spectre a good lesson. Someone's tone became even more aggressive. Teach a lesson? I think we should just slaughter that Ghost Spectre. Let him see how powerful the human race is. Jianqing Chen slowly stepped forward, his gaze like a torch, looking straight at Ghost Yui, his tone icy cold. A mere second rank, how dare you be arrogant in front of my human race? He paused for a moment, and his voice was filled with a morose chill. Blocking the gate of my human race, do you really think that our human race has no one? Ghost Spectre let out a snort that carried disdain and mockery. You human race, you just have a lot of nonsense. The 2 that came up before were the same, gabbling on, but in the end, wasn't one of them killed and one scared off by me? Now you're here again, are you trying to repeat their fate? A flicker of ghostly fire flickered around Ghost Spectre. "Come on, let me see if you're qualified to stand in front of me." Jianqing Chen did not respond immediately, but instead took a deep breath, feeling the tension that permeated the air around him. This battle was about the dignity of the younger generation of the human race. He slowly closed his eyes, his spiritual power surging out like a tidal wave, sensing everything around him. He could feel the expectant gazes of the crowd, as well as the powerful sense of oppression emanating from the ghostly apparition. He slowly opened his eyes, a confident gleam in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "You will regret this." A powerful spiritual power fluctuation erupted from Jianqing Chen's body, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. "So strong. This spiritual power has indeed surpassed the first rank." It seems that Jianqing Chen didn't brag, his strength is indeed very strong. Ghost Yui's originally contemptuous expression also became grave. "Somewhat interesting." Ghost Spectre's low voice carried a hint of surprise. "Looks like you're a bit stronger than the two losers from before. But that's about it." As soon as Ghost Spectre's words fell, his body transformed into a residual shadow and pounced towards Jianqing Chen. Jianqing Chen flicked his wrist. 3 cold ons tore through the air with ear-piercing whistles, heading straight for the ghostly apparition. Those were 3 poison-quenching flying daggers, each of which flashed with a ghostly blue luster, and the daggers were inscribed with complex runes, clearly not ordinary items. The flying daggers were wrapped in his powerful spiritual power, almost condensing into substance, and the air was all twisted and distorted as a result. Ghost Jiejia laughed strangely, his figure suddenly blurred, turning into a cloud of erratic black mist. Flying daggers penetrate the black fog, but only hit the shadow, emitting a hollow sound. The next instant, Ghost Yui appeared behind Jianqing Chen like a ghost. In his ghastly white palm, a ghostly green fire jumped about, emitting a sickening sulfurous odor. The space around the ghost fire was vaguely distorted, as if it would burst into flames at any moment. "Sculpture." Ghost Spectre's voice was gloomy and cold, as if it came from the 9 hells. Jianqing Chen's heart fluttered as he turned around violently. Spiritual energy instantly erupted, condensing into a translucent shield in front of him. Runes flowed on the shield, emitting a faint glow. The ghost fire ruthlessly crashed into the mental power shield. "Zila!" An ear-piercing shrill whistled, like ice water being poured into a boiling hot frying pan. The shield trembled violently and its light dimmed instantly. Jianqing Chen let out a muffled grunt as his throat became sweet and a stream of blood surged up from his mouth, but he forced it back down. Chapter 57, You Human Race, All a Bunch of Wastes. Jianqing Chen only felt a chilling and piercing power penetrate through the shield and invade his body, as if his internal organs were frozen. A gasp erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Jianqing Chen held out. "Worthy of being a powerful spiritual nihilist. Kill him. Avenge your dead brothers." Jianqing Chen took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the qi and blood surging within his body. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as his spiritual energy surged wildly once again. 8 flying daggers hovered around his body, the tips of the daggers flashing with a cold, chilling light, pointing at Ghost Yui from afar. Each flying dagger was closely connected to his spiritual energy, as if it was an extension of his body. "This is just the beginning." Jianqing Chen clenched his teeth, his voice low and hoarse. The next moment, the 8 flying daggers transformed into 8 streams of light, shooting at the ghost from all directions, at tricky and bizarre angles, lightning-like. The flying daggers cut through the air, emitting sharp air-breaking sounds, almost blocking all of Ghost Spectre's retreating paths. Ghost Spectre let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle, and the ghost fire around his body suddenly surged. Countless ghost flames circled and danced around him, forming a thick flame barrier in the blink of an eye. The barrier was churning with ghost flames, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation. The flying daggers hit the ghost fire barrier one after another. Ding! 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 There was a series of intensive metal clashes, and sparks splashed everywhere. The ghost fire barrier shook violently, and although it barely resisted the flying dagger's attack, it became much thinner. The ghost fire flickered and wavered, as if it would go out at any moment. A flash of joy flashed across Jianqing Chen's eyes, and he was about to maneuver his flying daggers to launch a new round of attacks. Ghost Yui, however, suddenly moved. All the ghost flames gathered violently and were swallowed into his mouth in one gulp. All the ghost fire traveled all the way down his head and coalesced on top of his 2 ghost claws. The mighty Ghost Clan, it was by virtue of ghost fire that they were able to carry out physical attacks. Slam forward. His speed was unbelievably fast, almost transforming into a residual shadow. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jianqing Chen. The ghostly claws carried a powerful wind and viciously grabbed at Jianqing Chen's throat. The ghost claws were incomparably sharp, flashing with a metallic luster, as if they could tear everything apart. Chen Jianqing's face changed drastically, wanting to dodge, but realizing that he could not react in time. Poof! The ghost claw ruthlessly struck Jianqing Chen's chest. Chen Jianqing was struck by lightning and his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Whoa! Jianqingchen opened his mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood froth was mixed with broken pieces of internal organs, staining the ground beneath him red. His face instantly turned as white as paper, his chest collapsed, and the sound of his ribs breaking was clearly audible. The crowd was in an uproar. Chen Jianqing has lost. How can that be? He's a second-ranked warrior. It's the second rank, yes, just now that means of 8 flying daggers attacking at the same time. Even a peak second-rank professional wouldn't dare to take it hard. What's the point? It was still easily defeated by Ghost Spectre? People didn't even hurt a single hair. Ghost Spectre's illusory physique is too advantageous. Although Jianqing Chen's spiritual power can attack him, the physical damage of the flying daggers is almost ineffective against him. He can only rely on his spiritual power to wear down. How can this be fought? Could it be that we really can't even enter the gate of the trial arena here? Despair spread through the crowd. Jianqing Chen struggled to get up, but he was weak. His face was as white as paper as he panted heavily, each breath tugging at the injuries in his chest and bringing on a sharp pain. He covered his chest and staggered backward. Ghost Spectre pressed forward step by step, with a teasing smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. I've long said that you, the human race, are all a bunch of losers. His voice was cold and cruel, piercing everyone's nerves like a sharp blade. Jianqing Chen clenched his teeth, a trace of unwillingness and despair flashing in his eyes. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and turned to flee back into the crowd. The crowd was like frightened birds and beasts, automatically separating a path. They looked at Ghost Yui in horror, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Ghost Spectre stood in place and let out a burst of smug and rampant laughter as he looked up to the sky. G. His laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, like countless steel needles that ruthlessly pierced into everyone's heart. The emotions of fear and despair spread rapidly through the crowd like a plague. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The smell of charring filled the valley. Ink Shadow Dust stood on a pile of broken metal wreckage, the tip of his tang blade dripping black sticky liquid. Surrounding his body was white bone armor, and there were 3 bone spears floating in the void behind him ready to strike. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, he hacked a mechanical arm that was leaking oil into 2. Iron Guard held up a rock shield to block an alchemy spider's acid spray. The acid corroded the rock shield, making a nuisance sound and emitting white smoke. Phantom spikes weaved through the shadows, the short blades of hell slicing through the alchemy hound's neck. Green blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Hawkeye pulled back his bone bow and 3 bone arrows shot out with a cracking sound. The bone arrows penetrated the 3 alchemy flying insects and nailed them to the rock wall. The blood demon let out a low growl as its sharp claws tore through the chest of an alchemy giant bear. Ink Shadow Dust looked around, the battlefield was nearing its end. He raised his left hand, and the skull on the ring of the undead turned slightly. Clear the battlefield. Imo Shadowdust's voice was low and cold. The undead army began to collect the trophies and dismantle the core components of the alchemical creatures. The small mountain of energy cores emitted an eerie cold light that reflected on Ink Shadowdust's face, constantly flickering and flickering. He sat cross-legged, in the center of the small mountain, greedily absorbing the pure energy. A stream of warmth surged into his body emitted a slight buzz, and his sense of power continued to climb. The energy contained in this energy core far exceeded his expectations. It was at least 10 times more than the experience provided by monsters of the same rank within the human race. No wonder the 10,000 races celestials were rushing towards this trial ground. This is only the outer perimeter, and it is so lucrative, wouldn't the inner part be even more amazing? The old principal was indeed right, in this trial ground, experience was the least valuable thing. Ink Shadow Dust was secretly happy in his heart, but he also had some regrets. It's a pity that we didn't encounter any elite monsters, otherwise wouldn't it be even more enjoyable to take 2 words? How could he know that the other people who hunted alchemy creatures were all tough to kill one by one? Which was like him, where legions of summoned creatures swept through with amazing efficiency. Lingwei's body was in a sorry state, running for her life in the wilderness. At this moment, her clothes were ragged, she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her hair was scattered. Behind her, a giant devil puppet, like a maggot in hot, was in hot pursuit. The sound of metal footsteps was heavy as thunder, jarring her eardrums. Earlier, she had teamed up with Van Yen Lai and another Holy Land disciple to hunt alchemical creatures. Accidentally encountered a giant magic puppet boss. The 3 attempt to hunt it down. Unexpectedly, the demonic puppet's power was horrifying, and it crushed its companion into mush with a single punch. Chapter 58, My Summoner is a little violent. This demon puppet, it is estimated to be at least 2nd rank intermediate in strength. Seeing that the situation was not good, Van Yen Lai even left her to flee alone. If not for her space mage, proficient in the art of escape, I'm afraid she would have been killed. Dragging her tired body, she released the last spatial transfer she could. Spiritual energy has dried up. Lingwei felt it and instantly despaired. The devil puppet, however, was still in hot pursuit, apparently locking her down in some special way. The shadow of death loomed over her heart. She is not willing. Growing up, she relied on her grandmother to pick up scraps for her to grow up. It was not easy for her to be tested for spatial talent in advance, and she was taken under the door of the Huanyu Holy Land, with a bright future ahead of her. She thought that she could go all the way to a straight path and bring her grandmother to a good life. Little did she realize that her career had only just begun. Is it possible that you are going to die here today? Fan Yanlai, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ling Wei roared in her heart, despair and unwillingness intertwined. But she didn't give up, forcing her last ounce of strength and continuing to run towards the center of the former canyon. Every step was like walking on the tip of a knife. The heart was beating wildly, the breathing was rapid, and the lungs were like fire. She knew that when she couldn't run, it was time to die. After absorbing the energy core, Ink Shadow Dust stood up from the debris. He dusted off his body and looked down to examine the changes in the attribute panel. Name, Ink Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 1 rank 8. Others omitted. The speed of the upgrade was so fast that he surprised himself. In just 7 days of hunting, he had risen several levels in a row, reaching first rank 8. It's time to look for bearers and prepare for promotion to the second order. The 10,000 races trial ground, with treasures everywhere, might be able to find a suitable top-tier bearer. Mo Shadowdust collected his mind and led the vast summoning army, continuing to head towards the center of the canyon. The alchemy creatures along the way all became experience value for his upgrades. Dusk arrived, and a golden red haze drenched the sky. The teleportation portal into the inner part of the trial arena should be about to begin as well. Rumble! There was a loud, deafening roar that came from far and near. Mo Shadowdust followed the sound, only to see smoke and dust rolling in the distance, and a huge object was slowly approaching in his direction. What was that? He narrowed his eyes, recognizing it carefully. Ahead of the giant figure, a slender figure was running desperately, staggering and faltering at a pace. Clearly, she was exhausted. Ling Wei also saw the large silhouette of people in front of her, and a glimmer of hope flared in her heart. Finally, someone survived. But when she ran closer and saw that the visitors were actually Mo Shadowdust and his skeleton army, hope was instantly dashed, replaced by deep despair. I thought it was a gathering of people, but I didn't expect it to be this necromancer. She clenched her teeth and used her last ounce of strength to shout, Mo Shadowdust, run away. Don't go in the same direction as me. This demon puppet is locked onto me. Mo Shadowdust recognized Ling Wei, the province's #1 in his previous life's grand exam, had left a deep impression on him. It's just that afterward, he never heard of her again. Could it be that she fell here in her previous life? However, based on the fact that she reminded herself of this matter, her character should not be bad. Let's save her by the way. Ink Shadow Dust stood still, motionless. Spiritual power operated and a command was given. Vigor beside him held a magic sword and walked forward with heavy steps. Ling Wei froze. Why isn't he moving? Scared less? In the next moment, she saw a skeleton beside Ink Shadow Dust walk up. No. He's going to let a skeleton go one-on-one with a demon puppet? Ink Shadow Dust, no way. This demon puppet has the strength of a second-rank intermediate, you can't beat it. Run! Ling Wei shouted anxiously. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he spoke for the first time. Got it, come over and watch, my summon is a bit violent, don't hurt you by mistake. Ling Wei couldn't run anymore, so she could only drag her heavy legs and trudged over to Mo Ing Chen's side. She stopped in her tracks. Couldn't run. Then die here. It's just a pity for Mo Shadowdust, who could have obviously run away. Instead, he was so self-righteous that he let a skeleton go up to fight the demon puppet one-on-one. She secretly glanced at Mo Ingsuan's side face. Hey! Quite handsome, just not intelligent and arrogant. It's just that, on the way to the Yellow Springs, it's good to have a human being as a companion. In the distance, the devil puppet let out a deafening roar, and the ground trembled with it, as if it would collapse at any time. Vigorously wielding his demonic blade, he stood quietly in place, waiting for the upcoming battle. The wind was howling furiously, the sand was flying, and the sky and earth were dimly lit. The strong smell of blood filled the air, intertwining with the sickening stench of burnt alchemical creatures. The demon puppet raised its huge fist high, wrapped in the momentum of wind and thunder, and ruthlessly smashed at Vigor. Vigor loomed unmoving and raised the soul-devouring blood blade to receive this blow. Clang! There was a loud clang of gold and iron, and sparks erupted, illuminating the dim sky. Dali was shaken back a few steps, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground, and debris splattered. It shook its cranium and without the slightest pause, charged at the demon puppet once again. The image Ling Wei imagined of the skull being directly shattered did not appear, and she stumbled as she spat out a few words from her mouth. Block! Blocked? How is this possible? The next battle was even more challenging to her perception. The soul-devouring blood blade clashed fiercely with the giant fist, emitting a deafening roar that echoed between the valleys. The powerful bones emitted a toothsome friction sound, as if they would fall apart at any moment. However, it still attacked tirelessly, each slash containing furious power, as if it wanted to tear the demon puppet into pieces. As the battle continued, the aura on Vigor climbed up. A blood-red glow surfaced on its bones, as if the fires of hell were burning, emitting a palpitating pressure. The speed at which the soul-devouring bloodblade was waved grew faster and faster, transforming into a piece of scarlet residual shadow that dazzled the eyes. The devil puppet gradually fell into the wind, its body covered with crisscrossing slash marks, and black oily liquid continued to gush out. The devil puppet's base intelligence made him realize that he was no match for the creature in front of him. It let out an angry roar, and a fierce light flashed in its scarlet eyes. The skill was unleashed. The energy of his entire body converged at one point, turning into a destructive beam of light that fiercely blasted at Vigor. Dali was sent flying by the tremendous force and fell heavily on the ground, his bones shattering and scattering all over the place. Ling Wei's heart suddenly contracted, as if it was tightly clutched by an invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. She subconsciously covered her mouth, not daring to make any sound, her fingertips trembling slightly. Could it end like this? Chapter 59, How do you want to repay me? In return for your body? She turned her head to look at Suemo Fong, wanting to see what kind of reaction Suemo Fong had. But what was reflected in her eyes was a face without waves. Suemo Feng's eyes stared calmly at the place where Vigor had fallen. Just then, the scattered bone fragments began to tremble, and the blood-red light became more and more dazzling. The shattered bones reassembled, and Vigor stood up shakily, just like an undead war god reborn from the fire. Its bones were covered with cracks, but its empty eye sockets were burning with undying battle intent. The devil puppet was lying on the ground, motionless. It should be that the strike just now had exhausted the energy of its entire body. Vigor dragged his heavy steps and walked towards the devil puppet step by step. It raised its soul-devouring blood blade high, the blade glittering with the light of hellfire as if it was a judgment from hell. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the demonic blade slashed down fiercely. The devil puppet let out an unwilling hiss, and its huge body collapsed into a pile of rubble. Ling Wei stood still, her mind blank, as if she was in a dream. A skeleton warrior had actually defeated a second-order intermediate demon puppet. She looked towards Mo Ingduan with unbelievable shock and doubt in her eyes. After that, there is no after. The devil puppet fell to the ground with a loud crash, scattering metal debris all over the place, and the feeling of oppression dissipated. Ling Wei suddenly relaxed, her eyes went black, her delicate body shook, and she eventually fainted powerlessly. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the opponent's words, steel and iron bones. Steel and iron bones be, passive phrase, generating a metallic substance wrapped around the exterior of the body, enhancing the strength of the body. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible arc. Then, without hesitation, he bestowed this freshly baked word to the Iron Guard who always faithfully guarded. The Iron Guard's body was immediately surrounded by a layer of metallic luster, and its already indestructible body added a few more points of might. As if a steel fortress, unbreakable. Mo Shadowdust took a step towards the wreckage of the demon puppet, his fingertips lightly touching the purple light that was gradually dissipating. A strange energy fluctuation surged into his body along with his fingertips, and a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Energy burst, special skill, gathering energy from the whole body, sacrificing one's life. After using it, the body will fall into a coma for 24 hours due to energy depletion. A glimmer flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. This was simply a stance tailor-made for the phantom thorn lurking in his shadow. Phantom Stinger's skill is still vacant. This energy burst can fill the gap and become his killer weapon. As for the side effect of unconsciousness, Mo Shadowdust didn't care. After all, it could be easily dissolved by simply retrieving the phantom thorn back into the summoning space. He handed the skill book to Phantom Thorn, who emerged from the shadows, and the latter took it respectfully. The figure was once again hidden in the darkness, leaving only a vague murderous aura in the air. Mo Shadowdust looked around. The battlefield was in shambles, and the air was filled with a strong scent of blood and scorching, stimulating his sense of smell. He took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions churning in his heart as his gaze fell on the unconscious Ling Wei. At this moment, Ling Wei's face was pale, her breathing was weak, and her long eyelashes were slightly fluttering, as if she was having some kind of nightmare. Mo Ingduan hesitated for a moment, but finally bent down and gently picked her up. The young girl's soft body was close, and a faintly fragrant scent entered his nostrils, causing his heart to flutter slightly. Finding a corner sheltered from the wind, Mo Shadowdust gently put Ling Wei down, lit a bonfire, and sat down to absorb the energy cores that the summoning legion was not stopping to transport. Late night. The campfire crackled, reflecting Ling Wei's gradually waking face. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed blankly at her unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment her thoughts were muddled, not knowing where she was. Sitting up violently, Ling Wei looked around. Her eyes finally landed on Mo Ingsuan, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. She subconsciously opened her mouth, but her dry throat could not produce any sound. The prolonged escape and lack of water had made her throat as sore as fire. Ink Shadowdust seemed to have sensed her movement and slowly opened his eyes, giving her a calm look. Awake? A mental power fluctuation came out. Vigor, who was on guard, immediately picked up the water bag on the ground and handed it to Ling Wei. Ling Wei took the water bag. Through the light of the campfire dancing, she saw the skeleton that handed her water. It was actually the skeleton that had previously overpowered the second-order demon puppet. With a shock in her heart, her hand shook and the water bag nearly slipped. The corners of Emoing Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Drink some water, there is food on the ground, eat it and you can leave. After saying that, he closed his eyes once again, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Ling Wei settled down and carefully brought the water bag to her lips. Greedily, she sucked in the sweet fresh water, moisturizing her parched throat. She then picked up the food on the ground and took small bites. An awkward silence filled the air around them. Ling Wei hesitated for a moment and gathered the courage to speak. Can I follow you? Emo Shadowdust did not open his eyes and asked indifferently, follow me? What are you following me for? Ling Wei's cheeks flushed with a hint of redness as she whispered, you saved my life, I want to repay you. Emo Shadowdust opened his eyes in surprise at his words, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Repayment? In this world of the weak and the strong, there is still such a simple idea? He said with a wry smile, how do you want to repay? In return for your body? Ling Wei's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. No, I'm a space mage, you let me follow you, I'm definitely useful. I swear, I really just want to return the favor. Ling Wei eagerly explained, fearing that Emoing Chen would misunderstand. Emo Shadowdust was silent for a moment before speaking again. You're a beginning first-rank space mage, you think you can help me? Saying that, he glanced at Dolly beside him, the meaning of which was self-evident. Ling Wei instantly deflated. Yes, a skeleton beside him was capable of fighting a second-order intermediate magic puppet, so what could she do to help him? Suddenly, she had a flash of light and said eagerly, I know a place inside the trial grounds where I can obtain resurrection stones. Emo Shadowdust's eyes snapped open with shock in them. You know where to obtain a resurrection stone? Ling Wei nodded vigorously, yes, that's what my master teacher from the Huanyu Holy Land told me before I came here. There is a place inside the trial grounds that is filled with spell formations. Killing lives on the spell formations will have their life force absorbed by the spell formations, and when they eventually accumulate enough, they will be able to harvest resurrection stones. Emo Shadowdust didn't say anything as he digested Ling Wei's words and analyzed the truth of them. Ling Wei's voice lowered with a hint of grief. This resurrection stone, every time the trial field opens, it will be hijacked by the foreign races. The lives that were used as sacrifices are all taken captive by force. Among them, the human race makes up the majority. Chapter 60. Who else can battle the ghostly specter? Emo Shadowdust's heart shook as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Using the life of my human race's pride as a sacrifice for the resurrection stone? You know the exact location? Emo Shadowdust's voice turned cold. Aha! I'm sure I can find it. Ling Wei's tone was firm, and a light of hope shone in her eyes. Emo Shadowdust stood up straight and stretched his muscles, making a crisp bone-rubbing sound. A powerful energy fluctuation suddenly spread from his body, rippling out like a ripple and sweeping around. The summoners that were struggling to kill the alchemy creatures in the periphery seemed to have received a command, and their movements gave a sudden lurch, stopping their searching pace one after another. Turning their heads in unison, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they quickly converged in the direction of Emoing. Emo Shadowdust waited quietly, feeling the gradually thickening undead fluctuations in the air. A few moments later, all the summons had returned to his side, standing quietly like loyal guards. He turned his head towards Ling Wei, the corners of his mouth curved into a relaxed arc as he said, let's go, it's time for us to head to the center of the canyon. Excitement flickered in Ling Wei's eyes as she nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing lightly from excitement. The two of them walked side by side, heading towards the depths of the canyon. Emo Shadowdust and Ling Wei walked side by side, pushing sideways all the way to the center of the canyon. The view opened up, and in the distance, there were shadows and heads of people, a temporary gathering place for the human race in this area. Teenagers were gathered in groups, talking in low voices. The air was filled with depression and anxiety, as if the sky was low on the eve of a rainstorm. Stepping into the campground, several tents were set up in a semicircle, and a few simple stone chairs were placed in an arc. The human celestials who possessed second-order battle power were all worried at the moment, and the atmosphere was gloomy. 3 of them were bruised and battered, their bandages oozing blood, shocking to the eyes. Pang Tianming, who came from Kyoto, was so enraged that he slapped his palm on the stone table. With a loud bang, the teacup trembled and the tea splashed everywhere. That mighty ghost race ghost specter, deceiving people too much. His voice was low, like a trapped beast hissing. If my desolate heaven Holy Land senior brother Yang Koan were here, wouldn't he be allowed to be so rampant? Pang Tianming's eyes were crimson, his temples bulging with veins, his spiritual energy surging around his body, but he had nowhere to vent it, appearing particularly stifled. Zhenxing Chen covered his chest, the intense pain from the burning of the ghost fire caused his face to turn pale and a cold sweat beaded on him. The ghost specter's attacks were insidious and treacherous, and the accompanying ghost flame was difficult to get rid of. Even the priest's healing spells were unable to do anything, and recovery from his injuries was extremely slow. He clenched his teeth and his voice was hoarse. Where are the people from the light god cult? Their holy light spells are the very nemesis of the mighty ghost race. Chen Jianqing's tone carried a hint of expectation, as well as a hint of despair. Pang Tianming leaned dismally against the back of his chair and let out a long sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and self-reproach. If it was any other race, I would have crushed it long ago, but it was this mighty ghost race. That restricts physical attacks. My brute strength is useless. He swept his gaze over the several celestial pride present, a hint of hope in his eyes. Everyone, who else can fight with the ghost specter? We, the human race, can no longer afford to lose this person. The crowd looked at each other in silence, and in the end, they all slowly shook their heads with gloom in their eyes. Outside the tent, there was a group of young human teenagers gathered, looking forward to the event, their eyes filled with uneasiness. Seeing a few heavenly prides walk out, they immediately surrounded them, asking questions with their mouths agape. Brother Pang, how is it? Can anyone go out to battle? A teenager asked anxiously, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Yes, big brothers, we've been suffocating ourselves these past few days. The teleportation gate didn't open, and it's useless for Ghost Spectre to block the gate. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate us. Another teenager was filled with indignation, clenching his fists and whitening his knuckles. That's not true. Now the other races are all looking at the joke and pointing their fingers. Our human race has lost all its face. The voices of the crowd were filled with anger, unwillingness, and humiliation. Pang Tianming listened to the crowd's comments and looked at their expectant eyes. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly. In the crowd, sighs rose and fell, and despair spread like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire camp. It's over. Can we only let that ghost specter be arrogant? A teenager's voice was low, permeated with a deep sense of powerlessness, as if his entire body had been drained of strength. That's not necessarily true. There are at least 3 of us from the human race who can steadily defeat the ghost specter: the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light, Irene, the Desolate Heaven Holy Land's eldest senior brother, Yang Kuan, and the Celestial Master Sex Wangi. Su Wen, who had been in the gathering place for several days, couldn't help but retort, trying to bring a ray of hope to the crowd. What's the use of talking about this? Where are their people? Not a single one has appeared. Immediately, someone questioned, their tone filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. I heard that they lost contact not long after they entered the periphery of the trial field, and their communicators lost their signals, and I don't know what kind of accident happened. Su Wen's voice also lowered, his tone filled with worry and uneasiness. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people could not breathe. Even the sound of birds chirping in the distant mountains and forests sounded particularly harsh at the moment, adding to this heaviness and sadness. Just as the crowd was talking, a vision arose. The sky was suddenly torn apart, and countless pillars of light broke through the clouds like sharp swords and shot up into the sky. The exclusive teleportation gates of each race, the passageways leading to the 10,000 races Heaven's Pride trial grounds, opened with a bang under the attention of 10,000 people. The light was dazzling and magnificent, as if it was going to light up the entire world. Imo Shadowdust and Lingwei happened to arrive at the outskirts of the settlement and witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes. Imo Shadowdust sidled his head, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said to Lingwei beside him, "It seems that we came at the right time, not too early and not too late." When Lingwei heard this, the corners of her lips rose slightly, revealing a hint of a shallow smile, as gentle and touching as a spring breeze brushing a willow. Having spent most of the night traveling together, the two naturally chatted for a few moments. Lingwei realized that Mo Ingsuan, this person, looked cold and icy, but is actually quite good to get along with. Just sometimes, it can be a bit immodest. Let's go, Ink Shadowdust spoke in a light tone with a hint of flirtation. Who knows how big this portal is, in case there's still a long line. Lingwei's smile intensified and she nodded gently. The two of them walked side by side towards the direction of the portal. However, as they gradually drew closer, Mo Shadowdust detected a hint of abnormality. The portal had opened, so it was logical that the pride of the human race should be scrambling to rush in and seize the first opportunity. So why did it seem so cold and quiet at this moment, with not a few people in sight? This is not normal. Mo Ingduan was puzzled, and his eyes scanned around, eventually landing on a youth who was about to leave. Chapter 61, Killing You, Just One Sword. Mo Shadowdust arrowed forward and pulled the man with a hint of disbelief in his tone. This brother, please stay, may I ask what's going on? Hasn't the teleportation gate already been opened? Why don't we see anyone going in? The youth who was pulled by Mo Shadowdust was none other than Su Wen, who had already stayed in the settlement for several days. He was stunned by Mo Ingduan's sudden action and looked Mo Ingduan up and down. Seeing that he looked serious and didn't look like he was deliberately picking a fight, he knew that he should have just arrived here and didn't understand the situation. Su Wen sighed and explained helplessly. Alas, the two of you don't know, our human race's teleportation gate has been blocked by the mighty ghost race for several days, and no one has been able to solve this trouble. Since you guys just arrived, don't rush in, find a place to rest first. Suwon pointed to a corner not far away and continued. The portal will only be open for one day, the bigwigs of our human race should be arriving soon, so it's not too late to go in after they've finished with the mighty ghost race. After saying that, Suwon wanted to turn around and leave. The mighty ghost clan blocking the door? Mo Shadowdust sniffed, his brows furrowing slightly as a cold light flashed under his eyes. He did not listen to Suwon's advice, instead, he quickened his pace and walked straight towards the direction of the teleportation gate. At this moment, quite a number of humanoids had already gathered near the teleportation gate, whispering in groups of 3 or 5, anxiety and helplessness written all over their faces. All of them were eagerly awaiting the appearance of a strong person who could save the day so that they could enter the trial field as soon as possible. Suwon, who had left earlier, was currently sitting boredly in a corner, his gaze flicking to the direction of the teleportation portal from time to time. When he saw that Mo Shadowdust was actually walking towards the teleportation portal, he was immediately startled. He quickly got up and waved at him, shouting loudly, "Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Come back, come wait on my side." However, it was as if Shadowdust didn't hear his shouts, his footsteps didn't stop at all and he walked straight to the teleportation door. Only to see that in front of him, a figure draped with a ghostly aura was suspended in mid-air, and it was none other than the mighty ghost race Ghost Spectre that was blocking the teleportation door. Ghost Yui's body was jumping with ghostly flames, exuding a gloomy and cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The crowd of the human race raised their heads, their gazes converging on Mo Shadowdust as murmurs rose and fell. Who is this person? Never seen him before. Mostly a rash young man who just came here and doesn't know the heights of heaven. Alas, another one to die, why bother? Perhaps he is unwilling to be humiliated by the human race and wants to fight to the death. Various voices intertwined together, filled with complex emotions such as questioning, mocking, regretting, and admiring. Suwon was even more dumbfounded, and his heart was filled with remorse. Just now, I should have made the situation clearer, but this is good, why did this kid just rush up? Ghost Yui looked down at Mo Ingduan below, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cruel arc. In a contemptuous tone, he said, "What, another human ant has come to die?" Mo Shadowdust's expression was calm and ancient as he slowly spat out 2 words, "A knife." Ghost Yui froze at his words, seemingly not understanding, and asked doubtfully, "What one blade?" Mo Shadowdust raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Looking straight at Ghost Yui, he said word for word, "To kill you, it only takes 1 knife." The words were powerful and loud, appearing particularly clear in the silent atmosphere. Ghost Spectre was first stunned, and then, as if he had heard a heavenly joke, he laughed wildly up to the sky. The laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, full of mockery and disdain. "Ah, this is really ridiculous. You human brat, not only are you a self-important waste of space, you are also a whimsical fool. Just with you, how dare you spout off about killing me with a single slash?" The Ghost Spectre laughed, and the ghost fire around his body pulsed violently, as if he would pounce on Mo Ingsuan at any moment and devour him to death. Mo Shadowdust, however, was not moved in the slightest, still standing there quietly, his breath converging around him. Like a sword that has yet to be unsheathed, waiting for the moment to blossom. The wind seems to have stopped flowing at this moment, and a tense and depressing atmosphere permeates the air. Mo Shadowdust's eyes slightly narrowed, and a mental command was precisely transmitted like an invisible silk thread to the phantom thorn lurking in the shadows. "No need to try," his voice was low and cold, as if it came from the 9 hells. "Directly release all your spiritual power and kill in 1 blow." Phantom Thorn's figure twisted and changed in the shadows, as silent as a ghost. It followed Mo Shadowdust's will and instantly activated the Shadow Shuttle skill. Its figure transformed into an empty black smoke, and after a few flashes in the void, it ghostly appeared behind Ghost Spectre in mid-air. Ghost Yui was still laughing wildly, not realizing that the Grim Reaper had quietly come. He was surrounded by ghostly chi, his face was hideous, as if he was an evil ghost that was about to devour its prey. However, just as he was getting carried away, an extremely dangerous chill instantly crept up his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Phantom Thorn had already unleashed his strongest strike, a perfect combination of energy burst and first blade strike. It condensed its entire body's spiritual energy onto the short blade of the Hellblade, and the blade instantly erupted with a dazzling ghostly blue light, as if the air around it was distorted by this power. Phantom Thorn's figure was as fast as lightning, and the hell short blade in his hand transformed into a mournful cold aura, ruthlessly stabbing into Ghost Spectre's back heart. Put! The sound of a sharp blade searing the illusory body of the ghostly apparition was exceptionally clear in the silent canyon. Ghost Spectre's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt end, and the hideous expression on his face instantly froze. He looked down incredulously at the short, ghostly blue blade that ran through his chest, and his pupils suddenly tightened. Boom! The berserk spiritual energy exploded inside Ghost Spectre's body, and his body was blown apart like a ragdoll. Before he could let out a mournful scream, he dissipated into the wind. Ghost Yui's originally powerful aura was also like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguished. After the Phantom Thorn completed his fatal strike, his figure paused in place. Ink Shadow Dust was quick, and the moment Phantom Spike was unconscious and had not yet fallen to the ground, he directly put it into the summoning space. It was as if it had never appeared. Only the faint smell of burning that permeated the air and Ghost Yui's mangled corpse proved that the thrilling scene just now was not an illusion. Mo Shadow Dust watched all of this expressionlessly, as if he had only done an insignificant thing. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the opponent's words. Ghost Clan's Body B, Rampant E. Ghost Race Body B, disperses the entity and survives with an illusory body, immune to physical attacks while mastering the gift of Ghost Fire. Note, damage dealt by Holy Light, Exorcism, and other attacks is doubled. Rampant E, more or less a big brain disease. Mo Shadow Dust looked back at Lingwei and beckoned. Lingwei understood and went forward to step into the portal with Mo Shadow Dust. Chapter 62, the three big brothers came at a really good time. After Ink Shadow Dust instantly killed Ghost Spectre. The originally noisy venue was strangely silent at this moment. The crowd's jaws dropped as they stared incredulously at the direction where Mo Shadow Dust had disappeared. It was as if the air was still suffocating with the oppressive feeling from that powerful strike. After a short period of silence, a buzz of discussion erupted from the crowd. Just now. What happened? A woman in a green-colored power suit had a trembling voice, clearly stunned by the scene just now. I didn't see it. That black shadow, it was too fast. A stout man next to him stammered in reply, shock still lingering in his eyes. Isn't Ghost Spectre an illusory physique? How could a physical attack work? Someone questioned, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. The difficulty of the Ghost Spectre was experienced by everyone present, that ethereal body leaving countless people helpless. But now, there was someone who had killed him with a single blow, which had simply overturned their knowledge. That person. Exactly who is it? A low voice rang out with a hint of awe. No matter who it is, this strength is enough to stand proudly. Another person picked up the conversation, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Yes, Ghost Spectre, this trouble is sort of solved, let's hurry up and leave as well, don't delay the search for the opportunity. Someone suggested, breaking the short-lived calm. The crowd nodded their heads, the desire for the trial rekindled in their eyes. Let's go. I don't know who shouted, but the crowd woke up as if in a dream and surged in the direction of the portal. The sounds of footsteps and clashing weapons once again echoed in the canyon. Only, in everyone's heart, the shock of that figure, that thunderous strike, was branded. Not far away, Pang Tianming wrapped in a gust of wind, followed closely behind by three figures, shooting towards the portal like a stringed arrow. It was precisely Irene, Yang Kuan, and Wang Yi. A few minutes ago, the three human celestials had actually arrived at the same time. Seeing that the three had finally arrived, Pang Tianming described the incident of the mighty ghost race blocking the door in a jealous manner. When the three of them heard this, they all became furious. Irene snorted coldly, and her aura climbed steeply around her as she. Pang Tianming, quickly lead the way. I'd like to see which ungrateful mighty ghost race dares to be so reckless. Yang Kuan was also clenching his fists, his bones clacking, a cold aura in his eyes, and District Ghost also dare to block the way of my human race, today must call it form and God all destroyed. Wang Yi, however, his face was calm, his hands tucked into his Taoist robe, and even yawned. The four of them rushed to the teleportation portal like a whirlwind. The sight in front of them, however, made them freeze. The originally arrogant and domineering Ghost Spectre had disappeared, and in front of the teleportation gate, people were gathering, and the human trialists were pouring into the trial field. Pang Tianming scratched his head, his face full of doubts. What's the situation? Ghost Spectre ran away by himself? It was flaunting its power here just now. He looked around and beckoned to Dogleg, who was about to report to him. The Dogleg came closer and lowered his voice. Pang Xiao, just now there came a human race, the face is very strange, no one knows it, but the strength is ridiculously strong, a knife split that Ghost Spectre. The three of them, Aaron, glanced at each other, all feeling a bit puzzled. The situation here was very different from what Pang Tianming had said. Just as several people were puzzled, Suan, who hadn't yet had the chance to enter the teleportation array, happened to pass by here. When he glanced at the three of Aaron, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer and he said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, aren't these the three big dudes? What's the matter, finally willing to come? What a great time to come. I just don't know, did you guys arrive a long time ago, hiding in the dark and not daring to come out? Or is it really such a coincidence that you arrived at the right time?" Suan finished speaking and stepped into the teleportation portal without looking back, leaving behind the three people with stunned faces. Eileen's willow eyebrows rose up, her teeth biting her red lips, and a nameless fire welled up in her heart. Yang Kuan's face was gloomy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his fists clenched tighter. Wang Yi, on the other hand, his eyes flickered, as if he had found something funny, with a smile on his face. What the hell? Yang Kuan cursed in a low voice, who are we messing with? Inexplicably being taunted. Isn't it just that we entered a secret realm and stayed in it for a few more days? Erin took a deep breath, forced down the anger in her heart, and spoke in a low tone. Forget it, there's no need to bother with him, the priority is to enter the trial field. According to the news we received in the secret realm, I'm afraid that this trial is not that simple. The undead race seems to have premeditated this, and it's aimed straight at our human race. Yang Cohen sniffed and his expression became grave. Yes, the undead race is determined to make things happen. All the undead race participating in the trial will defy all odds and join forces to set off the undead heavenly tribulation. Specifically targeting our human race, this is simply heartless. We must make preparations as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Yi was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful. Let's go, talking about this won't help. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. If it really comes to the point of no return, then find a more comfortable place for yourself, dig a pit and bury yourself, and you'll be able to afford yourself. As the words fell, the three of them no longer hesitated, their figures flashed and disappeared into the teleportation portal. A few days later, deep inside the 10,000 Races trial grounds, inside an ancient relic, Ling Wei looked at Mo Shadowdust, who was standing with his hands in front of her, with a complex expression that was hard to describe. At his feet, there was a corpse lying quietly. The corpse was emitting a strong demonic aura, but its vitality had been cut off. It was the strongest genius of the young generation of the Dharma Demon clan, the Imperial Sun Demon Soul. This is the end? Ling Wei's cherry lips slightly opened, her voice carrying a hint of incredulity. Although the Dharma Demon clan was not a top clan, this Imperial Demon Soul was a genuine young supreme. How could he fall so easily in the hands of Mo Shadowdust? During these days with Mo Shadowdust, her three views were constantly being refreshed and her perceptions were being subverted. Him, a necromancer. The number of summoned undead was actually more than twice that of an ordinary necromancer. Wherever the undead legions passed through, it was like locusts passing through, not an inch of grass was left to grow. No living being could escape the fate of being harvested. Him, a necromancer. Majoring in summoning, and even skillfully using white bone magic. Ling Wei had once witnessed his fingertips leaping with pale bone flames, instantly condensing a sharp bone spear that pierced through the skull of a powerful foreigner. That bone spear, with the chill of death, was chilling. Him, a necromancer. The summons under his command are all as strong and gifted as they are. Ling Wei silently recalled the names and abilities of those summons. Vigorous, with infinite strength, like a mobile fortress, sweeping away thousands of troops. Iron Guard, defense is unparalleled, indestructible, guarding a party. Phantom Stabber, ghostly figure, one strike to kill, people cannot be defended. Blood Devil, bloodthirsty berserk, battle for battle, the more courage. Eagle Eyes, insight, control the whole situation, thousands of miles to find the enemy. These names are quite apartment. Chapter 63 Spell Curing S. The corner of Ling Wei's mouth involuntarily raised a light smile. Unconsciously, she had actually begun to appreciate Mo Ingsuan's bad taste. She woke up with a jolt, secretly chagrined. After spending so much time with this guy, she had become a little lax herself. No, I must remain vigilant. This trial ground was full of crises, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the end of everything. However, with this vast army of undead sweeping in on all fronts, the sense of security was indeed overwhelming. Ling Wei took a deep breath, feeling the faint smell of blood that filled the air. The tip of her nose was haunted by the scent of decay, if anything, a flavor unique to undead creatures. The low hissing of the undead legions as they marched echoed in his ears, causing his heart to palpitate. Her skin felt the chilly energy flowing through the air around her, causing her to shiver slightly. Even so, an inexplicable stabilization welled up in her heart. With Mo Ingsuan around, it seemed that all crises could be resolved. Ling Wei turned her head sideways and looked at the upright figure beside her. His black robes haunted, his face was cold, and a strong aura of death lingered around him. At this moment, he was lowering his head, seemingly inspecting the corpse of that Imperial Demon Soul. The sunlight poured onto him through the cracks in the ruins, casting a long shadow at his feet. That shadow, as if it was a messenger from hell, carried an endless pressure. Ling Wei's heart trembled, and she actually developed a trace of inexplicable awe. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the opponent's words, Spell Curing S, Spirit Power Reduction A, and Single Head of Bad Lucky. Spell Curing S, every time the word owner breaks through the rank, she can choose any defensive spell to be cured, and the cured spell will become one with himself/herself and take effect permanently. Spiritual Power Reduction A, each of your attacks will dissipate the struck person's spiritual power, up to a maximum of 1/10 of his or her total spiritual power. Bad Lucky, all things are inappropriate in the near future, fear of bloodshed, remember to be careful with your words. Mo Shadowdust looked at this FA demon corpse in front of him, a few helplessness in his brows. This Dharma demon, for some reason, as soon as he entered the ruins, he attacked him without explanation, but in the end, he was reduced to a courier who brought him warmth. Unfortunately, the ability to revive the dead was not useful for the time being. The first priority of these foreign pride, after entering the trial field, was to break through to the second stage. He, Mo Shadowdust, on the other hand, was still stuck at the first rank. It seemed that one had to find a suitable bearer as soon as possible. A trace of envy surged in Mo Shadowdust's heart. These foreigners, without the need to bother killing monsters, could increase their strength just by practicing intensely. They also do not need to use a carrier to break through their realm, and rely solely on their racial talent. If this idea of his was known to the foreign races of the 10,000 worlds, I am afraid that it would lead to countless scorns and denunciations. The reason why the human race was regarded as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh by the strong races of the 10,000 realms was precisely because they possessed a cultivation method that was difficult for other races to reach. The other races could only rely on cultivation over time to slowly become stronger. The human race, on the other hand, was able to rapidly increase their strength by hunting monsters and foreign races, which was simply cheating. In other races, the talent was predetermined at birth, and every time a genius appeared, he would be treated like a treasure by the entire race. The human race, on the other hand, with the bearers and career system acquired later in life, can have 1,000 different abilities, and even change their destiny against the heavens. This was simply a blatant provocation of the laws of heaven and earth. Mo Shadowdust held a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth as he gently shook his head. Ink Shadowdust's mind moved. He added the spell Curing S and Spiritual Power Reduction that he had just acquired to his body. The host has obtained the word spell Curing. The current host is at the first level. Please choose a defensive spell to cure. White Bone Armor. Mo Shadowdust's thoughts sank into his mind without the slightest hesitation. The only defense skill he currently mastered was this one, there was no other choice. Successful selection, White Bone Armor has been solidified. Ink Shadowdust carefully realized the energy fluctuations surging around him. He nodded with satisfaction. His previous guess was indeed correct. S-rank words were all existences that defied the heavens. This spell curing was the same. After the white bone armor was cured, it was like a layer of invisible armor, permanently guarding his body. The original defensive skill that needed to be actively performed had now become a passive defense. Imagine, if one cultivates all the way to the 9th rank, obtaining 9 passive defense spells to add support. At that time, I am afraid that anyone will be difficult to shake the slightest bit of it. Wait. Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze over Lingwei, who was burying her head in researching her equipment. Without moving, he once again activated the white bone armor skill. In the next moment, an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. That's right. That's it. As he had expected, cured skills did not affect the active skills. This meant that he could now obtain a double defense. One of the layers was even more permanent. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. After dispersing the white bone armor that he had actively cast, Mo Shadowdust tested the effect of spiritual power reduction. Its power was truly amazing. With only 10 hits, it could cause any opponent's spiritual energy to dry up and completely lose their ability to fight. Of course, this skill also has limitations, must directly attack the opponent's body to be effective. Attack shields and other means of defense is invalid. Ink Shadowdust subconsciously glanced at the body of the FA soul on the ground. Brother, rest in peace. Thanks, Ao. An ancient ruin collapsed. In the midst of the dust, a silhouette stepped on a flowing flying sword and rose up to the sky like a shock. That silhouette, it is Xia Yunxi. At this moment her body aura is severe, and previously a different person. Originally, in the periphery of the trial field, she had accidentally discovered a hidden alchemy creature manufacturing factory. Inside the factory, mechanical arms waved and conveyor belts operated. Countless alchemical creatures were continuously manufactured like products on an assembly line, and then precisely dropped into various parts of the canyon by space furnaces. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yunxi's heart shook with disbelief at what she saw before her eyes. Inside the factory was empty, only cold machines tirelessly running, through a strange sense of order. She carefully probed around and confirmed that there was no danger before relaxing slightly. After some searching, she did not find out exactly who the factory was, or what god had made it. Instead, by mistake, she discovered where the energy core was stored. Overjoyed, she sat down on her knees and frantically absorbed the core energy until her cultivation broke through to the peak of the first rank. After exiting the gate, she rushed into the interior of the trial field just as the trial portal was about to close. After entering, by some chance, she unexpectedly obtained an ancient flying sword from another relic. Refining it as a carrier, her cultivation level even broke through to the second stage in one fell swoop. If Mo Shadowdust knew these things about Xia Yunxi, I'm afraid that he would have stifled his wrists. If Xia Yunxi's humanoid koi carp was beheaded, he would be able to plunder the words of Hong Luandang II, the son of destiny, and so on. Chapter 64 Beauty but 3 seconds. Xia Yunxi was flying with her sword, her clothes fluttering, immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, but she did not expect the crisis to suddenly descend. Several giants, 3 meters tall and covered in gnarled muscles, appeared as if out of thin air and surrounded her. These giants had hideous faces, each holding a huge stone in their hands, and with a furious roar, they simultaneously threw the huge stones into the air and smashed them towards Xia Yunqi like the sky was covered with clouds. Xia Yunqi was startled, and in her haste, she harnessed her flying sword to dodge left and right. However, as she was new to the art of flying, she was hit by a few boulders, and her body shook for a while. She forced herself to hold back the chi and blood surging within her body, barely stabilizing her figure and floating to the ground, vigilantly watching these uninvited guests. The desolate blood giant clan? Xia Yunqi's brows knit tightly as she questioned in a cold voice, "What do you want?" The giant sniffed and erupted into a deafening frenzied laughter, the sound waves rolling and shaking the surrounding mountains and rocks. "What for? Little girl, obediently come with us." Xia Yunqi naturally refused to be caught with her hands. She gripped the flying sword in her hand tightly, her spiritual energy running, ready to fight these giants. With her agile figure and swordlight, she circled around with the giants with her second-rank strength, and in a moment, she even seriously injured a few giants directly. However, right at this moment, a ground-shaking roar came from the distance, the ground trembled, and the sand flew away. A giant clad in heavy armor and holding a huge shield, like a humanoid tank, came running wildly at an astonishing speed. Every step that the giant took landed, stepping out a deep footprint, the ground cracked, and the sound was horrifying. The long-distance straight-line charge caused his speed to climb to a terrifying level, wrapped in a might that destroyed the heavens and the earth. What was even weirder was that the charge seemed to carry some sort of locking effect. Xia Yunqi only felt that an invisible force had firmly imprisoned her, and she was unable to move the slightest bit. Not good. Xia Yunqi's heart was alarmed, but she was unable to dodge, and could only watch as the giant crashed into her. Boom! With a loud bang, Xia Yunqi flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. It smashed hard into the ground, and it was as if the bones in his body had snapped inch by inch. Sharp pain instantly swept through her entire body, causing her eyes to go black and she almost fainted. She struggled to get up, but found that her body was so weak that she couldn't move the slightest bit. Several giants swarmed up to her and tied her up with special ropes that inhibited her spiritual energy, dragging her away roughly as if they were tying up prey. Brother Barbarian. Strong. Even a second-ranked human can't block a single hit from Brother Barbarian. Worthy of being the strongest of the young generation of my tribe's tribe. Ha ha ha. Early second stage? Nothing but a mole cricket. The giant known as Brother Barbarian laughed wildly in triumph, his voice sounding like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, "My desolate blood barbarian clan is one of the strongest clans in the 10,000 realms. How can a mere human second-rank trash block my strike? Brothers, step up. This time, we have seized the first opportunity, and ruthlessly thwarted the Shadow Race and Purgatory Race's big races, and seized the Resurrection Stone altar. Hurry up and collect the sacrifices, and when there are enough of them, we'll slaughter them and obtain the Resurrection Stones." Whoa! Who? The giants roared excitedly, their voices shaking the sky and echoing endlessly in the canyon. Xia Yunqi was dragged, her pretty face white, her heart filled with despair and unwillingness. How could she not have expected that she would fall into such a situation just after her breakthrough? Her ears echoed with the maniacal laughter of the giants as her body was roughly dragged along, her skin rubbing against the ground and sending out bursts of fiery pain. The fishy odor emanating from the giants filled her nostrils, making her gag. Her heart went cold. Was she going to be buried here like this? Mo Shadowdust raised his eyes and looked at Lingwei, who was standing on top of a crumbling building, observing the terrain. He couldn't help but be amused for a moment. He raised his voice and shouted, "Hey, I say Miss Ling, is this the place you swore you'd definitely find? You've been leading me around this hellish place for days. Wait a few more days and the resurrection stones will all be taken." Lingwei sniffed, the power of space flashed around her, and in the next second, the roof's figure disappeared, appearing directly in front of Mo Ingduan's body. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered in a rather embarrassed manner, "How was I to know that the terrain of the trial ground changes every time it opens? Master Teacher only gave me the general direction and the features of the terrain around the altar. I have to be given some time to survey. It's not like I'm intentionally leading you in circles." She paused and added with a straight face, "And it's not as if you're getting nowhere." Saying that, she stretched out her white, slender fingers and pointed behind Mo Ingduan. Ink Shadow Dust subconsciously swept his eyes at the equipment that was hidden by himself. Blinking Cloak Purple, Equipper's magic resistance is increased by 20%, comes with skill, Blinking. Blinking, activated, can instantly move to any location within a 2-meter radius, cooldown time, 1 hour. The corners of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, it is rewarding. He sounded helpless, but I'm not the only one who got something out of it, am I? He raised his hand and pointed at Lingwei, a few accusations in his tone. How dare you say that? After so many days, I've only managed to salvage this one piece of equipment. Look at yourself again, you're armed to the teeth, all purple and shiny, shaking my eyes. Are you purposely not hiding your equipment and mocking me for having a black face? On Lingwei's body, she was currently wrapped tightly in various purple-grade equipment, the light flowing and glittering. It was a stark contrast to Mo Shadowdust's shabbiness. Those equipments seemed to be alive, emanating a palpitating energy fluctuation, and even a subtle buzzing sound could be heard. Ling Wei was flabbergasted by Mo Ingsuan's words. Only then did she realize that all of her equipment was really showing. Dumbly spat out his tongue and said somewhat apologetically, "Oops, in a moment of happiness, I forgot to hide my equipment, I will pay attention next time." As she spoke, she fumbled to collect the light of the equipment on her body. However, that dazzling light seemed to have been deeply imprinted in Ink Shadowdust's mind, causing him to feel a pang of heartburn. Ling Wei spat out the tip of her tongue, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. "Don't be angry, big deal, I'll even you 2 pieces of equipment to make amends." Mo Shadowdust heard this and was so enraged that he almost didn't turn his back. "Even out 2 pieces for me? Tell me which one she'll share with me. Is it the staff that extends its spatial sensory tentacles to the heavens? Or the robe that doubles the power of space magic?" Her outfit was as close to having the words "exclusive to Ling Wei" engraved on it as it was possible to get. And she's still saying that she's even with me? What am I going to do with it? Sell it as junk? The 2 men were bickering when a rustling movement came from the distance. Chapter 65 Ling Wei, you're more or less in your right mind. Mo Shadowdust frowned and was about to wave his hand for the army of undead to run right over. However, he was interrupted by Ling Wei, who was releasing spatial fluctuations to probe from the side. "I seem to found a clue." Ink Shadowdust froze. "What kind of clue?" Ling Wei pointed in the direction the voice came from, her tone certain. "Over there, a few desolate blood giants are dragging 3 human races and a demon race." Mo Shadowdust's eyes suddenly lit up like stars appearing at first in the night sky. "Really?" Ling Wei's head nodded lightly. "Good. After all these days of going around in circles, I'm finally getting a feel for something. Within this 10,000 races trial ground, encountering a foreign race. Either they die of old age or they are immortal. Where is the sense of beating down and dragging away? These guys, 9 times out of 10, were heading for the Resurrection Stone altar." Ink Shadowdust moved his mind and took the vast summoning army back into space, only leaving behind some of the low-ranked cannon fodder that had come back to life after being struck down these days to act as eyesores. The 2 of them, Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei, carefully tailed the desolate blood giant and trekked for 2 days. At this moment, the 2 of them were hiding underneath a mountainside, watching the few desolate blood giants resting their feet from afar. Mo Shadowdust's forehead veins popped, and he lowered his voice, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. "This is what you call leading the way? The direction is completely south. If we didn't happen to bump into these desolate blood giants, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find the altar after walking for the rest of our lives." Ling Wei's pretty face was scarlet, her head buried almost as low as her chest, living like a frightened quail. Her heart is also a grieved ah, who let the terrain here with the maze-like. Several desolate blood giants took heavy steps, and the earth trembled with them. They dragged the bound human and demon races, their figures standing out in the desolate wilderness. Hours later, a towering structure appeared on the horizon, its silhouette lurid in the dim sky. The draconic blood giants threw their captives into the building like rags, and then left in a hurry, empty-handed. Apparently it was off to search for more sacrifices. The altar, presumably, was inside that building. Ling Wei gazed ahead, her willow brows knitted slightly, and she said with a hint of difficulty in her tone, "Now, what should we do?" She was clear about Mo Ingwan's strength, and based on her observations over the past few days, this youth in front of her was afraid that he possessed the power to sweep through the entire 10,000 races trial grounds. In this place where rank 2 was the top level of combat power, those few terrifying summons were simply not something the younger generation could resist. Except for those few overlord race leaders with unfathomable strength who didn't know their strength and needed to fight to know who won and who lost. All other obstacles were like dirt in front of him. A clan of blood giants? They weren't qualified to be called overlords. But, even if he had the ability to push across, he couldn't. There must be quite a few human captives inside. If the people inside were really pissed off, they would jump over the wall and die with the hostages inside. Wouldn't they become the sinners of the human race? Although even without the 2, these people would have had a hard time escaping death, but who knew? If you came to save me, you have to save me, and if you didn't, and forced the enemy to kill me, then it's your fault. This world is so realistic. Mo Shadowdust pondered briefly, and his gaze fell on Ling Wei. "Are you sure you can sneak in?" Ling Wei's teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation, her head nodded, "Yes. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to save the people inside. There are at least second-order powerhouses sitting there." The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth curved up into an arc. "It's good that you can go in. I'll have Phantom Thorn hide in your shadow to protect you. You only need to probe the situation inside." When Ling Wei heard this, a trace of bewilderment flashed through her large watery eyes as she asked in confusion, "Then why don't you just let Phantom Thorn go in? It should be safer for it to sneak in, right?" Mo Ing Chen's breathing stuttered, as if his chest was blocked by something, and he held his forehead somewhat helplessly. He realized that when he got along with this girl who had a cool and haughty appearance but was actually dull and innocent, sooner or later he would be exasperated by her to the point of vomiting blood. Ink Shadow Dust took a deep breath, forced down the helplessness in his heart, and explained, "The Phantom Thorn is an undead creature, its intelligence is limited." This was one of the weaknesses of the undead army under his command. Although with the Heart of Death enlightenment, his undead were more spiritual than the unusual necromancer's summons, they hadn't reached the intelligence level of normal humans after all. It could only be said that it had a certain degree of autonomy and was able to make simple judgments. Letting Phantom Stinger do the scouting? Might as well count on the stones to blossom then. Let it go in for the kill, and it would finish it off beautifully. Oh. Lingwei came to a realization and her head lightly nodded, feeling the phantom thorns lurking in her shadow. She patted her chest and spoke in a firm tone, "Don't worry, benefactor, I promise to complete the mission." However, in a matter of moments, space rippled and Lingwei's figure reappeared. Mo Shadowdust's gaze fell on Lingwei, signaling her to report on the internal situation. Lingwei took a light breath. Her speech was calm, but it was hard to hide the shock in it. "On the altar floor, there are at least 100 or so of my human compatriots bound." "What about the number of desolate blood giants?" Mo Shadowdust pursued, his tone as calm as water. Lingwei looked grave, her voice low. "The Desolate Blood Giant clan, it really lives up to its name. There are dozens of First-Order warriors, and there are actually 3 Second-Order warriors, 1 intermediate, and 2 primary. I'm afraid that this is not all of their strength. The main force of their clan is mostly outside continuing to search for sacrifices." These words fell on deaf ears, but Mo Ingsuan raised his sword brows slightly, the corner of his lips curling up into a playful arc. "A mere 3 second rankers?" Lingwei was slightly stunned, and only then did she wake up to the fact that this pervert in front of her was not of the same strength as her. Don't look at the fact that his current rank hadn't entered the second stage yet, but the strength of his battle power. I'm afraid that in his eyes, a second-rank intermediate is no different from a mole cricket. She even began to wonder if even a peak second-rank Heavenly Pride would be able to fight one of them. Mo Shadowdust cast his gaze towards Lingwei and asked in a low tone, "Those ropes that bind them, is there a way to break them?" The corners of Lingwei's lips rose slightly as her confidence flowed out. "Those are spirit-binding ropes, which are difficult to shake by ordinary means." She winked playfully, a hint of showmanship in her tone. "However, in front of my spatial cutting, even the strongest material is like thin paper." Ink Shadow Dust sniffed and stretched her body, her bones making a slight clicking sound. The corner of his mouth curved up with a hint of playfulness. "This will be simple. I'll surround this place from the outside and create some commotion to draw out the 2 targets." He paused, and his gaze fell on Lingwei with a few moments of casualness. "You go in again with the illusory thorn. It will help you with the remaining desolate blood giants. You just need to focus on rescuing them." Lingwei's eyes gleamed, her excitement overflowing, her head lightly nodding, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, as tantalizing as a ripe peach. Chapter 66 Human Reinforcements? A hint of a smile flashed across the bottom of Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Let's go, and meet this so-called strong clan, this group of self-proclaimed noble desolate blood giants." As the words fell, he took the lead and stepped forward. Behind him, his spiritual power flickered continuously, and a skeleton warrior was continuously summoned out of thin air, quickly forming a neat formation, its morose bones reflecting a ghostly cold light. Dali, Blood Demon, and Eagle Eye, these loyal subordinates who followed Mo Ingsuan, followed closely behind them like a rock. Their auras merged with ink shadow dust, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. Xia Yunxi detected a hint of abnormal fluctuations in the air with the sharp perception of the blazing sun sword immortal. Spatial fluctuations? A space mage? Xia Yunxi looked up. The 3 second-rank giants in charge of guarding the altar all did not have any abnormalities, and apparently failed to notice the fluctuation. A hint of anticipation rose in her heart. The people coming. Would it be reinforcements from the human race? Above the altar, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Xia Yunxi pondered in her heart, no matter what, she must be prepared for everything. By no means could she be so stifled, tied up and become this resurrection stone sacrificial victim. If no one comes to her aid, she will also exert her last ounce of strength to kill a bloody road. She turned her head slightly to the side, and her gaze landed on Van Yenlai, who was also tightly bound by the spirit binding cord beside her. In an extremely low voice, she said, "It seems, someone is coming." Van Yenlai's face, which was originally filled with despair, was instantly replaced by ecstasy. His voice was trembling a little. "Someone? Who is it? How did you detect it?" Xia Yunxi frowned lightly, signaling him to lower his voice so as not to startle those desolate blood giant guards. Explaining softly, she said, "Just now, I seem to have captured a trace of spatial fluctuation." Fan Yenlia's mind spun and blurted out, "Spatial fluctuation? Could it be Lingwei?" But this thought just arose, the joy on his face receded like a tidal wave, and was replaced by a deep helplessness and bitterness. What could Lingwei do if she came? Back when he was teamed up with Lingwei, he faced a second-order demon puppet and was still killed in a state of disarray. Nowadays, Van Yenlai's gaze turned to the 3 stout, terrifying breath desolate blood giant watchers not far away. 3 second-order powerhouses. This was by no means something that Ling Wei alone could fight against. He now only expected Ling Wei to return to the human gathering place as soon as possible and bring in help. Gathering the strength of the human race, there might still be a ray of hope. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Ling Wei would understand the stakes and not act rashly. Outside the altar, the clamor suddenly resounded, breaking the originally dead silent atmosphere. Mo Shadow Dust led a team that had already surrounded this building hidden in the shadows, with a raging momentum and swords drawn. Desolate Blood Giant Clan, quickly come out and suffer death. Mo Shadow Dust's voice was icy cold, like the north wind in a cold winter month, scraping past the ears of every giant present. At his feet, the corpses of 2 tall giant patrolmen lay horizontally, their blood had not yet solidified, and in the dim light, it was shocking to the eyes. On top of the altar, originally leaning against the stone pillar to take a nap, second-order mid-stage giant Shi Yao snapped open his eyes, and his sharp gaze swept over like a falcon. His line of sight lingered for a moment on the other 2 second-order giants, and finally landed on a giant with a slightly slimmer figure. You, follow me out and find out what's going on. Shi Yao's voice was low, carrying an undeniable majesty. The 2 of them moved, taking heavy steps towards the outside of the altar, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Where are the rats from that dare to trespass into my desolate Blood Giant Clan's territory and disturb my purity? Shi Yao's voice was loud and clear, like muffled thunder rolling around, echoing in the open field. Mo Shadow Dust pulled out his ears and frowned slightly. These giant clans, their voices were louder than one another, causing his eardrums to ache. The 10,000 races trial ground, when did it become the private territory of your desolate blood giant race? Mo Shadow Dust sneered back, a hint of mockery in his tone. Shi Yao's gaze landed on Mo Ing Chen, and when he realized that the other party was actually a human, his taut nerves instantly loosened. It was a recognized fact among all races that the human race was generally weak at the lower levels. Because of this, the vast majority of the sacrifices on this altar are of the human race. Ha 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 ha, human race? Shi Yao laughed up to the sky, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. A mole cricket that has yet to step into the threshold of the second order, how dare you speak out in front of me? I think you're tired of living and have come to die. It's just as well, I'm still missing a few sacrifices on this altar, so I'll count you in. Shi Yao laughed fiercely and took big steps, rushing towards Mo Ingduan, each step carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, and the ground trembled. He wanted to capture Mo Shadow Dust alive and use him as a sacrifice. The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he gently waved his right hand and a black shadow flashed by. The Blood Devil's tall body blocked in front of Shi Yao, as immovable as an iron tower. Shi Yao's footsteps lurched, and the smile on his face froze, and then he once again erupted into even more arrogant laughter. What did I think it was? It turns out to be an unknowing human race that dares to run here to die. Trying to stop me with a single zombie? You're afraid that you didn't wake up last night and your brain is in the water, right? Shi Yao's voice was filled with mockery, and he didn't put the blood demon in his eyes at all. In his opinion, a zombie was nothing more than an ant that he could crush with his hands. In the Blood Devil's hollow eye sockets, there was a flickering ghostly green light. It didn't say anything, it just stood there quietly, waiting for Mo Ingsuan to order it. Mo Shadow Dust looked at Shi Yao, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see just how much skill this arrogant and cocky giant had. A cold aura emanated from Mo Shadow Dust's body, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if he was in an ice cellar. He gently snapped his fingers, his voice was crisp and clear, and in this tense atmosphere, it seemed particularly abrupt. Blood Demon, let him see what true power means. Mo Shadow Dust's voice was flat, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The Blood Demon received the order from Mo Ingsuan, the green light in its empty eye sockets flourished, and a berserk aura erupted from its body. It let out a hissing roar up to the sky, its voice hoarse and terrifying, like a demon roaring from hell. The muscles on the Blood Demon's body began to swell, its veins rippled, and its already tall body became even more lanky. Its skin turned dark red, covered with bizarre lines, emitting a palpitating aura. A strong bloody odor filled the air, making people want to vomit. The Blood Demon entered the Blood Demon transformation state. Its strength and defense were greatly improved, but its agility dropped drastically. It took heavy steps and charged towards Shi Yao, each step causing the ground to shake violently as if an earthquake was coming. The smile on Shi Yao's face finally disappeared and was replaced by a touch of gravity. Chapter 67 Second Stage Killing. Shi Yao was able to sense that this zombie in front of him was no longer a presence he could despise before. At this moment, behind Shi Yao, there were already quite a few first-order desolate blood giants waiting in formation, and Shi Yao signaled another second-order giant to take precautions. Shi Yao signaled another second-ranked giant to take precautions, and then he directly charged up towards the Blood Demon. Within the altar, a ripple of space rose, and Ling Wei's pretty figure appeared once again. Xia Yunqi's attention was highly focused this time, and her perception grew sharper, her gaze instantly locking onto Ling Wei's location. Ling Wei was stunned, not realizing that her spatial transfer had been detected. Her heart tightened slightly. Luckily, the other party was a human. If they were enemies, it would have been troublesome. She gently breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to pat her chest, then gave a silencing gesture to Xia Yunqi. At this moment, most of the desolate blood giants had been lured outside, leaving only 1 second-ranked giant and 10 first-ranked giants within the altar. Ling Wei mobilized the power of space, enveloping her petite body in it, carefully concealing her figure and sneaking towards the front. Fan Yanlai also noticed Xia Yunqi's strange appearance at this moment. Following her gaze, he happened to see Ling Wei moving carefully. His heart shook. Was it really Ling Wei who had come? Associating it with the fact that there was a battle raging outside, he guessed that it must be reinforcements from the human race. However, I am afraid that the number of people is not large, otherwise why would they use this kind of sound east to attack the west? Fortunately, the battle outside did lure most of the watchers out. A glimmer of hope had just flared up in Van Yanlai's heart, and then it was extinguished as if cold water had been poured on it. Even if they were lured out, so what? The human reinforcements were obviously understaffed, otherwise why would they let Ling Wei come alone? Wouldn't he know about Ling Wei's strength? How could she be able to defeat that second-order caretaker? In the midst of Fan Yanlai's wild thoughts and Xia Yunqi's expectant gaze, Ling Wei slowly approached the second-order caretaker. Arriving at her intended position, Ling Wei froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. The distance was already enough for Phantom Stinger to launch a surprise attack here and kill her with a single blow. But Ink Shadow Dust did not tell her how to order the Phantom Stinger. Ling Wei began to try various methods in an attempt to communicate with the Phantom Thorn. Fan Yanlai and Xia Yunqi looked at Ling Wei's strange behavior and looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. What was she doing here? Only to see Ling Wei pointing her slender jade finger at that second-ranked giant a moment later. A moment later, she made a throat-slitting maneuver with a determined gesture. A moment later, lifted up the foot, towards the direction of the enemy, kicked a foot in the air, as if to kick the other party to fly. Ling Wei's side tried all sorts of actions, all sorts of postures, but the Phantom Thorn remained silent and unresponsive. Because Ink Shadow Dust also forgot to tell Mirage Thorn to follow Ling Wei's orders. He only gave a protect Ling Wei command. Looking at Ling Wei's helplessness, Xia Yunqi's heart was anxious and inexplicable, but there was nothing he could do. Above the altar, Ling Wei's heart was burning with anxiety. She tried all sorts of methods, but was never able to drive the Phantom Thorns. She stomped her foot in exasperation, but she didn't realize that this subtle movement had startled the desolate blood giant not far away. He-Man! The giant let out a roar, his voice like a bell, causing Ling Wei's eardrums to buzz. His large, copper bell eyes instantly locked onto the direction where Ling Wei was. Grabbing a boulder with his hand, he hurled it violently towards her. The boulder was wrapped in a strong wind, emitting an ear-piercing whine, as if it was going to tear everything in its way into pieces. Ling Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and in the face of this sudden attack, she instinctively launched a spatial transfer. Her figure instantly disappeared in place, and the next moment appeared several meters away, narrowly avoiding the boulder's attack. The boulder landed with a thud, smashing out a deep pit, with debris splashing and dust flying. However, that desolate blood giant did not stop there. He once again locked onto Ling Wei's figure, and his huge body started violently, like a runaway chariot, charging towards Ling Wei. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, as if the entire altar was wailing under his feet. Ling Wei only felt that an invisible force bound her firmly, her body stiffened, and she couldn't even move the slightest bit. This sudden turn of events caused her heart to instantly sink to the bottom. When Xia Yunqi saw this scene, her heart was also startled. She recognized the power as the same bizarre ability that had defeated her earlier. She didn't expect this desolate blood giant to be able to cast it as well. That feeling of confinement where she couldn't move was still fresh in her mind. Seeing that Ling Wei was about to be slammed into by the desolate blood giant, Xia Yunqi could even already foresee the tragic situation after she was sent flying. Just in the nick of time, the shadows beneath Ling Wei's feet suddenly flared with a bizarre fluctuation. The shadows twisted, and a pitch-black silhouette emerged silently from it, precisely the Phantom Thorn that had sensed that Ling Wei was in danger. Like a messenger of death from the underworld, it silently approached the defenseless desolate blood giant. The short blade of hell in its hand flashed with cold aura, and dark red flames faintly pulsed on the blade, which was the hell flames whispering. Phantom Thorn's figure shifted and appeared behind the desolate blood giant like a ghost, without making a sound. The ice-cold short blade was aimed at the back of the giant's neck and stabbed down violently. It contained the power of the phrase first blade strike. The giant in front of him is going to be killed in one blow. The sharp weapon broke through the air, making a slight snort sound. The sound was inaudible, but it carried the aura of death. Clang! A dull thud tore through the silence as the lanky body of the second-order giant fell to the ground with a loud thud, just a step away from Ling Wei. Its eyes were wide open and its pupils were lax, it was already dying of gas. In the dark shadow, a ghostly figure flickers, as fast as lightning. It is the Phantom Thorn. It mercilessly harvested the lives of the remaining 10 first-order giants in the room. Each flash was accompanied by a life fading away, like the god of death wielding a scythe, merciless and efficient. Van Yanlai was dumbfounded, his mind blank. What kind of ability was this? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A few days ago he was fighting alongside him Lingwei, but she possessed such a terrifying ability? Instantly killing the second rank, even cutting the first rank, this kind of battle power was simply appalling. Could it be some kind of powerful summoning spell? He recalled Lingwei's strange movements earlier. Could it be that she was initiating this summoning spell special ritual? Xia Yunqi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the constantly flickering figure in the dark shadows, a familiar feeling surging through her heart. That figure, that aura, seemed to have been seen somewhere. But again, she was a little unsure. After all, the strength of this figure was just too strong, to the point that it could easily kill a second-ranked powerhouse. Could it be that assassin summoned by ink shadow dust? A thought swept through Xia Yunqi's mind, but it was then dismissed by her. Impossible, Mo Yingduan's summons could never possess such great strength. She shook her head, putting this ridiculous thought behind her. Above the altar, a sudden change occurred, like thunder from the ground, shaking people's hearts. The people who were originally bound to the ground by the spirit binding rope, at this moment, they all raised their heads and looked towards the sudden change. Chapter 68 Take Down the Altar. The first image that came into the eyes of the crowd was the huge, unrivaled second-order giant collapsing to the ground. His huge body smashed on the ground, emitting a dull sound as if the earth was trembling. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping scene was staged one after another. One by one, the first-ranked giants fell one after another like harvested wheat. Without the ability to fight back, they didn't even have time to let out a wail before they were already dead. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, intertwining with the already dense scent of barren blood on the altar to form a sickening smell. Lingwei's figure flickered, withdrawing the power of the concealment space that enveloped her body, and her delicate figure was revealed to everyone. She landed lightly on top of the altar, just like a mysterious maiden descending from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Among the crowd, bursts of surprise cries erupted. That voice was filled with the celebration and excitement of surviving a robbery. It's our human race. It's our human race that has come to save us. A young man's voice trembled as tears came out of his eyes, tears of joy and even more tears of hope. I knew it, I knew they wouldn't leave us behind. How could so many of us suddenly disappear without being noticed? A teenager clenched his fists, his voice choking. He pounded his chest hard, as if he wanted to vent out all the fear and despair that had built up over this period of time. It's still our human race, this cohesion, there are really no words. Another person laughed up to the sky, his laughter filled with pride and pride. And those other alien captives who originally still held a glimmer of hope, their eyes were now dim, the flame of hope completely extinguished. Loss and despair were written all over their faces, as if they had been drained of all their strength. As long as it wasn't their own clansmen who came to their aid, no matter who came, their ultimate fate would be nothing more than switching from one cage to another. No one could resist the temptation of the resurrection stone, which was the most precious treasure that all living beings could only dream of. They were nothing more than a sacrifice from the desolate blood giant race to the human race. Lingwei's slender fingers danced lightly, the power of space condensing at her fingertips. Turning into an invisible sharp blade, she cut through a spirit binding cord that bound her fellow human race members. The rope snapped with a slight snap sound, as if unlocking heavy shackles. The bound human race people, one by one, regained their freedom, and their faces showed the happiness of having survived the disaster. When Lingwei arrived in front of Fan Yanlai, her movements slightly stalled. The figure of this person abandoning her not long ago flashed through her mind. Bay teeth tightly biting the lower lip, the heart secretly chanting, "The big picture is important, the big picture is important." Fan Yanlai was also full of embarrassment at the moment. After all, it wasn't long ago that he had made the scandalous move of leaving Lingwei behind to flee for his life alone. His eyes flickered and he didn't dare to look directly at Lingwei, but in his heart, he was secretly glad that it was better to be embarrassed and humiliated than to lose his life. His eyes swept over the foreigners lying on the ground. These foreigners were still firmly bound by the spirit binding cord, unable to move. The gazes of the crowd converged on Lingwei, waiting for her instructions. Lingwei couldn't decide for a moment. She couldn't speculate on what was in Mo Yingduan's mind, and she didn't know if he needed these alien beings as resurrection stone offerings. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. "They're still fighting outside, let's go out and help first. As for these foreigners, let them stay here for now, they can't make any waves anyway with the spirit binding rope binding them, we'll make a decision afterward." The crowd nodded in agreement and followed Lingwei as she rushed out of the building. Outside the building, Mo Shadowdust stood still, his gaze fixed on the Blood Demon and Shi Yao's fight. Blood Demon, in the end, had never been given any words, and with only one move of Blood Demon transformation skill, he was unable to do anything in front of Shi Yao's second-ranked mid-level desolate blood giant. It could only rely on the cover of the surrounding skeleton warriors to support itself. With fewer attacks and more defenses, the situation was precarious. Ink Shadowdust knew in his heart that this moment was not the best time to let Vigorous strike. The internal situation of the building was unknown, and if he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would alert the enemy and put the human captives in danger, and he himself would be caught in a passive situation. Suddenly, a commotion came from the distant building, breaking the tense stalemate. Mo Yingchuan's eyes lit up, only to see Ling Wei and Xia Yunqi walking side by side, leading the rescued fellow humanoids out of the building like a tidal wave. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and Mo Yingchuan had no more worries. Mental energy spread like a spider web, covering the entire field, and an icy command exploded in every summoner's mind: attack with all your might. In an instant, it was as if all the summons were unbound, their ferociousness was revealed, and they madly pounced on the enemy. The rescued humanoids also joined the fray, the flame of vengeance flickering in their eyes as they launched counterattacks at the desolate blood giants. With a roar, Dali abandoned his original opponent and rushed towards Shi Yao like a heavy chariot, fighting alongside the blood demon. The joining hands of the two powerhouses multiplied the pressure on Shi Yao. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, each strike was wrapped in the power to open mountains and crack rocks. On the other hand, Blood Demon utilized his Blood Demon transformation skill to roam around Shi Yao, assisting in finding cracks from the side. The draconic blood giant's proud defense was beginning to crack under the combined attacks of these two powerhouses. The battle entered a white-hot stage as deafening sounds erupted from every collision between Vigorous and Shi Yao, and the ground trembled. On Dali's body, the soul-devouring blood blade emitted a demonic red light, and every time it was swung, it brought up a bloody rain and wind. Shi Yao roared angrily, but it was difficult to resist Vigorous' stormy attack. Finally, after a violent impact, Shi Yao's huge body collapsed to the ground, and the soul-devouring blood blade pierced deeply into his heart. The red light on the soul-devouring blood blade blossomed, and the life force and attributes in Shi Yao's body were crazily drawn out, turning into nutrients to nourish Vigorous. As the other desolate blood giants witnessed Shi Yao's tragic death, fear flowed from their eyes, and their morale instantly collapsed as they discarded their armor and fled in all directions. The human compatriots chased after them, knocking down each fleeing desolate blood giant to the ground, with some being killed on the spot and others being captured alive. Only a handful of desolate blood giants were still resisting, their eyes red and crazy, trying to make a final struggle. Dali took heavy steps and approached these recalcitrant enemies step by step. Each step seemed to step on their hearts, causing them to feel suffocated. Facing these enemies who lost their sanity, Vigor did not have the slightest bit of mercy, as he wielded his soul-devouring blood blade, dryly chopping off their legs, causing them to completely lose their ability to resist. The skeleton warriors then dragged those desolate blood giants that were still alive inside the altar and waited for Mo Shadowdust's sentencing. As the battle ended, a heavy odor of blood filled the air, and the ground was littered with corpses, with broken limbs and arms everywhere. Chapter 69. This Mo Yingchuan is still not stable enough. Inside the altar, Ink Shadowdust stood tall with his hands folded, his gaze deep as if he could penetrate all illusions. He was thinking about how to dispose of the foreign captives that had been taken by the desolate blood giant clan. These foreign races, some of them had fear in their eyes. Some carried deep despair, and others, a numbness. Ling Wei stood quietly not far from him. It was like a loyal little fangirl. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she gazed at him without blinking. Under the stage, Xia Yunqi had a complex expression, her heart rippling. Shock hit her like a tidal wave after wave. It wasn't that she hadn't made guesses before when she saw the figure that appeared in Ling Wei's shadow, but they were all vetoed by herself. However, when she witnessed the Ink Shadowdust leading the undead creatures outside the altar, all the mysteries were solved. Who else could that ghostly figure be but Ink Shadowdust's phantom thorn? How could he be so powerful? Xia Yunqi's heart set off shocking waves. Why is it that I've clearly stepped into the second rank, yet I still can't catch up with him? An unspeakable sense of frustration surged through her heart, causing her to feel incomparably lost and confused. At this time, the crowd of the human race also returned to the interior of the altar one after another. The celebration of surviving the calamity made it difficult for them to calm down for a while, and the clamor rose and fell. Just what kind of god is this lord? The strength is simply unfathomable. Yes, did you guys see that? That skeleton even killed the second-ranked Shi Yao. This kind of strength is simply appalling. In my opinion, this lord's strength has at least reached the intermediate second rank, and may even have reached the advanced second rank. Nonsense! How could he easily decapitate Shi Yao without the strength of a second-order advanced? You guys stop arguing, this lord is certainly powerful, but that Ling Wei is by no means idle either. Didn't you see when she saved us? She didn't know what kind of secret method she used to summon that silhouette. A human race member couldn't help but shiver as he recalled the scene. What on earth was that silhouette? It was simply the incarnation of the god of death. It was too terrifying. A room full of desolate blood giants were slaughtered in just a few blinks of an eye. Mo Shadowdust's gaze swept over the corpses of the fallen desolate blood giants. His voice was low, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. How many clansmen did you desolate blood giants come in this time? A desolate blood giant who had stubbornly resisted earlier spat out a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he didn't answer Mo Yingchuan's question at all. Instead, he hissed and roared. You'd better release us quickly. Someone from my clan has already signaled before. In half a day at most, all the clansmen will return here as much as they can. My clan is personally led by Lord Desolate Savage this time, and he's a top second stage powerhouse. With your ragtag bunch, you'll only be crushed into pieces in front of Lord Desolate Savage. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. Top second order strength? Half a day at most? Isn't this even a chance to escape? Finished, this is completely finished. What should we do? Are we really going to die here? We've only just been saved. No, I don't want to die, I'm still young, I still have a great life ahead of me. Why isn't it someone else who's been captured? The crowd of the human race instantly fell into despair, fear spreading rapidly, panic written on everyone's face. It was as if they had seen the tragic situation where they were slaughtered by the desolate blood giant, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A suffocating and oppressive feeling filled the air. In the crowd, a voice like a stone thrown into a lake broke the still calm atmosphere, and the man proposed in a loud voice. Lord Mo, let's fight side by side and kill our way out. You lead, we'll follow closely behind and choose a direction to break out. Even if that barbaric savage is strong, he may not be able to catch up with all of us. As soon as the words fell, someone spoke out against it, with a few moments of sanity in their voice. This plan is not good. It is too conspicuous to act in unison. The desolate blood giant clan has always gathered in tribes, and hunting and tracking is a necessary skill for each of their warriors. If we move as a group, we will definitely be closely pursued by them. Immediately afterward, another person presented a different view. In my opinion, scattering and escaping is the best strategy. I don't believe that barbaric savage can still split up and catch up with all of us. As soon as this statement was made, someone immediately retorted. Have you forgotten how you ended up in this situation? Do you think Desolate Savage is just alone? They're an entire race of people who entered the trial field are gathering here, at least 1 to 200 of them, and how many of us are there? Can we escape? For a while, the crowd fell into silence, all sorts of proposals were rejected, and the despair became more and more obvious. This feeling of regaining a new life only to immediately fall into the shadow of death once again could suffocate everyone. Someone began to complain, in a small but clearly audible voice. If I had known this, I shouldn't have killed that Shiryao in the first place. No, shouldn't have killed any of the desolate blood giants left here, at least there would still be room for negotiation. That's right, now that the other party's reinforcements have arrived, they are bound to take revenge, aren't we just asking for death? No wonder this Mo Shadow Dust's reputation is so obscure that no one knows about it. It seems that he is not acting steadily enough. This time, he was too reckless, and with total disregard for the consequences, he just went on a killing spree. These tiny murmurs were like sharp blades, cutting silently through the air. Mo Shadow Dust naturally took in these words to the best of his ability, yet his face was as normal. He only memorized the people who spoke one by one, intending to settle the score later. No matter where you are, there will always be some people who lack self-awareness. They never seem to have seriously thought about how they could be freed from their bondage if they didn't kill those desolate blood giants. Should they rely on their mouths to convince those barbarians? It's ridiculous. Fortunately, such voices were only in the minority, and most people were still focused on how to deal with the crisis at hand. They either discussed in low voices or frowned tightly, trying to find a silver lining. Mo Shadow Dust looked back, his gaze sweeping over the desolate blood giants strewn across the ground, his voice low, carrying an unquestionable determination. I'll give you one last chance, tell me exactly how many people from your clan have come this time? Before the words fell, the desolate blood giant who had spoken out before laughed wildly up in the sky. The sound shook the 4 fields, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke, completely ignoring Mo Shadow Dust's questioning. Mo Shadow Dust's face suddenly chilled, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 70, Lord Mo, you can't lead everyone to their deaths. Mo Shadow Dust coldly spat out a few words, each one like it was fished out of an ice cellar, carrying a piercing chill. Since you're unwilling to speak, then shut up forever. He turned his head, ordering Vigor, who was silent and speechless beside him, his voice concise and strong. Do it, leave no one behind. Dolly nodded wordlessly, his body surging forward, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand slicing through the air, bringing up a scarlet blood trail, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the desolate blood giants. The sticky blood flowed slowly along the ground lines, being greedily devoured by the spell formation and converging towards the high platform. The light of the spell formation flickered erratically, brightening and dimming, and eventually dimmed. Obviously, the life force of these sacrifices was not enough to give birth to the resurrection stone. Ink Shadow Dust turned around and faced the crowd of people with different expressions. His tone was calm but carried an unquestionable firmness. I have decided to meet the arriving desolate blood giant head-on, right here. How you all choose is up to you, but please be as quick as possible. After all, the enemy will soon arrive, at most half a day. The moment these words came out, the crowd exploded, and all sorts of comments came in like a tidal wave. Shock, skepticism, and distrust of various emotions were intertwined, forming an invisible pressure. Meeting the enemy head-on? This can't be done, it's impossible to fight. Yes, now that we escape, there is still a chance of survival. To meet the enemy head-on is to wait for death. Lord Mo. We are all the same age, we respect you for your strength and call you Lord, but you can't lead us to our deaths. No one expected that Nemo Shadowdust would make such a crazy decision. One had to know that the other party had a top-ranked 2 powerhouse in attendance. Where on earth did he get the courage to threaten to face the enemy head-on? Could it be that his brain has been caught in a door? In the crowd, Van Yenlai's figure was hidden, his face changing. The image of his previous shouting match with Mo Shadowdust was still fresh in his mind, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. It had only been a few short days, but Mo Shadowdust had already displayed such terrifying strength. He was secretly glad that he was only moving his lips at that time. If he really started to fight, I'm afraid that he would have already turned into a shovelful of yellow earth, and the grass on his grave would have grown tall. Fan Yenlai has always cherished his life, which is evident from the fact that he left Lingwei alone to escape before. At this moment, he heard that Mo Ingsuan was planning to stay here and wait for death. That's right, in his opinion as well as that of all those who were talking, for Mo Shadowdust to stay here was tantamount to seeking his own death. Van Yenlai moved his feet silently, preparing to slip away. He did not want to continue to wait. The gang in the house did not know what they were arguing about. It is better to run early than late. Fan Yenlai left in just 5 minutes. The altar crowd has not yet discussed a reason. Suddenly, thump, a muffled sound, breaking the strange silence. A black shadow like a broken sack was ruthlessly thrown in from outside. Crossing an arc, it smashed heavily on the cold floor of the altar, stirring up a puff of dust. The crowd was startled by this sudden turn of events and fixed their eyes on it, only to see that black shadow curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, in a sorry state. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the figure. Isn't this the person who was captured with us just now? There was a hint of doubt and uncertainty in the voice. Lingwei also quickly recognized the person who had been thrown in, and she asked in surprise as her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Fan Yenlai? When did you leave? Van Yenlai's body was in severe pain at this time, as if every bone had been broken. He clenched his teeth, bean-sized beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Where could he still speak? Listening to the crowd's questioning, he could only shake his head in agony, not saying a word. Just at this moment, a deafening roar came from outside the great hall, exploding like thunder over the altar. Dare to kill my desolate blood giant clan members, occupy our territory, and still want to run? The voice was rough and violent, and every word seemed to carry endless rage and killing intent. It caused the hearts of the people within the altar to tremble, and a chill ran straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Let me tell you, this altar has already been surrounded by our clansmen who have been rushing back one after another. This person is just a lesson. From now on, all those who dare to run out will be killed without pardon. The tone of the desolate blood giant outside was cold. Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing at the hearts of the crowd. The atmosphere within the altar instantly froze. Just wait inside honestly, and when Lord Desolate Savage arrives, he will strike you all down as sacrifices. Enjoy the last moments of your lives. The voice of the desolate blood giant gradually faded away, but the heavy aura of death enveloped the sky above the altar like substance for a long time. As the crowd under the stage listened to the shouts outside, their faces all turned iron blue, their eyes filled with despair. This was great, even the hope of escaping was completely dashed. Can we only wait for death here? The altar was dead silent, with only Van Yenlai's agonizing moans echoing. Several people began to stare at Mo Ingsuan dead on with spiteful gazes, as if they wanted to eat him alive. It's all this person's fault. If it wasn't for him being abrasive, we should have just run after killing Shiryao outside earlier. Now it's good, we all can't leave and have to be buried together. They had completely forgotten that without Mo Shadowdust, they would still be like a bunch of lambs to the slaughter right now, lying on the ground in despair, waiting to be brutally executed by the desolate blood giant. The selfishness and ugliness of human nature began to appear at this moment. The smell of blood mingled with the scent of dust on the dimly lit altar. Mo Shadowdust's figure stood still. He didn't even bother to pay attention to that Van Yenlai lying on the ground, as if it was just an insignificant ant. To him, none of this mattered. His current goal was only one: the resurrection stone. Mo Shadowdust had long ago plotted everything in his mind. He was going to use this altar as a battlefield and use the lives of the desolate blood giant clan as sacrifices to generate resurrection stones. As for those other foreign races that were kidnapped by the desolate blood giant clan, a trace of indifference flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Keep it for now. If the desolate blood giants had enough life, it wasn't impossible to let them live. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into system space, completely ignoring the whispers and terrified gazes of the surrounding crowd. On the system interface, 2 words were silently suspended, emitting a faint glow. Body of desolate blood A, acquire the bloodline of the desolate blood giant clan after attaching the words. Body of draconic blood B, gain the bloodline of the draconic blood giant clan after attaching the phrase. The 2 lexical entries were surprisingly identical in their descriptions, except for their different levels. The A-ranked one was plundered from 3 second-ranked desolate blood giant ones, and the grade B ones were obtained from a few top first-order desolate blood giants. I just don't know why, but there are no C-ranked draconic blood giants. Chapter 71, Body of Desolate Blood S. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. With a movement of his mind, the 3A-ranked desolate blood bodies instantly fused and upgraded into S-rank words, radiating an even more dazzling light. The introduction was still the same, ridiculously concise. But it didn't matter. Combined with the Shadow Clan bloodline in Phantom Thorn's body earlier, Ink Shadowdust already had a guess in his heart. This thing, I'm afraid, would directly create an undead that would not lose to the top geniuses of the Desolate Blood Giant clan. Thinking that what's-her-name Desolate Barbarian would probably be able to get an S-rank phrase on him as well, Mo Shadowdust very casually threw this phrase to the Iron Guard. They are all patriarchs, a strength is really a bit out of hand, strengthen it. Inside the summoning space, a shocking change occurred in Iron Guard, and a mysterious power was injected into his body. His bones emitted clicking sounds as his body began to rapidly expand, his already tall body becoming even more stout, like a small moving mountain. All of the Iron Guard's basic attributes as well as attribute increases were directly reset. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Level, 1 rank 9. Words, Thickskin C, Earthpulse B, Shield Mastery C, Vengeful Rage B, Steel Bones B, Body of Desolate Blood S. Weapon, Rock Shield Green. Strength, 230. Agility, 120. Physical Fitness, 340. Spirit, 120. Skills, none. Iron Guard's current attributes were definitely top of the first rank. Together with a full body of words, it would now be able to reach a combat power of around the middle of the second rank. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. He was confident that even that what's-his-name barbarian couldn't possibly be stronger than the Iron Guard at the first rank. Just waiting for himself to enter the second rank, Iron Guard would be able to follow his breakthrough into the second rank. And it wasn't even an ordinary second rank. An ordinary skeleton that has just entered the second rank, and the Iron Guard that has just broken through with no less than barbaric potential. Can it be compared? So, the one who limits the strength of my summons has become myself instead? I'd become a drag? Ink Shadowdust smiled to himself and closed the system interface. There were a bunch of other words in the word bank, but he hadn't figured out how to combine them yet. First, he would bestow the S-rank words to Iron Guard for the next battle. When we have time, we'll study what to do with that huge pile of words. Hey! Speaking of which, this 10,000 races trial ground is really a good place, and the beings of the 10,000 races are surprisingly all considered to be above the elite level. Mo Shadowdust sighed lightly, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Time keeps passing. The murmurs were like dark currents that gradually converged into a clamoring wave. The voices against Mo Ingduan began to grow in number. Questioning, accusations, abuse, all kinds of negative emotions intertwined together, forming a large invisible net that attempted to drown Ink Shadowdust. What the hell is he doing? Does he really have to wait until everyone from the Desolate Blood Giant has arrived before he's willing to make a move? He's already sure that he can't escape, so why doesn't he take the initiative to go out and kill the enemies that have already arrived first? To increase the chances of victory for the final duel? This Mo Shadowdust, it couldn't be that he wants us to be cannon fodder and use our lives to negotiate with each other, right? A voice questioning, a sentence accusing, like a dense drumbeat, pounding on everyone's heart. Of course, all of these voices, Ink Shadowdust all did not hear. Ling Wei stood beside Mo Ing Chen, feeling the increasing pressure around her. Her heart was anxious. She was worried that these negative sounds would affect Mo Ing Chen's state, and lightly waved her slender hand. An invisible barrier quietly rose, isolating the high platform from the outside world. This barrier, which was condensed from pure spatial power, was able to isolate all sounds, creating an absolutely quiet space for Mo Ingduan. She was also a little nervous right now. She knew that Mo Shadowdust was very strong, and that killing a rank 2 intermediate was like killing a mole cricket. But what about the top of the second rank? She didn't know and wasn't sure. Even if Mo Shadowdust was able to defeat the top rank 2 Desolate Barbarians, she thought that she would be incapable of dealing with the rest of the Desolate Blood Giants. But she chose to stay, even though as a space mage, she had the best hope of escaping. Who let Benefactor save my life? Staying behind, in case my benefactor is not defeated, I will find a way to teleport away with my benefactor even if I have to risk my life. Ling Wei swore secretly in her heart, her eyes determined. Mo Ingchuan closed his eyes as if he was indifferent to everything around him. He sat there quietly, like an old monk in meditation, and like a silent volcano that could erupt at any time with heaven-destroying power. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his stern gaze intimidating. The first thing he noticed was the spatial force that enveloped him and was used to isolate the sound. Turning his head to look at Ling Wei, a flicker of imperceptible fluctuations flashed through those deep eyes. There were no words, just a gentle nod. Afterwards, his gaze was cast into the distance. There, an overwhelming aura was approaching at an astonishing speed. It was like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami coming, carrying a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying pressure that made people's hearts tremble. Barbaric. Arrived. Xia Yunxi, as the only second-ranked powerhouse here, naturally also keenly captured the powerful aura that was approaching. Rising abruptly, her slender hand was lightly raised. The flying sword, which had originally been carefully wiped by her and was glittering with a cold light, drew an elegant arc in the air and was accurately incorporated into the scabbard behind her back. Clang! A crisp sword sound echoed across the empty altar. She moved lightly with lotus steps, her stance erect like a sword, and with an ineffable coolness and condescension, she arrived beside Mo Ingsuan. At this moment, her clear eyes flashed with a complicated light. There was both the determination to fight to the death with the enemy, but also a trace of undetectable dependence? Perhaps even she hadn't realized it, in the face of this unknown danger. The first thing she thought of was as she had done before when she was in school, countless days of routine. Standing with this man. Desolate Savage's huge body was like a moving mountain, making the earth tremble with every step. He looked at the tragic battlefield outside the altar building and the corpses of desolate blood giants that had fallen across the ground. A monstrous rage burned in his chest, almost devouring his sanity. His eyes became blood red, like two burning blood diamonds, flashing with a bloodthirsty light as he coldly scanned the surroundings. Around them, quite a few alien races with hidden forms were watching the fun. They were either hiding in the shadows or concealed between the voids, as silent as ghosts. Chapter 72 The Soul. Domination at last. The people watching were mainly dominated by the Purgatory Clan and the Shadow Clan. They exuded a gloomy and cold aura around them that made people shiver. Due to the ancient contract, they had previously lost to the Desolate Blood Clan in this Resurrection Stone altar scramble and lost the qualification to obtain the Resurrection Stone this time. But that didn't mean that they couldn't come to see the joke of the Desolate Blood Giant Clan. Luckily, they had arrived early and saw this look of rage from Desolate Savage after his clan was killed. If he came a little later, and Desolate Barbarian slaughtered all the human clansmen inside, there would be no more fun to watch. Many of them knew the strength of the Desolate Barbarians only too well. The human race. According to the intelligence, in this generation, I'm afraid that no one will be able to rival Desolate Barbarians in the early stages. Human scum, killing my clan, get out and die. Desolate Savage's rough voice passed through the thick walls, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the hall. Hearing this, Xiaoyunqi's willow eyebrows rose, and the long sword behind her let out a soft chant, so she was about to rush out of the great hall to fight with that madman. An invisible force was like a gentle silk ribbon, gently binding her. She was slightly stunned and looked sideways. Only to see that on the high platform, Mo Ingsuan slowly got up. The upright posture was like a sheathed sword, the sharpness of the inner convergence, but also people cannot be ignored. What a lot of nonsense. If you have the guts, come in, we'll wait for you here. Mo Shadowdust's voice was not loud, but it carried a kind of unquestionable majesty that clearly echoed over the great hall. Outside the great hall, Desolate Barbarian was first stunned. Then the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a sardonic smile, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Ha 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 ha, well done. Looks like you guys have already chosen your burial place. Since that's the case, then I'll make you all whole and use your humble human lives to catalyze this precious resurrection stone. Before the words fell, Desolate Savage had already taken a large step, leading a group of desolate blood giants behind him, and stepped into the grand hall aggressively. Mo Shadowdust's gaze was like a torch as he watched the desolate blood giants, led by Desolate Barbarian, enter the hall. Desolate Barbarian's big eyes like copper bells also locked onto Ink Shadowdust standing high above. The expression on his face instantly froze and turned into dismay. First rank? This human, he's only at the first level? Could it be that he was pushed out to send a puppet to death? With this kind of cultivation, he shouldn't be the leader of this group of people no matter what. Desolate Barbarian had 1,000 doubts in his heart, but they were then replaced by a wave of tyrannical emotions. Whatever. Anyway, today, all the human races present, not a single one of them will be able to escape, all of them will have to die. Are you Desolate Savage? Ink Shadowdust towered over him and spoke indifferently. Desolate Barbarian raised his head and glared at Mo Ingduan with those scarlet eyes, his voice rolling out like muffled thunder. That's right, it's none other than Grandpa Me. What, are you ready to die? Perhaps it was because he felt that he was shorter in terms of aura when he raised his head to speak. Desolate Savage body bloodline power surging, huge body actually slowly rise in the air, suspended in the center of the hall. Flying? Flying? Could it be that this Desolate Barbarian has already broken through to the third stage? It shouldn't have. The strength of the second rank, together with some special secret techniques, can also manage to fly. But even if it's the peak of the second rank, it's still terrifying enough. I'm afraid that all of us together are not his opponent. It's over, this is really over. If I had known this, I should have dispersed and escaped in the first place. Now it's fine, I've been taken out by others in one pot. In the human camp, there was a commotion and a spread of despair. Xiaoyunqi saw Desolate Barbarians levitating in midair, unwilling for the human race to fall in the air. The flying sword behind her flew out with a swish and drew a beautiful arc in the air, stopping steadily at her feet. Her foot pointed lightly, and her figure floated up. Her feet stepped on the flying sword, and the barbarians were facing each other from afar. Desolate Barbarian grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. It's you. I remember you were captured by my own hands. What, now you think you're qualified to fight me? Xia Yunqi's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Don't you know if you try, I also want to see just how capable the strongest of the young generation of the Desolate Blood Giant clan is. Mo Yingduan looked at Xia Yunqi helplessly. What arrogance, don't you know how many kilograms you have? Did you fly up there to die? He sighed, and his spiritual power spread out like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. It confirmed that the vast majority of Desolate Blood Giants had stepped into this battlefield. His normally unperturbed face actually had a faint ripple on it at this moment. His right hand slowly raised and gently covered his chest. There is where the heart of death is located. A strange fluctuation flowed out from his fingertips, as if awakening some kind of sleeping power. Soul. Domination. A low voice echoed through the hall, each word carrying an undeniable majesty. In an instant, an invisible spiritual fluctuation erupted from within Mo Yingduan's body. It spread rapidly like a spider web, precisely connecting to each and every undead he summoned. In the next second, the soul flames within the bodies of all the undead pulsed violently. It madly surged into ink shadow dust along that invisible connection. The soul fire flickered as if it was making a final farewell. All the undead bodies, due to the lack of soul fire, were like sand castles blown away by the wind, slowly dissipating into nothingness. As the undead disappeared, the power in Mo Yingduan's body grew crazily, as if it was never ending. Second order primary. Second order intermediate. Second order advanced. Third order. The power was still surging crazily, and Mo Shadow Dust could clearly feel every cell in his body cheering and yearning for more power. It was only when he felt that he was about to lose control of this power that he violently stopped. Arakan and Xia Yunqi noticed the undead acting differently, and were initially a bit puzzled, not understanding what was going on. Immediately afterward, they felt a suffocating sense of oppression erupt from within Mo Yingduan, as if a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years suddenly erupted. The two of them unanimously looked towards Mo Yingduan, their gazes filled with shock. Just now. What exactly happened? Ink Shadow Dust's mind moved, and his soul power transformed into a large invisible hand that directly wrapped around Xia Yunqi and violently threw her behind him. But this force was too powerful, and it was simply not something he could precisely manipulate right now. Xia Yunqi didn't even have time to make any resistance before she was thrown out by Mo Yingduan's matchless soul force. Like a falling leaf, it crashed into the wall at the back of the grand hall. There was a muffled sound and dust flew up. Mo Shadow Dust frowned slightly, and a flash of apology flashed under his eyes. He slowly took his footsteps, walking step by step in the void towards desolation, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. With each step, the space under his feet seemed to freeze, steadily carrying his body. Now. Mo Shadow Dust's voice was low and magnetic, and every word was clearly transmitted into Desolate Barbarian's ears. Borrowing from what you just said, are you ready to die? Chapter 73 The Resurrection Stone. Before the words fell, Mo Shadow Dust blasted out with a punch. With this punch, it unexpectedly brought up an ear-piercing sonic boom, as if space was being torn apart. Accompanied by a violent tremor in space, the power of the soul, which was like substance, fiercely bombarded the barbaric body. Clang! Desolate Savage's huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground and violently spewing out a mouthful of blood. The sharp pain caused him to instantly come to his senses, and his violent anger erupted like a volcano. He roared in rage and recklessly tried to get up and counterattack. But how could Mo Shadow Dust, who possessed at least third-order power at this moment, give him this opportunity? The bone spear condensed in his hand, and the split light transformation shadow phrase was launched with it. 3 2-meter-long bone spears appeared out of thin air, emitting an eerie cold light. With a wave of Mo Shadow Dust's arm, the 3 bone spears flew out in a zigzag pattern, and with a sharp air-breaking sound, they ruthlessly stabbed into the ground. It nailed the desolate barbarian firmly to the ground, unable to move. Ink Shadow Dust's soul power erupted once again. Dead Spirit Resurrection. Outside the Great Hall, the previously dead Desolate Blood Giants slowly stood up one by one, their empty eye sockets flickering with an eerie green light. They reversed their direction and launched a fierce attack on their former cohorts. For a time, shouts and screams resounded throughout the hall. Thank you to the Desolate Blood Giant clan for this Resurrection Stone sacrifice. Ink Shadow Dust finished indifferently, and his finger gently clicked. The barbaric headspace violently solidified, and then it shattered inch by inch like it was overwhelmed. Along with the barbaric head, it turned into nothingness and dissipated into the air. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level target or above, and looting the words, Body of Desolate Blood S, Savage Impact A, Innate Divine Power B, Savage Impact A, lock onto the target and ram the enemy. The stronger the physique, the stronger the ramming power. Deep within the land of trials, at the top of a lofty mountain, a dazzling light suddenly erupted into the sky. Mo Shadow Dust, who had just killed the barbarians, looked back violently, his gaze locked onto the direction where that light had bloomed. He frowned slightly, turned his head to Ling Wei beside him, and asked in a deep voice, have you ever detected any strange movements? Ling Wei was still immersed in the thrilling power of Mo Yingduan just now, and her mind was unsettled. When she suddenly heard Moing Chen's inquiry, her delicate little face was written with bewilderment. Different movement? I didn't feel anything. Her voice carried a hint of trembling, obviously not yet fully recovered from the shock. Mo Shadowdust gently shook his head and said no more, only a trace of doubt flashed through those deep eyes. As a space mage, Ling Wei had failed to detect the fluctuations. Why could he himself clearly perceive them? What made him even more suspicious was that when that fluctuation came, the long-dormant death god's heart in his body vaguely felt an unspeakable longing. Like a long dried-up land longing for sweet rain to moisturize. What on earth is that the bearer? Mo Shadowdust whispered to himself, a hint of undisguised anticipation in his voice. He waved his arm once again, and in midair, countless bone spears coalesced out of thin air, flashing with a cold and chilling aura, precisely aimed at those second-ranked desolate blood giants. The bone spears fell like rain, and every time they penetrated, they took away a fresh life. The battle soon drew to a close. Although the first-ranked desolate blood giants were numerous, they were so unbeatable in front of Moingdwan's nearly endless undead reanimation. Those who had just fallen as fellow clansmen turned into soulless walking corpses in an instant, turning their spears around and launching a merciless attack on their former comrades. You demon! Simply unconscionable. Human race, you will be punished by heaven for what you have done. I, the desolate blood giant clan, will not be able to stand against you, and this enmity will not be shared. Accompanied by the desperate hissing of the last few First Order giants, this tragic battle finally came to an end. Mo Shadowdust slowly landed on top of the high platform, feeling the fluctuations of life that continued to converge above the altar. That rich aura of life gave his body a feeling of being nourished. Still not enough? Mo Shadowdust pondered in his heart. He swung his arm once again. Those reanimated giants who had originally lost their targets were like wild beasts that had smelled the scent of blood. Frantically pounced on those alien captives who were bound to the ground. This time, it was finally enough. The entire altar trembled violently. The life force extracted from the desolate blood giant race continued to coalesce over the altar. In the end, 3 palm-sized resurrection stones slowly took shape, emitting a glistening light. Mo Shadowdust gently stroked his palm, and an invisible suction force pulled the 3 resurrection stones into his hand. Resurrection stone, special item. After binding any item, death can be resurrected around the item. Strength is reduced after resurrection. This was the resurrection stone that was extremely rare amongst all the races, causing countless powerful people to rush after it. As for the so-called reduced strength after resurrection, for other races, it may be an insurmountable obstacle, and it is difficult to compensate for the loss of strength. But for the human race, as long as there are enough battles, there are enough monsters to hunt. The lost power will eventually be able to be regained. Battle falls. The crowd of the human race awoke from the shock, their thoughts surging back like a tidal wave. Heavens! Did I just blink? A youth rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling as if he had not yet broken free from his dream. A top second-order barbaric, just like this. Killed by Mo Shadowdust in seconds? Another person's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face, and his voice became shrill. This is simply impossible. Am I dreaming here? Mo Shadowdust can kill desolate savage in seconds. Just how strong is he? Could it be of the 3rd rank? A woman dressed in a gorgeous vestment robe, her lips trembling, her voice filled with shock and doubt. It shouldn't be 3rd rank. My guess is that it might be some kind of powerful burst type skill. Have you guys noticed? Those undead creatures he summoned before, all of them have disappeared. A man next to him with a thin figure stroked his chin and analyzed thoughtfully. What kind of explosive skill can make a person of the 1st rank possess 3rd rank strength? I see that before. He was hiding his strength. A burly man with a sturdy figure retorted in an urn, with a hint of disdain in his tone. No matter what, the young generation of my human race has unexpectedly produced such a character. In the crowd, Van Yenlai clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His bloodshot eyes stared deathly at Moingdwan and the 3 resurrection stones in his hands that emitted a tantalizing glow. The fire of jealousy burned madly in his chest, almost consuming him. Gentlemen, please listen to me. Chapter 74, It Shouldn't Belong to Anyone in Particular. Van Yenlai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions that were churning in his heart. His voice was loud and echoed in the great hall. I think that it is a great joy for the resurrection stone to be obtained by my human race this time. He paused and swept his gaze over the crowd as he continued. However, this resurrection stone should be shared by my human race, or at the very least, it should be shared by all the people of my human race who have entered this trial field. It shouldn't belong to a certain person, even if that person is powerful, but if there is no human race to back him up, can he get the resurrection stone? Van Yenlia's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. It was only then that the crowd woke up from a dream, and greed grew and spread in their hearts like a poisonous snake. They began to murmur at Moingsuan's exclusive possession of the 3 resurrection stones. Yeah, why should he alone monopolize the 3 resurrection stones? A shrill voice rang out with strong dissatisfaction. As powerful as he is, he's still not relying on our human race? Without us, could he get the resurrection stone so easily? Another voice chimed in, its tone filled with a sour flavor. That's right, this resurrection stone should have belonged to all of us. Another voice rang out with a hint of rightfulness. We should join forces and make him hand over the resurrection stone. A grim voice, with a hint of compulsion, rang out from the crowd. All sorts of voices intertwined and echoed in the great hall, forming a huge wave of sound that pressed toward Mo. In the end, someone came up with a seemingly fair proposal. Mo Shadowdust has indeed performed great feats for the human race. He can get one resurrection stone, but the other two must be handed over, and everyone will decide how to deal with them. This proposal was approved by the majority. They nodded their heads with greedy and hypocritical smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already seen the sight of the two resurrection stones falling into their hands. Mo Shadowdust's pupils suddenly contracted, and anger surged in his chest like a volcano. These guys, did they really treat him as a soft persimmon to be pinched? One must know that Mo Shadowdust had already endured this group of people for a long time, and in his eyes, this group of people was simply a thesaurus. If it wasn't for the fear of becoming a madman by being too murderous, he would have been unable to hold back a long time ago. Coldly opening his mouth, his voice was as if it came from the 9 ghosts of the abyss, carrying a bone-chilling chill. In that case, those who think that this resurrection stone has nothing to do with them can leave now. As the words fell, Mo Ingsuan's gaze swept over everyone present like a knife. Quite a few people were deterred by this icy gaze, and a coolness rose at their necks, as if they were being gazed upon by the god of death, and they lowered their heads. After all, Mo Shadowdust's after effects from the previous killing spree were still present. The hundreds of desolate blood giant corpses lying on the ground were the best proof. Within the great hall, about half of the people pondered slightly, weighing the pros and cons before choosing to leave silently. Xia Yunxi stood in place, her stunningly beautiful face shifting in color. In the end, she let out a light sigh and moved her lotus steps gently, slowly walking towards the outside of the hall. Although Ling Wei did not leave, she unconsciously moved a few steps behind Mo Ingchen, making her position clear with her actions. Mo Shadowdust waited quietly until he confirmed that no one else was leaving. He once again turned his gaze to those remaining people, the greedy light in their eyes still blazing. Van Yenlai thought he was winning at the moment, and his face was overflowing with complacency. He laughed coldly in his heart. So what if you, Mo Shadowdust, are even stronger? So what if you destroy all the desolate blood giants? It's still being held to death by me? Be a good boy and hand over your treasures. What? Do you still dare to risk universal condemnation and use the killing methods used on the desolate blood giant clan on your own kind? Van Yenlai stepped forward, his voice high-pitched. Now, Ink Shadowdust, please hand over the 2 resurrection stones and let everyone decide what to do. Mo Shadowdust glanced at him, a hint of mockery flashing under his eyes. He raised his hand and flicked his fingertips. 3 bone spears appeared out of thin air, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound, instantly piercing through Van Yenlai's head. Flame sect, Van Yenlai, die. However, Van Yenlai, who had just died, slowly stood up again under the effect of the undead resurrection skill. His eyes were empty, his face expressionless, and with a stiff step, he walked step by step behind Mo Ingsuan and stood quietly. Kill. Kill? Mo Shadowdust even dared to make a move against a fellow human? In the crowd, a man who had been attaching himself to Van Yenlai before could no longer hold back the fear in his heart at this moment and shouted violently. Mo Shadowdust. Do you know what you are doing? Van Yenlai is a human being. Before the words fell, another bone spear appeared out of nowhere, nailing him in place as well. This sudden change caused everyone present to fall into a deep shock. They no longer dared to raise their voices and could only whisper in fear. This Mo Shadowdust, he's also too overbearing, killing whenever he says. Yes, I said before, he is also too impulsive, now he kills with pleasure. Out of the various big clan families shall not want him to die? Let's not think about what will happen to Mo Shadowdust when we get out, let's think of a way to save our own lives first. Moing dust this killing star. Won't kill us all and turn us into undead creatures, right? Ink Shadowdust's voice rang out once again, appearing particularly clear in the midst of the whispers. Now, does anyone else want this resurrection stone? His voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone could feel that breathtaking sense of oppression emanating from Mo Ingsuan. That was a kind of indifference to everything, controlling life and death hegemony. Let a person's heart chills, do not dare to look directly. Fear, like a huge invisible net, bound the crowd tightly. He really dared to do it. He really dares to slaughter them all here. Resurrection stone. A man shuddered and spoke, a hint of a cry in his voice. We don't want it, it was gained by you and should rightfully belong to you. That's right, there are so many of us, if it wasn't for you coming to our rescue, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Another person chimed in, squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face. I stayed mainly to thank you for saving my life, how could I dare covet your resurrection stone? Yes, I think so too. Another person said hurriedly, fine beads of sweat already seeping from his forehead. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely prepare a heavy gift to thank you in the coming day. Yes, now that the thanks have been given, then. I'll leave first, haha. The man said tentatively, moving his feet back slightly. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth curved up into a cold arc as he snorted. Chapter 75 Shin Heavy Tang Blade Gold. Go! Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the 9 specters. You guys stay when you say you'll stay and leave when you say you'll leave? Since you all also said that it was me who saved your lives. Mo Ingduan's gaze swept over the crowd, as sharp as a blade. That's it then, each person will take out a treasure as a reward. It's been so many days since we came into the trial land, don't say that we didn't get anything. The crowd looked at each other with ugly faces. Their hearts were as itchy as if they had been scratched by a cat's claw, but there was nothing they could do about it. No one wanted to give away the opportunity they had worked so hard to obtain. But no one dares to be the leader again. Behind Ink Shadowdust, those 2 just resurrected human races, is the bloody forewarning Mo Shadowdust saw that the crowd was silent and did not make the slightest move. He lightly snapped his fingers and his thoughts moved slightly. A dozen bone spears appeared out of thin air, emitting a cold and chilling light in the air. They hung above the heads of the crowd, their spear tips flickering with ghostly light, pointing at each and every one of them from afar. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Finally, a person could no longer bear the heavy pressure. He stepped forward warily, pulled out a long knife from his panel backpack, and handed it to Mo Shadowdust with trembling hands. This is a ransom for my life, is that okay? Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze over the long knife. Shin Heavy Tang Blade Gold, skill power plus 20%, strength plus 50, spirit plus 20, equipper can unleash 10 air-breaking slashes per day, /strength is related to strength attribute. Equipment requirement, strength 400. Ink Shadowdust took the long knife and gently slid his fingertips over the blade. The cold touch came from him, causing a wave of unspeakable joy to well up in his heart. This knife, shaped like a tang knife, was of similar length. However, the blade was more than twice as wide as an ordinary tang sword, thick and domineering. Together with the high skill increase, it was worthy of being a rare gold-colored equipment. Ink Shadowdust checked his power attribute, 230. It wasn't enough to equip this blade. With a thought, he directly attached the celestial god divine power word that he had plundered from Desolate Barbarian. The power instantly doubled to 460. He didn't hesitate to equip the Shin Heavy Tang Blade, replacing the tang blade behind his back that had been reduced to almost nothing. Yes, you're free, let's go. Ink Shadowdust had a hint of delight in his voice. The man watched as Mo Shadowdust actually did equip the long sword, and was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. This is equipped? Others don't know, but he knows exactly. That long knife, it requires 400 strength to equip it. A berserker warrior himself didn't even meet the requirement. How could he, a necromancer, be equipped? This made him even more convinced that Ink Shadowdust was by no means of the first rank. At the very least, he was already a second-stage professional. Otherwise it's impossible to reach 400 strength. What, do you want to stay longer? Mo Shadowdust's voice came out again with a hint of teasing. The man was so frightened that he shivered. Go, I'll leave right away. He was like an amnesty and turned around to run, fearing that if he ran slowly, he would be left behind by Mo Inksuan. Immediately after, another person came forward, holding a fire-red fruit in his hand, and carefully asked, "Is this one okay?" Inflammation Striped Spirit Fruit, it can increase flame resistance by 10%. Ink Shadowdust didn't even look at the fruit and just gently waved his hand. Bone spears hovered above his head, and one of them fell like lightning. With a whoosh, it directly pierced through the man and nailed him to the ground. Do you guys think that I'm easy to talk to? Mo Shadowdust's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Taking this kind of trash to fool me? The crowd was scared out of their wits, their faces were pale, and they no longer dared to have the slightest bit of luck. They put away their speculative minds and obediently lined up. Taking out the most precious treasures from their bodies, they handed them to Mo Ingduan. The 7 orifices Tongling stone, flowing with color, held in his hand, a coolness penetrated right into his heart, as if even his soul was cleansed by it. This piece of stone actually can increase a first-order skill bit, really is a rare treasure. Mo Shadowdust was secretly happy in his heart and carefully pocketed it. His eyes flowed and landed on an ancient illustrated book again. The Xian Tian illustrated guide, with a cover made of some unknown beast's skin, was warm to the touch and vaguely had strange energy fluctuations. Turning the pages of the book, the runes on it flowed, mysterious and unfathomable. This icon, how could it include a skill that does not exceed one's own rank and can be released once a day without consumption? In that case, wouldn't that be one more powerful card? A flash of essence crossed the bottom of Mo Shadowdust's eyes. This Xian Tian illustrated guide, its value was incalculable. Above the altar, the crowd was in order. In just 10 minutes or so, everyone had paid their ransom and left one after another with mixed feelings. Mo Shadowdust's gaze fell on Ling Wei, who still stood quietly behind him. Her petite body was gently trembling in the breeze, as if it was a falling leaf that would be blown away at any time. Mo Shadowdust smiled faintly, a hint of teasing in his voice. What? Are you planning to offer me some treasure as well? Ling Wei was startled by these sudden words, her delicate body trembled and her small head shook like a rattle. No. The voice was thin as a fly, with a hint of panic. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but laugh out loud, his bright laughter echoing in the empty altar. As the laughter died down, Mo Shadowdust's complexion corrected and his tone became serious. I'm leaving. Ling Wei sniffed, a trace of bewilderment flashed across her delicate face, and there was a hint of reluctance in her voice. Where are you going? Can I join you? Mo Shadowdust held his forehead somewhat helplessly. This girl, why is she so sticky? He patiently explained. This trial land is vast and boundless, with countless opportunities. What's it like for you to always follow me? Ling Wei bit her lip and her voice lowered. But you are my benefactor. Ink Shadowdust shook his head. I merely saved you in passing, and the moment you told me the news of the resurrection stone, this favor was cleared. Ling Wei, however, said stubbornly. But I don't think so. The grace of saving one's life is heavier than Mtetai. Can't it be easily repaid by a single message? Mo Shadowdust sighed and continued to persuade. The opportunity to enter the land of trials is rare. Don't you want to go and look for your own chance to make an early breakthrough and advance to the second stage? Ling Wei sniffed and fell into silence. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as if she was thinking about something. Yes, she was too weak. Even if she followed Mo Ingsuan, she was just a liability and couldn't help in any way. Instead, it would drag him down. Thinking of this, a strong unwillingness welled up in Ling Wei's heart. Chapter 76, The Path to Godhood. Mo Shadowdust carefully selected 3 items from the treasures he had just collected. Each of these 3 treasures was worth a great deal of money, and were even more priceless to a space mage. Mo Shadowdust took these 3 treasures and stuffed them into Ling Wei's hands in a brainwave. Ling Wei was stunned by this sudden gift, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. This is too valuable, I can't take it. She panicked and pushed back, wanting to return the treasure to Mo Ingsuan. However, Mo Shadowdust did not allow her to refuse and directly interrupted her. Take it, these things are of little use to me, but in your hands, they can be more useful. See you again sometime. After saying that, Mo Shadowdust stopped stopping and led the standing group of undead that had come through the resurrection of the dead into the distance. Leaving Ling Wei alone, she stood frozen in place, holding those 3 treasures emitting a faint glow tightly in her hands, with mixed feelings in her heart. In the direction that Mo Shadowdust had sensed earlier, at the foot of a high mountain that couldn't be seen to the end, all kinds of foreign races converged like a tidal wave, and people were gathering. The figures of hegemonic races also appeared frequently, the immortal race, the spirit race, and the mechanical race. Powerful people that were rare to see on a normal day were all gathered here at this moment, making this area seem particularly unusual. This road to ascending God has been open for several days, yet no one has been able to successfully reach the top. It's really heartbreaking. The man of the Purgatory clan, surrounded by a black and red mist, between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a vague flame jumping low voice, words revealed a few points of impatience. Not so. The spirit race's little girl sighed softly, her voice as clear as a wind chime, but with a hint of helplessness. She had a petite figure, and a pair of translucent wings behind her flapped gently, flickering with a bit of fluorescent light. If it weren't for the fact that those who reach the top can attract divine gifts, allowing everyone within 10 kilometers of the surrounding area to increase their cultivation and perception speeds tenfold within a month, why would we have to wait here so hard? A young immortal race youth with a white coat that was snowy and immaculate, emitting a faint aura of immortal spirit around him let out a soft snort from his nostrils, his expression arrogant. These trash races, they are simply unbearable. If it weren't for the fact that this path to godhood suppresses my immortal race's power, my race's experts would have already ascended to the very top, so would we allow them to waste their time here? Who says otherwise? The little spirit race girl nodded her head in agreement. This path of god ascension seems to be extraordinarily unfriendly to my immortal and spirit races. When one steps on it, one's strength is actually suppressed to the point of being tenfold. Otherwise, my spirit race's experts would have long since pocketed the divine gift, so why do I need to wait here? As far as I know, this road to godhood is a chance left behind by a certain great power of the Undead clan. A knowledgeable Stone People clan said in a deep voice, his voice hoarse as if his throat was stuffed with gravel. When the land of trials opens, 8 out of 10 times, the Undead clan is the one that tops it. As for the remaining 2 times. He paused, a hint of awe in his tone. That's all because the other races have appeared with amazing talents that can overwhelm the world's greatest pride, so that they can snatch the tiger's mouth from the Undead clan's hands and snatch away this heavenly opportunity. This time, the Undead clan did not know what kind of insanity they had gone through, but the whole clan joined hands to set off the Undead natural disaster, and the target was directly directed at the human clan. Another foreign race picked up the conversation, his voice filled with doubt and incomprehension. To abandon even this chance to ascend the path to God is truly mind-boggling. Perhaps something deep and unresolvable hatred has occurred between the undead race and the human race that has caused the undead race to target so recklessly. Someone speculated, his voice low and grave. 2 days ago, I had gone over there to find out what was going on and discovered that the undead clan had somehow found a place to bury their bones and had even resurrected thousands of second-order corpses. Even though the strength of these resurrected corpses can only barely be counted as second order, with such a huge number, the human race, I'm afraid it will be difficult to support them for too long. A flower-speaking girl said in a heavy tone, as if she had already foreseen the tragic end of the human race. Just then, a woman from the amethyst race was suddenly thrown out from the endless steps of the path of ascending God. Like a kite with broken strings, she traced an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting wildly from her mouth. Another mountain climbing failure, alas. Someone sighed, his voice filled with disappointment. It seems that this time, the Dangshan bestowal of blessings is not going to be with us after all. What a waste! Another person said in a bad tone, his words filled with contempt and disdain. When the other clansman of the Amethyst clan heard these two people's conversation, he was instantly enraged, and his eyes widened as he stared at them angrily. You two, keep your mouths clean. If you want to bestow blessings, have the ability to go and break through the barrier yourselves. The chances gained from ascending to the top are even greater, why don't you guys go? His voice was loud and clear, like thunder exploding in the crowd. Aside from growing a stinking mouth, I don't see that you guys have much else to offer. Waiting for a ready-made meal and still talking about it here, how shameless. The geniuses in my group put their best foot forward to fight for that divine bestowal for all of us, and you're still here complaining endlessly, how? Outrageous. A member of the Iron Arm clan couldn't help but open his mouth to ask as he listened to the crowd's discussion. What exactly are the chances that will be gained by ascending to the top of this path of ascending God? With so many experts clamoring to join, it can't be that they're working so hard just to give us benefits, right? The white-clothed immortal race youth from before swept a glance at the iron-armed youth and said contemptuously, What? You also want to break in? I've heard that there's a throne at the top of the mountain, and when you climb to the top and sit down you can draw the power of the throne into your body, and your soul's power gains a tenfold boost. Knowing that their race was weak, the Iron Arm clan ignored the ridicule of the Immortal clan and proceeded to condescend. Is there only one person who can reach the top? The immortal race youth snorted and didn't bother to answer again. The other demon race giant turtle was kind enough to answer the question. No, as long as one has the strength to break through the trial levels of each section of the ladder and ascend to the top of the mountain, anyone can be elevated without limiting the number of people. Right at this moment, 2 more alien youths fell from the heights, obviously also failing the challenge and in a sorry state. Their bodies smashed into the ground, making a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the surrounding foreigners shook their heads and sighed, disappointment and helplessness written all over their faces. This road to godhood really wasn't that easy to climb. And that chance to reach the top was not destined to be with them. Various murmurs, sighs, and curses intertwined together, echoing at the foot of this mountain for a long time. Chapter 77, Reina the Elf. Imo Shadowdust carried Shin Chong Tangren on his back, alone, his figure walking in solitude above the wilderness. That's right, it was indeed only him who was alone. Just half a day ago, he had just gone through a bitter battle and barely solved a demonic beast with a strength of second-order intermediate. And the price paid for this was more than 50 resurrection giants, forever dissipating between this heaven and earth. After that, he found a hidden place and buried all the blood giants that were awakened by the technique of resurrection of the dead. As to whether he would have the opportunity to utilize these undead again in the future, he could not predict. After all, limited by his current first-order strength, what he could revive was only a first-order corpse. The resurrection of the undead, which seemed to be very powerful, actually did not have a second-order powerhouse. In this place of crisis and trial, bringing hundreds of first-order undead to wander around is tantamount to seeking one's own death. As for his proudly summoned legions, at this moment, the only emotion in his heart is, this career system panel, really pitiful. Soul domination, instantly absorb all the souls of the summoned objects to enhance themselves, duration 30 minutes. Note, the absorbed souls of the summoned objects will enter a dormant state and can only be summoned again after 24 hours. With such a skill introduction, anyone who read it would think that the summon would be able to be summoned again after 24 hours to fight for them. Indeed, after 24 hours, these summons could indeed be summoned again. Ink Shadow Dust couldn't wait to summon Vigorous the moment he had just passed the 24 hours. How to say it? Vigor was still the same familiar vigor, still holding that devouring soul blood blade tightly in his hand. However, the fire of the soul inside its skull is so weak that it seems like a candle in the wind, and when a breeze blows over it, it will sway a few times, and will go out at any time. Not to mention participating in the battle, even normal walking seems unusually difficult, not a few steps, staggered and fell to the ground. Ink Shadow Dust estimated that if these summons wanted to recover to their peak state, they would need at least a week to slowly recuperate. Moreover, it was not mentioned in the introduction of this skill that using it would be accompanied by such a fatal side effect as spiritual energy depletion. At the moment when the effect of the soul domination skill dissipated, the spiritual energy in his body receded like a tidal wave and was drained away, leaving not even a single bit behind. This sudden change made it impossible for him to perform even one of the most basic skills. According to his speculation, he was afraid that this state of complete mental power depletion would take even longer than the time it took for the summons to recover, and would last for at least 10 days and half a month. Right now, the summon legions he had carefully cultivated would need 3 or 4 more days to recover from and regain their full battle power. The depletion of his spiritual power had made him like a bird with broken wings, unable to utilize any of his skills, and it would take at least another week to gradually recover. Right now he was, arguably, at his weakest period ever. Luckily, he had managed to loot the S-rank body of Desolate Blood from the barbarians and had slapped it on himself. It gave him the incredibly strong physique and impenetrable defense of the Desolate Blood giant clan. He could barely fight as a melee professional. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have long ago found a hidden place and quietly hibernated until his condition was restored to its peak. Emo Shadowdust carefully hurried towards the source of the fluctuations that he didn't know how far away it was. Suddenly, Ink Shadowdust's heartstrings moved slightly. An arrow wrapped in a strong wind came from the distance through the air, pointing directly at his direction. The arrow came swiftly, but it was not aimed at his vitals, but more like some kind of warning. In the end, the arrow was deeply embedded into the ground less than 20 centimeters in front of his feet, and the arrow feathers were still quivering. Looking in the direction of the arrows, a young elven girl poked out half her body from behind the mound, with a pretty face and delicate features. She smiled apologetically at Emoinged One, her voice crisp and pleasant. "Sorry, sir, I thought it was those pesky jackals." "Jackal dog people?" Emo Shadowdust was no stranger to this race. They had encountered and resolved quite a few of them when traveling with Ling Wei before. This race was known for its cunning and cruelty. They were keen on rounding up and chasing down their prey, torturing them to death and then sharing their corpses. Their methods were extremely harsh. You release arrows indiscriminately like that, but it's very easy for people to misunderstand. Emo Shadowdust's tone was cold, and there was a hint of coldness in his words. "That arrow just now, if the phantom thorn was still there, I'm afraid that the moment that arrow was shot, it would have traveled through the dark shadows and killed this elf clan who shot the arrow with a single slash. I'm really sorry, we have recently suffered frequent attacks from the jackal people, our spirits are highly tense, and we inevitably overreacted a bit." The elven maiden apologized in a sincere manner. Emo Shadowdust gently waved his hand. Since the other party had already apologized, he was unwilling to dwell on it any longer. Besides, that arrow was really not aimed at him. As for shooting off, upon seeing the iconic pointed ears of the elves, Emo Shadowdust dismissed the thought. Every elf clan member was an innate marksman. 100 paces through a poplar was only the most basic ability for them, and there was absolutely no possibility of missing a shot. As for why he is so sure, previous life that drove the sharp blade into his heart. It was none other than the maid he had redeemed in the slave market. An elf princess with a prominent status. Emo Shadowdust turned around to leave, and the elfin maiden behind her hesitated slightly and spoke. "Sir, the direction you're heading in, could it be that you're heading to the Road of Ascending God?" Emo Shadowdust's footsteps lurched and his brows knitted slightly. "The Road of God Ascension?" His voice was low with a hint of doubt, as if he was chewing on this unfamiliar term. The elven beauty leapt lightly and floated down from the mound of dirt in a graceful manner. She stopped not far in front of Emoinged One. Her clear voice was as pleasant as a mountain spring. "My name is Reina. Judging by the direction of your travel, you must be heading to the Road of Ascending God, right? Would you like to travel with us, sir? Each other also have a care. This neighborhood crisis is everywhere, not too peaceful." Emo Shadowdust pondered slightly, his fingertip pointing to the direction where that mysterious fluctuation came from in the first place. Confirming to Reina, "The road to Ascending God that you spoke of, is it this direction?" A flash of confusion appeared on Reina's face and she nodded gently. "Sir, aren't you heading to the path of God Ascension?" The corner of Emo Shadowdust's lips curved up into an arc. The doubts in his heart were finally solved and his destination was clear. There was a hint of undisguised joy in his voice. "That's right, it's precisely the Road of Ascending God." Reina's face revealed joy, and her voice became lighter. "That's really great, let's travel together. I still have many companions that are resting in the valley behind us." Emo Shadowdust nodded slightly and followed Reina as she stepped into the valley. Chapter 78, My Lord, do you remember me? The moment he stepped into the valley, Emo Shadowdust's gaze swept over the so-called partners in Reina's mouth, and a surge of surprise surged in his heart. Only 7 or 8 people were sitting in 2s and 3s under a shadow. He had thought that Reina's companions should all be elves. Instead, there was a team of 4 races in front of him. Elves, demon butterflies, dwarves, and wood spirits, each with their own specialties. Together with himself, this team had actually brought together the power of 5 races. One must know that this was a place where all races competed in trials, and it was rare to be able to form this kind of interracial team to act together. This scene really opened the eyes of Emo Shadowdust, and the awe in his heart was hard to express. A dwarf man was sitting on the ground, his hands were constantly moving, carefully wiping the weapons in his hands, emitting a slight swish-swish sound. He noticed that Reina had returned with Mo Shadowdust and swept his gaze over Mo Shadowdust with a hint of teasing in his tone. Yo, our Reina Big Beauty has brought an outsider back again? But this one, his spiritual power seems a bit weak? Just stepped into the first rank? It shouldn't be, even if the human race is not good, it's not like they can't even pick out a decent person, right? Sending a beginner to the first stage to come to the trial land, is this a way to send someone to their death? Reina glanced at the dwarf man and turned her head to explain to Mo Shadowdust. His name is Lei Ding, don't pay any attention to him, this guy's mouth stinks a bit, but his heart isn't bad, he helped us a lot along the way. The wood spirit clan's body that was made up of trees slowly approached Mo Shadowdust, each step carrying the aftermath of the earth's tremors. He stretched out his palm as rough as old tree bark, the lines in his palm were clearly visible, as if it contained the vicissitudes of the ages. Hello, Moki's voice was low and slow, as if echoing from the depths of an ancient forest. My name is Moki, nice to meet you, please take care of me. A trace of curiosity flashed in Mo Shadowdust's gaze. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had seen the Wood Spirit Clan in person. He stretched out his hand and grasped Mumu's wide and thick palm, which felt hard and rough to the touch, carrying a hint of a faint woody fragrance. Hello, my name is Moki Shadowdust, and I ask for your patronage as well. He responded, a hint of novelty in his voice. In the following 3 days, Mo Shadowdust followed this team, which consisted of multiple races, all the way towards the direction of the Path of God Ascension. On the way, they encountered several waves of jackal people attacks, and each battle gave Ink Shadowdust a deeper understanding of the strength of these teammates. Ha, little Moz, this power of yours is really out of this world. Dwarf Redding wielded 2 hammers that were even more massive than his body and stood next to several corpses of jackals that had been smashed into mush, his voice booming. Ink Shadowdust pulled the Xian heavy tang blade in his hand out of the corpse of a jackal man that had been split in half, with dark red blood still remaining on the blade. He gently flung the blade, shaking the blood off, and turned back to Lei Ding. You're not so bad, your 2 sledgehammers are taller than your body, and you're still dancing like a tiger. I'm afraid of being injured by you by mistake. Ugh, little Mosey, how many times have I told you? Lei Ding instantly jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on and said furiously. No joking about our dwarf height, it's taboo, understand? Before the words fell, a sharp arrow with a sharp cracking sound flew past Redding's scalp. It was nailed deep into the eyebrow of a jackal behind him who was trying to sneak up on him. Where's the battle? Focus, and have the heart to chat. Reina put away her longbow, a touch of helplessness surfaced on her white cheeks. Ha, don't worry, I know in my heart. Lei Ding grinned, brandishing his huge hammer once again and charging towards the other 2 jackal dogmen, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The battle ended quickly, and several people gathered to take a short break. Reina frowned tightly, the look of worry on her face intensified. It seems like we're being targeted by this group of jackals. It's only been a few days and we've already encountered 4 waves of attacks. It's not a way to go on like this. Lei Ding, on the other hand, looked like he didn't care, grinning broadly as he sat on the ground and wiped his 2 blood-stained hammers. What are you afraid of? It's just that I'm bored on the road, just these trash jackal people, come anymore are not enough for me to smash, just for me to practice. However, except for Lei Ding, everyone else's faces were shrouded in a layer of gloom and silence. In their minds, they were silently calculating how far they had to travel from the target location. After all, the road of ascending God was surrounded by experts, and even if these jackals were arrogant, they wouldn't dare to go there and make trouble. Reina was like an alert cheetah, turning around violently, the longbow in her hand was instantly drawn to full capacity, the arrow pointing straight in a certain direction. Who? Come out. Her voice was like ice beads hitting a jade disc, crisp and full of intimidation. In the shadows, a silhouette slowly stepped out, hands held high as if in silent surrender. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk slightly. It was him? He had an impression of this person. It was this person who had explained the situation to him when the portal was blocked earlier. Don't do it, I'm just passing through. Su Wen's voice carried a hint of trembling. Reina did not let her guard down. After all, an assassin, lurking near her team, was not like a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination. Su Wen also noticed Ink Shadowdust at this moment, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, Great. Lord, do you still remember me? Su Wen, we met outside. Reina's gaze turned to Mo Shadowdust with an inquisitive meaning. Mo Shadowdust nodded slightly, his voice low, yes, I remember. Reina's tense body then relaxed, and her longbow slowly lowered. Su Wen looked like he had found his savior and walked quickly to Mo Ingwan's side. My lord, it's so good to see you, I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of this area alive. Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly, unable to get out of this area alive? Su Wen was an assassin. As long as he doesn't actively invite trouble, his ability to stay alive should be much better than the average person. What happened? Mo Shadowdust asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Su Wen first asked Mo Shadowdust in return, is your excellency going to the path of God's ceiling? Mo Shadowdust nodded without speaking. Su Wen took a deep breath, organized his words, and continued, originally, I had also heard that the path of ascending God had opened and headed that way, intending to try my luck. But there's a group of jackals who have blocked off this area, specializing in slaughtering those of us who are going to the road to God Ascension. Lei Ding exhaled a thick breath from his nostrils and hummed disdainfully, jackal dog people? With that bunch of trash, they can also blockade the area? Suwon hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not just the jackal dogmen, there's also their masters, the jackals. There are at least 10 second-ranked jackalmen who are cooperating with the jackalmen to hunt the races. What? Redding's voice rose steeply, disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 79. Now no one has to run away. Mumu's lips opened and closed, her voice dry. Then what do we do? Still go? Redding's chest rose and fell violently, and 2 ragged hot breaths came out of his nose like an enraged bull. He gritted his teeth. Go? And go my ass. Isn't this rushing to your death? Suwon, however, was close to Moingduan, his eyes burning as he opened his mouth with a hint of hope. Originally I had given up, but now that I have met your lordship, I think that your excellency shouldn't put a dozen or so second stages in your eyes. Lei Ding looked like he had heard a heavenly joke and laughed up to the sky. Su Win, right? Little Mosey is indeed gifted, his first rank strength is on par with me, a second rank, but he doesn't have the ability to kill a dozen second ranks in seconds. Suwon's face was clouded with suspicion and his brows were locked. It shouldn't be. How could he be afraid of a dozen or so ordinary second-ranked ghost specters when he could kill a second-ranked intermediate ghost specter in a single strike? Imo Shadowdust gently shook his head towards Suwon, signaling him not to say too much. Suwon had even more doubts in his heart, but he did not dare to speak again. The only thing he could do now was to hold tightly onto the thick thigh of Moingduan. Reina turned to Suwon, her voice cool. Thank you for the news, we need to discuss whether or not to move on. After saying that, she gathered the rest of the team over and formed a circle, discussing in a low voice. Are you kidding me? A dozen second stages intercepting in this area? What kind of path of God Ascension is this? The Demon Butterfly clan member's voice was shrill with obvious fear. Yes, although the chances of the road to Ascension are good, but life is more important. I'm sorry Lei Ding, I'm not going. The other dwarf finished speaking and turned away without looking back, his feet determined. Reina, I'm not going either, and I know you have reasons for having to go to the path of the Denga. But I advise you to be cautious. Even though you're second rank, there's only one life. A handsome elven man finished speaking and also turned to leave. After a discussion, in the end, only 4 people, Reina, Redding, Imo Shadowdust, and Suwon, were left, looking at each other in dismay. Redding's face was hesitant as he turned his head towards Reina, his voice low. Little Nana, let me ask you, why do you have to go over there? Reina was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her words, then slowly spoke. There was a trace of imperceptible trembling in her voice. On the road to ascending God, there is an enemy of mine. An enemy who killed his father. A druid. I don't care if anyone else goes, this time I am putting my life on the line to go over there and seek revenge on him. Reina's voice rose steeply as she said the last, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth with bone-deep hatred. Lei Ding nodded with seeming understanding and said gruffly, fine, then I'll accompany you next. Aren't there just a dozen second order? Both of us are also second order, plus little Mosey who is no weaker than second order. Even if we can't defeat those jackal dog people, it won't be that easy for them to kill us. Lei Ding's voice was filled with bravado, as if those dozen or so second rankers were like dirt and dogs in his eyes. Imo Shadowdust gently closed his eyes, sensing the situation within the summoning space. There was less than a day left until all the summons were restored. He was about to open his mouth when he saw that Reina had already bent her bow and arrow again, aiming ahead. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Looks like we don't have to choose, they're already here. On the distant hills, hundreds of jackal people's eyes flashed with scarlet light as they roared and ran towards the several people. Every single one of them was of the first rank. Redding's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling a little. Damn, all of them are of the first rank? Just how many people have these jackals devoured? The reason why the jackal dogs were so keen on hunting the races was precisely because they were able to raise their strength by devouring corpses. It was heard that in their own realm, the powerful jackalmen all devoured the bodies of their own clansmen to advance. The jackalmen were approaching at an alarming speed. Suwen's gaze went to Imo Shadowdust. Imo Shadowdust squeezed one word out from between his teeth, withdraw. Before the words left his mouth, he pulled Reina up and sprinted toward the back without looking back. Suwon was slightly stunned and exchanged a glance with Lei Ding, and the two of them hurriedly followed in Moingduan's footsteps. Underneath the wall of a dilapidated relic, Ink Shadowdust swung his sword to kill the jackals who had come to investigate. When he looked back, the 3 people behind him were all covered in wounds and exhausted. Suwon bit down hard on a mouthful of jerky, chewed, and said vaguely, doesn't this jackal man know how to get tired? It just keeps chasing after us? Reina was also full of remorse at this moment. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you guys into this. If it wasn't for me, if we had followed the others and left together before, we might still have hope of escaping. Lei Ding's voice was low and muffled. It has nothing to do with you. Damn it, if I can leave alive this time, I will not share the same fate as this clan of jackal people, I will kill everyone I see. Mo Shadowdust's eyes were staring into the distance, silent. In his mind, he constantly sensed the situation within the summoning space. Reina continued, these jackals are easy to deal with, even if we can't kill this many, they won't be able to stop us if we want to break out. But those jackalmen. Between this half a day of chasing and fleeing, whenever a few people stopped to fight with the jackals, there would always be second-ranked jackals that would quickly come to support them, and there was often more than one, annoying a few people to no end. What was even more puzzling was that the jackals seemed to be intentionally driving them towards the direction of the ruins during their pursuit. Reina took a short break and took the initiative to take over Ink Shadowdust's position for vigilance. After this period of time, she already knew that Mo Shadowdust had no spiritual power for some reason, and she could only rely on the naked eye to keep watch. A rumbling, a heavy running sound came from all directions, as if the whole earth was trembling. Ink Shadowdust got up violently and looked around. In every direction, surprisingly all of them were jackals. There were also a large number of people of various races in front of them who were desperately running away. Apparently they were also driven here by the jackals. More than 10 second-order auras rose. Second-order jackals. All of them gathered over as well. Reina's voice was bitter, so, they are trying to drive all the prey here, to be settled by the second-order jackals altogether. While she was speaking, Mumu, who had left from their group earlier, had run over with big strides and said in a voice filled with dryness. Reina, the others. All dead. Reina didn't wait for an answer, the many people from the various clans who had fled for their lives had all entered the ruins. They also all realized. There is no way to escape. On all sides, all the jackals. Surrounded. Mo Shadowdust lifted his Shin Chong Tang blade and assumed a fighting stance. No one needs to run away now, let's fight. After saying that, he randomly chose a direction of the jackals and charged straight up. Chapter 80. The Undead Army finally appears. The thick body of the Shin Chong Tang blade flashed with an icy cold aura in the dim light. Mo Shadowdust took a deep breath, the air was filled with the sickening smell of blood and dust. All around, hundreds of jackal men were killing like a tidal wave. Their green eyes flashed with bloodlust, and their mouths let out bursts of low roars, as if they were evil spirits from hell. Mo Shadowdust looked around with his heavy blade in hand. Redding wielded his twin hammers, each strike carrying a thunderous force that smashed the approaching jackals into mush. He roared, his voice rolling like muffled thunder, "Come on! Scumbags! Let's give you all a taste of Grandpa Dwarf's power." However, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and his body was covered with wounds, blood staining his shirt. Reina drew her bow like a full moon, arrows shot out with a cracking sound, each arrow accurately hitting the jackalman's vitals. But in the face of such a huge number, her arrows also seemed insignificant. Her fingers were already worn out, and blood dripped down the bowstring, but she still clenched her teeth and kept shooting. Mumu, on the other hand, was like a moving wall, using his hard-as-iron body to fend off the jackal people's attacks. He swung his huge fists, knocking the jackalmen away with every punch, but his body was also left with countless wounds, his bark-like skin torn apart, revealing the bright red flesh and blood inside. The rest of the 20 or so young men from various races were also fighting to the death, either with swords, magic, or fists. They fought the jackal dog man to the death. However, the gap in strength was too great, and soon, they fell one by one in a pool of blood. The battle went exceptionally grueling, with people falling every moment and blood splattering every second. The air was filled with a heavy odor of blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and arms. The scene was horrifying. Ha 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 ha. A second-ranked jackal let out a piercing laugh as it stood high above, looking down at the crowd below who were struggling, its eyes filled with teasing and cruelty. Weak race, your struggles are meaningless. Be good and become our food. Bah! Redding spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. Already exhausted, he remained standing, supporting his body with both hammers. Want to eat us? Ask my hammers if they'll agree first. Unconscionable. The second-ranked jackal snorted coldly as it flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lei Ding, swinging out with a claw and directly smashing Lei Ding's body into the air. Lei Ding lay on the ground, his double hammers falling to the ground. He tried to stand up with his palms on the ground, but failed. Redding. Reina was in a rage and tried to rush over to rescue him, but she was entangled in more jackals and couldn't get away. Her eyes turned red, and an aura of anger emanated from her. Ha 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 ha. Be angry. Despair. This is your fate. The second-ranked jackal laughed triumphantly as it enjoyed its prey's dying struggle and despair. Reina. Be careful. With her last ounce of strength, Nikki knocked one of the jackals that pounced on Reina away, only to be overwhelmed by more jackals herself. Moki. Reina cried out sadly, her arrows had run out and she could only watch as Moki fell to the ground and was torn apart by the jackalmen. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Shadowdust and Reina were left on the field still struggling to hold on. Ha 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 ha. You too, how much longer can you hold on? The second-ranked jackal looked at them playfully, as if he was enjoying a wonderful show. Give up, it's your honor to become our food. Dream on. Reina clenched her teeth. She hadn't gotten her revenge yet, she couldn't die here. Toast to the death. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the second-ranked jackal, its figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Reina, the wolf-toothed stick in its hand smashing down. Reina let out a cry of surprise, her body crossing backwards like a kite with broken strings. She used her last strength to twist her body, trying to adjust her posture in the air, but she still couldn't completely avoid that fatal blow. Her figure fell to the ground in a sorry state, stirring up a cloud of dust. She struggled to get up, but her body was as heavy as lead, and every attempt ended in failure. She was so exhausted that even the simplest stand had become a luxury. Despair spread through the ranks like a plague, and the shadow of death loomed relentlessly over everyone. The surrounding jackals had already surrounded them, baring their sharp teeth and dripping saliva down the corners of their mouths to the ground, making a sickening ticking sound. They were like hungry beasts, just waiting for their master, the powerful jackals, to give the order. They would immediately pounce on them, tearing these prey into pieces and enjoying this bloody feast. Ahem! This time, it's completely over. Redding coughed violently, blood continuously gushing out from the corners of his mouth as he spoke intermittently, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Reina slowly closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears sliding across her cheeks. Her heart was filled with regret and unwillingness, her unfinished revenge, the hatred buried deep in her heart, might never have the chance to realize it. Only Su Wen, whose eyes still flickered with a faint glimmer of hope, turned his gaze toward Imo Ingduan. This mysterious big brother, from the beginning of the battle until now, had been using that long sword for close combat. But according to Su Wen's understanding, this big brother was a powerful necromancer. Isn't what necromancers are best at dealing with this kind of battlefield where they are surrounded by a large number of enemies? What about his endless army of undead? What about the summons that killed Ghost Spectre in a single slash? Where exactly did it go wrong? The only one on the scene who was still standing, Mo Shadowdust, he indifferently gazed at the jackals who kept approaching. At the same time, his mind frantically probed into the summoning space, sensing the situation of the undead creatures inside. Almost. So close. Just when the jackals had closed in on a few people and were about to start this brutal killing, a light of surprise violently erupted from Ink Shadowdust's eyes. Finally waited. The summoning order was given, instantly. In the next second, a black shadow flashed like a ghost, constantly flashing through the shadows of the jackalmen who were close to Redding, Reina, and the others. Wherever they passed, the jackal dogmen fell in pieces like harvested wheat, powerless to fight back. Phantom Thorn. The first one appeared. Immediately after, a tall skeleton warrior, holding a blood-colored magic sword, appeared beside Ink Shadowdust. It exuded a rich aura of death, and a demonic light flickered on the blood-colored magic sword. Vigorously. The moment it appeared, it directly met a second-ranked jackal. There weren't any fancy movements, just a simple and rough slash. With a whistling wind sound, the blood-colored magic blade ruthlessly slashed at the body of the second-ranked jackal. Chapter 81 Big Brother finally gets serious. Put. With a muffled sound, the second-ranked jackal didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was directly split in half, spilling blood and internal organs all over the place. Second-ranked jackal, dead. Immediately after that, the figures of Hawkeye, Blood Demon, and Iron Guard surfaced one after another. Then, there were a large number of skeleton warriors, specters, and skeleton archers, which emerged like a tidal wave and instantly filled up the entire space. Ink Shadowdust's army of undead finally replenished their soul flames at the last moment and descended on the battlefield. Mo Shadowdust pointed his long sword, his cold voice was like a death sentence, kill. The army of undead instantly boiled, surging towards the jackals like a dike-breaking flood. At the forefront, Vigor wielded his blood-colored magic sword like a tireless meat grinder, charging into the enemy line. Wherever the scarlet demon blade passed, the jackals were cut off at the waist, broken limbs and arms flew all over the sky, and blood splashed everywhere like a fountain. The skeleton warriors behind it followed closely behind, waving their bone knives and mercilessly harvesting lives. On the other side, the Iron Guard was like an impregnable fortress, steadily blocking the Jackal Dogman's attack route. Its rocky shield was covered with cracks, but it remained standing like a mainstay, providing solid protection for the undead army behind it. Every jackal attack was steadily blocked by it with its shield, its vengeful fury causing its power to climb, and every counterattack made the jackals pay a terrible price. In midair, Phantom Thorn traveled through the shadows of the Jackal Dogman like a ghost, each flash accompanied by a bloody light. The hell-short blade was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. The jackals couldn't even capture its figure, and could only watch their companions fall one by one, fear spreading rapidly in their hearts. Hawkeye, on the other hand, stood in the distance, its arrows were like eyes, accurately shooting through the throat of each Jackal Dogman. Split light transformation allowed each of its arrows to transform into 3 streams of light, leaving the enemy defenseless. The Blood Demon, on the other hand, directly began its Blood Demon transformation, crushing through the battlefield like a tank, its sharp claws and fangs a nightmare for all jackals. The jackals that were bitten by it would not only find it difficult to heal their wounds, but would also quickly weaken and eventually become the Blood Demon's nourishment. Skeleton archers and ghosts also joined the battle, the rain of arrows and soul screams causing the jackal dogmen to be in a state of disarray. Under the onslaught of the powerful undead, even the second-ranked jackal dogmen couldn't make any waves. The entire battlefield had completely turned into a one-sided massacre. This is... Redding stared dumbfounded at what was in front of him. He had never seen such a shocking scene before, and those originally vicious and incomparable jackal dogs were as helpless as lambs to the slaughter in front of the undead army. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Too strong. Reyna's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She originally thought that she was bound to die, but she didn't realize that Ink Shadow Dust was hiding such a powerful army of undead. The despair in her heart was dispersed by the light of hope, replaced by the desire for life. Moo, is this really a necromancer? Wasn't it said that necromancer was just a basic profession of the human race? Why do I feel that it's even more powerful than those hidden professions? Lei Ding's voice was trembling as he turned his head to look at Moo, hoping to receive a reasonable explanation. Mickey was equally shaken beyond belief by the sight before her, and she muttered, I don't know. I've never seen such a powerful human necromancer. Only Su Wen, whose eyes glittered with excitement. He had long known how powerful Ink Shadow Dust was. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he had not chosen to run away even in the toughest times before. Following such a powerful big brother, would he still need to worry about not having any chances in the land of trials? Big brother. Finally getting serious. Suwon clenched his fists in excitement, his gaze tightly fixed on Mo Ingduan, his eyes filled with awe. Under the frantic attack of the undead army, the jackal dogs and jackal wolves quickly collapsed. They wailed and screamed, trying to escape from this land of death, but it was all in vain. The army of the undead was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting their lives and sending them to hell. This battle, from the very beginning, was doomed to end. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Ink Shadow Dust's army of undead completely destroyed all resistance with a devastating force. All the dust settled and the battlefield returned to silence. Vigor walked with heavy steps, patrolling the battlefield, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand flashed with cold red light, looking for the jackals who had not yet breathed their last, and one by one, they made up for the fatal blow. Ink Shadow Dust, on the other hand, surrounded by an army of undead, slowly walked towards Reyna. A touch of apology surfaced on his face, his voice slightly lowered. Sorry, something happened to my body earlier and I was unable to summon the army of undead. Luckily, I recovered at the last minute. He held out his hand and handed it to Reyna, palm up, waiting for a response. Reyna gazed at Mo Shadow Dust's outstretched hand, which was bony, long and strong, and carried a reassuring warmth. She hesitated for a moment and finally gently put her slightly cold slender hand on it. Ink Shadow Dust felt the soft touch coming from his palm and slightly exerted himself, pulling Reyna up gently. Hey! Little Mosey, you only have little Nana in your eyes here, completely disregarding my brother's life and death. Lei Ding's rough voice broke the delicate atmosphere between the two with a few exaggerated complaints. Ink Shadow Dust's lips curved up in an arc as a thought flashed by. The zombie blood demon with a dried face, covered in jackal blood and emitting a strong fishy stench, walked to Lei Ding's side with stiff steps. In Redding's terrified screams, the blood demon stretched out his cold, stiff arm and forcibly lifted him up. The rich smell of blood on the blood demon's body poured into Redding's nostrils like substance, causing his stomach to flip and he couldn't help but dry heave. This comical scene caused Mo Ingduan and Reyna to look at each other and laugh, their crisp laughter echoing in the valley. The joy of surviving the calamity filled the air at this moment. The remaining few survivors, one after another, were also helped to get up. Suwon walked to Lei Ding in front of him in stride, his hands crossed and he looked smug. What did I tell you before? There was a hint of teasing in his voice. Did I tell you a long time ago that Mo Shadow Dust is a deeply hidden bigot? A mere second-ranked jackal is not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Weren't you quite articulate before? Why don't you retort now? Ha ha. Suwon laughed freely, as if he had gotten out a mouthful of bad anger. Redding scratched the back of his head awkwardly, a rare hint of embarrassment showing on his rough face. He really didn't know how to respond, so he could only grin and giggle after Su Wen. Chapter 82, Human Race Wants to Climb Mountains Too? Mumu, that wood spirit clan member with the unique recovery magic, was casting a spell. A soft green light surged out from his entire body, brushing over the crowd like a spring breeze, quickly healing the wounds on their bodies. Ink Shadow Dust quietly watched all of this. When everyone's injuries stabilized, he slowly got up, his voice low. It's getting late, depart. Reyna and Redding exchanged a look, a hint of a relaxed smile flashing through each other's eyes. Alright, let's go, Reyna responded briskly, turning her head to look at Ink Shadow Dust with a hint of flirtation in her tone. This time, with Ink Shadow Dust as a thick thigh, on the road ahead of us, we think we'll be able to travel unhindered. For his part, Lei Ding cast his gaze towards the huge army of undead behind Mo Shadow Dust and exclaimed exaggeratedly. Look at this battle, what other dangers can be blocked? Not to mention the first and second orders, even if a third order comes, I'm afraid they'll have to obediently lie flat. He paused and added. No, I'm afraid that the ones who should be worried right now are those scattered jackal dogmen and jackal wolves. They'd better pray that they don't run into my brother, otherwise, all of them will have to become part of the undead army. The crowd was amused by Redding's words, and the atmosphere was light and pleasant. They followed Mo Shadowdust's lead and marched firmly in the direction of the path of ascending God. An unprecedented sense of peace of mind spread through their hearts. Mo Shadowdust walked at the forefront of the group, his gaze falling on the vaguely visible, towering mountain peak in the distance. That peak was the destination of their trip, the path of ascending God. An inexplicable stirring surged in his heart as he secretly pondered, what exactly is on this road of God ascension? Surprisingly, it could induce the heart of the god of death to yearn for it. At the foot of the mountain on the path of the ascending god, there was an endless stream of beings from all races surging like a tidal wave. Many people even set up simple tents here, quietly waiting for the legendary gods to descend. 10 times the speed of cultivation and comprehension, this temptation is really hard to resist. Even if the remaining time in the trial site was only a month or so, it was enough to make people rush in. This was a tenfold increase. Countless people who knew that their strength was insufficient and did not want to risk going out to compete for the chance, all chose to wait here until the last moment. After all, in addition to the Tower of Trials that has not yet been opened in the center of the Land of Trials, this place is already the most convenient place to obtain the opportunity. Ink Shadow Dust led a few people to the foot of the mountain, in order to avoid excessive attention, has already put away the army of the undead. During these few days, his mental strength had also recovered as expected. Ink Shadow Dust looked around at the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain, and a wave of amazement could not help but well up in his heart. There were at least hundreds of races gathered here, in all shapes and sizes. Even the immortal race, which was recognized as the #1 strongest race in the heavens and the worlds, was also visible. Mo Shadowdust turned back and said to the crowd, "Let's part here." He pointed his finger to the top of the mountain towering into the clouds, his voice steady, "I need to go up the mountain to find out what is hidden up there." The crowd nodded. The purpose of their trip was all to dabble in divine gifts, so naturally they wouldn't go out of their way to challenge the path to God ascension. Mo Shadowdust's gaze landed on Reyna, and a hint of hesitation swept across his expression. In the end, he still spoke, "Do you really not need me to help you take revenge?" Reyna's eyes flashed with a resolute light, and her tone carried an unquestionable firmness. "You've already saved me once, and for my revenge, I want to avenge it with my own hands." As the words fell, a bright smile bloomed on her face. "I'm afraid the best decision I've ever made in this life was to invite you along under that hill." Redding came forward as well and grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. "Then I'm afraid the best decision I ever made in my life was not having such a foul mouth the other day and not pissing off little Murray." The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile, only saying, "Take care." Then he turned around and walked towards the foot of the mountain without looking back. In front of him was the seemingly never-ending staircase that stretched to the end of his sight. "Human?" A surprised voice came out from the crowd, breaking the short-lived tranquility in the foothills. The speaker was tall, with skin of a dark red color, and a pair of curved horns on top of his head signaling his identity as a demon. There was an undisguised surprise in his tone. "The human race even has the guts to set foot here? Weren't they forced by the undead race's undead heavenly tribulation to cower in that corner of Tianqiong Mountain?" Another voice rang out, carrying a few hints of grimness and mockery. Mo Shadowdust followed the voice, and a figure with a thin body and pale, almost transparent skin came into view. He was hidden in the shadows, faintly visible, and was none other than someone from the Shadow Clan. "Who knows?" The Shadow Clan man's shrill voice echoed through the valley, making it uncomfortable to listen to. "A weak race that only deserves to fall prey to my clan, to think that they would try to get their hands on the road to God ascension?" He laughed contemptuously, his voice filled with disdain. How self-absorbed. On the other side, a woman wearing a long emerald green dress with transparent thin wings on her back lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice as crisp as a wind chime, but with a hint of undisguised contempt. "You still really want to try climbing the mountain?" She gently flapped her wings, her figure fluttering as if she would blend into the surrounding air and disappear at any moment. "The path of ascending to the gods, is it not for a frail race like yours to wade into?" Then there was a burst of laughter. Endless taunts came from all directions. That's it, pre-human professionals have always been the weakest among all walks of life, and they still presume to climb the divine path? Haven't you guys noticed? He's only at the first rank and he wants to climb the mountain, it's simply a fool's dream. In my opinion, he won't even be able to pass the first test and will be crushed by the pressure above that step. Ha 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 ha, right on. Human brat, I advise you to go back obediently, don't disgrace yourself here. The road to ascending God is not a place where you human races should come. In the face of the unrelenting mockery of the foreigners, Mo Shadowdust's face was unperturbed and his expression was as normal. He keenly captured a word in the foreigner's mouth just now, and that was the information he was most concerned about at this moment. Undead natural disaster? Ink Shadowdust's gaze landed on the demon race that had just spoken, his voice low. "What did you mean just now when you said that the human race was blocked at Tianqiong Mountain by the undead heavenly tribulation?" The demonic youth froze, as if he hadn't expected Mo to suddenly ask a question, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. Looks like you don't know yet. There was a hint of gloating in his tone. Your human race somehow messed with the Undead clan, and was beaten back by all of the Undead clan joining forces to launch the Undead Heavenly Tribulation, and now it's relying on the Tianqiong mountain terrain to hold on. And I reckon it won't last much longer. That Undead One race is gathering towards Tianqiong mountain with thousands of second-order reanimated corpses. The demonic youth blood spirit fiend looked Mo up and down, the corners of his mouth curving up into an arc of contempt. Chapter 83 Past Days Revisited. Kid, if I were you, I'd hurry up and find a place to hide until the end of the trial land, and there's still a chance to save a life. Mo Shadowdust thoughtfully nodded his head gently, as if he thought deeply of Blood Spirit Fury's words. Okay, thanks, I got it. As soon as the words fell, he flipped his wrist, and 3 miserable white bone spears suddenly surfaced, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound as they headed straight for the Blood Spirit Fiend. The speed of the bone spears was extremely fast, and the Blood Spirit Fiend was unable to react in time before he was viciously struck. The huge impact caused him to retreat back and forth, and with a sharp pain in his chest, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, drawing a shocking arc in the air. This was the first time you opened your mouth to taunt punishment just now. Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. After saying these words, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd, turned around and stepped onto the ladder, his figure gradually disappearing from the crowd's sight. At the bottom of the mountain, the blood spirit fiend who was injured by the bone spear had a shocked look on his face, staring at the direction where Mo Shadowdust disappeared, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mere first rank, how could he be so strong? He covered his chest, his voice trembling, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Touch! Touch! 2 dull sounds came from high up in the sky as 2 figures fell to the ground in a sorry state, stirring up a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events once again attracted the attention of the crowd, and a burst of murmurs rose and fell. How many failures is this today? A voice asked with a hint of curiosity. It's the 7th one, I think. Another voice replied with a hint of helplessness. These people are also really, what's the point of going up hard without the ability? Is the reward for reaching the top that tantalizing? Right. This is what we call being self-aware. Isn't it good to sit down below and wait for the divine gift? We have to go and break through. Someone else chimed in, a hint of smugness in his tone. Getting each and every one of them seriously injured, the time in the land of trials afterward will basically have to be used to heal their wounds. For those of you who are still up there, who do you think has the most hope to be the first to reach the top? A voice suddenly asked, steering the conversation in another direction. If you ask me, it must be the Purgatory clan's Motion. Someone immediately replied. He's been up there for 2 days and hasn't come out yet, so he should be the one who lasted the longest up there. The Demon clan's Long Yao is also promising, his fleshly body is invincible, he should have hopes of reaching the top. Reina, Redding, and Suwon were also looking far away from the direction where Ink Shadowdust had disappeared at this time. What do you guys say, little Moz, can he make it to the top? Lei Ding asked with some misgivings. Reina said, he can definitely reach the top, his strength is so strong that if he can't reach the top of the mountain, then no one will be able to succeed in this place of trial. I just don't know if he can be the first one to reach the top before others. Suwon firmly said, I believe in Big Brother, the summit is inevitable, and being the first to summit is also possible, let's just wait and see. He was now a solid supporter of Mo Ingduan. The moment Ink Shadowdust's feet touched the first step, a heavy pressure swept in from all directions like a mountain. It was as if it wanted to crush him into pieces. He took a deep breath, and the blood flow in his body suddenly accelerated. That was the powerful physique originating from the body of desolate blood in action. Muscles tensed, bones made small creaking sounds, every cell of the body was fighting against the sudden pressure. A moment later, his body trembled slightly, gradually adapting to the pressure. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the stone steps, making a slight popping sound. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step. The pressure increased steeply, like a large invisible hand, ruthlessly pinching his heart, making it difficult to breathe. After that, with every step upwards, the pressure increased geometrically, as if it was never ending. He clenched his teeth, his face stoic, and each step was incomparably difficult, yet exceptionally steady. The stone steps under his feet seemed to possess some kind of magic power. With every step, a strange energy would surge into his body. It washed over his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing subtle changes under this energy rush. The muscles were firmer, the bones were tougher, and even the spirit had become more condensed. This path of ascending God was truly worthy of its name. However, Ink Shadowdust was a bit puzzled. If it was just pressure, there should be many races with strong physical bodies down there that could easily pass the test of this ladder. With doubts, Mo Shadowdust continued to move forward. The physical body continued to strengthen as it kept resisting the endless pressure. Ink Shadowdust couldn't calculate just how much stronger it had gotten. However, Ink Shadowdust estimated that it had at least doubled in strength. As he stepped onto a step that didn't look any different from before, A platform constructed of white bones opened up before him. Mo Shadow Dust took one step onto it, and the pressure from before suddenly disappeared. A rumbling sound came from the other side of the platform. A boar charged from that side. It was followed by a blaster rabbit, a slime, and a stoner. Shadow Rift, Zhao Hao, Vampire Count. Barbaric. All the battles, all the enemies that Ink Shadow Dust had experienced before, surprisingly all of them appeared in front of him in a single brain. Illusion? Ink Shadow Dust guessed. But in the next instant, Desolate Savage turned on Savage Charge and crashed towards Ink Shadow Dust. The feeling of space being blocked allowed Ink Shadow Dust to instantly realize that. I'm afraid that this is not as simple as an illusion at all. What kind of illusion can block space? Turn on the blinking skill that comes with the cloak. Forcefully dodge a barbaric strike. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand and summoned an army of undead, fighting against the many enemies. Vigorously built, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand flashed with scarlet light, wrapped in a strong bloody aura, and slashed down towards Desolate Barbarian's head. Desolate Savage face expressionless, bare hands and empty fists to meet. His iron fists were faintly glowing with a metallic luster, as if they were cast from refined steel. Clang! A loud sound was deafening as the soul-devouring blood blade collided with the barbaric iron fist, sparks splashing everywhere. Both of them did not retreat in the slightest. Obviously, in terms of power sparring, Vigor was not weaker than Desolate Savage. However, Desolate Barbarian's figure swayed and instantly bullied his way to the front of Vigorous. His right fist was clenched, carrying a sound of breaking air, heading straight for Vigor's chest bones. The soul-devouring blood blade in Dolly's hand was placed across his chest to ward off this incoming blow. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and vigorously his entire body was blasted backwards. In an instant, Vigor was back on his feet and rushed forward, slashing at Desolate Barbarian. Clank! A sound like a piercing metallic friction suddenly rang out. The soul-devouring blood blade in the hands of Vigor ruthlessly slashed at the hard skin of the barbarians, but it only cut through the skin and flesh, causing a shallow wound that failed to penetrate deep into the flesh and bones. Ink Shadow Dust saw this, but his eyes lit up. Being able to injure. That means there is a chance of winning. Chapter 84. It's impossible for the human race to have this ability. One must know that the last time he faced this terrifying barbaric savage, he had directly utilized a killer weapon such as soul domination to kill it. This time, Mo Shadow Dust was unwilling to easily use that side effect of huge soul domination no matter what. He quickly adjusted his strategy, and with a thought, ordered Vigor to change his tactics and start a wandering fight with Desolate Savage. The other enemies, in front of the vast army of undead, were nothing more than dirt and dogs, unbeatable. The only one who could truly bring great pressure to Mo Ingduan like a life and death situation was this powerful barbarian. As long as he waited for the Undead Legion to clean up those fishes, and then assisted in vigorously surrounding this barbarian, the balance of victory would be tilted in his favor. Mo Shadow Dust stared closely at the situation on the battlefield, calculating in his heart. The stray fish had been cleared out as much as possible, and Mo Shadow Dust waved his sleeve. The army of undead was ordered to surge towards the barbarians like a tidal wave and start a siege. Aren't you incredibly strong? The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth hooked into a cold arc as he contemptuously muttered to himself. Aren't you already at the top of the second stage? His eyes flashed with a teasing light. Come, let me see if you can withstand the wheel battle of this undead army of mine. The battle was lackluster and devoid of any fancy techniques. The Iron Guard stood at attention, shield raised and at the ready. The E-rank passive taunt phrase on its body was like a magnet, always allowing it to attract a barbaric attack at a critical moment. Whenever the barbaric attack was about to arrive, the Iron Guard would use its shield to carry it hard, making a dull crashing sound. On the other hand, Dolly and Phantom Stinger seized the moment, bulldozed forward, and swung their swords with all their strength. The blade cut through the air, leaving behind a mournful whine. Afterwards, they quickly drew back and retreated to a safe distance, waiting for the next good opportunity. The skeleton warriors, on the other hand, brazenly surrounded the barbarians and launched a suicide attack. Their bones shattered in the collision, making toothsome noises, but none of them retreated. The skeleton archers even turned their bone arrows into a rain of arrows, continuous and pouring down as if they would never stop. As for the damage deepening, powerful battle roar, these gain skills, have long been added, the undead army combat power to the limit. Ink Shadow Dust rubbed his distended temples, veins hidden in his forehead. For the entire half-day, he was like a tireless machine, constantly cycling through the two skills of Summon Skeleton Warrior and Supplemental Damage Deepening. The endless casting of spells had nearly depleted his mental energy, and every spell cast was accompanied by a bout of dizziness. He couldn't even remember how many times he had released his skills, only feeling that his mind was in chaos. Fortunately, this is just a trial. Ink Shadow Dust let out a bitter smile. If this was a true barbaric, how could it tangle with me for so long at such a disadvantage? I'm afraid it would have escaped long ago. Right at this moment, the soul-devouring blood blade in Vigor's hand cut through a blood-colored arc of light and slashed down fiercely. Desolate Barbarian's hideous head, which had long been scarred, flew up high in an unwilling roar. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Like the enemies that had been killed before, the barbaric body quickly turned into dots of fluorescent light and dissipated into the air. At the same time, beneath the high mountains, a melodious bell sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. Dang! The sound of the bell was clear and long, as if it was calling from the distant past. At the foot of the mountain, many onlookers from various races raised their heads and gazed at the top of the mountain. A look of surprise spread across their faces. All sorts of noisy murmurs followed, like boiling water. The bell rang. Did someone pass the middle section again? Who are the people who entered today? Guess, will he be able to make it to the top with a bang? Various guesses rose and fell, like a pot exploding. In this today, I seem to remember that only one human race went up. Could it be him? The blood spirit fiend sniffed and frowned, his nose letting out a contemptuous cold snort, the corners of his mouth outlining a disdainful arc. How could it be that human race? He's only a mere first-rank strength. Even if his battle power is comparable to the second rank, it's impossible for him to ascend to the middle stage so divinely. He paused, his voice filled with contempt. Furthermore, this human race is despicable and shameless, and earlier, at the last moment before climbing the mountain, he suddenly made a sneak attack on me before scampering into the path of God ascension to escape. He shook his head. How does this kind of person, with this kind of heart, deserve to have such strength to quickly pass halfway through the path of God ascension? The blood spirit fiend's words were loud and clear, as if he had already put a lid on the matter. However, the other people around them looked at each other in dismay, as if they did not fully agree with blood spirit fiend's views. However, these past few days, the number of people who are still attempting to climb the mountain is getting smaller and smaller. Within the whole day, only that one human race went in by himself. Who else could it be if not him? A voice weakly rang out with a few moments of skepticism. Aya, it's not possible that this human brat has hopes of breaking the record of the human race for the past 100 years and becoming the next person to ascend to the top of this path of ascension, following the human sword immortal, right? Another voice exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. The blood spirit fury's face was gloomy. Listening to the crowd's chatter, he began to mutter deep inside, and his original firm beliefs were actually shaken a little at the moment. Could it really be this human trash? He pondered in his heart as a sense of annoyance came over him. Right at this moment, Ball of the Goblin Clan, with his small short legs that were half shorter than a normal person, waddled over to Blood Spirit Fury's side. He had a fawning smile on his face, and his voice was shrill and piercing. Gentlemen, listen to me. Right after that human race went in, I also saw a person from the shadow race flash and rush in like a ghost. Ball mysteriously lowered his voice. But he went straight in by activating their Shadow Clan's unique Shadow Shuttle, in case you all didn't notice too much. I also happened to notice that glimmer of light, and that's how I realized it. Hearing this, the blood spirit fiend was as relieved as if he was relieved, and the stone hanging in the bottom of his heart finally fell to the ground, letting out a long breath of relief. A smug look reappeared on his face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. You guys, I told you that it could never be a waste of the human race. His voice was high-pitched with a few hints of bragging. If the others were capable of this, would they still be suppressed by the various races in the 10,000 realms to the point where they could only be passively defended like shrunken turtles? The people discussing in the surroundings had expressions of sudden realization on their faces when they heard Bile and the blood spirit fiend's words. So that's how it is. Then it does seem that the one from the Shadow Clan went in, but this one is really strong, to have passed half of the journey in such a short time? A voice in the crowd said with a few moments of awe. Chapter 85. Can you tempt me with these obsessions that I abandoned long ago? The Shadow Clan, who had been hidden in the shadows, could no longer hold back their inner smugness at this moment, and a sorrowful voice came out. Hee, inside is my Shadow Clan's Lord Night Spectre. You fools are really ridiculous to think that the previous bell was rung for the human clan? That voice was filled with mockery and disdain. Are they worthy? That bell is bound to ring because of my clan's Lord Night Spectre. The voice of the Shadow Clan echoed in the air with an eerie aura. An immortal race woman in a gorgeous robe stood quietly, taking it all in. She had heard enough of these endless speculations, and gently waved her sleeve, a clear wind whipping by with a bit of coldness. It's just a bell, why all the fuss? It's not like it hasn't rung before. When someone climbs to the top, the bell will ring 3 times, and it won't be too late for you guys to guess again. The second half of this path of ascending God will directly extrapolate from the long river of space and time to form illusions from the climber's previous life of the person with the heaviest obsession, making it extremely difficult to pass through. Before his eyes, the ladder reappeared. It stretched on for what seemed like an eternity. Mo Shadowdust looked up, and the ladder towered into the clouds, as if it was going to pierce the sky. He took a deep breath and without hesitation took another step forward. This level, will it still be like before, simply applying gravity? If it's just like this, it's too boring. Before the words fell, as soon as his feet touched the steps, an invisible spiritual pressure swept over him like a wild tide, as if it was going to tear his soul apart alive. Mo Shadowdust clenched his teeth, his whole body's spiritual energy surging wildly, trying his best to resist this horrible pressure. This is oppression that directly targets the soul? No wonder everyone says that the Undead clan possesses a unique advantage on the path to the top, and they are indeed comfortable facing this kind of soul-level oppression. But so what? Come on, let me see just how far this so-called spiritual oppression can reach. Mo Shadowdust could clearly feel that this spiritual pressure was not only a hindrance. It was more like a kind of sharpening, and every time he resisted, his soul was baptized once and became more solid. As the pace of the climb continued to advance, the spiritual pressure also became stronger and stronger. Moing Dust's forehead gradually seeped out fine beads of sweat, his face also gradually became pale. But his gaze became sharper and sharper, like two sharp swords out of their sheaths, flashing with a palpitating cold aura. The scenery around the path of ascending God began to twist and distort, and countless phantoms flickered and flickered, like a dream. Among those phantoms, there were his former relatives, his former enemies, and his former lovers, all of whom were beckoning and calling out to him, trying to pull him into the illusory dream world. Dusty, come back to the Mo family, we can give you everything you want. A familiar voice rang in his ears. It was his father Mo Kuei's voice, full of temptation. Mo Shadowdust was expressionless, not even raising his eyelids as he directly stepped towards the next step. What I want, I'll use my own hands to fight for, I don't need anyone's charity. Shadowdust, will you let me marry you? I want the two of us to be together forever. Mo Shadowdust glanced over and Xia Yunqi's figure appeared in front of him. She was looking at him affectionately. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. It's really boring. This illusion is also too unrealistic to create these obsessions that I've long since abandoned. It's simply unchallenging. Without hesitation, he took another step and stepped onto a higher level. Immediately after, Mo Bingning, Mo Euro, Mo Schwer. One by one, these people who had no attachment to Mo Shadowdust appeared in the illusionary realm. Even if you guys get out those who betrayed me before I was reborn, I can still stop and see if there's a chance for revenge. Now get me out such a few people. Does that mean? Ink Shadowdust had already vaguely guessed in his heart where the true test of this level was. It was nothing more than invoking the most important or most missed obsession in the climber's life. But he's a reborn person. These so-called obsessions were perhaps indeed the most important at his age in his previous life. It's just that this path to godhood was nothing more than that, to the extent that he couldn't even detect such things as rebirth. What a disappointment! Mo Shadowdust took one step, and the scene of the Mo family villa behind him instantly shattered and dissipated without a trace. Before his eyes, the real scene emerged. Raising his eyes, the sight in front of him caused Mo Shadowdust's pupils to contract slightly. In front of him was a vast and boundless platform, and the entire platform seemed to be made of tired white bones piled on top of each other. The white bones were glistening with an icy luster under the sunlight, revealing an unspeakably bizarre and eerie feeling. In the center of the platform, a huge skeleton throne stood there quietly. The entire body of the throne was constructed from the huge bones of unknown creatures, and every single bone exuded an ancient and powerful aura. It intertwined into an invisible pressure that filled the air above the entire platform. Mo Shadowdust looked around and realized that he was already at the top of the mountain. This mountain peak towered over the clouds, and the peak had long since disappeared into the clouds. Standing on the platform and looking around, there was only an azure sky and a sea of tumbling clouds, yet with a hint of disturbing dead silence. Sitting on the skeleton throne, you can obtain a soul quenching. A cold, mechanical voice rang out in Mo Shadowdust's mind. It did not carry any emotional coloring, but clearly conveyed the message. Soul quenching? Mo Shadowdust's eyebrows gently raised. It seemed that this should be the final reward for the road to God ascension. After going through the previous trials and tribulations, I finally came to this final step. I wonder what kind of experience this soul quenching will be. He took a deep breath and with a hint of alertness, he slowly walked towards that skeleton throne. Just the moment he was about to land on that white bone throne, the heart of death throbbed violently, as if it was trying its best to stop Mo Ingsuan's move. Ink Shadowdust was slightly stunned, his figure stopped in place, his gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized the throne in front of him that was permeated with endless majesty. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind like lightning. It caused his heartbeat to suddenly accelerate and his breathing to become rapid. This throne, would it be able to carry his advancement and become the cornerstone for him to step into the second stage? Mo Shadowdust slowly raised his palm, and with a hint of trembling, gently touched the top of the throne. This time, the death god's heart was surprisingly calm and did not move in any way. This made Mo Ingduan's heart settle down a little. It seems that my guess was not wrong. He whispered to himself, a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Chapter 86 Skeleton Throne. With a thought, the profession panel unfolded before his eyes, and Ink Shadowdust didn't hesitate to give the command. Promote to the second rank. Carrier Skeleton Throne detected unknown grade. Is the Skeleton Throne being used as a carrier to advance to the second level? Use. Ink Shadowdust's reply was decisive. The Skeleton Throne is an unknown grade item, this act is extremely dangerous, is the advancement confirmed? The system's icy voice sounded once again, carrying a hint of warning. Confirmed. Mo Shadowdust's gaze burned without the slightest flinch. With Ink Shadowdust's reconfirmation, a dazzling light his body surged out, completely enveloping the tall skeleton throne. This light was soft and warm, yet it contained an incomparably powerful force. Under the illumination of this light, the throne began to slowly dissolve, turning into bits of starlight that merged into Mo Ingduan's body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the entire body was being reshaped and every cell was cheering. Mo Shadowdust only felt a stream of warmth surging through his body, and an unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs and bones. Advancement. It had begun. Right at the moment when Ink Shadowdust began his advancement. At the end of the path of ascending God, the Purgatory clan's Mo Tian finally broke through the many illusions and ascended to that legendary endpoint after 1,000 years of hard work. The heart of death was beating violently within his chest, sending out a sharp warning. However, at this moment, Mo Shadowdust's consciousness had completely disappeared, and all of his mind was immersed in his advancement, unresponsive to everything in the outside world. On his body, the word looting system shimmered with an ethereal light, which was like a thin veil that gently wrapped around his body. In the next second, Mo Shadowdust's figure disappeared out of thin air without a trace, as if it was swallowed by a black hole. Morton took a step onto the platform. In his mind, a majestic and ethereal voice rang out, the same as what Mo Ingduan had heard before. Sitting on the skeleton throne, you can obtain a soul quenching. Finally up. Uncontrollable excitement surged in Mo Tian's heart as he strided forward, ready to sit on that legendary throne as instructed. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze, replaced by an incredulous stunness. His eyes widened as he looked around. There was nothing on the empty platform but cold white bones and a howling cold wind. Where was there any shadow of the skeleton throne? What is this? Mo Tian muttered, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. Sitting on the skeleton throne. Where is the skeleton throne? He frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be that there is some other special ceremony that my clan has not recorded in order to see the throne? Mo Tian carefully recalled the clan's records on the path of ascending God, but he could never find any clues. The clan's canonical records clearly stated. After climbing to the top, the skeleton throne was in the center of the platform, and by sitting on it, one could obtain a tenfold increase in soul quenching. There is no description of any other rituals or steps at all. Doubts clouded in Ma Tian's mind as he began to carefully search the entire platform, not sparing a single corner. Time passes by. Mo Tian stood at the edge of the platform, his face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. That face that was originally filled with anticipation was now written with confusion and endless unwillingness. He felt like a little cutie. Like being tricked. Liars, all a bunch of total liars. The great powers among the ancestors were liars, the records of the clan were liars, and even the hints on this platform were a great deception. He had almost turned this place upside down, every inch of the land had been scrutinized, and there was no such thing as a bull skeleton throne here. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano, and Mo Tian felt like his lungs were about to explode. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, bringing about a burst of stinging pain. With a full of anger, Mo Tian turned around and retraced his steps down the mountain. His figure was like electricity as he flew through the steps and sped towards the bottom of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a crowd of people and a clamor, like a boiling hot pot. All the different races gathered here, all looking forward to it, gazing anxiously at the peak that towered into the clouds. It was at the moment when Mo Shadowdust stepped on top of the mountain. When? 3 melodious bells, like heavenly music, boomed from the top of the mountain, resounding through the clouds. This bell sound, calm and solemn, with a certain sacred rhythm, echoed in the valley for a long time. Below the mountain, the crowd, which was already noisy, was instantly ignited by the sound of this bell, erupting into deafening chatter. Success! Someone has really succeeded in reaching the top. A voice shouted in a high-pitched voice, its tone filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ha, after so many days, it hasn't been in vain at last, someone has finally succeeded. Another voice rang out immediately afterward, carrying a joy like relief. According to the ancient records that have been passed down from generation to generation in the clan, these 3 bells ringing is the very symbol of someone ascending to the top of the mountain. Now, we only need to wait for the person who has reached the top to complete the quenching of his soul, and the remaining power will be fed back to the surroundings like sweet rains, and that is the legendary divine gift. Although this person's voice was not loud, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, allowing everyone to hear it truly. It's not easy, it's really not easy. After waiting for so long, divine providence is finally coming down. An Iron Arm clan member excitedly waved his fists, his face overflowing with unspeakable excitement. His tightly clenched fists were slightly trembling from excessive excitement, as if he had already felt the divine power that was about to come. For a while, the foot of the mountain thundered with joy, and everyone was immersed in the joy of this upcoming divine gift. The hearts of all the people were surging, eagerly waiting for the divine gift to come. It was at this moment when all the people were watching. When? 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 The long-distance bell ringing once again echoed on the mountaintop 3 times in a row, shaking the clouds. The original noisy crowd instantly fell into a dead silence, as if time is frozen at this moment. Only after a long time did a voice with a trembling tone break the silence. What's going on here? Someone has reached the top again? This voice was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. 2 people reaching the top at the same time? This has never been recorded in the history of the clan. Another voice followed closely behind, his tone filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, all sorts of exclamations and comments rose up, like a pot exploding in a clamor. Time passed quietly. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. The divine providence, which the people were eagerly waiting for, was like a stone sinking into the sea, nowhere to be seen. Chapter 87 Promotion to the Second Order. What exactly has happened? By common sense, the soul quenching should have ended long ago. An elf clan member frowned, his voice filled with doubt. Could it be that, above the top of the mountain, those 2 fought? Another person guessed, with a hint of astonishment in his tone. Emotion had already traveled to the foot of the mountain, taking 1 step out of the path of ascending God, his figure slowly appearing in the air. The people of the various races who had been anxiously waiting for a long time ago swarmed to him like a tidal wave. Sure enough, it's Lord Matien. I have asserted before that my clan's Lord Matien has the best hope of reaching the pinnacle. A Purgatory clan member couldn't hide his excitement and shouted loudly. You belong to the same clan, so go and ask what's going on and why the divine providence has been delayed? A person beside him eagerly urged. When that Purgatory clan member heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, but his feet still moved forward warily. There was no other, only fear. The Purgatory people are murderous and their reputation spreads far and wide. Not only were they cruel to the foreign clans, they also treated their own clansmen the same way. The slightest slip of the tongue, words of offense, may incur the trouble of killing. By the Emotion on the spot is not impossible. Lord Emotion, congratulations on your success in reaching the top. Just what exactly happened on top of the mountain? Why has the divine providence not descended so far? He asked stiffly and cautiously. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was also like a powder keg that had been ignited, asking questions in a chorus. Yes, what exactly is going on? Matien, has your soul tempering ever ended? Why is the divine gift delayed? Who is the other person who reached the top? Have you ever met? Emotion was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. When he heard the first person's question, a murderous streak flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to make a move. However, the series of questions that immediately followed, especially about the other person who had ascended to the top, made his heart flutter and he forced down his anger. Those who were on the path to God ascension were unable to hear the sound of the bell. From the words of the crowd, he keenly captured a message. The bell rang twice? Could it be that, besides himself, someone else had ascended to the top? I don't know the identity of the other person who ascended to the top, and besides, there aren't any thrones at all on top of the mountain. Emotion said in a deep voice, his voice exploding in the crowd like muffled thunder. With these words, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded, and each of them was dumbfounded, their minds going blank. They incredulously digested the information in Emotion's words, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. There is no skeleton throne? How is that possible? Doesn't that mean that even if one ascends to the top, they won't be able to undergo soul quenching? A man muttered, his voice filled with resignation. Soul tempering is not possible, so what about our divine gift? Is it still obtainable? Another person asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anxiety. The blood spirit fiend quietly listened to the crowd's discussion, and suddenly, a light flashed in his mind and he shouted. Is there a possibility that another person who ascended to the top did something to skeleton throne destroyed or hidden? The moment these words were uttered, the surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence, and everyone was stunned by his bold speculation. When you say it like that, there are a few possibilities. After a moment of silence, one person broke the silence. Let's just stand guard here and wait for a while to see who actually comes down. With so many of us, can't we force him to tell us the truth about what happened? Our divine providence mustn't just disappear unnoticed like this. Another person chimed in, his tone filled with determination. That's right. Wait for him right here. He must be made to hand over the divine gift. This is a chance that belongs to all of us. How can he be allowed to take it all by himself? The people of the Shadow Clan were hidden in the shadows at the moment, exchanging glances with each other, uneasiness written all over each of their faces. Could it be Lord Night Spectre? How could the Lord be so confused? How could he take the throne for himself? This is an offense against the public's anger. A man lowered his voice and said, his tone filled with worry. Who can say for sure? However, I'm afraid that there's no one else who's still left on the mountain right now other than His Excellency. Later on, when my lord comes out, we must find a way to notify my lord so that she can escape this place at the first opportunity. That's right. We must find a way to notify His Excellency. The remaining few nodded in agreement, a wave of worry in their voices. Su Wen and Lei Ding stood together at this moment and glanced at each other. A speculation rose in both of their hearts. No way. At the top of the mountain, light flowed, outlining Emo Shadowdust's figure. He slowly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of power surged from within his body, like a rushing river, surging. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his bones and knuckles emitting a slight popping sound. That was a sign of excess power. Success! At the chest, where the heart was, the heart of death was silently suspended, surrounded by a throne constructed of eerie white bones, emitting a cold and mysterious light. Another tenfold increase in advancement. Ink Shadowdust's heart was surging. He could clearly feel that all of his attributes had gotten a qualitative leap, even the weakest one had broken through the 2000 mark. And spiritual power is like a lofty mountain, up to 5000 huge. Promoted to the second rank, please select the second rank skill. The system prompt sounded in his head like heavenly music. Summon the skeleton mage. Summon zombie. Summon bone demons. Bone armor. White bone storm. Bone jail. A series of skill lists unfolded in front of Ink Shadowdust's eyes, shining with a tantalizing light. Ink Shadowdust's gaze was like a torch as he quickly swept through these skills, his heart already having made up its mind. Summoning department, I want to summon zombies and summon skeleton mages. He said in a deep voice, with an undeniable firmness in his voice. White bone department, I'll go with bone armor and bone prison. The skills of the summoning specialization were chosen effortlessly. However, when it came to the selection of the white bone specialization, Ink Shadowdust fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Bone armor was a must-have. The spell curing words on his body had to be carried by a defensive skill. It was a guarantee of his survival. As for the other skill, Ink Shadowdust's gaze hovered between Bone Jail and White Bone Storm. Bone Jail, a powerful control skill that could trap an enemy in a white bone cage, unable to move. The White Bone Storm, on the other hand, was a sharp weapon for ranged attacks, countless sharp bone spikes raging in the storm, enough to tear the enemy into pieces. Each of the two skills had its own characteristics, and it was difficult to choose between them for a while. Control, or destruction. Emo Shadowdust's brows furrowed slightly as countless images of battles flashed through his mind. In the end, he still chose the bone prison. While ranged attacks were important, control ability, in many cases, was the key to victory. Chapter 88 Black Knight Resurrection. Ink Shadowdust looked at the 4 new second-order spells added to the skill bar, as well as the new first-order and zero-order skill bar that had yet to be learned, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an arc of satisfaction. Congratulations on advancing to the second rank. The Death Talisman is reset. Please choose a third rank skill to inscribe. Black Knight Resurrection. Ink Shadowdust chose this powerful third rank skill without hesitation. Third order skill Black Warrior Resurrection has been engraved. Black Knight Resurrection, utilizing a dead corpse to resurrect as a Black Knight, the strength of the corpse will have an effect on the Black Knight's combat strength. Excitement flickered in Ink Shadowdust's eyes. This is what you call a skill. Host advances to the second rank. Please select a defense spell to solidify. This time, it was the beep of the word looting system. Curing bone armor. Emo Shadowdust said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a strange fluctuation came from him, and a layer of even stronger bone armor was quietly attached to the inside of the white bone armor that originally existed around him. Double defense. Emo Shadowdust could feel the impenetrable power, which filled his heart with a sense of security. The choice had been made, yet the real heavy lifting had just begun. The bearer. The first thing to check out is the mysterious and unpredictable Death's Heart. Ink Shadowdust clearly remembered that the previous description of the Death God's heart clearly marked that it was in a sealed state and would be gradually unsealed as his strength increased. Heart of the God of Death Red, the supreme secret treasure from the world of the dead, currently in a state of self-sealing and will be gradually unsealed as the owner's strength rises. Existing abilities: Spirit Enlightenment, Soul Domination, Submission. Enlightenment, passive skill that automatically opens the spirit of the undead creatures summoned by the owner, granting them a higher level of intelligence and giving them the possibility to comprehend skills. Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures in order to enhance itself, lasts for 30 minutes. Note, summoned creatures that have had their souls absorbed will enter a dormant state and cannot be summoned again until 24 hours later. Subjugation, can plunder the control of undead within the area covered by spiritual power whose rank is not higher than your own, and can be activated once every 24 hours. Submission? Emo Shadowdust's pupils suddenly contracted. This skill. Doesn't this mean that from today onwards, all undead whose rank does not exceed the second rank, no matter who they used to be loyal to, as long as they appear in front of him, will bow down and obediently follow his orders? The long silent heart of death in his chest, as if it had sensed his inner turmoil, slightly jumped, emitting a cold and powerful aura. Emo Shadowdust took a deep breath to calm his inner shock and continued to check the introduction of the Skeleton Throne. Skeleton Throne Red, an unnameable throne that existed before it disappeared into space and time. It is currently in a state of self-sealing, and will be gradually unsealed as the owner's strength rises. Existing abilities: King's Land, King's Servant. Mafe King's Land. When you sit on the throne, the strength of all subjects under your command will be raised by 1 rank. Mofe King Subject. You may use any of your subjects' abilities as you wish, but only one can be chosen at a time. Murphy Shadowdust felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had been hit by a great surprise. The new submission ability added by the Heart of Death was already shocking enough to be called the nemesis of the undead. And now, this skeleton throne shows the ability. In addition to that slightly pompous name, it can simply be described with the word invincible. I finally lived in the mold of a humanoid buff. Ink Shadowdust's figure shifted and disappeared from the top of that towering mountain. He didn't choose to return the same way along the path of ascending God, but instead directly leapt down. The sudden impulse in his heart drove him to make this crazy move. After advancing, it seems that I've gotten a little carried away. The corner of his mouth curved into a helpless arc as he laughed at himself. But then, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. That's just it, just float. It's rare to have this kind of enjoyable moment. The wind whistled in his ears, like a wild dragon roaring, and his robes hunted, seeming to tear through the void. The scene in front of me changed rapidly, the ground in the field of vision rapidly enlarged. Suddenly, at the waist of the high mountain beside him, a silhouette was thrown out as if by an invisible giant force, and flew towards the direction of Mo Shadowdust's fall. It almost collided with the rapidly falling Mo Shadowdust. Ink Shadowdust frowned and cursed in his heart. Touché. Touch. 2 dull and loud sounds echoed in the valley for a long time. A figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. It was the person who had failed to climb the mountain and had been mercilessly left behind by the path of ascending God. The other figure, on the other hand, stood firmly on the ground and both feet were as solid as if they were rooted in the earth. It was none other than Mo Shadowdust. He fell from a height of 10,000 feet in a domineering and overwhelming manner, unharmed. Another person has failed, this time it's 2. Who is it this time? Forget about failure for now, keep an eye on the entrance to the ladder. After the top is sealed, it will definitely come down from the ladder. Don't let that stealing God's providence guy slip away. Ink Shadowdust caught these words in his ears. A trace of doubt couldn't help but flood his heart. Stealing the divine gift? This can't be about me. The Shadow Clan reacted very differently. Their figures were like electricity, and they quickly came to the wretched figure to help it up. Lord Night Spectre, how did you? Failed? Disbelief was written all over the Shadow Clan man's face. Night Spectre's breath was in disarray at the moment, his body's chi and blood were churning, so where was his mind to answer these questions? Moreover, it was just a failure. Was there anything worth making a fuss about? Lord Night Spectre, could it be that you weren't the one who stole the skeleton throne? Then who could it be? The man from the Shadow Clan still pursued the question relentlessly. The skeleton throne? Night Spectre was filled with bewilderment as he tempered the injuries in his body. No, you're the human race that climbed the mountain before? You didn't fail and get thrown down, you. Jumping down by yourself? The Blood Spirit Fury's voice, with a hint of trembling, traveled into Mo Ingduan's ears. You ascended to the top? This terrifying thought surfaced in the Blood Spirit Fiend's mind as he stammered out what was on his mind. Mo Shadowdust smiled bashfully as he recognized this demon youth who had been injured by himself with a bone spear before the climb. Climbing to the top. Is it hard? His tone was calm, as if he was narrating a trivial and insignificant matter. The moment these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar, and all sorts of exclamations rang out. The Blood Spirit Fiend's face turned pale as he was unable to accept this fact. No, it can't be. What makes you, a human, ascend to the top? You must have failed and been thrown out as well. It's just that I don't know what method I used to stabilize my body without being injured. The Blood Spirit Fiend desperately tried to convince himself, trying to find a reasonable excuse for Mo Ingduan's failure. Chapter 89. Are you the only one who talks too much? Ink Shadowdust ignored the Blood Spirit Fury's chattering nonsense. He turned around and his gaze fell on Lei Ding and Suwon, who were walking towards him. The faces of the two were overflowing with uncontrollable excitement, yet mixed with a trace of unspeakable confusion. Mo Shadowdust naturally understood what was going on in their minds, and nodded slightly as a confirmation of their guesses. Lei Ding and Suwon's eyes instantly lit up, flashing with excitement. Wait. You said that you climbed to the top? Then tell me, what exactly is the view from the top of the mountain? The Blood Spirit Fiend's shrill voice rang out once again, breaking the brief moment of silence. Ink Shadowdust originally did not want to pay attention to this endless entanglement. But everyone around him focused their eyes on him, their eyes filled with inquiry. After a brief thought, he slowly spoke. At the top of the mountain is a platform made of white bones, and in the center stands a skeleton throne. Ha, I've caught you in a loophole. This lie of yours, it doesn't break. Lord Matian himself said just now that there is no such thing as a skeleton throne at the top of the mountain. The Blood Spirit Fiend was triumphant, his voice filled with mockery. Ink Shadowdust was bored to death in his heart as he slightly raised his hand, and the phantom thorns lurking in his shadow instantly flashed behind Blood Spirit Fury. The short blade of hell cut through the air with a biting coldness, directly taking the life of the Blood Spirit Fury. Blood Spirit Fury, dead. I'll let you talk nonsense. You couldn't stop talking before I got up there. After I came down, you dared to keep on talking. What a way to get yourself killed. Immediately after that, the Black Warrior's resurrection skill was unleashed, and a strange black mist filled the Blood Spirit Fury's corpse. When the black mist dispersed, the Blood Spirit Fiend had already transformed into a black warrior clad in black armor and carrying a huge sword on his back, respectfully standing behind Emo Shadow Dust. This sudden change caused the originally noisy scene to instantly fall silent, so that a pin could be heard. A third-ranked black warrior? Surprisingly, it really is. This human race can actually summon a third-order black warrior. Then, it's really possible for him to reach the top. Human race. You were at the top of the mountain and really saw the skeleton throne with your own eyes? A voice broke the silence and asked with an incredulous tone. Ink Shadow Dust heard that there was actually someone who came over to cross-examine without knowing how to die. With a cold snort that carried an unquestionable majesty, naturally, is it necessary for me to lie? Then why hasn't the divine providence descended? Another voice pursued, its tone filled with resignation. Ink Shadow Dust was stunned, then reacted. The divine providence was the power that the skeleton throne fed back. Now that the throne had been refined by himself, where was the divine gift? The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile, then. I'm really not sure. After saying that, he passed a look to Lei Ding and Su Wen, signaling to leave, and turned around to leave. No, you can't leave. You must make your words clear. That's right, you can't leave. Tell us clearly, where exactly did our divine gift go? Two bold shadow clansmen even stepped forward and tried to block Emo Shadow Dust's path. The black warrior's giant sword was sheathed, and a cold light flashed. A horizontal sweep, wrapped in a thunderous momentum, cut off the two shadow race members at the waist. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. If you want to know why God's gift disappeared, go up and find out for yourself. Don't whine to me here. Emo Shadow Dust's footsteps were unceasing, and his icy words were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Under the powerful intimidation of the third-order black warrior, the crowd in front of Emo Shadow Dust automatically made way. No one dared to get in the way. Even Emo Tian, who was originally prepared to make a move, fell into a brief hesitation and eventually stopped moving. Third-order black warrior. Even if he was able to defeat it with all his cards, he was afraid that he would still pay a heavy price. Emo Tian did not want to quit this trial so early. He watched as Emo Ingduan took Lei Ding and Su Wen, escorted by the black warriors, and left. Only a mess was left behind, and a lingering shock and doubt in the hearts of the crowd. Next to the crumbling wall, Emo Ingduan, Su Wen, and Lei Ding stood side by side. Emo Shadow Dust stared sullenly at the floating figure in midair. That person was wearing a long moonlight white robe, which was embroidered with complex and mysterious silver patterns, flowing with a faint glow in the sunlight. His figure was slender and upright, like a proudly standing pine. A head of long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, adding a bit more uninhibited. Immortal race. Immortal Emperor inheritors. Among the young generation of the current generation, Xian Meiyu, who was known as the strongest genius. This person's talent was so high that it had reached the point of outrageousness. All of the cultivation records in the textbooks of human students were created by him, without exception. Emo Shadow Dust secretly felt the aura emanating from the Zuanhydrite Jade. Strong. It's just too strong. That majestic pressure, as heavy as a mountain, almost left one breathless, and a trace of powerlessness that was difficult to fight against actually arose in the bottom of one's heart. Ink Shadow Dust heart quickly estimate, if you want to fight with one, I'm afraid that the only way to have a chance of winning is to use the soul domination. Swan Meiju's gaze landed on Emo Ingchen, who was on full alert. The corner of her lips rose slightly, sketching out a light smile. His figure moved like a light feather, slowly floating down to the side of the three. Emo Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly contracted, his muscles tensed up, and he stared at Xian Meiyu. On Xian Meiyu's handsome face, a pair of deep eyes were as bright as stars, flickering with an elusive light. He nodded slightly towards Emo Ingchen, and then stretched out a long and slender jade-like hand, his voice as gentle as a jade bead falling from a plate, taking the liberty of interrupting, under the name of Xian Meiyu. Emo Ing Dust was stunned, this Xian Heiyu, actually not like the rumors that he was so high and mighty. Instead, polite to the point of being a bit excessive? Ink Shadow Dust hesitated for a moment and reached out to shake Xian Mingyu's hand. It was cold to the touch, but carried a strange power that shook the mind. Are you also here to inquire about the cause of the disappearance of the divine providence? Xian Meiju smiled. The recklessness and confidence that flowed from her smile made Emo Ingduan feel that this was the posture that the immortal race should have. How could one call themselves an immortal race if they did not turn their noses to the sky and forever fly in the sky looking down at all beings? I have to admit, the immortal race has long left such an arrogant impression on other races. A mere divine gift formed by the backlash of the skeleton throne's power, I don't put it in my eyes yet. Swan Meiyu's tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable dominance. Furthermore, hasn't the skeleton throne already been refined by you and become the exclusive bearer of your human race? Where else would there be any divine gifts? The truth was revealed in a single word, causing Emo Shadowdust's pupils to shrink violently. Did he see it with his own eyes? Or did he deduce it on his own? Either way, it's alarming. I came here for you, Mr. Emo. Xian Meiyu's gaze burned. The doubts in Emo Shadowdust's heart intensified, and his eyes signaled him to continue. There is a forbidden place at the edge of the trial land, and every time the trial land opens, my immortal clan and spirit clan will each choose one person to go and explore it. Chapter 90, How to Fight This. This time, I went with the spirit clan's cultivator Wu and found that there seems to have been some sort of change there, very different from the clan's records. Therefore, the two of us split up to look for helpers, hoping that someone would travel with us to find out. The Xianmei Jade's voice was soft as it continued to speak. Emo Shadowdust's brows tightened. So you sought me out? Swan Mayu's smile grew brighter. Just by virtue of Mr. Mo's audacity to refine the skeleton throne, he is qualified to travel with us. Of course, I'm not forcing myself on you, sir. Keep this token. A white jade token floated down to Emo Ingduan's hand. I know that your human race is suffering from a great difficulty now. When Mr. finished dealing with the affairs of the human race, if you intend to go, you can inject your spiritual power into the token at any time. The token will guide the way by itself. After Shen Meiyu finished speaking, his gaze swept over Su Wen and Lading, who had been shielded from their five senses by his immortal technique. Once again, he nodded at Emo Shadowdust. The invitation has been conveyed. We will meet again. Before the words fell, his figure had already turned into a stream of light, rushing up into the sky and disappearing into the sky in an instant. Tianqiang Mountain Range, entrance. Emo Shadowdust's eyes fell on Su Wen, who was in the process of pulling out two short-handled hand axes from a zombie, and he rubbed his brows helplessly. He hadn't paid much attention during the previous battle. It was only in these few days when the two of them were traveling together that he gradually realized that this guy Su Wen, obviously an assassin, but lived to play as a berserker warrior. Ordinary assassins are holding daggers, hiding in the shadows, silently touching behind the enemy, and killing them with a single blow. But this kid, actually carrying two axes, hiding in the dark, when the enemy near, they waved the axe at the head of the fierce chopping. Dare to assassin sneaking, in his eyes is only used to close the distance with the enemy means? Emo Shadowdust finally understood why Su Wen, an assassin, was unable to escape when the jackals surrounded him earlier. On his this see the enemy on the wailing to rush up the frame, can escape is strange. I say. Can you change your fighting style a little? Emo Shadowdust couldn't help but open his mouth. Su Wen sniffed and grinned, reinserting the two axes back into his waist. Brother Dust, this is what you don't understand. Hard-hitting, fist-to-fist is the romance of a man. And I've already planned it all out. When I break through to the 4th rank, I'll pick a profession that has a bonus to melee combat in the second turn, such as Berserker Thief, Combat Thief, or something like that. Seeing Emo Shadowdust still shaking his head, Su Wen continued. Brother Dust, according to the scattered human races we encountered earlier, the resurrection death spirits are able to sense the aura of living beings, so our large force of human races dares not gather, and can only split into pieces and scatter throughout the Tianqiang mountain range, relying on the terrain to individually fend off the resurrection death spirits that are also scattering in pursuit of the human races. The 3 commanders of the human race are all gathered in the center of the mountain range, but the problem is that they are all hiding. Where can we find them? Emo Shadowdust sniffed and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he helplessly shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's take one step at a time. Go into the mountains first. We can always find them. Su Wen came forward and stood beside Emo Ingduan, saying mysteriously, Brother Dust, in my opinion, why don't you just release the undead army directly, with the strength of your group of undead? What kind of resurrected dead spirit? What kind of undead race? Come one to destroy one, go in and just sweep and crush them all. Emo Shadowdust did not respond, only shaking his head with a calm expression, taking the lead and taking a step, leading Su Wen towards the entrance of the mountain range. Directly rushing in with his little brother to kill the whole world? He could do that. But then, it would be a pity for the army of the dead who had been revived by the undead. That's tens of thousands of second-order corpses. If one uses the subjugation skill to take them all down, combined with your own Murphy's King's Land skill, the corpses would all become third-ranked. Tens of thousands of third-order resurrected dead spirits. In this land of trials, what else could one not do? Deep inside the Tianqiang mountain range, inside a hidden cave. At the entrance of the cave, a complicated spell formation was flowing with obscure light, isolating the breath of the living beings inside the cave. Inside the cave, bright sacred temple Irene and desolate heaven Holy Land Yangkuan stood side by side, gazing at the sand table of Tianqiang mountain range on the table in front of them. Tianqi's sect Wanyi is reclining on the rocking chair beside the two, leisurely swaying back and forth, a look of unconcern. Yang Kuan frowned tightly, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, his gaze fixed dead on the sand table. As things stand now, what should we do? All trapped in this deep mountain, and not daring to gather strength, even breaking out has become a luxury. It's too suffocating. A bunch of trashy necromancers. If it was outside, he could kill as many as he wanted. But now. Also don't know where the undead tribe actually dug up the graves and got out tens of thousands of second-order dead spirits? How can we fight? Erin was equally stony-faced and dusty, obviously having just returned from a vicious battle outside. Her long blonde hair also looked a bit messy at the moment, losing its former luster. What else can we do? We've tried everything we can think of, but the number of these resurrected dead spirits is just too huge, and there are tens of thousands of second-order existences alone. Several waves of our dispersed men have already completely lost contact. Right now, we can only hide for the time being and see if we can hold out until the moment the trial land closes. Hot-tempered young Cohen waved his hand violently, stirring the sand table on the table into a mess, his anxiety overflowing. Hiding until the end of the trial land? With the undead race's current formation, can we really hold out until then? In my opinion, in half a month at most, those of us will have to be slaughtered by this group of undead. He turned his head violently, his gaze like a torch, looking straight at the still leisurely swaying rocking chair Wangi, and said angrily, "You'd rather say something. All day long, you just know to lie there and enjoy your leisure?" Upon hearing this, Wangi slowly opened his eyes and lazily stopped the rocking chair from swinging back and forth, slightly adjusting a more comfortable position. Why be so nervous? Just do your best in everything and listen to the fate of heaven. If we people are destined to be buried here, it would not be a bad place to return to. You. When Yang Cohen heard this, he was suddenly furious and made a gesture to go forward to grab Wangi by the collar. Irene saw this, and quickly reached out to stop Yang Cohen, and advised in a deep voice. Don't be impulsive, at this critical moment now, we must not disorganize ourselves. Moreover, Wangi is not really standing by and watching, which one of the various hiding spots to isolate the breath of living beings is not laid down by his own hands? Yang Cohen shook his hand in annoyance and looked back at the human race that was relying on the cave walls in a scattered manner. Each one of them carried injuries and were in a sorry state. Ugh. Could it be that we can only wait for death like this? He sighed. There was despair in his voice. Chapter 91, Benefactor, you're here. The two of them, Mo Shadowdust and Su Wen, stepped on the remains of the dead spirits under their feet and slowly advanced through the Tianqiong mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were all resurrected dead spirits. Much. It's just too much. Zero order, first order, second order. They wandered through the mountain range like headless flies, aimless. Once they leaked out the slightest bit of their aura, the surrounding large swaths of resurrection and death spirits swarmed to them like sharks that smelled blood, tearing the unfortunate exposed human into pieces. Only humans. All the living beings in this mountain range had long been slaughtered by the undead, leaving none behind. In the entire mountain range, only the ubiquitous resurrection of dead spirits and the hiding and surviving human race remain. The number of resurrected dead spirits is so huge that it is no longer possible for Mo Shadowdust to deal with it alone. He had no choice but to summon out Vigorous and Iron Guard. Vigor drove ahead, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand danced imperviously, and wherever he passed, the undead were chopped into two, with their limbs and arms scattered all over the place. Mo Shadowdust and Su Wen followed closely behind, moving deeper and deeper into the center of the mountain range. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Mo Shadowdust only felt his heart twisting like a knife, deploring the pain. These resurrected dead spirits were supposed to be his future warriors. If he hadn't been afraid of using his submission skill too soon, he feared that it would alert the commander of the undead race, who had never shown up, and thus affect his plan of controlling all the reanimated dead spirits. He would have already utilized his subjugation skill and taken all of these reanimated dead spirits under his command. Suddenly, a skeleton in front of them that was about to pounce on the duo violently stopped in its tracks and stiffly turned its head to look back. In its empty eye sockets, ghostly blue soul flames danced slightly. Squeak! Creak! Amidst the sound of bones rubbing together, it slowly twisted its body, reversed its direction, and lumbered in the opposite direction from the Mo Shadowdust duo. When Mo Shadowdust saw this, his eyes lit up. Found traces of the human race? There is only one possibility that could make the undead give up the temptation of the two living sense of themselves and Su Wen. In the direction of that skeleton's advance, more living soul auras were exposed. Mo Shadowdust and Su Wen exchanged glances and immediately trailed that skeleton. As they went deeper and deeper, more and more undead converged, all surging in the same direction, like a black torrent. Passing through an open area, the sight in front of them made their hearts tighten. All the undead were jammed at the entrance of a narrow mountain gorge, frantically squeezing forward. Inside the gorge, two human shield warriors were wielding huge shields, trying their best to fend off the undead attack, their sweat soaked through their clothes. Behind the two of them, the human race's long-range attacks continued to fall, attacking the resurrection undead. Above them, a delicate silhouette flashed back and forth, and every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a severe spatial chop, harvesting a piece of the otherworldly life of the resurrection death spirit. Ling Wei. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk. Finally, he had encountered a familiar face. He raised his hand and waved his hand, and the two tall skeleton warriors, Dolly and Iron Guard, came out in response, charging straight into the group of dead souls and launching a bloody massacre. In just a few moments, the gathered dead spirits were slaughtered and their corpses were strewn everywhere. However, the number of human races gathered here was too large, and the rich aura of life was as eye-catching as a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, attracting countless dead souls to keep coming. The killing was endless, and the beheading was unending. Suspended in mid-air, Lingwei, seeing the iconic magic sword in the hands of Dolly, the emotions in her heart were complicated and difficult to understand. Joy, because the arrival of Mo Shadow Dust meant that they might be able to be spared today. Anxiety, on the other hand, also stemmed from Mo Shadow Dust's appearance, as the Tianshan mountain range had long been completely blocked by the undead race, and only the undead race would be able to enter and leave the mountain. No human could leave alive. Even if Ink Shadow Dust had once displayed a stunning third-order strength. But in this mountain range, facing tens of thousands of second-order undead besieging him, even a third-order powerhouse. I'm afraid it's hard to escape death. Mo Shadow Dust had no time to care about what was going on in Lingwei's mind at the moment. He frowned tightly as he gazed at the endless army of dead spirits that were coming in like a tidal wave. Benefactor, you've come. Lingwei's figure shifted, spatial fluctuations filled the air, and she had already appeared beside Mo Ing Chen. Mo Shadow Dust nodded slightly and looked at Lingwei with a hint of doubt in her gaze. What kind of means did you guys use before that you were able to isolate the breath of living beings? It must be known that if the aura of the living was not isolated, these undead would be like sharks that smell blood and would come madly, never stopping. With such a huge number of people besieging them, even the most powerful would eventually run out of spiritual energy and could not escape death. Lingwei sniffed and explained in a rapid speech. It's Wang Yi of the Celestial Master Sect. He used the unique formation of the Celestial Master Sect to isolate the aura of living beings. It's a pity that this formation is too fragile and extremely vulnerable to destruction. The spell formation in our previous hiding place was unintentionally destroyed by those dead spirits wandering around haphazardly, which led to the leakage of our living aura. Mo Shadow Dust listened and nodded gently, but his brows furrowed even tighter. Then what should we do now? Can we only sit here and wait for death, letting these dead spirits surround us? Lingwei hastily shook her head and said with an anxious face. That's not the case. We have already notified Wang Yi through a special method. As long as we put up a little resistance here, Wang Yi will come to assist us in repairing the spell formation. Counting the time, he should also be arriving soon. Before Lingwei's words fell, a voice with a few moments of lethargy came from above a distant mountain peak. Spell formation, running thunder. The moment the voice fell, a huge and incomparable 6-main star spell formation appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the humans in it. Purple light flashed, and Ink Shadow Dust was surprised to find a layer of lightning damage attached to each of vigorous swings. As he looked around, not only vigorous, but all the humans, surprisingly, had gained this magical bonus. For a time, along with the humans' attacks, the crackling of thunder and lightning was deafening. The speed at which the army of the dead was cleared suddenly increased. What a powerful ability! Is this the legendary Celestial Master Sect spell formation? It really lives up to its name. Mo Shadow Dust exclaimed in a low voice. Wang Yi's name was naturally like a thunderclap in Mo Ingduan's previous life. That was one of the leading figures of the younger generation of the human race, with an outstanding reputation. He was so powerful that he was even above the majority of the veteran powerhouses, which was awe-inspiring. Only the two people's status is different. Mo Ingduan has not been able to have the opportunity to see this legendary figure in person. Mo Shadow Dust raised his eyes to look at Wang Yi at the top of the mountain. He only saw that after releasing the running thunder formation, Wang Yi's figure was a vertical leap, lightly leaping to the entrance of a cave. His hands danced rapidly, and between the flashes of light, he kept changing various complicated gestures, dazzling the eyes. After just less than 5 minutes, he stopped his movements and shouted. The isolation spell formation has been repaired. All of you, quickly return to the cave. With Wang Yi's order, the human warriors began to retreat in an organized manner, entering the cave in turn. One look showed that this kind of thing had happened more than once, and everyone was well organized and not at all disorderly. Chapter 92: The Group's Emotions. When the last person entered the cave, the army of dead souls lost the guidance of the scent of living beings and once again turned their eyes filled with murderous intent towards Mo Ingduan's side. Lingwei's teeth lightly bit her red lips, her hands resting on Mo Ingchen and Su Wen's shoulders respectively. Let's go in as well. Ink Shadow Dust nodded in agreement. The power of space surged from Lingwei's body as light flickered. The three of them instantly shifted to the entrance of the cave. This girl, unexpectedly, has already broken through to the second stage. A trace of surprise flashed through Mo Shadow Dust's heart, and with that thought, the three of them had already stepped into the cave. Outside the cave, the army of dead spirits that had completely lost the guidance of the living spirit's aura had once again fallen into a state of blind wandering. They wandered aimlessly for a long time before gradually dispersing. Inside the cave, Wang Yi briefly inquired about the casualties and wanted to turn around and leave. Mo Shadow Dust took a step out and blocked in front of him. His expression was bland as he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the person in charge of the human race?" Wang Yi's gaze swept over Mo Shadow Dust with a few moments of curiosity. His voice was filled with his usual lethargy. "Well, it's not like we can talk about being in charge, it's just that the three of us, Irene, Young Koan and I, are slightly stronger, and everyone is willing to listen to us." A bright color flashed in Mo Ingduan's eyes. "Great. As long as we can find the person in command of this human center. Convince them to gather all the humans into an open area, and then they can initiate submission and directly control all the dead. Not only can he save all the human race, he can also obtain the support of a heavenly army of dead spirits. Isn't it two birds with one stone? Take me back with you, I have important matters to discuss with the three of you," Mo Shadow Dust said in a deep voice. Wang Yi heard this and looked Mo Ingchen over carefully from head to toe. Being diffident by nature, he didn't even bother to ask Mo Ingchen what important matters he had. Anyway, as long as he is still a human, he is on the same side as himself. "Success, then you will return with me," Wang Yi agreed with alacrity. Ling Wei heard that Mo Ingchen was actually going to the center of the mountain range. It was so hard to meet her benefactor again. How could she let Mo Ingchen leave alone again? In desperation, she reached out and tugged on Wang Yi's sleeve, anxiety written all over her face. "I want to go too." After hearing this, Wang Yi helplessly waved his hand. "Okay, go with me, but I have to remind you that the central area has frequent battles, far better than here. If you want to live, stay here to have a better chance." After saying that, he saw that Mo Ingchen and Ling Wei both looked as normal, and had obviously made up their minds. He then stopped talking and stepped out of the cave. Mo Shadow Dust's gaze landed on Su Wan, and after a slight hesitation, he said, "You should stay here and help the human race here. Don't join me. With your strength, it's not appropriate to go to the central region." Su Wan sniffed, a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face, and he gently nodded. Silently, he watched the departing figures of Mo Ingchen and Ling Wei. In the center of the mountain range, in the dimly lit cave, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Outside the cave, the hissing of dead spirits rose and fell like a death knell. Inside the cave, a group of young human celestials sat around a campfire, exhaustion and despair written on everyone's face. Just moments ago, the group's hiding spot was once again crashed through by the dead spirits. Irene and Yang Kuan led the crowd, and at the cost of a few fresh lives, they killed their way out and hid in this other cave that Wang Yi had set up in advance. The campfire swayed, reflecting their young but tired faces, and weariness was written all over everyone's face. Erin gripped her staff tightly in her hand, its smooth body reflecting the dancing firelight, her brow furrowed with worry. What to do? The sieges of the Necromonger army became more and more frequent, and the attacks became more and more violent, and their group, which had been sharply reduced from more than 100 at the beginning, to less than 40 nowadays. So many young human celestial pride. With visions of the future, trusting themselves and entrusting their lives to her, was she really going to stand by and watch these people sit here and wait for death? Yang Koan stood beside her, fists clenched, knuckles due to excessive force and white, issued a subtle cackle sound. Death, he does not fear, he is afraid of, just like this harbor with this group of human pride by the dead spirit army a little bit eaten, until the whole army was destroyed. Every time they were discovered, it meant that several people would close their eyes forever. We can't keep hiding like this. Yang Koan's voice broke the silence, his voice was low and powerful, every word was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit the hearts of the crowd. Brother Koan is right, we have already lost too many comrades, their sacrifices cannot be in vain. A youth named Li Hao stood up, he was tall and had a torch-like gaze. Brother Yang is right. Instead of lingering like this, we should fight against those dead spirits. His voice was loud and full of determination. I agree. Wang Lan also stood up, her stance athletic and her eyes sharp. Our human race never fears death, we'll let those dead spirits know that we're not to be messed with. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. A young man named Zhang Chang shouted loudly, his voice filled with anger and unyieldingness. Yes, fight them. Kill out and avenge our dead compatriots. The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, they stood up and raised the weapons in their hands, the shouts echoed in the cave for a long time. Irene looked at the fervent crowd in front of her, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She raised the staff in her hand high, her voice clear and firm. Good. Then let's kill our way out and fight those necromancers to the death. Kill. 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 As many dead spirits come, we'll kill as many as we can, and kill them all, the sun and the moon will never shine. Kill. Fight with them, I don't believe that these dead spirits really can't be killed. Isn't it just a matter of death? The big deal is to die in battle. In the next life, I will still be a human. This life of mine should have been accounted for on the battlefield a long time ago. Instead of lingering here, I'd rather fight with a bang. My generation of martial artists, why fear death? Today, let these dead spirits see the bloodiness of my human race. A mage wearing a ruptured vestment slowly raised his dry hand, and a faint but determined fire emerged from his palm. I am not strong, but I can still fight. I would like to turn into the last ray of firelight on this battlefield and illuminate the way forward for the human race. Outside the cave, the night was deep and a waning moon hung high, its cool light spilling onto the earth. Inside the cave, the fire glowed to the sky, reflecting red on everyone's face and red in everyone's eyes. When Wang Yi led Mo Shadow Dust to arrive, he happened to see the heart-heavy scene in front of him. The crowd was in an agitated state, vowing to die as if they were going to return, clearly ready to burn with their stones. Gentlemen, I do have a method that may be able to solve this crisis. Mo Ingduan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 93. Anyone who disturbs the heart of the army will be killed without pardon. Yang Kuan turned back violently, his eyebrows twisted into a lump as a murderous aura spread out from him. Those who disturbed the army's center of gravity would be killed without pardon. He was about to strike when he saw Wang Yi walking out behind Mo Ingsuan. Yang Kuan forced down his anger and questioned, Wang Yi, who is this person? Wang Yi casually waved his hand and, his name is Mo Shadow Dust. I'm not familiar with him either. I ran into him just now when I was helping to repair the spell formation over there, and said that he had something to discuss with us. Yang Kuan snorted coldly, Mo Shadow Dust, you'd better be able to say 1, 2, 3, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Aaron also stared at Mo Ing Chen with a gloomy face, silent. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited in the crowd was interrupted by this person's words. If he really had a method to solve the crisis, that would naturally be the best. If not, such a scourge, he cannot be kept. Ink Shadow Dust cleared his throat and stepped forward with a calm demeanor. I have a secret method that can resolve all the dead spirits at once. But all the dead spirits must be gathered in one place. There is only one chance. If you all are willing to give it a try, we'll talk about it in detail. If you are not willing to try, then you all can go and die generously. I won't stop you. You. Yang Kuan only felt ridiculous when he heard Mo Ingduan's words. Solving all the dead spirits at once? It's simply a fool's errand. That's tens of thousands of second-order dead. What secret technique can be so powerful? Really think they're all cuties? Can't you do it? He scanned the crowd of varying demeanors. Mo Ingduan, I think you're tired of living. How dare you demonize the people here and disorganize my army, suffer death. Before the words left his mouth, Yang Kuan swung his fist out, heading straight for Mo Shadow Dust's face. Mo Shadow Dust looked at this berserk power in front of him that belonged to the heir of the desolate sky sacred land without the slightest change in his face. Outside of his body, the 2 defensive spells cured by the spell curing words were enough to leave him unharmed. Just as Yang Kuan's fist was about to collide with the spells around Mo Ingduan's body, Wang Yi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Mo Ingsuan, his arm lightly hooked and wrapped around Yang Kuan's swinging fist. A soft force followed the trend, pulling this powerful punch to deflect the direction. The wind of the fist whistled past Mo Ingsuan's ear, bringing up a cool sensation. After blocking the punch, Wang Yi moved his body, his tone carrying a bit of cynicism. Why do you have to make a move at the drop of a hat? Have something to say properly, in case people really have a solution. Won't you become a sinner if you go down with this punch? Mo Shadow Dust saw that Yang Kuan's blow missed and wanted to swing his fist again. He frowned slightly and his voice was low. All of you are going to die, so what's the harm in trying my method? If it's truly useless, it won't delay you all from fighting to the death. Hearing this, Yang Kuan hatefully withdrew his fist and turned back to his seat. Then tell me, what secret method is it that can resolve tens of thousands of second-ranked death spirits in a single strike? The crowd also came back to their senses from this sudden turn of events at this moment. They all opened their mouths to inquire, their tones invariably carrying questions. Yes, where in this world is there such a heaven-defying secret method? Since you are so confident, tell us the details of this secret method. In my opinion, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he will only shake our resolve. Mo Shadow Dust heard the words of the crowd clearly, but was silent. What kind of joke is this, asking me to reveal my cards to the world? Overthinking. And the effect of the submissive skill is too counterintuitive. Even if he really told it to the crowd, it was expected that the crowd wouldn't believe it. It was at this awkward moment. Wang Yi's lazy voice sounded once again. Gentlemen, it's not quite proper for you to press people about their cards like this. Might as well believe him for once, there's nothing to lose anyway, and you might not win if you go out and fight hard. There is a valley near here, called Longchamp Valley. The place is spacious, send out a signal and gather everyone there. If it can really be solved, naturally everyone will be happy. If it can't, all the people's heavenly pride fight to the death, buried in the Longchamp Valley, is not a disgrace to the reputation. The crowd looked at each other with indecision in their hearts. Ink Shadow Dust's words, they didn't believe them. But Wang Yi's words, they had to believe. Fighting side by side over and over again had long proved the strength of the seemingly lazy heavenly master sectaire in front of them. Fine, let's try then, it's still a death anyway. Longchamp Valley? It's a good place, it's appropriate to duel there. Seeing that more and more people expressed their willingness to give it a try, the corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth hooked into an imperceptible arc. It was good to be willing to try. He looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over the young and vibrant faces, his mind calculating. This place gathered the leaders of the younger generation of the human race, and almost all of the elites were gathered at this Tianqiong mountain. If they were slaughtered by the undead race here, it would be a loss that the human race could not bear. the center of the Tianqiang mountain range. With a wave of Aaron's delicate hand, a holy light spell shot up into the sky, blossoming with dazzling light in the air. This light was like a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, illuminating the entire Tianqiang mountain range, and no matter where they were, as long as they looked up, they could clearly see it. North. Xia Yunxi was surrounded by flying swords, sword chi streaking across his body, strangling one of the deadly creatures that tried to approach into pieces. She felt that holy light and her eyes glazed over, the signal to assemble. Is it finally time for a showdown? In the east, in a hidden crypt, the two witnessed the holy light that rose up to the sky through a narrow observation port. They quickly turned around and ran deeper into the crypt, ready to report this important news to their companions. The time for the decisive battle has finally arrived. Mard, I don't want to spend another day in this kind of hiding in darkness. A man said as he ran, a hint of relief in his voice. Ha, everyone is a companion, to die together, it is not a waste of this life. Another person responded, with a hint of bravado in his tone. Hundreds of human teenagers, like scattered stars, emerged from all corners of Tianqiang Mountain. They abandoned their painstaking hiding places and converged towards the center. Surprisingly, those dead spirits that were originally roaming around and killing people on sight. At this moment, they went against the norm and stopped actively attacking the human race. It was as if they had also received some sort of instruction, and they also began to assemble, heading towards the Longchamp Valley in the center of Tianqiang Mountain. Longchamp Valley, the top of a towering mountain. Looking far into the distance, the vast mountains were rolling, and in the valley, grayish-white mist filled the air, like a sleeping dragon, quietly hibernating on top of the earth. Mountain wind whistling, blowing four people's robes hunting. The four of them, Emo Shadowdust, Yang Kuan, Eileen, and Wang Yi, stood side by side. Their gazes went through the thin clouds and cast into the depths of the valley. Chapter 94, We, the human race, have traitors. What's wrong with these dead spirits? Suddenly become so disciplined? Yang Kuan was the first to open his mouth, breaking the silence, his brows locked and his eyes filled with doubt. He raised his hand, pointing downwards, and continued, in the past 2 days, several teams of humanoids that rushed to the rendezvous all said that they hadn't encountered any attacks from the dead spirits. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze sharply across the bottom, and agreed, this is convenient for us to gather our strength and fight the undead to the death. But how did the undead race learn about our plan to gather for a duel? Emo Shadowdust bowed his head in deep thought, his fingers gently tapping on the white bone pendant at his waist, making a slight tapping sound. Could it be that holy light magic from Aaron? He guessed in a deep voice. Impossible. Yang Kuan shook his head decisively without waiting for him to finish, his face sullen. Aaron often releases similar magic into the sky above. If she didn't know in advance what each style of different magic represented, it would never be possible to deduce that we were going to rally just from a single holy light. As Aaron listened to the conversation between the several people, she also shook her head gently. Raising her eyes to look at Mo-Ingd-Wan, the color of worry on her face intensified. Don't guess, we've already dispatched quite a few assassins to go and spy on the undead clan side, so I guess there will be news coming back tonight. She already had a few guesses in her heart. The night was low, and in the mountain clearing, the campfire swayed, reflecting the tired faces. The pride of the human race gathered here, enjoying the rare tranquility on the eve of the duel. Without the frantic pursuit of those dead spirits that were like maggots on their bones, the tense nerves were finally able to relax for a moment. The crowd sat around the campfire, enjoying simple food and discussing the strategy for the upcoming duel in low voices. The atmosphere was quite cordial. Just at this moment, a black shadow stumbled and ran from the distance, breaking this short-lived peace. The person who came stumbled, dragging a shocking bloodstain under his feet, obviously already heavily injured. Seeing this person's figure, Aileen rose abruptly and took a few arrow steps to meet him. When she saw the miserable state of the visitor, Aaron's normally gentle eyes suddenly tightened. Only to see that the person's body was covered with crisscrossing wounds, as if he had been cut by countless sharp blades, dripping with blood, miserable to see. The most fatal thing was that a white bone spear ran through his chest, the tip of the spear dripping blood, mixed with the broken pieces of internal organs, making people shudder. His mouth is constantly gushing out dark red blood foam, every breath is accompanied by a violent cough, as if at any time will fall. Su Xiaohao, stabilize your mind. Aaron droned out. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and a soft holy light surged out from her palm, transforming into a thin, cicada-like veil of light that gently covered Su Xiaohao's injured body. Immediately afterward, Eileen did not hesitate to stretch out her slender jade hand, tightly holding the bone spear that had penetrated Su Xiaohao's chest. Taking a deep breath, she fiercely exerted her strength, hardening the bone spear and pulling it out of Su Xiaohao's body. Put! The moment the bone spear left his body, a blood arrow spewed out violently, staining Aaron's clothes red. However, she couldn't care less about this and waved her hands once again, casting another holy light spell. The holy light transformed into a fluttering butterfly, circling and fluttering around Su Xiaohao, shedding bits of light. In the end, all of these light butterflies disappeared into the hideous wound on his chest. Under the effect of the holy light, the wound that was originally fatal enough to heal quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopped bleeding. Seeing Su Xiuhao's injuries temporarily stabilized, Eileen then sighed with relief. That delicate face was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and her voice was slightly tired as she asked, "What exactly did you encounter that caused you to be injured to this extent?" Su Xiuhao gently stroked the place on his chest that was originally supposed to be a fatal wound, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. Hearing Aaron's inquiry, it was as if he had suddenly remembered something terrible. His face, which had been slightly eased, instantly became horrified as he said sharply, "Among our human race, a traitor has appeared." "What? This can't be right. Who is it?" The moment these words came out, it was like a heavy bomb exploding in the crowd, with cries of shock rising and falling. Shock and disbelief were written all over the faces of the crowd as they all turned their gazes towards Su Xiuhao, waiting for his next words. When Su Xiuhao saw the gazes of the crowd converging on him, his heart couldn't help but tighten, and the knots in his throat rolled slightly. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly dry. I wasn't able to see that person's face clearly, but I was in the Undead clan's territory, and I did see a human clansman in black robes, who was respectful to the Undead clan's leader, Bloodthorn. He was also chanting words under his breath, saying something about transforming into an undead or something like that. Yang Kuan sniffed, and like an enraged lion, he fiercely took a step forward and approached Su Xiuhao, his eyes glaring round. "Are you sure that the black-robed man is human?" Su Xiuhao didn't flinch and nodded his head heavily. "I can guarantee it, because my talent is identity recognition, and in my eyes, different races emit different colors of light. The human race is red, while the undead race is white. On that black-robed man, it's clearly a red glow. I will never see it wrong." A voice rose steeply from the murmuring crowd. "Who caused these injuries on you? Is it that black-robed man, or the undead?" Su Xiuhao was stunned and lowered his head, his brows locked as if he was trying to recall the scene. A few moments later, he raised his head, his voice tinged with a few moments of uncertainty. "I can't be sure. At that time, I only cared about escaping for my life. Those attacks all came from behind, and I simply didn't know who had moved." The voice sounded again, with a few aggressive implications. "That is to say, there is a possibility that it was that black-robed person who did it?" When Su Xiuhao heard this, a trace of bewilderment flashed across his face, and he merely nodded mechanically. Mo Shadowdust followed the sound and searched the crowd for the source of the voice. The speaker was a man clad in leather armor, with a rugged face and a few hints of viciousness. This person Mo Shadowdust had some impression. It was one of the group of people he saved at the Resurrection Stone altar. At that time, this person also handed himself a purple equipment as money to buy his life before being let go. He remembered. This person seems to be called Meng Shangrui? Meng Shangrui sensed Mo Ingsuan's gaze and changed his groveling appearance from before at the Resurrection Stone altar. Instead, he held his head high and strutted in front of the crowd, his voice booming. "Gentlemen, I may have guessed who the traitor is." A single word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd exploded in a clamor. Meng Shangrui looked at the confusion on the faces of the crowd, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smug arc, and continued, "We might as well think about it. Who is it that brought us all together?" The gazes of the crowd turned to Mo Ingsuan in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. Chapter 95. You're the traitor. Your whole family is a traitor. Isn't it heavenly good news for the Undead clan that we human clans are gathered together? Meng Shangrui's voice grew higher and higher. In the crowd, some people began to whisper, and their gazes towards Mo Ingduan gradually became complicated, with suspicion, vigilance, and even a hint of hostility. Meng Shangrui looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, secretly sneering in his heart. His voice became more and more agitated. "That's right, I think that this traitor is Mo Ingduan. Many people present know that Mo Shadowdust is a necromancer, and he was born with some sort of connection to those undead creatures, so maybe they've been secretly colluding for a long time. Moreover, there should be quite a few people here who, like me, have come from the Resurrection Stone altar side. Let's all carefully recall, when Mo Shadowdust threatened us to hand over our treasures to buy our lives, did he use a bone spear as well? The kind bone spear that could penetrate Su Xiuhao's chest?" A few words exploded in the crowd like thunder, and the faces of the people suddenly changed, with various emotions of horror, anger, and skepticism intertwined. Su Xiuhao turned his head violently, staring dead on at Mo Ingduan, his fists clenched, hatred churning, almost ready to spurt out. A sigh spilled out from Mo Ingduan's mouth, carrying a few moments of helplessness, a few moments of despair. Ever since he had sensed Meng Shangrui's identity, the one who had attempted to get his hands on the Resurrection Stone in the first place, he had vaguely guessed that this person was afraid that he was going to throw dirty water on his head. As expected, Meng Shangrui did not let him disappoint. This dirty water splashed fast and accurate. And clearly organized, logical, self-consistent, sounds really have a few credibility. Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze over the crowd, and that one face was written with anger and skepticism. His face sank like water, his voice cold. "I'm not a traitor, believe it or not, it's up to you." As for what Meng Shangrui said just now, all of it is his subjective conjecture, without any real evidence. The clear man clears himself. I, Mo Shadowdust, walk the talk and sit upright, with a clear conscience. Ling Wei also came back to her senses from the shock. She quickly walked to Mo Ingchen's side, her petite body straightened up, her voice clear. "I believe in him. He could never be a traitor. When the crowd saw that someone had come out to testify for Mo Ing-chen, a trace of doubt once again appeared in their eyes that had just become certain. In the crowd, Bai Jingchun, the same person who had coveted the resurrection stone in the first place, let out a snort, pointing his finger at Lingwei with a sharp, piercing voice. You were the one who stood behind Mo Shadow Dust back then, supporting him to force us to hand over our treasures in exchange for a chance to live. Maybe you and he are both traitors. Do you think you can clear his name by testifying for him? When Lingwei heard this, her beautiful eyes rounded and glared fiercely at Bai Jingchun, her voice filled with anger. You're the traitor, your whole family is a traitor. You don't have any evidence. On what grounds do you slander Mo Ing-sun as a traitor? In the crowd, noises rose in all directions, and a shout came like a wave. I think what Brother Meng said is very true. I'm afraid that this traitor is Mo Shadowdust. How in heaven can there be such a coincidence? The same necromancer, equally skilled in bone spear? Moreover, Mo Shadowdust has never explained to us what his so-called secret method actually is, and has only asked us to gather here with empty words. That's right, the traitor must be him. There can't be anyone else but him. Kill him, kill this traitor. Avenge the dead comrades of my human race. Mo Ing-duan's brows knitted slightly, his gaze swept over the group of angry people, the corner of his lips hooked into a cold smile. He raised his hand and waved it, a bone spear wrapped in a strong wind whistled out, accurately stabbing into Meng Shangrue's chest. Meng Shangrue was raising his arm and shouting impassionedly, when suddenly, a white light struck him like lightning. Immediately afterward, a heart-rending pain came from his chest. The blood on his face was lost, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the bone spear that had not entered his chest. He trembled as he raised his hand and pointed at Mo Shadowdust, seemingly unable to believe that Mo Shadowdust was so audacious as to brazenly strike in full view of everyone. You. His lips opened and closed as he spat out two words, then as if he had been drained of all his strength, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. However, in a moment, he completely lost his voice. Mo Shadowdust slowly stepped forward, his gaze like a knife, cutting through the faces of everyone one by one. What you guys are talking about, is it this kind of bone spear? It was only then that the crowd came back to their senses from this sudden shocking change. Yang Koan was enraged, his voice resounding like thunder. Mo Shadowdust. You are indeed a traitor. What a big dog's guts, how dare you commit murder in front of us? Mo Shadowdust sniffed and stretched out his pinky finger to pull out his ear, his face was filled with impatience. I really don't want to waste more time talking with you, a four-limbed, simple-minded reckless man. After saying that, his gaze turned to Wang Yi, slightly raising his chin, he asked with a bland look, how do you feel about this matter? Wang Yi's brows tightened as he saw Mo Ing-duan throw the question at him. After entering the land of trials for the past few days, he, who was open-minded by nature, was able to remain calm even in the face of a life-and-death crisis. However, at this moment, it was the first time he felt that things were so difficult. He bowed his head in contemplation, weighing his words with a hint of tangle in his voice. Brother Mo, although there is no direct evidence at the moment, but the situation at hand, you do have some suspicion. All of this is too much of a coincidence. After a moment's pause, Wang Yi continued, let's do it this way, you first come with me to the cave to take refuge for a while, and then make a decision after we find out the truth. Mo Shadowdust laughed out loud at his words, his voice filled with mockery, is this to imprison me and keep me under strict guard? Wang Yi's expression was solemn, his voice serious, not guarding, just necessary protective measures before finding out the truth. Brother Mo, don't worry, as long as things come out and it is confirmed that you are not a traitor, I will personally go to the cave and apologize. Listening to Wang Yi's words, Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but shake his head. No need, since you guys don't trust me, why should I stay here and make a fool of myself? Farewell at this point. Mo Shadowdust finished speaking, turned around and left. However, how could the crowd, who were in the throes of anger, be willing to let him leave just like that? Every single one of their faces were twisted and their eyes were burning with rage, as if they wanted to eat Mo Ing-duan alive. Can't let him go. Let him pay in blood. Avenge the dead brothers. A voice hissed, like a sharp blade, slicing through the heavy atmosphere in the air. That's right, Brother Koan, you have to do us justice. My younger brother, he died tragically in this heavenly Cheong mountain. Mo Shadowdust, this traitor who ate his way out of the mountain, must have been behind it, aiding and abetting the evil. The other person was in tears, his voice trembling terribly, filled with bone-deep hatred. Brother Koan. Kill him. Brother Quinn. Kill him. A roar rose and fell, echoing through the valley, deafening the ears. Chapter 96 Invincible at the same rank? I poo. The shouts of the crowd gradually unified and converged into a torrent, aiming straight at Mo Shadowdust as if they wanted to completely drown him out. When Yang Koan heard the shouts of the crowd, the corners of his mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. While twisting his neck and making a clicking sound, he slowly walked towards Mo Ing-suan. He was disgruntled from the moment Mo Shadowdust appeared. Now, he had finally waited for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a name for himself. Yang Koan's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The muscles on his body were gnarled and sinewy. Yang Koan's feet snapped, and the earth seemed to tremble under this stump. His figure rushed out like a cannonball, and the astral energy around him surged like substance. This was the desolate heaven Holy Land's inherited skill, Big Dipper body protection. The flow of the Big Dipper could be transformed into an indestructible spear to enhance the attack. It can also be condensed into a golden shield to protect your body. Even the body shield that cuts through the air all the time has the ability to automatically counterattack and is extremely overbearing. His right fist was clenched tightly, and the astral energy wrapped around it. With the power to crack mountains and rocks, it carried a sharp air-breaking sound and headed straight for Mo Ingduan. In the face of this incoming strike, Mo Shadowdust's eyes narrowed slightly and his face did not change. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored skeleton appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of him. Dali was holding a long sword with a demonic aura, and as soon as it appeared, he swung it to meet him. Clang! A loud clang of gold and iron echoed in mid-air, jarring one's eardrums. Dali's hand magic knife, even hard to break through Yang Kuan this powerful punch, down the trend, leaving a shocking wound on top of his chest. Rumble! Yang Kuan's huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly hitting the edge of the mountain, splattering debris. He struggled to get up, but violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The blood froth was even mixed with fragments of internal organs. Yang Kuan raised his head, disbelief written all over his face as he stared dead ahead at the blood-colored figure. How is it possible? A skeleton? He grew up in the desolate Heaven Holy Land. He was honored as the young generation's senior brother of the desolate Heaven Holy Land. Ever since he was a child, the belief of being invincible at the same rank had always accompanied him. Even if there were people who could fight against him, it was only a fight. Among the same rank, he had never been defeated. But now? A skeleton casually summoned by a necromancer slashed him to the bone? Or in a situation where he had already summoned astral protection? His voice trembled. This is impossible. Mo Shadowdust sniffed and looked at Yang Kuan. Seeing that Yang Kuan was actually still alive, a flash of surprise flashed under his eyes. This skill of the desolate heavenly Holy Land, its defense was indeed not bad, to be able to carry a vigorous blade without dying? Sweeping his eyes across the entire field, his voice was as cold as frost. Now, I'm going to leave, who else wants to stop me? The surrounding area was dead silent, a needle could be heard. The crowd was silent, not daring to breathe. What a joke! Yang Kuan is the strongest frontal combatant among them. His astral aura was overbearing. Previously, when he was fighting with those death spirit creatures outside, Yang Kuan could ignore any attack by simply turning on his astral chi. All the attacks that hit him could not penetrate the layer of astral chi and hurt him in the slightest. But now, even Yang Kuan's proud Big Dipper body protector was broken. That was the foundation of the desolate Heaven Holy Land, the school's masterpiece. With the same second-order cultivation level, it was so easily broken. Moreover, breaking this astral aura is just a skeleton? Right now, Yang Kuan was even cut by a knife and spat out blood, seriously injured. Who dares to speak out to stop him? Who dares to stand out? Ink Shadowdust saw that no one spoke again. Then he glanced at Wang Yi beside him. That always lazy face had complex emotions written all over it at this moment. Immediately afterward, he turned his head slightly sideways, his gaze turning to Ling Wei, who was always following him, and his cold, hard facial lines instantly softened. His voice also became gentle. Let's go, I don't seem to be welcome here. Ling Wei's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, like a budding flower. She nodded gently, her voice as soft as a feather brushing over her heartstrings. Good. The duo's silhouettes drifted away and disappeared from the crowd's view. Irene quickly came to Yang Kuan's side, condensed a soft holy light in her hand, gently waved it. The holy light sprinkled on Yang Kuan's body, nourishing his injured body. When Yang Kuan stabilized, their eyes met in the air. Each other's eyes reflected the other's shock and remorse. Such a strong strength. Really will be that spurned traitor? What does he gain by betraying, really? The skeleton that he had summoned had caused the strongest defense among the crowd, Yang Kuan, to be seriously injured with just one slash. If he had the heart. I am afraid that it is only a matter of time before everyone here is slaughtered. Unlike the complex minds of the two, the surrounding crowd did not think deeply. Putting on airs. As powerful as he is, Mo Shadowdust is nothing but a traitor, a scum. That's right, with such a powerful strength, he might have done something unseemly with the Undead clan. Otherwise, with him? How could he reach this level? In my opinion, that skeleton just now might be the Undead disguised as his summon. A voice suddenly rang out with a few speculations. After all, the Undead race also has a skeleton clan that looks similar to the Necromancer Summoner, so we laymen can't tell them apart at all. Makes sense. Brother, this analysis of yours is incisive. Isn't this more proof that he, Mo Shadowdust, is the traitor? The surrounding people nodded their heads as if they had found a perfect explanation. Yang Kuan and Eileen were originally simply shocked, and now as they listened to the people talking, the shock on their faces gradually transformed into doubt. Undead disguised as summons? This claim. It seems. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Leaving the Longchamp Valley, Mo Shadow Dust brought Ling Wei with him and stood under the foot of a high mountain. His eyes flickered and eventually stopped at a mid-mountain. There, the view was wide open, the mountains were as colorful as a sea, the clouds and mist surrounded the area, and the scenery was pleasant, just like a fairyland. The corner of his mouth hooked up an arc, and he already had a plan in his mind. There, it was their temporary shelter. Although with Mo Shadow Dust's strength nowadays, it was as easy as a slap in the face to kill their way out of this heavily Cheong mountain. But would he leave just like that? Naturally not. Those who had falsely accused him and denigrated him, their ugly faces, he had yet to witness their ultimate end. How could he easily leave this area? Side by side, the two men stepped onto the trail leading halfway up the mountain. When they arrived at their destination, they found that this quiet place had been taken over by the spirits of the dead, turning it into a place for them to gather. There is no need for words, only a battle. Mo Shadow Dust lightly waved his arm, and hundreds of skeleton warriors came out in response to the call. The sound of bones colliding clattered, as they took messy steps and collided with the swarming army of the dead, killing each other with a deafening sound. The situation was not optimistic, the skeleton warriors gradually showed their decline. Seeing this, Ink Shadow Dust shook his head helplessly. Chapter 97, What a perfect match for a necromancer. The strength of these skeletal warriors could no longer keep up with his advancing steps. When he first entered the first stage, these skeleton warriors could barely be considered first-stage warriors. Now, he has stepped into the hall of the second order, but these skeletons have not even touched the peak of the first order. Although the attribute panel was clearly labeled as second order, the actual combat power was at best a first order advanced level. This was also something that could not be helped, the attribute growth of the skeleton warrior was too slow. At this rate, when he advances to the third rank, these skeletons will be lucky if they can barely reach the threshold of the second rank. Seeing that the skeleton warriors were retreating, Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand once again, and another 1,000 skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air and joined the battlefield. These new forces were fearless and fought to the death against the resurrection death spirits. Mo Shadow Dust hung his head and contemplated for a moment, and with a thought, the skeleton throne appeared. He slowly sat on it, his body radiating a cold deathly aura. Immediately afterward, under Ling Wei's stunned gaze, all the skeleton warriors were flooded with an ethereal light, their strength soaring like rockets. From first order advanced, straight to second order advanced. Ling Wei turned her head violently and looked at Mo Ingsuan on the throne, disbelief written all over her face. What is this situation? She knew deep down that Mo Shadow Dust was powerful, but this power was mainly reflected in those special summons. But now, these originally ordinary skeletons even possessed second order advanced combat power? Doesn't this mean that he might not even be able to defeat a skeleton randomly summoned by Mo Shadow Dust? Benefactor. You. Ling Wei stammered, wanting to speak. Mo Shadow Dust lightly patted the throne underneath him, the corner of his mouth raising a smug smile. This is my second order bearer, it can raise the strength of the skeletons, not bad, right? Ling Wei woke up as if from a dream, then a bright smile bloomed on her face, and she heartily exclaimed, "Congratulations, benefactor, obtaining such a powerful bearer, it's really a perfect match for a necromancer." Mo Shadow Dust laughed aloud at his words. He liked spending time with this little girl Ling Wei more and more. Not only was she sweet-talking and had a dorky personality, she was also so eye-catching. The emotional value and ornamental value were given in full force, making people's moods pleasant. Seeing that the necromancers had been cleared out by the senior skeleton warriors whose strength had skyrocketed to the second rank, Shadow Dust got up from the throne, and with a wave of his hand, the throne disappeared without a trace and was taken back into his body. "Let's go, we're going to be living here for a while yet, build a house first," Mo Shadow Dust said as he stepped forward. "How did you do in your wilderness survival class when you were in school?" He turned his head to Ling Wei with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Ha? Me? I didn't learn, I thought having a tent would be enough." Ling Wei's pretty face blushed slightly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. The sound of the two people's cheerful conversation was intermittent, and the volume gradually dissipated into the air as the mountain breeze rose and fell. A few days later, Longchamp Valley. Suwon arrived along with a human team. Just after stepping into the gathering place of the human race, he couldn't wait to search around for Mo Ingduan. He couldn't trust anyone else in this dangerous place. Only Mo Ingsuan's tested thigh is the source of his security. He had seen with his own eyes how those undead armies under Mo Ingsuan's command were destroying everything, killing gods in their path, and displaying a chillingly fierce combat power. He had also witnessed Mo Shadow Dust depressing the pride of all the races and making a strong ascent to the top of the path to God. However, after some searching, Suwen's face became more and more doubtful. Almost the entire camp had been turned upside down, but there was still no sign of Mo Ingduan. Just as he was getting anxious, he happened to come across Wang Yi leading a few people who were planning to go out to survey the terrain. Suwen's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with an arrow step to block Wang Yi's way. "Brother Wang, I would like to ask, where did Mo Shadow Dust go when he came here with you? I'm about to search all over this campground, but I've never seen him." Wang Yi sniffed, his figure gave a start and his expression became complicated and difficult to describe. After a long period of silence, he slowly spoke, "You actually still don't know?" Suwen froze, his head full of fog, not understanding what Wang Yi meant by this. Informed? Informed of what? Brother Wang, don't keep me in the dark, quickly tell me. Wang Yi let out a long sigh, his face showing a tangled look. Some people have questioned that Mo Shadowdust is a traitor to the human race. He has already left. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and Suwon was instantly stunned. Are you kidding me? Dusty is a traitor? A human traitor? If you say that Mo Shadowdust is an undead race traitor, he might still be able to barely believe a few points. After all, with Dust's astonishing strength, I'm afraid that slaughtering this human camp clean is not a difficult task. Thinking of this, Suwon turned around without hesitation and was about to leave the camp. Seeing this, Wang Yi tugged on Suwen's sleeve. Where are you going? A touch of mockery appeared on Suwen's face. Naturally, I'm leaving. Is it possible that I want to stay here and wait for death with you people who have no eyes to see? I'm going to find Brother Dust. He was not willing to die with this group of people who had eyes but could not recognize him to tie. Now, the most urgent thing was to hurry up and find Big Brother Mo Shadowdust and follow Big Brother in order to live in peace. Wang Yi listened, his brows furrowed, and resumed his slow and methodical tone. Nowadays outside is full of dead spirits. Are you, really, able to find Mo Shadowdust? Suwon was stunned, and only then did he suddenly remember that he had been angry for a while, and had actually thrown this out of his mind. He glanced at Wang Yi, no more words, just full of indignation to randomly find a corner, alone rest went. The day of the decisive battle is imminent, the human race is weak, far less powerful than the army of the undead. In order to gain a chance of survival in this contest of disparate strength, Wang Yi is now leading 4 or 5 people to the edge of the valley, surveying the terrain. Only by figuring out every favorable condition could they find a tiny ray of hope in this life and death battle. In the valley, dead spirits roamed, and there were gusts of gloomy wind everywhere. As Wang Yi waved his hand, the spell formation flowed, decimating all the dead spirits that came close. He recited words under his breath, informing Bai Jingchun behind him of the terrain information he had observed one by one. Bai Jingchun, on the other hand, held a pen and ink in his hand and made quick notes on a stack of paper. Suddenly, Wang Yi stopped in his tracks, his gaze frozen in one spot. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun also stopped his pen and followed his gaze. In the distance, several sky-high ancient trees rose up from the ground, their branches flourishing and covering the sky. The crown of the tree is like a cover, and between the intertwined branches, a winding path is faintly visible, hidden by the fallen leaves. Bai Jingchuan's eyes lit up, and he already had a plan in his mind. If he utilized the spell formation to isolate his breath, and then ambushed a strange army here. When the time comes for a duel, we will be able to catch the undead off guard and take the lead. Chapter 98. What's the difference between standing or lying down? The two looked at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. They signaled the others to stay at the entrance to keep watch. Instead, the two of them stepped into the hidden pathway one after the other, wanting to find out just how many human ambushers it could hold. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the joy in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. The path was wider than expected, with trees on both sides forming a natural barrier. Finally, they came to the end of the trail. Turning a corner, the sight in front of them caused both of them to be stunned at the same time. The light here was much brighter than in the valley, and the view became extremely open. Wang Yi looked up and saw the mountains on both sides towering into the sky. The location they are in is no longer the Longchamp Valley. The path, after all, led beyond the valley. His mind was startled, and his thoughts flew. On the spur of the moment, he turned around and grabbed Bai Jingchuan's shoulder, taking Speedy him back the way he came. After returning to the valley, Wang Yi quickly laid a concealment spell formation at the entrance of the passage to prevent the dead spirits from noticing. This passageway would perhaps be the key to the survival of the human race crowd. In the center of the camp, inside a makeshift wooden hut, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, weighing people down. Eileen and Yang Koan were discussing strategies, their brows locked and their faces heavy. Ever since Mo Ingsuan left, the two of them had tacitly excluded Wang Yi from the decision-making circle. It wasn't disrespect. It was really Wang Yi's scatterbrained attitude that everything didn't bother him that made it impossible to do anything about it. Every time he deliberated, he always remained silent for a long time. When he did speak, it was with ambiguous words such as fine, whatever and as you wish. There was no difference in the outcome of discussions with him or not. Yang Koan was tightly frowning at the moment, and his voice was as low as suppressed thunder. Our men and horses have been assembled more or less. It is estimated that in a day or two, we will be able to arrive at this Longchamp Valley in full. As for those who have not yet arrived. He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Either they have been scared out of their wits by the undead and intend to hide until the last moment, or is that they have already died in battle in this Tianqiang mountain and will never be able to come. Erin was also filled with sadness, her beautiful eyes heavy with worry. The day of the duel was imminent, and over the past 2 days she had keenly sensed that some of the dead spirits had begun to stir and become restless. Apparently, some people in the undead race had been unable to hold back and were ready to strike. But, in the current situation, she really couldn't see any chance of victory for the human race. Even the slightest bit of hope. Just as the two of them were at a loss, the door curtain of the wooden house was violently lifted. Wang Yi burst in with Bai Jingchun in a flurry of wind. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Yi saw the sad faces of the two men. He went straight to the corner of the room, picked up a kettle, and gulped a large amount of water. Bai Jingchun, on the other hand, like a child who has done something wrong, stood uneasily in the doorway, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. These three people in front of him, but the human race in the land of trials in the top of the existence, the strength of the strongest three people. He was a small minion, how had he ever seen such a battle? For a while, he only felt his palms sweating and his heart beating like a drum. Irene looked at Wang Yi with suspicion, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Didn't he go out to survey the terrain? How could he have rushed back so eagerly? He even brought someone with him. Could it be that there's something going on with the necromongers? Thinking of this, her face suddenly changed, and she eagerly asked, Wang Yi, but is there any movement on the side of the undead? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi put down the already empty kettle in his hand and took a long breath to calm his breathing. He walked to an open space inside the house, and with a flip of his wrist, a rocking chair appeared out of thin air. Under the anxious gazes of Irene and Yang Kuan, he leisurely laid down on it and gently rocked it. Wang Yi waved his hand, his demeanor still leisurely. Nonetheless, it's me who found a passage at the edge of the valley, a secret passage that leads straight out of the valley. What? When Yang Kuan heard this, he was overjoyed, as if he had received sweet rain after a long drought. His eyes erupted with a hopeful luster. But once he saw Wang Yi's nonchalant appearance of lying on the rocking chair, he was angry again. With his finger pointing at Wang Yi lying on the rocking chair, he said with hatred, such important news, how come you don't inform it at the first time? You this. He sighed helplessly. When Wang Yi heard his words, he rolled his eyes and gently tapped the ground with one foot, causing the rocking chair to sway leisurely once again. Didn't I hoof it back to inform you? As to whether I told you standing up or lying down. What difference does it make? Don't get hung up on the minutiae. I didn't delay a total of 3 seconds from the time I put down the rocking chair to the time I lay on it to tell you the news. Young man, be calm. Wang Yi said here, pointing his finger at Bai Jingchun who was standing in the doorway in a fidgety manner. He went with me. If you have any questions, you can ask him. I was in a hurry just now, so I'll take a nap first. Finished, he really closed his eyes, as if all the disturbances in the world have nothing to do with him. Irene and Yang Kuan's gazes converged, locking onto Bai Jingchun in unison. Yang Kuan rushed forward with an arrow step, his hands tightly grasping Bai Jingchun's shoulders, his eagerness overflowing. What exactly happened? Quickly say it clearly one by one. Bai Jingchun took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, organizing his words, and slowly opened his mouth. On the south side of the valley, there are many sky-high ancient trees growing on the edge. Between the branches of these giant trees, there is actually a winding path hidden, which leads straight to the outside of Longchamp Valley. When Erin heard this, her heart was ecstatic, and in an instant, her mind raced to deduce. If this news was true, and all the necromongers were gathered in Longchamp Valley, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. The human race only needs to seize this fleeting opportunity and break out through this hidden path without a sound. Once they break out of the valley, they can run wildly all the way to the outside of Tianxiong Mountain. Even if the undead noticed the difference, they could only look on in vain and chase after them. In this way, although there are still many slow-moving people and the human race will still be caught up by the undead, it is difficult to escape death. But at least you can avoid the tragic end of the whole army. As long as you can leave this damned trial land alive, the blood feud with the undead race, naturally, there are strong people to settle with them. With this in mind, Irene impatiently opened her mouth to inquire, her voice carrying an unstoppable excitement. Are you sure this trail really leads beyond the valley? What is the condition of the trail? Can it accommodate a large number of people? Is it potentially dangerous? Like a barrage of questions, Erin threw out several key questions in one breath. Chapter 99, Listening to the Wind Pavilion. Bai Jingchun had gradually adapted to conversing with this young generation's big brother at this moment, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He replied without pause. Brother Wang and I have already personally explored it and can be 100% sure that this path does indeed lead beyond the valley, and the path is quite spacious and free of any dangers, so it's more than enough for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side. Ai Lin and Yang Kuan looked at each other's face blossomed with a relieved smile. The human race, perhaps there really is help. As for the specific course of action, Erin immediately tried to signal Bai Jingchun to leave first so that they could confer in private. Who knows, Yang Kuan had already been unable to hold back the ecstasy in his heart, and raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. The voice was full of complacency and pleasure. Great! In this way, as long as we kill our way out of here, those dumb as pigs undead will have no choice but to follow our asses and eat dust. Erin sniffed and slapped her forehead. Wang Yi also instantly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kuan like an idiot. No wonder Mo Ingsoon had unmercifully lambasted this young Kuan earlier for being limber and simple-minded. This was simply simple to the extreme. There are other people present here. He just blurted out this top-secret information about the survival of all the races without a care in the world? There are traitors among the human race. Although everyone is now unanimous in identifying Mo Ingduan as a traitor. But everything needs to be careful, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the eventuality, in case he is not a traitor. Rather, it is this unassuming by Jing Chun. Should not be so unlucky, right? When Wang Yi thought of this, his eyes turned to Bai Jing Chun, his expression was rare and serious, and he said word by word. This matter must never be spread out. To anyone, you must keep your mouth shut. Bai Jing Chun sniffed and immediately put on a look of understanding, pledging knowingly. You can rest assured, other than me, no one else will ever know about this matter. This is a major matter that concerns everyone's safety and security. I naturally know how to prioritize. After saying that, he turned around and left the house with large strides. The undead stronghold, very different from the few randomly built simple houses of the human race, they occupied a grand hall as a place of shelter. Inside the hall, eerie atmosphere filled, four walls carved with hideous skeleton patterns, in the reflection of the ghostly green phosphorus fire, even more bizarre. Bloodthorn, the strongest of the young generation of the undead clan. At this moment, he was perched high above the white bone throne in the center of the great hall. The soul fire within his skull pulsed eerily, flickering with a palpitating light. With a bit of probing, he inquired to the zombie below. That eyesore you developed, what's his name, Meng Shangrui, has there been any news coming back in the past few days? That zombie, surrounded by a rotting atmosphere, skin dried out, tightly attached to the bones, like air-dried bacon. His eyes were deep-set, and there was no trace of light in his empty eye sockets. He just mechanically glanced at Bloodthorn. The voice was hoarse, like two pieces of dead wood rubbing together. Reporting back to the Lord, there has been no news of him for many days. I presume that I am afraid that he has been detected by the human race and has met an untimely end. Last time, didn't a human rat escape from us? I surmise that it is likely that that rat recognized his identity. The zombie's voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a creepy chill. Bloodthorn's silence, his skeleton fingers gently knocked on the armrests of the throne, issued a duck-duck sound, in this silent hall especially clear. After a few moments, he slowly spoke. I know, you first retire. Be ready at all times, our final netting operation is about to begin. This time, make sure to carry out Lord Bone King's orders to the end. Decimate the young geniuses of this generation of the human race without leaving a single one behind. Bloodthorn's voice was filled with killing intent, as if it was going to freeze the entire hall. After saying that, his figure shifted and turned into a black mist, floating into the inner hall. In the middle of the inner hall, a huge crystal ball was suspended in mid-air, emitting a strange light. Bloodspike stretched out his skeletal hand and gently covered the crystal ball. In an instant, the soul fire within his skull surged, transforming into an ethereal green light that spread out in all directions. A moment later, an icy cold command resounded in the minds of all the resurrection death spirits, like the murmur of the god of death. Get ready! Massacre, about to begin. At this moment, on the north side of Longchamp Valley, halfway up a high mountain, there stood an attic building with dappled light and shadows. This attic was a masterpiece built by the hands of Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei. Trying it for the first time without any experience, the two of them groped around, recalling the methods in the textbook, trying little by little. The final result, however, also has a unique flavor. Between the planks on either side of the loft, there are gaps left. The breeze passed through, emitting a whimpering sound, like a whisper, like a murmur. The two looked at each other and smiled, for this simple attic named an elegant name listened to the wind Xian. In their spare time, they will sit side by side on the top of the wind listening pavilion, watching the clouds roll in and out and listening to the wind and birds singing. If someone from another race came to this place, it would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. In the middle of this Tianshan mountain, all humans were hiding like street rats. And yet, the two of them, Mo Ingsuan and Ling Wei, seemed to be on vacation? At this moment, in front of Ink's Shadowdust, a skeleton mage stood silently. His brows were slightly furrowed as his fingertips gently slid in the void, and a light that only he could see flickered continuously in front of his eyes. He was picking the right words for this skeletal mage. Spell increase, spell strike, spell combo, elemental affinity, magic source. One by one, each word was given to the skeleton mage he named Battery. He scrutinized this new creation with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He was about to call Ling Wei over to test the strength of the skeleton mage together. Suddenly, a crisp cheer broke the tranquility. It's finally done. Ling Wei's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mo Shadowdust froze, and then a wave of surprise surged through his heart. With a flash of his figure, he had appeared in the open space outside the house. Only Ling Wei threw down the carving knife in her hand and stood in front of the black warrior, her eyes full of joy. She was admiring the masterpiece that she had spent days of effort to complete. It was a story that started 2 days ago. At that time, the two of them had nothing to do and were organizing the treasures that Mo Ingduan had claimed from the people. This sorting actually really found many good things that they hadn't noticed before. Chapter 100, Permanent Enchantment. One of them was called Sand of Air, which was the top enchantment material that carried the power of space. As soon as Ling Wei saw this sand of emptiness, her eyes glowed with excitement. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust immediately said that he would give this precious material to her. However, Ling Wei shook her head obstinately and said she wouldn't accept it. Mo Shadowdust looked at her look of clear longing to the extreme, but resolutely pushing back, and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart. That pair of bright eyes never left the sand of the air for a moment, overflowing with love and reluctance to give up. In the end, Mo Shadowdust decided to use up the sand of emptiness and fulfill Ling Wei's wish. Thus, Ling Wei took the Black Knight's armor as her target and began to try to enchant it with the sand of emptiness. In the past few days, she had already failed several times. Mo Shadowdust had thought that with Ling Wei's current level, it would be almost impossible for her to successfully attach the demon. He didn't care, it was just a material that was used anyway. But who would have thought that Ling Wei would actually succeed today? This sudden happy news caught Mo Ingsuan somewhat off guard. He asked in a slightly puzzled manner, "Successful? Quickly tell me, what is the wonderful use of this enchanted armor?" In his voice, there was a hint of expectation that was hard to hide. At the sound of her voice, Ling Wei crossed her arms and was smug, as if she was a proud little peacock that was showing off her gorgeous feathers. Hey, wonderful use? The corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. This wonderful use is much bigger. This is a masterpiece that this young lady spent a full 2 days to accomplish with that precious and incomparable sand of emptiness. Ling Wei's eyes flashed with excitement, and her tone carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Ha, now I really want to bring this Black Warrior's armor back to the Holy Land and let Master take a good look at it. She gesticulated with both hands. Empty sands. Hey, this is a rare treasure that even Master hasn't seen before, right? Let me tell you. Ling Wei came close to Mo Ingduan and said proudly, "This armor, I used the sand of emptiness to permanently enchant 2 magic spells. One is a sub-dimensional barrier, and the other is short-range instantaneous transfer." Mo Shadowdust's originally fairly calm face was actually flooded with a trace of shock at this moment. Dimensional barrier and short-range instantaneous transmission, these 2 spells were naturally known to him. Dimensional barrier can mobilize the power of space to build an invisible barrier in a short period of time in a specified direction, blocking space, blocking enemy attacks, like a moat that is difficult to cross. Short-range instantaneous shift can choose a landing point at will and move instantly within a range of 10 meters. These 2 spells, Ink Shadowdust's voice carried a hint of excitement. Can there be a limit to the number of times they can be used? When Ling Wei heard this, her small mouth pouted and she glared at Mo Ingchen with some dissatisfaction. Hey. This is this young lady's masterpiece. Hey, what kind of words are you saying? She crossed her arms and retorted with a straight face. What's a permanent enchantment when there's a limit to the number of times it can be used? This young lady can tell you. Ling Wei's tone was filled with confidence. These 2 magic spells, there is no limit on the number of times, only a limit on the cooling time. After each casting, it needs to be cooled down for an hour to allow the sand of air to reabsorb spatial energy and build up its power. Ink Shadowdust's heart was stirred, and his eyes flashed with excitement. 1 hour. Once? That's just going against the grain. The Black Knight himself is known for his close combat, courageous and unrivaled, and now with this short-range instantaneous transfer and sub-dimensional barrier. In fact, the increase in strength was simply ridiculously large. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a smile as he reached out and gently rubbed Ling Wei's silky hair, snickering, "Let's go, let's eat, I'll treat you to a big meal today." Then again, you're surprisingly so good that you can actually possess a demon successfully? Ling Wei's face flushed with a blush when he complimented her like that. Somewhat embarrassed, she smiled, but then lifted her chest and said proudly, "I'm a genius of the Huanyu sacred ground. Hey. You know about the Huanyu Holy Land, right? Genius, you know, right?" She blinked her eyes, playful and cute. Deep in the valley of Longchamp. For days, the human race had been patiently waiting for the undead clan that was hiding behind the curtain and manipulating these resurrected dead spirits to show up. However, contrary to their wishes, the undead clan never showed up, as if they had disappeared. Instead, those resurrection death spirits had stopped waiting and began to continuously impact the carefully laid out defenses of the human race. The human race was far inferior in numbers to the other side, and could only rely on the complex terrain and subtle traps to barely support the shaky defense line. Yang Koan and Irene came to the front line side by side, and the sight in front of them made their hearts sink. The resurrected dead spirits came in like a tidal wave, wave after wave impacting the traps and obstacles set up by the human race. In some places, fierce battles had broken out. The human celestials put their best foot forward, with various skills and shadows of light intertwining in the air, ruthlessly smashing into the army of dead spirits, causing a piece of dead spirits to fall to the ground. However, these dead spirits were not the least bit unruffled. They arranged themselves into neat squares, like a well-trained army, and methodically continued their attack, as if they knew no fatigue or fear. Erin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill welled up in her heart. These dead spirits, they were very different from how they had behaved in Tianshong Mountain before. They were no longer wandering aimlessly like that, swarming over the rabble. Rather, they were like a well-trained regular army, chillingly disciplined in their advance and retreat. This blood thorn, truly worthy of being a genius who awakened the undead flame in the undead clan sea of British spirit bones. Wang Yi's voice resounded in Erin's ears with a hint of imperceptible admiration. Such military formation attainments, I'm afraid that amongst the human race, except for those elite troops who have fought hundreds of battles, ordinary troops simply cannot match them. Eileen's delicate body trembled slightly, and a trace of realization appeared on her face. So, he awakened the soul fire in the Yingling Bone Sea? She muttered, a hint of bitterness in her voice. The undead clan was born from the awakening of the soul fire. And the place of awakening determines how talented the undead are. The Sea of Spirit Bones is the place where the bones of the undead army warriors are buried after they die in battle. The difficulty of awakening the soul flame in such a place was simply outrageous. But once awakened, one is a natural military god. They bring together the will and experience of the fallen warriors in the army, and are natural army commanders. Thinking of this, the idea in Erin's heart that she wanted to lead the human race to break out became more and more determined. Facing such a terrible army, the human race, not to mention defeating it, was afraid that it would be difficult to hold on for even 2 days. A strong sense of crisis wrapped around Erin's heart like a poisonous snake, causing her to almost suffocate. On the spur of the moment, Erin chanted, "We can't wait any longer. I don't think these undead ones will show up at all." Chapter 101, We Bring Everyone, Breakout. Yang Koan also nodded with a bitter face as he sniffed. Yeah, why would people show themselves? Commanding these resurrected corpses at the back is enough to crush our human race. Eileen, give the order, don't wait any longer. Yang Koan said as he began to move his body. He had been making preparations at all times in the past few days. He was the most capable of frontal attack among the human race. Once the breakout began, he would inevitably be the one to rush to the front to open the way. At this moment, looking at Erin's meaning, I'm afraid that the moment he's been waiting for days is finally coming. Erin nodded vigorously and turned to the direction of the people, shouting, "All of you, take care to keep up with us as we lead the way, break out." A loud shout attracted the attention of everyone in the human race. In an instant, a large number of gazes looked towards Erin. Light began to erupt from a pair of bright eyes. The light of life, the light of living. The sound of dull footsteps, like ancient war drums being violently beaten, echoed in the mid-air of the battlefield, stirring up gusts of dust and causing palpitations. Yang Koan's sturdy body, like a mobile fortress, wrapped in the momentum of 1,000 pounds. The light around his body flowed. The Big Dipper body protector had already been catalyzed to the extreme, just like a diamond. Every inch of muscle was taut, as if it contained infinite power, ready to explode at any time. His eyes opened angrily, and a low growl came out of his mouth, like an enraged ancient beast, unstoppably charging at the very front, with a sense of determination and madness. Along the way, wherever there was a dead spirit that tried to block, they were all smashed into pieces by his fist, scattering all over the place, blood and flesh flying. The air was filled with the fishy odor of broken bones, making people sick, as if they were in a human purgatory. Right behind them were Irene and Wang Yi. The two of them followed closely behind Yang Koan, forming a triangle formation with him. Irene clasped her hands together and recited under her breath. Holy light poured out from her palms, transforming into an arrow of light. Accurately shot at those dead spirits that kept coming around, like the scythe of the god of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. Wherever the light passed, the dead spirits screamed miserably, black smoke rose from their bodies, and eventually turned into a puddle of black water, dissipating without a trace, without even leaving a trace. Wang Yi appeared to be more relaxed, his feet stepped on the 7 stars, his hands constantly changing complex hand seals, his movements flowing in the clouds and water, with an indescribable rhythm. With every step, a golden spell formation would appear on the ground, either binding, attacking, or defending, each with its own magic, playing the surrounding dead spirits in the palm of his hand. The three of them transformed into a sharp knife and crashed straight into the dead spirit army formation in a zigzag pattern, as if they were breaking through. Hard from the dense dead spirit military formation cut a hole for the back of the crowd to open up a way of life. Behind them, as if waking up in a dream, the human prides have put down the hands of the enemy, hurriedly follow the footsteps, do not dare to have the slightest slackness. The crowd of the human race finally arrived in front of that hidden passageway after a bloody battle. In the crowd's gaze full of astonishment, Wang Yi's hands flipped with magic techniques, and a deep passageway was clearly revealed. A burst of excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Wang Yi, Aileen, and Yang Koan stood side by side, guarding the entrance and fending off the enemies that came in like a tidal wave. The crowd of the human race entered in a line and withdrew along the passageway to the depths. A few moments later, all the human races had already entered the passageway. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, a few moments of relief showing in each other's eyes. Wang Yi once again made a move to lay down a defense spell formation at the mouth of the passageway, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the dead spirits, and then the three of them also quickly dashed into the passageway. Inside the passageway, the human race crowd's post-hijacking murmurs rose and fell. Ah, there's even such a passageway in existence? No wonder Big Guy Wang chose this place as the location for the duel. Wonderful. Now that the dead spirits are all in the valley, as long as we leave the valley, the dead spirits won't even be able to chase after us if they want to. A rough voice rang out with undisguised excitement. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to have a chance to survive. When I get out of the trial land, I won't share the same fate as the undead. The other person's voice had a few chokes in it, obviously remembering his fallen companions. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that we drove away the traitor Mo Shadow Dust before. If he's still among us, with his position, he'll surely know about the passageway in advance, and when he tells the undead, we'll all be killed by him. Yes, it's a pity that brother Meng Shangrui Meng, who exposed Mo Shadow Dust at that time, was killed by that traitor Mo Shadow Dust just like that. When we have the opportunity, we must kill Mo Shadow Dust to avenge the human brothers who died in the land of trials this time. Accompanied by noisy chatter, the crowd of the human race finally reached the end of the passageway. With hard-to-conceal excitement on their faces, the three of them, Aaron, took the lead as they turned the corner and came to the valley beyond. The crowd behind them followed closely behind, with smiles on their faces, enjoying the joy of the aftermath. However, in the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Only to see that in front of them, the Necropolis clan had long been in formation. The dense army of undead blocked the entrance of the passageway, like black pressurized clouds, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Blood Spike was in the center, with military formations protecting the front, back, left and right. His skeletal head turned slightly, and in his empty eye sockets, the soul fire flickered eerily. He just looked at the human race, who had been laughing and joking just a moment ago, but had now become dumbfounded, with his empty eye sockets. Any human race that gazed at Blood Spike inexplicably felt a hint of mockery from that flickering soul fire. It was a naked, undisguised mockery, as if it was laughing at their naivety and stupidity. Eileen bit her lips tightly, her silver teeth almost biting her lips to make them bleed as she stepped forward, a hint of tremor in her voice. Bloodthorn, I just want to know one thing. How did you know that we would break out from here? The mouth of the Blood Spur's skull opened and closed. I don't know what the principle was, but the sound actually came out from there, with a metallic friction like harshness. When two armies are at war, it is natural to have scouts. Your human race will allow assassins to penetrate deep into my undead race's gathering place. Why can't my undead race allow scouts to similarly penetrate deep within your human race? Aaron was not satisfied with this answer. What scouts? That was simply an excuse. The matter of this passageway was kept strictly confidential, and there were simply no scouts who could know about it. Not to mention the scouts, even the human race did not have many people who knew about this matter. At that time, the person who came out to explore with Wangi had been guarding the entrance of the passageway. There was no way to know that this place could lead to the valley beyond. Aaron suspected that the undead might have a method of detection that they were not privy to. Or perhaps the Blood Spikes had discovered this passageway long ago and deliberately wanted to use this place to set up a trap to lure the people over. Or maybe. Chapter 102 Undead Transformation Ceremony. Aaron now just wanted to know exactly where the human race was losing. She wanted to ask again, but a figure had suddenly crossed over her like an arrow out of a string and ran wildly towards the undead clan. It was actually Bai Jingchun. Irene was stunned, thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning and flint, and she instantly gained an insight into the truth. In an instant, an unspeakable wave of remorse flooded her heart like a tidal wave, almost drowning her. Traitor of the human race. Surprisingly, it was Bai Jingchun? This guy who usually seemed loyal and honest and devoted to the human race was actually a poisonous snake lurking among them. Aaron clutched the staff in her hand, the tip of the staff's holy light surging and converging into a sharp and unrivaled arrow. With a sound that broke through the air, it shot towards the back of Bai Jingchuan's heart. The Bloodthorn caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and his skeletal head flicked to the side, the soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsing a little. The witch demon beside him, who was clad in tattered vestments and holding a white bone staff, fiercely took a step forward and gently swung the white bone staff in his hand. A miserable white bone wall rose up from the ground and blocked behind Bai Jingchun. Runes flowed on the surface of the bone wall, emitting an eerie and bizarre aura as it resisted this fatal blow for him. Boom! With a dull thud, the holy light arrows collided violently with the bone wall, erupting into a dazzling light that shook the surrounding air. The holy light arrow contained a strike of Irene's anger, and its power could not be underestimated. It quickly wore down the bone wall defense. The holy light and the eerie bone eroded each other, emitting a toothache-inducing nuisance sound. Finally, under the impact of the holy light arrows, cracks appeared on the surface of the bone wall, which eventually shattered and turned into a ground of miserable white bone powder. However, the holy light arrows also consumed a large amount of energy in the process of destroying the bone wall, and the light became dull and shaky. It continued to fly forward, but it was already at the end of its strength, and after flying less than 10 meters away, it dissipated powerlessly into the air. It turned into specks of light, completely losing its threat. Bai Jingchun was like a lost dog, running frantically towards where the bloodthorns were. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with frenzied desire. In front of Bloodthorn, the skeleton army formation that was originally impermeable split down the middle like Moses parting the sea to make way for a narrow passageway the instant he received the order. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun even accelerated his pace and quickly rushed over. After he stumbled through, the skeleton army formation once again silently closed up, tightly as if it had never been separated. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hint of confusion. With a thud, Bai Jingchuan's knees softened, and he fell heavily to his knees in front of Blood Spike, his forehead pressed against the ground, his posture humble to the extreme. "My lord! I'm coming!" His voice trembled with wild excitement. The ghostly blue soul fire pulsed faintly in the blood-thorned hollow eyes, as if scrutinizing the groveling human in front of him. The skull nodded slightly in response. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun was ecstatic, as if he had received a great gift. "Lord Bloodthorn, I still have important information to report," he said impatiently. "There is another human race, named Mo Shadowdust, who has left before. Your other servant, Meng Shangrui, was killed by him. When Meng Shangrui was discovered before, I simply didn't dare to deliver news to you anymore. Luckily, you connected my soul with the soul link technique so I could tell you about this passage." He smiled fawningly and told Bloodthorn about his heavenly credit. Bai Jingchuan's words, unapologetically, exploded in the ears of the human race crowd, causing a commotion. Yan Kuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, his fists clenched tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, but he didn't even realize it. Among the human race. Surprisingly, there are two traitors? Why on earth did they betray the human race? Where exactly did the human race wrong them? Did they really think that they could integrate into the undead realm and become one of those fleshless monsters? However, Bai Jingchuan's next words immediately answered the doubts in his mind. "My lord, I have successfully completed my mission. Look, when can I open the undead transformation ceremony and transform me into a powerful undead race as well?" He looked at Bloodthorn with a face full of anticipation, a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Blood Spike's throat emitted a sound like bones rubbing together, which was creepy to listen to. "So anxious to become undead?" When Bai Jingchun heard this, he nodded his head as if he were a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that Blood Spike would backtrack. The Bloodthorn suddenly let out a chilling laugh, and the soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsed violently. A soul command was silently issued. A zombie standing behind Bai Jingchuan's originally stiff body suddenly moved as it violently raised its arm. Sharp nails were like 5 sharp knives, and with a swift momentum, it ruthlessly pierced through Bai Jingchuan's chest. The expression on Bai Jingchuan's face instantly froze, and he looked down incredulously, looking at the claws that penetrated from behind, revealing his own front chest. On that hand claw, still stained with his bright red blood, in the sunlight, it seems particularly blinding. The life force was like a flood that broke the dike, and it was madly draining from his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but could only make a ho-ho sound, and blood continuously gushed out from the corners of his mouth. What? He used his last ounce of strength to spit out these 3 words, his eyes filled with unwillingness and doubt. Afterward, his head tilted and he completely lost his life. Bloodthorn's icy voice echoed over the battlefield, every word was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells, making people shiver. "My undead clan's precious and incomparable undead transformation ceremony, how can it be wasted on a waste like you? You want to become an undead? The quickest way is to go to the Yellow Springs before transforming into a resurrected undead spirit." As the Bloodthorn's words fell, Bai Jingchuan's still warm body slowly stood up like a puppet on strings. His body was stiff, and his joints twisted with a strange clicking sound, which made people's bones creepy. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this walking corpse was integrated into the army of the undead step by step, and became one of them. The blood-spiked skull turned slightly, its empty eye socket sweeping over the human camp as if it was selecting the next batch of sacrifices. "As for you," his voice rose steeply, like a death sentence, "there is no need to hurry, you will eventually follow in his footsteps and share this honor." Before the words fell, the undead army came like a tidal wave, skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts. Various types of undead creatures hissed and roared, launching a fierce onslaught towards the human race. Erin's face was grave. "Everyone, immediately retreat back to the passageway." Her cool voice echoed on the battlefield, "The terrain there is narrow, it's barely enough for a battle." Accompanied by her order, the human warriors, who had already had the intention to retreat, felt relieved, and retreated backward one after another. Chapter 103, I Can Find Brother Dust. They fought and retreated, utilizing the narrow entrance of the passageway and barely resisting the undead army's attack, but despair was written all over everyone's face. Even if they could temporarily utilize the passageway to barely resist, they were only slowing down the speed at which they were slaughtered to extinction. Death. It was only a matter of time. Heavens, so Mo Shadowdust is not a traitor? Then if he killed Meng Shangrui, wouldn't that be? A warrior shouted in shock between battles, his voice filled with remorse and disbelief. His battle prowess is superb. If he was still around, why would we be here? Another person chimed in, his tone filled with regret. Erin stood at the forefront, waving her holy light staff in her hand, each swing bringing up a piece of holy light, purifying the undead creatures that rushed up. Her ears were filled with her comrades talking, her heart shook violently, her beautiful eyes widened, and she turned her head to look at young Koan and Wangi, who were also fighting hard to kill each other. Earlier, Mo Shadowdust had said that he has a way to solve these reanimated dead spirits. Since he is not a traitor. Erin's voice trembled with a hint of incredulous hope. Doesn't that mean that what he said is true? Yang Koan sniffed, and the light of the gloves in his hands grew bright, and with one punch, he blasted a skeleton in front of him into pieces. Although these skeletons were only at the ordinary level, their numbers were too many and they were so fierce that people were tired of dealing with them. Recalling his previous experience of being heavily injured by a slash from the skeletons summoned by Moing Duan, the shadow of the skeletons grew even greater in his heart. What's the use of talking about this now? Yang Koan's voice was hoarse, again with deep remorse. Moing Chen has already left, who knows where he is now? It is ultimately their ignorance and self-righteousness that cuts off all hope in life. Just as the crowd's hearts were as if they were dead, some were even preparing to activate their secret techniques to self-destruct in order to fight for a ray of hope for their companions. A voice broke the deadly silence. Me. I can find dust. Erin's rain of holy light arrows poured out from her hands, forcing the incoming undead back temporarily as she followed the sound. Only to see a man dressed in black, holding two short-handled battle axes, who had just cleaved a reanimated dead body to the ground. This person was none other than Su-won. Seeing Erin's gaze, Su-won hurriedly explained, I am a hunter by profession, and I am specialized in tracking scents. I haven't spent much time with Brother Dust, so I might be able to follow his residual scent and find his trail. When Wanyi heard this, an ecstatic look appeared on his face. In his hands, he continuously pinched his magic symbols, and in the flash of his body, he had already killed several dead spirits in his way and came to Su-won's side. He grabbed Su-won by the shoulders, and the light of the spell formation flowed from his body, enveloping the two of them. Immediately afterward, the two figures actually disappeared out of thin air, appearing on top of a mountain peak in the distance. Wang Yi's voice came from far away, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I'll take him to find Mo Shadowdust. All of you must hold your positions and wait for our return. Before the words fell, the spell formation shone once again, and the two figures quickly moved away, disappearing into the sky. Outside the listening Wen Xian, on top of a wide open space, a unique duel was being staged. The petite and cute Lingwei was fiercely fighting with the skeleton mage that Mo Shadowdust had named Battery. The skeleton mage's soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsed violently, and a lightning arrow shot out as he waved his bone staff. The lightning arrow drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, and as it flew, the light became stronger and stronger under the increase of the words. Boom boom boom. The lightning arrow fiercely impacted on top of the sublime barrier that had surfaced in front of Lingwei. The transparent barrier rippled, tenaciously resisting the impact of the lightning arrows. Finally, after taking several hits, the sublime barrier managed to withstand the wave of attacks. However, just as Lingwei breathed a small sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The lightning arrows that had already dissipated were actually coalescing again under the effect of the spell strike entry, and continued to charge at the dimensional barrier. As if fate was playing tricks on him, this spell strike with only a 20% chance of triggering was triggered 3 times in a row. The lightning arrows bombarded the subterranean barrier again and again, and finally, under the continuous attacks, the subterranean barrier shattered. The remnants of the lightning power poured down, landing on Lingwei as much as they could. Luckily, after the weakening of the dimensional barrier, the lightning arrows were not as powerful as before. However, it still electrified Lingwei to the point that her body trembled and her hair stood up like steel needles. Witnessing this scene, Mo Shadowdust couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, the sound of which echoed in the clearing. When Lingwei heard Moing Chen's laughter, she hurriedly reached out and ran her hand through her hair that had been made to stand up by the electricity in an attempt to salvage her image. She pouted with a few hints of anger. Aya, this turret of yours is also too unreasonable, a spell can even be repeated so many times, how on earth did you do it? As soon as the words left her mouth, Lingwei realized that she had slipped up. This was Mo Ingsuan's secret, how could she be so presumptuous as to ask about it? The master had warned him that prying into other people's secrets at will could lead to death. Thinking of this, Lingwei's face turned pale with a brush. She panicked and covered her ears with both hands, her head shaking like a rattle. I was wrong, I shouldn't have asked, you mustn't tell me, I don't want to hear anything. There was a hint of trembling in her voice, obviously frightened by her presumptuous behavior just now. Mo Lingchen laughed even more when he saw Lingwei's panicked look. He was about to open his mouth to flirt a few times. But suddenly, his expression flinched, and he fiercely looked behind Lingwei. On the empty and flat ground, an intricate spell formation quietly took shape, emitting a faint ghostly blue light. In the center of the formation, 2 figures gradually became clear. It was precisely Su Wen and Wang Yi. As soon as Su Wen appeared, he was as if he had fallen into a 5-mile fog, looking around in a daze. When his line of sight touched the familiar figure on the opposite side, his eyes suddenly lit up. He took a few steps to Mo Ingdan's side, his voice carrying an unconcealed excitement, Brother Dust. Mo Shadow Dust nodded slightly. However, his gaze had crossed over Su Wen and landed on Wang Yi. Wang Yi's face was intertwined with complex and unspeakable emotions, as if he had 1,000 words, but he did not know where to start. However, time was running out, and every minute and every second was related to the life and death of the human race on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his heart, and spoke eagerly towards Mo Ingduan. Brother Mo. Please go back with me and use the secret method to save the human race. Mo Shadow Dust shook his head as he heard this, and the corner of his lips curled up into a cold arc that. There were a few hints of mockery in his voice. I'm going back with you? I'm a traitor, what would I do with you? Waiting to be pointed at by 1,000 people, spat upon by 10,000 people? Brother Mo, the matter of the traitors has come to light. The real traitors are Meng Xiangrui and Bai Jingchun. Meng Xiangrui was killed by your own hand. And Bai Jingchun was also killed in the siege of the Undead just now. Please go back with me and save the human race. Chapter 104, taking 10 years as a time limit. Wang Yi's voice was almost pleading as he explained while trying to evoke the last vestiges of affection for the human race in Mo Ingduan's heart. No save. Ink Shadow Dust's reply was decisive, without the slightest bit of wiggle room. It was as if these two words were fished out of the ice cellar, carrying a piercing chill. As Wang Yi listened to Mo Ingduan's resolute reply, the color of despair intensified in his already bleak eyes. With a fluttering sound, Wang Yi knelt heavily with both knees in front of Mo Ingduan. Today, no matter what, he had to make Mo Ingduan come back to his heart, even if he had to pay for his dignity or even his life. Brother Mo, please go back with me and save the human race. The words had not yet fallen. Wang Yi's forehead has been heavily knocked on the ground, making a muffled thud sound. Brother Mo, please go back with me and save the human race. With every sentence, Wang Yi cowed out his head, and that voice was heavier and more determined than once, as if he wanted to kowtow his soul into this cold ground. Ling Wei and Su Wen looked at each other, and both saw deep shock and intolerance in each other's eyes. The two of them silently moved their feet to get out of the way of Wang Yi's kowtowing, and quietly stood to the side of Mo Ingduan. At this moment, they chose to unconditionally support Mo Ingduan. A helpless look surfaced on Mo Shadow Dust's face as he looked at the man in front of him who was willing to bend his knees and kowtow for the sake of others. It was the only person he was able to look up to in the gathering place of the human race. Now Wang Yi was actually willing to do this for the sake of those who had once falsely accused and harmed him. Mo Ingduan. Mo Ingchen sighed, but his expression was firm. It was simply unwilling to change its original idea. Brother Mo, I implore you, give these people a hope for life. Wang Yi slammed both knees on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice carrying a tremor. As long as you are willing to come to your rescue, I, Wang Yi, out of this place of trial, would like to accompany you for a period of 10 years, at your disposal. He paused, a hint of determination in his tone. Anything, I am willing to do. It wasn't that he was unwilling to promise to follow Mo Ingduan for life. Rather, he was a person who valued the word promise extremely highly. Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled no matter what. He still had something that had to be done. That's why it's a 10-year period. A flash of bright light suddenly flashed in the depths of Mo Ingduan's eyes. He moved. The strength of Wang Yi's strength and infinite potential had long been in his eyes. That 1,000 changes law formation was even more breathtaking to him. Especially that last time, that large-range additional lightning attack spell formation was even more impressive and unforgettable to him. Most importantly, Wang Yi, this person, had a noble character and was trustworthy. If he could be accompanied by him, it would be difficult to estimate how much he could help himself and the huge undead army. As for 10 years? The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's lips hooked up in an imperceptible arc. As a reborn person with a system, he had an advantage that ordinary people could hardly reach. In 10 years, he had long been able to reach an unimaginable height. Instead, in the early stages, Wang Yi's supporting role was more important. Thinking of this, the color of joy flickered between Mo Shadow Dust's brows and he leaned down and held Wang Yi's arms with both hands as a soft force lifted him up. I promise to go with you. However, those people must pay accordingly. Wang Yi sniffed and raised his head violently. An incredibly surprised light erupted in his eyes. What cost or not, as long as Mo Shadow Dust was willing to make a move to save the people, it would be a heavily good. Being alive was better than anything. Wang Yi hurriedly opened his mouth with a hint of trembling in his voice. Okay, I agree for all of them, any price will do. If someone dares to renege on the dead after you save them, I won't need you to do anything, I'll kill him myself for you. In Wang Yi's eyes that usually always carried a few moments of lethargy, at this moment, a rare flash of unprecedentedly harsh killing intent was present. Brother Mo, there's no time to lose, let's get moving. Wang Yi urged, with a trace of imperceptible urgency in his voice. Mo Shadow Dust sniffed, and his fingertip lightly tapped the same spell formation that the two had come from. A touch of doubt surfaced between his brows. Could it be that Wang Yi was planning to use this spell formation to take them away? Wang Yi looked along with what Mo Ingduan was pointing to, and a trace of embarrassment swept across his face as he coughed lightly and explained. That. That spell formation of mine can only take away at most one person at a time, and the speed is actually not very fast. However, I also have another spell formation that can drastically increase the speed. Mo Shadow Dust nodded slightly, joy in his heart increasing even more as he signaled Wanyi that he could start casting the spell. Right at this moment, Mo Shadow Dust had been hanging on his waist, the white jade token that he had gotten from Xian Meiju, suddenly flashed with a faint light, passing in an instant. Mo Shadow Dust's figure slightly lurched, his fingers gently rubbed that token, it was cold to the touch, as if there was a strange energy flowing in it. When Wanyi saw this, a trace of inquiry flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" Mo Shadow Dust frowned slightly and shook his head, "Nothing, hurry up, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid those people will all die." Wanyi nodded his head in agreement, his arm raised and a complicated seal was struck out in the air. Spell formation, Divine Walk. A huge spell formation instantly enveloped the entire clearing. Ink Shadow Dust saw this and pondered. This spell formation, by the looks of it, was also a large-scale gain. He moved his body and was surprised to find that his body was much lighter. The speed of movement was at least doubled. I wonder how long it will last. Ink Shadow Dust secretly speculated in his heart and took the lead in taking a step in the direction of the Longchamp Valley. Longchamp Valley access. The human situation is getting worse. Now not only did they have to deal with the onslaught of the undead in front of them, the defense spell formation laid down by Wanyi at the back had also long been breached by the dead spirits in the valley. The human race now had been attacked from the front and back. All paths of life have been cut off. The crowd formed a tight circle, and those on the periphery kept killing the enemy. In the center, they gathered together, grasping for healing. Blood stained the ground red, broken limbs and arms were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick, sickening smell of blood and scorching. At this time, Yang Kuan, all over his body, bloodstained and bruised. The deepest wound, from the left shoulder all the way to the right side of the waist, the skin and flesh turned over, you can almost see the white bone. This wound is constantly oozing blood. He clenched his teeth and swung his right fist. On the tip of his fist, a faint layer of astral energy surged. The astral chi broke through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A second-rank zombie was unable to dodge and was struck in the chest by a punch. The zombie's chest was instantly sunken, and a bowl-sized cavity appeared. There was very little astral energy left in his body. It was impossible to cover his entire body with astral energy like before. One could only focus what was left of his astral energy on his fists. Try to conserve aura and prolong the fight. Chapter 105, Saved. In the distance, the undead army was black and pressurized, like a dark cloud covering the sky, bringing about a heavy sense of oppression. Near the exit of the valley, the human warriors were stagnant, their eyes filled with despair. Xia Yunxi bit her lips tightly, a cold aura flickered in her eyes as she fiercely drew and swung her flying sword, its body drawing an icy arc in the air. Her toes lightly tapped the ground and her body rose up in the air, taking a step in the direction of the undead army. The tip of her sword pointed straight ahead, and around the sword, light blue ice flames pulsed, the product of combining her talent extreme cold ice flame with blazing sun sword chi. She waved her long sword, her sword chi streaking across the room, each sword carrying a piercing coldness. The undead were swept by the sword chi, their movements became sluggish, and their bodies were quickly covered with a thin layer of ice. However, she was no longer able to comfortably harness her flying sword for long-range attacks like before. She could only rely on her sharp sword to fight her way through the undead hordes, dashing left and right. Each swing of the sword required a large amount of her physical strength, and her breathing gradually became ragged, with fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. Erin was also no longer fighting on the periphery with her abilities, she was more suited to treating the injured in the center, minimizing the attrition of the human race. In the human race's position, the human race's teenage celestials had empty eyes, mechanically repeating their movements. Some wielded their long swords and slashed viciously, their blades cutting through the air and emitting sharp whistles. Others clutched their staffs and mouthed incantations that sounded low and obscure. Beside them, the priests in charge of healing were casting spells non-stop, and soft rays of light flowed over the wounded, their wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A teenager's arm was slashed by an undead's bone knife, blood spurting out, but he continued to wield his weapon as if he couldn't feel the pain. The priest next to him immediately cast a healing spell, the light enveloped the wound, the blood flow stopped and the wound slowly healed. The teenager didn't say thank you or pause, turning around and plunging back into the battle. Their movements were numb, like a group of manipulated puppets, unaware of fatigue and fear, only knowing to mechanically carry out orders. Attack, attack, attack again. Heal, heal, heal again. The entire battlefield was filled with a bizarre atmosphere. There was only one belief left to support their continued resistance: Ink Shadow Dust. In the sky, a sliver of sunset crept up, a golden glow that no one appreciated. The mountains in the distance were outlined in the hazy outline of the dusk glow. Erin stood still, the staff in her hand emitting a soft glow. She raised her hand, and the holy light spilled out, enveloping the injured humanoids around her. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but there was no joy on the faces of those who were healed. Irene's gaze remained in the distance, looking in the direction where Wang Yi had disappeared, the despair in her eyes growing. Is it too late? She murmured softly, a hint of imperceptible trembling in her voice. The human race, it can no longer hold out. Even Yang Koan has already entered the center to receive treatment once. The price was that, lacking his battle power, the human defense line was nearly torn apart directly by the undead. In the end, it was only when the three of them blew themselves up with the determination to die that they were able to buy time for the human race. Despair, like a tidal wave, spread in the heart. Irene even felt that Wang Yi might not come back at all. But as the core of the crowd, she understood that she could not fall. Once she gave up, the human race's battle circle, which was barely maintained by a surge of hope for life, would be washed away by the undead in an instant. Everyone hold on a little longer. Wang Yi should be back soon. Eileen forced herself to pull herself together and shouted at the top of her voice. The crowd, however, was expressionless and unruffled. It was the Irene's unknown number of times that she had drank highly. They were numb. Many of them even slowed down their movements of releasing skills. A warrior's longsword in his hand hung down powerlessly, his eyes lax as if he had lost his soul. The incantations in the mages' mouths became intermittent, and the power of their skills was greatly reduced. A heavily wounded archer, with a trembling hand, tried to pull back the bowstring, but he couldn't make any effort. The arrow slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, which was particularly ear-piercing in this noisy battlefield. No one complained, no one shouted, no one even spoke. They all knew in their hearts that it was purely because of their own lack of vision that they had come to this point. If they hadn't framed Mo Ingsuan indiscriminately in the first place. If they hadn't trusted that traitor Mang Shangrui. If they could have been a little more calm at that time. Maybe, everything would have been different. Several of the injured who had completely exhausted their spiritual energy closed their eyes as if they were dead, quietly waiting for death to come. Erin's gaze never left the distance, never. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be a figure running on top of the mountain in the distance. She shook her head vigorously, thinking that she had been fighting for too long and was hallucinating. However, when she gazed again, the silhouette was already getting closer and closer. The 4 people of Mo Shadow Dust had already arrived. Everyone hold on a little longer, Ink Shadow Dust, he's here. Erin shouted once again the moment she spotted a few people. However, no one responded to her. Everyone, either numbly releasing their skills or having completely given up hope, lay there waiting to die. No one had the heart to care about her motivation anymore. Erin's body shook slightly as she raised her voice again. I'm telling the truth, everyone look up, it's in that direction. She reached out and pointed in the distance, a hint of urgency in her voice. The crowd froze, a slight glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. They looked in the direction of Erin's finger. Sure enough, in the distance, 4 people were running wildly this way at an astonishing speed. It's true. Wang Yi is back, he's brought Mo Shadow Dust back with him. We're saved. The hoarse voices of the crowd rang out one after another. For a moment, it was as if everyone saw a beam of light shining from the direction of the 4 people in the distance, dispelling the gloom in their hearts. On the periphery of the human battle circle, the undead creatures kept waving their bone knives, slashing madly and hissing endlessly. A petite figure violently appeared in the center of the battle circle. It was Ling Wei, who saw that the human race was in danger and used spatial transfer to teleport over first. Utilizing the power of space, a spatial chopping attack flew around her, strangling the undead creatures around her. The pressure on the human warriors plummeted, taking the opportunity to catch their breath and adjust their state. Immediately afterward, another figure appeared beside Ling Wei. Wang Yi quickly pulled out a talisman from his pocket and recited under his breath. The talisman burned and transformed into a golden light. The golden light quickly spread, forming a huge light shield that enveloped all the races. The attacks of the undead creatures landed on the light shield, stirring up ripples, but were unable to break through the defense. Chapter 106 Born Military Goddess. Xia Yunxi watched all of this, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her gaze landed on that familiar figure, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in her heart. Since an unknown time, it seemed that as long as he was there, all dangers could be minimized. In the battle formation of the undead race, Bloodthorn, who had been commanding the undead army, watched with interest as the human race was suddenly revitalized. Listening to the names that kept being cried out from their mouths, Bloodthorn couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, Mo Shadow Dust? The person who left the human race, as mentioned in the mouth of that trash by Jingchun earlier? Before he could think more, a throne made of white bones was faintly visible in the distance, slowly rising. On top of the throne sat a figure. He was clad in a long black robe, which was embroidered with dark golden patterns that loomed high in the sky. With a gentle wave of that person's right hand, the white bone throne stopped rising and silently hovered in midair. His left hand was casually resting on the armrests of the throne. His posture was lazy and casual, but it was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. Bloodspike's soul fire pulsed violently, his skeletal head turning slightly, his empty eye sockets staring tightly at the figure. The pressure emanating from the skeleton throne caused his soul fire to feel a shudder. That's Ink Shadow Dust? Bloodthorn's voice came out from the mouth of the skeleton head with a hint of disbelief. That throne. What on earth is going on? Bloodthorn's heart was filled with doubts, but there wasn't the slightest bit of panic in his mind. He had tens of thousands of second-order battle power undead under his command, and he didn't believe that anyone could lead the human race to turn the tide with such a disparity in strength. Not to mention that this Mo Shadowdust was only second rank, even if he was fourth rank. He would still have to be completely drowned by this endless army of dead spirits today. Ink Shadowdust's figure, quietly suspended high in the sky, he lowered his eyes, his palm gently rubbing his chest. There, the heart of death was quietly beating. A strange fluctuation surged out from the death god's heart and silently merged into Ink Shadowdust's spiritual energy. It was as if an invisible silk thread was connecting him closely to every single undead on the battlefield. Submit. He whispered, his voice soft and inaudible, but with unquestionable majesty. In an instant, above the battlefield, all the movements of the undead stagnated. Whether it was those walking corpses that had been awakened by the necrotic resurrection technique, or those warriors that originally belonged to the undead clan. It even included that blood spike who sat in the center and was majestic. The soul flames dancing in their eyes all suddenly dimmed, as if they had been drained of all life by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the soul flames flared up again, brighter and more fiery than before, yet with a hint of bizarre obedience. Everything seemed to be the same as before. However, that subtle change was enough to send chills down the spine of every human warrior present. The strength of each and every undead, surprisingly, had all skyrocketed by a hair, and those that were originally second order had entered the third order gate. What the crowd didn't know was that these undead were no longer the enemies they knew. Their master had become the man who hovered in the air like a god of death descending Mo Shadowdust. The undead slowly closed in, no longer launching attacks on the human race, but quietly waiting for new orders. The human warriors looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. What on earth is this? Happened? Right at this moment, those dead spirits that had been revived suddenly turned their spearheads and launched a frantic attack towards their original masters, the undead. A sudden massacre unfolded. The undead, who had likewise already submitted to Mo Shadowdust, did not resist, they just stood there quietly, allowing their former servants to tear themselves to pieces. Ink Shadowdust looked on with cold eyes. He knew that these undead could not be kept. The undead clan was highly hierarchical, and the lower-level undead often signed master-servant contracts with the higher-level undead. This kind of contract, a kind of soul-level binding, allowed them to feel each other's presence even if they were separated by thousands of miles. Right now, they were in the land of trials, so perhaps those high-level undead were unable to notice the difference in their servants. But once they left this place and returned to the undead realm, I'm afraid that there would immediately be undead who would notice that their servants had been plundered of their control. He didn't want to make an enemy of the entire undead race before he had fully grown up. He needed time, strength, and more leverage. Congratulations to the host, killing an elite level or higher target. Looting words, born military goddess. Born military god, military formation is strict, spreading out, iron blood military soul. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's lips rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. This, truly, was an unexpected delight. It was possible to foresee that as one's strength increased, the undead army under one's command would grow larger and larger. And this phrase would undoubtedly cause this originally disorganized army of undead to explode with amazing combat power. The military formation that Blood Spike had shown before was the best proof of this. Mo Shadowdust decided to bestow this phrase on the zombie blood demon after a brief thought. As his own rank rose, it had become increasingly difficult for the blood demon to provide effective help in battle. This phrase, on the other hand, would allow the blood demon to focus on commanding the army and become his most capable assistant. Moreover, the blood demon's own combat power wasn't weak, and there was also the skill of blood demon transformation, which could explode in a short period of time and was powerful enough to deal with most dangers. Perfect, Ink Shadowdust sighed in admiration in his heart. The word conferred. With a movement of Ink Shadowdust's mind, the soul fire in the blood demon's eye sockets pulsed violently for a few moments, digesting the sudden change. Next, he made a move that surprised even Ink Shadowdust. Only to see the blood demon violently bend his knees, kneeling on one knee, one arm folded in front of his chest, making a standard knight salute. Master! A low and hoarse voice came out from the blood demon's mouth with a metallic friction-like texture, yet it was clearly audible. Ink Shadowdust was stunned, and thought that he had misheard. He hurriedly locked his gaze onto the blood demon and asked after him, "Just now, was it you who spoke?" Blood demon lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Ink Shadowdust understood the reason for this as soon as his thoughts turned. This born military god phrase might not be like the other S-rank phrases that gave the blood demon great potential and growth. However, it gave the blood demon superb command abilities and the wisdom to match. Mo Shadowdust was ecstatic in his heart. This was simply an unexpected blessing. In the future, the command of this undead army would no longer have to worry about itself. Cool. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. This feeling of having someone to help him with this laborious chore was just too wonderful. Chapter 107 Taking Turns to Kneel. Ink shadow dust slowly floated near the human race. Beneath their feet, the army of undead stood silently, like a black tide, boundless, and the sheer size of their numbers was daunting. In front of him, the crowd of the human race gazed at him in astonishment, with different expressions. Some were terrified, some were bewildered, and more were stunned and unbelievable. He slowly landed on the ground and walked to the front of the crowd, stopping in his tracks and calmly sweeping his gaze over each and every one of them. Around them, the undead army was neatly organized, not making a single sound, like a black ocean, quietly waiting for his order. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint arc, as if he was mocking the ignorance of the human race. As he rose from the skeleton throne, the chillingly powerful aura of the dead spirits plummeted back down, returning to their original level of strength. Among the human race, someone finally couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? Ink Shadow Dust. He actually became the master of all these dead spirits? My god, this is too strong, isn't it? The secret method that Ink Shadow Dust spoke of before is actually so terrifying? No wonder he's unwilling to reveal half of it. In my place, I would never say anything. This kind of heaven-defying means, even if you say it, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. Another person's voice carried an incredulous trembling, obviously being completely subverted by the sight in front of him. Mo Shadow Dust turned a deaf ear to the surrounding murmurs and walked straight to Wangi, with a hint of a playful smile on his face as he watched his jaw almost drop to the ground in shock. You see, something that was so simple had to be made so complicated by you guys, costing so many people their lives for nothing. When Wangi heard this, his eyes glanced dully at Mo Ingsuan, and then turned his head to look at the army of dead spirits that had shaken him to the point of no return. He smiled bitterly, and was actually speechless. Yes, things could have been so simple. But who could have believed this scene in front of them if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Tens of thousands of second-ranked dead souls, in the blink of an eye, all under the command of one person? Seeing Wangi's disoriented appearance, Mo Shadowdust also stopped talking and slowly swept his gaze over each and every human being present. Eileen was busily releasing her healing skills, her face overflowing with joy that was hard to hide. Xia Yunqi's face was expressionless, but incomparably complex emotions flowed from those eyes as she gazed quietly at herself. The corner of Mo Ingduan's mouth hooked into a faint smile as he said aloud to the crowd. Earlier, Wangi knelt on the ground and bitterly begged me to step in and save you all. I agreed, but all the slanders that you guys have cast on me before, you can't just let it go like that. All of you, not a single one of you, go to the foot of my hearing Winshian's mountain on your own, kneel for 7 days, and this matter will be resolved. The exact location, Wangi is clear, he will bring you there. After saying that, Mo Ingchen slightly sidestepped, his gaze landed on Lingwei in the crowd and gently raised his chin, signaling that she could go back. Seeing this, Lingwei hurriedly jogged all the way to Mo Ingchen's side, following behind him obediently. Mo Shadow Dust turned around to leave, and out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that Yang Koan was staring blankly at the distance vigorously, and his body also subconsciously shrunk towards the crowd. The corner of his lips hooked up a smirk if anything, and did not say anything more. This Yang Koan, in addition to the brain, is not too bright, other aspects are also quite passable. Xia Yunqi witnessed the departure of Mo Ingsuan and Lingwei, the shadows underneath both of them continuously intersecting and overlapping in the distance, and her original complex gaze slowly solidified. A sharp pain surged in her heart, as if there was something extremely precious that had been taken away from her, pain like a knife. If Mo Shadow Dust knew what was going through her mind at this moment, I'm afraid that he would not be able to help but let out a cold laugh. In my previous life, I chased after you like a moth to a flame, but you treated me like a piece of trash and abandoned me like grass. In this life, my heart is like water to you. But you're so full of yourself? It's ridiculous. A few days, like the passage of a white horse, pass in an instant. Listening to the Winshian side, an open place, Ink Shadow Dust sitting on top of the skeleton throne, eyes slightly closed, seems to be indifferent to the scene below the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a row of silhouettes knelt on the ground. They were of different shapes. It was the people who had been saved by Mo Shadow Dust in the Longchamp Valley that day, and who had been penalized for kneeling for 7 days. Yang Koan brought a dozen people to the bottom of the mountain. Seeing them arrive, the people who were originally kneeling on the ground got up, with relieved looks on their faces. Yang Koan's few people then slowly knelt down as these people made way for an open space. A man holding a book in one hand and a timer in the other slowly walked behind Yang Koan. He looked down at the record on the booklet in his hand, then glanced up at Yang Koan and, "Brother Koan, your speed is truly divine? You've been kneeling for 72 hours? There are still 4 days left, you have to keep up the good work." Between the words, there was a hint of gloating flavor. Yang Koan looked back at him and raised his fist at him. "Rolling and rolling, spoken as if you dare not kneel for the full 7 days. This matter, it still has to start from the day Mo Shadowdust left Longchamp Valley. On that day, Mo Shadowdust saved the crowd with a thunderbolt, but then set up a punishment that made everyone kneel for 7 days. In the face of Mo Shadowdust's powerful strength, no one dares to disobey his will. Thus, all of them, regardless of whether they carried wounds on their bodies or not, regardless of whether their bodies were exhausted or not, all of them followed Wang Yi and came to the foot of this Hearing Wind Xian mountain. Hundreds of people fell to their knees in unison, and the scene was, to say the least, spectacular. However, it had only been less than 2 hours since they had knelt. There was one person who, due to a series of fierce battles, had long been depleted of spiritual energy in his body, and coupled with his serious injuries, he could no longer support himself and directly fainted on the ground. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly got up and began to organize treatment. Aaron was apprehensive in her heart. She was afraid that Mo Ingduan would be blamed for this. Secretly raised his eyes to look, only to see that sitting on the mountainside skeleton throne above the ink shadow dust, seems to be on the mountain below the occurrence of all the things are blind, still closed his eyes to rest his mind. As if all this has nothing to do with him. Aaron's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, took a deep breath, and began to organize the crowd to kneel down in batches to acknowledge their punishment. This was the only way at the moment. It can save the people and fulfill the punishment set by Mo Ingsuan. Otherwise, in the current physical condition of the crowd. After the 7 days of kneeling, it was estimated that there would not even be a few people left who could survive. Mo Shadow Dust naturally also noticed the movement under the mountain, but he did not say anything to stop it. To him, how long these people kneeled and how they knelt, it didn't matter. As long as they knelt for the full 7 days and completed the punishment he had set. As for whether they knelt collectively or separately, he didn't care. Thus, the scene from before appeared. Yongdan calmly faces the mountainside and kneels to support him. The whole 8 hours, not moving, like a statue, silently bear this punishment. Time passed by. Finally, the shift change personnel arrived. They came in sighing, reluctance written all over their faces. Chapter 108 Mechanical Race 0587. Yang Kuan slowly got up, moved his somewhat stiff body, and walked towards the current gathering place of the human race. At the entrance of the gathering place, the guards were standing guard in boredom. Seeing Yang Kuan return, they lazily greeted him. Yang Kuan nodded slightly in greeting and walked into the gathering place. Inside the gathering place, there was a scene of fervor. On the originally desolate open space, there were now hundreds of stone houses standing in a row, similar in size to an ordinary village. The crowd of the human race was busily weaving in and out of them, each of them holding drawings in their hands, directing the laborers of the three-eyed giant race, the demon race, the divine race, and other various races to continue to build more facilities. Even the small square in the center of the village had been paved with flat stone slabs and appeared to be in order. Irene was making her rounds in the village, and when she saw Yang Kuan return, a smile appeared on her face and she waved her hand towards Yang Kuan as a greeting. Yang Kuan nodded lightly, a complex smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was both bitter and carried some admiration. This bitterness and admiration was naturally not directed at Irene. Rather, it was directed at Mo Shadow Dust. To say that in the hearts of the human race right now, where was the safest place in the entire land of trials? That was definitely the gathering place they had named Hearing Wind Village. This name is based on the wind listening henge halfway up the mountain. Thinking back to the beginning, they just came here. After the first person who punished kneeling fell unconscious, Aaron gritted her teeth and arranged for the crowd to take turns kneeling. And she brought the remaining people to find a hidden cave to recuperate. In the following days, their moods could be described as ups and downs, from inexplicable to heart-stopping to finally dumbfounded. On top of the mountainside, Mo Shadow Dust sat high on the skeleton throne as an order was given. Tens of thousands of resurrected dead spirits that had been upgraded to the 3rd level by the Murphy's King's land skill spread outward in great numbers. They wreaked havoc in the entire trial site, plundering all treasures with energy. There was no way around it, the intelligence of these dead spirits was really limited. They simply couldn't tell which ones were treasures and which ones were trash. Ink Shadow Dust tried several commands, none of which were very effective. In the end, he helplessly decided to have them plunder back all items with energy when they saw them regardless. The whole plundering process naturally involves conflicts with other races. And it was impossible for Mo Shadow Dust to sit on the skeleton throne all the time. This led to the strength of the necromancers fluctuating up and down, a moment later 2nd rank, a moment later 3rd rank. At the 3rd rank, they naturally swept through everything and no one dared to stop them. But at the 2nd level, the other races encountered were not accustomed to these dead spirits, and all of them were killed. There were even teams from several races that followed the necromancer's path of action, finding the source and coming to retaliate. As for the results, Yang Kuan's gaze swept over the listening wind village, those foreigners who were working hard, with a complex expression. In the beginning, Mo Shadow Dust was really lazy. To him, words that weren't S-ranked now were simply a bit unwatchable. There were a whole bunch of various low-level words saved up in the word bank already. Casually, he tossed these foreigners who had been scared out of their wits by the large number of 3rd-rank death spirits to Ling Wei for her to deal with. When Ling Wei brought these shivering foreigners to the cave where the human race was hiding, Eileen was scared as if she was in a state of shock and thought that the enemy had come to her door. She gripped her weapon tightly and stared nervously at the fey, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Later. There is no later. Yan Koan looked around, looking at these former enemies who were now laborers for the human race. He could only make a silent lament in his heart. Really fragrant. These races were naturally strong and powerful, and they were really good at doing their jobs. A three-eyed giant was carrying a huge boulder, placing it firmly on the foundation with skillful movements, obviously having done it for quite some time. Next to it, a demon race was wielding a tool in his hand, polishing and smoothing the edges of the stone. Not far away, a few divine race members were combining their efforts to carry the wood, and a faint glow emanated from them, illuminating the surroundings. The good battle of the 10,000 races was played alive by Mo Ingduan into a farming operation. Ridiculous that he had tried to teach Mo Shadow Dust a lesson before? Touching his head. Still alive, what luck! At this moment, at the edge of the trial land, a dim and lightless forbidden place. 7 or 8 silhouettes stood in front of a forbidden system, except for Xian Meiyu and Xiu Wu, who stood at the very front. Each of the rest had helplessness written all over their faces. Body 0587 of the mechanical race, with a ghostly blue light flickering in its electronic eyes, constantly scanned the energy fluctuations flowing on the forbidden system. In the eyes, the code, which could only be seen by the mechanical race, flowed as fast as a waterfall. Scanning complete, scanning report being returned. Warning, being in the trial land, surrounded by spatial isolation, the report cannot be transmitted back to the matrix. Please analyze the disposal method by yourself. A voice without a hint of emotional fluctuation then emanated from the bionic body of Body 0587. According to the scanning results, this prohibition requires an energy attack of the 6th order or higher, or a minimum of 5,000 sustained attacks of no less than the 2nd order of energy, to break through. The crowd looked at each other with a helpless look in their eyes, and they turned their gazes to the two of them, Xian Meiyu and Xiu Wu. These people were summoned by the two of them to come to this forbidden land. Naturally, they were quite convinced of the strength of the two to dominate the younger generation. In the current situation, there was only the expectation that these two big brothers would be able to come up with a solution. A 6th order attack? No less than 5,000 2nd order attacks? The people present looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't have this ability. Xiu Wu's brows tightened as he raised his hand as if he wanted to try, but he eventually let it go and turned his head to look at Xian Mingyu beside him. What else was there to try? The mechanicals had always been known for their precision in their analysis, and he asked himself if it was possible for him to reach the strength of the 6th order. My multiple attacks, on the contrary, can reach the 2nd rank. Xiu Wu's voice was low with a hint of helplessness. But it's far from reaching the frequency of 5,000 times. Even if I drain my spiritual energy, at most 500 segments of attacks would be good. Do you have a solution? When Xian Meiyu heard this, he didn't answer immediately, but instead looked around, his gaze sweeping across this dim and lightless forbidden land. This was the same forbidden land that he had mentioned when he had invited Mo Ingduan earlier. Originally, the Forbidden Land had been peaceful and stable, but some days ago, when he and Xiu Wu were both exploring, they noticed a slight tremor in one of the mountains. The two of them kept in mind the records of the clan's mutilated canon that once something changed in the Forbidden Land, they should leave immediately. Both are high-minded and proud generation, how can they leave? So they invited young talents from all clans to come together. Just yesterday, the mountain suddenly shook violently, revealing this passage in front of us. However, the mouth of the passageway was separated by a prohibition, making it impossible to enter. They tried various methods, but were unable to break the prohibition. It wasn't until just now that the people from the mechanical race arrived. Chapter 109, Being Seen by This Girl. After a moment of silence, Xian Meiyu waved the snow-winning white sleeves and shook her head, her tone flat. No, I can't do it either. When the young demon race member, Demon Jin, who was on the side, heard this, he immediately became anxious. How can this work? The Xian Meiyu, who was known as the strongest of the younger generation of the 10,000 realms, couldn't even do anything about it. Then what are they doing here? Standing at the door and going back? No, absolutely not. This forbidden place, he happened to have read about it in the clan's canon. It was only that he had never known the exact location before. It was recorded in the clan that 10,000 years ago, the renowned demon clan, the Nine Spectres Demon Emperor. He mistakenly entered the Forbidden Land in the place of trial, and refined the Nine Spectres' devil chi in the Forbidden Land. From then on, he soared to the heavens and became the champion of his time. Now that he has also come here, how can he enter the treasure mountain but return empty-handed? Brother Xian, even you can't do anything? Devil Jin asked eagerly. It can't be, only the younger generation can enter this trial land, so it stands to reason that the prohibitions shouldn't be set to a difficulty that's completely unbreakable. He paused, a trace of skepticism rising in his eyes as he continued. If even you don't have any solution, then I'm afraid no one can do it. Or does? You don't want to open it? Demon Jin's words just fell. A cold aura flickered in Swan Mayu's eyes, and with a light wave of his sleeves, an overwhelming immortal force blasted out like a shocking wave. Bang! Demon Jin was caught off guard and was directly sent flying by this huge force. Thrown out like a kite with broken strings, he fell heavily to the ground a dozen meters away. Put! A mouthful of black blood spurted out, staining the ground black. Xian Meiyu stood proudly with his hands behind his back. The aura of the #1 powerhouse of the younger generation pressed into the surroundings like a mountain. His gaze was like a torch as it landed on the wretched demon Jin, and his gentle voice slowly sounded, "I need you to teach me how to do things?" This voice traveled into the ears of the crowd, a voice that was clearly as gentle as jade, but it sent shivers down one's spine, as if it contained an endless amount of icy killing intent. Only then did the crowd wake up with a jolt. In front of them, this immortal race that has been treating people with courtesy is the strongest talent recognized by the 10,000 races. His strength was unfathomable, and he was definitely not an existence that they could provoke at will. A disdainful gaze landed on Demon Jin. These gazes were tinged with a hint of celebration. Luckily, the first one to provoke Shinmei was Demon Jin, not himself. The surroundings were silent, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing the leaves. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Listening to the wind and the wind, Mo Shadowdust leaned lazily on top of the skeleton throne, bored. His eyes fell not far away. Ling Wei was staggeringly categorizing the treasures that had been transported back in a steady stream. "Put this one over here, that one over there, be careful, don't break it." Ling Wei's voice was urgent, like a busy little bee, weaving in and out of the pile of treasures. Shaking his head with a light smile, Mo Yingchen's fingertips gently rubbed the white jade token that Xian Meiyu had handed him earlier. These past few days, the frequency of the token's flashing became faster and faster, and the meaning of the invitation in it passed through the token and into his mind in a way he couldn't comprehend. He frowned. Thankfully it was merely an invitation and his death's heart did not send out any warning. Otherwise, he would have long ago thrown away this token that he didn't know exactly what all its functions were. After obtaining the Death God's heart, he gradually figured out some of the functions of the Death God's heart. Other skills aside, just this danger warning had helped him more than once. Since it didn't even warn him, at the very least, it meant that this token didn't have any abilities that could threaten him. Ink Shadow Dust was mentally calculating the time to enter the land of trials. According to the usual records, the Tower of Destiny would open in half a month at most. When someone breaks through the Tower of Destiny, the place of trials will be over. What he was hesitant about now was whether or not to venture over to the Xuanhe Jade. He had gained too much from this trip to the land of trials. Obtaining the priceless resurrection stone. Break through the second order. Refine the skeleton throne as a bearer. As well as now, a steady stream of various treasures scavenged back throughout the land of trials. "Benefactor, what are you thinking about?" Ling Wei asked curiously as she came to his side at an unknown time, holding a sparkling gem in her hand. Mo Shadowdust came back to his senses and said faintly, "Nothing, thinking about something." Ling Wei let out an "oh." She turned around and went back to counting her babies. She had been so happy these past few days. Lying in the pile of treasures day after day had exposed all her wealth-crazed attributes that she hadn't even realized herself for so many years. Mo Shadowdust's thoughts moved and suddenly opened his mouth to call out to her. "Girl, ask you a question. Now there's a place that might have some treasures and great opportunities, but it might be equally dangerous. Do you think I should go?" Ling Wei froze for a moment, stopping in her tracks and tilting her head to think. Turning her head to look at Mo Yingxuan, she asked seriously, "Is there anything else in the land of trials that you can't solve?" Ink Shadow Dust stroked his chin, a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Not sure." Ling Wei sniffed and was able to feel Mo Yingxuan's tangled feelings from his tone. With a straightened expression, she spoke, "Benefactor, in my eyes, you are omnipotent and destined to become a strong human being in the future. Rationally speaking, I don't want you to do anything dangerous." After a pause, her eyes became serious. "But from the bottom of my heart, I don't think that any strong person grows up smoothly. The human sword immortal Gao Yang, how many times did he go through 9 deaths before reaching the 9th rank? And that's just the ones that have been recorded and documented. I'm afraid there are even more unrecorded crises. That's why I think that if the benefactor just wants to grow smoothly, then he shouldn't go, but if he wants to eventually become the kind of character that Lord Gao Yang is, he shouldn't let go of any chance." After saying that, Ling Wei rubbed the corners of her coat somewhat nervously and looked at Mo Yingchen, worried that her words would anger him. Mo Yingchen heard this but shook his head with a bitter smile and laughed to himself, letting a girl belittle awe. But also, what else could stop him, Mo Shadowdust, in this land of trials? Sitting on a large amount of 3rd rank battle power, there were also several summons that could burst out with 4th rank battle power. If you are hesitant about this, how can you talk about standing on the highest level of the heavens? Thinking of this, Mo Shadowdust once again bowed his head. His eyes fell on the white jade token in his hand and he no longer hesitated. Turning his head, he shouted to the blood demon outside the room who was being protected by layers of dead spirits. "I'll leave this place to you. If the Tower of Destiny opens and I'm not back yet, you follow that Ling Wei girl." The blood demon's blood-red eyes blinked at his words, and he silently nodded his head to show that he understood. Seeing this, Ink Shadow Dust's heart felt a wave of relief. Chapter 110, Among my summons, there are several that are not weaker than the Black Knights. It's comfortable to have a little brother with a normal IQ. If this kind of order was given to Vigor and the others, it would probably give them a whole lot of confusion. It would be fine to let them fight and kill and cut down people, but they really can't do this kind of task that needs to be carried out for a long period of time. It was estimated that if they left for a few days, they would only remember to follow Ling Wei closely. They wouldn't even necessarily make a move to protect them in case of danger. Who let the owner not make it clear? It only said to follow, not to protect. Girl, I'm leaving. Blood Demon stayed behind to command these dead spirits. If there's something you need to talk to him directly, it's fine. Mo Shadowdust finished speaking and gave Ling Wei a deep look. With a flash of his silhouette, he swept sharply in the direction of Hearing Wind Village. Ling Wei stood in place, her mouth wide open with a dumbfounded expression. In such a hurry? Just finished talking. I said I wanted you to go, but I didn't say I wanted you to leave in such a hurry. Looking at Mo Shadowdust's already distant back, he sighed helplessly, a hint of despondency flashing through his eyes. Once upon a time, the Mo Shadowdust was powerful but not unattainable, and was still able to let her catch a glimpse of the dawn of the chase. Now, he has been like a star in the sky, hanging high at the top, so that his peers can't reach, in vain to look up. Ink Shadowdust utilized the skills of Murphy's Wanshan to borrow the ability of Phantom Thorn. Shadow Shuttle was unleashed one after another, his figure constantly shifting between the real and the imaginary, approaching Listening Wind Village as fast as a ghost. Standing at the entrance of the village, his spiritual power surged out like a tidal wave, instantly locking Wang Yi's location. With a flash of his body, he had already reached Wang Yi's side. Wang Yi was still relaxing in his iconic rocking chair with his eyes closed. He had lived an incomparably comfortable life during this period of time. There was no need to worry about any matters, and the people of the 10,000 clans were all bending their heads and laboring hard. The human race is safe and sound, even in the outside world. Those who heard the wind of the various races once met the human race out to seek opportunities, are avoided, fearing that the slightest conflict will lead to the ink shadow dust of that fatal star. When Wang Yi was feeling complacent and relaxed, a voice suddenly sounded. Come with me. The words did not even allow him to react in the slightest. A large hand had already grabbed his shoulder and carried him away like lightning. Ink Shadow Dust had his own calculations in his mind. The Necromancer army should not be moved lightly and needs to be left to the blood demons. The treasures that were constantly being transported back to him were really hard to part with, and he only waited until he finally left the land of trials before taking a unified inventory. With only summoned creatures, he always felt that his firepower was insufficient, and his heart was anxious. How to increase his firepower? Wang Yi Ah. His spell formation, which was secretly passed down by the Celestial Teacher sect, was remarkably effective in benefiting the Undead army. Furthermore, he had already sold himself to Mo Shadow Dust before in order for him to come to the rescue. At this moment, if you don't take him away, what else is there to do? Wang Yi stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Land with a dumbfounded face, looking at Mo Ingduan, opening his mouth and closing it again. Mo Shadow Dust looked at him with that look and patted his shoulder, teasing, "What's wrong? The heir to the Heavenly Master sect, you don't even dare to speak?" Wang Yi sighed helplessly, "Boss, it doesn't matter where to go, you tell me what's going on, at least let me be prepared." He was now really incomparably regretful. Why did he sell himself to Mo Ingduan on an impulse in the first place? Looking at him like this, he didn't seem like a peaceful lord either. How can I touch the fish and be lazy in the future? My leisurely life ah. I should have known that I wouldn't have agreed to that old undead to participate in this so-and-so land of trials in the first place. Mo Shadow Dust didn't care what Wang Yi was thinking, and opened his mouth to tell about the previous invitation from Xian Meiyu. After some explanation, Wang Yi's eyes widened and he turned his head to leave. Seeing this, Mo Shadow Dust grabbed him by the shoulders with a threatening face. "Where are you going?" Wang Yi was bitter in his heart. An invitation from the Xianxian Jade? An invitation from the number one of the younger generation of the 10,000 clans? Can this ING be accepted? If it was a simple matter, would Xian Meiyu need to invite others to join him? This is absolutely dangerous. No, boss, you're being too impulsive. Wang Yi's voice was filled with disbelief. Who's Xuan Meiyu? That's the one recognized by all the races as having the strongest potential and the number one in the younger generation. As he spoke, he quickly surveyed his surroundings as if he was looking for something. You can fix what he can't fix himself? Wang Yi's tone carried obvious skepticism. It's not that I'm looking down on you, you're strong, a bunch of third-ranked necromancers. But, he paused, his voice lowered, but you didn't bring it with you either. Wang Yi's heart was beating straight. If that bunch of scary dead spirits had followed along, he would have more or less been able to have a little bit of a bottom in his heart. But now, it was dry and just the two of them were here. Even if they added the Undead and Ink Shadow Dust summoning space, how many could there be? How do you look at this? It's not feasible. Besides, even if all those necromancers are brought in, is it safe? Not really. Genji Jade hey. More than I dare not say. The Third Order must have it. When the battle power explodes out, the Fourth Order definitely can't be blocked. If he can't solve it, you, Mo Shadow Dust, can? I'm a second-ranked coolie, can I solve it? The more Wang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it was unreliable, so he opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a strong force came from his shoulder. His entire body was grabbed by Mo Ingsuan and forcefully brought into the forbidden area. Wang Yi felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in the forbidden land. Don't be afraid, Ingshade Dust's voice rang in his ears with a hint of reassurance. The necromancer didn't bring it, but my strength hasn't weakened much either. After hesitating for a moment, he decided that it would be better to give Wang Yi a slight insight into his bottom. After all, it was someone who was going to stay by his side for a long time, and sooner or later, he had to know. I have a skill, Mo Shadow Dust paused, as if weighing his words. Well, nothing consuming, and it raises the strength of the summoner by 1 rank. Wang Yi sniffed, his eyes flickering in thought. This could explain why all those dead spirits that were originally only of the 2nd rank had suddenly all become of the 3rd rank. And the strength also fluctuates from high to low, a moment of the 2nd and a moment of the 3rd order. Who knew that Mo Ingwan's next sentence would make him open his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. I also have a treasure that can summon a 3rd rank Black Knight. Wang Yi was completely confused, and his brain was a little short. 3rd rank Black Warrior, plus the skill to raise the strength of the 1st rank. 4th order? Dumbfounded, he looked at Mo Ingwan as if he was looking at a monster. Are you sure you're a human? Can a pre-human be this strong? A 4th order baby for a 2nd order rank? He stuttered and opened his mouth, his voice trembling a bit, so? Mo Shadow Dust looked at his appearance and thought he was still worried. Helplessly, he sighed. There are several of my summons that are not weaker than the Black Knight. Chapter 111, this Black Knight of mine has a special hobby. Think about it yourself, if you really think it's dangerous and don't want to go, I won't stop you, just leave on your own. Before Mo Ingwan's words fell, Wang Yi's voice eagerly picked up, go. Must go. He slammed his thighs, his eyes flashing with excitement. Boss, wherever you say to go, up the mountain of knives, down the frying pan, I, Wang Yi, will lay down my life to accompany you. Are you kidding? Several 4th order warriors. They'll be able to go anywhere. What the hell is that? Ergo, we don't compare with him, we really don't know what kind of strength he really is. What kind of cultivation? No. What 10,000 races? Come on, all of them. Let's see if it's enough to beat my boss with 1 hand. Cool. That's so cool. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with my little crash? My big brother is great. After saying that, he took the lead and couldn't wait to head towards the interior of the Forbidden Land. At this time, the few foreigners who were in the Forbidden Land right before were sitting at the entrance of the forbidden doorway at a loss. Shen Meiyu felt the aura of the white jade token in his hand, and a hint of joy passed between his brows. Turning his head to Xiao Wu, he said, Brother Xiao, our helpers are coming. When Xiao Wu heard this, his face was also delighted, and he hurriedly looked at Shen Meiyu. Helpers? Invited by the Xianmei Jade? I'm afraid that anyone who can be seen by him is also extremely strong. Brother Xian, this helper, what strength? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Shen Meiyu smiled gently, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. The last time I saw him, he had only just entered the 2nd rank. Second order? Xiao Wu was speechless for a while. The crowd that had originally risen to the side with a glimmer of hope, listening with ears pricked up. The fire of hope that had just been lit in their hearts was instantly extinguished. 2nd stage? What's the use of the 2nd order? In this situation right now, let alone the 2nd order. Even if there is a 3rd or 4th order, without special means, it won't be able to help. Demon Jin, who had previously been injured by Swan Mayu's move, even secretly let out a snort. In his heart, he secretly calculated that when this helper that Shen Meiyu spoke of came, he must properly fall on his face, so that Shen Meiyu will also follow and lose face. I, Demon Jin, can't defeat you, Shen Meiyu, but I still can't defeat this helper who just entered the 2nd rank? There are times when stupidity, no matter the race, is really stupid. He, Demon Jin, didn't even think about it. The helpers that Shen Meiyu was expecting were the ones that he, Demon Jin, could afford to offend? Shen Meiyu naturally noticed the disappointment in Xiao Wu's eyes, as well as the reaction of the crowd. However, he did not intend to explain, and just let out a light laugh, saying lightly to Xiao Wu, when he comes, you'll know. However, even though Shen Meiyu said this, it failed to bring up any interest from the crowd. You'll know when you come? What could be different about someone who just advanced to the 2nd rank? Which one of those present is not at the top of the lowest 2nd rank? Xiao Wu and Shen Meiyu, who were even at the 3rd level of strength, were still unable to do anything about that prohibition. Suddenly, Swan Mayu stood up with a joyful expression on her face. His eyes were cast towards the entrance of the Forbidden Land. The crowd followed his gaze. Only 2 figures were walking over one after the other. It was none other than the duo of Mo Shadow Dust and Wang Yi. Shen Mingyu greeted him, arched his hands, and said aloud, Brother Mo, you're finally here, I've been waiting for a long time. Mo Shadow Dust smiled faintly and shook his head. Brother Shen is joking, with your strength, in this Forbidden Land, with me or without me, what difference does it make? Why do you need to wait for me? The two of them were like good friends who had known each other for many years as they chatted idly. Those who didn't know saw them and really thought they were close friends. Just as Mo-ingdwan was in a relaxed mood, he was talking with Swan Mayu. A discordant voice suddenly rang out. "Chi, I thought it was some great big expert, but it turns out it's only the second rank? Or the early second rank? Or a human race? With him, can he solve this prohibition? With this strength, I'm afraid he won't even be able to catch a single move from me." The other little girl, Meng Inchue, who was standing beside Shou-Wu, also couldn't help but open her mouth to concur. "Yeah, brother Heyu, this person." Before her words could fall, she was interrupted by the sudden scene in front of her. Only to see that just as Demon Jin's mocking words reached his ears, Mo-ingdwan made a move. With a wave of his right hand, at his side, an intricate spell formation rapidly took shape. At the center of the spell formation, light surged. A burly figure gradually became clear. He was dressed in a black armor with complicated and arcane patterns on it, holding a large two-handed sword tightly in his hands as he stood silently. The space around him rippled, as if there was something that was going to break out of the air. The black warrior's figure disappeared in place. In the next moment, it had already appeared in front of Demon Jin. The giant sword was raised high, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds as it slashed down violently. Devil Jin's sturdy body froze, his eyes were wide open, and there was still panic remaining in his pupils. A line of blood emerged from the center of his eyebrow, rapidly spreading downwards. The bloodline grew thicker and deeper. In the end, Demon Jin's body split apart from it and slowly fell to the sides. Black blood gushed out, splashing down on the surrounding ground, making a tinkling sound. Viscera and broken bones were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. His face still held a horrified expression. Everything came too fast, and he didn't even manage to make any reaction before he was cleaved in half by the Black Knight's sword. The body smashed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. The vitality quickly dissipated, leaving only a tattered corpse lying silently in a pool of blood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that before Meng Inshua's words had even fully fallen, Demon Jin had already perished. Mo Shadow Dust raised his hand, and the Black Warrior's resurrection skill was unleashed. On the ground, Demon Jin's body, which had been split in half and bloodied, was enveloped in a black mist. That broken body was rapidly connected together at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black mist dispersed, and Demon Jin also turned into a black warrior clad in black armor and holding a large sword, standing quietly behind the man. Mo Shadow Dust turned around and looked at Meng Inchue, his brows slightly furrowed. "What did you just say?" Meng Inchue's small face turned white in shock at this sudden scene. When she heard Mo Ingsuan's question, she was even more shocked that her body trembled and her speech became stuttering. "No. Nothing." Ingshade's gaze fell on the man standing in front of her. A pair of transparent feathered wings gathered behind the man, and he was strong, at least a third-stage cultivator. In his heart, he realized that this person, I'm afraid, is Shou-Wu. "You know," Mo Ingchen's voice was icy cold, with a hint of playfulness, "this black warrior of mine has a hobby, and most of all, he likes to eat people's tongues." After saying that, he stared straight at the pale-faced Meng Inshue. Seeing this, Shou-Wu's brows furrowed slightly as he took a step forward and blocked in front of Meng Inshue. Chapter 112 Roll Over and Apologize. "Brother Mo, why do you need to be general with a little girl? If she did anything wrong, I'll apologize to you on her behalf." Mo Shadow Dust lightly glanced at Shou-Wu and gently nodded, indicating that this matter was temporarily overlooked. Looking around, his gaze finally landed on the prohibition at the entrance of the passageway. Turning to Xian Meiyu, he opened his mouth and asked, "What is the situation now?" Without waiting for Xian Meiyu to speak, Shou-Wu jumped the gun. This prohibition, scanned by the mechanical clan, requires an attack of the 6th rank or higher, or 5,000 sustained attacks of the 2nd rank or higher, to break through. He paused and looked at Mo Shadow Dust. "I wonder if Brother Mo has a solution?" Before Mo Shadow Dust could answer, Mechanical Race Body 0587 added, "Moreover, this prohibition, if it can't be broken once, the surrounding energy will automatically strengthen the prohibition, and at that time, I'm afraid that the difficulty will escalate once again. If you don't have 100% certainty, I don't recommend trying it at will." Listening to the explanation of the two, Mo Ingchen could not help but fall into deep thought. The 6th order. It was naturally impossible for him to reach it. Then it could only be done on 5,000 consecutive 2nd rank attacks. This he could do. Once the skeleton throne was out, the skeleton army would be directly raised to the 2nd rank, and could easily break through this prohibition. However, he didn't have the intention of directly exposing his bottom card to the eyes of this group of foreigners who had their own intentions. Wang Yi couldn't help but yawn after hearing the so-called ban-breaking request from Shou-Wu's mouth. In a smooth manner, he thrust his hands into the sleeves of his wide Dao robe. He leisurely surveyed his surroundings with that idle look, as if he was about to whistle in the next second. As for worrying. Worried about what? Wang Yi secretly laughed in his heart. Just Ink Shadow Dust's profession as a necromancer, plus his perverted strength. It was almost as if this prohibition was specially tailored for him. let alone 5,000 second-order attacks. Whiny even felt that even if it was 5,000 third-order attacks, Mo Shadowdust would still have a way to handle it. At the most, we can just wait for a few more days, so that he can pull in those vast armies of dead souls outside. Whiny silently added in his mind, a hint of a knowing smile on his face. The crowd, however, thought very differently from Whiny. Seeing Mo Shadowdust's silence, they thought that Mo Shadowdust was as clueless as they were. They could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, there was relief. It wasn't that they didn't want to break this prohibition to enter the passageway. It is really. We are all of the second order, what we cannot do, you a human race if you do. How humiliating for us. It would be fine if it was a famous demon like Swan Mayu or Shouwu. But you MOing dust to nobody. Yeah, you hear me, you have to be sure before you try, MOing dust right, you have to recognize how many kilograms you have, what my brother Shouwu and brother Hey you can't do, you think you can? And you, the one in the Taoist robe, what are you laughing at? Everyone is here trying to figure out what to do, you don't want to help, so what are you laughing at? I really don't know how brother Heyu could have asked you guys to help. Meng Yingxue crossed her arms and said aggressively, her words full of questions. When Whiny heard that someone had aimed the spearhead at him, he remained in a cloudy demeanor, with a hint of a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, his eyes fluttering as if he was thinking about something, and then he seemed to be thinking about nothing. He didn't bother to pay attention to Meng Yingxue at all. Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly as he swept his gaze over Meng Yingxue, laughing coldly in his heart. This woman, it really wasn't over yet. Does she really think that just because she has Shouwu's back, she can say whatever she wants and compare herself to me? A hint of coldness flashed in Mo Yingduan's eyes as killing chances surged. The reanimated black warrior behind him received the command, and his thick legs lashed out and stomped on the ground. Boom sound. The ground was stepped out into a deep pit, and rubble flew. That huge body leapt up violently, drawing an arc in the air as it pounced towards Meng Yingxue. On the other side, Shouwu sensed the danger, the transparent feathered wings behind his back gently vibrated, his body flashed, instantly appearing in front of Meng Yingxue. His right leg was slightly bent, his body half crouched, and his left hand was raised, 5 fingers spread out. The huge sword in the black warrior's hand carried the force of 1,000 pounds and slashed down from the air. Shouwu held the blade of the giant sword firmly in his left hand and blocked the heavy blow. Where the blade of the giant sword came into contact with his palm, there was a ZZ sound, which was the sound of spiritual energy colliding and rubbing together. The black warrior's all-out strike was actually blocked by Shouwu with one hand, unable to advance an inch. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk. So strong. But so what if it's stronger? Today, he would kill this dream Yingxue who had provoked him 3 times today. Let's see if this Shouwu can stop it. The killing intent was even greater, and the order was given. Another Black Knight, who had just been revived from demon shock, also lifted his huge sword and approached Shouwu with heavy steps. The 2 black warriors, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Shouwu and Meng Yingxue in the center. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. A great battle was imminent. Just as Mo Shadowdust was about to give the order to attack, a sudden change occurred. Pa! A crisp slap sounded. Shouwu made a turn and faced Meng Yingxue, his right hand swung up and viciously slapped her face. Meng Yingxue was staggered and fell backward 3 or 4 meters. She covered her face, filled with shock and disbelief. Shouwu bowed slightly to Mo Yingchuan with an apology on his face. Sorry, brother Mo, I understand this clan member of mine, his heart is good, it's just that his mouth is a bit unable to speak. Going back I will definitely discipline him strictly, please understand. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Meng Yingxue, who was collapsed on the ground, tears rolling down her face like disconnected pearls, and chided in a stern tone. Why don't you roll over and apologize to brother Mo? He was secretly anxious in his heart. This Meng Yingxue was entrusted to his care by the elders of his family. But he really did not expect that she would be so blind. Who was Mo Shadowdust, he didn't know. But who invited him? The Xianxian Jade. What is the identity of the Xianmei Jade? His vision would be poor? Other than that, just the fact that Mo Shadowdust was at the 2nd rank level and imperialized 2 3rd rank black warriors was enough to speak for itself. Are you, Mo Yingxue, brainless? How dare you mock him? Hasn't the lesson from Demon Jin just now been enough to wake you up? Seeing that Meng Yingxue didn't respond, Shouwu once again raised his volume. Do you hear me? Only then did Meng Yingxue wake up as if from a dream, and she trembled as she climbed up. Walking over to Mo Yingxuan, she lowered her lofty head, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Right? I'm sorry. Chapter 113. This Mr. Mo recently swept through the entire trial land. Mo Shadowdust sighed helplessly and thought in his heart. Hey! This attitude, how can he still start? Originally, he had wanted to kill a spirit race, to see what kind of words this kind of overlord-level race could explode. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Forget it. A single word was uttered, causing Shouwu to instantly breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of Mo Yingduan, in fact, what he was truly afraid of was the Xianmei Jade. Currently, there was no way to predict who Xian Meiyu would help once he fought with Mo Ingduan. However, even if the two didn't help each other, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to protect Meng Inxue, who was weak. That black warrior, as long as he catches himself a care, is not enough. A knife can kill Meng Inxue. The two black knights rejoined behind Mo Ingsuan and stood guard in silence. Excuse me, Ink Shadowdust asked as he looked toward the Mechanical Clan 0587 Bionic Man and opened his mouth. The second order attack you mentioned, is it just barely enough, or does it have to be of a certain kind of intensity? A stream of data flashed through 0587's eyes, and after some calculations, he replied expressionlessly. According to the Mechanical Race's Energy Division Standard, levels 09 are first order, and 1099 are second order. The second order attack I'm talking about is fine as long as it can reach an energy level of 10. Ink Shadowdust sniffed and let out a soft sigh of relief. If that was the case, then it would be much better. Nodding his head, he said to Xian Meiyu, have everyone prepare, all of them unleash multi-segmented attacks of the second rank and above. Keep a tally of how many segments you can reach, and I'll make up the rest. As soon as Mo Shadowdust's words fell, an unbelievable gasp rang out from the crowd. What? You said you made up for it? Do you know how close we are? We've counted before, with all of us, all of our attacks counted, we can at most hit around 1,000 second rank attacks. Now that Demon Shock is dead, that number will only be less. Can you make up for it? The person who spoke was the Spirit Flame Clan's Yen Ashenlon, his voice filled with surprise. After speaking, when he saw Mo Ingsuan turn his gaze to himself, he trembled and realized that he had said the wrong thing. This one in front of him, but the ruthless person who had just chopped up Demon Jin at the drop of a hat and was about to forcefully kill Meng Inxue in front of Shou Wu. If he is not happy, and that black warrior behind him comes up to give himself a knife, he won't even have time to cry. He quickly explained, I don't mean that, I'm worried that we won't be able to break this forbidden system at once, which will in turn raise the difficulty. After all, in this current situation, if we spread the news and gather people from all clans, 5,000 second rank attacks can still be put together. He was afraid of Mo Shadowdust, but he never believed that Mo Shadowdust would be able to strike more than 4,000 second rank attacks at once. What kind of concept was this? Right now, the average battle strength of each clan's heavenly pride was only less than the second rank, and each clan only had a few hundred people in this trial land. If they could hit 4,000 second rank attacks, it meant that he, Mo Shadowdust, alone, would be able to overpower the entirety of 3 or 4 races in the trial land. Mo Shadowdust smiled at his words and shrugged indifferently. I'll do as I please, like this, I'll put out 4,000 attacks on my side. Consider it yourselves, agree or disagree. If you really can't trust me, then just gather the clans as you said. With that, he casually found a corner and sat down, closing his eyes with an appearance of no longer caring. Seeing this, the few people other than Xian Meiyu and Shou Wu in 0587 lowered their voices to discuss. How is this possible? Unless the skeletons he summoned can have the strength of the second rank. But how could a second-order necromancer summon a skeleton with second-order battle strength? What he said is too mysterious, isn't it? Questioning voices continued to ring out, but they all controlled their volume and didn't let Mo Ingduan hear them. In fact, it wasn't really their fault that they didn't believe it. It was really because what Mo Ingsuan had said was too unbelievable and subverted their perceptions. It was common knowledge that a necromancer, at the second rank, or even the third rank, summoned skeletons that were at most at the strength of the first rank. Here's where the potential of the undead summoned by necromancers has to be explained. It is important to realize that the summons summoned by a necromancer have limited talent and can only be raised up to a maximum of 2 ranks. A skeleton of rank 0 can only be raised to rank 2 at most. A second rank zombie has a maximum potential of only 4th rank. Taking a second rank zombie as an example, a necromancer at second rank can summon a second rank zombie. By the time the necromancer is 3rd rank, the zombie will follow and barely enter 3rd rank strength. But when the necromancer was 4th rank, the zombie was constrained by its potential. It will not follow the master's strength into 4th level at the same time. It can only have a certain chance of breaking through the 4th rank as it continues to fight and is not resummoned by death. But that was the apex of his potential, and without any other special circumstances, the zombie would never be able to enter the 5th rank. The few people present were the elites of the clans, and they naturally knew all of this like the back of their hand. After all, the human race was a great danger in the eyes of the various races, and studying the various occupations of the human race was a must for them. Therefore, they really didn't believe that Mo Shadowdust had such heaven-defying abilities as he claimed. The 3 of them had so many doubts in their hearts that they even began to doubt Mo Ingchen's true intentions. It felt as if he was deliberately preventing them from breaking the forbidden system. It was important to realize that if this attempt failed, the prohibition would escalate. If the requirements behind the prohibition reached the top of the 2nd stage, or even the 3rd stage of attack, then we'll really be out of luck. Yen Aslan said worriedly, a hint of trembling in his voice. Yes. At that time, I'm afraid that even if we gather all the clansmen in the land of trials, it won't help. The 3 looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. What the few people didn't notice was that at this moment, codes were flowing in 0587's eyes, as if he was downloading something. I trust Brother M.O. In this matter, let's do as Brother M.O. says. Swan Mayu's voice rang out, suppressing the skepticism of several people. Just as several people wanted to argue on the basis of reason, 0587 suddenly opened his mouth. I also agree that the clan members who were just outside shared their memories into my processor. The memories show that this Mr. M.O. Shadowdust, by some unknown method, has recently commanded tens of thousands of third-rank death spirits to sweep across the entire trial land. Based on this alone, it can be judged that there is no need for Mr. M.O. to lie. 0587's words brought up, I wonder what method was used. It was because even in the mechanical clan's database, there was no record of permanently imperiling such a large number of dead spirits across ranks. So he judged that M.O. Shadowdust should have used some special means to do this temporarily. Chapter 114 Prohibition, Open. A trace of surprise also appeared on Swan Mayu's face when he heard 0587's words, but it was instantly suppressed by him, and he resumed his previous aloofness. In his heart, however, he reassessed M.O. Ingsuan's strength. Tens of thousands of third rank, scary indeed. I just wonder how long he can keep it up. Like 0587, Xian Meiyu did not believe that M.O. Ingchen could do this forever. This was no longer a question of whether it was consistent with common sense or not. There is no way this could have happened. The three of them, Yan Aslan, did not think as much as the two of them, Xian Meiyu, did when they heard 0587's words. They only felt their brains buzzing and going blank, directly going down. Tens of thousands of third-order dead spirits? These few words exploded in their minds like thunder, shaking their scalps. Devil's Quake didn't die unjustly. It's worth it to practice the Tao of no apology. This ink Shadowdust. Really a ruthless person, Tens of thousands of third order, even if it is cultivation nothing, it must be piled up alive. Yan Aslan's mouth opened wide, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief, as if he had heard a heavenly dream. This was still the human race? How did you do it? Wasn't the human race's necrotic resurrection skill only capable of resurrecting corpses that didn't exceed their own rank at most? He fell into deep self-doubt, feeling that he had lived all these years to the dogs. Today, in one day, he had heard and seen more unbelievable things than he had in all the years he had lived. Ink Shadowdust's figure flickered and silently appeared on Wang Yi's side. Do you have that kind of spell formation that can boost the power of an attack in an instant? He lowered his voice and whispered in Wang Yi's ear. When Wang Yi heard this, his face slightly stagnated and the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally. This big brother's mind was instantly clear to him this was to hide his clumsiness. With a bitter smile, he nodded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. There is, but it's just that this consumes. M.O. Shadowdust's eyes lit up, a surge of surprise welled up in his heart. There really is? Celestial Master Sect, this name of the strongest auxiliary, it really lives up to its name. With a thought, his mental power quickly swept through the system backpack. Directly taking out two fruits emitting a tantalizing fragrance from it, he casually tossed them to Wang Yi. Spirit-embracing vermilion fruit can instantly replenish spiritual energy. After replenishing, the remaining medicinal power will quench the flesh, slightly enhancing the strength of the flesh. One for you to replenish your consumption later, and the other will be counted as your hard work. Wang Yi received the vermilion fruit, and his face burst into a wide smile as he heatedly laughed. Okay, this matter is wrapped up in me, to ensure that you are arranged clearly. Later you don't need to summon other undead, just summon out those skeleton warriors of yours. I promise to raise them all to the second rank. But you have to be quick, don't pose there. This spell formation of mine can last at most 10 seconds, probably just enough for these skeletons to launch an attack. Wang Yi quickly instructed, fearing that Mo Ingchen would delay. The crowd took their places, and an air of gravity filled the air. Ink Shadowdust's mind moved, and 4,000 skeletal warriors appeared out of thin air. The sound of bones clashing clicked, dense and creepy. Fortunately, this space was still quite spacious, otherwise I was afraid that I wouldn't even be able to stand. Commanding the skeleton warriors to line up closely in front of the band, each skeleton was next to the other, airtight. Turning his head to look at Xian Meiyu, his gazes met, and without the need for words, they already understood each other. Xian Meiyu nodded slightly with a grave expression. Brother Mo, we can begin. After the skeleton attack on your side, please quickly retrieve the skeletons, so we can connect the subsequent attacks. Mo Shadowdust nodded his head to indicate that he understood, and then turned his sight towards Wang Yi. When Wang Yi saw Mo Ingduan looking at him, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. His hands quickly flipped and formed a complicated hand seal. Under his breath, he recited, "Spell formation, for elephants." As the words fell, a dazzling light erupted from his palm and flashed away, so fast that it was hard to catch. Immediately afterward, a huge 4-elephant phalanx emerged underneath the feet of all the skeleton warriors, with the 4 divine beasts of the green dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and Xuanwu silhouettes in all 4 directions, majestic and solemn. The light of the spell formation flowed, and the 4 divine beasts roared up to the sky. Their voices were deafening, and then turned into a bit of starlight, integrating into the body of the 4,000 skeleton warriors. Wang Yi's cheeks twitched slightly, as if he had exerted a tremendous amount of strength. His voice was slightly hoarse. Right now, quick. Ink Shadow Dust did not hesitate and immediately gave the order to attack to all the skeleton warriors. 4,000 skeletal warriors attacked the Forbidden System at the same time. The scene was spectacular. Due to the limited number of positions in front of the Forbidden System, Ink Shadow Dust divided the skeleton warriors into 3 rows. Each skeleton launched an attack, and at the end of the attack it was instantly retracted by Ink Shadow Dust to make way for the rear skeletons to attack. Everything was as smooth as flowing water. The secondary enhancement of the Reaper's Heart's enlightenment ability allowed these undead creatures to easily understand and execute such simple commands. 10 seconds slipped by, and all the skeletal warriors disappeared without a trace. The Xianmeiyu looked aghast and immediately ordered the crowd to start attacking. In an instant, all sorts of abilities erupted, causing Ink Shadow Dust to open his eyes. One must know that what the crowd was pouring out at this moment were all abilities with the most complicated attack segments. These types of abilities might not necessarily be the most powerful, but they were definitely the most visually stunning. For a time, various colors of light and shadows intertwined, like brilliant fireworks blooming in the air, and like a meteor shower breaking through the night sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Among them, what surprised Mo Ingchen the most was Yen Ashenlan's attack method. Only to see Yen Ashenlan not knowing what ability he had utilized, his right arm gradually became transparent and illusory, as if it had merged into the air. Immediately afterward, he actually inserted this virtual arm straight into his chest, as if he was pulling out something. Mo Ingchuan's pupils shrunk slightly, only to see Yen Aslan actually yank out a burning fire elemental creature from his chest. As soon as the fire elemental creature appeared, it carried a berserk aura and charged straight towards the Forbidden System. The flames around its body pulsed as if it would explode at any moment. The moment it was about to hit the Forbidden System, the fire elemental creature violently exploded, its entire body transforming into hundreds of sparks that flew in all directions. With a sharp whistling sound, the sparks crackled on top of the Forbidden System. A dense bursting sound was emitted, as if countless small bombs were detonated at the same time. Wherever the sparks passed, the air was burned to distortion, emitting a burnt odor. Under this indiscriminate bombardment by the crowd, the originally impenetrable light curtain on the surface of the restriction. At this moment, it also began to tremble violently, as if it would break at any time. On the light curtain, a crack spread rapidly like a spider's web, emitting a click, 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 click crunching sound, making people excited. Finally, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire prohibition shattered with a loud bang and dissipated into countless points of light in the air. Chapter 115 Dry Corpses? After the prohibition, a deep passageway was revealed, which was pitch black and bottomless. A cold aura surged out from within the passageway, causing people to shudder and sweat. Mo Shadow Dust could feel that the aura was mixed with a rich power of death, which vaguely resonated with the power of the dead spirit within him. Deep within the passageway, the force resonated subtly with the power of the death spirit within Mo Shadow Dust's body, yet it was permeated with an unspeakable mania. It was as if a ferocious beast bound by chains was roaring low in the darkness, ready to break free of its shackles and choose someone to devour. The attack stopped, and the gazes of the crowd coincidentally converged on Mo Shadow Dust and Wang Yi. Instead, it was the deep passageway. The shocking scene just now still echoed in his mind. 10 seconds, 4,000 second rank attacks, this feat was truly terrifying. Ink Shadow Dust those skeletons, it was still reasonable. But Wang Yi, that 4-elephant formation of his, he was able to raise the strength of the skeleton warriors by 1 rank? This is simply unimaginable. Even though it only lasts for a mere 10 seconds. But these 10 seconds are enough to change too much. As for a permanent boost in strength? The crowd didn't even dare to think about it. That kind of ability, it simply couldn't exist in the world. If Ink Shadow Dust knew what was in their hearts, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but smile contemptuously and not seeing sense. The 3 of them, Xianmeiyu, Mo Shadow Dust, and Shou Wu, exchanged glances and stepped into the passageway behind the prohibition side by side. The figures instantly disappeared into the light. When it reappeared, it was already in another space. It was only after witnessing the disappearance of the 3 leaders that the crowd came back from their shock and, not daring to have the slightest delay, they hurriedly followed closely behind and entered in a line. A silhouette appeared behind the 3 of them one after another, and Shou Wu secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, it wasn't a random teleportation, otherwise he was really worried that Meng Inchua would be teleported somewhere else. If he was bumped into by Mo Shadow Dust, the consequences would be unimaginable. The crowd did not realize that 0587 of the mechanical race, who had been standing quietly at the end of the line from the beginning, was. The pair of emotionless bionic electronic eyes actually showed a rare hint of surprise. As early as the moment Ink Shadow Dust stepped into the Forbidden Land, 0587 followed the mechanical race's combat guidelines, prioritizing the retrieval of all data related to Ink Shadow Dust in the database. At the same time, he signaled to all online mechanicals that requesting that all information related to Ink Shadow Dust be uploaded for download and analysis. The news of Mo Shadow Dust driving an army of undead across the trial land was uploaded by one of the mechanical race. At this moment, 0587 once again integrated the data, deeply dissecting all the information about Ink Shadow Dust within the land of trials. The conclusions reached made its chip, which was unable to connect to the mother body, nearly fall into a state of downtime. At the first rank, summoning a ghost to slay a second-rank Manticore clan powerhouse with a single slash. Performing mysterious skills with his first-rank body, he exploded beyond the third-rank power and strongly killed the barbarians, overthrowing the desolate blood giant clan. Ascended to the top of the road to God, but the skeleton throne strangely disappeared, forcibly seizing control of all the resurrected dead spirits of the undead clan. Wipe out the undead clan completely. In 0587's mind, the central chip raced, emitting a subtle buzzing sound. He even pulled up the external database that was sealed deep in his mind before entering the trial land. He began to frantically analyzing Shadow Dust's past experiences. Mo Shadow Dust, the youngest son of the Mo family in the city of Subei in the Plateau province of the human race, grew up in an orphanage at a young age, and was later taken back by the Mo family, and his performance has been mediocre since he was a child, with nothing out of the ordinary. On the eve of the big exam, this son suddenly broke out and showed amazing talent. Analyzing the possibilities, 69% probability of hiding his talent, 20% probability of gaining a chance, 11% probability of other circumstances. Warning! Warning! Ink Shadow Dust's talent is too terrifying, there are too many unknowns in it, it is recommended to execute the obliteration plan immediately. Red light flashed in 0587's mechanical eyes, and the data stream surged madly. Begin analyzing the necessity of the obliteration plan. This human race is currently a known enemy, the Zhao family of Subei City, the Mo family of Subei City, the Flame Sect, the Desolate Blood Giant race, and the Undead race. According to the database, the Zhao family of Surbiton City has contacted assassins and is preparing to kill Mo Shadow Dust in secret. Since Mo Shadow Dust is in the land of trials, the Zhao family is holding back and waiting for an opportunity to act. After analyzing Mo Shadow Dust's return to Subei City, the probability of the Zhao family making a move is 90%. Probability of success, 0%. After analyzing the Flame Sect and learning that Van Yen Lai was killed by Moing Duan, the probability of revenge is 40%. Probability of success, 70%. Analyze the probability of the Mojave family falling in the well in Sobiai City, 60%. Warning! According to the analysis, the possibility of the skeleton throne on the path to God's ascension being refined by Mo Shadow Dust as a bearer is as high as 90%. Analysis: this son is overly gifted, the obliteration plan must be carried out at all costs. Current first sequence mission: explore the situation of the forbidden land of the trial. Replaced the first sequence mission, current mission: obliterate Mo Shadow Dust. The red light in 0587's eyes grew more intense, as if it was about to drip blood. Analyzing the probability of success in executing the mission: Ink Shadow Dust, Necromancer, dual specialization in summoning and white bone. Suspected of possessing a special ability to cultivate undead creatures. Suggested action: call another S-class bionic body from the trial ground and all the mechanical clan members to enter the Forbidden Land, unify the release of energy blasts, form a matrix, and make sure to kill them with one blow. Probability of success, 90%. Begin releasing signals to notify all of the trial land mechanicals. A red light flashed in 0587 mechanical size as he followed the crowd into the pitch-black passageway. He stood silently behind the three of Mo Shadow Dust, poised to strike, waiting for the other clans to arrive after receiving the signal. Mo Shadow Dust stepped into the passageway, and as far as his eyes could see, a stone monument that had been baptized over the years stood silently in front of him. The inscription on the monument has long been mottled and difficult to recognize, as if telling a dusty past. Next to the monument, a dry body leaning, I do not know how many years have been silent here, as if the monument and the monument into one. Xian Meiyu, as the team leader, in the crowd all enter, the first step, lead the crowd began to explore. The stone monument in front of them naturally became the first target of exploration. Mo Ingduan saw that Xian Meiyu had already moved to explore, so he was naturally happy to have some leisure time. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen some incredible sight. Only to see Xian Meiju actually seems to the ground that Dry Corpse ignore, straight toward the Dry Corpse direction. Without the slightest dodge, without the slightest pause. Actually, it directly passed through the body of the Dry Corpse. Mo Shadow Dust turned around violently, his eyes falling on Wang Yi beside him, pointing his finger in the direction of the stone monument, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. You saw what? Wang Yi was full of doubts and responded in disbelief. A stone tablet, what's wrong with it? Mo Shadow Dust only felt a chill rise from his spine, instantly spreading throughout his body as cold sweat beaded down. I'm sure it's like this? Is it possible that no one else can see it? He once again turned his gaze to the stone monument, and in the next second, cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. The dry body disappeared. Chapter 116 Mechanical Race Raid. Ink Shadow Dust felt a coolness come over him, as if he was being stared at by something. Jerking around, he looked behind him. This look, even more so, made him nearly scream out in shock that Dry Corpse actually did not know when it appeared behind him, almost face to face with him. The distance is so close that it is almost zero. Imo Shadow Dust were still care about other, a bone spear instantly surfaced, toward the back will be rooted down. But, the same as other people can go through the body of the Dry Corpse. The bone spear similarly passed straight through without a single stop. It was as if the Dry Corpse and Ink Shadow Dust were not in the same world. Wang Yi noticed Mo Ing Chen's strange expression and couldn't help but step forward and gently pat his shoulder. However, this one simple action appeared incomparably bizarre in Mo Ing Chen's eyes. Because, at this moment, Wang Yi and that Dry Corpse were actually standing in the same position. More accurately, Wang Yi and the Dry Corpse, the figures overlapped. Just now, the Xiandi Jade passed straight through the Dry Corpse. Mo Ing Chuan only felt his scalp tingle, his body stiffen, and an unprecedented sense of fear enveloped his heart. Everything around him became bizarre. Although the others couldn't see or touch the dry body. But Imo Shadow Dust was very sure that it actually existed. He could clearly feel the gloomy aura emanating from that Dry Corpse, as well as the empty eye sockets that seemed to hide something creepy. The others, on the other hand, were oblivious to this and continued to observe their surroundings at their own pace. This bizarre contrast made the uneasiness in Mo Ing Suan's heart grow stronger. The Dry Corpse seemed to notice the uneasiness churning within Mo Ing Duan's heart and quietly moved back 2 steps. It quietly stood about 5 meters behind Mo Ing Duan, not moving at all. The hollow eyes, however, were always locked onto Ink Shadow Dust. Boss! Boss! What's going on here? Wang Yi's urgent voice came, pulling Mo Ing Duan back to reality from his panicked mood. Mo Ing Duan slightly turned his head sideways and glanced at him, his voice low, nothing. At the same time, he gave a wink to Wang Yi, signaling that this place was not the place to talk in detail. Wang Yi was also a smart person and immediately understood Mo Ing Suan's meaning, so he did not ask any more questions. The reason why Mo Shadow Dust was able to put his heart down a little. It was because just a moment ago, after the Dryad took 2 steps backward, he keenly sensed that there was a light red energy bond connecting him to this Dry Corpse. This energy bond, like a bloodline, connected him to the Dry Corpse, and the end of the energy was actually pointing directly to the mysterious heart of death in his body. Mo Shadow Dust hurriedly concentrated his spirit, looked inside himself, and carefully sensed the heart of the god of death. However, the death god's heart remained the same as usual and did not give out any abnormal warnings. This discovery made Ink Shadow Dust slightly relieved. At least for the time being, this Dry Corpse, it seemed, did not exude any malicious intent. As for why it would have a connection with its own death heart, Ink Shadow Dust secretly let out a bitter laugh. How could he know the reason for this? This bizarre scene had long exceeded the scope of his cognition. The crowd stopped in front of the stone monument, gazing at it for a long time, but they could not understand the mystery of it. They had no choice but to bypass the monument and continue to explore deeper. Before traveling far, the originally narrow pathway under his feet opened up, and a deep valley appeared in front of him. Inside the valley, the crowd's heart trembled, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet. This place is like a Shura battlefield. The corpses of all races are everywhere, or lying horizontally, or reclining, with different deaths. Time seems to be frozen here, the body through the baptism of the years, but still does not corrode an immortal. Some corpses even embrace weapons, upright, flesh intact, as if sleeping. Mo Shadow Dust's brows knitted slightly, a faint odor of decay lingering at the tip of his nose. This scent was also mixed with a trace of blood if any, making the heart uncomfortable. He was keenly aware that these corpses were by no means unusual, and each of them exuded a powerful aura that was still depressing even though they were already dead. Looking around, the valley was filled with a bizarre atmosphere, with gusts of gloomy wind, as if there were countless unjust souls whispering. As far as the eye could see, there were all broken walls, blades scattered, swords broken, spears broken, shields covered with cracks. Visible when the battle of the tragic. Ink Shadow Dust gently tilted his head to look at the Dry Corpse that had been following him like a shadow. Since this Dry Corpse had appeared outside by the stone monument, he must know something about this battlefield. However, to his disappointment, the Dry Corpse was unchanged. It was still staring straight at Mo Shadow Dust. Except for the fact that when Ink Shadow Dust took a step and moved, he followed suit. There was no other movement. Ink Shadow Dust didn't dwell on it and continued to explore. However, right at this moment, the death god's heart at the heart suddenly warned violently. A strange change suddenly arose. Behind Ink Shadow Dust, Mechanical Race 0587 violently stopped and stood in place. At his chest, the energy within the reactor rose dramatically. The mechanical eye flickered, and the data streams raced with calculations. Target identified, threat level, extremely high, executing removal program. The cold mechanical voice echoed in 0587's mind. At the entrance of the valley in the distance, hundreds of mechanical race warriors who had arrived at an unknown time were neatly organized. The reactors at their chests were activated at the same time, and their energy gathered crazily. For a time, the valley was filled with light, blinding and dazzling. These mechanical warriors, each as high as 3 meters, were made up of silver-white metal, with precision gears biting at the joints and mechanical arms flashing with cold light. The reactor in their chests was the source of their power. At this moment, hundreds of reaction furnaces were running at the same time, their energy fluctuations intertwined and caused ripples in the air. The speed of energy convergence grew faster and faster, and the reactors emitted a buzzing sound. It gradually turned from low to sharp, as if hundreds of giant beasts were hissing. The ground trembled slightly, and debris jumped. Inside the valley, a fierce wind sprang up, blowing the tattered clothes on the corpses all over the ground, hunting and clattering. Prepare for attack. 0587 mechanical eyes locked onto ink shadow dust, and an icy cold voice rang out. Hundreds of mechanical race warriors raised their mechanical arms, and at the front end of their arms, the energy gun ports slowly opened, revealing the deep gun chambers. Inside the cannon chamber, the energy was compressed rapidly, the color changed from light blue to dark blue, and finally turned into dazzling white light. The white light became more and more prevalent, coloring everything around it with a layer of silver white. Launch! 0587's mechanical eyes flashed red as he gave the final command. Hundreds of energy beams shot out at the same time, cutting through the sky, carrying the aura of destroying everything, heading straight for Mo-1. Each of these energy beams was as thick as a bucket of water, and the blazing high temperatures scorched and distorted the air. Hundreds of beams of light intertwined, after the mechanical race's unique signaling means of precision calculation. Forming a huge energy net in the air, it was impervious to the wind, sealing off all the retreating paths of Mo shadow dust. Wherever the energy net passed, the ground was plowed with a scorched black gully, rocks crumbled, and corpses turned into pieces. Chapter 117, Instantaneous Counter Kill. This attack, there was no way to avoid it, no way to escape. The destructive aura filled the entire valley, and the hollow eyes of the dry corpse stared at Mo shadow dust, not moving a muscle. Wang Yi's face was pale and his legs trembled. In the face of such an attack, he couldn't even raise a thought of resistance. This attack, it was too strong, so strong that it caused people to despair. Before ink shadow dust had time to react, he was instantly blasted in front of his body by this energy. The energy collided with two defensive spells, the white bone construct cured outside his body and the bone armor. However, in front of this destructive attack, the defense of the white bone construct and the bone armor seemed so fragile and unbearable. The two defenses were destroyed in an instant. The entire process didn't even take a second. But this second gave Mo Chen time to react. Just as the energy was about to penetrate ink shadow dust, his figure suddenly disappeared. Shadow Shuttle. In the next moment, Mo shadow dust appeared in the shadow of a mountain 100 meters away, dodging the fatal blow. The energy beam hit the air and crashed into the rock wall of the valley. The rock wall was instantly pierced through, and a huge hole appeared. Debris splashed and smoke filled the air. I wonder if the energy touched some kind of prohibition. The black light patterns at the mountain in front of the valley kept flickering. It was as if something was about to break out from within the mountain. The entire valley kept shaking. Seeing that Mo shadow dust was able to dodge this earth-shattering combined attack, Xian Meiyu did not have time to sigh. He saw Mo shadow dust reappear in the center of the valley. In the distance, hundreds of mechanical clansmen flew in a hurry to join up with 0587. The chest was recharged at the chest, ready to attack. Xian Meiyu hurriedly shouted, "You must not fight with force, these mechanical races are terrifying to work with after assembling, but they also have weaknesses. The mechanical races don't have a breakthrough to speak of, they can only be upgraded by upgrading their carcasses. These mechanical races are restricted by the trial land, the most they have is only rank 2, leave first and find a chance to break them one by one." As the words fell, he was about to leave this place first, so as not to be mistakenly injured by the mechanical race. To say that these mechanical races, other things can't work, but this attack power is really strong. The energy wave is not limited by rank, how much power is output, how strong is the attack. Now that these hundreds of mechanical clansmen had converged with their energy, this attack power had long surpassed the third rank by an unknown number of levels. Not to mention Mo shadow dust, even Xian Meiju, if he was hit head-on, he would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. What's more, the really scary, is the mechanical race never fear death. If you can't kill in one blow, the mechanical race realize that there is no hope of escape, will certainly directly self-destruct. This is the reason why all races are unwilling to fight the mechanical race head-on. But Mo shadow dust made his own reaction at the same time as his reminder. The skeleton throne emerged, and with a flash, ink shadow dust sat on it. Dolly, Ironguard, Phantom Thorn, and the two Black Knights were violently cast out of the summoning space by ink shadow dust. The drop location, 1 meter in front of the mechanical race team. Under ink shadow dust's increase, all of them instantly exploded with a powerful battle power of at least 4th rank. Like 5 sharp knives, they ruthlessly stabbed into the mechanical race team. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, the hard shells of the mechanical race were like papier-mâché in front of him, and were easily torn apart. The soul-devouring blood blade flashed with a demonic red light, crazily slaughtering the mechanical race. Iron Guard, on the other hand, was like a mobile fortress, rock shields waving in his hands as he charged across the room. Every step forward was accompanied by a tremor of the earth. Phantom Thorn's figure fluttered, and in the cold light of the Hell Short Blade, the mechanical race's energy core was constantly pierced through. Like a ghost in the dark night, every time it appeared it took away a life. If the lives of the mechanicals count as lives. The two Black Knights took aim at the most conspicuous duo of the mechanicals, 0587 and another S-Class Bionic. Third rank against second rank. The result was obvious as the two Black Knights instantly cut the two S-rank Bionic people off at the waist. Thousands of skeleton warriors, hundreds of skeleton archers, dozens of zombies as well as skeleton mages followed suit. For a time, the valley was filled with the sounds of metal clashing and bones breaking. The mechanical race's team instantly collapsed under this sudden attack. The energy attacks they were so proud of looked so powerless in front of the ink shadow dust undead army. The hard shell of the mechanical race was easily torn apart. The battle took on a one-sided momentum. The two S-Class Bionic men were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Electric sparks flashed at the severed ends of the bodies. Data flowed in his eyes, quickly analyzing the battlefield situation. Action failed to kill in one hit. Target possesses unknown medium and long-distance instantaneous movement ability. One of the Bionics issued a mechanical voice. Failed to kill in one strong blow. Target possesses multiple fourth-order combatants and can be suddenly dropped from summoning space to the front of the position, restricting the machine from recharging and preventing it from attacking in unison again. 0587 added. Final command, all self-destruct. They gave their final orders at the same time. The command was like an invisible electric wave that instantly spread to all the remaining mechanical race chips. In an instant, the energy furnaces of all the mechanical race began to stir, and furious energy gushed out without a single obstruction. Hundreds of mechanical clansmen activated their self-destruct programs at the same time, and the entire valley was shrouded in an atmosphere of destruction. Boom! With a loud, deafening sound, in the entrance of the valley, the massive energy generated by the hundreds of mechanical clansmen blowing themselves up destroyed everything around them. The energy was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, spewing out wildly in all directions, and the mountain also cracked open under the impact of this force. The scene was a mess. Everything that was originally there was gone, only devastation remained. On the skeleton throne, Mo Shadowdust's taut nerves finally loosened up and he let out a long breath. He had been on guard against the mechanical race's self-detonation, so his nerves were highly tense. Everyone else who fought the mechanicals had to face their eventual self-detonation, as there was no way to avoid it. But he was different, as he could instantly put the undead into his summoning space, thus dodging the explosion. As it turned out, he did. That less than a second between the mechanicals giving the order to start blowing themselves up and completing it. He precisely retrieved the 5 rank 4 undead that crashed into the mechanical's position into the summoning space. As for the other undead, blowing them up was fine, just get them back slowly. Congratulations to the host for killing a target of elite level or above. Looting word, Silicon Life S. Silicon-based Life S, Mechanical Ascension. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse it yourself. It was only at this moment that Mo Ingduan had the time to respond to Xian Meiyu's words just now. Putting away the skeleton throne, he turned to look at Xian Meiyu, who had already flown far away, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of confusion in his voice. Brother Xian, just now the scene was a bit chaotic. I didn't hear what you said. Did you just mention how the mechanical race should be disposed of? Chapter 118, Strange Change, Forbidden Air Formation. When Xian Meiyu heard this, his facial muscles twitched slightly, trying his best to maintain his usual bland image, but his voice was slightly stiff. No harm, since it's already been resolved, that's all. In comparison, Swan Meiju's reaction was still quite calm. Xiao Wu's inner world at this moment was what was called a rippling, shocking wave. He was just now the closest to 0587. The moment 0587 and the other mechanicals launched their attacks, he stood at 0587's side. The energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth and destroy everything almost whistled past his body. It made the hairs on his body stand up and his heart jump to his throat. Until now, that feeling of survival after the robbery still lingered in his heart, making his heart palpitate and his legs a little weak. Originally, he thought that as the target of the mechanical race's attack, Ink Shadow Dust, this time, it would be hard to escape, and there was no possibility of survival. After all, in the face of such a horrific attack, he couldn't think of any way to survive even if he racked his brain. However, before the thoughts in his mind finished turning, reality gave him a sharp slap in the face. Not only did Ink Shadow Dust miraculously survive, he even accomplished a shocking reversal, killing the mechanical race back. This is simply unbelievable. You're telling me now that this guy is just a second order? Who would believe that? No, this time I must go back and talk to those old guys in the clan. We, the spirit race, have to reconsider our relationship with the human race. It's best to get close again. Otherwise, when a demonic figure like Mo Ingsuan fully grows up, I'm afraid that the 10,000 clans won't have a good time in the future. Wang Yi braced himself and stood up, his legs as heavy as lead, his steps hobbling to Mo Ingsuan's side, his face filled with awe and admiration. As a member of the same human race, the stronger Mo Ingsuan was, the more joyful he felt in his heart. Only at this moment did he truly realize that. What is peerless, what is absolute big brother? Look at Mo Shadow Dust's record at the trial site. It's simply a legendary epic. As far as he knows. For the first time, at the Resurrection Stone altar, Ink Shadow Dust had wiped out the entire Desolate Blood Giant clan with his own strength, leaving no one behind. The second time, in the Longchamp Valley, the Undead race's elite lost all of their hands, and none were spared. The third time, in this Forbidden Land, the mechanical race's army went up in smoke and was completely annihilated. What else can be questioned with such a brilliant battle record? Every time you strike, it's a reunion. This is simply the Reaper. Shen Meiyu swept his eyes over the regrouping crowd and was about to speak. Suddenly, the mountain trembled violently. It was as if there was something present in the ground that wanted to break free. The magnitude of the vibration was so drastic that it was difficult for the people present to hold on to themselves as if they were fluttering in the wind. A few people had to use their means, trying to perform the art of aerial control, rising up in the air to avoid this sudden change. However, without exception, all of them failed. Wang Yi's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed out in shock, "Forbidden air formation!" Having no time to pay attention to Wang Yi's alarmed cry, the crowd's sights coincidentally turned to the distance, to the side of the valley entrance. There, the huge gap left by the mechanical race's self-detonation. At this moment, it was like the gates of hell opening up, and the endless power of death surged out. This power of death was the same as what Mo Ingsuan had sensed earlier, violent and chaotic, as if it could devour all life. The loud rumbling was deafening. Immediately afterward, a creepy clicking sound rang out. Along that gap, cracks spread rapidly underneath the entire valley's mountain, spreading out like a spider's web. In just a few breaths, the bottom of the rolling mountains around the entire valley collapsed. Berserk energy, like a flood that broke the dike, spewed out from the cracks. The sound was horrifying. Immediately afterward, a burst of disorganized sounds came from within the mountain, as if there were countless wild beasts hissing and roaring in it. In all directions, endless bony biplane humanoid creatures with bony backs surged out from underneath the collapsed mountain, like a tidal wave towards the crowd. These creatures had bizarre forms, and even Mo Ingduan, who had seen a lot and read a lot of books, was unable to recognize which race they actually belonged to. They clearly possessed a humanoid form, but they were on all fours, running like wild beasts at an extremely high speed. The eyes were crimson, flashing with a bloodthirsty light that was chilling. Mo Shadow Dust randomly chose a direction, and several bone spears shot out, accurately penetrating the bodies of the three monsters at the very front, nailing them to death in place. However, the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The companions who were still running frantically, seeing their companions die, unexpectedly stopped in their tracks, gathered around, and began to devour them frantically. Dozens of monsters, in less than 2 seconds, gnawed through the 3 corpses killed by Mo Shadow Dust. Not even the bone dregs were left. Moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Mo Shadow Dust keenly perceived that the dozens of humanoid monsters that had just partaken of the corpses seemed to have enhanced their aura by a few points. A hint of realization surged in his heart. This valley, I'm afraid, was not naturally formed, but rather artificially set up with the purpose of trapping these bizarre monsters. And I'm afraid that this air-blocking formation was also set up to prevent the monsters from scattering and flying out of the valley. Inside the valley, the tide of monsters was raging, and the people were fighting against it with their own abilities. These monsters were huge in number, as if there was no end to them. However, their strength was only around the second rank, which was still within the range of the crowd's ability to cope with them. Shen Meiyu offered a small ancient tripod, which left his hand and instantly expanded. It transformed into a giant tripod 7 or 8 meters tall, hanging above his head and protecting his surroundings. Inside the cauldron, there was a constant roar, and the stirring sound waves spread like ripples. Wherever they passed, monsters burst into pieces. Unlike the Shenmei Jade that relied on magic weapons, light flowed around Shouwu's body, and all sorts of secret techniques to enhance the physical body were added to his body. Like a humanoid ferocious beast, he charged straight into the monstrous crowd, charging straight through, invincible. Between his fists and feet, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the monsters were like grass in front of him, being harvested at will. However, these monsters were like gangrene, constantly pouring out of the cracks. The sheer number of them made one's scalp numb. Soon, in addition to the wave of monsters that surrounded a few people, the monsters on the periphery had spread to the edge of the valley, and were about to rush out of the valley. Right at this moment, the wordless stone monument that the few people had seen when they entered the valley suddenly shone brightly. An invisible fluctuation spread from the stone tablet, forming a transparent barrier at the entrance of the valley. It blocked all the monsters that tried to rush out of the valley. Countless monsters turned a blind eye to this invisible barrier, frantically impacting and defying death. Those that were fast even crashed directly into the energy barrier. The corpses were instantly devoured by the companions beside them, turning them into sustenance and continuing to crash. The scene was extremely bloody and chilling. Chapter 119. Have a hot pot? However, all of this had nothing to do with Mo Shadow Dust and the others for the time being. They were unable to fly, and their sight was obscured by the boundless tide of monsters, so they couldn't see the situation at the entrance at all. For them, dealing with the endless monsters in front of them was the priority. Soon, the first person who couldn't support himself appeared. Dream Jingshu was so scared and pale in the face of this crazy wave of monsters that, in a moment of inadvertence, her calf was viciously bitten by one of the monsters. As the sharp pain hit, Meng Inshua let out a cry of shock and her body lost its balance. Seeing this, the monsters around her were like sharks that smelled blood, frantically pouncing and looking to drown her. In the nick of time, Xiao Wu arrived in time. Light surged within his body and a blazing spell erupted, instantly incinerating the monsters around Meng Inshue. A vacuum was cleared in the tide of monsters, allowing Dream Jingshu to temporarily get out of harm's way. Fighting, endless fighting. Fighting, endless fighting. The monsters inside the mountain seemed to be endless, and the crowd fought here for 2 days and 2 nights, but the situation did not see the slightest improvement. To say that there was no change was not quite true. By continuing to observe a monster that had devoured hundreds of corpses, the crowd finally uncovered a hint of these monsters' secrets. This monster, as they had initially thought, did not continue to increase in strength until it broke through the 3rd rank. Instead, under their horrified gaze, it violently exploded itself. After the explosion, the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground wriggled, swelled, and deformed, and actually regrew into new monsters. And the number of these chunks of flesh was exactly the number of corpses it had devoured. In other words, these monsters simply can't be killed enough. As long as they were allowed to devour them, they could be constantly reborn in this bizarre way. At this moment, the battlefield was already split, with several people fighting on their own, clearly separated. After all, coming from different races, having them work together against a foreign enemy? It's a fool's errand, and we're lucky they don't stab each other in the back. Swan Mayu is all alone, and the furrows between his eyebrows are deeply locked. The magic treasures around his body dance like streams of fireflies, accompanied by the never-ending vibrations within the distant mountain, cutting down the approaching creatures one by one. Shouwu fought side by side with Meng Inshua. The light on his body was still dazzling, as if the 2 days and 2 nights of fierce battle was just a passing cloud to him. Yen Aslan formed a formation with the remaining 3, 1 resting and 3 fighting, taking turns to guard. Their strength is the weakest. At this moment there is no time to care about, can only abandon the former suspicion, embrace the warmth of the group. And there was no one who gnashed their teeth more than Mo Ingsuan and Wangi. These two, at this moment, were sitting around a table. Eating hot pot. Yes, you heard it right, eating fondue. In the rising heat, the red oil rolls over, and various ingredients sink and float in it, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The two were surrounded by layers of a dense army of undead. When the battle first began, Ink Shadow Dust summoned the skeleton throne. Placing it on the ground, he himself sat firmly on it. All of the skeleton warriors had turned into second-order strength, and were no less powerful compared to that humanoid monster. There were also a large number of zombies, skeleton archers, ghosts, skeleton mages, and powerful undead such as Vigor to help out. None of the monsters were able to break through this line of defense and touch Mo Shadow Dust and Wangi in the slightest. These humanoid monsters were so numerous that if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. If you want to kill them, you can't. At first, Mo Shadow Dust sat on top of the skeleton throne, his spirit highly concentrated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. However, as time passed, this fellow Wangi was the first to relax. It was no wonder that he would relax. After all, he didn't need to do anything. At first, he stood and watched the Ink Shadow Dust undead army slaughter monsters. After a while, he crouched down and continued to watch. Then later, he simply brought a stool from his storage space and sat down to enjoy the killing feast. In the end, he was really bored to death, coupled with sleepiness coming in like a tidal wave. He simply took out a bed, lay down on it, spread the pillows, covered with a quilt, and huffed and puffed. This can be the Ink Shadow Dust annoyed. I'm here with my nerves on edge, but you're so good, you just say you're going to sleep? And so, Ink Shadow Dust also got down from the skeleton throne. After carefully observing the situation, he realized that even without the skeleton throne enchantment, these undead armies, assisted by high-ranked undead, were still sufficient to deal with these monsters. At most, the peripheral skeletal warriors would occasionally sacrifice some. But what's the harm in that? The space occupied by the two was no more than a square inch, and around them, there was a full circle of more than 30 skeletal warriors. A few deaths on the periphery were irrelevant. The big deal is that Mo Shadow Dust will summon another batch every 5 or 6 hours. Thus, these two people completely let themselves go. Outside, countless monsters were frantically killing each other, and their experience value shot up like a rocket. There was no better place to brush monsters. Inside, eat when you're hungry and sleep when you're sleepy. When he was bored, Wangi even pulled out a ping-pong table from his storage space. The two of them went back and forth, playing ping-pong soundly for half a day. This scene, and the surrounding bloody killing out of place, but inexplicably harmonious. The others were still struggling to hold on, and could die at any time, while they were as relaxed as if they were in their own backyard. How could this contrast not make people's eyes redden? The treatment, it's a world of difference. It's simply enviable. New day. Ink Shadow Dust woke up from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. He stretched, feeling the stretch in his body. His eyes swept over the surroundings, and what met his eyes was the still intense battlefield. Skeleton warriors were fighting with the monsters, the sounds of bones colliding and weapons clashing were endless. Imo Shadow Dust gently raised his hand, and a ghostly light flashed across his fingertips. A new batch of skeleton warriors were summoned, replenishing the vacancies that had been wiped out during sleep. With a mechanical stride, they joined the battle, their hollow eyes flickering with ghostly blue soul fire. After doing so, Ink Shadow Dust got up and briefly washed himself. Afterward, he took a steady pace and sat back on top of the skeleton throne. His brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. In the past 2 days, he had immersed himself in killing, enjoying the thrill of his experience value soaring. The level was like a rocket, soaring all the way from rank 2, level 2 to rank 2, level 7. In just 3 days, rising 6 levels in a row, this speed was enough to shock the entire human race if it was spread out. Imo Shadow Dust estimated that at this rate, in at most 2 more days, he would be able to reach the peak of the 2nd rank. However, when would this endless killing come to an end? He vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Moreover, when he went to sleep last night, he seemed to notice that the ground was shaking even more violently than the previous 2 days. Was this an illusion, or some kind of ominous omen? Imo Shadow Dust couldn't help but turn his head sideways and look at the dry corpse beside him that remained motionless, trying to find an answer from the dry corpse. However, the dry body remained unresponsive. Chapter 120, Did you hear it too? After a few days together, Imo Shadow Dust had gradually gotten used to the existence of this dry corpse. It couldn't be touched anyway, so just treat it as a phantom. Other than occasionally making people feel awkward and blocking their vision, it didn't have any other effects. Imo Shadow Dust sighed and averted his eyes from the dry corpse. While he was pondering, a strange sound came from within the distant mountain. Knock. 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 A low, dull sound from far away. One after another, each time making the earth tremble. His breath caught in his throat, and his gaze went to the direction from which the sound came. Inside the mountain, what exactly was it? A strong uneasiness surged through his heart. Dang! Another loud thud. This time, the earth beneath his feet trembled even more. Imo Shadow Dust's face was grave. The king beside him stood up and looked into the distance with a serious face. Dang! The loud noise came again. The entire mountain began to shake. Countless pieces of debris rolled down from the top of the mountain with a rumbling sound. Imo Shadow Dust could no longer sit still as he stood up from the skeleton throne, his brows furrowed as he stared deathly into the depths of the valley. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came. Within the deepest part of the valley's mountain, a huge palm violently probed out. The palm covered the sky and was covered with black scales that glowed with an eerie luster. The moment the palm appeared, a terrifying aura swept across the entire valley. The aura was as if it was substantial, weighing people down. The palm of his hand swung violently, directly slapping at the wordless stone monument at the entrance of the valley. Boom! There was a loud bang. The invisible wall formed by the wordless stone tablet instantly shattered under the slap of this palm. It turned into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The Xianxian Jade was closest to the entrance of the valley. When that palm descended, a strong wind pressure came crashing down on his face. The surrounding magic weapon, under the impact of this force, issued a click sound, followed by a bang sound, completely shattered, turned into a pile of scrap metal, scattered on the ground. His indifferent eyes, also because of this sudden change, slightly trembling. His body was like a kite with broken strings, being lifted off by this force and traced an arc in the air. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a cloud of blood mist in the air. Afterwards, it fell heavily to the ground, and his body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Seeing this, Imo Shadow Dust immediately mobilized the army of undead and converged towards where Xian Mei Jade was. A few ghosts were the first to arrive beside Xian Meiyu and surrounded him, forming an invisible guard. Immediately after, the skeleton warriors also arrived quickly, grabbing up Xian Meiyu and quickly withdrawing to Imo Ingduan's side. Losing the barrier of the invisible wall, a large number of humanoid monsters began to spread outwards. Letting out a hissing roar, they surged towards the outer reaches of the valley like a tidal wave. Right at this moment, countless hissing sounds resounded once again from the direction where the arm was stretched out. The sounds were even louder and crazier than before. It was as if there were countless imprisoned beasts that were about to break free and regain their freedom. The dry body beside Imo Ingduan had originally been standing quietly without any movement. At this moment, there was finally a change in his expression. Only to see him suddenly turn around and face the depths of the valley. There was no expression on his face, but his body exuded an icy aura. This aura, as if it was 10,000 years of cold ice, made people shudder. Humph! A cold snort came out of the dryad's mouth. The sound, although not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, the dryad's arm lifted. Get back! Before the words fell, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The originally clear sky suddenly clouded over. Endless energy surged from the sky, quickly enveloping the entire firmament. Above the canopy, dark clouds rolled over and howling winds roared. Deep in the vault of heaven, a starlight shot straight up, cutting through the endless darkness. The starlight carried a dazzling radiance as it crashed onto the mountain, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Inside the valley, the sealed monsters let out guttural screams. The miserable screams were incomparably mournful and creepy. The dry corpse raised his hand again, and a starlight was once again mapped and shown on top of the wordless stone tablet. The wordless stone monument emitted a burst of ghostly light, and then, the gap that the entire valley had previously cracked open began to rapidly close. In an instant, it was generally the same as when Mo Shadowdust and the others had just entered. After doing this, the dryad casually waved his hand and a wave of energy rippled out. Wherever the energy wave passed, all humanoid monsters were turned into flying ash. The entire valley turned into a dead silence. Wang Yi looked around, his heart still beating wildly, and after confirming that there was nothing strange around him, his gaze fell on Mo Ingduan. With a hint of trembling in his voice, he opened his mouth and asked, "Those two words just now, did you hear them?" Mo Shadowdust's heart shook when he heard them, and he hurriedly asked back, "Did you hear them as well?" Wang Yi was somewhat confused by Mo Ingchen's sudden question. A puzzled look appeared in his eyes. "What do you mean you heard it too?" That voice, like heavenly thunder rolling through the clouds, as if the whole world was vibrating, how could I not hear it? Mo Shadowdust realized that he had slipped up, lowered his eyes, fell into deep thought, and stopped speaking. At this time, Xian Meiyu struggled to prop herself up from the ground. Trembling, he fumbled for 2 pills from his storage pouch and quickly stuffed them into his mouth. The elixir entered his throat and transformed into a warm current, moisturizing his injured body. Closing his eyes and regulating his breath, he repaired his damaged body. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked towards Mo Ingduan, a bitter smile on his face. "Thanks a lot just now." Ink Shadowdust casually waved his hand in a cloudy and light-hearted manner. "There's no need to be polite, it's just a matter of raising my hand." Swan Mayu's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "This is not just a show of hands. If it wasn't for you stepping in to save me just now, I'm afraid I would have to account for my life here." He paused, his tone sincere. "I Xian Meiyu owe you a life. In the future, if there is a dispatch, just let me know. As long as you open your mouth, I will never say anything." Seeing his resolute attitude, Mo Ingduan no longer excused himself, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Gently nodding, he was considered to have answered this favor. After a brief exchange, the few people made a heartfelt decision to evacuate this place of wrongdoing first. The terrifying existence lurking in the depths of the mountain, its strength had far exceeded the boundaries of their cognizance. At this moment, just standing in the middle of this valley made their hearts tremble with fear, as if they would be torn apart by invisible forces in the next second. The 4 of them converged in one place and were about to take a step to leave. However, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the interior of the valley. Immediately afterward, the huge palm that covered the sky appeared out of thin air once again. With the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, it violently slapped down towards the several people of Mo Ingsuan. To be precise, the target of that huge palm was the dry corpse beside Mo Ingsuan. However, at this moment, several people were clinging to each other, and no one would be spared when the giant palm fell. Facing the rapidly falling palm, several people's faces were as if they were dirt, with deep despair in their eyes. Escape? Where to escape? The space they were in seemed to be completely frozen by an invisible force. No matter how much they struggled, their bodies could not move a single bit. Chapter 121, Body Control Changes Ownership. In the hollow eyes of the dry corpse, a touch of imperceptible emotion quietly surfaced. The arm lifted again, and a strange energy fluctuation rippled out. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, but they were already at the entrance of the valley. Not bothering to explore the reason, the body regained control instantly. Several people were like birds of prey, running wildly towards the outside of the valley as hard as they could. Mo Ingduan was naturally no exception. However, he had only just taken a step when his body was once again out of control and froze in place. Deep in the dry corpse's eye sockets, the ghostly light flickers, seemingly endless years flowing in it. It slowly approached Mo Ingsuan. Each step seemed to step on the rhythm of the beating heart of the god of death, causing one's heart to palpitate. In the end, in Mo Shadowdust's horrified gaze, this dry body was like a wisp of green smoke, drifting and invisible, merging into his body. In an instant, an extremely cold feeling like a tidal wave surged through Mo Shadowdust's entire body. It was as if he was placed under a 10,000-year-old glacier, and the bone-chilling coldness eroded every inch of his skin, every bone, and even his soul felt a stabbing pain. The control of his body instantly changed hands. Ink Shadowdust was clearly conscious, but could only watch as he turned around and walked towards the depths of the valley, his steps heavy, yet firm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Yi had already run out a long way, before he suddenly noticed Mo Ingduan's unusual behavior. His heart was like a lightning strike, shocked beyond words. "What is this? We're desperately trying to get out, and you're doing the opposite, going back?" Clenching his teeth fiercely, his heart was in a heavenly battle, and in the end, he was unable to sit back and watch. Turning around and darting back to his original position, he grabbed Mo Ingduan's arm and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Are you crazy? Run!" However, at this moment, Mo Shadow Dust's body has been completely manipulated by that weird dry corpse. How could he respond to Wang Yi's shouts? With a gentle wave of his arm, an invisible energy wave rippled out, instantly enveloping Wang Yi and the others. Several people only felt their bodies lighten, as if they were lifted up by a soft force. When they came back to their senses, they were already outside the Forbidden Land, and the suffocating feeling of oppression disappeared without a trace. But before they had time to catch their breath, they were shocked to realize that the ubiquitous vibration was not limited to the Forbidden Land. Rather, the entire land of trials was trembling violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Unlike the mountains and ground within the Forbidden Land that were vibrating, the space of the trial land itself was undergoing a bizarre distortion. Large swaths of space began to fluctuate, tense up, and even appeared to have fine cracks, as if a soon-to-be-broken mirror was about to turn into countless fragments at any moment. Several people looked at each other, all saw deep fear in each other's eyes. Thus, they scattered in all directions, going to look for their respective clansmen. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Yi and Xian Meiyu were left at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. Xuan Meiyu's expression was grave as he carefully perceived the spatial changes around him, and after a moment, a horrified look appeared on his face. This trial place space had been pulled to an extremely dangerous critical point. I'm afraid that it won't take long before it completely collapses. This trial land won't last much longer. I must immediately go and search for the clan. Xian Meiyu made an immediate decision and said to Wang Yi, "If Brother Mo can come out, please also tell him that the favor of saving his life today is something I, Xian Meiyu, will never forget." After saying that, he took a deep look at Wang Yi, who was frowning tightly. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Wang Yi's gaze was deep, staring at the entrance of the Forbidden Land for a long time, and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, he chose to turn around and leave, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Deep in the Forbidden Land, Mo Ingsuan's body was suspended in the air, and the void under his feet was actually like walking on the ground. Inside this forbidden valley, he actually seemed to have broken free from some invisible bondage, soaring freely. Below the valley, the scene churning, such as boiling lava, but also like 10,000 ghosts hissing, palpitating. In the body of Mo Shadow Dust, the heart of the god of death beats more and more violently, a share of majestic power from the body, such as a dike flood, unstoppable. Soul domination. The skill that came with the heart of death was quietly activated, and the army of undead within Ink Shadow Dust's summoning space instantly fell silent, transforming into pure soul power that converged into the master's body. On the far side of the trial land, inside the listening Wen Xian, Ling Wei was distraught. The spatial distortions around her became more and more intense, and the worry in her heart was like wild weeds that could not be contained. She vaguely had a premonition that the strange changes in the land of trials were inextricably linked to the place where Mo Ingsuan had gone. Suddenly, on the open space outside the house, the figure of the seated commanding necrotic blood demon dissipated like smoke and turned into nothingness. Ling Wei's delicate body trembled, the string in her heart was violently taut, and her worry increased. This scene, she had seen before at the Resurrection Stone altar. At that time, Mo Shadow Dust had killed Desolate Savage precisely with this ability. Is he in danger? Ling Wei murmured softly, a hint of trembling in her voice. Within the Forbidden Land, Ink Shadow Dust clearly felt that his soul domination was unleashed. A wave of vast and infinite soul power converged into the body. Not only did it come from his army of undead, but it also seemed to be pouring into his body from several other worlds across endless space and time. The power of this force was so huge that it far exceeded his imagination. Compared to the power provided by his own army of undead, it was like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. The power climbed crazily, third order, fourth order, fifth order. It was as if the body had become a bottomless pit, greedily devouring this raging power. However, it was ultimately difficult for the mortal flesh to withstand such a terrifying force, and cracks began to appear in his body, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Just then, a force, unknown to come from the heart of death or that bizarre dry corpse. It wrapped around his body like a film, barely stabilizing the raging force. Sixth order, seventh order. The power was still climbing, and Ink Shadow Dust was no longer able to judge the exact geometry of his strength at this moment. His body rose up from the ground, like a shooting star, cutting through the sky. In the depths of the valley, the huge palm that covered the sky rose up once again, carrying a destructive might, slapping down towards him. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes glowed with light. Countless space barriers were created out of thin air between him and the giant palm, layers upon layers, as if it was an impenetrable moat. Crackle! The sound of space shattering was incessant, and the giant palm was like a cracker, ignoring all obstacles and descending blatantly. Seeing that the giant palm was about to touch Mo Ingsuan's body, he slowly raised his right hand and gently pointed out a finger. This seemingly light finger contained infinite power. The moment the fingertip touched the giant palm, a terrifying soul force erupted from the fingertip, surging out like a tidal wave, spreading along the arm and cutting the giant palm into 1,000 holes. A mournful wail came from the depths of the valley, as if some ancient beast was struggling in pain. The giant palm quickly retracted like an electric shock and disappeared into the depths of the valley. Countless hissing sounds came from the depths of the earth, like the cries of 10,000 ghosts, disorganized and unsettling. Chapter 122 Northern Xingyuan. Within a few breaths, all the hissing sounds had strangely converged into a single voice. As if hundreds of people opened their mouths at the same time, each saying only one or two words, but skillfully articulated together to form a complete sentence. The voice was eerie and horrifying, making people's hair stand on end. Beijing Yuan. You think you can hold us forever? It's been a whole epoch, you don't have much time left. Even if you seal all of your vitality and refine your flesh into an undead and indestructible dry corpse, what can you do? I can feel that you've been living for too long, changing your fate against the heavens and forcing yourself to live for too long. Your vitality is already dying. Once your vitality is extinguished and this body loses its obsession, I'll see what you can still hold us in. The voice was like a magic spell, echoing in the valley. Moing Duan, or rather, Beijing Yuan. After hearing this monster's words, the anger in his chest erupted like a volcano and could not be suppressed. With a movement of his body, he dropped down at great speed like a meteor, instantly falling into the depths of the valley. He gazed down at the place that was broken open by the giant palm. There, the darkness was like an abyss, emitting a haunting aura. Clenching his fists, his bones made a clicking sound. Storing up strength, the power of the whole body surged into the fists like a flood. Berserk soul energy continued to coalesce with his movements, forming a giant fist shadow above him, emitting a terrifying aura of destroying everything. He swung his fist downward, striking the void. The giant fist shadow moved in synchronization with his movements, carrying endless might as it slammed into the deep hollow of the giant palm. Closing his fist, he smashed it again. Fist shadows flashed, bringing up gusts of wind, and each blast caused the entire space to tremble. Retracting again, smashing again. The movement is repeated in a cycle. Accompanied by the frantic wailing within the pit, and under the overwhelming tumbling of the entire space. Beijing Yuan just blasted out hundreds of punches in a hard manner. Finally, the final punch slammed down. The entire Forbidden Land, as well as the space of the Trial Land, could no longer be overburdened and began to shatter like fragile glass. Countless terrifying cracks began to conduct outwards from the location of the Forbidden Land, spreading out like a spider's web and tearing apart the entire space. The place of trial was completely shattered under this raging power. Everything around them became blurred, space distorted, and the light was misaligned, as if the end had come. The place of trial began to run the final rule, teleporting away the youths of all races who had come to the trial. A white light wrapped around every living being in the entire trial land. After the white light flashed, all the figures disappeared. Outside the land of trials, the receivers of the various races waited silently. They were either sitting or standing, scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. Above the void, a huge boundary-piercing flying boat hovered silently. Inside the flying boat, and Ruoyun, the woman who had led Moingsuan and the others into the land of trials, was standing respectfully in front of an old man. She bowed her head slightly, her posture humble, her words full of respect. Elder son, according to the records, there is still a week before this place of trial ends. In these few days, I'll entrust you to wait a little on this flying boat. The person who was honored as elder son was none other than one of the pillars of the human race, the southern inspector Sun Shao. He was tall, and although he was already old, he was still hale and hearty, and his eyes shone with the light of wisdom precipitated by the years. He gently shook his head, a helpless smile on his face. Annie-chan, there's no need to be so formal. Sun Zhao's voice was thick, with a hint of an elder's kindness. This old bone of mine, it's not the same wherever I stay. He paused, his brows slightly furrowed. It's just that this time, I don't know why, but this heart of mine is always a little uneasy, and my eyelids are jumping, so I came over a few days early to take a look. There's no harm in it, you go about your business and don't need to care about me. Sun Shao waved his hand, signaling that Ruoyun didn't need to care about himself. I still have a few old friends in the 10,000 clans, I'll pay a visit later to catch up. Sun Zhao's tone was relaxed, as if he was just here on a leisurely trip. Sun Shao, this guardian god of the human race. The last time he displayed his world-shattering strength was back 30 years ago. At that time, the shadow race had invaded in force, and the borders of the human race were in danger. Sun Shao stepped forward and stood alone at the forefront of the battlefield as an 8th Order elemental commander. As he waved his hand, countless elemental spells poured down like torrential rain. Flame, frost, thunder, gale. The various elements intertwined together, forming a sea of destruction. The scene was as if the end had come, with heaven and earth changing color, and the sun and moon losing their light. The bridgehead carefully constructed by the Shadow Clan was as fragile as papier-mâché in front of this raging elemental power. It was instantly torn apart, shattered, and turned into a ruin. In that battle, Sun Zhao's name resounded through all realms. While the two were talking, white lights flashed, one after another, and suddenly appeared in this space. The 10,000 races receivers all cast their gazes at these lights that appeared out of nowhere, their eyes varying. Sun Xiao frowned slightly as the elemental power surged around him, instantly wrapping in Ruoyan in it. With a flash of their figures, the two had already appeared beside those youths of the 10,000 races who had been teleported back. In the place where the 10,000 races had gathered, the clamor rose and fell, and the noise was incomparable. This place of trial, how could it end early? A rough voice rang out with doubt. Could it be that something has changed? Another sharp and thin voice followed, with a hint of uneasiness in its tone. Before the crowd could think about it in detail, the first batch of youths who had been teleported out had already risen. They looked around, searching for where their respective races were. The one who came from the devil race to receive them this time was the high priest of the devil race, Devil Abyss. His wrinkled face was currently frowning as his gaze swept over the returning demon race youths one by one, counting the number of people. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, his voice low, "Where is Deviljin?" Deviljin, the person with the most outstanding talent among the younger generation of the devil race. He is the heir of a devil king in the devil world, and his strength is among the top in the young generation of the world. How could such a character not have returned? The people of the demon race who were questioned looked at each other in bewilderment. Where did they know where Demonjin was going? Originally, everyone was acting together, but then Deviljin left on his own, and no one had ever seen him again. I know, a young demonic girl wearing a black veil spoke timidly. He was invited by the spirit race's Xiao Wu back then, saying that he was going to explore a place of some sort. Devil Abyss sniffed and frowned even tighter. A cold aura flashed across his deep eyes, and his spiritual power instantly locked onto where the spirit race cultivator Nun was. The palm of his hand violently stretched out, and an invisible force surged, about to forcefully grab Xiao Wu over. Chapter 123 the Desolate Blood Giant Clan, but I have desolate savagery. Right at this moment, in the spirit race's camp, a middle-aged woman wearing a long emerald green dress sensed Devil Yuan's movements. With a cold snort, a spell flashed through, directly cutting off the source of Devil Abyss power. Devil race, your hands have not extended too far. An ice-cold voice came out of the middle-aged woman's mouth. However, Devil Abyss was simply not interested in entangling with her at this moment. With his eyes deadpan, he stared at Xiao Wu and asked in a stern tone, "Kid, let me ask you, where exactly did Demonjin go?" Xiao Wu was stared at by Devil Yuan's eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, feeling as uncomfortable as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Subconsciously, he gulped, and an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. Xiao Wu's voice carried a few tremors that were hard to hide, slowly spitting out a few words, "Demon shock. He's dead." These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Devil Yuan's figure shook, the blood color on his face instantly fading, his voice shrill like a cockerel that had been strangled. "Dead? Tell me clearly, who actually did the poisoning?" Xiao Wu's lips opened and closed, but it was as if he had been strangled by an invisible force, unable to spit out a single word. His body unconsciously moved towards the spirit race expert's side, seeking refuge. In the Forbidden Land, he had witnessed Emoancient's strength that was no weaker than Swan Mayu's, as well as the natural talent that crowned the current generation. That domineering and overwhelming figure was engraved in his soul like a brand. He didn't want to provoke such a fiend. As for whether or not the demon race could find out the truth, what did it have to do with him? He was not the only one who witnessed everything within the Forbidden Land at that time. If you have the ability, you can go and find out for yourselves. Anyway, don't try to pry any news about Emoing dust from me. Seeing that Xiao Wu was unwilling to spill the truth, Devil Abyss flung his sleeves in indignation. The spirit race was strong and far superior to the demon race, so he really couldn't do anything about Xiao Wu. Right at this moment, a rough laughter rolled out like muffled thunder, carrying undisguised gloating. "Ha, that Demonjin kid actually hung up? I told you a long time ago, that kid's heart is far from good, but you just don't believe me. What a devil shock, compared to the barbarians of my clan, it's a far cry from the clouds." This voice was like a pot of cold water poured on a red-hot iron, piercing Devil Yuan's eardrums with raw pain. He didn't need to turn around to know where this raucous voice came from. Other than Desolate Rock of the Desolate Blood Giant clan, who else could it be? The Devil race and the Desolate Blood Giant race were both races known for their strong physical bodies. Between the two races, it had always been the case that neither one would obey the other. There was constant friction between them. At this moment, when Desolate Rock heard that the first person of the younger generation of the demon clan, Demonjin, had died, his heart was so happy. He couldn't help but jump out and stomp on it fiercely. Devil Abyss turned his head back without any good humor, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth with a hint of mockery. "You'd better take care of yourselves first. This has come out 2 batches of people, and not a single shadow of the Desolate Blood Giant clan has been seen." He paused, adding a bit of playfulness to his tone. "I'm afraid it's not, it's been all but wiped out." Desolate Rock's face suddenly changed, and his face, which was still calm, was now as stiff and twisted as if he had been struck by lightning. A wave of uneasiness also flooded his heart. Although Devil Abyss words were harsh, they were not empty words. How could it be possible that not a single clan member of the Desolate Blood Giant had come out when 2 batches of people had come out? But naturally, he couldn't show weakness at this time. With his neck sticking out, he retorted in a shrill voice. Bull! My Desolate Blood Giant clan has desolate barbarians leading the group, who can destroy them in a group. Right at this moment, a voice rang out like a thin mosquito, but it clearly reached the ears of the two. The Desolate Blood Giant clan discovered the Resurrection Stone altar when they first entered the Trial Land, and the barbarians overpowered several powerful clans such as the Demon Clan and the Divine Clan to seize the right to use the altar. The one who spoke was a young girl from the Flower Demon race, her voice soft. After that I don't know, she added, her voice lowering again. When Arakan sniffed, his originally gloomy face instantly blossomed into a glow, as if he had seen the sun through the clouds, and the panic he had felt just now was swept away, and replaced by an unconcealable smugness. Ha, it's worthy of being my clan's desolate barbarians, that what Deviljin might just let my clan's desolate barbarians slaughter him. He laughed out loud, his voice filled with bragging. Devil Abyss glanced at him coldly, with that look, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. In his heart, he secretly laughed coldly. The barbarians could kill Demon Jin? It's simply a pipe dream. Their two clans are in constant conflict. It wasn't like there hadn't been a fight between the desolate barbarians and the Demon Shock. Every time, it was a tie, with no one being able to do anything about it. Even if there was someone who was slightly stronger, there would never be a point where they were so strong that they could kill the other side. Outside the land of trials, white light flashed by like a tidal wave. Each flash brought out a batch of young 10,000 races trialists. The rampant smile on Desolate Rock's face also gradually became stiff with the passage of time, and finally solidified completely. The 7th batch of trialists came out without the figure of the Desolate Blood Giant. The 8th batch, still nothing. 9th installment, same. Arakan was completely flustered, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his heart began to beat violently. It can't be such a coincidence that all the youths of the clan are rushing out in such a backward batch. He held the last glimmer of hope in his heart, praying for a miracle to happen. However, the white light stopped flickering and the teleportation ended. There was none, not a single Desolate Blood Giant race. Desolate Rock's face instantly turned pale, as if all his blood color had been drained away. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The young generation of the Desolate Blood Giant clan had truly been completely annihilated. Like an enraged beast, Desolate Rock charged forward violently. With one hand, he grabbed a young man from the Purgatory clan and pressed him down hard on the ground. The thick arms were like iron hoops, making the youth unable to move. You! Desolate Rock's roar echoed in the air like muffled thunder. Tell me, where have all the people from my Desolate Blood Giant clan gone? His eyes were crimson, as if he wanted to eat this Purgatory clan youth in front of him alive. Seeing this, the people from the Purgatory clan who had come to receive him immediately took action. Their bodies were suddenly covered with a layer of blazing Purgatory fire. One of them charged forward violently, carrying a searing flame with him as he fiercely slammed into Desolate Rock. This flame, as if it didn't need any fuel, burned uncontrollably in the void, emitting a suffocating heat wave. Even though the Desolate Blood Giant was known for its defense, under the sudden impact, Desolate Rock was still staggered. What made it even harder for him to endure was that the Purgatory flame actually spread to his body along with the impact. The flame scorched his skin, bringing about a burst of heartbreaking pain that made him unable to resist baring his teeth and letting out a hiss of agony. Chapter 124. Where did that fiend Imo Shadow Dust go? Unable to do anything else, Desolate Rock had no choice but to let go of that Purgatory clan youth. Turning around, he utilized the power of his bloodline to extinguish the flames on his body. The youth rose up from the ground in a sorry state, a pang of fear in his heart. Just now, if the big brother of the clan had been slower to help, he felt that this Desolate Rock would have directly strangled him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and then said with a hint of an impatient tone, "The Desolate Blood Giant clan? You'd better die of this, there's not a single one of them left, they were all slaughtered." When Desolate Rock heard this, it was as if he was struck by a bolt from the blue, and his entire body froze in place. He turned his head violently, staring at the youth with wide, dead eyes, his voice trembling as he asked, Who did this? Who is capable of this? Could it be the immortal race? Desolate Rock muttered, "No, it can't be, my Desolate Blood clan has no enmity with the immortal clan." As the youth looked at Desolate Rock's disoriented appearance, an inexplicable pleasure surged in his heart. This giant, who had just rubbed himself on the ground, was now like a lost child, which made him feel a secret pleasure. Who else could it be? There was a hint of mockery in the youth's voice. Do you still need to ask about this matter? In the entire land of trials, if you casually pull someone and ask them, who doesn't know? The human race, Imo Shadow Dust, he did it. Desolate Rock turned around violently and looked in the direction where the human race was, disbelief written all over his face. The human race? His voice was low, with a hint of shock that was hard to hide. How is it possible for the human race to possess such a powerful strength? Seeing Arakan's appearance, the youth was too lazy to bother with him any longer and turned around to follow the strongest members of his clan, preparing to leave this place of wrongdoing. At this moment, Devil Abyss came up with a gloating face. The smile on his face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He now felt that it didn't seem like it was a big deal that Demonjin hadn't been able to come out of the trial land. After all, everything had to be compared. That's right, their demon clan did lose the strongest among the younger generation. But look at the desolate blood giant. They were a total wipeout, not a single survivor left behind. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable joy welled up in Devil Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but exclaim wildly in his heart, "Cool! Arakan, I'm so envious of you, so envious." Devil Abyss's voice, with a hint of gloating that was hard to hide, traveled into Arakan's ears. "This errand of yours, you've already accomplished a great deal before even moving. It's really easy and cozy to the extreme. It's like me, I still have to take the trouble to escort this group of demonic brats back to the demon realm. Alas, it's really a pain in the ass." As the words fell, Devil Abyss gaze turned and landed on Desolate Rock's face that had long been torn apart by endless despair. Without mercy, he once again slashed at Desolate Rock's heart that was full of holes. Speaking of Mo Shadow Dust, this kid also came out of some nook or cranny. Devil Abyss's tone was filled with contempt. "Your Desolate Blood Giant clan is really a vain name as well, to be killed by a mere human waste, it's really a disgrace." The moment these words came out, it was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Beside Devil Abyss, those young talents who had just escaped from the land of trials and tribulations were shocked. One by one, they stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Ink Shadow Dust is trash? These few words kept echoing in their minds. "Big brother, although you are a senior, but this meal can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately." They slandered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to voice out a rebuttal. After all, this person in front of them was a famous big shot in the demon race, and these juniors of theirs could not afford to mess with him. Mo Shadow Dust, that name, in the late stage of the trial land, was simply synonymous with death. The army of undead under his command was as invincible as the transit of locusts, sweeping across the entire trial land. All the major races, regardless of their strength, as long as they had the misfortune of encountering those eerie undead while searching for opportunities or treasures, then, their only choice, and the best choice, was to immediately turn around and escape, running as fast as they could. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't even know how they died. If an existence like Mo Shadow Dust was considered trash, then what were they, the players who were scared less and running around by the undead army, considered? What's more, how on earth did you deduce the conclusion that Ink Shadow Dust is trash, huh? You know, Ink Shadow Dust had successively wiped out all the forces of the Desolate Blood Giant clan and the Undead clan in the Land of Trials. Oh yeah, there's also that demon shock. In retrospect, 9 times out of 10, it was also from Mo Ingsuan's hand. As for the mechanical race, which has been nowhere to be seen or heard until now, as if it had evaporated from the face of the earth, I'm afraid that it was also completely obliterated by this ruthless person. This was something that was almost undoubtedly true and did not require any speculation at all. After all, other than Mo Shadow Dust, who else in the Land of Trials could possess such terrifying strength, as well as such ruthless methods? The others weren't that fierce. Nor did they have the ability. But what about that frighteningly ferocious man, Mo Shadow Dust? Why didn't he show up? The thought popped up. The many youths of the 10,000 races present looked around in unison, with a searching look in their eyes. No, there was no one at all who had discovered the Ink Shadow Dust trail. An idea that caused them to feel both a hint of glee and disbelief quietly grew in the bottom of their hearts. Ink Shadow Dust died inside? The two of them, Wang Yi and Ling Wei, eagerly scanned through the crowd the moment they were teleported out, trying to capture that familiar figure. However, as the white light came on again and again, bringing forth one figure that was teleported out of it was extinguished again and again, taking away the last shred of hope in their hearts. The look on their faces was gradually covered by a haze of despair. Although Ling Wei knew nothing about everything that happened in the valley, she clearly remembered that Mo Ingchen ended up traveling in company with Wang Yi. Hurriedly, she ran to Wang Yi's side with a hint of trembling in her voice. "Where is brother Shadow Dust? Didn't he leave with you?" When Wang Yi heard this, he withdrew his wandering gaze from the youth of the 10,000 races, and a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face. A slight look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. "Yeah, it was with me. The thing is, we didn't go all the way together. He still can't understand it." At the last moment, several people had clearly been teleported to the entrance of the valley. But why did Mo Shadow Dust favor the time when everyone was scrambling to escape? But why did he return to the valley without hesitation? He also couldn't understand that mysterious force since it had teleported everyone out of the Forbidden Land. Why did it leave Ink Shadow Dust alone? Chapter 125, I'll go out and guard the outside, I'm afraid I'll be attacked later on. Wang Yi's mind was in chaos, like a beehive that had been ravaged by a gale, unable to make a clear headway. For a while, he actually left Ling Wei hanging, not answering her eager inquiry. "Wang Yi." An old but middle-aged voice exploded in Wang Yi's ears like a thunderclap. It violently pulled him back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. Wang Yi raised his eyes and saw that Sun Xiao was standing not far away, staring at himself with a burning gaze. That's right, Sun Xiao and Wang Yi had known each other for a long time, and the relationship between the two was extraordinary. To put it simply, Wang Yi's master, that highly respected Taoist master of the Heavenly Master sect, was none other than Sun Xiao's brother in life and death. What are you looking around for? Seeing that Wang Yi did not respond, Sun Xiao asked again, a hint of concern in his voice. At the same time, among the 10,000 races, those youths who came out through the teleportation array were chattering about the earth-shattering feat about Mo Shadow Dust in the Land of Trials. For a while, all sorts of gazes, like spotlights, were projected onto the crowd of the human race. There was shock, doubt, fear, and gloating. Wang Yi was keenly aware that the Undead clan and the Desolate Blood Giant clan clansmen were gathering together to talk in low voices. From time to time, they were also casting meaningful glances this way. An ominous feeling surged in his heart. Wang Yi knew that it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Quickly walked to Sun Zhao's side, gently pulled Sun Lao's sleeve, lowered his voice and said, "Elder Sun, we have to hurry, I'm worried that there will be a change." Sun Xiao frowned slightly and gave Wang Yi a puzzled look. He understood Wang Yi's character. This child had always been calm and collected, and would never have lost his temper like this if it wasn't for the urgency of the situation. Although Sun Xiao didn't know what exactly happened inside, he made an immediate decision and turned to Ruoyun. Ruoyun, pass down the order to all the clans, immediately board the boundary-piercing flying boats, we'll leave immediately without delay. And Ruoyun nodded and turned around to organize the crowd. The boundary-penetrating flying boat slowly rose into the air under Wang Yi's anxious urging. The gazes of the 10,000 races were like thorns in their backs as they stared at the boundary-penetrating flying boat. Right at this moment, a figure rose up in the air and stopped in front of the boundary-piercing flying boat. Wang Yi fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually Xian Meiyu. His face was pale and traces of the previous battle remained on his body, but his eyes were still bright. "Brother Wang," Xuan Meiyu's voice was slightly hoarse, but with a hint of determination. "I don't believe that Brother Mo has fallen like this. If he returns to the human race in the future, please also relay a message to him for me, saying that Xian Meiyu looks forward to meeting him again." After saying that, Xian Meiyu looked deeply at the boundary-piercing flying boat, turned around and turned into a stream of light, merging into the group of immortal race's magic weapons. The immortal race bigwigs harnessed various types of magic weapons, their light flickered, and they instantly disappeared into the sky. The reason why Xian Meiyu was so certain that Mo Yingduan was still alive. It was all because of the white jade token that he had previously gifted to Mo Yingsuan. If Mo Yingduan fell in the Land of Trials, that token would not be spared and would be reduced to pieces together. However, he clearly sensed that the token was still intact. Despite being separated from this place by an unknown amount of time and space, there was no doubt that intact was intact. At this moment, above the boundary-piercing flying boat, Sun Xiao and Wang Yi were sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere appeared a bit gloomy. Disbelief was written all over Sun Xiao's face, and his mouth was open to the point where he could almost stuff down an egg. His voice trembled as he opened his mouth. What? What? The Desolate Blood Giant clan and also the Undead clan, all wiped out? This was all done by Mo Shadow Dust? His voice became shrill from extreme shock, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Wang Yi slowly nodded and added in a low voice. "In fact, there is also the mechanical race. But this is something that happened after Mo Shadow Dust and I entered the Forbidden Land in the end, and very few people know about it." Sun Xiao waved his hand dully, his mind in a state of confusion, as if he had not yet recovered from this shocking news. The human race, just what kind of demon has this spawned? An unspeakable shock surged in his heart, and then a great pity surged back into his heart. Even stronger. After all, it didn't come back. Before he could think about it in detail, Wang Yi continued to tell about all the thrills and spills in the Land of Trials. He also plundered all of the dead spirits that the undead race had revived and utilized some sort of special ability to raise all of these dead spirits by one rank. He led tens of thousands of third-ranked dead spirits and swept through the entire trial land like a raging wind in rain. Wang Yi's voice carried a hint of awe that was hard to hide. 70% of the treasures of the entire Land of Trials have fallen into his pocket. Oh, now these treasures should be in Ling Wei's backpack. After all, Mo Shadow Dust this suddenly disappeared. Ling Wei didn't have time to return the items to him. Wang Yi deliberated on the words to use, and ultimately did not use the term sudden death. Just as Xian Meiyu had said. Deep down, he similarly didn't believe that Ink Shadow Dust was dead. He didn't have any evidence, but there was just a strong intuition that Ink Shadow Dust was still alive. Suddenly, Sun Xiao got up violently and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the room. Wang Yi was at a loss. What's going on here? This conversation was going so well, why did it suddenly go away? Elder Sun, where are you going? Before Wang Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sun Zhao's urgent voice. Without stopping his footsteps and without looking back, he said, "I'll go out and look outside. I'm worried that someone will sneak up on us later. These things you just said are too scary. This one called Mo Shadow Dust has exterminated so many foreign races and seized so many treasures. What if these guys get annoyed? In a corner of the flying boat, Lingwei sat quietly, her gaze empty and her face wooden. In her delicate hands, light flowed, a piece of treasure enough to make the world-crazy scramble constantly emerge, and then quietly hidden. Benefactor, where exactly are you? They say you're dead, but how can I believe that? I have carefully categorized your treasures and am only waiting for the day of reunion to return them to you. Don't make me wait too long. At this moment, she was inwardly overwhelmed with regret. Regretting that she had chosen to support Mo Ingsuan when he asked to go to that dangerous place. If he did not say those words at that time, the benefactor should be sitting beside himself right now. Exactly why that saved the entire trial land, all human racing shadow dust. He himself did not leave the land of trials unharmed? Chapter 126, The Six Paths of Reincarnation. God. The giant boundary-piercing flying boat tore through the void and steadily sailed into the human realm. Only then did the taut heartstrings of Sun Xiao and Wang Yi relax slightly. Only when they arrived here could they be considered to be truly out of danger. A group of young talents have changed to a small flying boat, embarking on the journey home. They had a month of light to recuperate. Afterwards, they would all go to the martial arts academies that they had applied for and continue to cultivate. Xia Yunxi and Ling Wei boarded the flying boat to the Highland province side by side. Their eyes met, but they were both silent. Inside the entire flying boat, there was silence. Ling Wei's fingertips gently rubbed an ancient jade pendant, which was carved with intricate patterns and emitted a faint warm luster. This was one of the many treasures left behind by Mo Ingsuan, and she always felt that this jade pendant seemed to hide some sort of secret, but she was never able to penetrate it. Her thoughts drifted back to that place of trial where crises abounded. Thinking back to the days and nights when she fought side by side with Mo Ingsuan, an unspeakable sourness welled up in her heart. Xia Yunxi quietly looked at Ling Wei. She could feel the pain and longing within Ling Wei's heart. Sighing softly, she cast her gaze out the window. The flying boat traveled through the clouds, and the mountains and rivers below swept by at a rapid pace. On the distant horizon, a red sun slowly rose, coloring the sky a golden red. A new day had begun, but that familiar figure could no longer be seen. Xia Yunxi's mind floated back to Mo Ingsuan's cold face and his deep eyes. Mo Ingchen, you fellow, where the hell did you run off to? Mo Shadowdust was, at the moment, trapped in an endless void passage, surrounded by chaos and nothingness. A little earlier, Beijing Yuan manipulated his body. Using the power of soul domination to forcefully increase his strength, hundreds of punches rained down on the monster deep in the valley. The monsters wailed loudly and mournfully, and the space where the trial site was located collapsed. Unlike the others, Mo Shadowdust was in the center of the spatial shattering. The power of the laws of the land of trials also paled in front of this violent force, unable to touch Shadowdust in the slightest. Mo Shadowdust's body, along with the spatial fragments, fell into the endless nothingness. In the void, a spatial reflection flashed from time to time, that was the unknown realm briefly intersecting with the spatial tunnel. If Mo Shadowdust wanted to leave this place, it would not be difficult. All that was needed was to wait until the realm was close enough, and with a leap, he would be able to enter it. However, he was unable to predict where exactly the emergence realm would lead to. He did not yet possess the strength to tear through space and travel freely through this spatial tunnel. That was a realm that could only be achieved by at least an 8th order powerhouse. This meant that it was easy to leave, but it would be as hard as hell to come back. Thus, Mo Shadowdust was not impatient, and whenever there was a collision of realms, he then used his spiritual power to sense it carefully, expecting to be lucky enough to hit the human realm. In the void, time seemed to have lost its meaning, with only endless darkness and occasional flashes of spatial reflections. When there was nothing to do, Mo Shadowdust let her hand clicked on the dusty long-time word looting system. The system beep arrived as promised, mechanical yet with a hint of exhilarating rhythm. Congratulations to the host, successfully killing an elite level target or above, looting the word, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Remnant S. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. Congratulations to the host, successfully killed an elite level target or above, looting the word, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Remnant S. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. A series of beeps echoed in Mo Shadowdust's ears for 3 times. Earlier, Mo Shadowdust's entire mind was focused on the battlefield, so he didn't even notice the continuous beeps. At this moment, he couldn't help but rub his hands, his palms slightly warm, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. This was the first time in his history that he had simultaneously obtained 3 identical words with grades as high as S rank. Does this signify that he would have a chance to synthesize the legendary god-level phrases? In the human race, there were many people who had awakened S-class talents, but God-class, Shadowdust had never seen. Never even heard of it. I just don't know why, but the textbooks always have the rank of God. Shadowdust's heart, as if gently plucked by an invisible hand, beat a few points faster. He took a deep breath and tried to calm that agitated heart. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into the system space. In the word bank, 3 6 Paths of Reincarnation Remnant S entries flickered with ghostly light and floated silently. Mo Shadowdust closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart, fusion. In an instant, the three words shone brightly, intertwining and entwining. The light gradually converged and eventually coalesced into a brand new phrase that quietly hovered in front of Mo Shadowdust. 6 Paths of Reincarnation God. Simply by gazing at this phrase, Mo Shadowdust felt as if his soul was going to be sucked into it, and an intense longing surged through his heart. He chose fusion without hesitation. 6 Paths of Reincarnation God turned into a stream of light and merged into his brow. An unspeakably sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, as if his soul had been torn into countless pieces and forcibly put together again. Mo Chen clenched his teeth, veins rippled on his forehead, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down. He could feel that his soul was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, becoming stronger and tougher. After an unknown amount of time, the intense pain gradually subsided, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. Mo Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and a ghostly light flashed through his eyes, as if he was able to penetrate all illusions. With a thought, information about the 6 Paths of Reincarnation God appeared in his mind. 6 Paths of Reincarnation God, ruling the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. After half a day of research, I didn't find any changes after this phrase was attached. Mo Shadowdust could only temporarily suppress the restlessness in his heart and shifted his attention to another item. It was a transparent, irregularly shaped object that hovered silently in front of him. This was what Beijing Yuan had fished out of that endless spatial turbulence by manipulating his body before the trial land shattered. At that time, the situation was so urgent that Mo Ingsuan didn't have time to check it out and was caught in this spatial turbulence. In retrospect, the monster in the Forbidden Land seemed to have attached extreme importance to this transparent object as well. It even went so far as to fight with Beijing Yuan for this fragment at the cost of seriously injuring itself. This made Mo Ingchuan even more curious about the origin of this transparent object. He carefully probed his spiritual energy into it. World fragments. The system prompt sounded abruptly, causing Ink Shadowdust to faintly stare. World fragment? What is this thing? Ink Shadowdust frowned as he continued to explore the world fragment with his spiritual power. However, other than the words world fragment, he could no longer obtain any useful information. This world fragment was like a stubborn stone, and no matter how he probed, there was no response. Mo Ingduan tried to inject his spiritual energy into it, but it was like a clay cow entering the sea, not stirring a single ripple. With no choice but to give up for the time being, Mo Shadowdust put the world fragment away. Chapter 127 You are human? Gotta. This trip to the Forbidden Zone, for nothing. Did you get anything out of it? Yes. But whether it's the 6 reincarnations or this world fragment, I can't understand any of it. Forget about it, it's still the most important thing to leave this void space as soon as possible and return to the human world. In the tunnel, time and space lose their meaning. Ink Shadowdust didn't know how long he had been drifting in this nothingness. Surrounded by eternal nothingness, only the occasional flash of spatial reflection could make him feel a trace of reality. Ink Shadowdust's spiritual power was always on alert, sensing everything around him. Day after day. Ink Shadowdust had lost count of how many times he had experienced realm collisions. Each time, he had used his spiritual power to perceive it with hope, only to be disappointed time and time again. Some of those realms were desolate and dead, some were wild and chaotic, and some were full of unknown dangers, but none of them were human realms. Ink Shadowdust's mood, from the initial excitement, gradually became calm, and in the end, even a little numb. He was like a tireless machine, mechanically repeating the process of perception, judgment, and disappointment. Just when Mo Shadowdust was almost about to give up hope, a familiar and intimate feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Snapping his eyes open, his spiritual power spread wildly in all directions. He sensed a familiar aura. Human realm. Mo Shadowdust's heart was ecstatic as he rushed towards the direction of that scent without hesitation. His body transformed into a stream of light, cutting a trajectory through the void of space. It was getting closer and closer, the familiar aura was getting stronger and stronger, and Mo Shadowdust could even feel the vibrant vitality in the human realm. He saw familiar mountains and rivers, familiar cities and villages, and familiar people. I'm back! Mo Shadowdust shouted in his heart as his body slammed into the barrier of the human realm. After a violent tremor, Mo Shadowdust's figure disappeared into the void of space and appeared on top of an unfamiliar wilderness. He greedily breathed in the air of the human realm and felt the long-lost sunlight, his heart filled with excitement and joy. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Looking around, he was in the middle of a desolate graveyard, with a thick aura of death permeating the surroundings. One grave after another lined up, eerie and terrifying, making people shiver. A faint putrid odor wafted through the air, sickening. This is the Undead realm? Mo Shadowdust's face became ugly. How could he not expect that he had gone through all the trouble to come to this hellish place? No wonder he felt both familiar and intimate. This place, after all, was the source of his necromancer power. Mud, all day long with that pile of skeletons, stayed for a long time, feel the necromantic power affectionate? The sound of bones rubbing together suddenly rang out, breaking the dead silence. In the distance, a few skeletons, empty eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue soul fire. Sensing the aura of the living, they were staggering closer to this side. Ink Shadow Dust subconsciously waved his arm in an attempt to summon his right-hand man, Vigor. Touch. A muffled sound. The moment power was summoned. His left foot tripped over his right foot and he stumbled, directly falling to the ground and scattering his bones all over the place. Imo Shadow Dust helplessly held his forehead, secretly laughing bitterly in his heart. How long has this been going on, and the undead flame hasn't even recovered yet? The aftereffects of using soul domination this time were far more severe than the last time. Sighing, he withdrew his vigor. Backhandedly, he drew the Xian Chong Tang blade from his back. Facing the already approaching skeleton, Mo Shadow Dust did not hesitate and slashed down. The blade cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and accurately split the skeleton into a pile of broken bones. However, when he raised his head, he realized that more skeletons were pouring in from all directions. The sheer number of them was mind-numbing. Soul flames danced in the eyes of these skeletons. As if they had smelled the most delicious delicacies in the world, their steps were stumbling but firm as they gathered towards Mo Ingduan. To these undead, the scent of a living person was like the most delicious cake, exuding fatal temptation. Mo Shadow Dust only had to wield the Xian Chong Tang blade and fight these tireless and intrepid skeletons. With a powerful sweep, wherever the blade passed, a piece of skeleton in front of him was smashed into pieces, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. Ink Shadow Dust, however, did not have a trace of joy. Looking at the more and more undead gathering around him, his brows were tightly locked, and his heart secretly said that it was not good. A living person like himself, in this world full of undead, was like a bright beacon that would only lead to endless chasing and killing. Right now, these were only low-level skeletons. What if they encountered high-level undead? I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Ink Shadow Dust's mind moved and quickly opened the lexicon. Breath Concealment B. Breath Simulation A. Environmental Integration C. Inconspicuous D. Various words and phrases related to hidden sense shimmer in various colors in the thesaurus. Ink Shadow Dust didn't have time to think about it in detail, and brainlessly added all of these words and phrases to himself. Who cares if it's useful or not, let's try it first. I don't know if any of the phrases worked, or if all of them stacked to produce a strange effect. The skeletons that originally came like a tidal wave stopped in their tracks at this moment. The soul fire in their hollow eyes flickered, as if they were trying to search for something, but were clueless. After a few moments, they seemed to have lost their goal and began to wander around aimlessly, returning to their previous state. These skeletons, all of them, were low-ranked existences that had just awakened and become undead, but had not actually awakened their spiritual intelligence. Their simple to the extreme thinking was simply unable to comprehend the bizarre situation in front of them. Mo Shadow Dust let out a long breath of relief, his taut nerves finally loosening up. He gazed at the near skeleton turning away, but treated himself as if he were nothing, and his heart celebrated. At last, he was out of the crisis for the time being. If one were to keep facing an endless siege in this undead realm, what would one talk about finding a way to return to the human realm? It would be lucky if he didn't die of exhaustion. Are human? A dry, hoarse voice suddenly entered Mo Ingduan's ears with a few moments of doubt. This sudden voice caused Mo Ingduan's body, which had just relaxed, to stiffen violently. Turning violently, the Xian heavy tang blade in his hand was raised high. Muscles tensed, ready to slash at any time, the aura around his body instantly became overwhelming. Only to see in front of him, a short skeleton was standing not far away. It had a slender skeleton, and compared to the other skeletons, it appeared extraordinarily thin. In its empty eye sockets, the fire of the soul pulsed weakly, and it was looking timidly at itself, seemingly in some awe. Strength. Not even a first rank. This is 0 rank? Chapter 128 Resurrection Stone? Kid's toy. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly contracted as waves of terror rose in his heart. This was simply unheard of. Awakening spiritual intelligence at 0 rank? Could this little skeleton be some kind of 1 in a million genius? He slowly put down the blade in his hand, took a deep breath to calm his agitated feelings, and hooked his finger towards the little skeleton. The little skeleton cocked its head as if it was understanding his movement, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped away from its white moist leg bones and limped towards Mo Ingduan. Mo Shadow Dust was not the least bit worried that this little skeleton would pose any threat to him. With this strength of it, don't say that it will hurt itself. Even if you stood there and let it hack for a year, you probably wouldn't even be able to break your own skin. Time passes, and several days pass in a flash. Mo Shadow Dust led a small skeleton with a petite figure, only half a man's height, with bones as smooth as jade, slowly walking to the edge of a mountain. Stopping to rest again? You humans are really troublesome. The little skeleton's crisp voice rang in his ears with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ink Shadow Dust did not pay any attention to this chattering little skeleton, and sought a flat spot to sit down, closing his eyes and resting his mind. These few days together, he had already figured out the habits of this little guy. This little skeleton should have just awakened its spiritual wisdom not long ago. It is full of intense curiosity about everything in the world. Simply a walking 100,000 reasons. As long as Mo Shadow Dust dared to answer, it would be able to talk to him for a whole day without ever getting tired. Are you humans all like this? Walking and stopping, and you even need to rest? Humans are really troublesome. What does exhaustion really feel like? Can you describe it to me? Mo Shadow Dust, why are you ignoring me? Could it be that humans are unable to speak when they are tired? The little skeleton's clear and slightly childish voice was like a magic sound filling the ears, constantly echoing in Mo Ingwan's ears. The veins at the corners of Mo Shadow Dust's forehead faintly throbbed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched a few times. He was a 7-foot man, but he was despised by a little skeleton just above his waist height? What, you skeletons don't know how to get tired and can never stop walking, so you're great, right? Bull, really bull. The little skeleton was still chattering, that crisp voice like a magic spell. It made Mo Ingchen only feel a buzzing in his head, as if there were countless bees flying around. He sighed helplessly and casually pulled out a stone emitting a soft glow from his backpack and tossed it to the little skeleton. As soon as this stone appeared, the little skeleton's voice came to a screeching halt. It carefully received the stone, and the fire of its soul danced merrily in those empty eye sockets. As if it had obtained some rare treasure, it played with it lovingly. If someone strong in the human race was here and saw this stone, I'm afraid they would be so shocked that their jaws would even drop. Resurrection Stone. This was a supreme treasure that countless high-level powerhouses could only dream of, even going so far as to fight for it, the Resurrection Stone. How could it be treated by Mo Shadow Dust as a toy to coax a child, casually throwing it to this little skeleton to play with? This was simply a waste. If those powerhouses who had fought over the Resurrection Stone knew about it, they would be afraid that they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and curse Mo Ingwan as a loser. The Resurrection Stone flowed with the laws of life and death, and the arcane aura filled the air, firmly attracting the little skeleton's entire mind. In its empty eye sockets, the fire of its soul throbbed violently, as if it wanted to leap out of its eye sockets and become one with the stone. Everything around it was left behind, and only the softly glowing stone was left in its mind. Ink Shadow Dust finally got a moment's respite, and his ears cleared. Half an hour later, Mo Shadow Dust brought the last bite of jerky into his mouth, chewing it carefully and feeling the aroma of the meat fill his mouth. He closed his eyes and rested his mind, adjusting his state, but inexplicably felt a hint of boredom. What a self-inflicted pain. Mo Ingduan cursed himself in his heart. He was used to the little skeleton's ramblings that were like a magic voice filling his ears. This sudden quietness actually made him somewhat uncomfortable, and even vaguely nostalgic. He lightly hooked his finger, and the resurrection stone drew an arc, returned to his hand, and disappeared. The little skeleton woke up as if from a dream, the fire of the soul in its empty eye sockets dimmed slightly. It turned its head and looked towards Mo Ingduan, its clear voice resounding once again. Mo Shadow Dust, on this stone, why does it have a feeling that makes me feel both affectionate and fearful at the same time? The feeling was marvelous, leaving it somewhat at a loss for words. Ink Shadow Dust's heart was clear. In these few days together, he had already figured out the rules of communicating with the little skeleton. If he wanted the conversation to proceed at a normal pace, he only needed to keep one in mind. Never answer its questions, but ask them in return. How long have you been awakened? Mo Shadow Dust spoke faintly, a hint of imperceptible probing in his voice. When the little skeleton heard this, it immediately stopped chattering and lowered its skeletal head, falling into deep thought. In its empty eye sockets, the soul fire flickered slightly, as if it was trying to recall something. Time passed minute by minute, the surroundings were quiet, only the breeze brushed through the mountains and forests, making rustling sounds. Ink Shadow Dust was a little surprised. Is this a difficult question? Could it be that this little guy's already small brain has really been killed? He was about to change his question when the little skeleton spoke. It only stretched out its white finger bones, one hand with all 5 fingers open, and the other hand with 2 fingers extended, gesturing in the air. 7 years? Mo Shadow Dust asked tentatively. The little skeleton shook its head, and with that action, it actually carried a bit of a humanized flavor. 7 days? Ink Shadow Dust's voice took on a hint of surprise. This was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Could it be that this little skeleton had just awakened to its spiritual wisdom before he crossed over to this undead realm? Who knew that the little skeleton was still shaking its little head, with a bit of childish cuteness between its movements? This time, it didn't let Mo Ingsuan continue to guess the riddle, but directly gave the answer. The voice crisply said, 7. Awakened before the 700 energy tides. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard this. An incredulous look appeared on his face, as if he had heard something heavenly. There was no sun in the undead realm, no alternation of day and night. The way they tell time is the energy tides that appear periodically. Every time the energy tide surged, it was equivalent to a year passing in the human realm. But this little skeleton, to say that it has been awakened for 700 years? How is this possible? Ink Shadow Dust had 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart. 700 years, such a long time. Even if it was a rock, it should have cultivated something, right? Even if the qualifications are poor, it's not so bad that it can't even break through the first rank. This little skeleton is clearly 0 rank. This point Moing1 can be 100% sure, he absolutely can't be wrong. However, looking at the small skeleton's empty eyes, the soul fire pulsed firmly without the slightest flicker. Chapter 129, From now on, shall I call you Little Song? Mo Shadowdust's brows were tightly locked, his heart was full of doubts. He pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, these 700 years of yours, have you never practiced? Cultivate? The term seemed to touch the little skeleton's intellectual blind spot. It cocked its head, the soul fire in its empty eye sockets flickering suspiciously. Once again, it asked, a hint of bewilderment in its voice, what do you mean by cultivation? Ink Shadowdust sniffed, only to feel a wave of headache. He patiently pointed at the ghostly blue soul fire in the skull of the little skeleton and explained, it's to grow your soul fire and make it stronger. Who knew that the little skeleton was still at a loss as it blinked its empty eye sockets? The fire of its soul gently swayed as if it was thinking about something, then asked in that clear, childish voice. Why do we need to grow the soul flame, huh? Are there any benefits to growing it? Mo Shadowdust was completely speechless. He only felt a sense of powerlessness surging to his heart. This little skeleton is simply the ultimate version of the 100,000 reasons. However, at the same time, he also began to believe that this little skeleton might have really been awakened for 700 years. After all, the undead possessed a nearly eternal life, not aging or dying. If it really had never touched the concept of cultivation and had been muddling through 700 years, then, 700 years of still being at 0 rank didn't seem entirely impossible. Thinking of this, Mo Shadowdust's mind moved as he took out a faintly glowing drawing from his backpack. This drawing was called Soul Matrix, and it was a trophy that had come out when he killed the blood spike in the trial grounds. It was a cultivation technique specially designed for the undead race, which could help the undead enhance their soul power. Since Ink Shadowdust's army of undead were all summoned through system skills, they didn't need to be cultivated. So this drawing was then pressed at the bottom of his backpack, almost forgotten by him. If it wasn't for this little skeleton who didn't know anything this time, it was estimated that this drawing would still be eating dust in his backpack for a long time. Mo Shadowdust handed the soul matrix to the little skeleton, secretly pondering in his heart. Although this little guy doesn't know anything, but maybe it is a moldable talent, if we can guide it on the road of cultivation, maybe it can become a big help to ourselves. Mo Shadowdust handed the glowing soul matrix drawing to the little skeleton. Try it out, and follow the path shown on the drawing to guide your soul flame. The little skeleton sniffed, gazing down at the drawing in his hand, the soul fire in his empty eye socket slightly pulsing, seemingly pondering. A few moments later, it began to carefully try up, according to the trajectory on the chart, controlling the slow flow of their soul fire. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust stopped interrupting. He gently closed his eyes and also began his own cultivation. This soul matrix, he had carefully studied it. According to the records on it, if he were to run this soul matrix method once in its entirety and deeply imprint the matrix into his soul, it would take at least a month. This matter could not be rushed, and needed to be progressed in a gradual manner. Anyway, in this undead world, other things may be scarce, only time, the most abundant. However, Ink Shadowdust's eyes had only just closed, not even 10 minutes had passed. The little skeleton's cries with a few moments of panic resounded once again, breaking the tranquility between the mountains and forests. Mo Shadowdust, come and help me look. I seem to be practicing out of order. What you've drawn on this diagram seems to be a bit off. Mo Shadowdust sniffed and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the little skeleton with his hands and feet. He couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness welling up in his heart, as well as some amusement. Let's just say, you're 700 years old, why are you still so startled? Can't you be a little more stable? Ink Shadowdust look. There was anxiety in the little skeleton's voice. It clearly says that it takes at least a month, or 1/12 of an energy tide, to complete the first cycle. But it's not right. I just followed the drawing, and in just a few minutes, I had already completed a cycle. Am I out of practice? Ink Shadowdust was stunned and hurriedly stepped forward, probing carefully. This probing immediately set off shocking waves in his heart. Shock. Unspeakably shocking. What kind of astounding talent is this? It's really done? In just a few minutes, you've accomplished something that would have taken months for others to do? Such talent, I'm afraid that even if the legendary Shin Meiju came, it would have to bow down and say obey sincerely. Mo Shadowdust could not help but reach out and gently caress the head of the little skeleton that was trembling with fear, with a hint of amusement in his tone. It's fine, it's not practiced, it's just that you. Natural talent, far beyond ordinary people. Don't care what the chart says. A sentence that made the little skeleton's eyebrows smile and the soul fire jumped happily. Even though Ink Shadowdust couldn't explain how a smile could be seen from a skeleton. But he just could clearly feel that the little skeleton, at this moment, was laughing. From now on, I will call you Little Song, okay? When the little skeleton heard this, the soul fire pulsed more and more cheerfully. The rumbling faded away. More than a dozen black warriors clad in heavy armor slowly disappeared at the end of the field of vision with heavy steps. Behind them was an infinite white bone wasteland, with tired white bones glistening miserably white under the dim skylight. Shortly after, the black warrior's figure completely disappeared. There was a sudden movement in a seemingly unusual bone pile. There was a soft thud, and the top of the pile of bones suddenly loosened. An arm bone as clean as jade broke through the earth and emerged. It swayed slightly in the air, as if testing its surroundings. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tsung's entire body slowly stood up from the pile of bones. There was also a fragment of an unknown ferocious beast's skeleton comically resting on his head, looking somewhat comical. In his empty eye sockets, the fire of his soul flickered and flickered as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. "Emo Shadow Dust, the black warrior is gone, come out." Xiao Tsung's voice echoed in the empty bone plane. "Ink Shadow Dust, where are you? Come out." He shouted again, with a bit more searching in his voice. Along with Xiao Tsung's voice, another bone pile not far away shook with it. Emo Shadow Dust leapt out of the bone pile in a single bound. His gaze swept over the direction where the black warrior had disappeared, and a trace of helplessness surfaced on his face. Turning his head to look at little Tsung, Emo Shadow Dust couldn't help but reach out and ruthlessly rub his bare little head. With a few moments of doting chiding, "See if you still dare to provoke the black warrior next time." Xiao Tsung tilted his head, the soul fire flickering in his empty eye sockets, seemingly a little puzzled and a little aggrieved. "Provoke? Did I provoke the Black Knight?" Chapter 130, I want to stay by your side forever. 2 days ago, Emo Shadow Dust and Xiao Tsung finally crossed the sea of bones that knew no boundaries. Coming to a sea of pure black seawater, they accidentally found several old wooden coffins lying quietly on the beach, as if they were remains forgotten by time. Xiao Tsung, the curious baby who was filled with a desire to explore everything, naturally will not let go of this opportunity to explore. He walked forward without hesitation, wanting to open the coffin and see what secrets were hidden inside. Perhaps it was because Xiao Tsung himself was also an undead creature. Those black warriors sleeping in the coffin surprisingly did not realize that their lair had been stolen and remained immersed in endless dormancy. Ink Shadow Dust secretly sighed in relief when he saw this. The black warrior, but a powerful undead creature of the 3rd rank. If Ink Shadow Dust's undead army was still around, naturally, he didn't care. But now, with his current strength, he was still unable to use those powerful skills, and trying to deal with a 3rd-ranked black warrior was as difficult as heaven. Fortunately, these black warriors had not awakened. He was about to go up and pull Satoshi away to avoid any complications. However, just then, he saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Xiao Tsung unexpectedly made a thing that normal people. No, a thing that a normal undead would never be able to do. This guy, Xiao Tsung, actually had the audacity to try to peel off that heavy armor on the black warrior. You know, that's the Black Knight's armor. Ink Shadow Dust also had Black Knights serving under his command, so he naturally knew the power of this armor. More crucially, this thing simply could not be taken off. It had long been fused with the Black Knight, inseparable. Xiao Tsung's risky move was tantamount to moving earth on the head of a Teiyu Yukai. Instantly stabbed a hornet's nest directly to the sleeping Black Knight to hard-raking wake up. What's worse, this Black Knight seems to have a little bit of wakefulness. The first thing he did when he woke up was to raise his voice to the sky, and his voice contained endless mania. Immediately after that, there was a loud ping-pong sound, and the lids of the coffins around them flew into the air as if they had been lifted by an invisible force. More than 10 black warriors awoke from their sleep and joined the crusade. Only after doing so did the first Black Knight to awake and turn its sight to Satoshi, who was hanging onto his body in a clothes-picking position. In those empty eye sockets, the fire of the soul skyrocketed. With one hand, he grabbed Xiao Tsung and threw him out fiercely. Immediately afterward, the huge sword in his hand came out of his hand, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound as it headed straight for Xiao Tsung in the distance. That stance, as if he would not stop until Xiao Tsung was broken into pieces. In the nick of time, the Shin Chong Tang blade in Mo Ing Chen's hand swung around and collided with the flying giant sword, emitting a deafening sound of gold and iron. The huge sword was knocked flying, drawing an arc in the air, deeply inserted into the ground. The sword body was trembling, emitting a buzzing sound. If not for Emo Shadow Dust's timely intervention, I'm afraid that at this moment Xiao Tsung has long been turned into a pile of broken bones, not even the dregs left. Afterwards, there was a thrilling chase. More than a dozen black warriors were in hot pursuit of Emo Shadow Dust and Xiao Tsung. For 2 whole days, they ran for their lives in this land of death. In the end, they fled back to the endless sea of bones, utilizing the white bones all over the place as a cover, and only then were they able to avoid a disaster. This encounter had sounded an alarm for Mo Shadow Dust. The undead realm was far more dangerous than he had imagined. This endless sea of bones was fine, except for skeletons. There wasn't even a single undead creature that possessed a spirit. But he couldn't stay trapped here forever. There wasn't even anyone here that he could communicate with other than Xiao Tsung, let alone look for ways to improve his strength. If he wanted to leave the Sea of Bones, with his current strength of the 2nd rank, he was really unable to do so. Therefore, Mo Shadow Dust resolved that he must advance as soon as possible. In fact, back when he was in the Land of Trials, his experience value had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. All that was missing from advancing to the third rank was a suitable bearer. Originally, Mo Shadowdust intended to wait until the undead army had completely recovered before embarking on the matter of promotion. However, the current situation did not allow him to wait any longer. The power overdrawn by Beijing Yuan that time seemed to have far exceeded expectations. After more than a week of recuperation, the undead army had surprisingly shown no improvement, with minimal signs of recovery. No one knew when they would recover completely. Continuing to wait aimlessly like this is tantamount to sitting on the sidelines. Mo Ingduan was anxious in his heart. He could not continue to be passive like this. He had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, he grabbed Xiao Song, who was still chattering and full of questions. Between the swaying of his body, he swept towards a hidden cave that he had discovered during his previous exploration. At the entrance of the cave, Mo Shadowdust's face was grave as his gaze fell on Xiao Song. Repeat back what I explained to you before, word for word. Satoshi's skeletal mandibles flicked open and closed, and without hesitation, he began to recite, the fire of his soul pulsing slightly in his empty eye sockets. I'll hide in the pile of bones near this entrance and remain absolutely silent. Unless you come out in person, in Shadowdust, I won't make any noise no matter what happens. Also, I will remain vigilant against all creatures that attempt to communicate with me, and never trust them easily. If I encounter a danger that I cannot deal with, I will prioritize the preservation of my own life. After reciting this, Satoshi raised his skull, and in those empty eyes, the soul fire flickered and flickered, revealing a trace of unspeakable sadness. Mo Shadowdust, will you be gone for a long time? At this moment, Mo Shadowdust's entire mind was focused on the upcoming advancement, and to Xiao Song's question, he only responded casually and absent-mindedly. This, I'm not sure. Then can you not go? I think it's fine just the way it is now. Why do you have to go for a breakthrough? There was a hint of pleading in Xiao Song's voice. In the past, after experiencing more than 700 energy tides, Little Song has always been alone, and that feeling. Really lonely. Little Song's voice became lower and lower, as if he had fallen into some kind of painful memories. At that time, there wasn't even anyone who could talk to me, so I could only walk aimlessly, not knowing where I was going or what I was doing. Luckily, then I met you, Mo Shadowdust. You were the best to me, patiently explaining to me every day those things I didn't understand and answering my doubts. Mo Ing-chan, I want to stay by your side all the time and never part. Xiao Song's voice, with a few moments of pleading and a few moments of dependence, continuously entered Mo Ing-chan's ears, as if with magic power, causing his originally hard as iron heart to ripple. An unfamiliar emotion called heartache surged to his heart like a tidal wave, causing him to feel an inexplicable suffocation. Chapter 131. Mo Bingning's doorstep. Mo Ing-chen leaned down, his fingers gently rubbing Xiao Song's bare skull, an imperceptible gentleness flowing between his movements. To advance is to always be by Little Song's side. We're still too weak now, remember? Last time, those dozen or so black warriors forced us to flee in distress. How can we accompany you for a long time with such strength? Mo Shadowdust's voice gradually became firm. Don't worry, I won't be gone for too long. Soon, very soon I'll be able to come back. At that time, I'll bring you along to see the outside world. He paused for a moment, as if he had thought of some beautiful picture. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. How about taking you to the human realm? In Xiao Song's empty eye sockets, the fire of his soul pulsed violently for a few moments, as if hope had been ignited. Really? A faint voice spilled out from between its jaws with a hint of trembling, and then the voice gradually became clear and firm. Okay, Mo Ing-chen, I understand. You go to the cave to make a breakthrough. Xiao Song will not leave. Xiao Song will always be here waiting for you. Xiao Song also wants to cultivate. Xiao Song wants to go to the human realm with Mo Shadowdust to have a look around. To see what that colorful world that Ink Shadowdust talked about is really like. The smile on Mo Shadowdust's face grew even thicker as he gently patted Little Song's head and turned to step into that deep cave. As his figure disappeared into the darkness, a huge rock fell with a bang, sealing the cave entrance tightly. Inside the cave, Ink Shadowdust sat cross-legged, surrounded by darkness, with only a faint ghostly light emanating from his body. Advancement, it had begun. Please select the promotion bearer. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ink Shadowdust pondered slightly and took out an item from his arms. World Fragment. The bearer has been confirmed. Using the World Shard for advancement may trigger unknown risks. Please continue. This kind of prompt had long been commonplace for Mo Shadowdust. From the time he advanced to the first rank, every breakthrough would be accompanied by a similar warning. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly chose yes. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the world fragment in Mo Ingchuan's hand disappeared into thin air. At the same time, his consciousness gradually blurred and he fell into boundless darkness. The third stage breakthrough officially kicked off. Outside the cave, Xiao Song stood quietly amidst the pile of bones, motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. Only in the empty eye sockets, two groups of ghostly blue soul fire burning quietly, reflecting its hopes for the future, its desire to reunite with Mo Ingsuan. Time, at this moment, seemed to have lost its meaning. Meanwhile, in the city of Subei, the Xia family mansion. It had been a few days since Xia Yunqi returned home from the land of trials. Today, however, he heard an unexpected guest come to the door. Thinking of the relationship between this guest and that man, Xia Yunqi's heart lake suddenly rippled, inexplicably throbbing. Her lotus steps moved lightly as she hurriedly rushed to the parlor. What met her eyes was the lonely figure of Mo Bingning, who was standing quietly in the center of the hall, just like a beauty carved out of ice and jade. Xia Yunqi's heartbeat became more and more rapid. She had already guessed that Mo Bingning's trip was definitely for the whereabouts of Mo Ingsuan. Miss Xia, when you left with my little brother, why are you returning alone now? Mo Bingning's vermilion lips gently opened. Her voice was as cold as an ice spring, but it carried the majesty of a top professional belonging to the third rank. Where is he now, my little brother? Where on earth have you gone? The matter of the 10,000 races contest was not a top secret, but it was not something that ordinary people could know. In the huge city of Subei, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people who know about this matter, never more than 5 people. Among these 5 people, naturally, Mo Bingning was not included. As a result, Mo Ingchen had been gone for several months, and she actually had no way of even knowing where he had gone. No matter how she tried to find out, the answer she received was always a cold 4-letter word: no comment. Since that day, Mo Bingning realized that the Mo family had owed Mo Ingsuan for many years. She had been in a state of mind that was difficult to calm down. The feeling of guilt has been tormenting her day and night, following her like a shadow. She closed the door and did not step out of the house for months. The original imminent promotion to the 4th rank, that heavenly gap between low-level and high-level professionals, was also put behind her. All she could think about was making up for Mo Ingduan. Even though Mo Ingsuan had once resolutely said that he would have no more involvement with the Mo family. But as the eldest sister, how could she bear to see her brother wandering around? She waited for several months. Until Xia Yunqi returned, Mo Bingning's heart lit up with hope. Thought Xia Yunqi has returned home, that with her counterpart Mo Ingsuan, must also return not far away. However, a few days passed, Mo Ingdust is still nowhere to be found. Mo Bingning could no longer hold back, and finally paid a visit, wanting to ask Xia Yunqi for an understanding. In order to force Xia Yunqi to reveal the truth, she even went so far as to release the pressure of a third-order top professional in an attempt to make Xia Yunqi not dare to have the slightest concealment. However, she hadn't anticipated that in the land of trials, Xia Yunqi was also one of those who knelt at the foot of the Hearing Wind Xian mountain. There, everyone was constantly bathed in the pressure emanating from Mo Ingsuan's skeleton throne. Above that throne, the pressure that Mo Ingchen unintentionally revealed was only stronger and not weaker than what Mo Bingning had deliberately released. Under the subtle influence, Xia Yunqi had long been accustomed to this intensity of pressure. At this moment, she felt it, and naturally, she was not shocked. Mo Bingning's pressure was like a breeze to Xia Yunqi, unable to stir up any ripples. What's more, in the middle of the journey home, on top of the boundary-crossing flying boat, that stern gag order was still echoing in her ears, so how could she dare to easily spit out half a word? Miss Mo, forgive me for having no comment. Xia Yunqi lowered her eyes, her voice low. I hope you will bear with me on the matter of shadow dust. Mo Bingning heard the words, like being struck by lightning. Her anxiety instantly climbed to the peak, and she actually lost her temper and grabbed Xia Yunqi by the collar of her coat. Yunqi, tell me, what happened to him? Clank! With a clear sword sound, the flying sword at Xia Yunqi's waist suddenly came out of its sheath and hovered in mid-air. Above the sword, a cold aura gulped out, the biting sword intent pointing directly at the center of Mo Bingning's brow. At this moment, has been the second stage of the middle cultivation Xia Yunqi, by virtue of the Blazing Sun Sword immortal occupation speciality. When it comes to attack power, it may not be inferior to the top shadow warlock in front of him who is not specialized in attacking the third order. The air, at this moment, froze. The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet a few points as the sword intent filled the air. The tip of Mo Bingning's nose could almost smell the cold air emanating from the blade of the sword. She stared blankly at the flying sword in front of her, her heart bitter like a tidal wave. She slowly loosened her tight grip on Xia Yunqi's collar with her fingertips, and retreated backward with weak steps. Miss Xia, it was me who was rude just now. Mo Bingning had a hint of trembling in her voice. I was just too worried about my little brother's safety. I hope you'll forgive me. Chapter 132. Missy, the Zhao family might know something. Seeing this, Xia Yunqi's slender hand gently lifted, and the flying sword in mid-air, like a spirit, gently fell back into her hands, and was then slowly inserted back into the scabbard at her waist. She looked at the eyes of this has always been known as calm Mo family eldest daughter, at this moment, but the chaos, the heart cannot help but surge a complex emotion. Miss Mo, I understand your mood. Xia Yunqi sighed lightly. It's just that, there are some things that I'm really not in a position to disclose. I don't know if Mo Ingsu and he will still be able to come back. As for where exactly we went and what we experienced, please also forgive me for not being able to tell you. But I can tell you that this life of mine, Xia Yunqi, was saved by Mo Ingsuan. If it wasn't for him saving me, I would have been buried in a foreign land long ago. Therefore, Miss Mo, in the future, if there is any dispatch, but please command, Yunqi will certainly do her best. With these words, Xia Yunqi spoke with a firm resolve. She was clear in her heart, not just her, the entire human race, all the people who returned from the land of trials. Which one is not the ink shadow dust sky big favor? If Mo Shadow Dust hadn't saved the day, they would have been buried under the hooves of the undead and turned into shovelfuls of earth. Only, Xia Yunqi was considered conscientious and stated that she would definitely repay the favor in the future. If Mo Ingsuan really wasn't around anymore, she would repay to Mo Ingsuan's family. At least in the eyes of outsiders, they were Mo Ingchen's family. Just don't know how large a percentage of all the people who left from the land of trials were those who possessed such a conscience. After Mo Bingning heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly and she turned around to leave, her back sullen. Worry in her heart, like vines growing wild, entangled in her heart, tighter and tighter, almost suffocating her. Fong, Xia Yunqi flying sword out of the sheath, the sword above the cold aura flashes, a strong fierce aura came to the face. That was the terrifying aura that had been cultivated through countless life and death battles and the killing of countless enemies. Once it awakens, it will devour anyone. Little brother and this Xia Yunqi, where exactly did they go? How could Xia Yunqi kill such a strong fury? And what did Xia Yunqi say just now? She came back alive thanks to her little brother's help? I wonder if little brother can come back. Could it be that little brother has met an untimely end? Once this idea surfaced, it was like a gangrene on the bone, growing wildly in Mo Bingning's mind. She stopped violently and shook her head vigorously, as if she wanted to shake this horrible thought out of her mind. But the thought lingered like a nightmare. She raised her hand to cover her chest, where a twinge of pain came through, making her almost gasp for air. The pace of her feet, more and more disorganized, stumbled back towards the direction of the Mo family. The Mo family residence, with its flying eaves and arches hidden among the verdant old trees, is solemn and quiet. However, this tranquility was broken by a burst of hurried and messy footsteps. Mo Bingning, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, who had always been known for her calmness, at this moment stumbled as she burst into the home. On her delicate face, the usual coldness and arrogance of the past days had disappeared, replaced by deep anxiety and uneasiness. Her breathing was rapid and disorganized, her chest rising and falling violently. Mo Bingning's appearance in this state of disorientation happened to be bumped into by the butler Missouri Chang, who was standing at the door. Mo Chang, an old servant of the Mo family, had followed the Mo family head for many years. But at this moment, his weathered eyes were filled with doubt. Missy, what's wrong with her? Mo Chang heart puzzled. Usually, Miss has always been calm and collected. Taishan collapsed in front of the color unchanged, rarely can let her mess up things. Today, what is it that makes her so out of sorts? Eldest Miss? Mo Chang tentatively and softly called out, a trace of imperceptible concern in his voice. When Mo Bingning heard Mo Chang's voice, it was as if she had only just come back to her senses from her chaotic thoughts. She raised her head and looked at Mo Chang, those originally clear and bright eyes, but at the moment, they looked a little confused. What is it? Mo Bingning asked back, a hint of fatigue in her voice, obviously not yet fully extracted from the emotions of the party. Mo Chang saw that her demeanor had slightly slowed down, and her taut heartstrings loosened a few points. Secretly relieved, he said, it's fine, I just saw that you looked abnormal, so I casually asked. Mo Chang originally thought that Mo Bingning would not say anything to him. After all, even though he was the Mo family's butler, he had even been given the surname Mo. But in front of the masters of the Mo family, he was after all just a subordinate. How could an underling dare to pry into his master's heart at will? However, to Mo Chang's surprise, Mo Bingning spoke up. Her voice carried a trace of worry that was hard to hide. I have been wondering just now, where exactly has he gone, little brother Mo Ingchun? Why in the past few months, there has been no news at all, as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth. Her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together tightly, forming a deep Chuan character. Obviously, this issue had been bothering her for a long time, making it difficult for her to eat and sleep. Mo Chang bowed his head in deep thought, his eyes flickering as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, he looked like he remembered something and raised his head violently. Missy, there is something. Mo Chang wanted to say something, and seemed to have some concerns. Zhao family, do you still remember? It's the Zhao Hao and his family that dueled with young Master Shadow Dust before. Mo Bingning's willow brows slightly knitted. Zhao family? Of course she remembered, that Zhao Hao, who had laid a killer in a duel and was directly killed by his little brother. But what did this have to do with Mo Ingsuan's disappearance? Mo Chang saw Mo Bingning's puzzled face and continued. Eldest Miss, I've heard that the Zhao family, in the past 2 days, is having a big feast. It says. Mo Chang paused, his voice lowered to a whisper. It says that it's celebrating the Zhao family's enemy, Mo Shadow Dust. Died. Dead? Mo Bingning was struck by lightning and her delicate body trembled violently. She instantly understood what Mo Chang meant. His own side was searching hard for Mo Ingsuan to no avail, but the Zhao family was celebrating his death with great fanfare. What does this mean? It shows that the Zhao family must have gotten hold of certain information that she didn't know. Thinking of this, a cold aura flashed in Mo Bingning's eyes. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the emotions churning in her heart. I know. She nodded to Mo Chang and turned on her heel, her pace firm as she headed straight for Zhao's house. The Zhao family residence, decorated with lights and festivities. Big red lanterns were hung up high, and there was a steady stream of guests in front of the door. A lively scene. Mo Bingning walked straight into the Zhao family's gate, and no one even stopped her. Even the porter at the door was attentive to the front, nodding his head and making a pleased gesture. She laughed coldly in her heart. The Zhao family really couldn't wait to celebrate the death of Mo Ingsuan. They couldn't even bother with basic precautions. Entering the courtyard, Mo Bingning realized that the Zhao family was actually setting up a flowing banquet. No matter who, as long as they came, they could all be seated and feast. Chapter 133, Even the news of death is learned from the mouths of one's enemies. The courtyard of the Zhao family was abuzz with people, pushing cups and exchanging drinks. It was naturally impossible for Mo Bingning to share a drink with those people at the same table on such an occasion. Her face was as heavy as water as she walked straight towards the inner courtyard. She wanted to find Zhao Qiankuan, the Zhao family head, and ask him about it face to face. Mo Bingning's unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of the Zhao family's guards. Several guards quickly surrounded her and blocked her path. This young lady, may I ask who you are? The guard in the lead asked in a deep voice, a hint of caution in his tone. Mo Bingning stopped her steps and coldly swept a glance at the guard. Mo family, Mo Bingning. Her voice was clear and cold, no emotions could be heard. Where's Zhao Qiankuan? I have something to ask him. In the inner courtyard, Zhao Qiankuan learned of the news and the smile on his face grew wider. He stroked his beard and a hint of triumph flashed under his eyes. Good thing, this was a heavenly good thing. Mo Shadow Dust, you have your day. Zhao Qiankuan's heart was free to the extreme. That little bastard had killed his son, Zhao Hao, and he hated it so much that he couldn't wait to set his bones on fire. Originally, he had prepared a group of assassins, intending to strike when he found the opportunity. Who knew that this kid would simply disappear? Zhao Qiankuan went through a lot of trouble to find out that Mo Ingduan had actually represented the younger generation and went to that treacherous trial land to participate in the 10,000 clans competition. At that time, he was still quite bitter. He thought to himself, if Mo Ingduan had made a battle success in the land of trials and obtained the refuge of the ancestral land of the human race, then wouldn't his son's revenge not be avenged? Who would have thought that after months of waiting, he would have waited for the news of a peak? Ink Shadow Dust unexpectedly died in the trial land. Although the person who gave him the news didn't explicitly say so, only that Mo Shadow Dust didn't return from the final teleportation. But who was Zhao Qiankuan? He followed the trail and made some inquiries. This didn't teleport back, isn't it the same as being dead? The space of the trial land is shattered, Mo Shadow Dust can still survive? No way. Learning of this news, Zhao Qiankuan was ecstatic and immediately decided to throw a big feast to celebrate. Originally, this was just their self-indulgence. But now, the Moists had taken the initiative to come to the door? This was simply doubling the joy. It was just the right time to taunt them to their faces, making the Moists despair and themselves even happier. What could be more pleasurable than this? Zhao Qiankuan coiled 2 shiny walnuts in his hands, making a cackling sound. He took a 4-square step, strutting toward the front hall. Between his steps, he looked intent and wild. He couldn't wait to see the expression of despair on Mo Bingning's icy face. That must be very interesting. Ms. Mo, why do you have the time to come to my Zhao family? Zhao Qiankuan's voice came from behind him, carrying a few hints of teasing and a few hints of smugness. Mo Bingning slowly turned around and coldly stared at him. Zhao Qiankuan swaggered over to Mo Bingning and looked her up and down, his eyes full of mockery. Aya, isn't this the Mo family's eldest miss? What a rare guest. He deliberately stretched his tone and said in a conspiratorial manner. What, Miss Mo is also here to attend my Zhao family's banquet. It just so happens that we are celebrating the death of an enemy. Why don't you join us for some? Mo Bingning's face became even colder and her voice was like ice. Zhao Qiankuan, cut the crap. I'd like to ask you, on what basis do you say that my little brother Mo Shadow Dust is dead? Zhao Qiankuan sniffed and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Don't talk nonsense, Miss Mo. He said with feigned surprise. Go out and ask around. My Zhao family celebrates the death of an enemy. When did we ever say that Mo Shadow Dust is dead? Speaking of this, Zhao Qiankuan couldn't hold back any longer, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. But I did get the news that Mo Shadow Dust of your family, I'm afraid he's really dead, ha. Zhao Qiankuan could no longer control that pretentious look and simply laughed out loud. Mo Bingning immediately retorted. You fart. Shadow Dust is dead? How come my Mo family didn't receive any news? Zhao Qiankuan laughed even louder at his words, laughing as he did so. You? What news can you get? You ask your family, MOK, to find out. I don't believe it. If he really wants to check, he can't find out the result. Zhao Qiankuan had a mocking smile on his face. Miss Mo, as far as that goes? That Mo Shadow Dust, no one cares about him at all in your house, even Mo Kue he didn't bother to find out where his son actually went. He deliberately paused, his voice lowered a few points. Well, since you have to ask, I'll tell you. Mo Shadow Dust is indeed very strong enough to represent the younger generation of the human race and went to the land of trials to participate in the 10,000 races competition. However, this kid didn't know what heavenly fury he did inside that trial land, and all the human clans that participated were given a gag order, forbidding them to say what exactly happened. I also wasted a lot of effort to find out that kid Mo-inged one didn't even make it out of the trial land. As for what not coming out means? The smile on Zhao Qianquan's face grew more and more hideous. I'm telling you, space shatters in the land of trials, and not coming out means death. That little girl Xia Yunqi went with him. If you don't believe me, go ask her. Alright, I still have things to do over here, Ms. Mo, take your time and don't see me off. After saying that, Zhao Qianquan burst into another fit of laughter and turned around to directly return to the inner courtyard, only leaving the disoriented Mo Bingning standing in place. Mo Bingning stood in a daze, her mind blank. Xia Yunqi? She had indeed just returned from Xia Yunqi's place before she came. At that time, Xia Yunqi's look of wanting to speak, as well as the lingering sadness deep in her eyes, now that she thought about it, everything had been made clear. Then associated with Zhao Qianquan words. Mo Bingning's body trembled slightly as she clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, bringing a burst of stinging pain. But this pain, how could it compare to 1/10,000th of the pain in her heart at this moment? She had always thought that her feelings towards Mo Ingsuan were complicated, with a few points of utilization, a few points of guilt, and a few points of unspoken affection. But it wasn't until this moment that she came to her senses. It turned out that, without realizing it, that brother, who she had neglected, used, and treated as a tool, had long occupied such an important position in her heart. Ink Shadow Dust. She murmured, a hint of trembling in her voice, a hint of remorse, and a hint of incredible grief. She couldn't imagine that the teenager who was always a little detached, a little cold, had just left her forever. In the Mo family, no one really cared about Mo Ingsuan's death or life. Chapter 134 Here is my territory. The father, Mo Kue, had little affection for this youngest son, who had strayed away from home since he was a child. As for the others, they even regarded Mo Ing-chan as an alien and a disgrace. Even the news of his death, himself, was learned from his enemy, Zhao Qianquan. What an irony, what a sadness. Mo Bingning's eyes were moist, tears swirled in her eyes but never fell. She couldn't cry, she was the eldest miss of the Mo family, she was the hope of the Mo family, she couldn't show the slightest bit of weakness in front of the enemy. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the emotions churning in her heart, and turned to leave. Undead realm, endless sea of bones. Here, the year-round shrouded in a dead silence, gray sky, endless white sea of bones, constitute the only color in this world. Frost Soul, the lord of the witch and demon clan, was leading 2 black warriors, patrolling in this dead sea of bones. He was clad in a dark purple robe embroidered with intricate magical runes, and in his hand, he held a staff inlaid with skulls, exuding an eerie aura all over his body. As the lord of the witch demon clan, Frost Soul's strength was unquestionable. He had long since reached the 5th rank and was only 1 step away from the 6th rank. In this territory, he was the absolute master. And the 2 black knights behind him were his most loyal guards, with a strength of the 3rd rank that was enough to deal with most dangers. This endless bone sea, although it was nominally Frost Soul's territory, in reality, the situation here was very special. This was the enlightenment land of the strongest person in the undead realm, the Bone King. It has extraordinary significance. Logically, as the Bone King's enlightenment place, countless powerful undead creatures should have been born here. But in fact, I don't know whether it was due to the change in the rules of heaven and earth or some other reason. This sea of bones has been tens of thousands of years since any new undead awakened their spiritual wisdom. In the realm of the undead, an undead that has not awakened its spiritual wisdom, even if its strength is strong, it is nothing more than a walking corpse. It is not recognized as an undead clan at all. At best, they were cannon fodder to be used by the undead clan. For the undead clan, there are only 2 ways to gain spiritual wisdom. The first one is natural awakening. This is the path of growth for the vast majority of undead. The second one is to be summoned to the human race by a human necromancer. This kind of undead will be endowed with spiritual intelligence by the rules of heaven and earth. However, in the eyes of the undead clan, such undead were not even considered undead. Nothing but a traitor to the human race. As a lord, one of Frost Soul's important tasks was to search for those undead who had awakened their spiritual wisdom. They were then gathered and sent to the central city of the undead realm for unified training. This was both to grow the strength of the undead clan and to maintain order in the undead realm. My lord, will there really be undead that have awakened their spiritual wisdom here? A black warrior asked in a jarring voice, a hint of doubt in his voice. I don't know. Frost Soul replied faintly. However, this is Lord Bone King's order, and we must carry it out. There was a hint of majesty in his voice. Yes, my lord. The black warrior lowered his head, not daring to ask any more questions. They continued to patrol this dead sea of bones, searching for the almost impossible to exist, awakened undead. And at this moment, at the edge of the mountain not far from them, a pair of slightly curious eyes were quietly watching them. Just as Frost Soul was preparing to leave the area. Inside the cave, Ink Shadow Dust's advancement reached a critical moment. Suddenly, an unstable energy fluctuation erupted from him. Frost Soul was keenly aware of the difference. He let out a light eep and violently turned his head to look in the direction of the cave where Moingwan was. His soul power instantly spread out, enveloping the entire area. However, Ink Shadow Dust, with the various concealment words added, allowed Frost Soul to do some probing, but found nothing. Strange. Frost Soul whispered to himself, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Surprised in his heart, he directly led the two black warriors in the direction where he had just detected the abnormality. The sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear in the silent sea of bones. Seeing that they were about to walk to the entrance of the cave, Satoshi became anxious. Can't go any further. Mo Shadow Dust was in the cave, and if they went any further, they would be discovered. In his haste, he violently jumped out of a pile of bones. Opening his arms, he stopped in front of Frost Soul, his body trembling slightly. You? What are you doing? Satoshi's voice was tinged with obvious tension and wariness. This is my place. It tried to look menacing, but there was something funny about that little body, how it looked. Frost Soul froze at first, then couldn't help but laugh. The laughter carried a hint of playfulness, a hint of curiosity, and a hint of ecstasy. What am I? Found something? Frost Soul said in his mind. Endless sea of bones, there are actually skeletons that have awakened their spirit? This is a strange event that is rare in 10,000 years. If we report this news to Lord Bone King, wouldn't we have made a great achievement? Even thinking about this, Frost Soul's soulfire couldn't help but beat a few points faster. He forced down the excitement in his heart and tried his best to say to Shout Song in a gentle tone. Little skeleton, don't be afraid, I'm your kinsman. Tell me, were you awakened spiritually in this endless sea of bones? Shout Song listened to Frost Soul's question, but he didn't say a word. It stared at Frost Soul dead in the face, vigilance in its eyes. It still remembered Mo Shadow Dust's instructions, and it didn't trust anyone but Mo Shadow Dust. Do you have a name? Frost Soul asked again. Satoshi remained silent. How long have you been awakened? Frost Soul continued to pursue the question. Satoshi still didn't say anything. Frost Soul looked at the little skeleton in front of him who hadn't said a word except for one at the beginning. According to reason, a newly awakened undead should be naturally close to other undead with spiritual intelligence. Why is this little skeleton? Alertness is so heavy? But, whatever. Anyway, it was certain that the skeleton had definitely awakened its spirit. As long as we bring it back and send it to the central city afterward, the reward would be in hand by then. Whatever it says or doesn't say. Thinking of this, Frost Soul directly ordered the Black Warrior to go up and take away Shout Song. Take it away. Frost Soul's voice was hoarse as he ordered directly to the Black Knight behind him. When the Black Knight heard this, he took a big step forward, and as soon as he did, he grabbed Shout Song's body. Shout Song instantly panicked. It struggled desperately, its arms and legs flailing. But that little bit of strength, in front of the Black Warrior, was not worth mentioning at all. In desperation, Shout Song operated his soul matrix, and a soul shock slammed into the Black Warrior's hand that was grasping it. Chapter 135 finally advancing to the third stage. The Black Warrior let out a light eep. The palm of his hand slightly exerted force, directly crushing Satoshi's weak soul impact. Little skeleton, you've practiced? To the side, Frost Soul's voice sounded once again with a hint of surprise. Where did the feats come from? Little Song, who was lifted in mid-air, stomped his hands and feet and couldn't help but shout. Satoshi won't go. Frost Soul was instantly happy to hear that. Talking again, talking is good. At the very least, it means that he didn't misjudge, this little skeleton has indeed awakened. And what did you hear just now? This little skeleton has a name? Satoshi? This is higher spiritual intelligence? With great joy in his heart, Frost Soul, who couldn't care less about many things, directly ordered the Black Warrior to bring Little Song, and the three of them left at great speed towards Frost Soul's territory. Little Song, who was grasped in the hands of the Black Warrior, with great difficulty turned his head towards the cave where Mo Shadow Dust was, and glanced at it. Ink Shadow Dust, little Satoshi has been captured, you'll come and find me, right? Shout Song didn't dare to make a sound for fear of exposing where Mo Ing Chen was hiding. It was just a dark thought in his heart. I don't know how much time has passed. There was a sound from the cave that had been sealed from the inside by Mo Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust. The advancement was complete. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the third rank. Please select the third level skill. Ink Shadow Dust, who had long since decided on his advancement skills, directly began to choose. Summoning specialization chooses Black Knight Resurrection, Skeleton Knight Summoning. White Bone, White Bone, White Bone, White Bone, White Bone, White Bone, Molten Storm. Skeleton Knight Summoning Skills. It was because Ink Shadow Dust considered his summons, all of which were infantry, and in many cases, the mechanical power was significantly lacking. Considering the special nature of his third-order bearers, I'm afraid that he must urgently form a highly mobile cavalry unit to accomplish some special offensive tasks. White Bone Shield was nothing to write home about, summoning a hard bone shield in front of his body. Totally prepared for the spell-curing phrase. Obliterating Storm, on the other hand, was an advanced version of the White Bone Storm that had previously entangled Ink Shadow Dust when it was advanced to second level. Summoning a large number of white bones, it wreaked madness in a selected area, obliterating everything. It is also Ink Shadow Dust's first group attack skill. With the basic skills selected, the heavy lifting has just begun. Congratulations on advancing to the 3rd rank, the Death Talisman is reset, please select a 4th rank skill to engrave. Ink Shadow Dust did not hesitate to choose Vampire Summoning. Vampire, a mandatory summon for all summoning necromancers at 4th level. The main reason for this is that vampires have a high ceiling. For example, a Black Warrior, with a strength of the 3rd rank, has a ceiling that can only be raised to the early 5th rank at most. But a vampire, when summoned, is the strength of the early 4th order. There is indeed the possibility of cultivating it to the 7th rank. Although it was only a slight possibility. But it's enough to be okay. It even had more growth than many 5th ranked summons. One must know that many 5th ranked summons could not even be cultivated to the 7th rank. Ink Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Rank, 3rd order, 1st class. Attributes, omitted. Carrying objects, 1st order Heart of Death, 2nd order Skeleton Throne, 3rd order World Fragment. Death's Heart did not unblock the new skill for some reason. Skeleton Throne did unblock a skill called 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. For Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the possessor of the Skeleton Throne can take in any creature as one of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse upon submission. Throne owner may grant any ability to a horseman. This is the first thing Ink Shadow Dust thought of was Wangi. Seeing the meaning of this skill, if it was possible to accept Wangi as one of the 4 horsemen, wouldn't it be possible to give Wangi part of his abilities? And giving words to Wangi, who was a human. Although he hadn't tried it yet, Ink Shadow Dust felt that the feasibility was high. Strongly holding back his surging heart, Ink Shadow Dust continued to look down. He desperately wanted to know what the world fragments were actually useful for. Whether or not it was the same as the scene he had seen in a haze when he advanced. 3rd order carrying item, World Shard. World Fragment, World Beginning, Self-Evolving. World Gate, subjects of small worlds can use specific materials to build a world gate in a large world, and existences in small worlds can be transported through the world gate. The description of the world gate didn't quite make sense. But this World Shard. Ink Shadow Dust moved with a thought. It actually directly disappeared in place, appearing in a grayish space. The only thing that could be seen was that the space was less than 100 meters in circumference and empty. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand. It directly summoned 100 first-order skeletons to appear on the ground. Didn't dare to summon too many. Mainly because the field was just rather small. But with the undead, something that left Ink Shadow Dust dumbfounded happened. Only to see that the entire space, surprisingly, began to expand crazily. It didn't slowly stop until it expanded to 100 times its size. This is the more existence within the world, the larger the area? Ink Shadow Dust hastily summoned a large number of undead again. Sure enough, it confirmed the suspicion in his heart. The area within the world was really growing as the number of undead became larger. Ink Shadow Dust frowned. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to expand indefinitely? Wouldn't that be able to fit the entire undead realm in? Ink Shadow Dust suppressed the excitement in his heart. Thought about it. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand and took out a resurrection stone from his backpack, throwing it above the ground. The next instant, the entire space expanded extremely fast. No. It's not just expansion this time. In Ink Shadow Dust's perception, an altar actually appeared out of nowhere on the ground. That familiar appearance. It was actually exactly the same as the altar that had produced the resurrection stone within the Land of Trials before. Shadow Dust instantly realized. It turned out that what really made the world expand was not the number of people. Rather, its energy. It was the energy carried on the undead, the energy carried on the resurrection stone, that caused the small world to expand. Ink Shadow Dust continued to experiment. Recall the undead back to the summoning space again. And with it, the world has become significantly smaller. Sure enough. In that case, you can't simply rely on the undead to expand the area. As many undead as you can fit in this format anyway. The point of trying to make the world grow is treasure. Ink Shadow Dust suppressed the excitement in his heart. More trials were needed. It is only then that the specific role of the world fragments can be thoroughly mapped out. However, just the abilities shown so far. It was enough to surprise Shadow Dust. This was simply a super space that could be carried around. No. It's so much more powerful than space gear. This is a real world. A world that belongs only to you. Suddenly, Emo Shadowdust slammed his thighs and his eyes glazed over. Loss. Before, in the land of trials, that was tens of thousands of resurrected dead spirits. If we had this small world at that time, wouldn't we have been able to pack it all away? What a waste. However, on second thought, Emo Shadowdust's heart was again filled with ecstasy.